How dangerous is it for a boy to go out alone at night? Walking back home on a dark night, I suddenly felt a hard object pressing against my waist, followed by a woman's voice behind me, saying, "Go to a place where there is no one." I shuddered all over, realizing that the object pressing against my waist should be a gun. I remained calm and coolly said, "Okay, I know there is an abandoned warehouse nearby. Don't hurt me. I'll take you there." Taking a deep breath, I led the woman towards the warehouse. Upon reaching the warehouse, the woman raised the gun and pointed to a corner sofa, saying, "Go sit over there." In order to save my life, I had no choice but to comply. Just as I turned around to sit down, I finally saw her face clearly. It was a stunning face with captivating eyes. I gasped in shock, and in a daze, I found the woman throwing herself into my arms, murmuring unconsciously, "You smell so good." This woman seemed to be out of her mind, nibbling at my jade teeth, and making seductive sounds, each touch resonating in my heartstrings. I tensed my body, not daring to move with the gun in the woman's hand. "No, miss, this is not right. We don't even know each other." But the woman seemed not to hear, pulling at my shirt with one hand, revealing my chest muscles clearly. The woman's cold eyes were now bloodshot, trembling as she gripped the gun tightly, raising her hand and fiercely hitting the back of my head. With a bang, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. My vision went black, and when I woke up, the old sofa had disappeared. I opened my eyes blankly, looking around subconsciously wanting to rub my eyes, only to find my hands chained. I panicked instantly, and suddenly, a heavy door opening sound rang out. The woman slowly and gracefully walked towards me, stopping by the bed, looking down at me with a cold and sharp gaze, making me feel uneasy under her indifferent stare. The woman asked coldly, "Are you awake?" I propped myself up, half sitting, forcing myself to calm down. I could guess that this woman's home was probably where I was, but why was I chained to the bed? Thinking this, I took a deep breath and calmly asked, "Miss, could you tell me where my phone is? It's too late now. I won't disturb you." But the woman acted as if she hadn't heard me, extending her slender fingers to grip my chin tightly, playing with the iron chain on my wrist mockingly, and sneered, "What's the rush? Do you still want to leave?" I instantly felt a great sense of shame, a grown man like me being toyed with in this way. "Miss, give me back my phone. I'll pretend yesterday never happened." The next second, the woman seemed to be ignited with anger, suddenly exerted force, pressing the back of my head firmly against the bed headrest. Then, her cold voice sounded, "Am I not worthy of being remembered by you? Do you want to cut ties with me like this? I don't even know you at all. If you don't let go of me, I will call the police." At these words, the woman suddenly laughed. "Alarm? Do you know who I am? My name is Chu Lingshuang, from the Chu family, which monopolizes half of Huagua. It is rumored to be a mysterious family that can cover the sky with one hand." My eyes flashed slightly with a hint of shock, then returned to calm. "So what? It doesn't matter who you are to me." Chu Lingshuang's anger was completely ignited. "What it doesn't matter? Can't even catch the eye of the noble lady of her own family? Very well, this man is quite special." She raised the corner of her lips, released the hand that was holding my collar. "What do you want to do?" I looked at her incredulously. Chu Lingshuang squinted her eyes, caressing my face with one hand. "Your body is not bad. It can be said to be top-notch." I subconsciously closed my eyes. Although I am a man, I think both parties need to be willing for such things to happen. Opening my eyes again, I found that the crazy woman had disappeared, and the iron chain on my right hand had been untied. I was overjoyed and had to quickly find a way to leave. I dragged my weary body out of bed, took a deep breath, and opened the heavy bedroom door. The high-end and magnificent living room appeared before my eyes, with an extremely luxurious palace-style structure, full of extravagance. As I walked down the stairs, I saw a woman in a maid uniform coming towards me. She seemed to be the cleaning lady of this villa. "Sir, you're awake," she said. I quickly greeted her and asked, "Hello, can I borrow your phone for a moment?" Upon hearing this, the housekeeper directly ignored my question, walked towards the hall, and said as she walked, "Dinner is ready. Sir can start dining." Dining? Lin Feng took 2 steps forward and was looking at the long-stretched silver dining table in the center of the hall with all sorts of delicacies that he had never seen before. These meals alone looks know that the flavor is good. Floating up the aroma filled over. Lin Feng, who had been starved for 2 days in a row, just felt his eyes popping out. His stomach was even more indisputably screaming. Being so hungry, he unconsciously walked over to the table and licked his lips, swallowing unimaginatively. "It smells so good." The scent lingered in his nostrils, each strand challenging his sanity. Seeing Lin Feng pestle in front of the dining table, Wang Ma put down all the tea utensils in her hands and said with a smile. Miss has already instructed that she'll be back later tonight for something. So Mr. doesn't need to wait for her. You can dine first. What kind of bullshit lady is he waiting for her? Lin Feng's sanity returned some. It wasn't the same thing to just leave. Just now through the floor-to-ceiling window. He had already roughly swept a glance. The outside was full of flowers and plants. It seemed to be a huge garden. The kind that couldn't be seen at a glance and couldn't be seen from the exit. Not without a car for sure. He was so hungry now. To walk out and then find a place to eat, he was afraid he would starve to death halfway. It's not too late to take a couple bites to fill your stomach first. Lin Feng thought so. With so many dishes. He was too hungry and too lazy to care if they were poisoned or not. He just sat down in front of the table and feasted without caring about his image. He's starving. If it weren't for the expensive, clean pajamas on his body that still reflected his status, he would have looked like a hobo who hadn't eaten in 10 days. Wang Ma was cleaning up those bone crumbs that Lin Feng had eaten while smiling at him. As if she was still very satisfied. Lin Feng directly swept the rice on the table and ate all the dozen or so dishes. Thanks to his previous diligence in working out and eating, his body had almost recovered. Wiping his mouth, he finally felt comfortable. If you can eat so well, sir, you must have a strong body. Wang Ma sighed, contentedly cleaning up the leftovers. Lin Feng burped and rubbed his belly, finally returning to business. Hello? Can I borrow your cell phone? I want to make a call. He inquired towards her. Wang Ma's eyes changed. But she asked back as if she hadn't heard. Is there something you need? Sir? You tell me and I will prepare it for you. At those words, Lin Feng's face changed. He sensed that this person didn't seem to want him to contact the outside world. He could only say, it's like this. I don't know your lady at all. She's the one who brought me back yesterday. Just lend me your cell phone. I'll just make a call. Wang Ma smiled and shook her head. Sir, Miss has already explained that you will be staying here from now on. Just let me know if you need anything. It looked like she wasn't going to lend it to him. There was no point in saying more. After all, he was a nanny in someone's home. He was just an outsider. How could they help him? Lin Feng simply got up and walked towards the house, saying as he walked, forget it. In that case, then I'll go by myself. Wang Ma was not in a hurry, and only called out to him, reminding, Sir, you are now in the Chu family's private mountain villa. And the vicinity is no man's land. Private mountain lodge. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he did hear of a mysterious mountain village. As if it was called Huyue Mountain Resort. And he had been to many places. But Huyue Mountain Resort was never open to the public. And its actual location was almost unknown. It's impossible to walk out of a place like this without a car. What's more, he doesn't even know the way. Moreover, the cell phone is not even for him to use. Even if he walks to the entrance of the lodge, I think there will be someone to guard. Lin Feng remembered the gun in Chu Lingfeng's hand at that time. Damn. I'm afraid he can't really get out without her permission. Wang Ma was not flustered. Sir, there are good food and drinks here. Just tell me what you need and I will prepare it for you. Immediately after that she changed her words and smiled as she walked towards Lin Feng. Sir, Missy is the one I've watched grow up since she was little. She's never brought a man back. You're the first one. That's a blessing that many people wouldn't be able to envy. Wang Ma looked Lin Feng up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Her young lady has a good eye. Men are lucky to be able to eat. So big a table meal was eaten a 7 or 8 not to mention. This moment he stood up to see the essence of the spirit of the full And looks white and clean. The body is fit. This is how good How fitting to stand with her young lady. Wang Ma couldn't tell you how satisfied she was. The corners of her grin never let go. Where did Lin Feng know what she was thinking? He was practically pissed off at this moment. Envy? Lin Feng's voice almost popped out through his back teeth. Yes. Wang Ma smiled and said. Sir. Miss might be back late tonight. You can go upstairs first. When she finished, she went to clear the table. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng didn't see a second person in this house. Glancing at the dark sky outside, Lin Feng knew that now he could only go upstairs first. Without Chu Lingshan's approval, it would be difficult for him to leave. He clenched his fists and went upstairs. When he came up, he had already roughly observed the construction of the villa. The staircase only led to the second floor. And there was an elevator at the corner of the stairway, which could not be taken without an elevator card. True to form. I'm afraid there are floors above the villa at Lake Pleasant Villa. And the second floor, where he was now, was constructed no differently than the first floor. The only difference being that there was only one bedroom on the second floor, which was where he had awakened. It was just a meal and he was sweating profusely. He opened his closet and scanned it, but found a spare nightgown. We're here anyway. It's not too much to ask for a shower. Is it? Lin Feng simply borrowed the bathroom, took a painful shower, and changed into the spare gray and white velvet pajamas. Just as he came out of the bathroom, he heard a siren coming from downstairs. Looking down at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the second-floor living room, he watched as a beautiful black silk wraparound skirt woman in a white blouse got out of her car and trotted to the back door. Then, a snow-white slender leg stepped on black leather and red-soled high heels and stuck out from the car. It's Chu Ling Shuang. She is indeed beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. That secretary-dressed woman was already considered a beauty. But after Chu Lingxiang made her appearance, she was directly eclipsed. As if she was just an NPC. If only she wasn't so bossy. Lin Feng saw Chu Lingxiang say something to the woman. The other nodded and got into the driver's seat and drove off. And Chu Lingxiang slowly stepped forward and quickly disappeared at the first floor door. She'll be up in a minute. Lin Feng heard the sound of her heels hitting the ground from the stairwell. The sound was becoming more and more pronounced, meaning she was getting closer too. He felt that he still needed to make it clear to her that he was equally human, and believed that as long as he was sincere enough, Chu Lingxiang wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Soon, the second-floor living room door was pulled open, and Chu Lingxiang appeared. Another dress he hadn't seen before. Waist hollow white dress. Skirt high open fork. Thick hair high disc. With a pair of valuable diamond earrings. Flaming red lips. Cool and seductive imperial sister wind pull full. Her aura was too strong. She just stood there alone and the air around her seemed to freeze. Glancing at Lin Feng sitting on the sofa, Chu Lingxiang looked up and down and seemed quite satisfied. She sniffed slightly and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Took a shower? She asked. What do you care if you wash it or not? Lin Feng wanted to dislike her directly. But right now, he really needed to make a deal with her to get out of here. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and said, What will you do to let me go? Chu Lingxiang casually threw her bag on the standing cabinet in the doorway and glanced at him contemptuously. Didn't you remember yesterday? Chu Lingxiang playfully walked towards him, stopping right in front of him and suddenly bending halfway down. The sudden scent of roses came to his nose, and the instantly enlarged, stunningly beautiful face made Lin Feng's breath stagnate. Her skin is glowing, but her pair of Danfeng eyes are chilling. Especially the big red lips that are like blazing fire. And down her neck, you can even see. Lin Feng's heartbeat stopped for a beat. Only her cold and domineering voice could be heard. Don't you dare! Shocked by her voice, Lin Feng snapped back to his senses. He's a man. Lin Feng was anxious and directly raised his hand, trying to contain her. But the moment he raised his hand, he realized that he didn't know when she was. So he just fell for the beauty trick? It was then that he realized that the cracks in the couch. Cam! You crazy bastard! Chu Lingshan's eyes sank. Is it my poor care? Making you want to leave so badly? It has nothing to do with any of that. It's been said that I'm not interested in you. And I'd never say anything about what's going on between us. But how could he know that the more he said this, the more interested Chu Lingshan became in him? She pulled something out of a coffee table drawer and sneered. Doesn't matter. Lin Feng saw that her pale white fingers rubbed together and her eyes were cold and hostile. He suddenly felt a little stupid. He gave up and just laid on the couch and swung. What the hell do you want? He asked. Seeing that he suddenly obeyed, the corners of Chu Lingshan's lips, which were tinged with a bit of cold hostility, rose slightly. And she just looked at him out of the corner of her eye from top to bottom. It's simple. Her very domineering voice rang out. I want you to live here. Starting today. And be my canary. Lin Feng instantly widened his eyes. Does she know what she's talking about? Chu Lingshan suddenly hooked her lips. I can fulfill whatever you want. You. Lin Feng was dumbfounded by her words. Come to think of it, she seems to have a point. Here, he can indeed lack nothing. After all, the strength of the Chu family is there. Seeing Lin Feng fall into deep thought, seemingly sensing that his beliefs had wavered, Chu Lingshan's eyes flickered slightly and she once again raised the stakes. What you want, I can solve with a single lift of my hand. She was up for anything. But it was all subject to her approval. His life is held between permission and disallowance. For 15 years, he's lived with being someone else's double. And even his last girlfriend betrayed him. On the surface, he was the glamorous Su family's youngest. And his girlfriend was the top schoolgirl of a famous university in the capital city. But behind his back, he had spent his whole life in a state of resignation. And was a piece of trash that could be discarded by others at any time. Lin Feng's thoughts buckled. From the moment he stepped out of the door of the Su family, he had decided that in this life, he would only live for himself. Lin Feng laughed coldly, his tone firm. Impossible. Damn. This man is simply too much fun. It was the first time she had ever seen someone refuse to enjoy such a luxurious life. I'm still really curious, she murmured thoughtfully. And then steeply, her eyes turned and she swung up sternly, flinging herself at Lin Feng. She won't be reasonable. Lin Feng silently closed his eyes. He stopped screaming and cursing and lay on the couch, motionless. It's no fun. The excitement in the bottom of Chu Lingshan's eyes instantly dissipated. She glanced coldly at Lin Feng and sidled away tastelessly. Hearing the sound of her heels disappearing, Lin Feng slightly opened his eyes, revealing a slit to look over. He saw her standing in front of the stand and took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Wang Ma. Go get Shui Yan. The phone hung up and she left the second floor without looking back. Lin Feng was already in pain until his body was numb. He couldn't even feel his head anymore. If it was before, when he encountered this kind of incident, he still thought he could hold out for a while. Not to mention his 3 sisters. Even the people in the company would call the police for help because he didn't show up for work. But just 3 days ago, he had already handed over the company in its entirety. And had also written his resignation. And had even finished writing the company's business plan for the month afterward. He didn't have any close friends. I've been on my own for so many years. 2. Counting on Feng Ziyu? Forget it. At this moment, I'm afraid she's enjoying the rain. Drunkenly dreaming of death in the gentle land called Yu Shao. He doesn't even have parents. Who else could he expect? Apart from this mountain village. I'm afraid that in the outside world, no one will ever think of him again. Lin Feng's heart was already ashen. He heard another high-heeled shoe sound coming from the stairwell. Different from Chu Lingshan's kind of slow and dignified. Instead it was urgent. It's that Yu Suet Yen on the phone. Isn't it? Hearing the staircase door being pulled open, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw the visitor dressed in a white suit and carrying a medical box towards him. Yo! Still awake? Yu Shuiyan slowly stepped forward and unhurriedly placed the medical box on the coffee table and opened it with a smile. Lin Feng was silent as he watched her take out gauze, alcohol, iodophor, and syringes from the medical kit. Extremely skillfully, she cracked an ampoule open with her fingernail cap, lined up a syringe to extract the medication inside, and when she was done, punched it towards his arm. Lin Feng didn't bother to resist and quietly watched as she gave herself an injection. A syringe went down and Yu Shuiyan began to check the injury on his neck. Some surprise seemed to bubble up in the bottom of her eyes as she poured alcohol on the gauze while saying, "You're still really good. I've never seen Miss get so angry before." When she finished speaking, the medicine was dispensed in her hand, and she tugged at his collar, saying, "Bear with me. This one will hurt. It doesn't matter. Is there anything more torturous than heartache and despair?" Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Yu Shuiyan directly raised one hand and snapped the medicine onto his wound. The expected cries of pain did not ring out, and Yu Shuiyan revealed a shocked expression. "You're in good shape. How can it not hurt?" Lin Feng felt like his back teeth were going to be clenched. Just is now the time to say this? After the intense stinging, the rest was a medicated bandage. Then the pain is endured and the follow-up can be ignored. Watching her busily bandaging herself, Lin Feng hemmed and hawed his lips for a moment, but still chose to inquire. "Can you help me get out of here?" Yu Shuiyan's hands lurched and said in surprise, "You're leaving here?" "Right." Finally seeing someone who was willing to communicate with him, Lin Feng's already dead heart rekindled. He said eagerly, "I don't really want to stay here. And I'll repay you with everything I'm capable of if you'll just help me get out." He's no longer delusional enough to expect people he doesn't know to help him now. He's negotiating a deal, trading his last value for a plan to get out of here. But Yu Shuiyan, who heard this, bared her teeth. "Your ability? Don't joke. Your ability is still greater than my lady?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Indeed. The current him, having nothing. How could he compare to the famous Chu family miss? Seeing his silence, Yu Shuiyan instead asked back, "Why do you want to leave here so badly? Do you know that what you're enjoying now is what many men outside can only dream of?" She said, picking up the gauze and wrapping it around as she said, "If I were you, I'd honestly listen to the lady. And with all due respect, I've never seen the lady bring a man back before. And how fortunate that is." "Lucky?" Lin Feng completely tensed up. "What? Being looked at by the Chu family's eldest miss is lucky? It's luck he doesn't care for. I'm just a normal person. I just want to live a normal life. I don't even want to get involved with her." Yu Shuiyan seemed to have heard a heavenly joke. The hand wrapped in gauze trembled. "Do you know that when my lady waves her hand, the entire capital city has to tremble 3 times? Such a good honor and wealth. Don't you want it?" Ever since she followed the young lady, she had been thinking, excellent as a demonic young lady, and with a stunning face. Which male could be worthy of this in the future? The other day, when she learned that Missy had brought a man home, She had been shocked until now. After meeting him, she realized that the man was indeed good-looking and had a good body. But that alone always made her feel short. Now the man is still looking broken and screaming at the top of his lungs to get out of here. Is he in his right mind? I'm not interested in money. Lin Feng couldn't bear to emphasize that no amount of money was enough to make him feel at ease. All he asked for was a peaceful residence. A home of his own. No longer to be restricted and at the mercy of others. To truly be himself and do whatever he wanted to do. Yu Shuiyan stared at Lin Feng like a fool. Forcefully tearing off the gauze and wrapping it with medical tape. 80% of the time, the man has never seen such a luxurious place. It was also true that he had said he was just an ordinary person. And suddenly seeing such a top-notch place would make him more or less uncomfortable. Some people do. And it does feel uncomfortable to have too much self-esteem. As a doctor, Yu Shuiyan had also studied some psychology. This kind of person, when he got used to it, he would enjoy this place. And then become obsessed. And in the end, he couldn't leave and begged the lady to let him stay. Yu Shuiyan didn't take it to heart. She packed up her medical kit and got up. Seeing that she was planning to leave so quickly, Lin Feng became anxious. Even if you don't help him leave, at least help him unchain him. Is it possible that he's going to lie on the couch all night? No. You help me get this off. Lin Feng hastily waved the chains on his wrists. Yu Shuiyan carried the medical box and needlessly said, Miss only said that she wanted me to treat your wounds. She didn't ask me to untie you. With those words, she left without looking back. No. Hey. Hey. Lin Feng struggled and screamed a few times. The sound made caused the knot in his throat to slide up and down, stabbing the wound. The numbness passed and he bared his teeth in pain. Seeing her disappear around the corner of the stairs, Lin Feng was completely hopeless. He looked up at the extravagant ceiling, not even bothering to struggle. Shu Lingshang did not come back. Lin Feng lay on the sofa until the latter part of the night to sleep. When he woke up again, he saw that 2 more servants had come and were helping him out of his chains. He tried to ask a few more questions, and the other man ignored him like a mute. At this moment, Lin Feng finally accepted this reality. Without Shu Lingshang's permission, he really couldn't leave anymore. Then wait until she gets tired of playing. I've waited 18 years. So it's not so bad for a few days. He felt that Shu Lingshang was only a momentary novelty to him. And when this novelty passed, he cautioned himself not to delude himself into trying to reason with her. She was a complete lunatic. With his hands finally released, he rubbed his wrists, which had been imprinted with chain marks, and ran to the bathroom after the servants left. After finally getting comfortable and settled, he stared at himself in the mirror. In just a few days, his face had gone horribly pale. And because he had been starving for so long, he had thrown up quite a bit from the sudden binge. And the pain that came from his neck from time to time was agonizing. Forget it. Can't you afford to mess with it? He had no place to go now anyway. So he'd just stay here as a corpse and get better first. He rubbed his stomach, the feeling of regurgitation preventing him from eating those feasts. He wants some porridge. He groped his way downstairs and saw Wang Ma and the others cleaning the table. Seeing the gauze wrapped around his neck, Wang Ma's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. But she didn't say much. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Good morning, sir." Lin Feng didn't respond. He saw that there were a lot more people in the living room today. At least 7 or 8 of them, all wearing the same uniforms, busying themselves, seemingly preparing for an important banquet. But none of that mattered to him as he asked, "Got any porridge? Kanji?" Wang Ma froze, then smiled and said, "Yes. But sir will have to wait a little while for Miss to come back before he can have his meal. It's not that she's sick." You have to wait for her to come back for a meal? Some anger bubbled up on Lin Feng's face and he choked back. If she doesn't come back, I'll have to wait until I starve to death. Right? That won't happen. Wang Ma waved her hand and smiled. The banquet food is ready. Miss will be back in an hour. You can just sit on the sofa and wait for a while. After saying that, Wang Ma went to work on something else. Lin Feng was directly angry until the corners of his mouth were twitching. What bullshit compromise? He wasn't going to compromise. He has to wait for her to come back for a meal. And if she doesn't come back, he has to go hungry. What kind of bullshit rule is that? It's even affecting his normal life. Lin Feng was so angry that he was speechless. The door of the restaurant was still locked. He couldn't get in at all. With a look of indignation, he sat down on the couch and yelled at the ceiling. I want water. He said that? On a speeding black Bugatti. Chu Lingshang sat in the back seat and asked with an icy voice. On the driver's seat. Yu Shuiyan glanced at the rearview mirror with her afterglow. Looking quite agitated. Yes. Miss. Where did you find such a superb product that you can't even look at the money? Chu Lingshang was silent for a moment and coldly dropped 4 words. Picked up by the roadside. Put. Yu Shuiyan had a handshake and almost drove the car into a ditch. I say. Missy. You're crazy. Can you pick up that man on the side of the road carelessly? What if his family finds out? Although the Chu family can single-handedly cover the sky, this person if dead that is still good to do. The key is a big living person. Suddenly to the captive. This his family is not to make a mess? It was midday. And the blinding sunlight flashed through the car window. Chu Lingshang's eyes sank. Her voice still icy cold. They won't know. Yu Shuiyan wanted to say something else. But through the rearview mirror, she swept the icy coldness in the bottom of Chu Lingshang's eyes. And her vision was so terrifying that it almost pierced through her. She trembled and hastily changed the topic. Miss. The last incident has been investigated clearly. It was Zhang Yingying who tampered with your red wine glass at the banquet. I have told the following people to cut off all the contracts of the Zhang family. As for Zhang Yingying, how to dispose of it? She droned on and on. But Chu Lingshang didn't seem to be listening. Her slender neck was raised high, the back of her head resting against the seat cushion. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced thoughtfully out the window at the scenery flying by. She suddenly felt that this trip home today was really long. And after driving for so long she hadn't even reached. Seeing this, Yu Shuiyan already knew it by heart. She didn't say anything more and focused on driving the car. Lin Feng sipped his tea. And as the warm tea entered his mouth, the symptoms of his regurgitation were well relieved. He looked boredly at the busy servants in front of him. And then sideways, glancing out the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was midday in the bright garden. And apart from the footsteps of the servants running back and forth, he could even hear the wind whistling past the window. Come to think of it, he'd struggled for 18 years. And before adulthood he'd even slept with fear of being kicked out of his house one time he was awake. He had lived so carefully and groveled so much that he was physically and mentally exhausted. He had never been so quiet in his appreciation of the beauty of the world. Those branches and leaves trembling by the wind made him physically and mentally soothed. And he only felt that he was at ease at this moment. As if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. If he hadn't been forced to stay here, he thought he might like it. However, this moment of tranquility didn't last long as he saw a black Bugatti approaching not far from the green lawn outside. The demon is back. Lin Feng instantly returned to his senses. Just wanted to speak. Hemmed and hawed the knot in his throat to drive the wound in his throat. The pain continued and strong. Miss is back. Fast. Wang Ma, who had been staring out of the window, hurriedly urged a sound. And the movements of the servants around her also sped up a lot. Their work was finished and wrapped up early before the black car arrived. Wang Ma rushed to the front door. Glancing at Lin Feng, who was still sitting on the sofa, she couldn't help but speak out and remind him. "Sir, Miss is back. You have to get up and greet her. She really thinks she's the king of the mountain. Doesn't she? You're getting up to greet her? Bullshit." Lin Feng bristled and choked. She can't walk without legs herself. Can she? Seeing this, Wang Ma helplessly shook her head and didn't say anything more, backhanding the gate and pulling it open with a smile on her face. Outside the house, Chu Lingxiang was dressed in a shoulder-sliding black dress with a sagging hemline. And as her body twisted, the tail of the dress floated and her steps became lotus flowers. "Miss, welcome back." Wang Ma smiled and sidestepped to one side, making way for Chu Lingxiang, asking in passing, "The banquet food has been prepared. Is it time to dine now?" "Aha." Chu Lingfang responded coldly, her sharp eyes looking around the living room until they swept down on Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. Glancing at Chu Lingxiang's expression, Wang Ma hurriedly explained. "Mr. threw up a lot in the morning. Maybe his body hasn't recovered yet." The implication was to help Lin Feng explain. Chu Lingxiang knew it in her heart and did not break it down, only saying, "Go prepare the meal." "Yes." Wang Ma nodded her head repeatedly and rushed to the kitchen to greet them. It was just that Lin Feng on the sofa, who was trying to take advantage of the gap between Chu Lingxiang's return to drink some water and express his dissatisfaction, didn't expect to hear Wang Ma say this. He nearly spat out a mouthful of water. No. He was on the second floor early in the morning. Wang Ma didn't even go up the stairs. How could she know he threw up? This villa doesn't have surveillance everywhere, does it? So then, his every move is under someone else's watch. In the darkness of this villa, I'm afraid that there are still people hidden that he doesn't know. So he can't make a move on Chu Lingxiang for the time being. Without allowing him to think much, Chu Lingxiang had already paced in front of him. Her shell is dang pretty as hell. If only she wasn't a lunatic. Lin Feng just sat on the sofa, gazing at her with indignation and helplessness. He saw her take a box out of her bag and remove a necklace with a pink stone tied at the end, its beautiful luster shining in the sunlight. But when he looked closely, it was somewhat constructed like a bell. Lin Feng did not know what brand it was, but Chu Lingxiang out of the hand. Never the usual cheap items. Glancing at the gauze on his neck, Chu Lingxiang teasingly hooked her lips. "You have to get well. Otherwise you won't be able to bring this necklace. Who cares about your shit?" Lin Feng nonchalantly disliked him back. When he was a dog, and giving away necklaces. What a piece of shit. He's a big man. He's not going to wear it. The funk in her heart was provoked by Lin Feng. Chu Lingfang smiled instead of being angry and came as if she didn't treat him as a human being. "That's adorable!" Exclamation point. Lin Feng was so angry that he clenched the cup in his hand and slammed it towards Chu Lingxiang's feet. The loud sound of the cup breaking with a bang instantly enveloped the entire hall. Wang Ma looked anxious as she trotted over, panicked as she cleaned up Chu Lingxiang's tea-stained skirt for her. "Miss, it's my fault. I forgot to put the cup away." The anger in the bottom of Chu Lingxiang's eyes flickered, and she just coldly said, "It's fine. Wang Ma, go serve the food. And clean up later." "Yes, yes, yes." Wang Ma hurriedly answered. And as she turned her head, she glanced at Lin Feng with even more surprise. It was the first time she had ever seen someone dare to do that to her lady. What's more, the lady is actually not angry. The living room returned to tranquility. Lin Feng glared angrily at Chu Lingxiang. The other party just swept him a faint glance, and ignoring the wet skirt, he sat himself down on the main dining table. The servants led by Wang Ma were nimble. And in just a few minutes, a variety of exquisite dishes were already on the table. The aroma filled the air, tempting Lin Feng's taste buds at all times. It had to be said that the Chu family's food was really good. Even though his body wasn't very comfortable right now, he still felt hungry when he smelled the tantalizing aroma of the meal. All the meals had been prepared. Wang Ma hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Chu Lingfrost. Glancing at Chu Lingfrost's waving motion, she nodded slightly, glanced worriedly at Lin Feng, and eventually greeted the crowd and left. The only two people left in the large hall were Chu Lingxiang and Lin Feng. She wasn't afraid to do it herself while she had the chance. Needless to say, I'm afraid there are a lot of people hiding behind this. Lin Feng gave up the idea of holding Chu Lingfeng hostage. Not to mention that he was still injured. These days of observation, Chu Lingfeng more or less knew some kung fu. There was only one chance like this. If the counterattack did not work, I'm afraid that he would still have to suffer from flesh and blood, and even put his life on the line. He's going to swing for the fences, but not at his own peril. He hadn't experienced his life properly yet, and he would never die easily. The hall was quiet. Chu Lingxiang was drinking tea unhurriedly, her icy eyes sizing up Lin Feng from time to time as if she was looking at an interesting prey. Seeing such a look, Lin Feng was very upset. He stood up violently, sat down diagonally opposite Chu Lingxiang and raised his knife and fork indignantly. This action was out of Chu Lingfeng's expectation. She looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully as he cut off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, playing with the flavor. I thought you were going to go on a hunger strike in protest. How could that be? Chewing on the soft, flavorful meat, each swallow tugged at the wound in his throat, and every twinge of pain reminded him that he would get his revenge on the demoness in front of him who had tormented him. I don't want to die. He almost said it through his back teeth. Oh? Chu Lingfeng's eyes gradually deepened and climbed some curiosity. You are indeed different from normal people. What do you mean? Lin Feng didn't understand. Chu Lingxiang nonchalantly twisted up a cherry and placed it in her mouth, chewing and swallowing before faintly saying, after experiencing such a great change, it's surprising that she didn't give up on herself. And she still has the delusion that she's still alive. What do you mean by delusion? Lin Feng was enraged by the stabbing words and said sarcastically, I'm a human being. I have my own mind. Why can't I live? Chu Lingxiang didn't speak again, but instead sized him up with scrutinizing eyes. The atmosphere quickly calmed down. Lin Feng's hand gave a beat. Calm but reacted with astonishment. You investigated me? When he finished speaking, he met Chu Lingxiang's eyes that pierced through everything. And he suddenly felt that his question was hilarious again. Having already had that kind of relationship, and now that he was imprisoned here, how could Chu Lingxiang, who was from a prestigious family, not investigate his bottom line clearly? He didn't say much more and quietly ate the food on his plate. Perhaps startled by his sudden silence, Chu Lingxiang's eyes flickered slightly as she curiously asked, They framed you like that? You haven't thought of revenge? False accusations? Lin Feng's hands gave a beat as the Su family's past surged in his mind. Dad. The investigation is clear. It was Lin Feng who tampered with Xiao Jie's brakes. Eldest sister Su Jiqing pointed at him in anger and disgust. Su Tanda was even more filled with rage, his eyes glaring round. Lin Feng, our Su family has raised you for so many years, and you're actually going to lay your hands on our own son for the sake of money? Lin Feng, do you have a conscience or not? If it wasn't for Xiaoji and not driving so fast, my son, my only precious son, would be dead. Wang Shan clutched Su Jie's hand on the hospital bed with tears and accusations. Lin Feng, at that time, was standing at the entrance of the ward, looking at them incredulously. Su Tongda, who learned the truth? said he wanted to call the police, but was stopped by Su Jia on the bed. Su Jia weakly pleaded with Su Tongda and the others as he said. Brother was just confused for a moment. He added. It is my fault that I have been away from home for so long and that I have come back so suddenly and taken away your love for your brother. He also said. Do not call the police. For the sake of our Su family's reputation. But also for the sake of my brother's life in the future. It does not matter if I suffer a bit of aggression. My brother will surely be lost in the future. Under Su Jia's repeated pleas. In the end, Su Tongda chose to suppress the matter. Only to order Lin Feng to leave his home. Sever all relations with the Su family. And then not allowed to do anything in the name of the Su family. Every time he thought back on this matter, Lin Feng felt funny. Su Jia said that kind of thing. But only because he knew that thing could not stand up to the investigation. Once the police. Things must come out. How else could he frame him? Even though Lin Feng could have called the police. He was completely chilled at that time. Not only is Su Jia's various traps for him after he returned home, but more importantly, his feelings with them for so many years have not been exchanged for even a trace of their trust. Throughout, both his adoptive parents and his three sisters have always looked at him with contempt and disgust. Even if the police confirmed his innocence, they wouldn't believe it. After all, he really wasn't related to the Su family by blood. Revenge? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I won't do anything that's meaningless. For such a reply, Chu Lingxian was quite surprised. I can't imagine he's actually looking at it that way. But being raised in someone else's home from a young age is really not a good time. For some reason, looking at Lin Feng's light and calm eyes, Chu Lingxian inexplicably felt her heart clench. He was sitting in front of her like this. Obviously a living, breathing person. But he made her feel vapid and sprightly to the point where he was almost going to disappear from her sight the next second. Feelings like that upset her. Ever since she was little, there was nothing she couldn't get if she wanted it. Power, status, money. Tons of people went crazy and knelt to her. But only Lin Feng. He never had her in his eyes. Or rather, he never put her in his eyes. The feeling of not being in control almost drove her crazy. Chu Lingxian's eyes burned uncontrollably. And she held back the strong desire to devour him as she asked. Are you trying to get out of here? Instantly, hope lit up in Lin Feng's eyes. He couldn't wait to nod his head. Right. As long as you're willing to let me go. The matter of you injuring me can be written off. Again. At the mention of getting out of here, his eyes, which were as dead as a corpse, erupted into a glittering overflow. Damn. Was she that unworthy of him? Realizing that his emotions were being mobilized by Lin Feng, Chu Lingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. The corner of his lips laced with bloodlust hooked up. Just teasing you. You still really believe it? You. Lin Feng was almost so angry that he fainted. However, after these few days, Lin Feng was about to get used to it. To every crazy word of this crazy woman. He sank his eyes and said faintly. Do what you want. He stopped speaking and avoided Chu Lingxian's line of sight. Chu Lingxian knew that it couldn't be helped if it went on like this. That wouldn't be fun. Those weren't what she wanted. What she wanted to see the most right now was that helpless expression on Lin Feng's sword-browed but world-weary face. She slowly picked up the towel and wiped her hands. Her burning eyes still scanning Lin Feng's body. Throwing down the towel, she teasingly quirked her lips. I can let you out. Instantly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up once again as he raised his eyes to look directly at Chu Lingxian. Waiting for her to make a request. Glancing at his agitated expression. Chu Lingxian was not in a hurry. Her icy voice sounded slowly. I do want to know. Where are you planning to go and what are you going to do? He didn't expect Chu Lingfang to inquire about his future plans. But even if he didn't say these, it would be easy for the Chu family to want to know. What's more, his plan was simple. Just to find a random job as a gatekeeper and settle down for the rest of his life. It's not like it can't be said. Get a job as a security guard. As long as I can make money to support myself. There's not much of a plan. He said so. Chu Lingxiang raised her eyes slightly, seeming a bit incredulous. Just like that? Right. Lin Feng bristled. What's the point of being rich and famous? It's better to be happy and free to live your own little life. Chu Lingfang couldn't be confused by Lin Feng's swinging comments. Where did she think that this man? That's all he dreamed of. It's really not even vulgar. She glanced at it and said coldly. Do you know the strength of the Chu family? I know. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said indifferently. If there's no company that wants me, I'll just work hard and do black part-time jobs. I'll just do it for a day and then run away. Can the Chu family still catch me every day? It's a total bummer. Chu Lingxiang was topped speechless. Indeed. She could indeed order people to watch over Lin Feng. But that part-time job thing was not easy to manage. She had to listen to people reporting on those trips day in and day out. It was annoying to think about it. Chu Lingxiang knew that she was dealing with someone who was indifferent to life. It's not easy to make someone like that beg for mercy. Chu Lingxiang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said thoughtfully, it could dash. At those words, Lin Feng suddenly raised his face. Chu Lingxiang put down the teacup unhurriedly and continued. However, I want you to come to my company for a position and come back here to live every night. Knock. Lin Feng knew that this was already the biggest concession Chu Lingfang had given himself. Instead of being here every day and only being able to look at the few servants in the villa and all these flowers and plants outside, he should go out and become a security guard. Besides, it's saving him rent. Even with the job set up. What's not to like? Lin Feng forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and nodded his head. Okay. I'll agree to your conditions. This meal was the most comfortable meal Lin Feng had eaten since he came here. For no other reason than he was finally able to get out. After dinner, he couldn't wait to mention to Wang Ma what he needed right now, a cell phone. With Chu Lingxiang's approval, he finally got his lost and found cell phone. Once in his bedroom, he couldn't wait to charge his cell phone and turn it on. Unsurprisingly, there was no caller ID on the phone. Not even a Wilson message. However, Lin Feng had predicted this and wasn't too sad. When he clicked on his friend's circle, he saw the dynamic that his big sister Su Jiqing had posted yesterday. My brother is out of the hospital. Mom and Dad said they want to take us on a trip together. Shizi Lake, here we come. The accompanying photo is a group photo of the entire Su family. In the framed photo, a few of them are smiling brightly. Even the second sister Su Panji, who has been studying abroad, has returned. You can see how much they value this dear son. Lin Feng glanced at it, not even clicking on the photo and sliding straight down. Feng Ziyu, love brother you. Let's see who doesn't have the latest outgoing Hermes yet. /naughty/naughty/naughty. Scroll down further and there are messages from workmates about work. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he tapped on the address book line and deleted Feng Ziyu and the Su family without hesitation. Opened his cell phone number address book again and blacklisted all these people. That's what he'd been trying to do for the past few days when he didn't have a cell phone. When it was over with blacking out the last person, Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. And at this moment, he finally gained peace. Once that was done, he lay down on the big, plush Simmons bed, put on a funny type of TV show for himself, and lay back comfortably to enjoy it. Even when Yeshua Yan came over with a medical kit to change his medicine, he didn't talk to her much more. After changing the medicine, glancing at Lin Feng, who was lying on the bed like a grandpa. He said breathlessly, "Miss said that after you get well, you will be given a specialized driver to watch the gate downstairs at the Yihan's group." She didn't expect that Lin Feng would be quite excited at the mention of this. "It doesn't have to hurt. I can serve tomorrow. Just find me some turtlenecks." Staring at Lin Feng's excited face, Yu Shuiyan was speechless. How can someone still really like working part-time? Do you not smell good living here as a lord? You have to run out and show off your difference. Right? Miss is also really. This request actually agreed to. Cannot see that the man in the desire to escape? I'll go ask the lady. The corners of her mouth twitched as she left with her words. Within a short time, the servants had prepared all kinds of men's clothes for Lin Feng, all of which were high-collared. However, these clothes were silky smooth to the touch, and a glance could tell that they were worth a lot of money. Lin Feng finally chose two relatively ordinary black clothes. After all, he was only a security guard now. Wearing so expensive clothes, this is not attracting attention? He didn't want to be known by others about his relationship with Chu Lingshan. Once he got involved with the Chu family, he was afraid that he would have to go back to those days of hooking up and bloodshed. He now just wants to swing for the fences and can't roll anymore. As the day went on, Chu Lingshan didn't come over to disturb him again, and Lin Feng had a rare day of leisure in his bedroom. With the thought of waking up early for work tomorrow and the lost and found freedom coming, Lin Feng was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until most of the night. He woke up from his sleep early the next morning, and after a quick wash, he had just changed his clothes when Yu Shuiyan came over with a medical box. The first time I saw Lin Feng change into formal work clothes. A decent suit lined with his entire body robust. The inner wear is a high-neck sweater, with his tightly pursed thin lips. Ascetic sense. Yu Shuiyan suddenly understood a little bit why her own young lady had to keep him. Feelings are not about him as a person. It's about his body. Isn't it? Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to say anything more. She helped Lin Feng change the medicine and then instructed. Your driver's name is Lu Tianhan. She's already waiting for you downstairs. Specifically, she'll tell you. With that, she left. Lin Feng pulled up the turtleneck sweater that he had pulled down. But he didn't care much about it. He grabbed his cell phone and went straight downstairs. He didn't even pay attention to Wang Ma calling him for dinner. After leaving the villa, Lin Feng really saw a black Maybach parked on the gravel road next to the garden. The corner of his mouth twitched. No! Chu Lingshuang is sick. Right. Letting him take this car to the company? It's because he's not striking enough. Isn't it? But the chance to leave this place was close at hand. So Lin Feng suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and got in the car first. He pulled open the door stiffly. And in the driver's seat, a girl in a black suit was looking at him with a smile on her face. Hello, sir. I'm the driver responsible for picking you up. My name is Lu Tianhan. You can call me Hanin. Our future departure time is 8 a.m. And I'll be waiting for you in front of the company's main gate at 9 p.m. After work. As soon as he got into the car, Lu Tianhan began to blah 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 introduce him. She wasn't as short on words as Yu Shuiyan. Talks like a boiled kettle of water. Rattles on and on. It was rare to hear so many words and to feel the girl's excitement and friendliness. So Lin Feng couldn't help but talk to her. You seem a bit excited? Lin Feng asked, twitching the corners of his mouth. That's for sure. Lu Tianhan skillfully took the steering wheel. A foot on the gas. The car directly launched out. I'm now your full-time driver. Just 2 jobs a day. Too much easier than before. Can't I be excited? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This was the truth. Who doesn't want an easy job? Lu Tianhan continued to borrow, hey. I say you kid is really good luck. Miss also sent me to specially transport you. This treatment is also too fragrant. At those words, Lin Feng frowned slightly. How come the people here would only say such things when they saw him? It was no wonder. They had been doing this kind of work for years. And it was natural for them to be like this under the strong pressure of someone like Chulingshan. How do they know that the most luxurious thing in a person's life is to be able to live oneself? Lu Tianhan continued to blah blah blah. But it was mostly words of envy for Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng lose the desire to try to chat with her. Looking out the window at the scenery driving by, he didn't care to appreciate it. And only said, "Can you get a different car when you pick me up at night?" Change car? Lu Tianhan froze. Isn't this car quite good? The top of the line Maybach. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, where would she be able to drive such a nice car? It's too conspicuous. I'm just a security guard. I don't want to attract attention. Lin Feng said truthfully. It was as if Lu Tianhan had heard some big joke. She glanced incredulously at the rearview mirror and made sure that Lin Feng was indeed dressed as a security guard. And the corners of her mouth twitched even more. I can't understand this man. But he thinks this car is too eye-catching. But this was, after all, a request made by Lin Feng. And it was rare for him to pick up such an easy job. So Lu Tianhan didn't dare to be too perfunctory. And only said, "All right. Then I'll turn around and ask the lady." "Aha." Lin Feng answered. And the next thing he knew, he was speechless all the way. He looked at the scenery outside the window. Calculating the time, worthy of being the Chu family's elected driver, Lu Tianhan drove very fast. Originally more than an hour's journey. She arrived in only 40 minutes. At 8:40, the car was parked in front of the Yihan group. As the foundation of the Chu family naturally needs no introduction. The Yihan's group is one of the largest groups in the capital city. The company's entire floor is built with expensive glass windows. And there is a huge courtyard in front of it, with 2 security booths set up in front of the main gate. This should be its own future post. The car stopped at the gate of the company's front yard. And men in security uniforms immediately stepped out of it. Ms. Lu. Rare guest. The man smiled and bowed his back as he greeted the driver's seat. Lu Tianhan rolled down the window and smiled. "Brother Wang. Good morning." Saying that, she pointed at Lin Feng, who was about to pull open the car door to get out of the car on the back seat, and said, "This is the new employee who has just been recruited here. I'll leave it to you from now on." Wang Changming looked at Lin Feng and quickly nodded. "No problem. No problem. Leave it to me, you don't worry." The conversation ended. Lin Feng also got out of the car. And through the window, Lu Tianhan shouted at him. 9 p.m. I'll come here to pick you up, huh? After saying that, she slammed her foot on the gas and ran away in a puff of smoke. Hearing this, Wang Changming looked at Lin Feng curiously. "Just applied for a job?" "Aha." Lin Feng nodded. Although the job of security guard he did for the first time. But the basic human feelings he still knows. To be able to come out to work this opportunity is rare. He does not want because he did not do a good job. And then be fired by Chu Lingshan to find an excuse. That would be more than worth the loss. So those basic relationships still need to be made. So, he smiled politely and said, "Hello, Brother Wang." "Aha." Wang Chengming nodded his head and understood at a glance. A big company like Yihan Group. Even if it was a security guard, without some skills that would not be able to enter. This person was afraid that he had a relationship with Lu Tianhan. "Come in first," he put down, leading the way. Lin Feng nodded his head and followed him in, sitting down in the security booth right in front of the entrance. looking around the house. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. It really deserved to be called the Chu family. Even the security booth at the entrance of the company was set up so luxuriously. With air conditioning, hot water, a rest area, everything, and a dozen or so large-screen computers connecting to the company-wide surveillance. The security room alone was worth his previous office area. Wang Changming took Lin Feng into his office, poured him a cup of hot water and asked in passing, "Which school did you graduate from?" "Capital City Prime University." Lin Feng answered truthfully and took the cup with both hands. Wang Changming nodded and complimented. "Highly talented student. Shou University can be hard to get into. You've got skills." No. Just lucky." Lin Feng smiled and catered. After observing him, he also knew that this person was the foreman of the security team. He wasn't ambiguous. He directly asked, "Brother Wang, you directly assign me a job." "Okay." Wang Changming nodded, and instead asked nonchalantly, "What kind of work did you do before?" "Nothing. Is their own business? Business failure. Also owed a lot of money." Lin Feng casually huzzowed an excuse. He came here as equivalent to the newborn. The past those he did not want to mention again. Wang Chengming's eyes crossed a flash of understanding. Then in that case, it is that he has never worked. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder with great understanding. "It's okay. You're still young. There are many opportunities to start a business in the future. The company here is 13,000 yuan a month. So if you do a few years of work here, you'll be able to pay it off." Words. Wang Changming turned. "However, this work and entrepreneurship is not the same. In the future you have to be on time to work on time. Cannot be late and leave early. Don't worry about this." Lin Feng assured with a smile. "Aha." Wang Changming nodded and said no more. Flipped over the personnel list and wrote Lin Feng's name on it. And casually asked, "Are you a relative of MS? Lu?" "No." Lin Feng froze and subconsciously shook his head. "No?" Wang Changming's hand lurched. A burst of surprise. "Then people send you to and from work?" Lin Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Changming was surprised. Seemed to react. Smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Rather ambiguous, "Oh, I know." Line. "You do not need to say more. In the future you will be responsible for patrolling it 5 times a day to the company all around. The other is the rest of the time. The work is also easy." As he spoke, he had already registered Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng still wanted to explain. But seeing the situation, he couldn't find a good excuse. So he could only stop. "So what's the process of our patrol?" he asked. Wang Changming said, "Split into morning and afternoon. 2 times in the morning from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. M. Zone. A break from 12 to 2 p.m. M. And in the afternoon it's 3 times at any time starting at 3 p.m. M. to 8:30 p.m. M. Saying that, he looked at Lin Feng as if he was pleasing. "This is a good job. Easy not to mention. You can get $15,000 a month if you have full attendance. This treatment, as well as the work, can be imagined." And he wants to climb a little relationship with Lu Tianhan. Lin Feng also knows. He is trying to explain. But Lu Tianhan to and from work to pick him up is indeed a fact. It is not good to explain. I'm afraid that the more you describe, the darker it gets. Let's make it a mistake. Lin Feng thanked him, received his work license and went out to his post. The ones in charge of the patrols have a special workroom. And everyone can be at their respective stations during their usual breaks. Wang Changming was still specializing in the job that Lin Feng was headed for. Although Lin Feng didn't want to do this, Wang Changming insisted. So he couldn't say anything more. This made a lot of employees look at Lin Feng in a different way. After all, who comes to work here that isn't elite? Take Lin Feng neighboring table employee Li Hao. He himself is a master's degree. Young and talented. On this is also in the many people crawling through the ranks. It is not easy to squeeze into the Billion Han group as a security guard. It's not the recruiting season. And suddenly a young man in his early 20s comes along. And we all know what the ingredients are. After 2 patrols throughout the morning, Lin Feng just followed behind and no one paid any attention to him. But Lin Feng was happy to be free. Although people are dissatisfied, but there is no directly looking for trouble. We also do their own work to get a salary just. He didn't feel it when he was just excited in the morning. But now that a morning had passed, Lin Feng had long been hungry. He ordered takeout at 11:30. He had already observed that the neighborhood was not far from the downtown block. And meal those were not hard to come by. When he got off work at 12 o'clock, he got the takeout and was carrying it toward his post when he saw Li Hao coming out of the house with the cutlery. Lin Feng came surprised. The company has a restaurant? Although Li Hao looked down on Lin Feng a bit. But after all, they worked together. He nodded. There is a staff restaurant in the backyard. Oh. Lin Feng nodded and said thanks. Thanks. I'll go eat tomorrow then. He was quite polite. This sentence of thank you has made Li Hao's heart much less dissatisfied. All are fighting workers. Why make things difficult for each other? Looking at the takeout in Lin Feng's hand, he kindly reminded. The company has $1,000 of meal subsidy per month. The restaurant is cheap. Just prepare the cutlery. Damn. It's worthy of being a big company. The security guards earn over $10,000 a month. Not to mention the meal allowance. I'm afraid there aren't many in the entire capital city with these conditions. He thanked him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Li Hao didn't say anything more and left with the cutlery. In the workspace, Lin Feng was left by himself. And he returned to his seat to open the takeout and began to feast. He ordered takeout? Violet Lighthouse Villa. Shu Lingxian's daily office. At this moment, she was sitting on the sofa, enjoying the exquisite lunch that had just been delivered by the maid, and talking to Yu Shuiyan on a video call using the large LCD monitor. Right, miss? You say this person is not a brain with a bag. Our restaurant's meals are made by star chefs. He does not go to eat. He has to order takeout. Yu Shuiyan's speechless expression zoomed in the screen. Shu Lingxian unhurriedly scooped a spoonful of yogurt into her mouth. And a few touches of amusement were born in the bottom of her eyes. What did Tian Han say about it? She asked. Didn't say anything. Just said he wanted to change his car. Said the Maybach was too conspicuous and inconvenient to go to work. Yu Shuiyan's incomprehensible expression zoomed on her face. Her mouth full of complaints. This mail request is still quite a lot. I really don't understand. Too conspicuous? Shu Lingxian's eyes flashed. A touch of mischief reflected in the bottom of her eyes. Then change it to a Rolls Royce. AH? Before Yu Shuiyan could finish her sentence, she was blocked back by Shu Lingxian's words. Is this a game for the lady? The black Maybach is relatively low profile. And now it is directly replaced with a Rolls Royce, which is not full of companies to tell others the identity of Lin Feng. But she didn't dare to refute her young lady's decision, and could only nod her head and say, Okay. I'll give Tian Han the word later. Shu Lingxian didn't respond again. She stared at the various exquisite dishes on her plate and thought. All but released him from work and I didn't realize he was still thinking about skimming off the top with her? Shu Lingxian suddenly hooked her lips. How in heaven's name can it be that simple? She mumbled her lips and her icy voice rang out. Tell the directors that I will be at the company tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for a directors meeting. Yu Shuayen was shocked. Since Miss took over the company began. Are held by her General Assembly. Miss generally in the city villa to do the work. At most is the video link. Half a year before going to the company. But from the last time Miss go to the company is less than a month. And now to go? That's too counterintuitive. Isn't it? But Yu Shuayen didn't dare to say anything more. She could only nod her head and say, all right. I know. I'll inform down. Chu Lingxiang didn't speak again as she dined with elegant movements. Spoon after spoon. Yu Shuayen knew it by heart. Didn't say anything more? And hung up the phone of her own accord. The lunch break passed in the blink of an eye. And the employees returned to their jobs one after another. Afternoon work as usual. Lin Feng took the time to also order a takeaway to buy himself some cutlery. After all, the company has a meal allowance. He does not use it, is not a fool? Chu Lingxiang didn't say when she was going to let him go. And while she was this fresh, she also offered him a job. So he could save some. By the end of the day she was tired of playing and he had the savings to change jobs. Lin Feng had planned it this way. With a salary of 15,000 a month. He was going to take out 10,000 and save it. So what he could spend was only 5,000. However, he didn't have many friends now. And usually didn't have to socialize. So there were very few places to use money. And after a month of work, he really couldn't think of any place to spend money. And he might even be able to save it all. He suddenly felt that this life was pretty good now. Only, when the last patrol came down in the evening, Wang Changming did call everyone together and said he wanted to have a meeting. Outdoor office area. Wang Changming stood in the very center. Said towards everyone with a serious face, everyone, I announce something. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Miss Chu will come to the company in person for a meeting. Those who are responsible for the monitoring all give me 12 points of spirit. Patrols are changed to once an hour. All give me a serious point. Do you hear me? The employees responded in unison. Yes. Lin Feng also shouted with the flow. But in his heart there is some contempt. Chu Lingxiang to come on the chant. But also to make such a big gesture. Make it seem as if she did not come to the company as. Before he could finish spitting in his mind, he heard the worker next to him complaining. I knock. Didn't Ms. Chu come here half a month ago? How come again? This who knows Once she came cannot even touch the fish. Such a large yard. An hour cannot finish turning. But also add a trip. Brother. You're wrong. Ms. Chu hasn't got a date yet. If she's taken a liking to you, do you still need to do this miserable job? You say so lightly. Who has that good luck to be looked at by Miss Chu? Her family that cannot pass. Hey. You're wrong. People should have dreams. What's wrong with soft food? I love soft food. These conversations made the corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitch. Really being looked at by Chu Lingxiang. It was equivalent to being a puppet. Even losing oneself. Looking at other people's eyes every day. What was the point of living such a life? He knew all too well the agonizing and desperate feeling of being a parasite. Don't want a second one in this life. Lin Feng's mouth turned away and he directly crossed the crowd to sit in his chair. Noticing Lin Feng's reaction, Li Hao came over to him in a rare way. You'll be on a team with me tomorrow. I'll apply with the leader. Miss Chu will be here tomorrow. So there can't be any mistakes. Knowing that Li Hao was kind. After all, the first day on the job, Lin Feng did not refuse. Grateful. Thank you. Let's add a contact? Okay. Li Hao nodded. After this day together, he realized that Lin Feng wasn't that nosy and spoke politely. He directly took out his cell phone. You sweet me. Good. As their cell phones beeped, the two added their contact information to each other. Li Hao is also not ambiguous. After adding friends, then very atmospheric patting Lin Feng's shoulder. In the future, if there is any work problems, ask me. Okay. Thanks, Hao. The two exchanged pleasantries and it was time for them to leave work. Before reaching the door, seeing Lin Feng standing alone at the gate, Li Hao also kindly reminded. There's a bus stop sign 200 meters over there. All the companies in this neighborhood take the bus there. Lin Feng thanked him repeatedly. And when he saw Li Hao turn around and leave, he secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that other than Wang Changming, the others in the company didn't know about him having someone to pick him up and drop him off. At this moment the employees had pretty much left. Lin Feng had already observed. The people within the company basically got off work between 8 and 8:30. They security guards were half an hour later. This was quite good. And Lu Tianhan wouldn't be seen by too many people when he picked him up. After waiting for 5 minutes, at 9 o'clock sharp, Lu Tianhan appeared at the gate on time in his car. But the moment the window rolled down, Lin Feng directly exploded. No! Why did you change to a Rolls-Royce? What's wrong with you? He said not to be so conspicuous. Get a Wuling Hongguang to drive almost enough. But also changed a more conspicuous. Get in the car. This is what the lady ordered. Rolls-Royce Phantom. The world's top sports car. It'll definitely make you feel good to sit in it. Lu Tianhan was full of excitement. She wanted to drive this car for a long time. Thanks to Lin Feng's blessing. Today alone, she had 2 car addictions. And now even the Rolls-Royce was open. She felt that this life was worth it. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he glimpsed a few people in the company heading out. Afraid of being seen, he hurriedly pulled open the door and got into the car. It was a really nice ride and a nice environment. But for the moment, he was so angry that he didn't want to talk. He really wanted to break open Xu Lingfang's brain to see what was inside. Their little shit. Did they have to make it known to everyone? He forced himself to hold back the thought of cursing and rushed Lu Tianhan. Tomorrow. You can wait for me in the underground garage. Huh? Why? This road is not close. I still have to reverse out. Wait for you at the door is not on the line. Lu Tianhan was full of puzzlement. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and asked. Your lady didn't ask you to pick me up somewhere. Did she? That wasn't said. The lady just said to transport you. The underground garage then. Lin Feng's unrefusable voice rang out, which in turn caused Lu Tianhan to subconsciously glance at the rearview mirror. Seeing Lin Feng's furious face in the mirror, her heart trembled and she didn't dare to be slow. Nodding her head and saying, Okay. Next to the bus stop sign. Li Hao and the others were chatting in their special seats, glancing at the car traveling by. A few people suddenly discussed. Hey. I knock. Is that a Rolls-Royce? Shit. Global Limited Edition Phantom. Mama. Which company's lady young master is this? I guess there's a big contract. Isn't MS Chu coming to the company tomorrow? It should be for this matter. OMG. When will I ever be lucky enough to ride in a car like this? Still sitting. It's worth my life to drive for a while. Sprinting past the car, the backseat of Lin Feng saw Li Hao and other workers chatting that scene. The expression of freedom makes him envious. That is his heart yearning for the freedom of life. Lake Pleasant Lodge. Just as she entered the front door, Wang Ma greeted her with a smile. Sir. Welcome back. Do I need to prepare a snack for you? Lin Feng waved his hand. He doesn't have the habit of eating late-night snacks. He had an hour to eat during his shift change in the evening. And he'd already ordered takeout and ate it. 2. I didn't see Chu Lingsheng. And from the looks of it, she shouldn't have come back. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The crazy woman wasn't there. That would be great. He went straight upstairs. Back to his bedroom. And after washing up, he got into bed and played with his phone for a while before falling asleep. The next morning he rose early and on time. This time he learned the hard way and just ate breakfast downstairs, which left him some money. There were quite a few kinds of breakfast. The large table was filled with various kinds of meals. But he was the only one eating. It was inevitably a bit extravagant. Glancing at Wang Ma, who was busy at the side, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Wang Ma, let's eat together. I can't finish this much." Unexpectedly, Wang Ma seemed to have heard something horrible and waved her hands repeatedly. "No! No! 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 Mrs. Rules. Servants are not allowed to eat at the table. Damn rules again. This crazy woman has a lot of rules." Lin Feng skimmed his lips and asked in passing, "Your lady didn't come back? Miss had something to do last night. This place is far from the city. And she usually doesn't come back here to spend the night." Wang Ma said truthfully. Staring at Lin Feng, she couldn't help feeling in her heart. Miss usually came back only once or twice a month. But since Lin Feng came, Miss came home more and more often. Lin Feng didn't say any more. He ate the last dunked soup dumpling at fire speed and got up to leave. As usual, Lu Tianhan was still waiting for himself at the door. Getting into the car. It was another 40 minutes to reach the office. This time, Lu Tianhan directly took him to turn into the underground garage. Although he had to take a 10-minute detour to walk to the security room, Lin Feng was willing to do so. At 9 o'clock sharp, Lin Feng punched his card. "Man, you are really not bringing it a minute early." Just after sitting down at his workstation, Li Hao came over and spat. "Ah. Part-time job. Just arrive on time," Lin Feng answered. And before he could say anything more, he saw Li Hao stand up. "Come on. Let's team up and check out the building today." He was called up before his ass was even warmed up. So Lin Feng hurriedly followed him. Grabbing their survey equipment, electric batons and flashlights, the two men entered the company through the front door. This was also the first time that Lin Feng had entered the interior of the Yihan group of companies. Just entering the door, he was surprised by the scene in front of him. The lobby was lined with all kinds of exquisite furnishings. A fountain and flower pool was set up in the center. And the corner was divided into two areas: the rest area and the reception area. Those ornaments on those coffee tables alone are known to be worth a lot of money. "How's Z? Coming to patrol?" The reception elder brother at the door smiled and greeted Li Hao. "Right. Bring the newcomer over to recognize the way." Li Hao answered with a smile and pointed at the big brother towards Lin Feng. "This is the company's reception. Manager Run." Lin Feng scanned his work badge. "Ren Fei." He nodded and smiled. "Hello, Manager Run." "Hello." Ren Fei also smiled and nodded his head, kindly reminding in passing, "Be gentle when you patrol the top floor, huh? MS. Shu is having a meeting." "Okay. Got it. Let's go then, huh?" Li Hao waved his hand and led Lin Feng towards the inside. Passing by those transparent glass and glancing at the luxurious office area inside, Li Hao couldn't help but lament. "Hey! When can I just sit inside here? Rarely recognize a friend." Lin Feng also smiled and talked to him. "Our work now is not quite good. This company is big. We turn down a few times a day, even fitness costs are saved. Not better than they sit in the office? Li Hao as if he heard a big joke. I say, brother. Do you know that any one of these people have a salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? Whereas our shitty security guards can be compared. Said. He pressed the light elevator button. This is still only the first floor. The higher up, the higher the level of the position. Single I know of a few are paid millions of dollars a year. Lin Feng wasn't much surprised about all this. After all, it's the Chu family's company. As far as he knew, the Chu family was unimaginably powerful. And he was afraid that this was only one of the companies under the Chu family. Chu Lingxiang may still have many bases outside. But it looked as if no one here knew about it. Just by looking at Li Hao's reaction today. The Chu family's actions are low-key enough. The higher up you go, the fewer people there are and the more lavishly decorated the company is. Followed Li Hao. The two layer by layer to check. Only in the last layer left on the top floor. Li Hao suddenly covered his stomach full of pain to say. Bad. A bowl of snail powder in the morning, dry bad stomach. Before Lin Feng had time to react, a flashlight was shoved in his hand. Brother. You go first. No one is in the upstairs corridor at this moment. Just turn around casually. I need to use the restroom. After coming here for 2 days, Li Hao had also helped himself a lot. So Lin Feng had no reason to refuse. He nodded and pressed the elevator. Okay. I'll meet you here later then. Thanks a lot. Li Hao covered his stomach and ran towards the toilet. The elevator doors closed and Lin Feng headed to the top floor alone. As Li Hao said. The moment the elevator door opened, the corridor was really empty. Only a burst of discussion came from behind the frosted glass next to it. Everyone is really in a meeting at the moment. Even though it was his first time here, Lin Feng didn't get nervous as he walked straight out of the elevator to finish his patrol. But just as he finished his patrol and was about to leave on the elevator, he saw the lounge next to the conference room being pulled open. It was the person Lin Feng desperately didn't want to run into. Yu Xuan. At the moment, she appeared in front of him on a pair of high heels. Refined and competent. Yo! With style. Glancing up and down. Yu Xuan wrapped her arms around herself and leaned. Lin Feng didn't want to be seen by others too much. He planned to pretend he didn't see it and go straight around. But he didn't expect that he had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by Yu Xuan raising her hand. Run for what? The lady told you to come inside. Let me? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It's not that she's crazy. This is a company. Next door is the conference room. Yu Xuan slightly raised her forehead, put down her hand and walked towards the conference room, dropping a sentence in the process. Hurry up and go, big security guard. Don't let the lady wait in a hurry. Looking at the door of the lounge that was close at hand, Lin Feng bit his back teeth and finally walked in with a stiff upper lip. No sooner had he taken 2 steps into the room than he heard that familiar and extremely cold voice ringing out from the back of the office seat. Bring the door. Lin Feng couldn't wait to hurry up and close the door. And he hurriedly did so. In the next second, the chair behind the desk turned over. Chu Lingxiang was wearing a snow-white suit. Her slender legs cocked up. Her feet on white high heels resting on the desk. Looking at him with a smile. She really does have a good eye. Changing into his security uniform added a touch of the forbidden. His perfectly long body wrapped in a decent formal uniform. The way he restrained himself was almost too funny. The smile at the corners of Chu Lingxiang's mouth grew even wider. And there were a few more points of concealment in her Danfang eyes. Being looked at by her sight, Lin Feng pursed his lips and chose to open the door. What is it that Miss Chu is looking for me for? His tone wasn't very nice, and even hid the resentment of someone who wanted to eat him. Chu Lingxiang hooked up her lips and slightly raised her hand. stretching out her long and slender index finger and hooked it slightly. Come here. Lin Feng clutched the electric stick and refused to move. Just tell me what's going on. I have a patrol to do. He hoped she would understand that it was work time and the conference room was next door. The employee directors were all in the conference room at this moment, waiting for her to have a meeting. So she, the big boss, couldn't just sit in the break room and pose for shit. Could she? Xu Lingxiang, who had never been rejected before, was a bit annoyed, but still extremely patient as she rushed to him. I remember the company's rule that patrol squads are only possible if 2 or more people are paired up. Right? Lin Feng frowned slightly. She hadn't even left the door and hadn't seen Yu Shuiyan come back to report. So that meant that she knew about it early on? I don't think so. Li Hao said he'd have to apply for it. The assignment of security guards is done on the same day. His eyes fell on the computer screen on the table in front of Chu Lingxiang. She should have seen it on the monitor. According to Chu Lingxiang's character, if she were to make things difficult, I'm afraid Li Hao wouldn't even be able to keep his job. Associated with the fact that Li Hao had taken care of him quite a bit in the past 2 days. And that this was his first friend here. Lin Feng didn't want to see that kind of thing happen. So, through clenched back teeth, he asked, "What the hell do you want?" "Nothing. Just asking you to come over." With that, she lowered her legs, her slender right leg resting on her left. Glancing at Lin Feng, Chu Lingxiang added playfully, "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" Lin Feng subconsciously clenched the tool in his hand and moved in silence. Chu Lingxiang raised her forehead slightly, admiring him from such a close distance, even smelling the air as he walked over. Maybe the company heat was turned up too much. It was only early spring and she could smell the crispness of the boys. Too far. Her eyes flickered slightly as she added with some displeasure, "This is close enough." Lin Feng was just about to dislike the sound, when he looked up and glimpsed her lazily leaning on the seat, her cool and absolutely beautiful eyes staring straight at him. Hiss. Lin Feng subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart and hurriedly lowered his head once again. He walked around the desk in silence and stood beside her. The closer he got, the denser the smell of him spread. A touch of bloodlust crossed the bottom of Chu Lingxiang's eyes. "Aha." She stretched languidly and said, as if casually, "Carry me next door." Lin Feng felt like the last string in his head was going to collapse. "You're legless yourself." Hiss. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a pinch. Her words changed and her eyes fell on the monitor on her desk. "I have surveillance everywhere. Do you think you'll get away with this?" "I think." Chu Lingxiang turned her head and playfully continued, "You don't want me to call the police either, do you, big security guard?" After a long silence, he spoke. "You're going to the conference room, aren't you?" He wanted to say he could still walk her to the door. There would be no need to go in. But Chu Lingxiang laughed. "The shoes are uncomfortable. Just carry me to the changing room." Phew. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He placed his survey tools on the table and easily scooped her up across the table. He did not dare to relax, afraid of falling her this big ladies. Then again, do not know what will happen. It's too torturous. Lin Feng suffocated really hard. He pursed his somewhat dry lips and said in a muffled voice, "Miss Chu, if you are like this, I can't walk." He's telling the truth and trying to warn the big lady. However, he did not expect Chu Lingxiang to choke him out very sarcastically. "How can you be a security guard for my company if you don't even have this much strength?" "You." Lin Feng was dumbfounded by his dislike and could only speed up his pace, resigning himself to carrying her to the dressing room. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he had just managed to bend his hand to pull the door handle of the restroom. And the moment the door opened, He felt her fingertips aggravate a few times. As if to make bad. Lin Feng didn't dare to say much for fear of being seen by others. So he could only hold his breath and quickly rushed into the locker room next door. Finally placing Chu Lingfeng on the couch in the locker room. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With a twinkle in his eye. But he suddenly remembered something. There seems to be surveillance in the corridor on this floor. He was uncertain in tone. Because he didn't know if there was one or not. He was tasked with patrolling. And he hadn't had time to find out about the part in charge of surveillance. Given that his performance today was not bad, Chu Lingxiang did answer his question generously for the first time. The surveillance on the top floor is independent. At those words, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that his mission had been completed, he didn't want to stay too much longer. And while Chu Lingxiang hadn't yet spoken, he hurriedly said, "I still have to patrol. You change your clothes? I'll leave first." He ran off in a hurry. Without looking back. Behind him, Chu Lingxiang was rare in not making things difficult. Only glancing at Lin Feng's departing back and narrowing her eyes slightly. Coming down from the elevator on the top floor. Lin Feng's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. He hurriedly straightened his clothes and was completely relieved the moment the elevator doors opened. Li Hao has been early to congratulate finished waiting. See Lin Feng out. He was surprised to look at Lin Feng's empty hands. Brother? Our tools? Lin Feng's brain buzzed. Violently remembering the electric stick and flashlight left behind in the restroom. It's over. He's not going to have to make another trip. Is he? He really didn't want to go up there a second time. So he scratched his head and huzoed. Ah. Just checking the electric box. I think I forgot it on the table next to. Li Hao glanced speechlessly and looked at the time. Forget it. It's fine to put it there. It's almost 11 o'clock. They have an intermission for the meeting. We can't bother. Let's find a time to go get it again. Aha. Lin Feng nodded. His heart relieved. Followed Li Hao back to the work area. Did not sit for a while to patrol the second trip. This time they were in charge of the periphery. Going back and forth around the yard a few times and calling it a day. Chu Lingfeng did not come back to find trouble until noon. When he heard Wang Changming say that Chu Lingfeng had already left the company. And then he was relieved. At noon, he took the prepared dishes and followed the workers to the dining room. He had already seen the big spending of the Billion Han Group. And the luxurious decoration of the restaurant didn't surprise him much. Casually hitting a braised pork over rice and nori egg drop soup. Lin Feng found a corner seat and ate in silence. The day ended quickly. And towards the end of the evening, near quitting time, around 8 o'clock, the guys were pretty much gone. It was an unusual practice that on the day Chu Lingxiang came to the company, they could leave work an hour earlier. The security room was soon pretty much empty. So aboard Lin Feng sat at his workstation and swiped his phone. Planning to wait until 8:50 before setting off for the garage. But before he could relax for a moment, he heard a girl's voice from outside. Anyone? Uncle Wang. Are you there? At this moment the entire security room was just Lin Feng himself. He put away his cell phone and got up to open the door. When he caught a glimpse of a girl standing in the doorway, wearing a big one-size professional outfit, which was inexplicably a bit comical to wear when paired with her rather cute face. Seeing that someone was there, the girl hurried forward. Where's Uncle Wang? Has everyone left? Lin Feng looked at her in amusement. Why don't you leave after work? The girl didn't seem to react. Her face instantly frustrated. Ah. Then what to do? My car broke down. I have to call a tow truck. Seeing that she wasn't too old and shouldn't have much work experience, Lin Feng kindly said, I'll open the door for you. And you can call the trailer. That won't work. The trailer is so big. To get into the company you have to get approval from Uncle Wang. The girl muttered. But in the next second, her eyes fell on Lin Feng, giving birth to a flash of hope. Little brother. Do you know how to fix cars? Me? Lin Feng was a bit stunned for a moment, and turned his thoughts to ask. What's wrong with your car? I think it's the engine. It won't start. It won't even drive. Seeing that she couldn't even fathom exactly what was broken. Fearing that she was new to this. And since he himself had nothing to do right now, and would be going to the garage later, he said, Let's go. I'll take a look at it for you. Thank you, little brother. The girl's eyes instantly lit up, and she followed Lin Feng towards the underground garage in a frenzy. Are you new to the job? On the way, Lin Feng casually asked. He looked at the girl who wasn't too old. Right. I just graduated and my family got connections to get in. At those words, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. She didn't avoid it. This kind of thing was directly declared. He kindly warned. The workplace is not like school. So it's better to keep that sort of thing to yourself. I know. Brother, don't worry. I'm only saying this because I see that brother is nice. The girl blinked mischievously and took the initiative to say. Brother. My name is Xia Qingqing. We'll be friends from now on. Lin Feng didn't really want to make friends. The more friends he had, the harder he was going to be held. Today's Li Hao is an example. What's your name? Brother? She blinked and tilted her face up to look at Lin Feng, who was a head and a half taller than her. His eyes flashed, and the tone of his reply was a few points colder. Lin Feng. Chatting like that, we reached the underground garage. Under Xia Qingqing's guidance, Lin Feng scrutinized the body of the car. And finally, a bit speechless, he let Xia Qingqing insert the key. As she inserted the key, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Did you not step on the clutch? Xia Qingqing suddenly reacted, scratching her head in some embarrassment. I just took the driver's license not long ago. I forgot. Lin Feng was filled with speechlessness. Just like this, her family could feel at ease to let her go on her way? What a big heart. Xia Qingqing got into the driver's seat, pulled on the seatbelt, and hurriedly said, Don't worry. I'm still a very stable driver. I just forgot for a moment. Brother, want to go home? Do you want me to give you a ride? You're giving him this piece of shit? She dares to send it, but he doesn't even dare to sit on it. Right? Lin Feng glimpsed the conspicuous Rolls-Royce in the distance slowly pulling in. He hurriedly shook his head. No. You should go. I'm leaving from work later too. Seeing him say so, Xia Qingqing no longer invited. Pulled on the car door. Sent the car to leave. You could have called me to come pick up early from work today. Just after getting into the car, Lu Tianhan's broken mouth began. Lin Feng had gradually gotten used to the fact that she talked a lot, and it was rare to have a chance to chat. He spat. I don't have your number. Bear. It's the sound of sudden braking. Tires scraping the ground. Ma! I actually forgot to add your contact information. Lu Tianhan slapped his head and pulled out his cell phone. Come on. Come on. You sweep me. Lin Feng was a bit speechless as he pulled out his cell phone and scanned it. The add friend beep sounded and he put a note on her. Lu Tianhan also pressed a few times on the cell phone screen. Changed a note to Lin Feng to second rich master. And on the other hand, she talked. You can contact me in cases like getting off work early. For example, if you want to buy something, you can send me a message. Exclamation point. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It's okay to call you at other times? Of course. Lu Tianhan nodded and smiled. I'm now your full-time driver. You have something to say to me on the line. Miss and did not limit your travel. Cam. Then what's he doing ordering takeout every day for the past 2 days? He had thought that Chu Lingxiang had asked him to work here in order to spy on him and prevent him from going out. So it seemed that she wasn't heartless to this extent. Lin Feng was instantly in a good mood. Glancing at Lin Feng's happy appearance in the rearview mirror, Lu Tianhan was filled with surprise. You don't know? Right. Lin Feng nodded. Very grateful. Thank you for telling me this. Lu Tianhan. If she wasn't still driving right now, she'd hate to give herself an earful. What's the point of talking so much more? Now it's better. Her original workload of 2 trips a day is going to increase. Adhering to the principle of saying more than one thing, Lu Tianhan rarely spoke again and held his tongue hard all the way. Lin Feng didn't care. After all, this news was simply great news for him. The midday break wasn't short enough for him to go around the city, or take time off work to go out and have some fun, or figure out when Ling Frost wasn't returning to the lodge and find a bar to get high. He instantly felt that his future was very bright and that the freedom he had been looking forward to was close at hand. Lin Feng was almost so excited that he didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night. He didn't even bother to care if Chu Lingxiang came back or not. It was not a good idea to take a leave of absence when he had just joined the company. So for a few days in a row, he went to work as usual. Chu Lingxiang did not come back to the company. The past few days down, although he intentionally in the estrangement, but Li Hao is sitting next to it. Because of the last time. And now he often probes over to nag with Lin Feng. One after another. The two people relationship is also good. Of course. Besides Li Hao, Lin Feng also had a little sister by his side. Big brother Lin. Big brother Li. This way. In the restaurant, Xia Qingqing sat in the corner and waved at them excitedly. Since the last time, Xia Qingqing often took advantage of the time off to come to Lin Feng's side to nag. The inner post is not like the outer post. There are too many hooks. Xia Qingqing often complained. Lin Feng didn't have a problem with it and took it all as listening to gossip. But Li Hao, who was sitting next to him, was instead interested every time. Over time, the three gradually familiar with each other. In this company each other is also considered half a friend. Every day at noon Xia Qingqing will also hold the lunchbox to run over to eat with them. Come after you beat the rice. Li Hao answered and slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Brothers, let's go. Hit the rice. Lin Feng nodded slightly, glanced towards Xia Qingqing, and headed straight to the window to beat the food. To the two of them, Lin Feng was as distant as he could be. He didn't want a soft spot. The current him could still put up a bad fight and play dead. But once he had a soft spot, it would be easier for Chu Lingxiang to pin him down. What's more, no matter what the job is, as long as it's a workplace, how can you have real friends? Just as she sat down, Xia Qingqing came with a face full of excitement. Are you guys on vacation tomorrow? Vacation? Lin Feng froze. He hadn't bothered to ask about this since he came here. Counting the time should be about right. Li Hao tapped his cell phone and glanced at it. It's almost time. I've been working for a full week and I was able to take a day off. Xia Qingqing was instantly happy and looked at Lin Feng with a face full of expectation. What about you? Big brother Lin? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Hao jumped ahead. He can take a break too. Enough for a week. Great. Xia Qingqing instantly became excited and said with a radiant look. Then let's go sing karaoke tomorrow? I haven't gone out to play for so long since I came to the capital city. Huh? Li Hao froze. You didn't go to college in the capital city? No, I am the Sea City Financial University. Our school control is strict. The course is also tight. My mother is afraid that I cannot catch up with my homework, not let me go out to play. Mentioning this, Xia Qingqing's tone was a bit low, as if she had touched on a sad story. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Li Hao hurriedly dried a few mouthfuls of rice and vaguely said, "Okay. Then let's go get high tonight and sleep in tomorrow." Xia Qingqing's lowered eyes instantly lit up, looking at Lin Feng with expectation. Then Lin big brother. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lin Feng directly interrupted. "I won't go. I have something else to do in the evening." Seeing that Xia Qingqing's cute face was filled with loss, Li Hao couldn't bear it and complained. "Anyway, you can sleep tomorrow. Why are you so upset? This is really not a spoiler." Although he would like to go, but his whereabouts are that crazy woman always monitoring. If you really go, there may not be any consequences to. Lin Feng could only refuse stiffly. "I do have something. It's not very convenient." "What? Going on a date with your girlfriend?" Li Hao was holding a green vegetable in his mouth and flirted in passing. On the opposite side, Xia Qingqing, however, suddenly tensed up and carefully stared at Lin Feng. "Not." Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes sinking. "Indeed. I don't seem to have seen you chatting with anyone either." Li Hao muttered a sentence. At first glance a big grin. "Is it hard to be that your parents don't let you go out at night, Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Li Hao hooked over his shoulder. "I say, brother. How old are you, still being controlled so strictly by your family? We're all adults. What's wrong with going out to play? Who can't be allowed?" Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed. It seemed that Li Hao had a point. Ever since he met Chu Lingxiang and went through those experiences, he seemed to have a bit of a stress reaction and was overly afraid of her. Now that he's out on the job, he's still under her watch. But, well, he's at least a big living person. Can't he live under her shadow for the rest of his life? No. Wasn't an opportunity like the one at hand the kind of freedom he wanted? With just this one sentence, Lin Feng instantly thought about it. He nodded and said instead, "Okay." Without waiting for the two to be happy, Lin Feng hurriedly added, "You guys go first in the evening. I'll take care of something. Let's meet in front of the bar." Finally said Lin Feng agreed. The two naturally had no problem with it. Li Hao immediately said that he wanted to take Xia Qingqing's ride. Xia Qingqing was even more full of promise. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he ate his meal with a stuffy head, calculating in his heart how he would tell Lu Tianhan about this in the evening. Time quickly came to evening, and Lu Tianhan was waiting for him in the garage as usual. "Just pull open the car door." Lu Tianhan hurriedly urged up. Engage in quick. I have to go to the Sea City later." Lin Feng froze, but he didn't rush to get on the car. "Going to the Sea City?" "Right. Sister Shuiyan said she wanted me to send this over. And I don't know what it is wrapped so tightly." She drove the car and pointed her hand towards the passenger side. Lin Feng glimpsed a large box sitting on the passenger side. The car didn't move at all on the way. It seemed to be loaded with heavy objects. It wasn't something he was going to care about. He straightened up and said, "Then you go to the Sea City first, and come back to drop me off." "Ah?" Lu Tianhan was stunned and hurriedly said, "That won't do. Mrs. Mission is for me to pick you up and return you to the mountain village. It's just for me to go back to the mountain village. It doesn't say what time." Lin Feng is now very skillful at fooling people. "Tomorrow is a vacation. I'm going to go to a KTV to have some fun. I'll send you the location. Come pick me up when you're back from the sea market side." "But Ms. Lu Tianhan wanted to say something else. But Lin Feng grabbed the lead and said, "Since they know you're going to send me off at this hour, and they still let you send things, isn't it clear that the time doesn't matter? Besides, it's not like I'm not going back." He casually huzzowed a few sentences. Lu Tianhan is to feel reasonable. Go to the Sea City in Huyue Villa is not by the way. They have to come back. She also do not want to go around the far. She nodded. Okay. So which KTV are you going to? I'll drop you off. Lin Feng slightly hooked the corner of his lips. Fortunately Lu Tianhan wasn't too smart. If he was Yu Shuiyan, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so good at fooling him. He didn't say anything more and went straight to his car. Phoenix Road intersection. So message me when you're done on your end, ha. I'm in a hurry, I have to go first. Without waiting for Lu Tianhan to finish, Lin Feng couldn't wait to get out of the car. With the car door closed and the bustling, noisy street around him, he finally felt a freedom he hadn't felt in a long time. Going back? Depends on his mood. Such a good freedom was too rare. So what if Chu Lingshang could find him? At least this moment in time was his own. He walked briskly into the roadside kiosk, listening to the boisterous talking in the store without the slightest hint of noise. It was 9:30 p.m. And people were coming and going from the neighborhood drinking and eating barbecue, listening to their conversation. Lin Feng was almost so excited that tears fell from his eyes. He grabbed a random pack of gum and paid for it and put it in his pocket. As he stepped out on the way to the KTV, he felt nothing but relief. Phantom Night Sing-Along. Lin Feng walked quickly inside, the gradually noisy music echoing in his head, getting stronger and stronger. He was gradually regaining his sanity from all the torture he had been subjected to in the meantime. In the lobby, several scantily clad and colorfully dressed men and women were grouped together. Put before Su Family Company just started that moment. Lin Feng is off into this kind of place to socialize. Pouncing is the familiar feeling? One for you, sir. The waiter at the door came and inquired towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just about to reply when his shoulder was hooked. Xingqing said you'd be here soon and asked me to come down to pick you up. I didn't realize she'd stuck to the right time. It's Li Hao. He gestured towards the waiter and pulled Lin Feng inside. Through the sparse crowd. On the elevator, Li Hao led him straight to push open the door of the room 301. The box. Xia Qingqing has long opened the wine. Pressed the pause and waited. Seeing people come in, Xia Qingqing directly fished out the playing cards on the table and said excitedly, "Let's say yes. We won't get drunk today." "Okay. I'm a big man who can't outdrink you." Li Hao yelled and went forward. Lin Feng curved the corners of his mouth and followed closely. Box 603 on the top floor. Ziyu, eh? I saw your ex-boyfriend. Just after entering the door. Fang Ziyu's best friend Yu Weiwei was full of tension and came to her ear. Fang Ziyu's cheeks were slightly red and she responded somewhat drunkenly. Which ex-boyfriend of mine? Yu Weiwei was full of tension. Just Lin Feng. You just dumped someone last month. Did you forget? Who? Instantly, the cup in Fang Ziyu's hand was almost dropped. She was busy smiling towards the people in the room. Brothers, you guys play first. I'm going to go to the restroom with Weiwei, ha. Saying that, she hurriedly got up and dragged Yu Weiwei out of the box. You said you saw Lin Feng? Fang Ziyu was full of tension, clamping down on Yu Weiwei's shoulders with a serious face. Yeah. He went to the third floor with a guy. No. He's sick. I made it so clear to him last time. Why is he still acting like a heel? Fang Ziyu spat out a sentence, her face full of disgust. Who says it's not? Yu Weiwei looked worried. Today is Yu Xiao's birthday. He wouldn't be stuck at a point. Right? In case. She didn't even need to finish her words. Fong Ziyu knew what she meant. No way. Today is Yu Xiao's birthday banquet. All those who are here are of the young master level. If he comes over and causes trouble, let alone you trying to catch the young master, I'm afraid I'll be doomed as well. Fong Ziyu's eyes were ruthless. As if the drunkenness just now was all feigned. Then what do we do? Yu Weiwei instantly panicked. Fong Ziyu frowned. And after a moment of silence, she pulled out her cell phone. Don't be in a hurry. I'll make a call. Yu Weiwei nodded her head repeatedly. Watching Fong Ziyu press a string of numbers before turning around and taking 2 steps not far away. How? Haven't slept yet. Have you? Sis gave you a task. I can't. Sister Xia. You're really my sister. I can't drink anymore. Just after 11 o'clock. Li Hao was lying on the sofa begging for mercy. Brother Li. This hasn't even started yet. And you can't do it? Men. You can't say you can't. 2 blushes climbed on Xia Qingqing's lovely face, tugging at Li Hao in an attempt to pull him up. But Li Hao's so big individual grid where her little bird power could tug it. After gripping a few times and hearing Li Hao's tractor-like grunts, Xia Qingqing gave up. She turned her head to Lin Feng. Brother Lin. Let's play then. You haven't even lost much yet. Take a break. It's early anyway. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Playing cards, this kind of thing. He slightly with a little bit of brain can win. Xia Qingqing and is the University of Finance. A little bit of card counting. But it is bitterly how. From the beginning of the sitting here have not won. That's fine. Xia Qingqing nodded. Touched her belly and got up. Then I'll go to the restroom first, ha. I'll fight you to the death later. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and watched Xia Qingqing go out. He got up and paused the song first. And the raucous music came to a screeching halt, leaving the room quiet enough to hear only the stereo next door. As well as Li Hao's heavy snoring. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Bored. He took out his cell phone and swiped through the short videos. The time passed and it was nearing 11:30. Xia Qingqing had been there for half an hour this time and actually hadn't come back yet. This KTV after all. There are many people. And at night they are all drunk. Although the corridor must have surveillance. But a girl out alone. In the end, it is still not safe. He thought for a moment. Looked at the sleeping Li Hao. And decided to go out and take a look. It was also rather late in the day. And all the people coming and going were drunks who had been drinking. Crossing the corridor, Lin Feng had just walked to the door of the restroom and was about to find a waitress to help him go in and take a look, when a male voice sounded behind him. You're Lin Feng, right? Lin Feng frowned and turned around to see a young guy with dyed yellow hair chewing betel nut and looking at him very arrogantly. He never had a good feeling about such people. And he didn't bother to pay attention to why he knew him. Preparing to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, the small yellow hair hooked his shoulder. Came to his ear. Smilingly threatened. The woman in your box is in our room. Be sensible and come with me. Lin Feng thought he didn't have any enemies. He had already left the Su family. He didn't even have any friends he could still be missed. Although Xia Qingqing has nothing to do with himself. But at least a colleague. She every day pestered himself Lin Big Brother. Lin Big Brother called. This thing should be rushed to him. Chu Lingfang shouldn't be despicable enough to use such tactics. He pursed his lips tightly as his hand reached into his pants pocket and, from memory, pressed the record button. Lead the way. He lowered his eyes. His voice cold. Little yellow hair hemmed and hawed and dropped a line. Count on you to know what's good for you. Rounding the corner of the 3rd floor, Little yellow hair pushed open the door to box 312. Lin Feng felt his back being pushed by him and his feet stumbled a little as he rushed in. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xia Qingqing, who was lying on the sofa. While sitting next to him were two men, one of whom he had seen before. It's Fang Ziyue's brother, Fang Mingho. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, Fang Mingho playfully picked up a bottle of beer and grinned as he said to Lin Feng, "Long time no see. Ex-brother-in-law. An old acquaintance indeed." This Fang Mingho, he has some understanding. High school did not finish, began to mix the community. Before the young. Caused a bunch of shit. Only to be warned a few times. Adult personality gradually wanton. Coupled with the Fang family on the one son. Spoiled his lawlessness. Even before he was also because of Fang Ziyue's plea to give him some money. After seeing Chu Lingfang's crazy batch. This kind of person was nothing but a piece of cake in Lin Feng's eyes. His hanging heart dropped halfway down. Glancing at Fang Mingho with contempt as he walked very naturally towards the sofa to sit down. "What is it that you're looking for me for?" Lin Feng spoke indifferently. "It's fine." Fang Mingho smiled and came over, incidentally placing the beer in front of Lin Feng. "It's not that I haven't gotten together with you for a long time. So I wanted to invite you over for a drink dash. After that," he added, "don't worry. Your little girlfriend just fainted. No big deal. Let's drink. If you really want to, please would not be knocked out to take Xia Qingqing threat." He even found someone to go over and inform him. He simply knew exactly what kind of bad water Fang Mingho had in this stomach. His time was precious and he had no time to spend on such people. Lin Feng directly said, "Fang Ziyue didn't tell you that I've broken up with her?" "I've said it," Fang Mingho answered. "But how can I say that you and my sister are in love for a while? Also counts as half of my brother-in-law. Let's have a drink together, what?" Lin Feng was too lazy to say more to this kind of person. Hooking Xia Qingqing's arm up and resting it on his shoulder, he straightened up and said, "I don't have time right now." After saying that, Lin Feng intended to drag Xia Qingqing away. Yet the next second, a loud bang sounded behind Lin Feng. And those two little yellow hairs also blocked in front of Lin Feng, blocking Lin Feng's way out. Fang Mingho clutched a small knife in his hand and stared at Lin Feng with a gangly grin. "Lin Feng, I invited you with good intentions. Don't you fucking refuse to do it." This threat was like a fart to Lin Feng. It's half useless except for being hard to hear. He faintly turned back and sneered. "What? You still want to make a move?" At the sight of Lin Feng looking down on him, Fang Mingho became anxious and roared, "Lao Lao San. Do it. Beat this girl to death." Lin Feng sniffed, smoothly put Xia Qingqing's arm down and rubbed his wrist. Seeing the two little yellow hairs rushing over, he gave an over-the-shoulder drop directly to the ground. Then another kick flew up and kicked the man in the loins. These two blows, he used his full strength. Mud. He's been holding it in for days. He works out all the time. How could he not learn some self-defense? Before, when he was at Chu Lingshang's house, he was always restrained by his hands and couldn't find a chance to counterattack. Not to mention that Chu Lingshang had a gun. Even if he sneak attacked. Not to mention the consequences. Single Chu Lingshang's one hand to call the police. He would have to go in. The cell phone in his pocket was on recording now. And the injury was self-defense at best. Finally, he's caught him striking. The two little yellow hairs were directly knocked to the ground by Lin Feng and couldn't get up for half a day. Fang Mingho, who had just been arrogant, froze and panicked. "Don't you sit in the office every day? How come I didn't know you could fight?" Lin Feng didn't bother to say much. He walked up to Fang Mingho and went up and slapped him with a big ear. There was a crunching sound that made Fang Mingho's eyes bleed. "There's a lot you don't know. He dropped a sentence, rubbed his palms, and prepared to leave with Xia Qingqing in his arms. Grandma! You dare to slap me? My father wouldn't even dare to beat me. Fang Mingho had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His anger was completely ignited. He bared his teeth and lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged. His elbow violently struck Fang Mingho's back. And as soon as the hammer went down, Fang Mingho was directly knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. How dare you mess with him with this kind of goods? Lin Feng stomped on his back with a hard foot and warned in a cold voice. You'd better not mess with me again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. With just a few strikes, along with Lin Feng's shock-filled threatening voice, Fang Mingho was directly scared. He begged for forgiveness. Big brother Lin, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Feng also didn't expect this kid to beg for mercy so quickly. Like this kind of scum. Just give some lessons. He collected his feet, hooked Xia Qingqing's shoulders, and picked her up. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to leave, Fang Mingho was anxious and hurriedly tugged on Lin Feng's pants leg. Good big brother. You mustn't go out. Just think of it as giving me face. Will you sit down for a while before you leave? Don't go out? Lin Feng frowned. This was a novel reason. The feeling that he had gone to all this trouble just to get himself to stay in this box? Yeah. My sister called me and said she's going to keep you here no matter what reason she finds. Fang Mingho was in pain all over his body, and was lying on the ground crying out without tears. At those words, Lin Feng's anger disappeared quite a bit and he became curious. Why does she want to keep me? Fang Mingho was really beaten, scared at this moment. Even cried and shouted. My sister is celebrating Yushao's birthday in the top floor box. She is afraid that you will go over to look for trouble. Fang Mingho said, but also spat in his heart. If it is not because it is Yushao, this rich big money, how can he just sleep and find someone to run over? Lin Feng was instantly speechless. This was quite a coincidence. He just came out to have some fun on vacation today. And it turned out that Fang Ziyu was also here. It's because you're afraid he'll hold her back from fishing, right? Seeing that his pants leg was being tugged by Fang Mingho's death grip, Lin Feng had a helpless look on his face. Tell your sister that I just came over for a drink with my coworkers by chance. And since we've already broken up, I'm not going to go looking for her again. Upon hearing this, Fang Mingho's eyes instantly lit up. Is this true? Lin Feng, nonsense. I've got nothing better to do. What am I looking for her for? He looked at Fang Mingho and asked. When have you seen me get into trouble with anyone? Fang Mingho was jolted, shaking his head repeatedly. No. Brother-in-law is kind-hearted. Only I would do such a thing. He also knows. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he scolded sternly. Don't call me brother-in-law. I'm not related to your sister anymore. When he finished speaking, he faintly said, all right. I'll leave if there's nothing else. At those words, Fang Mingho hurriedly tried to brace himself to stand up. But as a result of a stabbing pain in his back, he couldn't straighten his back for half a day. He bared his teeth and smiled at Lin Feng. Go. Brother Feng. I'll walk you out. It was probably because he was still afraid that he would go to Fang Ziyu. So Lin Feng didn't bother to say anything. There was still a drunk lying in his box. Picking up Xia Qingqing, Lin Feng directly said, let's go. You go to the box to help carry my other colleague. Fang Mingho's back was barely straight. And as soon as he heard this, his face instantly paled. But Lin Feng he did not dare to provoke again. Afraid of being beaten again, he could only call out to his little brother. The three people who had hung up their colors took hands left and right to carry Li Hao outside. During the period of time, although many people looked sideways, But in a place like a KTV, people have already seen strange. Especially Fong Mingho's two little brothers are still dyed yellow hair. And even more, no one dares to come over to meddle in other people's business. Even the waiter at the door saw them coming and hurriedly pulled the door open. So what? Big brother. Where are you going? Should I give you guys a ride? Fong Mingho blinked and followed closely behind Lin Fong. Lin Fong knew what was in his mind and didn't bother to say much to this kind of person. No. I have a car to pick him up. The moment he lifted Li Hao, Lin Fong had already contacted Lu Tianhan. And now she was waiting outside the door. Fine. Fine. Then I'll see you guys to the car. Fong Mingho followed up. The next second, he saw Lin Fong walking towards the most conspicuous Rolls-Royce at the entrance. Ha! Rolls-Royce? Wait, that's like a limited edition. No. Right? Didn't his sister say that Lin Fong was kicked out by the Su family? Fong Mingho was dumbfounded to see the Rolls-Royce's windows rolled down. And in the car sat this professionally dressed female driver who was waving at Lin Fong. Mr. Lin. This. At a glance, Lu Tianhan saw a large group of oddly shaped people following behind Lin Fong, as well as the sister he was carrying in his arms. Lin Fong signaled her to open the back door and carefully placed Xia Qingqing inside, explaining softly in passing. Colleague. Got drunk. Gave them a ride. Lu Tianhan's eyes flashed. And without saying anything more, he nodded. Okay. After all, Lin Fong had made her travel a lot less today. So it didn't matter if she did a favor. Not to mention, Miss had instructed that there were no restrictions on Lin Feng's travels, provided that Lu Tianhan knew about it. The two little yellow hairs have never seen such a luxurious car. The female driver's professional uniform is to see two people panic. The two of them carried Li Hao and stood by the car, not daring to move. Lin Fong tisked and spat. Why are you waiting? Hurry up. The two little yellow hairs then reacted and hurriedly lifted Li Hao into the car. All right. It's all here, you don't need to follow anymore. Go back and drink your wine. Glancing at the somewhat dumbfounded Fong Mingho, Lin Fong pulled open the passenger door and went straight to the car. The car started. And with the sound of the pulling engine, Fong Mingho's entire body was dumbfounded. Boy! A Rolls-Royce? Still such a professional driver. People still ask Lin Fong for Mr. Wasn't he kicked out of the Su family? Fong Mingho recalled his several meetings with Lin Fong. Even when he was in the Su family, he had not seen their family had such an expensive car. In this capital city, luxury cars are also common. But limited edition sports cars, he really has not seen. Is it hard to believe that he, the brother-in-law, has another base? Fong Mingho's eyes instantly lit up. Isn't this much richer than that Yu Xiao? He hurried back to the KTV and dialed Fong Ziyu's number. Not long after, Fong Ziyu appeared in box 312. How? Is he really gone? Surveying the empty box, Fong Ziyu asked uncertainly. Right. Fong Mingho nodded his head and rushed forward to pull the door shut, tugging on Fong Ziyu's arm and said, Sister, I'll tell you. Not only did my brother-in-law leave, he also left in a Rolls-Royce. What? Fong Ziyu was jolted, shock written all over her slightly drunken face. A global limited edition Rolls-Royce? And a super professional driver. Fong Mingho, not to mention how excited he was, wrapped his arms around Fong Ziyu's right arm and smiled fawningly. Sis, I'm telling you, brother-in-law must still have a base. Otherwise, how could he afford that kind of top-of-the-line sports car? Fong Ziyu's eyelids twitched as she listened. She knew that there were a lot of rich people in the capital city, and she had seen a lot of them when she was with Lin Fong. But it was the first time she had heard of such an expensive one. Although Yu Xiao is richer than the Su family. But usually traveling just drive a big G. Like them. The young master of the male son of the young master. Just look at the car can see the grade. Rolls-Royce. It's still a global limited edition. So I'm afraid the asking price would be in the hundreds of millions. Wasn't Lin Feng kicked out of the Su family? How is this possible? Fong Ziyue asked eagerly and uncertainly. Xiao Hao. Are you sure you've seen it clearly? 1,000 times over. I even helped pull the car door. Fong Mingho's eyes were glowing. And he patted his chest and assured. I also heard the driver call brother-in-law Mr. Sister. Think about it. If it wasn't brother-in-law's own car. Could someone talk like that? In the box. The music was deafening. The originally drunken Fong Ziyu's mind suddenly cleared. Not to say she was overjoyed. She was now filled with anger. Lin Feng actually had a private foundation and was so rich. Why didn't he say so earlier? If I had said that, I wouldn't have said that myself. Seeing that Fong Ziyu didn't say anything, Fong Minghao got anxious and busily pulled. Sister. You have to chase my brother-in-law back. Mom and Dad have said that my house and bride price are all depending on you. You can't let go of such a good opportunity. Listening to her brother's words, Fong Ziyu's face paled. Where does Fong Minghao know? How hard to listen to the words he let out before. And now turn back. How to go back? Dumbly. She asked. Did you just tell him that I asked you to watch him? Fong Minghao was stunned and instantly nodded in silence. Fong Ziyu's figure shook and she was almost so angry that she fainted. What was she going to make her do now? This indisputable brother of hers. Who couldn't even do such a little thing right? Fong Minghao also seemed to realize something. But the next second. It's okay, sis. Brother-in-law usually listens to you the most. As long as you turn around, he'll definitely still be as good to you as before. How is it possible? Fong Ziyu paled and sat down on the sofa. How impossible? Fong Minghao hurriedly said. Sister. Have you forgotten how good brother-in-law was to you before? He loves you so much. I believe that if you just explain to him properly, he will definitely understand. Besides, you guys have been talking for 3 years. Listening to Fong Minghao's words, all the past events with Lin Feng echoed in her mind. He was indeed very good to her. Being able to remember her period. All kinds of small gifts during the week. Rushing back even from thousands of miles away on anniversaries. And other special days. He varied to coax her and buy her all kinds of things she wanted. Blah. Blah. Blah flashed through Fong Ziyu's mind like a movie. To be honest, there were many outstanding ones among so many suitors. But Lin Feng was the one she was most unwilling to throw away. Because he's doing it so well. Come to think of it, they did have the foundation of a 3-year relationship. These days, Lin Feng didn't send her any more messages. And she wasn't quite used to it. If she turned around now and said she would marry him, that she was in love with him, he would have forgiven that too. After all, she had only lost her footing for a moment. Who hasn't lost their footing at some point? What's more, Ushio did wear it. The brain paralyzed by alcohol had turned awake after a blistering run. And Fong Ziyu felt that she had made sense of it. Under Fong Minghao's expectant eyes, she pulled out her cell phone, tapped on Lin Feng's chat box, and typed a line of text. Lin Feng, I asked my brother to stop you today because I wanted to meet you. My brother, he misunderstood me, so he expressed it wrong. Do you have time? Let's meet up recently? She was just about to hit send when she felt something was missing from the paragraph. She thought about it and added another sentence at the end of the sentence. Actually, I regretted it after saying those words to you at that time. And things aren't what you think they are. I miss you. It's foolproof this time. Fong Ziyu's thumb hung over the send button. So nervous that her body was trembling. But thinking that she might be writing in that limited edition Rolls-Royce tomorrow, Fong Ziyu instantly became excited again. She gathered her courage and clicked send. Exclamation point. Message delivery failed. The other party has not added you as a friend. Blinding red exclamation marks instantly appeared in the cell phone screen. And Fong Ziyu's eyes widened. He deleted her? When his afterglow caught a glimpse of Fong Ziyu's cell phone, Fong Mingho instantly became anxious. Sis. What's wrong with you? Why did brother-in-law delete you? How do I know? Fong Ziyu roared in defiance, her entire body panicking. In the past, no matter how big of an argument she had with Lin Feng, he was the one she deleted. And then not much later, he would take the initiative to add it over. And even dialed her number countless times until he coaxed her back. He'd never lost his temper with her, let alone deleted her. After the last argument, she didn't delete Lin Feng. Just as one more lay in the circle of friends. And she can still send dynamics to show off and stimulate Lin Feng from time to time. But he was so tough this time that he actually deleted her? He wouldn't really decide to break up with her this time. Would he? Fong Ziyu was completely flustered and hurriedly tapped her address book to call Lin Feng. However, the phone prompted. The number you have dialed is turned off. She called a few more times. And it was still the same thing. There's only two possibilities left. Either he really did turn off his phone, or he's blacked her out. Although Fonzie Moon hoped it would be the first. But now it looks more likely to pull the plug. Seeing that his sister couldn't contact Lin Feng, Fong Mingho couldn't sit still and said with an anxious face, Sister! Hurry up and go to his house to find him. Go go go. Are you stupid? Fong Ziyu was getting annoyed. When she heard this, she directly couldn't tense up. He was kicked out by the Su family. How would I know where he lives? The place where Lin Feng lived before was the new building bought by the Su family. In the capital city. It was nice to have a house. Not to mention that it was a mid-range neighborhood, close to the city center. She had wanted to return the house she had rented and move there. But Lin Feng had told her that the house was not in his name and he was living there for the time being. At that time, it happened that Yu Xiao was chasing her again. So in order to give herself some personal space, she didn't quit the rent. Only that she would often go over to him. It didn't take much thinking now. But Lin Feng definitely didn't live there anymore. The phone was blacked out. The prestige was gone. And she didn't even know what friends Lin Feng had or how to reach him. Stupid you are. I can't believe you didn't even leave a contact. The furious Fong Ziyu rushed at her brother. Fong Mingho was choking and froze. His body also hurt like hell. He wanted to cry. Sister, you didn't let me ask him for a look at his brother, cried. Fong Ziyu sighed. Some heartache, said. Forget it. The capital city is so big place. I still do not believe that I cannot find him. She searched and said towards Fong Mingho. Xiao Hao. You go downstairs and ask. They opened the box, should have registered ID those. See who opened their box. Good idea. I'm on my way. Fong Mingho's eyes instantly lit up. Not caring about the soreness in his body, he immediately commanded his junior to rush outside. In the box, Fong Ziyu clicked on Lin Feng's friend circle. It was empty. For the first time, she couldn't see his movements. The feeling of sudden panic overwhelmed her a bit. She clicked on Lin Feng's profile, stared at the line to add a friend, searched for a long time, and finally pressed her thumb up. Since he didn't know where Li Hao's house was, And he slept like a dead pig and couldn't be woken up. Lin Feng simply asked Lu Tianhan to send him directly to the company. He settled Li Hao in the restroom of the security room and covered him with a blanket before Lin Feng returned to the car. "Sir? What about her?" Glancing in the rearview mirror, Lu Tianhan asked. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was breathing smoothly and was already asleep, Lin Feng said helplessly, "Find a hotel. She's a girl. It's not appropriate to put her in the security room." Other than that, these words alone made Lu Tianhan's heart feel good. Indeed, it was gentlemanly of Lin Feng to consider this. After spending these few days together, Lu Tianhan was also a bit used to breaking bread with Lin Feng every day. As she drove, she said, "No wonder my lady has taken a liking to you. You're quite a nice person. Even if you compliment him. What's the point of bringing Chu Ling Shuang?" Lin Feng frowned a bit unpleasantly. His natural instincts had been unleashed in this trip down tonight, and he had strengthened his resolve to escape. Without Chu Ling Shuang's restriction, he could do whatever he wanted. The days were simply too good to be true. Associated with these, he was in a good mood and struck up a rare conversation with Lu Tianhan. "How long have you been in the Chu family?" Lu Tianhan's mouth is also broken. Nothing heart and soul, but directly said, "Is not dry for how long? I was sponsored by the Chu family when I was a child to go to school. Study abroad back to stay in the Chu family." "The Chu family still sponsors?" Lin Feng slightly frowned. "Really is a big family. Consider the things are long-lasting. Private close servants should be from childhood." "Right," he responded. "Oh. Where did you go to college?" "Eagle Country Ah." Lu Tianhan answered. "I also said at that time that the tuition fee over there was too high for me to be embarrassed to go. And the lady urged me to just study hard without thinking about money." When she finished speaking, she added a sideways smile. "See? My lady is very nice. If it wasn't for the darkness in the car, Lu Tianhan would probably be able to see Lin Feng's speechlessness written in capital letters on his face. Nice guy? Good shit." He didn't bother to retort, but just asked, "You haven't even thought about going out on your own, have you? How else can we develop? Half of the capital city is the ladies say. Besides, I have 200,000 a month salary. But not with the ladies' usual reward. Just drive a car. The rest of the time is their own. Where can I find such a good job to go?" Lin Feng was silent. Indeed. Let alone in the capital city. Even in small counties. As usual, a large number of people cannot find jobs. While chatting, Lu Tianhan had already driven the car to the Washington Hotel, which was the closest to the company. Parking the car in front of the hotel, Lu Tianhan also took the initiative to get out of the car to help Lin Feng pull open the door. Lin Feng picked up Xia Qingqing and followed Lu Tianhan inside. As soon as he entered, the waiter at the door rushed to welcome him. "Good evening, Ms. Lu." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. It seemed like everyone in this neighborhood knew Lu Tianhan. His eyes flashed and he subconsciously moved away from Lu Tianhan. Lu Tianhan nodded slightly and pointed to Xia Qingqing. "Employees of the company. Who drank too much? Let's open a big bedroom." Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately went to prepare the room card. Lin Feng also sighed in relief. Worthy of being a member of the Chu family? Doing things competently. That's not really something he could pick out. The waiter was quick and had their room cards ready for them in a few minutes. Lu Tianhan took the room card and led the way in front, gesturing for Lin Feng to go in after opening the room. Lin Feng nodded slightly and carried Xia Qingqing into the room. After placing Xia Qingqing on the bed, they helped her cover the quilt before they left. "Almost to the Huyue villa has nearly 1 o'clock. Held all the way, Lu Tianhan finally could not help but open his mouth. Sir? Can I talk to you for a second? What? Don't you have tomorrow off? And if you go out, could you try not to do it in the morning? Although the car was dark. But the tone alone. Lin Feng could hear the pleading in it. Knowing that she needed to catch up on her sleep after running all day today. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Thank you so much. Lu Tianhan was so excited that he pushed the gas pedal to the floor. And the car's speed instantly shot up. In just 3 minutes, they were at the gate of the lodge. Just as he entered the garden, Lin Feng saw the lights flickering in the villa in the distance. His heart thumped and he subconsciously asked, why are the lights still on at this moment? The implication was to ask if Chu Lingshang had returned. Lu Tianhan was not surprised and said, the lights here are on 24 hours a day. Only the bedrooms are off. She said, and the car got closer to the villa. Lin Feng looked at a few windows upstairs and the lights were indeed out. He sighed in relief at that. He sent him to the gate of the villa and watched him get out of the car before Lu Tianhan drove away. When she entered the villa, Wang Ma wrapped in her coat and came over sleepily. Sir? Why are you back so late? Rather. He didn't expect Wang Ma to actually still be awake. Lin Feng was really touched. He said with concern, Wang Ma, why are you still awake? You don't have to wait for me specially. This is what Miss ordered. Wang Ma braced herself for sleepiness and smiled. Pop. The touching feeling that had just welled up in Lin Feng's heart instantly dissipated. Wang Ma rubbed her hands together, took a breath, and inquired towards Lin Feng. Sir? Do I need to prepare a snack for you? It was a big night. Lin Feng didn't have that penchant for tossing people around. He shook his head. Wang Ma, you should go and rest. I ate out, washed up and got ready for bed. Good. Wang Ma nodded with some gratitude and went back to rest after seeing Lin Feng up the stairs. Stepping onto the long, curved corridor steps, Lin Feng returned to the second floor. But the moment he pushed the door open, his whole body froze. Inside the house, Chu Lingfang was dressed in a white velvet nightgown, lazily lying on the sofa behind the coffee table. A heavy covered English book was placed on her. Her long, slender, fair white legs were hiked up, and she was indifferently flipping through one page after another. The yellowish light struck down, setting off her whole person as a holy and noble goddess. This cozy and frightening scene saw Lin Feng tremble. Back? Her icy voice faintly sounded, echoing in the bedroom, causing Lin Feng's tiger to tremble. He never expected that Chu Lingshan, who hadn't returned for a few days, would return today. Also, she's monitoring him, and I'm afraid she knows all about that tonight. Lin Feng's throat tightened, a little afraid of her punishment. But then the images of those downtown neighborhoods, those freewheeling streets, popped into his mind and he calmed down instantly. Afraid of what? He's a big man. He's still afraid she'll eat him? He gave a calm hum and was about to say that he would sleep in the living room tonight. However, the next second, Chu Lingxian was the first to speak. Go take a shower. She didn't even lift her head. She just half laid on the couch and barked orders at him. Lin Feng did have plans to take a shower. He stifled his head and walked straight to the bathroom. In any case, the bathroom at least had a door that separated the space, and at the very least gave him some time for preparatory measures. Closing the bathroom door and unlocking it from the inside, Lin Feng removed his clothes and turned on the faucet. A warm stream of water poured down over his head, washing away the exhaustion. He showered quickly and was done in less than 10 minutes. After wrapping his robe around him, he didn't rush out. Instead, he leaned over the door and listened for a moment first. Outside, The bedroom was so terribly quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. After so much time, it was getting late, and he estimated that Chu Lingxiang should be resting. However, to be on the safe side, he still planned to wait a little longer. But before he could stand up straight, the lock hole on the door was inserted from the outside with a key. Lin Feng's heart thumped. Before he had time to react, he heard a snap. The door opened. Chu Lingxiang appeared in the doorway just like that. Cold, arrogant and noble. In the bathroom, there were still hot streams of air floating around from his bath rising up, wrapping around Lin Feng's brain, and he was a little delirious. Finished washing so soon? Glancing up at him, Chu Lingxiang's voice rang out icily. The voice was cold and piercing, provoking Lin Feng back to his senses. He answered dumbly. It's just a shower. How much longer can it be? Chu Lingxiang's dark eyes fell on his hand. Not qualified. She dropped it coldly. Lin Feng froze. What doesn't pass? Without answering his question, Chu Lingxiang lazily sidestepped her shoulders and leaned against the door, ordering toward him. Rewash. Lin Feng, ? No. He's got a round of soap. How else can he wash it? Besides, what kind of washing is his business? What does it have to do with Chu Lingxiang? Her demands were so unreasonable that he didn't bother. I'm done washing. And I'm tired and need to sleep. Lin Feng refused. Nonsense. He's not her person. What's she got to do with a shower? Where can he let her be? He was going to go out when he finished. However, in the next second, Chu Lingxiang's cold and stern voice resounded once again. You'd better figure out whose territory you're in right now. You think I want to stay here? Chu Lingxiang was unhurried, wrapping her arms around herself and resting them on her chest. It's beautiful. But Lin Feng now has no heart to appreciate these. She put in the doorway. He wants to go out, we'll have to get down and push her away. She puts on such a fearless expression. Afraid to leave a backhand. He was clearly forcing back the anger that had pushed her down. Chu Lingxiang's lips hooked out a smile. Go bring the brush under the sink, she commanded him coldly, speaking in a tone of voice that was even as chesty as if she expected him to do nothing but do as he was told. Lin Feng clenched his fists, restrained his anger that was about to erupt, and said in a cold voice, Do you have no hands yourself? If you want to take it, you go get it yourself. Well. His sharp claws are growing back. Ah! The smile at the corner of Chu Lingxiang's mouth deepened. But the smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile, and incomparably teasingly came. You seem to have made friends these days, ah. If she meant it. Said Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Cam. He knew he couldn't make friends. He wondered. This Missy doesn't usually work. Does she? Lin Feng directly denied it. Just a co-worker. Just a few more words. Not quite a friend. Yes? Chu Lingxiang raised her forehead slightly, glanced at him with an indulgent smile, raised her hand to admire the delicate manicure on her fingertips, and calmly came up with, I think the company is going to have to lay off a few employees lately. Don't you think so? Where was she asking for his opinion? Lin Feng knew in his heart how hard it was to find a job in this day and age, especially after being fired by the Yi Han's group. He was afraid that no company would dare to take him in again. If it's because of a few more words with him that he's going to get into this kind of trouble, who else in this company would dare to say more than a few words to him? He wanted freedom. Yes. But the spectacle of everyone cringing was something he never wanted to experience. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly, and after a moment of silence, he opened his voice and asked, What do you want? Very simple. Shu Lingxiang's eyes twinkled a few times and her smile let loose. Put your hands behind your back and turn around. Just like that? Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. He didn't believe that Shu Lingxiang would let him off so easily. But it was fine to do it. Provided that he made it clear to her. I won't talk to them much longer. He would also take this opportunity to inform her that he would only listen this once. And the next time he used such a reason, he would not care much. Shu Lingxiang raised her eyebrows slightly and twisted her fingertips to draw a circle in the air. Lin Feng turned around in silence and put his hands behind his back as she requested. The next moment, a cold, stinging touch instantly rose in his wrist. Wait. This feels like... Splat. A cold, crisp crash sounded behind him. He wobbled a few times. He couldn't find a launching point now that his hands were behind his back. Doing his best to force himself to calm down, he dropped his eyes to the wire above the toilet seat and asked, "What are you doing? You know it in your heart." Her voice was icy cold. And her slightly parted red lips hid a flame that was about to explode. I'm clear about what? Lin Feng was staggered. His afterglow glanced at the wire and slowly moved back a step. His mouth still pestering. I don't even know what you're talking about. I just took a shower. What's wrong with you? He moved back 2 steps and Shu Lingxiang moved forward. Step by step. Did I give you permission to touch another woman? The moment this unprovoked sentence came out, Lin Feng instantly became taut. Who did I touch? I'll just have a drink. Before he could finish his sentence, the image of him carrying Xia Qingqing into the hotel popped up in his mind. No way. This counts? But. He turned the tables. No. What's it to you who I touch? Very good. She sneered and pulled a wire ball from a drawer under the sink. It seems you haven't recognized yourself. She coldly dropped a sentence. And her fingers yanked violently, forcing Lin Feng's back to her. Lin Feng just realized what she wanted to do in the next second. Hiss. Hard balls of wire were brushed into her hands one after the other. He jerked around, taking the opportunity to smooth away the wire, and fighting back the pain that tore through his palms. He said angrily, "What's gotten into you? Does it matter to you who I hug?" Shu Lingfang also didn't expect his resistance to be so fierce this time. No one has ever pushed her in her entire life. Shu Lingfang's face obviously couldn't hang on. Lin Feng endured the dense tingling sensation in his hand. His fingertips twisted the wire. It was hard to find the lock eye. Turn it a few times. He heard a very small pop sound of the latch opening. He immediately raised his hand to clamp down on Shu Lingxiang's shoulders. A flash of dismay flashed across Shu Lingfang's cold face. As if she also didn't expect Lin Feng to actually break free. You crazy bastard. Lin Feng was furious. But he violently felt a stabbing pain underneath him. He subconsciously let go of his hand to cover it. But in the next second, the back of his head was struck by a violent force. He went black. When his consciousness returned again, Lin Feng was woken up by the stinging pain in his palm. Inside, the yellowish heat lamps were still on, and the heavy curtains closed around the windows, making it impossible to tell day from night. He just felt sleepy. He heard the door open. Shu Lingfang had already changed into a clean, snow-white satin nightgown and was walking towards him. Lin Feng's hands and neck were already hurting to the point of losing consciousness. And he sighed in relief when he glanced at the medical kit in her hand. Shu Lingxiang was still the same cold and arrogant to unattainable look. Her red lips pursed tightly. She raised her hand and placed the medicine box on the bedside table and opened it, her movements skillfully taking out the ointment. Lin Feng thought that she was going to retaliate for him hurting her that moment, subconsciously struggling to get up. But Shu Lingxiang raised her hand and pressed down on her shoulder. Don't move. I'm trying to medicate you. She gave him a rare moment of explanation. Lin Feng saw that it was indeed medicine for trauma and silently sighed in relief. Xu Lingxiang was silent as she unscrewed the ointment and squeezed it all on with slightly rough movements. Hiss. Ouch. Lin Feng bared his teeth in pain. You still know? Xu Lingxiang's movements didn't see any relief as she roughly wiped the ointment away with a cotton swab. It hurts just fine. I hope you remember this lesson. You're not allowed to touch anyone but me. Lin Feng almost rolled on the bed in pain. But luckily it was only those first few strokes. I don't know what kind of medicine it was. But the effect worked quickly. And in just a few moments, he felt the coolness. He was too sleepy and too lazy to fight with Xu Lingxiang. And only said, "This is not what you say." As if accustomed to his backtalk, Xu Lingxiang indifferently responded, "You can try. Say that." Hell no. Lin Feng skimmed his mouth and didn't bother to say much to her. Seeing his silence, Xu Lingxiang glanced at him condescendingly. The action of rubbing the medicine on her hand continuing. Do you know what kind of honorable treatment you are enjoying right now? Lin Feng didn't say anything and faintly turned his head to the side. Looking at him, Xu Lingxiang was satisfied. That's right. Her lips curled up in a good mood and the force on her hands loosened considerably. If I had done that, wouldn't I have been fine? Damn it! Lin Feng was so angry that he even wanted to punch over. But he couldn't lift his arm when he looked at the stunningly beautiful face that didn't have a single blemish on it, as well as the stinging pain coming from his palm. His mouth was unforgiving. Then don't spy on me if you can. Surprisingly, she said. Good! Exclamation point. Lin Feng's sleepiness instantly dissipated and was replaced by heavenly excitement. He looked at her with shiny eyes. And in the next second, they dimmed. Shay, are you teasing me again? In the future, you'd better not say this kind of words that tease me. Waste of time. Lin Feng leaned his back against the head cushion of the bed, looking like he didn't want to talk to her at all. Unexpectedly, Xu Lingxiang said, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. I'll remove them starting tomorrow. Is that true? Lin Feng instantly became excited and inquired as if he was unsure. Xu Lingxiang didn't respond again, and moved gracefully to pack the medical kit. If she said that, then it should be true this time. Lin Feng's entire body was excited. And when he was excited, his body didn't hurt anymore, which was better than any medicine. After packing up the boxes, Xu Lingxiang left. Thought she was going to sleep here too. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and looked at his bandaged hands. His mouth turned up. She hadn't bandaged anyone else. By and large, that bandage wrapping technique really isn't very good. The thought of her promising herself to remove those people. Lin Feng's heart couldn't be said to be happy. The house returned to silence. Sleepiness came. His eyelids were fighting. With some difficulty he propped himself up on the bed and moved his body under the covers. And in a short time he was asleep. Instead, Xu Lingxiang, who had returned to her room, sat on the sofa in her bedroom, squinting her eyes and reminiscing about the scene in the bathroom. It was a feeling she had never known before. He was like an untimely bomb, always tightening her heartstrings. She didn't know where she got her good temper, but she unconsciously rushed to give him medicine. This man is so special. A few short days of work brought her an unprecedented experience, and she was looking forward to what other unexpected moves Lin Feng would make. Lin Feng had a rare night's sleep. When I woke up again, the yellowish light was still on in the house. The curtains were still drawn, and the house was dim. He fumbled with the cell phone on the bedside, his hand not hurting as much anymore. Glancing at the clock, it was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a good night's sleep. Glancing at a pop-up window with a text message blocking alert, he moved his thumb to tap it. The moment he opened it, he saw that it was a text message from Fong Ziyue. Lin Feng. My brother's matter is a misunderstanding. Can you listen to me and explain? You've blacked out all my friends. I can't add you. And I can't get through to you. Lin Feng. Can you add me? I miss you. Seeing the end, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Where did she get the face? She'd pretty much thrown those words in his face at the time. And now she had to explain them? Explain that she was entangled with another man while she was in a relationship with him? If he hadn't been kicked out of the Su family, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know that he had been hooded until now. She's got a thick skin. The face of Fong Ziyue flashed in his mind. Lin Feng could not even mention his disgust. He now only felt puzzled. How did he look at her in the first place? And conscientiously did her lick dog for so long? He didn't bother. They were on the blacklist anyway. He just ignored them. Nor did he stay in bed for much longer. Lin Feng directly got up and went downstairs after washing up. In the living room, Wang Ma, who was waiting early, came up with a smile. Sir, is it a meal? Well, trouble you, Wang Ma. Lin Feng nodded and wasn't polite anymore. Wang Ma answered and went to get ready. The bored Lin Feng looked around the living room and didn't seem to have seen any sign of Chu Lingshang. After waiting for a few minutes for Wang Ma to serve the dishes, Lin Feng casually asked, Where's your lady? Miss went out early in the morning. Saying that, as if she had thought of something, Wang Ma took out a medicine box from the drawer. This is the anti-inflammatory medicine that Miss instructed you to take today. She remembers it quite well. Lin Feng nodded slightly and took the medical box over. He didn't expect that Chu Lingxiang, who had tossed and turned most of the night, hadn't slept. He picked up his chopsticks and ate his meal, saying in passing, Your young lady is quite diligent. Wang Ma laughed. My young lady has never slept since she was a child. No matter how late it is, she gets up at 7 o'clock sharp every day. Lin Feng froze. The holidays too? Right. Wang Ma nodded her head, her face full of pride. My young lady's status is noble, and she usually has a lot of work to be busy with. Sometimes 2 days in a row to approve documents. Chu Lingfeng's self-discipline was indeed beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Also, although the Chu family is powerful, but to face is also a big problem, often involving the whole body. The work is more tolerant of mistakes. That was one of the reasons he didn't want to get involved with such a family anymore. Too busy and too tired. But associated with here. Lin Feng mouth corner twitch. On this she still have time to find him trouble. He was looking around when he caught a glimpse of his cell phone screen suddenly lighting up and a message popping up. Brother Lin. Was it you who sent me back yesterday? It was a message from Xia Qingqing. In light of what happened last night, Lin Feng felt that for the time being, he should still clear his name with them. Aha. He returned the word rather coldly, without further comment. Xia Qingqing's message quickly popped up. Brother Lin, thank you. Yesterday I didn't know what was going on. I thought I hadn't drunk too much, but I passed out just as I walked to the toilet door. The message had just been sent, and the chat box conveniently showed that the other person was typing. Lin Feng's mouth twitching. This little sister heart is really big. Or knocked out, but still thought it was just too much to drink. Such a naive child. And the family is actually willing to let her go so far to work. No sooner had he finished lamenting than another message popped up. As a token of my appreciation, I'd like to take you to dinner this afternoon. Lin Feng didn't want to get involved with her again. And even if there wasn't Chu Lingshang, they were just co-workers to each other. There was no need to get too close. No need. He replied over and it cut to the short video program. In the hotel. Xia Qingqing swept her fingers quickly across the cell phone screen. Typed out a few lines. And clicked to delete. Ever since Lin Feng had helped her last time, she had been keeping an eye on him. She came to this company not long ago and is a new employee. Around the colleagues basically do not know. Explicitly or implicitly are treating her as a hard worker. Usually only the door of the uncle Wang with her more than a few words. Being helped by Lin Feng was also coincidental. And it was only after the difficulties were resolved that she noticed his looks thoroughly. Although he is only a security guard. But both the body and looks that is a great. Alone standing in the crowd. It throws off a large number of people. Especially with the body of the slightly chubby Li Hao stood together. The contrast is even more obvious. It was like a movie type. With a cold face and a knife-like shape. Especially his thin lips that are pursed from time to time. Paired with the turtleneck sweater inside. The sense of asceticism is so strong that people are afraid to get close. In the past few days of getting along, Big Brother Li was straightforward in nature and said whatever he had to say. But Lin Feng always had a sense of indifference that no one was allowed in. It was because of this that she always felt he was special and her eyes always wandered to him. He stood there with an expression of indifference. As if everything going on around him had nothing to do with him. In the face of such a man who has been low pressure. Xia Qingqing does not know what's wrong with her. And her heart always wells up with thoughts of wanting to make him happy. He was born so handsome. He must have a nice smile. She didn't know why she felt this way. And sometimes she still felt an intimate familiarity after looking at his face for a long time. Staring at the words Lin Feng replied with. Xia Qingqing's hand shook. Just as she was about to send another message over. Her phone popped up with a call from her mother. She rushed to answer it. Qingqing. How's work? Still adapting? On the other end of the phone. Her mother Xia Xilian's voice rang out. Xia Qingqing busily said. Work is good. Mom. You don't have to worry about me. Your baby girl is very capable. Hearing this, Xia Xilian's cheerful voice rang out. That's good, that's good. I was afraid that you wouldn't be accustomed to being in the capital city by yourself. Do you still have enough money for your living expenses? Not enough to tell Mom. Mom is now working in your grandfather's factory. And can earn some money a month. Enough is enough. Xia Qingqing answered in a loud voice. And complained a little. Mom. You're still not well. Why did you go out to work? I can make money now. Didn't I say I'll support you when my paycheck is paid? Hey. Mom's such an adult. She can't let you pay for it. Besides your grandparents. There's only the two of us. So Mom has to save up some money for your dowry. I've only just graduated. I'm not getting married. Xia Qingqing beamed. And when she heard her mother's joyful laughter on the other end of the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise up as well. Mom. Are you calling about something? When she asked that, there was an instant silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Xia Xilian seemed to be holding back something and said in a mute voice. The end of this month is the day your brother was born. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xia Qingqing's mouth turned upwards and she instantly put away her smile. Holding the cell phone up with both hands, she asked in a shaky voice toward the phone. So, is that guy going back too? There was an instant silence on the other end of the line. Without having to ask much, Xia Qingqing already knew the answer. She directly said towards the phone. Mom, I know. I'll take leave to go back in advance when the time comes. Her eyes sank and she hung up. Her fingers darted across the screen of her phone a few times, cutting to a memo and creating a brand new file on it. She counted on her fingers, clenched her brow again, and typed on it. It's the 23rd time I've celebrated my brother's birthday. Happy birthday to my 25-year-old brother who I've never met. The time flashed into the afternoon. And Lin Feng, who had long since finished his meal, swiped his cell phone in boredom. This yard is so big that standing alone at the entrance of the villa and looking out, the gate into the lodge is far away. It would be nice if he had a car. But he didn't even have one. And he didn't bother going around the yard. He went upstairs, nestled into his bed and watched the TV series for a while longer. His tense heartstrings that had been tense for days had relaxed, and the exhaustion coming from all parts of his body made him fall asleep without even realizing it. He didn't go down for dinner. And when he woke up halfway through the night, he looked at his cell phone and drifted back to sleep. He didn't wake up until the next morning. This time, nearly 2 days of sleep had fully nourished and restored his body to its original state. After so many days, he finally got himself to sleep. Glancing at the clock, it was exactly 7:10 a.m. He got up and washed up before heading downstairs. Wang Ma directly ordered to serve him breakfast. During the meal, Lin Feng learned from Wang Ma that Chu Lingshang didn't come back last night. Lin Feng even learned that Chu Lingfang generally lived in a villa in the capital city and didn't return to the side without special circumstances. He was planning on when he could talk to Chu Lingshang again about the conditions. He could also find a place to live in the capital city. After all, this place was too far away. And he had to run for 2 hours every day for the journey to and from work alone. After a good meal, Lu Tianhan was already waiting outside. Lin Feng got into the car and went to the company as usual. Just into the workroom. Long ago to the Li Hao wrathfully rushed to him. Good boy. You actually threw me the day before yesterday the company. So that I woke up early in the morning still have to catch the bus home. Have you so win the brother? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he explained. You slept too much that day. And I don't know your home address. Well, you can't just leave me at the office. It's just in case someone comes along who doesn't have the best intentions. Li Hao said, wrapping his arms around himself with an expression of fear. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth were about to rot. Looking at his big, slightly chubby man, I'm afraid he's not hungry to this extent even if someone comes. He had decided not to talk to them much more. So he didn't pick up the accent again. It was a good thing that Li Hao was assigned to patrol another group in the morning. And there was no chance to strike up a conversation. The time soon came to noon. Just as Lin Feng took the lunchbox and walked out of the security room, he saw Xia Qingqing, wearing an iconic professional outfit that didn't match her dorky looks at all, stepping on her high heels and limping towards him. Lin Feng was going to pretend he didn't see it. But she was walking in the exact direction towards herself, and even pulled a smile out of her pale face when she saw him. Brother Lin. Xia Qingqing beckoned her hand and called out at him. It was too late to dodge. And surrounded by people of all shapes and sizes passing by. So Lin Feng couldn't pretend he didn't recognize them. He stopped and watched as Xia Qingqing staggered to him, as if she had found her backbone. And her little face suddenly became resigned as she said, Brother Lin. Can you send me back home for a bit? She pointed to her somewhat twisted foot. Lin Feng then noticed that the heel of the high-heeled shoe on her right foot was broken. And the sole was also open glue, crappy and crooked, hanging on the neck of the fair white foot. It's hard to imagine how she made the journey from inside the company to outside. He murmured. You look like you've broken this foot. You need to go to the hospital. Let me get you a cab. Faced with a little sister who was 1.5 heads lower than himself, and ran over lamely, asking for help with an aggrieved face, Lin Feng really couldn't say anything to refuse. As if she had rarely heard such words of concern, Xia Qingqing shook her head. Her large watery eyes instantly covered in a layer of water mist. I don't want to go to the hospital, she muttered with her head down, staring at her toes, her voice sobbing. She was pitiful. Like the little wretch no one wanted. Especially with her one size larger employee uniform. which made her look like a child stealing adult clothes. Lin Feng really couldn't say anything to refuse. He sighed and held his elbow up in front of her. "Just hold me up and I'll take you to a cab." Instantly, Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up. She walked over alone. Her feet were killing her. And when she saw Lin Feng's movements at this moment, she hurriedly went up and tugged the sleeve on his elbow with both hands. In this way, assisting her limping, walking most of the way, finally arrived at the bus stop. It was lunch break time. The rest time was relatively short, coupled with the relatively complete hardware facilities of the Ihan Group. There were not many people near the bus stop. "You wait here for the car. I'll go back to the office." After delivering the person, Lin Feng prepared to leave without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqing clutched his sleeve instead. "Brother Lin, help someone to the end. Just send me home." Her big round eyes were full of expectation as she stared at him. That innocent and cute look made Lin Feng's heart tremble. He sighed. "I have to work at 3 in the afternoon." He really didn't want to mind his own business. And he also wanted to clear the air with Xia Qingqing over this. But in time, Xia Qingqing blinked her eyes and said, "The place I'm renting is not far from the company. The bus is 3 stops away." Lin Feng. She had said this. If she didn't help, it would be a real shame. In the end, Lin Feng nodded. "Okay. Then I'll come back after dropping you off at the doorstep." "Aha!" Xia Qingqing instantly got excited and happily hugged Lin Feng's arm. "Thank you, big brother Lin. I knew you were the best." Feeling the strong wrapping on his arm, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Shu Lingshang removed the people who were watching him yesterday. Or else when he saw this scene, he was afraid that he did not know how he would have to suffer from her. It wasn't long before the bus arrived. Lin Feng assisted her into the car and sat down in the back row of the connecting seats. It was high noon. And this was a suburban area. So there were hardly any people in the car. As the car started, Xia Qingqing put her 2 small hands on her lap and rubbed her fingers, her afterglow looking at Lin Feng from time to time. It was Lin Feng's first time to take the bus here. And as he looked out the window at the passing street scenes, past memories came flooding back to his mind. He remembers the last time he rode the bus was in high school. At that time the Su family is not rich. For children at home, all rely on Su Tanda and Wang Shan operating a small store. Although not much money, but the days are also quite stable. But later, when Lin Feng's entrepreneurial endeavors began to take off during college, their attitudes changed. At first, just let him help to buy a car to buy a house, to later slowly began to ask him to start a business income. Over time, it became a whole family into the shares. The contract belongs to the problem. Until Su Jie came back, their attitude has completely changed. Lin Feng also knew that they were just using themselves. But how to say that they were also considered to feed him for so many years? Food and clothing never less. Those money he did not want to count. Nothing that can be solved with money is a problem. He doesn't hate them. He's just indifferent. Careful calculation. He left home when he did those business plans are also almost used up. Personnel to fight those problems daily to maintain. On Su Jia that nature. If they really give the company to him, I'm afraid, not long after, the company is going to be a big problem. But none of that mattered to him anymore. That. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Xia Qingqing's voice ring out. And he glanced sideways, catching a glimpse of Xia Qingqing with a cautious expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xia Qingqing rubbed her fingers and said with some urgency, "Big brother Lin, do you hate me?" Lin Feng froze. He didn't expect her to ask this kind of question. Xia Qingqing's eyes carried a bit of aggression. She slightly lowered her head and muttered. I always feel that you don't really want to take care of me. There was nothing wrong with what she said. The closer he got to him, the more difficult it would be for Chu Lingshang. When this sentence was placed before, Lin Feng didn't believe it. But now, the perversity of that crazy woman Chu Lingfang was beyond his imagination. He was still wearing gloves, and the seeming pain radiating from his palms seemed like a constant reminder. It's not good to reject a girl, or such a cute little sister, though. But for the sake of her job, Lin Feng still ruthlessly said, we're just co-workers. His cold words were like a sharp sword, directly stabbing at the tip of Xia Qingqing's heart. With mist in her eyes and a slight redness in her eyes, she pouted and argued. But I've always thought of you as a big brother. Lin Feng didn't say anything because he didn't know what he was going to say. Xia Qingqing added, I also just came to this company. Entry is still less than a month. There are not many friends in the capital city. Good to know you guys. I think we should be friends now. That's just what you think. Lin Feng returned very mercilessly, his tone cold. In this world, no one will be a friend except those who are related to them by blood. After saying that, glancing at the aggression emerging from Xia Qingqing's eyes, Lin Feng's heart seized for no reason. Feeling that his words were a bit heavy, he added, things are complicated in society. Don't just make friends with other people. Protecting yourself and learning to love yourself is the first lesson to learn in life. Originally, Xia Qingqing, whose heart had been blocked by Lin Feng's words, felt suddenly better when she heard him say this later. These are truths that even her mom never told her. Since they were young, their mother has been seriously ill and living in the countryside. They rely on their grandparents, barely making ends meet. Usually, her grandparents have to take care of the factory and can't spare the time. So she can only go home immediately after school to help her mom with her feces and urine. From the time she was 8 years old, the complicated housework fell on her head like a jackhammer. And she had no time to play because her family's condition was so bad that she always smelled bad. And during the school year, no one wanted to make friends with her. This went on for a full decade. But she was born with a defiant personality and always thought of changing her fate against the odds. So she studied hard. I don't know if God was touched. But after middle school, her mom gradually came to her senses and was able to speak. It was then that Xia Qingqing realized that she had a brother she had never met and had lost since childhood. And to her surprise, her mom was very wide-eyed. Having traveled to so many big cities and seen so much, often talking to her after school, she was no longer alone and self-absorbed. Since then, a smile had often spread across her face as well. And she sometimes fantasized about the possibility of meeting her wayward brother in her lifetime. She always thought that her brother must have been born stupid or he wouldn't have been lost for so many years. Thinking about this, Xia Qingqing suddenly smiled. How could Brother Lin hate her? If he really hated her, how could he be patient and say these words to her? Thank you. Xia Qingqing raised the corners of her lips, pulling out a big smile. She clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, her head leaning forward. Can I call you Brother Feng from now on? Lin Feng. He only saw her silence. Thought she listened to his words. Did not expect. She turned her face, as if she had a better relationship with him. He also didn't know what was going on in this little head of Xia Qingqing's. So he simply chose to remain silent. Take that as a yes if you don't say anything. Xia Qingqing smiled and said, Brother Feng, let's go to my house and sit down later. I'll personally cook for you to make up for the delay in your meal. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. Why was this little sister like an undefeatable little powerhouse? No. We'll be at the station soon. I can make it just as well if I drop you off at home and then rush back to the office. No way. Xia Qingqing's hand tightened, firmly grabbing Lin Fang's sleeve. I have to make it up to you today. I haven't thanked you for the last time you sent me to the hotel. Look at the fierce force of this little girl's hand. Grabbing his clothes are deformed. Lin Feng knew that it was probably useless for him to say anything today. The car arrived at the station. He helped Xia Qingqing out of the car, walked through the curved path, behind which was the elevator room. The neighborhood of Yihan Group is a suburb, also called the office area, where many companies are established in the surrounding area. Most of the residential buildings over here are filled with people who work over here. And the houses aren't much better, but they're perfectly adequate for one person to live alone. After getting off the elevator and coming to the door of room 603, Xia Qingqing opened the door. What came into view was the minimalist layout. Less than 20 square meters of the hut at a glance. However, the sparrow is small but complete. The desk, bed, refrigerator, independent bath is all there. Xia Qingqing skillfully hung her bag on the hook on the wall by the doorway and smiled as she tugged Lin Feng inside. Brother Lin, you sit down first. I'll go see what other dishes I have in my refrigerator. She seems to have forgotten that she still has a foot injury. This little sister has a really big heart. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he wrenched her shoulders and held her down on the bed. You don't want a foot? Xia Qingqing was dumbfounded by this suddenness. In front of her eyes was Lin Feng's enlarged handsome face. Her steep heartbeat accelerated, glancing at the simple decorations in the house. Lin Feng sighed. You sit down first. I'll go downstairs to buy some medicine and bring you some food on the way. Without waiting for Xia Qingqing to respond, Lin Feng took the key and left straight away, looking at his back as he went out. It was only then that Xia Qingqing's extremely fast-beating heart gradually calmed down. He was so nice to her and had to go out and buy medicine and bring food for her. So she said, how could Brother Lin hate her? Brother Lin was just not good with words. Xia Qingqing, in her excitement, glanced at the small underwear hanging next to the windowsill in the house. Her cheeks flushed, endured the pain, struggled to get up, and hurriedly put away the flurry of things. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to come up from downstairs. He placed the rice in Xia Qingqing's long-prepared lunchbox and handed over the medicine. Staring at her injured neck, he was silent for a moment and said, This sprain of yours is a bit serious. It's better to go to the hospital to be on the safe side. No. Xia Qingqing instantly protested strongly. A trip to the hospital is so expensive. But also have to register and line up. Not waiting for my feet well. I'm waiting for no one. I do not go. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a stubborn temper. Well, let me take a look at it for you then. He sighed and crouched down. Xia Qingqing only felt her ankle neck being wrapped by a pair of big hands, and her little feet being cupped and examined by another big hand. The frosted touch of the glove rubbed against the backs of her feet. A subtle touch that rose from the soles of her feet to the tips of her heart. She blushed involuntarily. After checking, Lin Feng sighed with relief. Fortunately, it's just a sprain. I'll apply some medicine for you. Rest at ease for a few days. Don't make too much movement on it. With that, he unscrewed the safflower oil and poured it onto his fingertips. If you can't wear heels, don't wear them. And the size of the shoes you bought is too small. I thought that a smaller wear for a long time will hold up and be able to wear it for a few more days. Xia Qingqing blushed and defended. The next moment, a cool yet warm touch rose up around his ankles. I don't know how Lin Feng helped her press it, but after only a short while, her feet didn't hurt much anymore. You're even in the Yihan Group. Your salary shouldn't be low, Lin Feng said while rubbing the medicine. I was an intern for the first 3 months and it was only $8,000 a month. Xia Qingqing answered in a small voice. She felt like her face was on fire. The heat was unbearable for her. $8,000 is not low. Lin Feng wondered. You're on your own over here now. And the company has meal allowances. So how do you figure you won't use that much money in a month? I still have to transfer money to my mom. Transferring money to your mom? Lin Feng froze. Then asked. Then does your family have younger siblings? Not. Xia Qingqing shook her head. Her usually lively voice was a bit low at the moment. I only have one brother. It's just that my mom needs money for medical treatment. So I've been working part-time since college to earn money to transfer to her. At those words, Lin Feng looked up sharply. He didn't expect that such a cheerful character as Xia Qingqing actually came out from a single-parent family. But doesn't she have an older brother? No matter what, the responsibility of taking care of her mother shouldn't fall on her alone. Doesn't your brother have a job? He thought. And asked so. Hearing this, Xia Qingqing's eyes instantly sank. And there was more than a hint of sadness between her brows as she fell silent. Maybe there's something else going on in her family. Since ancient times, it had been difficult for a clear official to resolve a family matter. So why should he or she care about her family's situation? Lin Feng closed his voice. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing was anxious. As if pudding was misunderstood by Lin Feng busy saying. No. It's not that you can't say. She paused for a moment and volunteered. My brother was lost when he was a year old. And I haven't seen him since I was born. Lost? Lin Feng's heart thumped. Why did this situation feel a bit familiar? He jerked his head up and met Xia Qingqing's lowered eyebrows. What's your brother's name? How did he get lost? And where is your family from? His sudden series of questions confused Xia Qingqing a bit. Is brother Lin caring about her? Xia Qingqing did not know. Just hidden in the heart for many years of secrets. Finally had the opportunity to nag with people other than her mother. She felt not bad. Especially since this person was still Lin Feng, who had taken good care of her. She didn't avoid it and answered truthfully. I don't know. My brother was lost before I was born. And my mom never said his name. My family is in Pingyang County. High City. What about your dad? Haven't you seen him? Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with him. It was obvious that this was not the right time to ask such a question. But he blurted it out. Fortunately, Xia Qingqing seemed to have gotten used to it as if it was long ago. And naturally said. He would transfer money to my mom every year. But my mom never asked for it. Oh. Lin Feng nodded his head. It was common for parents to maintain that little thing between them. From the time they got married. Just above their children. He didn't say much more and took out the ice pack film from the plastic bag and carefully wrapped it around Xia Qingqing's foot. Seeing his serious and careful movements, Xia Qingqing muttered in a small voice for no reason. Brother Feng. It would be nice if you were my brother. The voice was small. But it was close enough that Lin Feng heard it. His hands shook and a touch of helplessness surfaced on his lowered face. If he had such a big-hearted and naive sister, he was afraid that he would have to have a headache every day. He didn't say any more. After bandaging it, he put her little feet on the small bench and gave another instruction. You shouldn't go out for the next 2 days. It's better to take a leave of absence from the company's side. And you can order takeout for dinner. When these words were heard in Xia Qingqing's ears, the tip of her nose turned sour and her eyes instantly reddened. As if the aggression of so many years had finally found a vent. A layer of mist covered her big watery eyes. She was really stupid just now. How could she think about whether Brother Lin hated her or not? He obviously cared so much about her. She stopped saying words of gratitude and nodded familiarly like a good kitten. I'll keep that in mind. I'll leave you to it then. If anything comes up, you message me. And eat your meal while it's hot first. Lin Feng pointed to the bowl on the table and turned to leave. He had originally planned to pick a fight with Xia Qingqing. But when he heard what happened to her, he just couldn't be cruel. A girl raised in a family like this should have an inferiority complex. But the Xia Qingqing he knew always had a lively smile on her face. The smiles arrived at the bottom of his eyes each time as well. And it wasn't faked. He couldn't really say anything particularly heavy to such a girl with such a tenacious and vital personality. Riding on the bus back to the company, Lin Feng suddenly sprouted an idea. He might be able to look for his birth parents. For so many years, he had actually searched for it. And after bringing up the Su family's company in the first place, utilizing those connections, he had also poked around. However, the news broke off when it reached the orphanage. The director of that orphanage only told him that he was carried there by a couple when he was 2 years old. Subsequently, that is, the Su family is also good to him. Coupled with busy work, he also broke the idea. After all, can send their 2-year-old son into the orphanage of the parents. To find back, what is the use? But now, without those work burdens, he was kind of trying to figure out why they were sending him out. As he was looking around, his cell phone suddenly flashed a caller ID. It's an unknown number. Those who should be blacked out. Lin Feng had already blacked out. And he didn't think much about it and clicked to connect. The next second, a familiar voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Feng? How have you been? Lin Feng froze. This voice? It was his second sister Su Panzi? Su Panji went to study abroad since high school. And do not know because of what. She often changed their cell phone number. Has always been. Lin Feng also did not note. I didn't realize there were still leaks and that she had actually gotten in. But the phone was already connected. So Lin Feng simply asked directly. Is something wrong? On the other end of the phone, Su Panji was obviously stunned. As if she didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a cold attitude towards her. But she didn't think too much about it and directly said, Little Feng, do you still have money on hand? Sister's living expenses this month aren't quite enough. At those words, Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. No. He was kicked out by the Su family. Where did Su Panzi get the face to ask him for living expenses? Doesn't the Su family give you money to spend? Lin Feng asked with a cold smile. No. Su Panji thought Lin Feng was concerned about himself. So he hurriedly said. Xiao Jie said to give me a transfer. This is the middle of the month. To send him a message he did not return. I am now living expenses on the remaining 2 days. The school also said that I have not paid tuition for this semester. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in quite a surprise. In the past, he will be on time on the 1st of every month to Su Panzi money. She is studying abroad. Need to use a lot of money. Single living costs is 100,000 bottom. Tuition that basically did not let Su Panzi worry about. I didn't realize that now the Su family would simply not even turn over their living expenses. But what does that have to do with him? Lin Feng sneered and asked. Su Panji, you seem to have forgotten that I'm not a member of the Su family anymore. The first time she was called by Lin Feng by her name, Su Panzi was obviously a bit uncomfortable. She thumped in her heart and complained a bit. Little Feng, how do you talk to your sister? I know about the family. Mom and Dad. They're a bit desperate in what they do. But you shouldn't have come down hard on Jie. Why are you still bothering with him at a time like this? Lin Feng was instantly a bit disgusted. Have you finished? He snapped a stern word. Clearly that bit of good humor had worn out. Su Panzi stopped talking as if she had been startled. Lin Feng continued. I'm no longer a member of your Su family now. And I don't know where you got the face to ask me for money. So don't call me anymore or I'll sue you for harassment. Soo Panji simply didn't expect Lin Feng to say such desperate words. She was busy saying, "No. Little Feng. How did you become like this? You used to. That was then. This is now." Lin Feng put down these words in an icy tone and then hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, listening to the beep 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 phone was hung up tone. Soo Panji froze. Lin Feng had always been both respectful and humble to her. She had traveled abroad alone after high school. And although she was a bit lonely, Lin Feng would share the daily routine of the house with her from time to time. And money matters had never been a concern for her. After that mess at home a few days ago, she also felt that it was Lin Feng who had gone a bit too far. Xiao Jie was her own brother after all. And she felt angry when she saw that scene of Xiao Jie lying on the hospital bed. After coming home to visit her, she took another flight overseas. And it was only a few days ago when her class advisor approached her to ask her about her tuition that she reacted to the fact that she hadn't been paid on her card in a long time. She then rushed to call Jie. At first, Jie also transferred $2,000 to her, but then said that just took over the company. The funds cannot transfer. She then reacted to the fact that she had no money to spend and subconsciously called Lin Feng. But he didn't expect how Lin Feng was so desperate now. The indignant Soo Panji dialed her big sister Soo Jiqing's phone. "Big sister. Did you ask or not? When exactly will you transfer the money to me? The school side is already pushing for my tuition." Soo Jiqing froze. "Hasn't Xiao Jie transferred you yet?" "Nope. It's been a few days. The school said that if I don't pay at the end of this month, I won't be allowed to attend." Soo Panzi urged with some urgency. "Don't you rush first," Soo Jiqing busily said. "The company is now in a big mobilization. Xiaoji also just joined. A lot of things are still unskilled. So, how much do you tuition a year to come?" 230,000. "So much?" Soo Jiqing froze. How did she not know that her second sister's tuition was so expensive? "Right. Big sister. You forgot that I didn't have enough points in the first place and spent money to get in," Soo Panzi emphasized. Soo Jiqing pursed her lips. It wasn't that she had forgotten. It was that she simply didn't know about it. Previously, his sister's tuition fees, as well as the family's daily expenses, are Lin Feng get. She usually just commute to work, sitting in the office drinking tea and approving documents. Basically did not worry about. But now, forget it. Soo Jiqing shook her head and said, "Let's do it this way. I'll talk to my parents and free up the money for your tuition first, so you can go to school in peace." "Good." Soo Panji finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then big sister, you have to hurry up, huh? The school side is not waiting for anyone." "Aha." After hanging up the phone, Soo Jiqing rubbed her eyes with a bit of a headache. A large stack of documents from the Soo family trading company still piled up on the desk in front of her. Since Lin Feng had left, Jia had been lying in the hospital for more than 10 days. And all these papers had piled up for her. She's been working overtime for half a month straight. She was just drinking tea and playing with her cell phone in the office before. And when she got off work at the end of the day, it was all about where Lin Feng said she had to sign. So she just wrote her name on the line wherever she was. She never interfered when she saw that Lin Feng was usually very fast at scrutinizing these documents and extremely professional when talking to his assistant. However, now, when she personally do things to realize that these contracts have to be page by page carefully viewed, usually have to deal with the company's trivia twice a week to convene the board of directors. All of these things piled on top of her. If only Feng were here. Soo Jiqing rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache and squinted her eyes as images of spending time with Lin Feng flooded her mind. At that time, she was playing a game, and Lin Feng stood behind her. massaging her shoulders while watching and shouting behind her. "You're awesome, sis. Wow. 3 kills. My sister really is the best. You're too strong too. But now. Big sister. Have you read the contract yet? I have a date with a friend to go singing at night. I'll sign it first." She was worried when Soo Jia rushed in with a storm. Looking at the gauze wrapped around Soo Jia's head, Soo Jiqing complained a bit. "All injured and still not resting properly. It's a former classmate." Soo Jia scratched his head. Seems to also see Soo Jiqing's complaint. His voice lowered. Some aggrieved. "Big sister. I have not been to the KTV kind of place. It happens to be that my classmates called me. I thought to go to see the world." His voice was wan and pitiful. Like a child no one wanted. Soo Jiqing's heart tightened. And sympathy inexplicably rose in her heart. They had no money at the time. But their parents operated an express post. And there was no shortage of entertainment expenses for them. She said nothing more and didn't complain. "Okay. Then be safe and sign the papers tomorrow." "Okay. Thanks, big sis." Soo Jia instantly raised a smile and left with gusto. Soo Jiqing looked at the $500,000 she had saved in her account. Sighed. And finally called Soo Panji's account for $300,000. Immediately after, she picked up her cell phone and dialed her father. "Soo Tonda. Dad. Did you finalize the contract you negotiated with Yihan's group last month?" On the other end, Soo Tonda pondered for a moment and said, "Not yet. That side said they would contact us if they had any news." "What's wrong? Is something wrong with the company?" "That's not true." Soo Jiqing shook her head and truthfully said, "It's just to make preparations for the big order on the side of Yihan. The company's water flow has been less than half for the past 2 months. If there's still no confirmation from that side, we'd better take the general order first." "Hold your horses. I'll ask." Violet House Villa. In the office, Shu Lingxiang was seated, wearing a white shirt, her long hair standing high, nobly and steadily scrutinizing the contract documents on the table. When her eyes landed on the word Sue, she raised an eyebrow. "Shui Yen. The first half of the year's batch of goods on the side of Yihan. Has the logistics company not yet signed up?" In the computer screen in front of her, Yu Shuiyan looked up. Searching for a moment, nodded, "Yes. Just recently. This few years the capital city is developing very quickly. The influx of a lot of new enterprises. The director's intention is to want to change the cooperation to look at the," she said, but with a curious look. "This kind of thing for the Chu family is a small matter. With the Chu family's connections, every now and then to change people to work together can drop a lot of costs. 'Cause the industry to roll. For the Chu family to create more revenue. This is all normal operation. For this kind of thing, Miss never asked about it. Why did she bring it up now? Find some peers and make an appointment to talk about it." Shu Lingxiang's cold voice rang out in the video. And Yu Shuiyan froze. "Miss, you're going to one of these meetings?" It wasn't even in her heart that she was surprised anymore. Yu Shuiyan directly said the shocking words out loud. Chu Lingxian raised his eyebrows. His tone cold. "Have Tianhan personally lead the men there." "Tianhan?" Yu Shuiyan shocked directly jumped up from the stool. "Tianhan usually drive. But the company who do not know her special status. Only to receive the orders issued by the miss. Just a little bit of shit. The board of directors casually finds someone to go on the line. But also Tianhan personally to attend?" But after all, it was Chu Lingxiang herself who gave the word. Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to be negligent. And after her complexion turned back sharply, she was busy nodding. "Okay, miss. I know. Bring a couple of security guards. Chu Lingshan's voice resounded once more, accompanied by a bit of teasing, as if she was watching a good show. Yu Shuiyen's heart trembled. Without having to ask, she knew who Miss meant. She nodded her head, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, and said, "Okay. I'll inform the security department and arrange for Lin Feng and the others to attend the meeting." Security department of the Yihan's group. Lin Feng, who had arrived at the company, had just finished eating when he received a message from Xia Qingqing. "By the way, Brother Feng, please tell Uncle Wang that my car is recently parked in the garage for the time being, and I'll drive it when I'm healed." Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he pressed a few times on the screen. Good. The afternoon flew by. During the period, Li Hao did not know where he heard about the matter of Xia Qingqing's broken foot, but also specifically came over to ask how Xia Qingqing's injury was. When he learned that it was just a wrench and nothing serious, Li Hao even spat out. "She's so stupid." Lin Feng skimmed his lips. High heels were indeed difficult to wear. He didn't know why, but at the mention of high heels, the figure of Chu Lingshan sprang to his mind. She has always been high heels do not leave her feet. A pair of slender jade legs, long and white. Walking. The sound issued by the friction between the soles and the ground, but also imposing. After the scene flashed by for an instant, Lin Feng hurriedly shook off his head and seriously devoted himself to his work. In the evening near the end of the day, Wang Chengming called Li Hao and the others over for a meeting with a serious look on his face, which also brought Lin Feng. Just after arriving at the office room, Lin Feng saw that Lu Tianhan was also there. When his eyes collided, he caught a glimpse of Lu Tianhan's eyes filled with complaints and speechlessness. "Everyone is here, right?" Wang Chengming counted the number of people. There were 4 in total. Lin Feng, Li Hao, and 2 less familiar peripheral monitors. "Okay. Let me start by saying that the day after tomorrow the company is going to hold a signing conference at the Chancery Lane Hotel, which will be handled by MS. Lu. And a few of you are going to protect MS. Lu's safety dash." Saying that, Wang Chengming glanced towards Lin Feng in an extremely ambiguous manner. "MS. Lu is in charge?" Li Hao froze and blurted out. "That must be the conference. Brother Wang. There are only 4 of us. Can we do it?" Wang Chengming rolled his eyes and directly rushed at Li Hao's head. "You kid. And not let you be in charge of the whole hotel. The 4 of you protect Miss Lu on the line. Where's so much bullshit?" "Yes, yes, yes." Li Hao rubbed his head painfully and nodded repeatedly. Wang Chengming continued. "Calling you over today is for you to get acquainted. Tomorrow you can go back to rest. And the day after tomorrow just listen to Miss Lu's arrangement." Saying that, he looked at Lu Tianhan with a fawning face. Lu Tianhan slightly lifted his forehead, only faintly put down a sentence. "The day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Gather in front of the company." This talking stance, Lin Feng had never seen it before. It was quite a bit like a female boss. Lin Feng didn't know if he was wrong. He always felt that Lu Tianhan was looking at him with complaints in his eyes, as if he was holding back a whole lot of words to spit out. Wang Chengming let them off work with some more instructions. On the way out, Li Hao's spitting voice rang out. "Good boy. MS. Lu are coming to the meeting. It is estimated to be the General Assembly. Lin Feng. You kid really just came to work to meet so many famous scenes." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask. "MS. Lu? Also serving in the company?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao was shocked. "You don't even know about MS. Lu? She is the 3rd director of our company. Usually the first hurdle after the board meeting has to go through her. Good boy. Lu Tianhan is so great? Lin Feng thought she was just in charge of chauffeuring himself. His eyelids twitching. This is even more cannot let them know. This if you know the Billion Han Group's 3 directors to himself as a driver. I am afraid that he this calm days to be gone. Alright. Don't worry too much. MS. Lu is still nice. Let's just work seriously. Li Hao spat out a sentence. Seeing that he had already walked to the front door, he waved at Lin Feng. Shaolin. I'll leave first, huh? See you the day after tomorrow. Aha. Lin Feng nodded and saw Li Hao's departing back before he turned around and headed to the underground garage. Just after getting on the car, Lin Feng saw that Lu Tianhan, who had just been indifferent, was now full of life and death. He didn't hold back. I didn't know that you're actually the 3rd director of the Yihans group. Stop it. Lu Tianhan's face was filled with a devastated expression. Indignantly saying, I don't know what kind of evil wind is blowing lately. Such a little shit matter letting my mom personally take the lead. I'm really convinced. A small matter? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Right. Just a meeting with a few logistics companies. Sister Shui Yan actually said that Miss let me go in person. You say speechless? Lu Tianhan's box was completely opened and began to chatter and complain. Logistics company? Yu Shui Yan? Chu Ling Shuang even asked her to go in person? Lin Feng's eyelids jumped and he instantly had a bad feeling. Then why don't you just bring a few old employees? I've only just joined. Lin Feng was surprised. Sister Shui Yan personally instructed to take you there. How would I know what she's up to? Lu Tianhan spat out a sentence and stepped on the gas with one foot. Shocked by the sudden start of the car, Lin Feng leaned forward a little. And at this moment his eyelids were fluttering wildly. Why did he feel like nothing good was coming out of it? Alas! I was driving around to have fun on the line. Now even this point of shit are looking for me. Forget about it. Lu Tianhan steered the steering wheel while stepping on the gas pedal with a face full of death. Let the storm come more violently. Hit the old lady to death. The car's speed soared. And Lin Feng subconsciously yanked on the handle above his head. He was relieved to see that he had already entered the highway and there were no cars around. That night, Chu Lingxiang did not return. Lin Feng had gradually gotten used to living here. And for Wang Ma's thoughtfulness, Lin Feng, who had never received this kind of treatment before, had a rare moment of warmth in his heart. The next day, eating the breakfast prepared by Wang Ma, Lin Feng took the initiative to nag him. Wang Ma, what time do you usually eat? 6 o'clock in the morning. I think. And usually before the lady. Or if it's exceptional, after she's finished her meal. Wang Ma seemed to be asked such a question for the first time. And in between answering truthfully, she looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Having a meal and still having to wait for Chu Lingfeng to finish eating. This Chu family servant wasn't doing well either. He stared at Wang Ma and said with some sympathy, Wang Ma, at your age you should be enjoying your family at home. But now this life is so tight. It's not good for your heart over time. It seemed like she rarely heard such caring words. Wang Ma's heart trembled and her eyes became more and more amiable as she looked at Lin Feng. Sir, there's no need to worry. Miss will arrange medical checkups for us every year. And, even though this place is big, there will usually be other servants to help take care of it. So I can't bother much. So, Lin Feng nodded. He didn't expect that Chu Lingshan was also good to the servants. Just on the contrary. He was so ferocious to him. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more speechless he felt. After dinner, he mentioned his need for a laptop to Wang Ma, and wrote down the configurations on a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Ma. Wang Ma was also quick, And the computer was delivered in only an hour. He hugged his computer and went upstairs. Since the last office incident, Lin Feng had been thinking about the issue of hacking the surveillance of the Yihan's group. He couldn't keep being led by the nose by Chu Lingxian like this. If there was a next time, he could totally hack the company's surveillance and do something to punish Chu Lingxian. It was also good to let Chu Lingxian know that he was not a lamb to be slaughtered by her. Looking at the computer box, a small taste of sophistication and luxury hit him. A brand he knew to be one of the best currently available. He studied finance in college and his minor involved the computer science department. As far as computers were concerned, Lin Feng was still very proficient. After turning the computer on and checking it, Lin Feng didn't find any surveillance facilities from inside. And all the firewalls were normal. He then put his head down and skillfully clicked on a piece of software, his fingers flying over the keyboard. As time passed into the evening, Lin Feng was already tired and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Feng, who had had his breakfast, took Lu Tianhan's car and headed to the company. Wait, I'll get off first when we're almost at the company. I'll just walk there. When he was almost at the company, Lin Feng took the initiative to say something. Lu Tianhan was surprised. What are you doing out of the car? I'll just pull you directly and be done with it. Lin Feng bristled. That won't do. How can they explain if they see it? If you see it, you see it. What's wrong with that? Lu Tianhan put down a sentence with no concern. Did not give Lin Feng the opportunity to get off the car, and directly drove the car to the company's entrance. Li Hao and the others were already waiting at the entrance of the company, with Wang Chengming standing next to them. Seeing Lu Tianhan roll down the car window, Li Hao hurriedly went forward. Miss Lu, Lin Feng hasn't he come yet? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the window of the rear car was rolled down, and Lin Feng was sitting in the back seat with a formal face and an awkward smile, waving at him. Li Hao, huh? I saw him on the way, so I brought him along. Lu Tianhan put down a sentence and said towards Wang Chengming, Brother Wang, are the cars ready? All right. All right. Wang Chengming hurriedly answered, and grabbed Li Hao's collar again, yanking him back, while also looking at Lin Feng with an ambiguous face, raising his eyebrows towards him with a bad smile. Lin Feng, set off when you're ready. Lu Tianhan put down a sentence, rolled up the window and stepped on the gas. Behind them, Li Hao's trio also hurriedly got into the car behind them, and both cars stepped onto the highway at the same time. This is a rare opportunity. Your mom and I are still out of town and can't make it back. Xi Cheng, this time you bring Xiao Ji over. You have to teach him well. This is also the best opportunity for you guys to practice. Hotel Chancery Lane. Su Jiqing, who had arrived at the hotel lobby early in the morning, looked tense as she sat on the sofa, clutching her cell phone in her hand, her mind echoing her father's instructions. Around one after another came a lot of people. They were dressed in formal suits, and between them again in each other's conversation. Su Jiqing know that those are peers, although there is competition, but we usually have to make good relations. She deserved to go up and ask, but these were people she usually never saw, and at this point she didn't know what to look for. And next to him, Su Jia looked around curiously as if he had never been to this kind of hotel before. And with a gluttonous look, he kept taking the exquisite desserts on the table, barking, blah blah blah. From the moment he sat here, Su Jia's mouth didn't stop, barfing like a hungry ghost. Su Jiqing, who was already quite nervous, was really a bit annoyed at this moment, and couldn't help but say, Xiao Jia, eat less. It's not good to eat too many sweets. Su Jia, who was eating happily, froze, and immediately said with a face full of aggression, "Sister, I've never eaten such delicious pastries." Su Jiqing's heart trembled as she looked at Su Jia with a complicated expression. In the end, she said helplessly, "I mean, it's crowded at the moment. So you'll stop for a while. And later after the meeting, sis will buy you some to bring back to eat." "Yeah." Su Jia instantly cheered up, hugging Su Jiqing's arm in disregard of her image, happily saying, "I knew my sister was the best for me." In this broad daylight, Su Jiqing can feel the eyes of those people talking around her. She was busy pulling out her arm and admonished with a helpless face, "Shao Jie, don't make a scene. Later on when the meeting is held, you sit next to me and don't talk. Just listen carefully and learn to learn." "Good." Su Jia nodded and stopped moving around. At 8 o'clock sharp, a conspicuous Rolls-Royce stopped at the front door of the Chancery Lane Hotel. "The Billion Han Group is here. Come on. Come on. Come on." In the hotel lobby, several middle-aged men hurriedly got up and headed toward the door. Su Jiqing also hurriedly tugged Su Jia to get up and followed them towards the gate. She then noticed that there were 10 people who came to the meeting plus her. That is to say, in this meeting today, there are 10 companies competing with them at the same time. And she immediately felt a great deal of pressure. Under the crowd of spectators, the back door of the Rolls-Royce was pushed open, and Lin Feng came down from the car in a suit and black leather shoes with a calm and steady temperament. His cold face and very iconic body instantly drew a crowd of girls at the hotel entrance. Lin Feng lowered his eyes and went straight around to the driver's seat, pulling open the door. Lu Tianhan, on the other hand, stepped on a pair of slender high-heeled shoes, attacked a decent suit, wearing sunglasses, slowly came down from the car. Even though her sunglasses covered most of her face, a number of people still recognized her. Miss Lu actually came in person. It looks like the Yihan's group is going to negotiate a big contract this time. There was a lot of talk, and each of them eagerly looked at Lu Tianhan, with dark currents surging. The name Lu Tianhan, Su Jiqing had also heard of it, before Lin Feng had mentioned some of the top management of the Yihan's group to her. And among those names he had read out at the beginning, there were the 3 words Lu Tianhan. I didn't expect to run into it today. Su Jiqing's heart shook, realizing that this signing was not simple. She stared at Lu Tianhan closely. Although she was considered a strong woman in other people's mouths and handled things with quite a lot of vigor, but when facing Lu Tianhan, she was not worth mentioning. Simply by meeting, Lu Tianhan's boss aura surged out and she was at a disadvantage. What's worse, when she saw the people following behind Lu Tianhan, her whole body froze. Little Feng? Looking at that face she was all too familiar with, Su Jiqing's entire body froze. "Big sister. What are you talking about?" On the side, Su Jia probed his head in confusion. But when his line of sight landed behind Lu Tianhan, he was also dumbfounded. Lin Feng, who had been kicked out of the house, was currently standing behind Lu Tianhan. He followed Lu Tianhan closely, coming up the steps from the entrance of the hotel, and the crowd waiting at the entrance subconsciously moved a channel to the side. Lin Feng, just like that, walked past their eyes. "Big sister. Brother Lin he." Su Jia's entire body was shocked. He looked incredulously at Lin Feng's back and stammered out, "How did he get here? Brother Lin? How should I know?" Su Jiqing was also baffled. Looking at this situation, Lin Feng seemed to be a security guard? After being kicked out of the Su family, Su Jiqing had also privately investigated where Lin Feng had gone. But Lin Feng had already moved out of his original residence and was nowhere to be found. She thought he had gone to another city, not realizing So he's now employed at Ihan Group? And being a security guard over there? For some reason, Su Jiqing's originally tense mood suddenly relaxed the moment she saw Lin Feng. Xiao Feng is good, although he is only a security guard. But at least there is a person who knows the person in his own side what do not understand can also directly ask him. Moreover, if one remembered correctly, Lin Feng had just gotten off of Lu Tianhan's car. So in that case, little Feng was on good terms with Lu Tianhan. She instantly felt that the Su family should be able to secure this meeting 9 times out of 10. After all, there was the relationship of Xiao Feng. Su Jiqing's heart relaxed quite a bit. And she was also a bit happy. Xia Jie. Let's go. Let's go to the conference room first. Su Jie did not respond. His eyes flashed a touch of viciousness. He did not know how Lin Feng entered the Ihan Group. To know that the security guards applying for jobs there had to be graduates of prestigious schools. Lin Feng appeared now. Was it to hit him in the face? No way. Su Jie secretly clenched his back teeth. So what if he was a security guard? Although Su's company is not as good as the Ihan's group. But at least it is a serious company. Lin Feng is just a small security guard. How can he compare with his status as the young master of the Su family? Lin Feng was only using this opportunity to try and make the Su family bow down. Right? Su Jie sneered. With him around for a day, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to come back. Seeing that Su Jiqing had already led the way toward the hotel, he hurriedly followed. Penthouse meeting room at the Chancery Lane Hotel. Lu Tianhan had already taken the lead and waited inside, while Lin Feng and Li Hao and the others guarded the main entrance, checking one by one the people who wanted to enter the conference room. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And if they could be valued by Lu Tianhan and increase their chances of cooperating with Yihan's group, it would be a big opportunity for each of them. So everyone was very cooperative during the inspection. There weren't many people. It only took less than 10 minutes to check almost. Just as Lin Feng was breathing a sigh of relief, he suddenly glimpsed the elevator door opening. Su Jiqing and Su Jie rushed up at the end in a hurry. Lin Feng instantly froze. How are they? He said he had been feeling out of sorts yesterday. So he was waiting for him here? Let Lu Tianhan personally over this matter. He knew it was Chu Lingshan's idea. But he did not expect the middle also interspersed with such a big surprise. Was Chu Lingshan testing him? Testing his attitude towards the Chu family? Or just sitting back and waiting for a good show behind the back of nowhere? This woman is so damn wicked. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This damn woman. Was she so eager to see him make a fool of himself? Feng. Long time no see. Su Jiqing walked in style and showed a gentle smile towards Lin Feng. Behind her, Su Jie also had a well-behaved look on his face and called out affectionately to Lin Feng. Brother Lin. Why did you come to work as a security guard for the Yihan's group? He wasn't loud, but several people in the room could hear him. Li Hao glanced at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and indifferent as he faintly raised the metal scanner in his hand. Raise your hand. It seemed that she didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a cold attitude. Su Jiqing froze for a moment, glancing at the conference room where many people were already seated. She bit her lip and raised her arm up. Lin Feng expressionlessly swept Su Jiqing's body up and down with the scanner and casually touched her pockets. The familiar touch after a long time rose on her body. Su Jiqing's eyes flashed, her heart inexplicably twitching. Taking advantage of the inspection, she said softly, Little Feng, are you still angry? Mom and Dad are actually. You can go in. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lin Feng mercilessly dropped his sentence. Su Jiqing subconsciously bit her lips tightly, looked deeply at Lin Feng, and took a step towards the conference room. And Li Hao had already checked Su Jie out and released him. seeing the two men enter the room. Li Hao then pulled the door of the conference room closed, with the two of them guarding the front door and the other two at the back door. The meeting in the room proceeded normally. While waiting for a gap, Li Hao couldn't help but ask, "I say, Xiao Linzi, that beautiful woman just now. You know her?" "Don't recognize." Lin Feng shook his head categorically. "Do not recognize people call you so close? But also small maple, small maple." Li Hao muttered with a surprised face. And in the next second, he reacted violently, slapped on Lin Feng's shoulder, and said with a bad smile, "Hey! I say, you kid. Wouldn't be slagging people off, right?" "Put." Lin Feng was taking a sip of water with the intention of slowing it down, but he was almost stabbed and sprayed out by these words. "What are you farting about? Am I that kind of person? Then you're afraid to recognize people when they call you." Li Hao looked at Lin Feng in a highly ambiguous way. "I say, that beauty is not bad looking. Or a director of a small company. Strong woman, ah. You kid also willing to slag people." Lin Feng blankly glanced at Li Hao with some speechlessness and put down. "How old is she? How old am I? Don't be too outrageous. Big and so what? I think she's only 29 or 89 years old. These days, it's not bad to have a date. As the saying goes, a woman's older than you. You can hold too." Li Hao teased with a smile. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. 90% of Li Hao's words were not on point. Only that 10% was a good point. Su Jiqing does have a good look and a good figure, so she can be considered a model of a strong career woman. It's just that others don't know. But he does. The so-called career-oriented but are all superficial. Su Jiqing in the company is actually a soy sauce. In addition to the daily contracts need her signature. The rest she basically did not care. During the 2 years that he had led the Su family company, Su Jiqing had been pampered and lived a dashing life. I just didn't expect her to come to the meeting in person now. It's the Su family that has no one left to use. Isn't it? No need to guess, also no. Su Jia, that look also cannot become a great weapon. The company's burden cannot fall on the head of Su Jiqing. Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't a member of the Su family anymore. What did he care? Without another word, he stood to the side of the doorway, placed his hands behind his back, looked straight ahead, and began to pose in a daze. Seeing this, Li Hao didn't say anything more and, like Lin Feng, began to daze and touch the fish. The meeting lasted until 10 o'clock. Li Hao looked at the time and pulled the door of the conference room open. Inside the room, Lu Tianhan's indifferent voice rang out. "This is the conditions offered by the Yihan Group. So you can all discuss it on your own. Let's take an intermission first," she said, stepping out on her heels. Just as she reached the door, she rushed to Li Hao. "Little Li, go downstairs and buy me a latte." Hand ground. "Yes." Li Hao nodded repeatedly and rushed downstairs. After she finished speaking, she gave Lin Feng another look. Lin Feng understood and followed her to the next lounge. In the conference room, after Lu Tianhan left, the directors of the major companies started to call their own phones to discuss. Su Jiqing, on the other hand, sat in her chair without moving. The actual moment she saw Lin Feng downstairs. What exactly Lu Tianhan said in this meeting? She didn't listen carefully at all. From the moment the door to the conference room was pulled open, she had been staring at Lin Feng in the doorway until she saw him follow Lu Tianhan to the next door. She giggled inwardly. Her guess was right. Lin Feng and Lu Tianhan's relationship was really extraordinary. In that way, she was relieved. She hurriedly got up and turned toward Su Jie. "Little Jie, Wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right there. Big sister. You. Su Jie just wanted to ask Su Jiqing where she was going. But as a result, before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiqing left in a hurry. So he had no choice but to swallow his unspoken words in his stomach. Su Jiqing had just walked out of the door of the conference room when she saw Lu Tianhan coming out of it, heading straight to the restroom at the end of the corridor. She watched the door to the common room stand open, and with a shiver in her heart, she walked in with a sense of excitement. Lin Feng was sitting on the office chair in the lounge. He was swiping his cell phone nonchalantly, clutching a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Seeing the incomparably familiar person, Su Jiqing's heart couldn't be more excited. She smiled and looked at Lin Feng, gently calling out, "Little Feng?" At the sound, Lin Feng slightly raised his head, and when he saw the visitor, he instantly frowned. Su Jiqing had wanted to directly open her mouth and ask Lin Feng why he was so cold. But the atmosphere in the room was too heavy, coupled with Lin Feng's puzzled face. This made the smile she had raised stiffen on her face and forced her to politely say, "It's really been a long time. I didn't expect you to actually work at the Yihan's group now. What a coincidence." Coincidence? But it's all by that madman's design. Impatience crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Originally he was in a bad mood when he was counted by Chu Ling Shuang. And now that he saw Su Jiqing, he was even more irritated for no reason. "Are you okay?" His tone was extremely cold and filled with the flames of anger. Su Jiqing smiled rather awkwardly and walked over to Lin Feng. "Little Feng, are you still complaining about mom and dad? It's actually not what you think. Mom and dad. If that's what you're going to say, then please leave." Pressing on without giving Su Jiqing a chance to finish her sentence, Lin Feng said with extreme indifference, "I'm not a member of your Su family anymore. And I don't want to know about the Su family's affairs." Where would I have thought that Lin Feng's words would be so desperate? Su Jiqing was instantly at a bit of a loss for words. Her eyes widened and she couldn't help but lecture. "Little Feng, how can you talk like that? No matter what. Mom and dad have raised you for so many years. You are now. Isn't netting enough?" Lin Feng disliked him nonchalantly. "I didn't take a single cent of your Su family's money. I've already repaid the favor of raising you." Su Jiqing bit her lips in death and looked at Lin Feng incredulously. She didn't deny that what Lin Feng said was the truth. Over the years their family can develop so well. Lin Feng credit. He also did net out. But how to say there are more than 10 years of feelings in? How can he be so cold? Glancing at Su Jiqing not speaking, Lin Feng knew that he had spoken to her heart. He pulled up the corner of his mouth and sneered. "What? Is it possible that you, Su Jiqing, are going to morally kidnap me now?" Su Jiqing was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Feng and held her tongue for half a day before she popped out a sentence. "Xiao Feng, although we don't have a blood relationship, but since we were small we are also considered to grow up together. How can I say that I am also considered half of your big sister? How can you talk about me like that?" She was red-faced and clearly pissed off. It was fine if she didn't mention this. But when she did, Lin Feng's anger grew even more. She still knows? After so many years of affection. It was gone when they said it was gone. And after Su Jie came back, they were unwilling to give even a little bit of trust. Where was Su Jiqing when he was slandered by Su Jie and abused by Su Tanda, who pointed his nose at him and told him to kick him out of the Su family? Tea and flowers and cell phones in the office he'd set up for her? And she deserves to say that? Lin Feng was furious and stood up violently. His big tall man directly pressed Su Jiqing. And in the face of the imposing Lin Feng, Su Jiqing obviously softened. "This is the restroom of the Yihan's group. Please leave." With that, He raised the stun baton at his waist and snapped. "Don't make me travel my security duties. You." Seeing the electric baton in Lin Feng's hand and being shocked by his cold and ruthless tone, Su Jiqing knew that he wasn't joking. Her heart jerked, and the pain spread from the pit of her heart and surged to her head. Her eyes instantly red. "Feng, how did you become like this?" Su Jiqing murmured incredulously and heard Lin Feng's icy voice fall again. "What happens to the Su family is no longer my concern. Get out." Words and phrases were like meteorites crashing to the ground, ruthlessly smashing into Su Jiqing's heart. She didn't even know how she made it out of the break room. Only that she stumbled a little at her pace. She didn't understand how Lin Feng, who had always been submissive and gentle to her, had become so cold in less than a month. Could it be that he was willing to throw away all those bits and pieces of affection over the past 10 years? "Feng, your heart is too hard. What's wrong with you, big sister?" As he neared the door of the conference room, Su Jie's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jiqing's heart trembled as she subconsciously said, "Little Jie, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to sit inside and wait for me?" "Big sister, I don't know any of those people in the conference room. And there's no one to chat with while I'm sitting there. It feels so awkward," Su Jie explained somewhat aggressively. As soon as he looked up, he caught a glimpse of Su Jiqing's slightly red eyes, which seemed to have cried. He was instantly a bit anxious. "Big sister, why are you crying? Is someone bullying you?" The implication of his words was clear enough. Su Jiqing hastily wiped the corners of her eyes. "It's fine. It's fine. Let's go in first." "Sister." Su Jie went up and tugged on Su Jiqing's sleeve, saying that he refused to move. Facing Lin Feng's indifference, Su Jiqing's heart ached terribly. But now, there was a brother in front of her who truly cared about her. The bloodline was connected. And no matter what, Jie was his own brother. Su Jiqing's eyes softened as she gently patted the back of Su Jie's hand. "Sis is fine. Let's quickly go inside." Su Jie wanted to say something else, but glancing at Su Jiqing tenderly shaking her head at him, he finally sighed and honestly followed her inside. However, although Su Jiqing said that it was fine, Su Jie knew in his heart that his big sister should not want him to find trouble with Lin Feng. Damn it! That Lin Feng had been kicked out of the Su family. Yet big sister still couldn't get enough of him. Although he was now seated as the young master of the Su family, and his sisters and parents treated him as well as usual, he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. Being taken away from the life that should have belonged to his young master by that damned Lin Feng caused him to suffer so much for so many years. And he didn't even make it to college. How could he not hate? Now even the eldest sister has mercy on Lin Feng, and even cried and refused to let herself go over to get a statement. If this goes on, how can he still have a foothold in the Su family? He is the real young master of the Su family. Taking advantage of the fact that the meeting hadn't started yet, Su Jie's eyes flashed and covered his belly as he stood up. "Big sister, I'll go to the restroom first. I just drank a little too much water." Su Jiqing answered somewhat perfunctorily, as if her heart was no longer in this meeting. Seeing this, Su Jie secretly clenched his fists and rushed outside the conference room. He was going to confront Lin Feng and make him apologize to his big sister in person. He always had to set up his true young master's majesty. Su Jie rushed to the lounge with a face full of anger. And when he saw that the door was covered, he directly flew up and kicked the door. With a bang, the door to the lounge was kicked open. He rushed in aggressively. But within 2 steps, he saw a scene that made him wonder. "Stupid, you have to. That's not how you pull it." Lu Tianhan turned her back to the door and hooked her hands up and down across her back, her small hands tugging at the zipper on her back, her shoulders extruding bones from her movements. and Lin Feng, standing right beside her. Hearing the loud noise coming from the doorway, Lu Tianhan turned around in panic and angrily scolded. "Who are you? Why don't you knock when you come in?" As soon as he saw the appearance of the beautiful Lu Tianhan's pouting, Su Jie's imposing momentum instantly dissipated. He wilted. Lin Feng knew what was going on at a glance. It was even if Su Jiqing ran over. Where did he, Su Jie, get the guts to run over? He angrily copied the stun baton on the table. And without waiting for Su Jie to speak, he went up for a smothering. Before Su Jie could react, his shoulder was struck by a hard stick. He covered his shoulder in pain. And before he had time to speak, another stick was struck towards his stomach. New grudges and old grudges together. Lin Feng did not bring a light hand. Directly went up 3 sticks to beat Su Jie kneeling on the ground could not get up. He didn't even give Su Jie a chance to speak. And directly pressed the switch, stabbing up against Su Jie's waist. Zip! 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 The fiery sound of electricity was instantaneous. Strong tingling pain swept through the whole body. Su Jie pressed to resist. A few seconds later, Frozen was hard electrocuted. The house instantly filled with the charred smell of roasting meat. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Lin Feng sneered. "My electric baton isn't for show." Lu Tianhan quickly copied the jacket over his body and glanced at the man on the ground with a disgusted face. "Hurry up and find someone to drag him out. It's too disgusting." I didn't expect Lu Tianhan to say such things. It was rare that someone could stand on a united front with him. Lin Feng was instantly in a good mood. He smiled and pinned the electric baton to his waist, and said towards Lu Tianhan, "Yes, Mr. Lu." At this moment, everyone is in the conference room. In order to fight for this rare opportunity, everyone does not dare to slack off. Once the party break is over, there is not even a person in the corridor. Only Li Hao and the 3 of them are still there. Seeing Lin Feng dragging the already unconscious Su Jie out of the restroom, Li Hao rushed forward. "Kobayashi, what's going on here?" He secretly filmed MS. Lu changing her clothes and was electrocuted by me. Lin Feng scribbled an explanation. Li Hao instantly looked disgusted. "It's disgusting. In order to sign a contract, these people are really unscrupulous. Even doing this kind of thing." With that, Li Hao waved his hand at the 2 men at the back door and shouted, "Brothers, come and lend a hand and get him next door." The 3 of them busied themselves, pulling Su Jie to the cubicle opposite the conference room. And after Li Hao dialed 120 again and gave the exact directions, he looked to see Lu Tianhan coming out of the restroom. He rushed forward. "Are you all right?" "MS. Lu? It's fine." Lu Tianhan was in an obviously unhappy mood. Li Hao hurriedly said, "What about this person? Should we call the police?" As he spoke, his eyes locked onto Lu Tianhan's expression. And he saw that Lu Tianhan's eyes flickered. And in the next second, MS. Lu actually looked sideways at Lin Feng. "What do you say to calling the police?" "Turtle. What's this about?" MS. Lu still has to ask Lin Feng's opinion on this kind of thing? The 3 Li Hao people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Seeing that the eyes of these 3 people were not quite right, Lin Feng hurriedly smiled and said, "You're the boss. How can this little security guard of mine dare to make decisions?" Lu Tianhan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng twice more. No wonder the lady treated him differently. He didn't want such a good chance to pretend. Her eyes rolled as she said, "Just have the doctor come over and take a look. See which family it is. And let them know later after the meeting so they can claim it." "Yes." Li Hao and the others hurriedly responded. There was still a large number of people waiting in the conference room. So Lu Tianhan didn't delay any longer and stepped on her high heels and went in. Lin Feng helped pull the door to the conference room closed. And the sound of conversation soon came from inside. Calm was once again restored to the corridor. Li Hao instead looked sideways at Lin Feng. Xiao Lin ah. How come I always feel that you and MS Lu are not quite right either? You're feeling wrong. Lin Feng faintly answered. Not even explaining. Glancing at Lin Feng's handsome face, Li Hao seemed to have a bit of a realization. It must be because you kid is too handsome. Damn it. I won't be patrolling with you from now on. Standing together with you takes the wind out of my sails. Being complimented by women on their good looks, that's pretty common. But to be complimented by a brother on his handsomeness, that's real handsomeness. Lin Feng also couldn't help but be in a good mood. He intentionally moved closer to Li Hao. And the big tall man instantly crushed half of Li Hao's head. He slightly raised his hand, easily hooked Li Hao's shoulder, and came with a smile. How can this be? In my eyes, Brother Li, you're the one who's suave and loved by all. Cut. Just snarking on old me. Li Hao grunted and spat. What's the use of being loved by people? You're still a single dog after all these years. Hey. That's not true. What did you say? Su Jia was electrocuted by him? Violet Lighthouse Villa. Shuling Shuang raised her eyes in some surprise and looked at Yu Shuiyan in the screen. Right. Miss. Do you think he's bold enough to beat up someone's family on the way to a meeting and electrocute them? Yu Shuiyan similarly expressed her incredulity. And incidentally came up with. But that Su Jia also deserved it. Doing nothing good but stealing photos of Tianhan changing her clothes. The rest of the words Chu Lingsheng seemed as if she hadn't heard. She quirked her lips in interest. What a surprise. She had deliberately arranged such a scene. But only because she wanted to see Lin Feng's reaction. She'd like to see if he can still maintain his carefree attitude when his old friend appears in front of him. As a result, she didn't expect that Lin Feng would give her such a big egg. It was a bit of a far-fetched excuse to make. But this character with an axe to grind was really getting on her nerves. This man is simply too much fun. Miss? Chu Lingfang was so immersed in shock by what Lin Feng had done that she didn't even react until Yu Shuiyan had called out to her several times. Her thoughts were forcibly interrupted and she said with some displeasure. Speak. Yu Shuiyan hurriedly said. But this matter? I'm afraid that the Su family won't stop. Of course they won't stop. Chu Lingshang cocked his legs, wrapped his arms around, red lips slightly hooked. Su Jie's Su family lost for many years of his own son. It is not easy to find back. See, their own son was beaten like this. Cannot be held accountable on the strange. A hint of playfulness ticked across Chu Lingxuan's eyes. Give them the bid for this contract. Give it to them? Yu Shuiyan froze. And busily said. Miss. The Su family can't turn over a big wave no matter what. What are we afraid of a small company like them for? Scared? Chu Lingxiang raised an eyebrow. She just thought it was funny. Didn't Lin Feng want a peaceful life? She favored not allowing him to swing for the fences. Do what I say. In a cold voice, she ordered. By the way, put out the news that Lin Feng violently beat up Su Jie. Bring the company name with you. As soon as Lin Feng's name was involved, Yu Shuiyan instantly understood. She nodded breathlessly and at the same time somewhat sympathized with Lin Feng. Being treated like a toy by her lady. So sad. I'm afraid he'll have to suffer in the future. A meeting bidding ended. And Su Jiqing looked incredulously at the extra contract in her hand. There were congratulatory yet sour tones all around. Congratulations, MS Su, for getting the bill from the Yihan's group. We should have more dealings in the future. MS. Sue deserves to be a strong woman. Sitting here without saying a word and being looked at. MS. Sue. Let's add a contact. If you need me in the future, I'll be there for you. MS. Co. In just a few minutes of work, Soo Ji-ching had several more contacts on her cell phone. And they were all peers. In the face of everyone's congratulations, Soo Ji-ching got up and answered a few voices before rushing out. She was in a bit of a hurry now. It had been an hour since Jai had gone to the restroom. And now that it was 11:30 and he hadn't come back, she was worried. After all, it was an unfamiliar place. And it was Jay's first time here. She rushed to the restroom and asked for a boy at the door, only to learn that there was no one in the men's room at all. She instantly panicked and rushed toward the downstairs hall. After asking the lobby manager, Soo Ji-ching learned that Soo Jia had been knocked out and sent to the ambulance just as the second meeting began. Soo Ji-ching was completely anxious, not caring about finding Lin Feng again. She hurried to the garage and drove to the hospital. It was hard to find the hospital room where Jia was. And before she had a chance to go in, her father, Su Tongda, called. Shi Cheng, didn't I tell you to take good care of your brother? Why are you still letting him get beaten up by Lin Feng? On the other end of the phone, vaguely still hear the voice of Wang Shan crying. Soo Ji-ching, however, was confused. What? Little Jia was beaten by Lin Feng? It's all over the news. Don't you know? Su Tongda's furious voice almost penetrated through the phone. Your mother and I are on our way back right now. Ji-ching, how can you be a sister? How can you let that white-eyed wolf bully Xia Jie? Soo Ji-ching was really a bit aggrieved. She hurriedly said, Dad, I don't know. I've been in a meeting. I've just taken the contract down before I heard about Xiao Jiejie's incident. On the other end of the phone, Su Tongda's voice lurched, as if somewhat elated. You got your hands on the contract? Yeah. The bill from the Yihan's group. MS. Lu gave it to me herself. Great. Su Tongda was immediately excited and said bluntly, it seems that the Yihan's group also understands the rules. His family's security guards beat up people. So he thought of compensating us. Saying that, he turned his words around and his tone was stern down. However, this matter of this brute beating up little Jia is not over. Ji-ching, hurry up and take advantage of this contract to make a good relationship with Yihan's side. If he dares to mess with our Su family, I will definitely make him get out of the capital city. Sis. Brother-in-law, why is he just a security guard? Feng's house. Feng Mingho held his cell phone and incredulously rushed at Feng Ziyue. This I still have to ask you. Feng Ziyu looked at her brother with a face of hatred. After half a day, Lin Feng is just a small security guard of the Yihan's group. No wonder he can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce. This can't be right. Feng Mingho stood up fiercely, his face full of disbelief. I personally saw the female driver rushing at brother-in-law with respect. How can a security guard enjoy this treatment? Yes. Yihan's group is one of the top 3 companies in the capital city. No matter what, they won't let a security guard just drive this kind of top sports car out. Right? Especially since Lin Feng has only just been kicked out of the Su family. Going to work for the Yihan's group should be less than a month. Unless Lin Feng knew someone from the Yihan's group before. Feng Ziyue clenched her cell phone and gritted her teeth. Xiao Hao. Are you sure you saw it clearly? It's not that you've been drinking and got blinded? Feng Mingho patted his chest and swore. Sister. I swear I saw it. And I didn't even have time to drink that night. Feng Ziyu's eyes sank. Good you, Lin Feng. So you have long found a good retreat for yourself. Holding such a big leg. No wonder he didn't even have a bit of sadness on his face when the Su family kicked him out. The Yihan group. That was the top big mansion in her mind. What you shall. In front of it. Even mentioned shoes are not worthy of. Billion Han Group. Casually a shareholder waved his hand. The bottom of these small businesses have to be scared. She pondered for a moment and said towards Fong Mingho. Xiao Hao. Help me find a car. Let's go to Yihan's group to look for him. Fong Mingho was stunned. Sister. He's just a security guard. Why are we still looking for him? Stupid. Fong Ziyue slapped her brother on the head. Think about it. This matter has made such a big fuss that the Billion Han Group didn't say that they were going to fire him. Can he still be simple behind the scenes? Fong Mingho reacted fiercely, not caring about his headache, and nodded repeatedly at Fong Ziyue. Fawning. It's still sister. You're great. You can see through the truth with a single glance. All right. Stop kissing ass. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go now. Fong Ziyu urged a sentence. Got up and rushed into the bedroom to change clothes. The meeting ended and Lu Tianhan left. Lin Feng and Li Hao rushed back to the company after they had a casual meal at the Shansheri Hotel. They have to work as usual in the afternoon. There was no time to play with his cell phone at all. And Lin Feng had just rushed back when he was called to go on patrol. Grandma. What a bit of rest time is not given. On his side. Li Hao was still spitting. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and came with a smile. Playing working soul. How can you call it working if you don't get drained? Li Hao took a deep look at Lin Feng inside. Alas. I say you kid. Usually every day. Even if you clock in and out? How come you're so active at work? Lin Feng's mouth skimmed as he lightly dropped 4 words. I love going to work. Li Hao. He looked Lin Feng up and down. Then raised his hand to touch Lin Feng's forehead and muttered. No. I said you kid doesn't have a fever. Mentally deranged? Li Hao, how to know? This is Lin Feng, hard to fight for the opportunity to come out to work. Cannot be active? Not positive will be Chu Lingshang imprisoned and tortured. Back to that huge mountain village. All day long no freedom. In comparison, Lin Feng only felt that this life was much more dashing now. The two of them drove around the outskirts of the company's building. And it was almost time to leave for the evening. So the guys went back to the break room to pack up and get ready to leave work. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and prepared to glance at the time. But as a result, just after he tapped on the cell phone interface, he saw that there was a message alert from Wilson. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Xia Qingqing half an hour ago. Brother Little Feng. Why did you beat up the young master of the Su family? Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. No. So soon even Xia Qingqing knew? He replies. Aren't you homesick? Yeah. I took 3 days off for the company and I'm still laid up. So I'm going back to work tomorrow. Xia Qingqing returned a sentence. And in the next second, followed by asking, what's going on? I see it's all over the news. You're not hurt. Are you? On the news? Lin Feng froze and subconsciously clicked on the hot search software. Hashtag the security guards of the Yihan group violently beat up the young master of the Su family. Hashtag. Ah. No. Is this shit worth getting on the hot seat? Lin Feng clicked in and looked at it. It was a real-time news release. It even broke his name out. Mud. Chu Lingshuang is sick. Right? It's because he's living too peacefully. And he's purposely giving him a hard time. Isn't it? Lin Feng wanted to hit someone. He clicked on the chat box with Xia Qingqing and was about to reply when he heard someone calling his name. Lin Feng. There's someone looking outside. In an instant, all the people packing up in the lounge came over with sideways glances. Lin Feng didn't know who was looking for him. And in the face of the many curious, strange eyes, he stiffly got up and walked towards the outside. Before he left, his co-workers in the break room started talking about it. Holy shit! This new guy is a real dick this year. Just got to work and he's making such a big scene. Still a newcomer? I saw him in MS. Lou's car this morning. MS. Lou? He's related to MS. Lou? What else? You think our company is so easy to get into? Good boy. Can't see Miss Lou even like this kind of. Listening to the group's discussion. Even the more they talked, the more outrageous. Li Hao, who was ready to take his things and leave, instantly became a little bit unable to sit still. If others don't know, can he not know? Although he has not known Lin Feng for a long time. But how to say that there is also half a month of friendship? Usually he is a little something. Lin Feng directly take over. Pressure is not 2 words. He stood up violently and yelled. I say. You guys? What are you talking about behind your backs? Have the guts to say it to my brother's face. The voice came down and the guys hastily shut up, grabbed their stuff and left. Doorway. Lin Feng froze and looked at the black Mazda in front of him, quickly sifting through his brain. No. Who is this? Without waiting for him to inquire, the car door was pulled open. And seeing the 2 people coming down from above, Lin Feng instantly frowned. Lin Feng? Long time no see. Feng Ziyu, clad in a tender yellow dress, walked towards him with a smile. Seeing each other again, Feng Ziyu was also a bit surprised. Before, Lin Feng was nothing more than a dog following her ass. She had never taken a close look at Lin Feng's looks. But now, he was standing straight in front of her, adding an extra touch of indifference to his cold face. And that security uniform, with its high-collar interior, was even more imposing. Such an image caused her heart to jolt. And the smile on her face was obviously a little strained. Fang Mingho followed right behind her with a fawning smile on his face. At this moment the company has been off. The gate one after another, a lot of people out. It is the end of the day. Everyone is in a hurry. But not many people pay attention to this side. Lin Feng tightened his brows and his tone was cold. Something's wrong? Seems to have long been on. Lin Feng's attitude has been expected. Feng Ziyu is not angry, but instead a bright smile. Don't be so cold. I saw the news that you hit people. Su Jie also deserved it. Yo! The sun has come out of the west. At a time like this, Feng Ziyu is even helping him? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Knowing she didn't have good intentions, he didn't bother talking to her much. Without waiting for Feng Ziyu to finish speaking, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the underground garage. Where did Feng Ziyu think that Lin Feng wouldn't even let her finish her sentence? The first time she was treated indifferently by him. Feng Ziyu instantly felt a twitch in her heart. She gritted her teeth and took big steps to catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Don't be in a hurry to leave first. I came over here this time because I want to explain to you. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. This is not it. I've brought Jia here to apologize to you. With that, she gestured towards Feng Mingho. Feng Mingho quickly understood. Immediately accelerated his pace and rushed to Lin Feng. His smile flattering. Brother-in-law. I was wrong about what happened last time. I deserved it when you hit me. I apologize to you. Saying that, Feng Mingho bent straight down and bowed at Lin Feng. Looking at this situation, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. What were these 2 up to? Seeing Lin Feng stopped, Feng Ziyu hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Lin Feng. In fact, I've long wanted to explain to you. I added your friend. You didn't agree. And I don't know how to get in touch with you. As she said that, her eyes turned slightly red. And her trailing voice trembled with pity. In the beginning, Lin Feng was mesmerized by this look of hers and softened his heart 3 times. And at that time, during their relationship, no matter how much they argued, he did not hesitate to bow his head. But now, catching a glimpse of Feng Ziyu showing this endearing expression again, he only felt disgusted. Selling misery? Don't be disgusting. Lin Feng didn't bother. He directly bypassed Feng Mingho and walked straight towards the garage. Where did she think that she was on the verge of squeezing out tears? But Lin Feng was still indifferent? He didn't used to be like this. As long as she cried, he couldn't wait to pick all the stars in the sky and give them to her. Seeing that Lin Feng had already walked into the corner of the garage, Feng Ziyu became anxious. Lin Feng, stop. Her words were like air, directly penetrating through. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear. Feng Ziyu gritted her teeth and couldn't care less about Feng Minghao. She stomped her feet violently and jogged over in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng. After running behind Lin Feng with great difficulty, Feng Ziyu didn't bother to take a big breath and launched an accusation with tears in her voice. How could you do this to me? I really shouldn't have been so mean to you before. I already know it's wrong now. Lin Feng's feet lurched and he was almost amused by this. Cheating is something that you just know is wrong? What does she think he is? A big bully? Ha! Seeing Feng Ziyu's breasts floating up and down with her panting, her slightly red eyes and hidden tears, she looked like an aggrieved and pathetic person. Lin Feng was so disgusted that he was about to spit out his overnight meal. That's disgusting. Why hadn't he realized before that Feng Ziyu was so disgusting? Seeing Lin Feng stop, Feng Ziyu thought that her chance had come. She wiped her tears and fiercely stepped forward and tugged on Lin Feng's arm, her front half pressing up. Jogging all the way over, Feng Mingho saw this scene. Suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched. His sister still has such a tender side? Feng Ziyu's voice trembled with a sobbing tone. Lin Feng, forgive me. We'll still be like before. Even if you're just a security guard now. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to stay with you. We'll start over together with nothing. Will we be able to make a comeback? Vomit. Lin Feng's entire body was covered in goosebumps. He could be considered to know the purpose of Feng Ziyu's coming to him. He's working as a security guard now. That's all the money he makes in a month, and she's thinking of trolling. And thinks he's going to transfer all his paychecks to her like he used to? Lin Feng didn't move and tried to draw back his hand. But Feng Ziyu clutched it so tightly that she couldn't even pick it off like chewing gum. His patience had run out. Lin Feng shook off her arm vigorously without mercy. Where did Feng Ziyu think that Lin Feng would come down hard? With this fierce push, she was directly unsteady and fell to the ground, with only the fabric of a shredded dress separating them. Her ass was raw from the ground rubbing against it. She screamed out in pain. Ah! Seeing his sister being pushed down by Lin Feng, Feng Mingho instantly became furious and rushed up, assisting her while yelling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng? How can you push a woman as a big man? My sister is your girlfriend. Put your fucking ass on the line. Lin Feng couldn't help himself and cursed out angrily. I broke up with her a long time ago. Don't fucking disgust me. Feng Mingho's eyes reddened with anger and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at Lin Feng. But the next second, the garage. The conspicuous top-of-the-line sports car was heading inside the garage. Feng Mingho's eyes were all straight. He couldn't care less about finding Lin Feng to fight. He pulled Feng Ziyu away, pointed at the car and said, Sister! Look! It's that car. Feng Ziyu didn't care that her but hurt. She hurriedly stood up and looked towards that car. She then saw the legendary top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce slowly slowing down as it traveled to them. The window on the passenger side was rolled down. And inside, Lu Tianhan in the driver's seat poked his head out and looked at the scene in surprise. This? What the hell? Lin Feng was too lazy to say more. Too much nonsense with these two people was simply an insult to him. He didn't even bother to look at Feng Ziyu and walked 2 steps straight towards the car. Then pulled open the door and got in. It's really what Hao said. Professional female driver. Top-of-the-line luxury car. Feng Ziyu eyes full of unbelievable. She did not even have time to shout. She saw the car started. A smoke from her eyes left. Sis. I told you I was right. This is my brother-in-law's special car. Next to him, Fang Mingho yelled loudly and was even more filled with excitement. The moment Lin Feng opened the car door just now. The strange fragrance in the car. Exuding full of nobility. With just one glance, he swept over the starlight top that was known as the heavenly price. I can't imagine how dignified it would be if I were to sit in a car like this and drive out for a spin. When he thought of the envious and flattering faces of those people, Fang Mingho couldn't be more excited. He tugged on Feng Ziyu's arm and shook it vigorously. Sister! Hurry up and make up with your brother-in-law. I want to ride in this car. Feng Ziyu was shaken back to her senses by her brother. And she subconsciously bit her lips. He wants to ride in this car? She wants to sit too. She couldn't even begin to imagine how happy she could be if she got in the passenger side of this Rolls-Royce and took a beautiful selfie. Feng Ziyu clenched her palms. And secretly swore in her heart that no matter what, she must chase Lin Feng back. What's with the hot search? In the speeding car, Lin Feng grimaced and asked towards Lu Tianhan. Hot search? What hot search? Lu Tianhan blinked his eyes and muttered with his hands on the steering wheel. Don't you play dumb. Lin Feng had been holding his fire for a while now. And in the face of Lu Tianhan's feigned ignorance, his voice was laced with anger. Lu Tianhan subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. The car is too dark. So dark that she couldn't see Lin Feng's expression at all. Only based on the tone of voice to determine that Lin Feng is now very angry. She hurriedly smiled awkwardly. Oh. You mean that? That hot search has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng frowned and asked in a cold voice. You didn't do it? Right. What am I doing this for a good reason? I still have too much to do. Lu Tianhan put down a sentence, skimming his mouth in the process. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. After spending all these days with Lu Tianhan, it was true that she didn't like to find things to do. Except that her mouth was very broken. Then in that case, it's Chu Ling Shuang. What good would it do her to put him in the limelight? Now it was good. Feng Ziyu also knew where he worked. And with this mess today, there might be some more tossing and turning in the future. His original plan was to find a secluded place, show a gate to people, plant and raise flowers in his spare time. And no one could find him. But now that he's topped the Hot 100, and those who know him well have undoubtedly seen it, he really can't even think about swinging for the fences. Lin Feng was furious. Seeing that the car had already pulled up to the Huyue villa, he asked in a deep voice. Is Chu Lingshang coming back today? Boy! You don't want to die. The moment the 3 words Chu Lingshang came out, Lu Tianhan was instantly shocked. It was the first time she had ever seen someone dare to call Miss by her name. And she subconsciously glanced towards the back. The lady's acquiescence? Gee! This guy is kind of awesome. That I don't know. She couldn't help but bring a bit of awe to her tone as she answered. Lin Feng didn't say anything else and watched as she drove the car into the entrance of the villa. Through the car window, Lin Feng saw that the house was brightly lit and there were 2 men in black uniforms standing at the front door. This situation? Chu Lingxiang is afraid to come back today. It was just as well. He had something he wanted to ask her. He pulled the car door open angrily and got out. Even as he entered the house with fire in his stride. "Welcome back, sir." Inside the house, Wang Ma greeted him with a smile and bowed slightly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly crossed over her, his eyes looking around the room. And in an instant, they landed on the woman who was sitting at the elegant dining table. Her long, pulled-back hair fell over her fragrant shoulders. Her velvet dress hidden behind the heavy newspaper on her right hand. Her left hand cupped the handle of her teacup. And she sipped her tea with a noble as well as an elegant gesture. Above the newspaper, a pair of Danfang eyes faintly raised if hidden, falling right on Lin Feng at the door. She's still in the mood for tea. Lin Feng was simply going to be pissed off by this woman. He took large, angry steps to Chu Lingshan's eyes and just stared at her condescendingly. "Hey, Mr. Wang Ma," who had reacted, wanted to call out to Lin Feng. But seeing that Lin Feng had already walked in front of the young lady, her heart trembled. Miss never likes to be disturbed when she's reading something. There was a new maid who accidentally broke a cup while Miss was reading a book. And Miss fired that person straight away. Wang Ma was so nervous that she wiped the sweat rising from the corners of her forehead and silently sweated for Lin Feng in her heart. But in the next second, Chu Lingshan's leisurely yet flirtatious voice rang out. "Yo! Off duty?" Wang Ma instantly widened her eyes. Lin Feng was furious. Directly raised his hand and jerked the newspaper out of Chu Lingfeng's hand, slamming it hard on the ground, angrily scolding. "You're still in the mood to read the newspaper?" Wang Ma, who was still in surprise, was directly scared to the point that her legs went soft, and she even almost fell to her knees. But Chu Lingshan didn't see anger on her face. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng with amusement and teasingly came up with, "Of course you have to do something relaxing after work is over. Oh, my God. The sun is beating down on the west side. Her lady is actually not angry?" Wang Ma hurriedly rubbed her eyes, dumbfounded. Wang Ma, being gazed at by a line of sight. Chu Lingshan's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure as she put down the teacup in her hand and said in a cold tone, "The tea is cold." Wang Ma shivered and hurriedly answered, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Miss. I'll go change it right now." She strides forward, picks up the cup as soon as she can, and darts into the kitchen. What happened to the hot search? Also, why did you let me tag along to the meeting? You knew that the Su family would be traveling as well. Lin Feng questioned. Chu Lingshan's good-looking eyes flickered slightly. She leaned back lazily on the back of the seat, her slender legs crossed, glancing playfully at Lin Feng, who was full of anger. "That kind of small meeting isn't worthy of entering my eyes." They were close. Lin Feng could see a flash of cunning in her eyes. He knew she was lying, but he couldn't find proof. He surged forward to choke her slender neck. Almost simultaneously, the doors to several inner rooms in the living room were pulled open, and several men in black quickly rushed out. She really did have people in the shadows. Chu Lingshan's eyes flickered slightly as she rushed at the several black-clothed men and said in a cold voice, "Get back." A few people sniffed and went back inside. Lin Feng really didn't expect it. "You're really not afraid of me?" She hooked her lips and said faintly, "Try it." Lin Feng, he gritted his teeth. And this time, he did use a fierce force on his hands. The choking sensation instantly hit his face. Chu Lingshan suddenly widened his eyes. Damn it! He's playing for real? Yet the next second. Oh my God! Sir! What are you doing? At the same time, along with the sound of a teacup falling to the ground resounded through the hall. Lin Feng, who hadn't intended to really get her killed, subconsciously loosened his energy and turned back. And it was not easy to be able to breathe. Chu Lingxiang moved quickly to touch something from under the dining table. Before Lin Feng could react, his hands were again. Wang Ma flew over, her face full of anxiety. "Miss, how are you? Are you all right?" Chu Lingxiang took a big breath of fresh air. And her small face, which had been suffocated and reddened, gradually calmed down. She rubbed her neck. Her eyes were ruthless. And she snapped. "Get out of there! All of you!" A few black-clothed men in a nearby room quickly rushed out. Chu Lingxiang's eyes contained coldness, her tone icy to the extreme. "Send him to the -2nd floor." Lin Feng had just touched the narrow fork on the coffee table when his body was pressed down. Two physically strong men squeezed his shoulders and pushed him toward the elevator. If he hadn't had his hands locked, he could still put up a fight with these bodyguards. But the problem was that his hands were now handcuffed, and his fighting power was directly reduced drastically. He didn't want to kill her just now. He just wanted to scare her. But when he saw her provocative eyes, he didn't know how he couldn't control himself. "This is bad." Lin Feng clenched his teeth tightly and used force in his hand to break a fork's front section into a fork and clutched it in his palm. As the elevator doors opened, he saw for the first time the distribution of the floors of Lake Pleasant Villa. 5 floors in total, plus a -1 and -2. He saw the man in black beside him press the button for the -2 floor. The elevator shifted a little, then sank. And the moment the doors opened, he saw a flash of heavy metal doors. The lead man in black pulled the card from his belt and swiped it on the door. With that, the door opened. And before he could get a good look at the structure inside, he felt a shove in his back. And he instantly stumbled in at a pace. Next, the lights are on. When he looked clearly at the things hanging on the walls around him, Lin Feng instantly froze. Those things. This woman. Sure is crazy. Who would create a separate place like this in their home? Lin Feng's eyelids jumped straight up. Before he could look closer, his body was held down again. 2 men in black held him down and came to the wall. No! He had to leave. Lin Feng snapped his eyes up and carefully counted the number of people in front of him. Even if he solved these people and then went up again, Chu Lingxiang might still send how many people out? These few people can be solved. But once there are more people, even if he puts his best foot forward, I'm afraid it's just a beast of burden. Wait. Lin Feng's gaze fell on that elevator door. If he had just guessed correctly, the -2 floor should be the underground garage that he had been so intent on finding these days. These people should have a key on them at the very least. He narrowed his eyes in search of the two that had just opened the door, still standing not far from the front door. And feeling the chains being slipped into his ankles, he decided not to hold back. Taking advantage of the fact that one of them was bending down to put the chain on him, Lin Feng clenched his fork with both hands and violently stabbed at the exposed neck of the standing man. The knife and fork were not sharp enough, but his resistance was desperate. The fork went down, and before the standing man could react, he let out a scream. Ah! He covered his neck with his hand and looked at Lin Feng incredulously as blood flowed down his fingers. The squatting man just wanted to raise his head to see what was going on. But in the next second, Lin Feng directly kicked the man in the back with a flying leg. In a few moments, the 2 men at his side had been unable to get up from his beating. There are 2 more at the door. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, copied the wooden stick on the wall and stormed out, raising the stick with both hands and flinging it fiercely at the man's head. Bang! 3 of the 4 strong men had already been taken care of by him. The remaining person looked at Lin Feng with a face full of shock. Lin Feng, carrying a wooden stick and with blood spattered on his face, grinning at him like a devil coming out of hell. Do you lie down yourself? Or do you want me to do it? The man in black didn't answer. He stared at Lin Feng, removed his stick and rushed at him. Lin Feng directly sidestepped, lifted his stick with both hands and heavily threw it at the man's back. Immediately after that, he raised his leg and kicked violently towards the man. How could the man in black think that Lin Feng's strength would be so great that after only 2 hits, he was on his knees in pain and couldn't get up? He fumbled with the electric stick and attempted to electrocute Lin Feng's ankle. But Lin Feng was quick on his feet and stomped on the man's wrist. In the next second, the back of his head received a stick, and the black-clothed man's eyes went black, and the whole thing fainted. Seeing that all 4 people were taken care of, Lin Feng finally breathed a long sigh of relief. But there was no delay yet. Chu Lingxiang would be coming down any minute. That bitch had a gun in her hand. He hurriedly crouched down and fumbled around on the man who had just opened the gate, and found the car keys. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly pressed the elevator and went up to the negative floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Lin Feng took a long breath. His guess was right. The negative floor was indeed an underground garage. Depressing the car keys in his hand, he listened to the sound and found the car, then got in and started the vehicle. After these days of living down, the path from the villa to the gate of Lakejoy Villa was more than clear to him. He found the exit to the garage with extreme success. Press simply did not care about the doorway in the way of the railing. He stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The car body, as if off the string of the arrow, rushed out. "Miss, if it hurts you call out. Don't hold it in." Wang Ma clutched a hot towel in her hand and carefully wiped Chu Lingxuan's neck. Miss, since childhood when has she ever suffered this kind of injury? Especially Mrs. Skin. Delicate as egg white. But now there are more strangulation marks. Looking at this shocking scene, Wang Ma's heart was in tears. This man is simply too much. Miss is so delicate. How can he make a move? As for Chu Lingxiang, her face was cold, her shell teeth biting her lips in death, and her eyes were filled with violence. Damn! She didn't expect that in broad daylight Lin Feng would dare to. It seems that after letting him out for a few days of work, his heart has turned wild with him. Ding! The moment the phone rang in the hall, Wang Ma's hand couldn't help but shake. Chu Lingxiang also froze for a moment, but still ordered in an icy tone. "Go get it." Wang Ma answered, wiped the tears that spilled from the corners of her eyes, and hurried over. "Who is it? How dare you call at a time like this? Don't you know that Miss is hurt?" She picked up the phone with some displeasure. Yet before she could complain out loud, the voice of the person on the phone stunned her in place. Glancing at Wang Ma's incredulous look, Chu Lingxiang frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Little Miss. Mr. He drove away." "What?" Chu Lingfang exclaimed out in shock and stood up violently. Wang Ma warily and incredulously said, "Mr. He just smashed right through the railing of the garage door and has rushed out." "That's not possible." Chu Lingxiang also stared wide-eyed. Her close bodyguard. That was chosen by thousands out of millions of people. Moreover, Lin Feng had already been handcuffed by her and his combat power had been sharply reduced. How could he have escaped from 4 top elites in that situation? "Miss," the doorman's side is asking, "should we pursue?" Wang Ma's voice rang out with a hint of trembling. At those words, Chu Lingxiang forced herself to calm down. She narrowed her eyes slightly and after a moment of contemplation, she said in a cold voice, "There's no need for that. Go and bring those 4 losers up here." "Yes." Wang Ma nodded her head repeatedly and hurriedly followed Chu Lingxiang's order to reply. Resuming her seat on the chair, Chu Lingxiang subconsciously stroked up her neck. On his neck, there was still Lin Feng's flavor. After that incident, she has ordered people to investigate Lin Feng's life. Subordinates to report. Only mentioned that Lin Feng often fitness. She actually do not know. He also has such great ability. Sanity returning. She thought back carefully. Fighting 4 elites with her hands under control was indeed unlikely. But Lin Feng should have seen those things. So he was fighting for his life. One side is trying to get the job done, while the other is sprinting for his life. So it's not unfathomable that he could go out there. That's funny. She was only trying to punish him in a slightly small way. And she didn't expect to scare the beast into an outburst. This man. It's good. He had succeeded in provoking her. So what if she escaped? Half of the capital city was under her Chu family's control. What's more, he's now working for the Yihan group. If he didn't show up for work tomorrow, she wouldn't mind taking his friends first. The man she sets her sights on will never leave in this lifetime. Xu Lingxiang took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yu Shuiyin. Pick me up at the lodge tomorrow morning at 9. It's so exciting. Lin Feng driving the car on the highway soaring. The car window flashed out of the scenery he had no intention of watching. The wide open windows of the car into the cool air quickly filling him refreshing. He should have done this a long time ago. Lin Feng took the steering wheel. Excited to the extreme. This taste of running for his life was the first time in his life. It's nice to have a change of pace once in a while. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little less inclined to lie down flat. The moment he had just erupted. His hormones soared and had completely aroused his entire being. Car on the highway flying. Do not know how long. When the capital city 2 neon letters appeared, Lin Feng's mood has calmed down. So soon he was walking to the highway intersection? Lin Feng lowered the speed of his car and stopped at the emergency zone next to the highway toll gate. Fumbled with a tweezer in the car drawer and pried the handcuffs off. Then he raised his eyes to look at the toll booth in front of him. After this place, it was equivalent to him leaving the territory of the capital city. He could get out now. But once he did, where would he go? It was amazing that there was no place for him in the size of heaven and earth. And what's more, he didn't have much money left on him. This month is only half of the work. The wages have not been paid. And the money previously set aside has also been spent some of these days by him, leaving less than 1,000. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. 11:30 p.m. If it hadn't been for that incident just now, he would have been resting and getting ready for work tomorrow by now. He suddenly regretted a little that he had just been so impulsive. If he hadn't threatened Xu Lingxiang and pinched her. Nope. Lin Feng raised his hand and shook himself. He's only been staying at the crazy woman's house for a few days and this is how she brainwashes him, isn't it? The world is a big place. And the 4 C's are home. Big deal. He's going to get a part-time job. As his thoughts became clearer, he tapped on his address book and sent a message to Li Hao. Bro. After all, it's 11:30. Today and tired all day. Li Hao also do not know sleep or not. Lin Feng looked through his few contacts and was searching for his next target when Li Hao's reply popped up. What? Lin Feng was happy in his heart. This grifter really didn't sleep. He fire-typed. Bro. Can you lend me $2,000? Looking at the top of the chat box that kept showing the other party is typing. Lin Feng didn't have a clue in his heart. He and Li Hao is at best a colleague. Talk about friends. That is, work to help each other only. We are all adults. Mention borrowing money. People may not. Transfer to 000. Incidentally, there was also a comment. What's the matter? You've lost all your meal money? Lin Feng heart not to mention how touched. He did not expect Li Hao really turned to him. And did not even ask him when he also. He hastily clicked collect and replied. Yeah. Something came up. I'll pay you back in a while. Thanks, bro. Li Hao, it's okay. $2,000 in hand. Together with what he now has on hand. Can also put together 2005 out? At least nearly a month's rent and meal money can be solved. To be on the safe side. This car is definitely off limits. Lin Feng casually found a big shopping mall and threw his car in the garage. Then took a taxi. Other than that, he had literally climbed up from the bottom in his college days. And he basically knew all about those cheap houses. In an old and shabby neighborhood not far from the capital city's first university. He found the oldest man he knew when he went to college and rented a single room for 500 yuan. Entering the house and lying on the dry bedpan, he contemplated what he was going to buy. He overestimated his physical strength. After a busy day and a fight like that, his body had long since reached its limit. Without allowing him to think clearly, his whole body passed out. The next morning, he woke up to a constant, noisy ringing of his cell phone. He glanced at the caller ID, Wang Changming. Without even having to think about it, Lin Feng knew the purpose of his call. Having his good dreams disturbed, Lin Feng impatiently turned off his phone. Joke. He is now a free agent. Want to do what he wants. Just sleep. But also cannot be as intended? He's not picking up. In the security room of Ihan Group, Wang Changming looked at the interface of the cell phone being hung up with fear and trepidation. And surreptitiously surveyed Lu Tianhan with his afterglow. He originally saw Lin Feng. This kid is quite honest. Work is also solid. I did not expect to say that the work is skipped. Now that even Lu Tianhan had come to him, he was so scared that his forehead was sweating. MS. Lu. Lin Feng came to the post for so long. This is the first time this has happened. I really don't know where he's gone. Wang Changming wiped the sweat emerging from his forehead and glanced warily at Lu Tianhan. Lu Tianhan grimaced and said in a cold voice. Brother Wang. This person ran away from your workstation. So you should logically be responsible. Boy. Was he wronged? People are not UMS. Lu hard to send over. How do Lu still find him trouble? Wang Changming wanted to cry. The corners of his mouth twitching with nervousness. Think he is also a handful of years old. It is not easy to stabilize. And not much motivation. Counting on this job treatment is good. Send down the salary to support a family. And now this situation. The will not want to open him. Right? He looked at Lu Tianhan in panic. Hemmed and hawed his lips. And was about to open his mouth to plead for mercy. Immediately afterward, Lu Tianhan's voice rang out. However, you can't be blamed for this dash. She glanced at him and said lightly. I'm just here to remind you that this matter should not be publicized to the outside world. Saying that he is on leave. And that you should just do your job without fear. Wang Changming could be relieved. He came to work early in the morning and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He was almost scared out of his heart. Good thing MS. Lu gives face. She is probably also helping Lin Feng to round up. Thinking about this, Wang Changming hastily shook his head. It was better for him not to speculate on the matter between them. He hurriedly nodded. Yes. 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 Please rest assured. MS. Lu. I will definitely make the arrangements. Without another word, Lu Tianhan glanced coldly at Wang Changming and left. Office to restore calm. Wang Changming long breath of relief. He said when applying for employment cannot choose this kind of young people. This little couple a quarrel. He this passerby have to suffer. Miss. He really didn't come to the office. Returning to the top floor office, Lu Tianhan reported towards Chu Lingsheng rather nervously. She also did not expect. Just a day's work. Lin Feng ran away. Or from the Huyue villa. As one of the Chu family's mountain villages. Hu Villa's security is the most stringent. Just because the lady will go back to live. Seeing that Chu Lingfang didn't say anything, thinking that she was still angry, Lu Tianhan busily said, "Miss, please give me a day's time. Before nightfall, I will definitely escort Lin Feng to you." Her voice is a little trembling. Lu Tianhan knows that her own young lady is not easy to anger. But once angry, the entire capital city is going to turn the sky. She didn't know exactly what it was about that man that attracted her young lady. But being able to escape from such a strict and heavy siege, this man was not to be underestimated. Remanded back. Then what? Chu Lingshang's clear and graceful voice came from the back of the office chair with a bit of faint coldness. Lu Tianhan's heart trembled and froze. And then, he got away with it the first time and he'll get away with it the next time. Shu Lingfang's voice sounded again. At these words, Lu Tianhan's eyes widened. And he hurriedly said, "There won't be a next time, miss. I will mobilize the Chu family squad and keep a strict watch over it," she said. Seeing the office chair slowly turn around, Shu Lingshang stroked her cheeks with great elegance and squinted her eyes lazily and nobly. The beauty of this image was shocking to the eyes. The only downside was the faint red mark that remained on her slender, fair neck. Lu Tianhan's heart trembled. Just by looking at this, she could guess how fierce the battle was last night. Shu Lingshang raised her hand carelessly, her slender fingertips ruffling the bonsai in front of her. "Just find someone to watch him." Her voice was light, laced with a hint of indifference. Lu Tianhan instantly revealed an incredulous expression. That's it? He had dared to do it. How could the lady not retaliate and simply let him go? This isn't like Mrs. usual style of behavior. Chu Lingshang raised her eyebrows slightly and continued. "What are the names of the ones who befriended him?" Li Hao. Lu Tianhan froze for a long time, answered a name, and thought hard. It seems like there's just him. Without waiting for Lu Tianhan to finish his sentence, Chu Lingshang directly interrupted. "Inform him that he doesn't have to come to work today. She takes away the power of others to work easily. There is no reason for the press." "Yes. I'll notify down here." Lu Tianhan froze and hurriedly answered. Followed by, "Then the default payment also sent directly to him?" Logically, there was no need for her to report this kind of thing to Chu Lingshang. But the situation was different now. The lady herself had asked to be dismissed, or a small security guard who hadn't made any major mistakes, and she was more or less at a loss for words. Chu Lingshang frowned slightly. "Drag it out. There's no rush on this for now." "Yes." Lu Tianhan nodded. "Into the Yihan group of employees have signed a contract. But the breach of contract, this kind of thing, a lawsuit can be dragged for several months. This is a good thing." She rushed off. In the office, Chu Lingshang raised her finger. Her fingertip gently flicked the stamens in the bonsai. The corner of her lips slightly hooked. After a sleepless night, she also gradually thought clearly. Too tough to detain Lin Feng is not the same thing. This man is born with spontaneity. Then it would be better to let him know what to do. And personally boarded the door to find himself. After all, she knows Lin Feng's soft spot. She sneered. And with a jerk, clutched the flower. This sleep hurt all over. He was used to sleeping on the Chu family's top-of-the-line mattresses these days. And now that he woke up from a dry hard bedpan, Lin Feng felt like his bones were going to be worn out. But he was happy inside. Because he hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. The small room was just as worn and cramped as it had been when he had arrived last night. And it was obvious to the naked eye that no one had been here but him. According to the Chu family's ability, Someone should have already come looking for him at this moment. But there was no movement until now. Is Chu Lingshan planning to let him go? Lin Feng frowned and turned his cell phone on. A few moments later, several missed calls popped up on the cell phone screen, half of which were from Wang Chengming and Xia Qingqing. There are also several red dots in the Wilson. He clicked on it. And in the clean interface, besides the chat with Li Hao last night, there was only a message from Xia Qingqing. He opened the chat box. And when he saw the contents of the two messages sent by Xia Qingqing, his entire body froze. Brother Little Feng. Uncle Wang said you took a leave of absence. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Uncle Wang also said that Big Brother Li was expelled. What's going on here? Instantly, Lin Feng's eyelids rubbed together. Cam. Chu Ling Shuang is sick, isn't he? He should have been fired for skipping work. How did it turn out that he took a leave of absence and Li Hao was fired? What's Li Hao got to do with it? He hurriedly clicked on Li Hao's chat box and asked. Bro. You got fired? What happened? After a long time, Li Hao sent a tearful emoticon along with a sentence full of devastation. Where do I know? I was patrolling. Lao Wang came over and said I was fired. Not even an explanation. Directly let me roll away. /shedding tears /shedding tears /shedding tears. Li Hao, brothers. I borrowed your money, you have to pay me back as soon as possible. I had thought that the paycheck will soon be issued. I did not leave much for myself. And now I guess it is not very good. Lin Feng looked at him with fire in his heart. Not to mention that they were just co-workers. Just the fact that Li Hao directly lent him money without asking anything. He already regarded Li Hao as a good brother. Now Li Hao was expelled again. This is clearly Chu Lingshan gave himself a downward spiral. But people Li Hao pressed and did not suspect him. Damn Chu Ling Shuang. Lin Feng was now itching to jump up and pop right in front of Chu Ling Shuang to question why she was doing this. He should have just strangled her last night and gotten it over with. But soon he calmed down. No one had come looking for him during the time he had been sleeping. So he was afraid that Chu Lingshan wanted him to send himself to the door. That's what makes it all the more impossible for him to go back. The first priority is to hurry to find a part-time job to earn some money and pay back Li Hao's money. Lin Feng replied back. Don't be anxious. It's against the rules for them to fire you out of hand. You'll go legal with them first. And when I get my funds turned around, I'll cover your food expenses for this period of time. Li Hao was simply grateful. Thank you so much. Good brother. I really didn't recognize the wrong person. Putting down his cell phone, Lin Feng casually washed up and went out to a convenience store, ready to buy some daily necessities. It was just afternoon, and there weren't many people at the convenience store. So Lin Feng pushed the door open. When Auntie Zhang, who was eating with a bowl at the checkout counter, saw Lin Feng, she was slightly stunned, and only reacted after a long time. Xiao Feng? You're Little Feng, right? Lin Feng froze as past memories flashed by. When he went to college, he was often active in this area, so he is familiar with this neighborhood. This convenience store is Zhang Xiuhua opened. She is alone here to open a store, earn a little money, but also to support their daughters. Lin Feng often came to this store when he was in college and was quite familiar with Zhang Xiuhua. I didn't think she'd recognize herself now. His heart warmed. He didn't expect that after all this time, Zhang Xiuhua still recognized him. He nodded his head and said, Hello, Aunt Zhang. Yo. Long time no see. It's been 2 or 3 years since you graduated. Right? Where are you working? Zhang Xiuhua smiled and struck up a conversation with Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head rather awkwardly. I don't have much skill and I haven't found a good job. Seems to be able to see Lin Feng's dilemma. Zhang Xiuhua raised his hand and waved it. smiling. Hey. Now this big environment is really not good for employment. At first you were the top student in the school. So young. There will be more opportunities in the future. Thank you, Auntie Zhang. Lin Feng was very grateful. He didn't realize that there were still people who remembered him. He rushed to hold some rice, flour and oil and wash and bed sheets and covers to come to the checkout. Scanning the things Lin Feng took, Zhang Xiuhua was slightly stunned. What are you? Moving to stock up? Sort of. Lin Feng was full of embarrassment. I had a change of heart at work. And I don't have much money on hand right now. So I thought I'd stock up on a few things. Just enough for a few months. Rarely bumping into an old acquaintance, Lin Feng couldn't help but say a few more words. Zhang Xiuhua frowned. This little bit of stuff won't last more than a few months. Moreover, your body is so robust. How can you eat this alone? She murmured and asked again. Don't you have a job now? Lin Feng was really embarrassed. But he could only nod his head. Zhang Xiuhua searched for a moment. Busy said. Let's do it this way. My store is still missing a moving goods. Or you will temporarily first work here in my place. The wages end of the day. The meal. Just eat a pot with Auntie. Auntie usually cooks for herself anyway. Lin Feng froze. He didn't expect Auntie Zhang to take him in. Seeing this, Zhang Xiuhua smiled and said, when you went to college, you always came over to give things to Aunt. Who in this neighborhood doesn't know that you're an excellent and kind-hearted child? We're all ordinary people. You're like this now. How can Aunt say that I can't watch you starve? Right? Lin Feng's heart couldn't be warmer. He did come over a lot back then when he was in college. But only that was all small favors and he didn't think he'd be missed. After crawling around in the upper echelons and hooking up with more people, he had almost forgotten about the lives of ordinary people. No one is anyone's enemy. We all live as equals in the most primitive of worlds and spend our days in simplicity and mediocrity. Seeing that Lin Feng did not say anything, Zhang Xiuhua thought that he was not able to see this job. So she hastened to say, if you don't want to help make up for Shan Wan's classes, this child will soon be in her 3rd year of high school. Her studies have not been able to go up. And I'm just looking for a tutor for her. No. 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 Hearing Zhang Xiuhua's meaning, Lin Feng hurriedly shook his hand. I'm good at moving goods. And when I'm not busy I can also make up for Shan Wan. Thank you, Auntie Zhang. Surprised by Lin Feng's steady and humble attitude, Zhang Xiuhua's eyes were full of appreciation. Nowadays. These days. There were too many young people full of hostility. And a kid like Lin Feng was really rare. She pushed the things out and only nodded, saying, all right. Then you can come to the store later. You can take these things back first. Auntie won't charge you for them. Lin Feng was really grateful and hurriedly thanked him. He carried 2 bags of rice and noodles with one hand, lifted the stuff plus a jug of oil and left first. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Zhang Xiuhua smiled brightly. Her eyes filled with admiration. This young man is good. Resisting so many things. Did not say a word. We'll put things in the rental house. The boss outside the door is also enthusiastic. Call Lin Feng over. Said to leave him a meal. By the way. Also asked Lin Feng why the middle of the night to rent a room. In one day, Lin Feng's heart was warmed twice. He suddenly felt that the world was good. After having lunch, Lin Feng went to the convenience store. It just so happened that the delivery truck had already arrived. And Lin Feng didn't say anything, and directly began to transport goods towards the store. He has a lot of strength. Usually 3 hours to move the goods. Only used less than 2 hours. A series of busy down. Zhang Xiuhua is also full of praise. Here. This is the money for today's goods. Zhang Xiuhua took $100 out from the counter and handed it to Lin Feng. And in the meantime, she also said, Shanwan will be out of school in a while. You don't even know. You didn't come for those few years after you graduated. And Shanwan reads about you every day. Is it? Lin Feng took the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Right, ah. She must be very happy to see you come. This child, ah. I can't control it. Good not study. Have to talk about what love. Zhang Xiuhua said. Seeing that people were coming to the store, she greeted Lin Feng and went to rest in the back warehouse first. She went to work. Coming to the warehouse behind the convenience store, Lin Feng glimpsed the desk in the depths of his memory. It was the same as before. The pink desk clean and tidy. The drawers locked. He remembered that time the little warm or an obedient and well-behaved little girl. Because he would occasionally bring delicious food over. So every day with him behind the butt of the brother called. And do not know what she has become now. Lin Feng was a little nostalgic. What? He went to move goods for people? In the top floor office of the Billion Han Group. Facing Yu Shuiyan's report. Chu Lingshang exclaimed in shock. Yu Shuiyan nodded her head in silence. Not to mention Miss. She was incredulous when she heard the news. Really his? Chu Lingshang rare draws the corner of the mouth. Put her 1,000 gold Miss do not want. Even ran to give people to carry goods. Li Hao's life and death also do not care about it, right? It's amazing that he's willing to do this kind of unglamorous work. Lin Feng. What does that make her say? Miss, why don't we acquire that convenience store? Yu Shuiyan bit her lip and asked softly. No need. Chu Lingxiang chortled, gritting her teeth. Investigate the origins of that convenience store and have Tianhan go and put up the company joint name. Yu Shuiyan, huh? The lady is crazy. Isn't she? Does she know what she's talking about? Once hung on the Billion Han Group co-branding. That convenience store must not be crowded head. Without waiting for Yu Shuiyan to react, Chu Lingshang added another sentence. This time with an extra dash of playfulness. Doesn't he like to move goods? This lady will let him move enough. At 7:26 in the evening, Lin Feng stared blankly at the girl standing in front of him. Under the tender yellow jacket, purple leather pants plus black wicker leather shoes. The girl is heavily made up. Blue eyeshadow with dark purple lipstick. Heavy bangs hanging on her head. Is this Zhang Xianwan? Lin Feng was directly dumbstruck. Zhang Xianwan, on the other hand, looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression. Then the corners of her dark purple mouth lifted up and she flashed a bright smile at Lin Feng. Little Feng brother? She screamed and was about to rush Lin Feng in a bear hug. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he subconsciously dodged to the side. OMG. He's in such financial trouble that his clothes can't even be washed out with laundry detergent if he gets a little more grease on them. Seeing Lin Feng dodging, Zhang Xianwan was suddenly filled with a hurt expression. Brother Xiao Feng. Don't you recognize me? I'm Xianwan. Lin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Where he did not recognize it. He was afraid to recognize it, okay? The memory of Zhang Xianwan, how well-behaved a little sister. How now become so? The corners of his mouth twitched and he opened his mouth slightly. But he didn't know what to say. Zhang Xianwan busily said. Brother Xiaofeng. My mom said that you graduated several years ago and went outside to develop in a big company. Ah. Why are you here? Lin Feng was just about to open his mouth and find a reason to explain when Zhang Xiuhua appeared on the side. Your little Feng brother is resting. No. Seeing that mom is too busy here. He came over to help for a few days. Zhang Xiuhua skillfully helped Lin Feng ease the embarrassment at hand. Lin Feng looked at her gratefully. Zhang Xiuhua smiled and said. While your little brother Feng has time these days, you quickly take out the homework you don't know, so that little brother Feng can tutor you. Seemingly not wanting to listen to Zhang Xiuhua's nagging, Zhang Xianwan reluctantly gave an "oh" and rushed into the backdoor warehouse by tugging on Lin Feng's arm. Zhang Xiuhua shook her head helplessly and was about to go back to the cashier's desk when she heard a shout from outside. In the warehouse, Zhang Xianwan pulled Lin Feng to sit down on her pink stool and took the initiative to open the drawer and take out a book. Little Feng brother, look. I have been writing in the diary you explain to me every day. My mom won't buy me a cell phone. I don't even know how to contact you. Seeing the phone number noted on the diary's title page, Lin Feng's nose turned sour. Previously, when he graduated, Zhang Xianwan had run to the school and asked for his cell phone number. And he had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to contact him again. So he had left his cell phone number from that time. Within a few years of graduation, he changed his number because of his work. But he didn't expect Zhang Xianwan to keep it. Suddenly touched surged to his heart. Lin Feng's heart warmed. He said softly, Nuan, I've changed my number. Let me write you the new number. Yeah. Zhang Xianwan answered and hurriedly took out a pen from the drawer and handed it over. Lin Feng took it, wrote down his cell phone number on the diary, and asked again. Nuan, I heard your mom say that you're in love? At the mention of this, Zhang Xianwan was instantly filled with unhappiness. It's my mom who asked you to persuade me. Right? Ding Qi is especially good to me. I'm not married to him. Don't try to persuade me. Scratching her head in some annoyance, she shoved the journal into the drawer and scribbled the drawer closed. Not him? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. These 4 words were really youthful. He laughed. I didn't intend to talk you out of it. And since you say he's been good to you, how has he been good to you? It was only after hearing this that Zhang Xianwan was more or less willing to strike up a conversation with Lin Feng. She thought for a moment and said, Ding Qi would treat me to milk tea every day. And would also drive his locomotive to take me on a drag race. Little Feng brother, I'll tell you. He spent more than $40,000 to buy that locomotive. And it just carries me alone. You don't even know that. All those people in the school envy me to death. Lin Feng. That's it? He asked. Huffing. Right. Zhang Xianwan as if said to the excitement. Even more excited, only carry me alone. And it's so cool. You don't even know. He also installed a 8000 plus stereo on the bike. And when we were racing on the road, all the passers-by stared at us. It's because you guys are too loud. Right? Lin Feng didn't even know what he should say. He could only say, girls really need to be rich. Or you don't even know which yellow hair will be captured in the future. Little Feng brother. Tomorrow night Ding Qi said he would take me for a ride. Why don't you come with me? I'll show you his thieving motorcycle. And by the way, I'll introduce you guys to each other. Zhang Xianwan couldn't mention how excited she was. Pulling on Lin Feng's arm and refusing to let go. Lin Feng didn't even have to go see him. He knew what kind of demon or devil that Ding Qi was. It was also that he didn't have any money right now. Or else High and Low would have to take Zhang Xianwan out to open up his horizons. He shook his head inside. I'm not available at the moment. So I'd better check on your homework. His sentence was like a pot of cold water that was directly poured on Zhang Xianwan's head. Although Zhang Xianwan was reluctant, she obediently took out her textbook. Without looking, Lin Feng only swept a glance and saw that Zhang Xianwan hadn't read seriously since her sophomore year of high school. And her books were covered with drawings. And some of the words were covered with black water pen. The corners of his mouth twitched. This kid. What a way to go. But after promising Zhang Xiuhua that he would help her with her tuition, and with people being so nice to him, Lin Feng could only do his best to help. After a class. I don't know if it was because I was too serious or my tone was a bit harsh. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Xiaonuan was obviously a bit impatient. It wasn't until after 10 in the evening that Lin Feng left the convenience store. Back to the rental house. He only felt the pressure. Zhang Xiaonuan's foundation is too poor. Lin Feng on her is still some understanding. Also know that she is very smart. If she can use the heart. Have him in the help of tutoring. College entrance examination down. Test a second bachelor is no problem. But the problem is she's pressured to learn. Lin Feng sighed. Intending to save up after returning Li Hao's money and take Zhang Xiaonuan out for a long time. Time passed and he had been working at the convenience store for a week. These days down the road. Food and drink are in the store. He first scraped together the money owed to Li Hao to pay back. The hand is still left $1,000. That's enough for his daily expenses for the month. As usual, he rushed to the convenience store early Monday morning to help Auntie Zhang with her shopping. But he just went to the door of the convenience store. He saw the store entrance several decorators are busy replacing the new sign. And the door surrounded by a huge group of people. The line is even lined up to the end of the street. Before Lin Feng had time to react, he saw Zhang Xiuhua waving at him with a happy face. Little Feng ah! Come on! Come on! Lin Feng froze, took 2 steps forward and said with a puzzled look on his face. Auntie Zhang. What's going on here? Zhang Xiuhua said to Lin Feng with a happy face. I'll tell you. I don't know what kind of wind is blowing. A boss came over and said that he wants to give me a joint name for this store. And the commission will be given to me at 50% in the future. Joint name? Lin Feng froze. Convenience store co-branding? This is a good thing. Buying under the banner of someone's big company can bring in a lot of people. Seeing such a long line of people buying things at the door. This street is now quite lively. But be wary of contracting those. Considering that Zhang Xiuhua was also considered his benefactor. Lin Feng couldn't help but mention. Auntie Zhang. Did you read those contracts carefully? Don't get trapped. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiuhua waved her hand with an excited face. Hey! No need to look. That's a big company. People have said that it's one of the top 3 companies in Beijing. This made Lin Feng even more worried. The top 3 companies that co-brand a convenience store? 9 times out of 10. It's a fraud. He hurriedly said. Auntie Zhang. There are especially many crooks these days. You'd better be careful. Why don't you take out the contract and I'll take a look for you? Seeing Lin Feng frowning, Zhang Xiuhua heart tightened. Also line. You help Aunt to see also stable. Aunt not to understand these. Lin Feng answered and took the contract handed over by Zhang Xiuhua. However, when he saw the contract printed on the huge Billion Han Group for words, the whole person is not good. Little Feng. Look, this is real or fake. Auntie can't understand it either. Zhang Xiuhua came over and murmured. But that boss said that he would give me half of the commission. And if we go on with this process, Auntie will be able to put buying a house in the capital city on the agenda. Lin Feng frowned. He wanted to say that this was a liar. But the point is, Zhang Xiuhua has already signed this contract. And this matter is already a nail in the coffin. He told me how that woman would let him go so easily. He'd been laid back for a week. And he didn't realize she was holding back such a big move. Little Feng? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything and his face was ugly, Zhang Xiuhua was a bit flustered for a moment. She busied herself and said, Is there something wrong with this contract? Nope. Lin Feng shook his head and placed the contract on the checkout counter. Not a liar. Right? Seeing Lin Feng's gloomy face, Zhang Xiuhua's heart thumped. No. It's really big business. Lin Feng could only break his teeth and swallow his stomach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiuhua's nervousness instantly relaxed. She was full of excitement and said, "Okay. It's not a liar as long as it's not a liar." Xiaofeng Auntie. This is a joint name with them. There are more goods recently. But it's hard for you. Later on. Cheer up and do it. Auntie will give you a raise in wages. Zhang Xiuhua smiled brightly and busied herself with stuffing the contract into a drawer and locking it with a lock. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Good. There were too many people piled up at the door. And just after the sign was hung, Zhang Xiuhua went to open the store door. In an instant, the small 20 square meter convenience store was packed with people. Billion Han Group co-branded I go. We key here to buy a lot of things. Is there a chance to meet their company people? You've got to be kidding me. People in big companies don't do anything anymore. Do they? Squatting in convenience stores every day? That's hard to say. I've never heard of a co-branded convenience store in Yihan's. Boss? Where's the iced tea? Out of stock? Zhang Xiuhua was so busy that her feet hit the back of her head. And Lin Feng, who was originally just moving the goods, also started to go around loading the goods. But the demand exceeded the supply. And in just one morning, the convenience store was swept away by a large portion of the stuff. Hot on the heels of that, the story made it to the real-time online trending. Hashtag Billion Han Group co-branded warm convenience stores hashtag. Instantly, the netizens also started a heated discussion. What kind of setup is this? A convenience store co-branded by a company as big as Yihan? Hey! Maybe if you become a regular customer of the convenience store you'll have a chance to enter the Yihan's group? Guess they're looking for new employees. Right? What else would a convenience store be for such a large corporation? I've been to that convenience store. It's a mini-mart near the university. Do the two of them make any money together? Why don't we go check it out too? For a while, the netizens were buzzing. Many short video bloggers have also made statements and run to the warming convenience store. In just one day's work, the warm convenience store has exploded all over the internet, becoming one of the hottest spots to hit at the moment. Lin Feng has been busy all day. Not even a drink of water. Zhang Xiuhua counted money until her hands were soft. And the collection beeps in the store never stopped. Even Zhang Xianwan, after school, threw herself into helping the guests with their things. After working until 9 p.m. In a row, the store was swept right out of the store. Even the gum on the checkout counter was sold out. Zhang Xiuhua's stock for the coming month was sold out in one day. And she was forced to hang a rest sign on her door. It's imperative to stock up now. According to the contract, half of Zhang Xiuhua's store had to transfer goods from the side of Yihan's group. At 21:10, 3 large trucks came down the street. When he saw the 4 big words of the Yihan's group labeled on the car, Lin Feng instantly understood Chu Lingshang's teasing. Grass. 3 large truckloads of cargo. Is this woman trying to tire him out in the past? Lin Feng was furious. But looking at Zhang Xiuhua happily counting her money, he couldn't say anything more. Zhang Xiuhua also did not expect there will be so many goods delivered over. She did not recruit people in advance. Now the store is Lin Feng incompetent. Looking at the 3 large car full of things, Zhang Xiuhua even called the next door tea store boss. As it turned out, that's all it took to get to 4. Apart from Lin Feng, the remaining 3 were all old and weak. How long will it take to move? Seeing as how the heat is only increasing now, I'm afraid there will be more people coming tomorrow. Zhang Xiuhua found Lin Feng and said in a hurry, Xiao Feng, do you have any classmates who can come over to help? Auntie can't find anyone else right now. If we keep this up, we won't be able to open the store properly tomorrow morning. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Auntie Zhang. Don't be in a hurry. I'll think of something. Okay. Zhang Xiuhua answered. Very atmospheric. You see if there is anyone who is willing to come over. These days there are many guests. Work for a full week. Auntie according to $1,000 a day hair. No problem. Just leave it to me. Lin Feng answered. Then Auntie will go and cook first, ha. You work hard. These things will trouble you. Zhang Xiuhua cheerfully patted Lin Feng's shoulder. She could finally find the time to go make a mouthful of food. Lin Feng opened his cell phone and pondered over Chu Lingshang's intentions. She's only doing this to get herself to know what's going on and come to her door. But where in heaven's name is that easy? He'd been tortured enough by this crazy woman that he didn't want to go back even if he died. Wasn't it just to try to embarrass him with the move? Then he'll take the trick. Thinking for a moment, he called Li Hao and searched to add a few nearby group chats. At 9:30 p.m. When Li Hao winds up coming over, he glimpses the trucks piled up at the door and is directly dumbfounded. Brother? You didn't say so much, ah. Li Hao's mouth twitched. As far as this situation was concerned, they couldn't finish moving even if they were exhausted. Don't worry. There are others. Lin Feng smiled and patted Li Hao's shoulder. Li Hao, however, frowned. Not I say. This is at least 20 people. But also have to sort the goods on the shelves. This is not 6 of us can finish it. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a group of 18 or 19-year-old college students rushing in at the entrance of the store. Lin Feng smiled and stepped forward, directly opening up the command. Come on. Come on. All stand still. I'll divide up the work. 5 of you are in the trucks going down. 10 of you form a human ladder to pick up the loads. And the remaining 5 divide up the work in the store to get all these loads on the shelves. Said. He added a sentence. Tonight time is short. Your dormitory is 11 o'clock door. This point let's do it. Do a good job tomorrow as usual. The wages end of the day. Each person per day $500. $500? It's a daily settlement. Upon hearing the last 3 words, the eyes of the 20 stout college students straightened. According to Lin Feng's division of labor, the group carried out the movement of moving goods in an orderly manner. Li Hao's eyes went straight, and he incredulously said, Then, brother, what are we going to do when they're all done? Order the goods. Lin Feng took out 2 account books, handed one to Li Hao and said with a smile, We're both responsible for registering it. Li Hao instantly spirited up. Directly from the house moved 2 stools out, and Lin Feng a person one. To sit down. The 2 people with the grandpa-like began to write down things on the book. Zhang Xiuhua, who had just finished cooking, came out and saw the scene. The corner of her mouth twitched and she hurriedly pulled Lin Feng to the side. Little Feng, where did you find so many people? Part-time college student group. Zhang Xiuhua's mouth twitched. Slightly embarrassed, so many people. Wages those. Before she finished her sentence, Lin Feng knew what she meant. He smiled and said, Auntie Zhang, don't worry. Yi Han's group is a big enterprise, the most famous in Beijing. After you join with them, you will only have more customers in this store. You can rest assured that you are the big boss. Counting money on the line. Hearing him say this, Zhang Xiuhua's tightly knit brows loosened up a bit. You said yes. Zhang Xiuhua looked at Lin Feng with unusual trust, and said in a very domineering manner, Then the matter of purchasing goods for the store in the future will be entrusted to you. How much money do you need to say to your aunt? And my aunt will turn it over to you. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, for your trust. Leave this to me. Lin Feng laughed. When you earn the first amount of money, you can consider thinking about expanding the store. In the future, get a big supermarket and hire a dozen or so people. Then you can retire early. These words filled Zhang Xiuhua's face with oil. Something like early retirement was something she hadn't even thought about in the first half of her life. She had thought that she could dish out a convenience store in the capital city and do it until now. But she hadn't realized that there was such a thing as getting rich in old age. Auntie really hasn't misjudged you. A high school student is different. Zhang Xiuhua unusually excitedly patted Lin Feng's shoulder, eyes full of joy. Aunt has not been to school for a few days. So big situation Aunt were the first time to see. Really thanks to you. Otherwise so many things Aunt really do not know how to do. You're really a blessing for Auntie. Once you came, Auntie really had a smooth ride. These days are red hot. Zhang Xiuhua smiled from ear to ear. And even more so, she couldn't stop praising. This made Lin Feng a little embarrassed. Lin Feng smiled a little awkwardly. What can he say? Saying that all of this was a ruse designed by Chu Ling Shuang to make things difficult for him? But then again, Chu Ling Xiang did not send anyone over to take him away by force this time. Which was unexpected. Just trying to get him to turn around and beg her? No way. Now the co-branding contract is already a nail in the coffin. Even if Chu Ling Xiang wants to withdraw the goods in breach of contract, there will be a considerable amount of compensation. And Zhang Xiuhua will make a steady profit. Since she didn't want to let him off so easily and wanted to make things difficult. Let's do it. He hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. His thoughts gradually became clearer. He clutched his book and smiled. Auntie Zhang. I'm going to go order the goods first, huh? I'll talk about it later after I'm busy. Okay. Aunt Zhang nodded and smiled. Seeing that it's not easy for these kids to come and help out in the middle of the night. You tell them all that they should come over to work at night in the future. And Auntie will make a big pot of rice. And we'll eat together before we go back. Okay. Lin Feng answered with a smile and sat down at the front of the store to clear out the goods. More than 20 college students worked neatly. Plus they were in a hurry. And it took less than 2 hours to get it all done. Every college student looks excited to see their paycheck arrive. Looking at the extra $10,000 on his account. The corners of Lin Feng's raised mouth didn't even come down. This college student is just cheap. He grinned and said, if you come to work tomorrow night, dinner is included. The college students were overjoyed when he went down on them. $500 a day. Not to mention, but also the end of the day. Meal included. But also can exercise. Which is much better than everyday night running fitness. More than 20 people swarmed up, shouting to add Lin Feng's friends. As they were leaving, they also said sweetly, thank you, Brother Lin. I'll come back tomorrow, haha. I've moved almost 50 boxes today. Che. That's also taken out. I've moved 87 boxes today. I'll move back a little. I moved 100 boxes and I haven't said a word. What are you showing off? Feng. Tomorrow. You can say something in the group. And we'll come after class. Big Brother Lin. See you tomorrow, ha. After sending off this group of college students, Lin Feng transferred another $1,000 to Li Hao. And smiled in passing. Are you still coming tomorrow? Come. Definitely come, ah. Li Hao hastened to point the collection. Smiled and said, this is much stronger than I am in the company. Just a moment's work. I just keep an account. The result is to earn so much. This say anything have to come. Lin Feng smiled and hooked on Li Hao's shoulder. Go. Today I'm treating. Let's barbecue. Seriously? Ringo. Li Hao's eyes instantly lit up. How can this be a lie? Let's go. Let's get high. As Lin Feng said. For a week in a row. Due to the explosion of hot searches, and all the big netizens came to make a card, the traffic of the warm convenience store only increased. Lin Feng every day in the group to call college students to come to move goods. Quality welfare benefits is to make the neighboring college part-time group are crazy. Every day a number of students ask in the group if they still need someone. Lin Feng didn't worry about finding anyone at all. Under his design, Warm Convenience Store even upgraded its membership system. This has even set off a frenzy of customers to recharge their cards. There is no other reason. As one of the most famous enterprises in the capital city, Yihan's group is exceptionally difficult to enter. And the company has good treatment, high welfare, and more importantly, the directors of the company are basically all big beautiful women. Co-branding with a convenience store for the first time has provoked a large wave of people to come and shop in order to see what the Yihan's group is up to, as well as to get acquainted. Who doesn't want to climb up the ladder with a big company these days? So one morning, just a week later, even Fong Mingho drove up. Brother-in-law. I said, why haven't you been at the company lately? So you ran here? Lin Feng, who was greeting the guests, glanced at the doorway and saw someone coming. And the smile on his face instantly dissipated. What's with the grifter? Fong Mingho looked blearily at Lin Feng and jogged forward with a fawning smile. Brother-in-law, why don't you tell me when you've come to work here? So that I can call my brothers to come over to support the show. I'm not your brother-in-law. I've broken up with your sister. Lin Feng put down a sentence in a bad tone and pressed on, not intending to pay attention to him. Unexpectedly, Fong Mingho's eyes flashed and he directly hugged a large pile of snacks and ran to the checkout counter, just to take advantage of the checkout to strike up a conversation with Lin Feng. Brother-in-law, don't be like this. My sister, she now can regret. A few days ago the two of us also went to your company to find you it. Lin Feng coldly swept the goods and moved quickly. $563. Wait. I'll get some more. Fong Mingho put down a sentence and rushed to carry a small basket to stroll around the supermarket. And a minute later, he brought over a large pile of things. He buys. He sweeps. Lin Feng did not say anything. No matter who he is. Send money over. Do not want it for nothing. Lin Feng continued to sweep the goods with a cold face. Fong Mingho hemmed and hawed and fawned. Brother-in-law, is the Yihan Group going to do a chain of supermarkets recently? You give me a leak. I'll let my sister open one too. $890 total. Lin Feng glanced at him with cold eyes. And this one? This one too. I'll cover it all. Fong Mingho pointed at the chewing gum on the counter and playfully stretched his neck. Brother-in-law, will you just give me a break? 1035. Seeing that the checkout line behind him was already impatient, Fong Mingho hurriedly took out his cell phone payment code. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He directly swept the money. And when he heard the collection prompt, he directly said, next. Fong Mingho held a large pile of things and did not care if Lin Feng took care of himself or not. Roared to himself. Brother-in-law, I'll bring my sister tomorrow, ha. Let's make a deal on this. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't bother and continued to work on the checkout. Looking for college students. So true. Violet Lighthouse Villa. Zhuling Shuang looked at the news report sent by Yu Shuiyan in her cell phone about Lin Feng's news over the past few days. And some cracks of disintegration appeared on her cold and proud face in a rare manner. How could she not expect that Lin Feng could think of such underhanded tricks? And a turnover he draws $500. These days cumulatively, he made at least 50. 000 or 60. 000. This man is simply shameless. Shu Lingxiang was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't imagine how anyone would really want to do it when it was just a job that was carrying goods and pressed up to the surface of. And it's only $500 a day. Are these people crazy? Shu Lingxiang cannot understand the brain circuit of these people. She feels that these people have water in the brain. Tired to work only a few $100s. Now it's good. These people work for Lin Feng. He is like a grandpa, do not have to do anything. This one he will know difficult to retreat? Shu Lingfeng clenched her teeth. She could never let Lin Feng go on so smoothly. She narrowed her eyes slightly and sent a message to Yu Shuian. Prepare a car tomorrow afternoon and follow me to that convenience store. Hey! Don't you remember being a security guard for the Yihan's group? Why are you working as a cashier here? The next morning, Su Jiqing looked at Li Hao behind the cash register with some surprise. And Li Hao, who was busy scanning the code for the goods, raised his head and glanced at the big beauty in front of him. Isn't that the sister of the guy his brother beat up last time? Su Jiqing was full of surprise and asked, Is your company preparing to start a supermarket chain? Why did you come here to do it? Although he was now expelled, Li Hao felt disgusted at the thought of this big beautiful girl's brother peeping at girls changing clothes. There's an old saying that it's not all in the family. Even if the person in front of him was a great beauty, Li Hao's attitude wasn't much better. $358. Cash or credit card? Su Jiqing visibly froze. Other than Lin Feng, this was the first time someone had been so cold to her. Considering that he's also the boss of the Su family, he's just a cashier. What's the big deal? Or in front of so many people? Isn't it obvious that she can't get down? Su Jiqing's face instantly turned a little ugly. But thinking of the fact that Yihan Group had co-branded with this convenience store, and now even the employees there had run over to cashier, and that her father had instructed her to make good relations with Yihan Group, Su Jiqing still endured it. I'll charge a membership. She pulled out her cell phone payment code while her eyes wandered around the convenience store. There is still a huge crowd of people next to the shelves. Li Hao moved quickly, scanning the code with fire, and then moved nimbly to push Su Jiqing's things aside, asking, Number. Su Jiqing froze and busily read out her number. Seeing that Li Hao was registering his information, Su Jiqing couldn't help but ask, Is Lin Feng still at the company? She has been unbalanced in her heart. Xiao Jie is still lying in the hospital bed. Her parents are not sleeping the whole night to watch over her. But up to now, she has not received the news that Yihan's group has dismissed Lin Feng, which has been a thorn in her heart. Li Hao glanced at him and immediately reacted. This person was afraid that he wanted to find trouble with Lin Feng. In the heat of the moment, he snapped, Stop looking. He's not here. That's not a good place to start. Is it? Su Jiqing heard the meaning of these words at once, and she wanted to ask a few more questions, only to be pushed by the person behind her. It's my turn to check out. Move to the side. Miss. The store was so crowded that the checkout line shot right outside the store. Su Jiqing looked around for half a day but couldn't find a chance to strike up a conversation. However, just by Li Hao's words, she probably knew that Lin Feng was also in this convenience store right now. She mused, grabbing her things and heading out of the store. She can't run away if she's here. She can come back at night when she's not busy. The matter of injuring Xiao Jie wasn't over. Although Xiao Jie was kind-hearted and had been helping Lin Feng put in a good word after he woke up. But no matter what, she had to make Lin Feng personally apologize in front of Xiao Jie. The business in the store was booming. And when it got busy, Li Hao didn't even have time to eat until 1 in the afternoon when he had a little chance to catch his breath. Now Lin Feng, Zhang Xiuhua, and Li Hao are working shifts in the store. Zhang Xiuhua has long made a big pot of rice and enthusiastically called Li Hao to go over to eat. She went to cover the shift first. when he arrived at the back warehouse. Seeing Lin Feng sitting naked and eating, Li Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and spat. "I say, brother. You're weirdly laid back. Do you know that the man you injured last time? His sister is here." Question mark. Lin Feng's hand that was clamping the meat gave a beat. "Su Jiqing is here? I think it's her. I don't know what her name is. And she looks like she came all the way here to see you." Li Hao scratched his head, served some meat up from the pot, and said in passing, "But your brother, I didn't betray you. I said you weren't here." She filled up a membership and left. At those words, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. It hasn't betrayed him yet? Who can believe that when it comes out? However, Lin Feng didn't blame Li Hao. After all, he was now cashiering at the convenience store. The reputation of the Yihans group was too big. And there were many customers. So maybe one day Su Jiqing would come running. Didn't the Su family just take the contract with the Yihan group? Just for the sake of making good relations. The Su family had to send someone to come and fill up the face. It was only a matter of time before he met up with Su Jiqing. Lin Feng's eyes sank. He didn't say anything more. He only picked up a soup spoon and scooped a spoonful of meat for Li Hao. "It's hard work. Eat more. Gotta go." "How? Are you sure this is the right convenience store?" In the civilian neighborhood near the university town, Fong Mingho drove a second-hand Santana, carrying Fong Ziyue, and somewhat struggling to navigate through the narrow streets where people came and went. "Right. The last time I came to see, my brother-in-law was at this convenience store." Fong Mingho looked excited. And every now and then he even looked sideways at Fong Ziyue. "Sister. This time you have to talk to my brother-in-law. Your brother's dowry money is all depending on you." Fong Ziyu glanced at him and responded with a tone of displeasure. "I know. As long as you can take Lin Feng. That Rolls Royce alone is worth $100 million. And by then, not only your brother's dowry, but even a suite in the capital city can be taken care of. You can transform yourself into a rich wife of a wealthy family." This was something Fong Ziyu had dreamed of since she was a child. After all, you don't look this good for nothing. Lin Feng should still have a knot in his heart for himself now. But 3 years of affection is not something that can be lost just by saying so. I think that this should also be Lin Feng's test for himself. As long as she is sincere enough to bow down and admit her faults, Lin Feng will surely forgive her. Relationships are complicated. And it's not a big deal if she just talks too much. The more Fong Ziyu thought about it, the more relaxed she became. And she even couldn't help but urge Fong Mingho to drive faster. Fong Mingho also wanted to drive faster. But this street was originally narrow. And now there is a Netflix punchline. The car is blocked, almost impassable. "Miss, there's a traffic jam up ahead. It's expected to take 20 minutes to drive through." On the streets of the civilian area, the honorable yet low-profile Porsche was parked on the side of the road. And in the car, Yu Shuiyan frowned and cautiously inquired towards Chu Lingxiang, glancing at the old buildings as well as the crowded road in front of her. Chu Lingxiang's face suddenly cooled down 3 times. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, she would never have stepped into this shitty place in her life. She remembered her first encounter with Lin Feng, which was also in a dilapidated warehouse. She gritted her teeth, grabbed her hat and mask as well as her sunglasses, and said in a cold voice, "Get out of the car." Yu Shuiyan froze. The lady is going to walk there? It is early spring. The weather has gradually warmed up. And this is the middle of the day. And the sun is so big outside that the young lady even wants to walk over? It was the first time she had ever seen her young lady constantly making exceptions for a man. If Chu Lingxiang is not really sitting in the back seat, Yu Shuiyan really want to suspect that her young lady is not possessed. Surprised as she was, Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to disobey Chu Lingshan's orders. She hurriedly grabbed the parasol from the passenger front cabinet and got out of the car. She held up the umbrella and helped Chu Lingfang pull open the car door. The huge parasol directly covered Chu Lingfang's entire person. Coupled with Chu Lingfang's tight cover and the uncolored casual wear she wore, no one recognized her. Just like that, Yu Shuiyan held her umbrella side by side with Chu Lingshan and walked towards the warm convenience store. It was lunch break. And turning into the alley, there weren't that many people in front of the convenience store. When she was almost at the convenience store, Chu Lingshan took the umbrella and ordered in a cold voice, "Go call him out." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan hurriedly nodded her head and was about to go in. But she heard Chu Lingshan's voice ring out again. "Wait." Yu Shuiyan froze and was busy stopping. Chu Lingshan slightly raised her parasol. Her small face lightly lifted, glancing at the signboard of the convenience store through her sunglasses. In the next second, she handed the umbrella to Yu Shuiyan and said in a cold voice, "Wait for me here." MS. Yu Shuiyan's face was deformed in shock as she hurriedly took the parasol and answered, "Yes." Chu Lingshan narrowed her eyes slightly, stepped on her slender high heels, marched to the store's entrance, raised her hand, and pushed open the door with one hand. She glanced faintly at Lin Feng, who was busy checking out in front of the cash register, her red lips under the mask's cover rising slightly. Many days did not see. Lin Feng's neck has seen better. Changed into a white shirt. His wheat-colored neck just revealed in the air. Slightly a few red marks on it, reflected in the bottom of Chu Lingshan's eyes. She sneered and walked straight to the front of the checkout line. "Hey! Why are you cutting in line? Have you no sense of decency?" "You." The two closest checkout customers were filled with displeasure, and were about to spit out their words when they saw the extremely iconic figure of the large beauty in front of them. The two froze instantly, their eyes straightening. Lin Feng, who was sweeping up the goods, slightly raised his head, and when he saw the visitor, he froze for a moment. "Miss, please line up behind you." He dropped in to say that the rule at convenience stores is that all queue jumpers are counted last. It's okay. This beauty should be in a hurry. Let her tie the knot first." The oldest brother at the front of the line smiled shyly and scratched his head as he voluntarily retreated to the end of the line. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't say anything more. He only said, "What are you going to buy, miss?" It had only been a few days, but Lin Feng couldn't recognize her? Chu Lingshan's heart surged with anger for no reason. It was fine to run away from her desperately, but now that she was standing in front of him alive, having walked that long block to get here, he didn't even recognize her? She gritted her teeth and said in a cold voice, "What? Don't recognize me so soon?" At the sound of his voice, Lin Feng's heart instantly trembled. Why did that voice sound familiar to him? No. How could a $1,000 lady like Chu Lingshan personally come to a tiny convenience store? He had a feeling he was being paranoid. After all, a lot of people come to him these days, and it could be anyone's best friend or something. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's face had more than a trace of impatience, and he spoke nonchalantly. "Miss, if you're here to buy something, just hurry up and check out. There are so many people behind you. Don't you delay everyone who can't pay." Under the sunglasses, Chu Lingshan's eyes were almost overflowing with fire. "Good for you, Lin Feng. It's only been a few days, but you can't even hear her voice anymore. It seems like her previous punishment wasn't enough. He was simply looking for death." Chu Lingshan gritted her teeth and raised her hand to rip off half of her sunglasses, her smoldering eyes staring fiercely at him. Recognize it now? When he saw those slightly raised Danfeng eyes, Lin Feng instantly widened his eyes. It's really her? No. This woman is really sick. He has run here. She even disregarded her identity. And even chased him in front of his eyes? Glancing at the large pile of checkouts that crowded behind him, Lin Feng frowned. Never let these people know that this person in front of them was Chu Lingxiang. Now that the revenue was just fine. If the others knew that the Chu family's eldest lady had personally come over. And the crowd swarmed and crowded. Auntie Zhang's little raggedy store was afraid that it would be trampled on and collapsed. He hastily yelled. Auntie Zhang. Zhang Xiuhua, who was sewing clothes for Zhang Xianwan at the back, came out at the sound. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Auntie Zhang, I have a friend here. You can help me settle the bill first. Okay. 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 You get busy first. I'll do it. I'll do it. Zhang Xiuhua didn't say anything. She directly answered and took over Lin Feng's position. Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingfang with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, Follow me. Chu Lingxiang sneered and pulled down her sunglasses. Stepped on her high heels. Bypassed the standing cabinet and followed Lin Feng to the back warehouse. The afternoon was Li Hao's break time. He wasn't there at the moment. Zhang Xianwan had gone to class and hadn't come back. And once the warehouse door was closed, only Lin Feng and Chu Lingxiang were left inside. Seeing that there was finally no one around, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice, What are you doing here? Chu Lingxiang calmly removed the covering on her face. And her stunning beauty was instantly revealed. I can't believe it's only been a few days and you don't even recognize me. She smiled coldly. But the smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. Instead, a hint of anger that couldn't be easily captured was added to her cold and haughty face. With all the hustle and bustle of the past few days, Lin Feng had completely liberated his nature. And he said disdainfully, You're not my nobody. Why do I have to recognize you? Good. That's good. Chu Lingfang was completely enraged by his words. She now finally understood what it meant to let the tiger out of the bag. Only a few days? He's getting more articulate by the minute. Lin Feng warned. There are quite a few people outside. If you dare to touch me, someone will definitely call the police for me. He said, the corners of his mouth rising a few points. And an evil grin rose without the slightest fear in his eyes. Miss Chu, you don't want people to know you're here either. Do you? Instantly, Chu Lingfang's willow eyebrows kicked up. She gritted her teeth and said in a cold voice, You better figure out who you're talking to. Of course I know. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Miss Chu. Who in Beijing doesn't know that? He's too mouthy. When Zhang Xiuhua was busy, there was no stopping her as she skillfully collected the accounts. As she was busy, she heard a shout from the front of the store. Auntie. Is Lin Feng here? Looking for Feng? Ha? Zhang Xiuhua was so busy that she couldn't stop her hands, thinking that it was Lin Feng's friend who had come. So she scribbled a finger. Little Feng is in the back warehouse. You guys go over there. Thank you, Auntie. At the entrance of the store, Feng Mingho busily said towards Feng Ziyue, Sister. Go quickly. I'll wait for you outside. At this moment, I guess my brother-in-law himself is in the back. What a good opportunity for the world of two. You have to take advantage of it. Cut the crap and get the hell out of here. Feng Ziyu cursed unhappily and walked towards the back warehouse. Feng Mingho shook his fist at Feng Ziyue and whispered, Sister. Go for it. Don't talk in your sleep. Do you really think you're the king of heaven? Lin Feng was also angered by Chu Lingfang's words. Ha! Chu Lingxiang sneered and slid her hand down. Just before the imminent, an ear-splitting knock sounded. Lin Feng? You're in there. Right? It's me. Fong Ziyue. I'm looking for you for something. Can you open the door? Fong Ziyu's voice echoed outside the door and Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Fortunately, he had the habit of locking the door with his hand when he was alone in the warehouse. Otherwise, if Fong Ziyu rushed in and saw the scene, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say anything. Yo! A girl! As soon as she heard that it was a woman's voice, Chu Lingshang immediately hooked her red lips and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng was busy lowering his head and said in a deep voice, "You go and hide over the desk first." Chu Lingshang's eyes rolled as she looked at Lin Feng playfully. Hide? Why should I hide? You're a big miss of the Chu family. You're not afraid of being seen by others. Are you? Lin Feng was furious. How could this woman not hear the good and bad words? Is this a time when she can fool around? Lin Feng, I know you're in there. Auntie at the door told me all about it. You're in the warehouse. Would you open the door? I have some things I want to say to you. The knocking on the door continued. And Fong Ziyu's somewhat curt tone came in. The smile at the corner of Chu Lingshang's mouth grew more unrestrained. The old love has not been broken. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng playfully. Followed by, or is it a resurgence? Deadly gray your ass. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, clamping down on Chu Lingfeng's arm and pushing her towards the back of the cabinet. Chu Lingfeng didn't struggle either and looked at Lin Feng playfully, allowing him to push himself to the back of the cabinet. Seeing her standing there very obediently, Lin Feng was finally relieved. After all, there are many people outside at this moment. If Fong Ziyu continues to pester outside, it will also attract a lot of people to look sideways. At that time, it will not be good. He turned and went to open the warehouse door. Sure enough, Fong Ziyu was standing in the doorway. Seeing Lin Feng open the door, Fong Ziyu directly rushed in and smiled sweetly at Lin Feng. Little Feng, I came to apologize. Lin Feng frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction with Fong Ziyu's action of rushing straight in. He said in a cold voice, "This is the warehouse of a convenience store. Idle people are not allowed to enter." His words were clear enough, asking Fong Ziyu to leave. But as if the other party didn't hear, she still smiled sweetly. Little Feng, don't be angry. I already know I'm wrong. Later on when you're off work, I'll cook for you personally. Okay? At those words, Lin Feng wanted to hit someone. Didn't this Fong Ziyu understand? He didn't welcome her and didn't want to accept her apology. He was about to open his mouth, intending to force Fong Ziyu out, when he heard Chu Lingshang's playful voice ringing out behind him. He was instantly distraught. Cooking personally. Chu Lingfeng's voice rang out leisurely, as if somewhat tastelessly following up with, Lin Feng, you are truly blessed. The moment her voice rang out, Fong Ziyu also froze. She was shocked to see Lin Feng behind the out of a slender woman, her palm-sized face with a black mask, the single exposed pair of stunning Danfeng eyes. Fong Ziyu did not dare to imagine how beautiful the face under that mask can be. Compared with her, Fong Ziyu instantly felt like a rat in the gutter, and the only bit of poise she had was struck down to nothing. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was completely stoked. She didn't get it. Did she? What's the point of running out now? Afraid that people won't recognize her as the Chu family's first lady. Right? She wasn't afraid. But he was. If they were really recognized, the threshold of this convenience store would be trampled. Lin Feng looked over angrily and was about to curse. But then he glimpsed that Chu Lingfeng was wearing a mask and he was relieved. It seems that the woman is not that epileptic. Fong Ziyu was filled with incredulity. Little Feng. She is. Who is it? She stammered. her whole body tense. A tremor in her words. Me? Chu Lingfang narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at Fang Ziyue in amusement. And as soon as she took Lin Feng's arm, she asked back with a cold smile. Who do you think I am? The arm was suddenly pulled up. He didn't know if Chu Lingfang was deliberately retaliating or what. The flesh and skin on Lin Feng's elbow was pinched by her to death. And intense pain spread all over his body. Fang Ziyu was filled with incredulity. Feng? You already have a girlfriend? Even though Lin Feng didn't want to be in a relationship with this crazy woman's car. The current situation was such that pretending to be an object would dissuade Fang Ziyu. Fang Ziyu, this woman is simply too annoying. Letting her know where she works now. Won't she be pestered every day? Lin Feng simply will take advantage of the scheme. The door to the girlfriend do not want to do nothing. He endured the pain, turned his head sideways, and strangled Chu Lingfang's chin. Her delicate jawline showed through the mask, as if she hadn't expected Lin Feng to take such initiative. Chu Lingxian's eyes widened. In the next second, through the mask, Lin Feng directly aimed at her red lips and kissed them. As swift as a dragonfly. The breath that belonged solely to Lin Feng swept over like a heat wave. And even though there was a mask separating them, Chu Lingxiang still blushed. And even her heartbeat continued to accelerate. No one had ever dared to do that to her. But it seems like this feels good too? Chu Lingxiang licked her lips with intent. It would have been better if she hadn't been through the mask. She kinda liked his initiative. Seeing the two people in front of her making such intimate moves. Or in front of her face. The other party. Or a stunning beauty that was 100 times more beautiful than her. Fang Ziyu couldn't tense up completely. She searched for Lin Feng for so many days. Had not done anything wrong and still ran over to apologize with great difficulty. But he was not only ungrateful, but also had someone else in front of him. The smile on Fang Ziyu's face finally hung on. She pulled down her face and looked viciously at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth. Lin Feng? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You've been seamless for a long time, right? At those words, Lin Feng froze. Seamlessly? Seamless is what you are. Right? Fang Ziyue continued. I told you that I was going to break up with you at that time. You didn't react at all. Good for you, Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to find your next home long ago. Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly. A touch of danger showing in her eyes. That's not something she likes to hear. What's with making it sound like she's a spare tire? She sank her eyes in a dark poke. Murderous intent in her eyes. Lin Feng was amused by Fang Ziyu's words. I've broken up with you. Why are you still so full of shit? The implication is that we're not related. So why do you care? Fang Ziyu looked viciously at Lin Feng and said under her breath. Even if you're seamless, you still say that I'm over the top. I at least know that I have to apologize for doing something wrong. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lin Feng really almost laughed out loud. This Fang Ziyu is really a problem. He didn't bother to tangle with Fang Ziyu and directly hooked one hand over Chu Lingxiang's shoulder, swearing his sovereignty while gazing at her with a smug look on his face. So can you fuck off now? Lin Feng spat out a sentence with a cold smile, his eyes no longer carrying any emotion. The sudden strong tug caused Chu Lingfang to freeze. But soon, she also extremely cooperated by hooking up the belt buckle around Lin Feng's waist. Her words gentle and feminine. When can we settle it? You didn't feed me enough yesterday. Lin Feng instantly trembled. And the position below his waist was directly tingling. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he was actually getting a reaction from Chu Lingxiang. Damn! This devil-like woman. Can't she wait that long? Striking while the iron was hot. The anger in Lin Feng's eyes only flickered. And he also catered very well to the side of his head. Slightly hanging his head. His voice was gentle. "Yeah, baby. I'll definitely feed you today." Such a licentious image fell in out Fong Ziyu's eyes. And she was directly angry until her heart was in knots. "You guys. You pair of dogs." She was verbally abusive. Her mouth spewing out in anger. Like a scolding city slut. Lin Feng was truly disgusted. How come he hadn't seen Fong Ziyu so disgusting before? He was really blind. Licking Fong Ziyu for 3 years. He now wanted to dismantle his brain back then to see what was in his head back then. The phrase dog and man instantly aroused Chu Lingxiang's anger. The killing intent in her eyes could no longer be hidden. She just stared straight at Fong Ziyu, revealing bloodlust straight up. And Fong Ziyu instantly wilted. She still couldn't swallow this breath after all. Pointing at Lin Feng's nose, she cursed again. "Lin Feng. Just wait. I'm not done with you." After viciously dropping this, Fong Ziyu was filled with anger and left without looking back. The door of the warehouse was closed. And Lin Feng hotly locked the door once again. Then immediately pulled out the arm that was wrapped around Chu Lingxiang with an expressionless hand. He faintly said, "Missy, the play is over. The implication is that you can fuck off too." But where would Chu Lingfang let him off so easily? The slight touch just now had already stirred up the fire she had hidden in her heart all this time. She needs someone to put out the fire. Chu Lingxiang wrapped her arms around herself. Her red lips under the mask hooked up once again as she looked at Lin Feng with an evil smile. "Didn't you say you wanted to feed me? What? Raise your pants and disown me?" He was just joking and she took it seriously? Lin Feng pursed his thin lips and said lightly, "It's just an act. Why take it seriously? So, you think of me as a theater hitchhiker?" Chu Lingfang was still smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. But her smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. "You can think so." Lin Feng responded indifferently and added, "Wasn't it Miss Chu who set up the stage first?" As soon as his words fell, Chu Lingxiang raised her leg, her slender high heels stepping on the ground as she took 2 slow steps forward. Lin Feng frowned and subconsciously retreated backwards. But Chu Lingxiang still pressed on. Until his backside had been pressed against Zhang Xiaowan's desk. There's no going back. Chu Lingxiang, however, acted as if she didn't see it and was still gradually approaching. Her pace was slow, but she was pressing close to Lin Feng's body. The two were close enough to almost stick together. With each other. They could even smell the unique scent emanating from each other. "What the hell are you doing?" Lin Feng's anger had arrived at the tipping point. But Chu Lingxiang slowly raised her hand without slowing down. And on her slender fingers, her long nude pink nails directly outlined Lin Feng's belt. Lin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was about to get angry when his waist was gently pulled. His body subconsciously leaned forward a bit. And he heard Chu Lingxiang's voice ringing out in a seemingly smiling manner. "When the stage is built, shall not the play be finished?" Chu Lingxiang asked rhetorically. Her voice Microsoft. Charmed to the bone. And with a sense of seduction if anything. Instantly, Lin Feng only felt like his entire body's bones were going to crisp up. Still, he forced himself to remain calm. And the moment his senses returned, he snapped. "This is a convenience store. It's full of people out there. Is Chu Lingfang crazy? To engage in all this in such a very poorly soundproofed and rundown environment? So what?" Chu Lingfang asked back carelessly. Her other hand already stroking Lin Feng's collar extremely dishonestly. The red mark on his neck was hidden, provoking the fire in Chu Lingxiang's heart all the time. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He directly clutched Chu Lingxiang's dishonest hand. His hand exerted force and clenched her wrist. "Miss Chu, I advise you to calm down." "Really? If that kind of thing happened at the convenience store?" especially with Zhang Xianwan's desk leaning behind him. At noon, Li Hao would still be eating at the table next to him. So how would he face them in the future? Chu Lingxiang slightly approached a few points closer. Her head slightly tilted, just glancing at Lin Feng's ascetic throat knot from bottom to top. That knot in his throat slid up and down when he spoke. It jumped back and forth across his sinewy throat like a fish desperately trying to leap out of the ocean. She didn't hold back and licked her red lips. Just like that. Through the mask. Her hand clutched Lin Feng's collar and pulled his neck down. In the next second, her red lips through the mask just imprinted on the knot of his throat. Hot air surged. And Lin Feng instantly tightened his body. He was about to push away. But he realized that Chu Lingxiang had actually used her teeth. With that, she took a bite on the knot of his throat through the gag. Hiss. The neck, which had hardly grown at all, was once more marked with red marks. Or a not-so-small tooth mark. Lin Feng subconsciously ate the pain and pushed her away. A touch of amusement crossed Chu Lingxuan's eyes as she smiled, licking her red lips, a bloodthirsty smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. It's pretty. She stared at her perfect masterpiece and couldn't help but compliment herself. Lin Feng's back teeth were about to gnaw through. He covered his neck and picked up a small mirror from Zhang Xianwan's table behind him and aimed it. The teeth marks were clearly visible. It's like the stuff that happens between young couples. He was enraged. You pervert. I'm having a hard time not having to wear a turtleneck. Are you sick? Being insulted in such a furious manner. Chu Lingxiang did not see any irritation under her eyes, but instead glanced at him with a smile. You should learn to like it. Loved all the things she brought to him, including the experience. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't make sense with this woman. He put down the mirror. His face suddenly turned cold, and said sternly, Had enough fun? Please get out. I have to go to work. With that, he prepared to open the warehouse door. He also thought clearly. The fact that Chu Lingxiang would show up with a mask proved that she didn't want others to see it either. And since that was the case, he was inclined to do so. He couldn't be held at her mercy like this anymore. He wanted to see if Chu Lingfang would be anxious or not after being recognized by others as the Chu family's first miss. Wait. Unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiang spoke. Lin Feng's hand lurched. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He guessed correctly. Chu Lingfang was really scared. He looked back, met her somber eyes, and laughed. Then please leave. Miss Chu. Chu Lingxiang's lips under her mask pursed tightly as she quickly stepped forward, tilted her head, and said in a cold voice, Go back with me. Go back? Lin Feng lost his smile. This is my home. Where else would I go back to? Chu Lingxiang glanced at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and said half threateningly, Are you sure you want to play small with me? The way he said it, it was like Lin Feng didn't know any better. He snorted. MS. Chu? What you're saying is, how could I, a big man, do such a thing? Chu Lingfang looked deeply at Lin Feng and continued. Really? You're sure you don't want to go back with me, right? That's right. Propped up against the wall, Lin Feng nodded his head sideways, grinning. Now that it was in his territory and Chu Lingxiang had come alone, he still didn't believe that this woman could forcefully take him away in public. Great. Chu Lingfang smiled instead of being angry. Her eyes were stern as she looked at Lin Feng. Her threatening words came out. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if I don't see you at the mountain villa, I'll destroy this place with my own hands, she said, glancing icily at Lin Feng and pulling the door open to leave. Lin Feng knew that she wasn't telling lies. This woman had always had an axe to grind. And with the strength of her Chu family, She could indeed do whatever she wanted. She can make this place soar. She can send it into ruin. Damn it! It was so hard for him to have a stable place. But now he was being threatened by her like this. Was it hard to believe that he really had to change his place? Lin Feng frowned and looked at the balance in his account. Getting out of here doesn't seem out of the question. But want him to go back to the lodge? Dream on. He's not a lamb to be slaughtered. Little Feng, quickly go and pick up the shift for a while. Auntie can't hold it in. She has to go to the restroom first. Zhang Xiuhua covered her belly with a pained face and hurriedly ran in. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded his head and walked towards the checkout counter. Little Miss. Let's. Where are we going? In the car. Yu Shuiyan looked at Chu Lingshan with a nervous face and began to stutter in her speech. Playing from the convenience store out. Her young lady was gloomy. The eyes. As if she wanted to kill and eat her general. She trembling to follow the ass into the car. Due to not know the destination. Or open mouth. Back to the office. Chu Lingfang's cold and hostile voice rang out with a bit of killing intent. Yes. Yu Shuiyan had a heart attack. And hurriedly answered. Her foot on the gas. Bypassing the crowded civilian neighborhood. The scenery outside the window gradually passed by at an accelerated rate. And Chu Lingshan's eyes were gloomy. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the gag on her lips. Her eyes slightly misty. The warm flames inside gradually climbed. The places touched by Lin Feng still retained his scent. Associated with his sudden initiative. Her body temperature rose uncontrollably in slow steps as that very ascetic, handsome face moved a little closer to her. An unnatural blush also climbed to her cheeks below her mask. Hiss. For some reason, she felt like she was kind of enjoying it. No one had ever brought her such a special experience. She just couldn't get enough of it. Miss, do I need to open the window for you to refresh yourself? Yu Shuiyan's voice sounded from the front. This instantly awakened Chu Lingfang's sanity. Her eyes were instantly cloudy and her voice was cold, mixed with a hint of displeasure. Focus on your car. Yes. Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to speak again. And didn't even dare to look in the rearview mirror. The impatience in the lady's tone was on the verge of leaping out. She didn't mean to open her mouth. Usually Chu Lingshan was very busy at work. And there were times when she was sleepy while riding in the car. But the lady often reminded her to open the window at those times in order to stay awake. Therefore, Yu Shuiyan would often pay attention to Chu Lingshan's demeanor while driving, asking about the comment about whether or not to open the window. But the lady was never impatient. Yet now, not to mention Yu Shuiyan being confused, Chu Lingshan, who had returned to her senses, was also filled with shock. She couldn't figure it out. Obviously she hadn't been drugged with anything this time. But why was she just holding it like that? When facing Lin Feng, he didn't even have to make a move. He just stood there. And smelling his unique scent, she easily ignited a flame. She's hungry. She's been hungry for days. If that food appeared in front of her right now, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist going up and nibbling on it without a second thought. It's not a hunger for food. She just wanted that one food. The only one that would fill her stomach. After so many days, she'd almost forgotten what an overwhelming experience it was after eating the perfect food she'd been longing for. Chu Lingfang didn't hold back and licked her red lips, a touch of hunger crossing her eyes. But soon, she calmed down. After all, the longer you starve, the better the food will taste. It's as pleasant and refreshing as a cold beer after a hard day's work. Especially with this top-notch food. She didn't want to let go of this great experience. She narrowed her eyes, looked at Yu Shuiyan, and ordered in a cold voice. Go investigate someone. Who? Yu Shuayan hurriedly answered with a confused look on her face. Shu Lingxiang glanced at the rearview mirror and said with a flourish. Feng. Z. You. Her. Yu Shuayan was shocked and said busily. Miss. Haven't we investigated this before? Feng Ziyue is Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend. They've already broken up. The main target of the investigation at first was Lin Feng. And about these passers-by. It was just a passing reference on the investigation information. But now, the lady even directly named the investigation. Or Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend? Her lady crazy? I want more detail. Shu Lingfang said in an icy tone. Meticulous down to everything between them. Including conversations. Exclamation point. Yu Shuayan nodded her head. Her face already too shocked to speak. Why did she hear a sour taste hidden in Miss's words? Couldn't it be that Miss was worried that Lin Feng was rekindling his old relationship with his ex-girlfriend? That's not possible. What guy these days would be stupid enough to leave her lady alone for an ex-girlfriend who's already broken up? Besides, even if you get rid of the family background, the single looks, the lady is also directly hanging good. Right? Thinking about this, Yu Shuayan didn't hold back and subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. She saw Chu Lingxiang's bowed head and contemplative look. And she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. This look of the lady is completely at odds with her usual thunderous behavior. This. No way. Right? Her young lady. She couldn't have fallen in love. Could she? Lin Feng, who had returned to the dormitory after a busy day, looked at his savings. Balance, 63,000. Apart from his daily wages, most of these were drawn from the group of college students. It was unkind of him to do so. But the price he offered was the best deal around. Usually, Zhang Xiuhua would also make a big pot of rice. And with the package of rice and exercise, this job had been extremely excellent. These days, there are even a lot of graduates who come over and ask him if he's hiring. As of now, Zhang Xiuhua's store was also operating. And he thought about leaving Li Hao here to help out after he left. After all, Shu Lingxiang was only targeting him personally. For Li Hao, who had already been expelled, should not be too difficult just. He pondered whether he should take this time to take Zhang Xiuhuan out for a long look around. When a message from Xia Qingqing popped up on his cell phone. Little brother Feng. Can you come pick me up? It's already past 10 o'clock at night. And Xia Qingqing hasn't gone home yet? Lin Feng frowned and replied. You're not home? Nope. I'm at the Golden Hour bar. I'm a little drunk. Xia Qingqing's message was sent. Followed by another one from her. Never mind. Sorry for disturbing you. Little Feng brother, you go to bed early. I'll just take a taxi back by myself later. Lin Feng frowned at these two words. Although he didn't really want to get involved with Xia Qingqing, her usually positive and optimistic personality was somewhat appealing to him. For Xia Qingqing, he also treated her as a little sister. Although he wanted to be distant. But letting her alone in the bar, or so late at night, Lin Feng did not feel it was appropriate. And Xia Qingqing looked as if she had been wronged in some way with these words. It's not safe for her to be a little girl getting drunk at a bar this late at night anyways. The message had been sent to him. So he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Feng briefly typed out a line. Stay there and wait for me. The message was sent and he got dressed and out the door in a blaze of speed. Golden Hour bar. Xia Qingqing drunk on the bar. Eyes blurred holding a cell phone. And not clearly see the words wait for me. Her heart instantly warmed. Like someone was thinking about her. Her calm heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She rubbed her cheeks together with some excitement. Braced herself to sit up. And rushed to the waiter at the bar. Another cocktail? Miss. You seem to be drunk already. It's not good for your health if you keep drinking. Xia Qingqing vaguely heard a male voice coming from the side. Not from the waiter in front of her. She saw that he had gone to make her a drink. She sidled her head a bit bewildered and caught a glimpse of a pot-bellied man sitting beside her at some point. The man wore glasses. His fat face was pitted. And he exuded the greasiness of a middle-aged man. Seeing this scene, Xia Qingqing almost spit out her overnight meal. She bared her teeth and yelled at him. It's none of your business if I drink. The man smirked and pushed the frame. Looking at Xia Qingqing with an impish face. Seeing that the waiter had already brought the glass of wine up. He made a direct mugging and took the glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Xia Qingqing was instantly enraged and scolded in a loud voice. This is my wine. What are you doing drinking old lady's wine for nothing? She was dizzy. Her speech was wobbly. And her spitting was a bit unclear. The man smiled and looked at the waiter who was at a loss for words. I'm sorry. My girlfriend is in a bad mood today. I'll take this order for her today. Who's your girlfriend? At those words, Xia Qingqing became enraged and pushed the man away. Turning towards the waiter. I don't know him at all. The waiter was at a loss. Although this kind of thing happened often in the bar. And there was no need for him, a waiter, to care so much. But if something happened inside the bar, he still had to care. He was about to open his mouth to ask, when he saw the middle-aged man smiling and saying, It's fine. It's fine. The two of us had a fight today. My name is Zhao Fei. This is my girlfriend Xia Qingqing. With that, he also called out towards Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, stop fooling around. Let's go home first. It was hard for me to find you. Xia Qingqing couldn't believe her ears. She woke up 3 times from her drunkenness and looked at Zhao Fei incredulously. A look at the situation. All can call out the name. That must be recognized. The waiter also did not meddle in the matter. Turned around and left. Instantly, Xia Qingqing's heart panicked. She racked her brain and couldn't recall anyone named Zhao Fei. So how could he have called out his name straight away? Zhao Fei wrapped his arm around Xia Qingqing's shoulders and vigorously dragged her up. Xia Qingqing had drunk too much wine. Her body rendered limp by the alcohol. And she was not in control at all. It was all she could do to let the man's strength help her up. Let go of me. I don't even know you. What, Zhao Fei? You're sick. Xia Qingqing struggled desperately. And her mouth was abusive. But this soft force of hers hit Zhao Fei's body as if she was scratching an itch. And it didn't even bounce a few times off his round belly. The situation also caused a lot of sidelong glances from the surrounding people. But they were holding hands like a little couple. Especially Zhao Fei while putting his arm around Xia Qingqing's shoulder. He also smiled and apologized towards the surrounding people. Sorry, my girlfriend drank too much and we had a fight. It's so normal for this kind of thing to happen in a bar. It's not like anyone came out to stop it. Just like that, Xia Qingqing was dragged and pulled out of the bar by Zhao Fei. Just after arriving at the door, the cool air outside hit her face. And Xia Qingqing instantly woke up a large portion of her wine. She violently pushed Zhao Fei away with all her strength. Staggered and held onto the large column outside the door. And angrily cursed. You're sick. Don't touch me or I'll call the police. She had this shaky look like a scared rabbit. Zhao Fei bared his teeth and hemmed and hawed. I've been paying attention to you for a long time, Miss Xia. You'd better be good and follow me. Nuts. Xia Qingqing was annoyed and rummaged for her cell phone. But after half a day of searching, she found that her cell phone was not even on her body. And where they were now was the side corner of the bar's entrance. Where people were getting high at the bar at the moment. And the door was pressed shut. At this moment, she was completely flustered. She didn't realize that the drama that she would only see in a TV show would actually happen to her. Don't worry, Miss Xia. As long as you behave yourself, I'll send you whatever you want. My Zhao family. But never lack of money. Zhao Fei laughed playfully as he stepped forward and was about to tug on Xia Qingqing's slender wrist. The next second, a stern male voice sounded behind him. I suggest you'd better not touch her. Xia Qingqing, who had almost fallen into despair, instantly froze. And when she saw the person coming behind her, she burst into tears of joy. Little brother Feng, she yelled in a vague and extremely excited manner. Zhao Fei sniffed and instantly turned back, cursing on his lips. Which breed dares to spoil my good deed? When he saw Lin Feng, who was a head taller than himself, he instantly froze. And then he pointed at Lin Feng's nose and insulted, be sensible and get lost. Can't you see that I'm picking up girls? Nima. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng clutched his fingers and wrenched them back. In only an instant, intense sharp pain spread from his fingers. 10 fingers to the heart. Zhao Fei pain body straight back. He was angry and angry. But his mouth still cursed, you be Foster let go of Lousy. Know who Lousy is? Ah. The more he cursed, the harder Lin Feng hit him. His fingers had been broken in half by Lin Feng. His fingers were obviously misaligned. And the backs of his fingers were already close to the back of his hand. Such twisted pain emanated from his fingers that Zhao Fei's tears came down in pain. Lin Feng, however, didn't feel relieved and directly kicked him in the dick. The tip of the knotted black leather shoe kicked up. And only moments later, Zhao Fei cried out in pain. Ah! Big brother! Big brother, I'm wrong. Just let me go. Ah! Zhao Fei's tears came down from the pain. And his forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was unsteady and staggered and almost fell, Lin Feng didn't bother to dwell on this person. With a fierce effort, he directly threw Zhao Fei to the side and walked towards Xia Qingqing in large strides. Come on. I'll take you home. He went forward and took the initiative to take Xia Qingqing's shoulders. The shocked Xia Qingqing felt the touch of a familiar person and her hanging heart instantly relaxed. Feeling Lin Feng's force, Xia Qingqing only felt dizzy. Her cheeks instantly climbed up to a reddish color. She lowered her head and softly tinkled. Without bothering about Zhao Fei, who fell to the ground and screamed miserably, Lin Feng just helped Xia Qingqing to go to the side of the road and get a cab. Zhao Fei's body hurt like hell as he watched them leave. Especially the penis. He bared his teeth and covered them, fumbling for his cell phone and pressing a few buttons on it. Then he shouted angrily towards the phone. Damn it! Lao Si! Bring more people to the golden age. In the cab, the windows were closed and the temperature gradually rose in the confined space. The alcohol that had just had a reprieve rushed to her head, and Xia Qingqing's body fell weakly to the side. Lin Feng was right beside her, and Xia Qingqing's head was already pressed against his shoulder. The weight pressing down, along with the strong smell of alcohol permeating the room. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just how much did this little girl drink to get drunk like this? Smelling the scent that permeated Lin Feng's body, Xia Qingqing only felt very relieved. With an acquaintance next to her and the unusually warm interior of the car, she fell asleep without realizing it. The cab drove on the viaduct, and in no time it arrived at the neighborhood where Xia Qingqing lived. Lin Feng paid the money and saw that Xia Qingqing was sleeping sweetly. He shouldn't be able to wake up for a while. He sighed and resigned himself to picking up Xia Qingqing. But the moment he picked up, Lin Feng's mind uncontrollably flashed through Chu Lingshan's face. Did I give you permission to touch another woman? Her words hovered and flashed through Lin Feng's mind like a magic spell. Lin Feng's hand subconsciously trembled. With that, he felt ridiculous. Hasn't one's goal always been to live at ease? How can you be so stressed by her words? If she said no, was he really going to do what she said? Just kidding. Lin Feng's eyes sank. And as he picked up Xia Qingqing, he walked inside the neighborhood. Xia Qingqing is not heavy. Probably only more than 90 pounds. Always fitness Lin Feng pick up her simply like a hand. Just her protruding bones cackle him some pain. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the room where Xia Qingqing lived. Didn't rummage through her bag to find the key. And Lin Feng didn't want to take advantage of the situation to touch her pockets. So he could only try to wake her up by gently shouting, "Xia Qingqing?" In her arms, Xia Qingqing wriggled uneasily, her little mouth pouting, as if she was not very happy about being disturbed from her beautiful dream. He couldn't do it without the key. He couldn't hold Xia Qingqing and stand in the hallway all night. Lin Feng sighed and shouted once again, "Xia Qingqing, wake up. We're home. Where's the key to your door?" Xia Qingqing muttered in dissatisfaction. Opened her eyes somewhat disoriented. Pointed to her pants pocket. And muttered, "Pocket. At the end of the day he still has to do it himself?" The point was that now both his hands were occupied. Where was he going to get his hands free for the keys? Lin Feng said helplessly, "Xia Qingqing, take it yourself. It's not convenient for me to spare my hands." Xia Qingqing hung her eyes, blinking a little confusedly. Her hand touched to her pants pocket and lifted out a key. Lin Feng raised the hand that had gone through the crook of her leg to take it, and with some effort inserted the key. Finally got the door open. Lin Feng quickly entered the house and laid Xia Qingqing flat on the bed. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his neck was encircled by Xia Qingqing's arms, and she hooked him downward again with force. Any further and he'd be on his back. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Xia Qingqing, hurry up and rest. I'm going back." "Well," Xia Qingqing murmured. Leisurely turned awake. But the consciousness seems to have not returned to the soul. She spat out indistinctly, "I don't want it. Sleep with me." Lin Feng. First of all, he's not a villain who takes advantage of people. Secondly, he really didn't have that aspect in mind for Xia Qingqing. He just treated her as a little sister. This situation, if it really continues, I'm afraid something will happen. Lin Feng hurriedly found an excuse. "The door to your room is still open. I'll go close it." As he said that, he vigorously broke away from Xia Qingqing's arm. But it was such a drastic action that provoked Xia Qingqing to instantly wake up from her whine. She directly propped herself up. And against her dizzy head, she tugged Lin Feng's sleeve in death. "I'll go with you." She's acting as if she's afraid she'll run away. Lin Feng sighed. "You get some rest. If there's anything, wait until tomorrow when you're sober." "No." Instantly, Xia Qingqing's head shook like a rattle drum. She stared at Lin Feng with round eyes, looking straight at him and insisting, "No. Little brother Feng. I'm going to go with you. You have to stay with me today." Lin Feng, huh? As if touching a sad story? Or as if through the wine? Xia Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened. Immediately afterward, she couldn't restrain herself from telling, "Little Feng brother, I know you and the company and Li Big Brother. But since Li Big Brother left, I have not been able to find you. To send you a message. You do not return. Recently my boss also do not know what the wind. A variety of difficult me. What dirty work all throw me to do. Just this afternoon. He also let me clean the bathroom." As if Xia Qingqing was greatly aggrieved, she pulled on Lin Feng and wouldn't let go. At those words, Lin Feng froze. The things she said, One could figure it out with one's toes. It must have been ordered by Chu Lingshang. He did not expect that Li Hao has been fired. Chu Lingshang still want to make things difficult for Xia Qingqing. In this way, Lin Feng clenched his fists in anger. And Xia Qingqing's muttering sounded once again. Brother Xiao Feng. Why don't I quit my job too? You take me with you. Don't just take brotherly. She's delirious and her speech is incoherent. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Don't. Didn't you also say that this is a job that the family has managed to find with great difficulty by asking for connections? So it's not good to suddenly quit. Xia Qingqing dizzily shook her head. And when she heard the word family, it seemed to have triggered the keyword. She was busy lowering her head, fumbling anxiously in her pockets for her cell phone. But after searching for most of the day and not finding anything, she instantly panicked. Crap! Xia Qingqing looked back and snapped. Brother Xiaofeng. I seem to have forgotten my cell phone in the bar. Ah. Lin Feng froze and said busily. Then you rest first. I'll go fetch it. I'm coming with you. Xia Qingqing couldn't stop herself from tugging at Lin Feng, insisting on getting up. Where can she follow her out when she's drunk like this? He'll have to send her back then. Lin Feng exerted force under his hands and violently pushed Xia Qingqing away, putting the quilt on her. You wait here. I'll just go fetch it. Don't fool around. It seemed that his tone was too harsh, and Xia Qingqing was momentarily startled, hastily pulling up the quilt and wrapping herself. Lin Feng sighed and didn't intend to explain, taking the key from the bed and going out the door. And in the meantime, he also unlocked the door of the room. He took another cab to Golden Age. It was after 11 o'clock at night and the bar was buzzing with activity. He came to the bar and found a waiter to ask about it. And there was indeed a cell phone left here by Xia Qingqing. He thanked him and picked his phone up and headed outside. But before he could take 2 steps, there was a vibration from his phone. Thinking it was a phone call, Lin Feng was planning to hang up. After all, it was not good to peek at other people's cell phones. But when he saw the cell phone interface, he froze. It's a reminder for the day set up in your phone's calendar. Tomorrow is the birthday of my brother who is already 25 years old. Happy birthday, lost idiot brother. Note, remember to go home on vacation. 25? Lin Feng instantly frowned. He was too sensitive to this word because he also happened to be 25 years old this year. His eyelids were throbbing. It can't really be such a coincidence. Can it? He recalled that he was in the orphanage when he had memories of his early childhood. And he couldn't remember any earlier memories. All I remember is that a couple delivered him to a middle-aged man. What came after that? He couldn't remember. I don't know why. But Lin Feng always felt that it wasn't a coincidence. His heart was beating hard. He didn't think he would have such nervousness for no reason. How about a DNA report first? Lin Feng's mind ran out of this idea. Is not a test to know. He is here to suspect so much is useless. But also the whole of his fear. Lin Feng clutched his cell phone and bought a box of cling film on the side of the road and took a taxi back to Xia Qingqing's residence. Xia Qingqing had already fallen asleep. He put the phone on her pillow and did not hesitate. Directly pulled a few Xia Qingqing's hair and wrapped it with plastic wrap. Just send it in for testing tomorrow. With this thought, Lin Feng stuffed the few hairs mixed with cling film into his pocket and left. But just downstairs, Lin Feng saw a dozen big men with big bodies walking in front of him. The leader dyed a head of red hair, holding a cigarette, looking at him with a gangly smile on his face. Lin Feng instantly frowned. You're the kid who beat up our mister. Zhao. The redhead sneered and stepped forward, spitting the butt of his cigarette onto the ground with a yuck and then stomping on it with the toe of his shoe. The mister Zhao he was talking about should be the man who bullied Xia Qingqing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and mentally calculated the chances of winning this battle. Seeing that he didn't answer, the redhead instantly became irritated. Damn! I asked you. A dozen or so people should be good to deal with. Only. Since they were able to find this place, it proved that Mr. Zhao was quite powerful. And sooner or later, he would still come back to find trouble with Xia Qingqing. Thinking that it was because he had dragged Xia Qingqing into being made difficult by his superiors, Lin Feng did feel a little bit sorry in his heart. Might as well just help her out of this mess and they'll be even between them. Lin Feng lifted his forehead and said indifferently, "Yes. It's me." He didn't expect that Lin Feng would admit it so honestly. The redhead smiled at once. "Okay. You've got guts. Be smart and come with us. Don't force us to do anything." This was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. What's the point of settling these hairy little thieves? If you want to solve them, go straight to the lair and catch the big ones to be effective. Lin Feng nodded. All right. Lead the way. Redhead, who had thought that Lin Feng would refuse to resist and was ready to call out to his brothers to make a move. Question mark. He glanced at Lin Feng a bit incredulously. This job is so smooth? This confused the redhead, whose temper had just been mobilized. And he pointed to the black car next to him in a bit of a daze. Get in then. Lin Feng, aha. Then he just pulled open the back door and got in the car in front of a dozen or so burly men armed with clubs. Redhead. Fourth brother. Didn't you say there was a vicious battle? The man in black behind the redhead couldn't help but ask. Bad warrior ass. This neighborhood is full of surveillance. Are you stupid? The redhead cursed angrily and rolled his eyes. His original plan was to scare Lin Feng. Really cannot drag him to the corner with a black sack set to take away. As a result, the person himself on the car. There were many people from big companies in this neighborhood, and he didn't want to look for trouble. So he put down. All right. Hurry up and get in the car. Mr. Zhao is still waiting. The group got into the car with all due haste. Red Hair grimaced and got into the passenger side of Lin Feng's car. He turned his head sideways and said towards Lin Feng with an impish face. Brother, it's not okay for you to go like this. Lin Feng looked puzzled. Then what else? You're not being honest with this hand. It needs to be tied. Red Hair smiled deviously and took out the rope that had been prepared long ago. With a face that if you don't obey, I will ask my brothers to force their hands. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng naturally put his hand out and came with a calm face. Here. Tie it. Redhead. This completely confused the Red Hair. He has been across the battlefield for so many years. Or the first time he encountered such a submissive corner. He raised his hand and pointed at the two men in black on Lin Feng's side. You too. You want eyes out of your mouth? Still don't hurry up and do it? The two of them sniffed and hurriedly took the rope and directly gave it to Lin Feng over his hand, tying a less than professional knot. Lin Feng mouthed a skim, glancing at the rope of the wrist. This thing is not as strong as the handcuffs of Chu Lingshang. No. Why is he thinking of that crazy woman again? Lin Feng was a bit annoyed. Obviously he should hate her. But he didn't know why. Chu Lingxian's words and behavior always surfaced in his mind. Is it hard to believe that he really did have different feelings for that woman? Hiss. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Are you kidding? He's not a pervert. That woman is crazy. How could he like someone like that? He kind of hated his dim brain. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His eyes looked to the side viciously, and angrily said, Open the window. I want to get some air. The driver was driving the car properly. As a result of Lin Feng's so sudden a voice, he was so scared that he almost hit the tree. Good thing he has a high skill in the car. in time to pinch the steering wheel to make a turn. This voice carries a viciousness. And the redhead sitting on the passenger side only feels a cold in the back of his head. Like he will be smashed in the skull in the next second. Redhead subconsciously touched his head and hurriedly ordered, "Open it for him." The men on Lin Feng's left and right sides hurriedly pressed the car windows. Instantly, penetrating cool air rushed in through the window. Lin Feng's mind instantly cleared. He took a deep breath. His emotions finally calmed down. The car drove on the highway and in just half an hour, it stopped at a villa area. Scanning the sign at the entrance of the neighborhood, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Yo! Still in the villa area south of the city? He remembers that the people living here are the elite who earn tens, even millions of dollars a year. Previously in the Su family, he also came here to talk about business, but did not expect this. Zhao. There are 2 brushes. The car stopped at the entrance of Villa 6. The red hair pulled open the door and took the lead to get out of the car. Lin Feng was not ambiguous, followed closely by getting out of the car, with Redhead leading the way. The crowd entered. Just as he entered the house, Lin Feng saw Zhao Fei sitting on the sofa with his teeth bared, while next to him knelt a maid, carefully applying medicine to him. This rouse is quite a treat. Lin Feng skimmed his lips and stood in the doorway. Boss, the people have been brought. Red Hair smiled and went up, making a fawning and inviting expression. At the sound of the voice, Zhao Fei raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Feng standing at the entrance of the house. And his anger rubbed off on him. He couldn't even care that he was still medicating himself. He directly got up and rushed towards Lin Feng. It's you, brat bastard. You dare to spoil my good deed. Let's see if I don't kill you today. With that, Zhao Fei raised his hand and was about to punch Lin Feng in the face. Lin Feng made a direct retreat and Zhao Fei's slap landed straight on the face of the strong man next to him. There was a loud pop. The burly man's eyes widened with astonishment as he covered his face and said with an aggrieved expression, Boss, what are you hitting me for? Zhao Fei also froze. He just saw that Lin Feng's hands were tied, and his 2 little brothers were standing next to him. So how can he say that this slap should also be on Lin Feng's face? But now, you 2 losers, why don't you hold him down? Zhao Fei insulted in anger. But before he had time to react, he saw the 2 people next to him tilt their bodies and fall directly to the ground. And the next second, Lin Feng's voice rang out like a bad spell. If you can't play with ropes, don't play with ropes. And your bondage skills suck. He rubbed his arms and looked at Zhao Fei with a calm expression. How could Zhao Fei not expect Lin Feng to break free? Now Lin Feng was standing right in front of him. And although he was calm, his eyes were as vicious as when he had violently beaten him just now. Zhao Fei subconsciously covered his penis and pointed at Lin Feng in panic. Old 4? Is this what you've done? Red Hair also panicked. Where did he think that all tied up with a rope can still break free? He said that this kid just came so obedient. The original here to hold a big move it? He immediately let out a yell. Come on, man, nah. Protect Mr. Zhao. Where would Lin Feng give them a chance to come in? He directly went forward and circled Zhao Fei's neck with the rope. His hand used fierce force, directly strangling Zhao Fei's lips and mouth blue. A dozen black-clothed men outside the door saw the scene the moment they rushed in. Seeing Zhao Fei's face becoming more and more ugly, and endless pain and helplessness showing in his wide eyes, Red Hair also became anxious. You be breed. Let go of our Mr. Zhao. Zhao Fei's choking sensation from the rope strangulation kept coming up. He gouged his hands on the noose around his neck. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say anything. The suffocating sensation of being on the verge of death made him go completely apeshit. He shook his hand desperately, signaling his minions not to come forward. Lin Feng instead came in a flat tone. Can we talk now? The voice came through his ears like a spell through hell. Zhao Fei exerted all his strength and desperately nodded his head. Lin Feng's hands loosened slightly. In the next second, Red Hair caught the right moment and pointed at Lin Feng and yelled. "Brothers, go on. Save Mr. Zhao." A dozen black-clothed men quickly stepped forward. Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly and knew that this was the situation. He let go of the ropes and slammed his foot into Zhao Fei's ass. And the other man went straight to the ground. Immediately afterward, he punched and kicked, moving with fluidity as he tangled with the men. Anyway, these are not good people. Lin Feng did not talk much about rules. What underhanded tricks all used? Wrestling chairs, throwing tea sets, smashing tables, taking Lin Feng and Red Hair with them. Nearly 15 people directly made a mess of the clean and tidy villa's living room. The floor was covered with glass and ceramic fragments. In just 10 minutes, these people covered their dicks, covered their chests, and one by one, they were lying on the ground and could not get up. Lin Feng touched his cheek that had been accidentally scratched, glanced faintly at the blood on his hand, and licked his lips with intent. He sauntered toward Zhao Fei, who was crouched on the floor, already dumbfounded. Pulled a small bench, the only one that survived intact, raised his forehead slightly, and asked, "Now what? Can we talk properly?" Zhao Fei's entire body went numb. He didn't know he'd messed with such a good fighter. This guy's a veteran, isn't he? He was busy and panicked, nodding his head with a fawning face. Can. After saying that, he also rushed at the maid beside him, who was already dumbfounded by the scene. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you go and pour tea for this big brother?" "Miss, Lin Feng has been taken captive." It was already late at night, and Chu Lingxiang, who had just entered the quilt and was ready to rest, glanced at the short message from Yu Shuiyan in her cell phone, and she instantly raised her eyes. "Who is it?" Chu Lingxiang's slender fingers pressed a few times on the cell phone. In the next second, Yu Shuiyan replied, "It's the son of the boss of Zhao's decoration company, Zhao Fei." Immediately after that, she sent another one over. It was the security guard of the Baohua neighborhood who saw a dozen or so men go in and felt it was unsafe, so they reported it to the perimeter company. Baohua neighborhood? Chu Lingxiang frowned. Wasn't that the neighborhood where Xia Qingqing rented a room? She glanced at the clock. 12:30. That's funny. Chu Lingxiang slightly hooked up the corner of her lips, and a touch of viciousness crossed her eyes. She had warned Lin Feng only a few hours ago, and she hadn't expected him to be so resistant to loneliness that he had gone to Xia Qingqing's house overnight. That's good. The man was really bouncing off her minefield at every turn. Waiting for a long time did not wait for a reply. Yu Shuiyan, a little anxious, rushed to send a message. "Miss, the other side is a dozen men. The monitoring shows that Lin Feng got into the car." I'm afraid that. She was indeed a bit anxious. After all, Lin Feng was hot right now. Yu Shuiyan is not a fool. Alone these days to see the Miss's perversity, she knows that the Miss has developed a different emotion for this man. The lady has never done this to anyone else. If something happens to Lin Feng at a time like this, I'm afraid she'll have to endure the low pressure of a young lady for a long time in a row. Glancing at the message, Chu Lingxiang instantly sneered. Joke. He could take care of her Chu family's secret guards with his hands locked. And he's still afraid of this? However, a dozen or so people did seem a bit much. In case Lin Feng injured anywhere else, that wouldn't be cool. Chu Lingxian narrowed his eyes and typed, "Send a few people. Don't show up. Just make sure he's safe." The meaning of that is intriguing. Yu Shuiyan immediately understood, and hurriedly tapped on her address book to dial the phone. Ordering Zhang Peng, Call a few good hands to go to Zhao's house. Don't show up. And secretly keep an eye on Lin Feng. Don't let him lose a single hair. In the Zhao family's Villa 6. Lin Feng was sitting like a grandpa. A small table was placed next to him. He took a sip from his teacup and looked at Zhao Fei with a cold smile. Zhao Fei, on the other hand, was so scared at the moment that his back was pressed against the villa wall. He looked at Lin Feng fearfully and asked with a trembling voice. Big brother. What do you want to talk about? Just say it. Lin Feng smiled and put down his cup. The maid on the side knelt down and hurriedly refilled it for him. Lin Feng raised his eyes. Yo! This service is really thoughtful. It's nice to be waited on. He didn't rush to drink again. Instead, he looked at Zhao Fei with a kind smile. Let me ask. How do you know the address of Xia Qingqing's house? I don't know. Zhao Fei hurriedly cried out. That neighborhood has strict surveillance. I don't have access to that area. Oh? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Picked up the cup on the table and violently slammed it towards the ground. Bang! The loud sound of a glass breaking and falling resounded through the living room. The maid next to her lurched sideways and sat directly on the floor in a crouch. Her head lowered and her body trembling up. Zhao Fei was even more scared, pissed out. He shivered and only shouted, begging for mercy. Spare your life, ah, big brother. I did not lie to you. That piece are big companies. Even if I want to investigate, but also have to take several days off. Seeing how pale he was in fear. It shouldn't be a lie. Lin Feng continued. Then how did you find your way here? Zhao Fei was afraid of being beaten again. Curled his legs and shouted. I remembered the license plate of that cab of yours. And then looked for the cab group to ask to come. Big brother. I won't dare anymore. Just spare me. Quite mellow a man. This moment crying like a child. Lin Feng skimmed his mouth. Since he does not know the specific address of Xia Qingqing's home on the line. That piece of living. The people of the Yi Han's group is more. Listen to Zhao Fei's meaning. He did not dare to mess around where. Lin Feng craned his neck and slowly got up. Coldly saying. I'm warning you. If you dare to find trouble with Xia Qingqing again, it won't be as simple as today. Yes. 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 I'll never dare again, never dare again. Zhao Fei hurriedly answered. His head nodding like a rattle. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Glanced faintly at Zhao Fei and left the villa straight away. Estimating that Lin Feng had already left the gate. Zhao Fei's grumpy roar rang out. 4. What the fuck? What kind of shit did you do? You can't even tie someone up. The red hair that had been lying on the ground and pretending to be dead hurriedly cried and crawled over. Big brother. Misunderstanding, ah, big brother. I really don't know that he can break away from it. Waste. Zhao Fei roared in anger and ordered through gritted teeth. Find out who he is. If he dares to hit me, I'll make him suffer. If he couldn't cure Xia Qingqing, he couldn't cure Lin Feng. Yes, yes, yes. Red Hair was busy nodding his head. Struggling to stand up and shaking the men lying on the ground one by one to wake them up. Zhao Fei's face turned blue with anger. Glancing at the maid who was still sitting dumbfounded next to him. He was even more angry for no reason. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and find a pair of pants for me? Lin Feng had just walked to the villa area in the south of the city when he saw a white car drive in. He hadn't cared and moved his body to the side. But as a result, the white car stopped right in front of him. As the window was rolled down, Lin Feng fell back. Chao Si Yuan? Old Lin. Such a coincidence? Chao Si Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Lin Feng laughed. Came to run some errands. Oh. Chao Si Yuan nodded his head. But thought of something and said. Old Lin, ah. I've heard about those things in your house. Are you okay recently? His face fell mostly concerned. And Lin Feng could see it. That's not my home anymore. Thank you, Lao Chao. As if he was talking about something unrelated to himself. Lin Feng's face didn't change. Chao Siyuan reveals meaningful eyes. Also did not mention this matter. But laughs, harm. To me? That Su family away from you nothing. A few days ago with his family Su Jie talked about a meeting. That guy. Sit without sitting phase, stand without standing phase. I really do not know how to say it. Rather, he didn't expect Chao Siyuan to say this. And Lin Feng didn't want to talk too much about the Su family. He directly changed the topic. Enough about that. How's your company doing now? Just like that, Also, when you are with you signed a single earn some money. Chao Siyuan answered. Harm. Nowadays. Everything is not doing well. My factory's orders are really not as good as a season. Factory? Lin Feng is violently remembered. Chao Siyuan is indeed open factories. But also do food processing plants. These years milk tea. Small snacks fire. He was leading the Su family is engaged in logistics. With Chao Siyuan signed a contract. The two together made a fortune. He brightened up and said. Old Chao. Are you still short of workers in your factory? Let me go in and earn some spare change. Chao Siyuan froze. Ha? Then? He looked at Lin Feng somewhat incredulously. You want to enter the factory? Aha. Lin Feng nodded. He remembered that Chao Siyuan's factory was in the outskirts of High City. So it was just as well that he could hide over there. Even if Chu Lingshan had to rush over to look for him, she wouldn't be able to reach him in a moment. Unless she takes a helicopter. But Lin Feng felt that Chu Lingfang wouldn't be that open about it. After all, when she was at the convenience store, wasn't she also afraid of being recognized by others for her identity? Chao Siyuan looked up and down Lin Feng. Couldn't help but say. The factory can't start a business at ease. With your buddy's skills, it's easy to rise again. You don't even know. Just last month we opened the Veterans Association. A lot of brothers are asking you. He couldn't figure out that someone with eyes and skills like Lin Feng had to be madly snatched up wherever he went. Let's just say he even looked for Lin Feng for days to hire him. And as a result, he only wanted to enter the factory? No. 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 Lin Feng waved his hand and laughed. I decided not to mix with the business circle. It's too tiring to hook up in that circle. He was telling the truth and what he had thought from the beginning. Only now there's one more obstacle. Xu Lingshuang. If you let Xu Lingshuang know that he is starting up again, you don't know what kind of tawdry ideas to torment him. The Chu family is so powerful that he will have to play it out with the wave of her hand. Now on hand this money. But also this period of time is not easy to save. When the deficit how to do? He can't even get food and shelter. Chao Siyuan looked deeply at Lin Feng and nodded his head understandingly. That's right. This circle is too tiring. Every day just socializing is almost drinking my body down. After he said that, he looked at Lin Feng and took the initiative to take out his cell phone and said, in that case, man, if you enter my factory, I'll make a manager position for you. And the work will be easier. And when you want to start your own business in the future, we'll discuss it again. No need. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Just go on the assembly line. I also have savings in hand and don't plan to do it for a long time. Chao Siyuan hand a beat. Also, like Lin Feng, such a talent, how will stay in the factory for life? He then nodded and said, okay. Then you say a time. I'll just give an explanation to the factory manager over there. Good. Lin Feng nodded and raised his cell phone. I'll send you a message when I'm done with this side of things. Okay. Xiao Siyuan nodded his head and waved his hand. Then I'll go back first, haha. Brother. See you some other day. See you some other time. Lin Feng nodded and watched Xiao Siyuan's car drive into the neighborhood before he came out of the neighborhood. In front of the neighborhood to take a car. Back to the rental house. The night's strenuous exercise led to his current physical strength is not strong. Lying in bed not long. He drifted off to sleep. Miss. He's fine and walked out safely. But Zhang Peng said he got a cut on his face. In the study room of the Huyue villa. Yu Shuiyan was reporting with Chu Lingshan through the video link. When he heard the first half of the sentence, the corners of Chu Lingshan's mouth were still rising. But when the second half of the sentence came down, Chu Lingshan's eyes instantly sank. Broken face? She asked in a cold voice. Yu Shuiyan's heart trembled. And she busily said, That's not true. Zhang Peng said that it's just an ordinary knife wound. And that it shouldn't leave a scar if it's properly medicated. That won't work either. Chu Lingshan's stern voice line instantly rang out. As if enraged, he ordered in an unprecedented manner. You go over and bandage him now. If you leave a little scar, I'll take you to task. Yu Shuiyan was violently stunned for a moment. No. Missy. It's the middle of the night, ah? Having her run to a guy's house in the middle of the night and drug him? Or a crummy rental house in an old neighborhood? She stifled a mouthful of words. Her expression so shocked that she couldn't make a sound for half a day. Seeing the video, Yu Shuiyan's dumbfounded appearance, Chu Lingshan's heart immediately lit up with anger. And snapped. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Yes. Yu Shuiyan nodded her head in a busy panic and hurriedly cut off the video connection. Through the netting alone, she could even feel the fire in her Missy's body. She subconsciously winced. Casually threw on some clothes. Lifted the medical kit and rushed out. Glancing at the monitor that was hung up, Chu Lingshan's eyes were sinister. Dare to hurt her people. Looking for death. No one in this world could touch Lin Feng except her. Her eyes were violent as she clutched her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Tianhan. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to hear any more news about the Zhao family in the capital city. A moment later. Lu Tianhan, Roger. Chu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes slightly. The knuckle of her thumb constantly rubbing against the screen of her cell phone. Next it was time to think about how to deal with that Feng Ziyu who had insulted her. OMG. This is where people live too. Yu Shuiyan, who had just gotten down from the car, huffed and glanced at the darkened hallway, her hands trembling as she carried her suitcase. As it happened, the dim sound-activated lights in the hallway came on as she came down with this voice. Yu Shuiyan's eyes flashed before her. Startled. I'm really impressed with this guy. Listening to the lady and living in a big villa doesn't smell good. Does it? Live in this shabby place. Her high heels have no place to step on. But after all, it was the lady's order. Yu Shuiyan was just about to take a deep breath to calm down, when the dust from the hallway entered her nose, and she choked violently a few times. Cough, cough, cough. On the second, third and fourth floors, the sound-activated lights then turned on. Yu Shuiyan. If it weren't for Mrs. Order, she would never in her life die before setting foot in such a shabby place. Covering her mouth and nose, she glanced in disgust at the motorized carts piled up in the hallway and stomped up the stairs on her heels. She was already angry. And when she saw that the door of Lin Feng's room in this house was a wooden door, she didn't show any mercy, and directly went up with her foot, the sole of her shoe on the door panel. With a thud, the mortise lock on the wooden door crumbled open. Glancing at the construction of the house, the disgust in her eyes spilled over. but associating it with the horrible sight of the lady. She resigned herself to walking in. Inside the house, Lin Feng was sleeping soundly. After all, he had been in such a fierce fight only a short while ago that his stamina had long since been used up. Yu Shuiyan bared her teeth and took a big step forward as she looked around the room. There wasn't even a place to put her precious medical kit. She snapped her eyes shut, took a deep breath, and raised her empty hand to slap Lin Feng on the back of his spine. Hey! Don't sleep. Get up and take your medicine. Such a ferocious voice caused Lin Feng to wake up leisurely. He turned back somewhat bewildered, and saw Yu Shuiyan standing beside his bed in a white jacket. Lin Feng woke up with a jolt. Hiss! He subconsciously sat up straight and looked at Yu Shuiyan in a daze. No! Why are you here? Anger hung on Yu Shuiyan's delicate face. Miss ordered me to come and give you medicine. Saying that, she carried the suitcase and placed it directly on the only quilt that was still clean in Lin Feng's house. And angrily said, Hurry up and stick your face over here. Lin Feng mouth corners pumping hard. This midnight suddenly rushed in a white man. He thought he ran into ghosts. He raised his hand, touched the cord of the lamp at the foot of the bed, and pulled hard. The dim light came on, and he saw Yu Shuiyan with a speechless face coming. Not as bright as the flashlight on my cell phone. Lin Feng glanced at it, leaned on the edge of the bed, and lazily came up with, What about otherwise? You this big lady with can be branded goods. Like us this how to compare. Yu Shuiyan rolled her eyes and opened the medical box with her backhand, cursing on one side. Your mouth is so broken. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and just leaned his head back against the head of the bed that had already worn away its skin. Yu Shuiyan moved skillfully, pulling out the ampoule and cracking it open with a nimble movement to suck the medicine with a syringe. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng instantly raised his eyebrows. You're giving me an injection for this trauma of mine? Shut up. It's a special anti-inflammatory. Yu Shuiyan cursed. As soon as the needle went down, he saw Yu Shuiyan open the medicine bottle again and pour some powder onto the gauze. She held the gauze and glanced at Lin Feng, frowning. Can you move forward? What? Let me lie on top of you. Right? Originally, she was annoyed that she had to run to such a shabby place in the middle of the night to help bandage someone. But now that she saw Lin Feng like this, she was even more annoyed. A doctor for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Lin Feng raised his face and leaned his body forward. Yu Shuiyan narrowed her eyes slightly and snapped the gauze mixed with medicinal powder as soon as she could. Also, like last time, she didn't hear Lin Feng's scream of pain. She shifted her eyes downward and glanced at Lin Feng's neck. Hiss! Who did you get this from? Yu Shuiyan shrieked out in shock. Lin Feng reacted, and that crazy batch of Chu Lingfeng came to his mind. He bristled. Dog! Dog? Yu Shuiyan exclaimed. Could she? A doctor. Still not tell if it was a human or a dog? With panic in her voice, she busied herself by asking. No kidding. Just tell me who did this to me. Who else could it be? Lin Feng's eyes sank, pursed his thin lips and stopped talking. He was a little speechless. This is not your family, Missy engaged in it. How to still want him to say it? Then how he lost face? Yu Shuiyan was completely flustered. According to how much the young lady is attached to Lin Feng now. If she knew that he was. Hiss! Yu Shuiyan hurriedly put 2 tapes on the gauze to fix it. Right after that, she pulled out another bandage to cover it, and instructed in a tense tone. You take care of yourself. It'll go down in a few days. I'll leave you more bandages. You remember to change them. And dash. She said, looking straight at Lin Feng, her face full of caution as she urged. Don't let anyone else see this. Or you'll die a horrible death. Ha? Lin Feng froze for a moment. How normal was this? But as long as he doesn't say anything, who knows that this is something Chu Ling Shuang has done? He bristled, full of concern. What's that? What's there to be afraid of? You Shuayan's teeth itched with anger. She angrily closed the medical box. Forget it. What do I care about you? Respect the fate of others and let go of the helping complex. Her words have been said to this point. But Lin Feng does not know how to appreciate. Just. She does not care. She carried the medical kit and twisted her face away. Looking at his room door that was vigorously broken open, Lin Feng was a bit speechless. It seems that tomorrow he will have to find the boss at the door to compensate for some door repair costs when he returns the rent. He got up and took a bench and blocked it behind the door. Back on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. And about the fact that Yu Shuayan was able to find him, he wasn't surprised. Just that. Chu Lingshan, this woman had a brain cramp and sent someone over specifically to give him medicine? I'm afraid it's a weasel paying homage to a chicken. With no good intentions. When he thought about the villa, the torture she had done to him in an extremely domineering manner, Lin Feng hated his teeth. Looks like he really needs to get out of here soon. He drifted off to sleep again with that thought. Early the next morning, Lin Feng took Xia Qingqing's hair and went to the city hospital. After submitting 2 copies of the hairs at the identification center and paying a portion of the expedited fee, he left. Nowadays, with advanced technology, DNA tests can produce results in 5 days if they are expedited. And they are still notified directly by text message. And the report can also be mailed to the test person. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. When he came back, he brought up the idea of leaving with Zhang Xiuhua. Although Zhang Xiuhua was reluctant to give up. But from the very beginning she knew that Lin Feng would not stay here for the rest of his life. Which young man nowadays does not go out to make a break for it? But Lin Feng's arrival brought a huge change to her life. And before she left, she specially transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Feng, urging him to come back often to visit. Lin Feng really didn't expect that he would still be cared for. And a lot of warmth was born in his already numb heart. Li Hao, who was stocking the store, also heard the news that Lin Feng was going to leave. However, he was now a permanent employee of the store. And he was more familiar with Zhang Xiuhua and Zhang Xianluan. So his life was incredibly smooth. Even more comfortable than when he was a security guard. And he didn't leave with Lin Feng. Zhang Xiuhua's side also need people to help. Lin Feng naturally did not force. He directly those college students group chat all transferred to the name of Li Hao. And Chao Siyuan sent a message. He set foot on the car to go to the city of the sea. Mom and Dad, you guys got fired from the company? At the Fong family, Fong Ziyu, who was putting on her makeup and preparing to go out, looked at Zhang Yahui and Fong Jiancheng, who had returned in the morning, with an incredulous expression. Zhang Yahui's face was pale, and she stood at the doorway in a state of disorientation, not saying a word. I don't know what's going on. The company suddenly laid off its employees. Fong Jiancheng held his tongue for half a day and spat out this sentence. Fong Ziyu was instantly nonplussed. She stood up violently. Where's the contract? There must be compensation for your sudden layoff? It's useless. The company's people say we're not doing our job well. Even if we go to court, we won't be able to make next month's mortgage. Zhang Yahui paled and explained. What about my pocket money for this month? Mom and Dad, what am I going to do now that you don't have a job? Where would I have thought that my daughter, who had been raised for many years, would have her first thought when she heard the news that they had been laid off? Would be her pocket money. Fong Jiancheng was instantly enraged. ZU. You're 24 this year. You don't go to work at a good age and expect me and your mom to support you for the rest of your life? Forget it. Jiang Yahui waved her hand and hurriedly pulled Fang Jiancheng back. She looked at Fang Ziyu with a pale face. Daughter. This year our family things are not good. These days the pocket money you first look for Lin Feng the child to ask for. When our family is better off we will pay him back. Lin Feng? Fang Ziyu shrieked out in shock. Jiang Yahui said. Yes. Didn't you get along well with that little Feng kid? She said. Stepped forward and pulled Fang Ziyu's arm. Mysteriously said, our family is currently in this situation. You also give him to talk about it. When mom sang blackface to ask him to ask for more dowry. Fang Ziyu's eyes widened as the image of Lin Feng behaving intimately with that masked beauty surfaced in her mind. She was instantly filled with aggravation. Mom. What do you know? Lin Feng has broken up with me. And he's still seamlessly moving on. He's already got someone new. What did you say? Seamless? Kang Ahai stared incredulously. Yeah. That pair of dogs of theirs. Making me look like a mistress instead. How can you still let me go to him? Mom. Fang Ziyu was simply going to be infuriated. How could she not be aggravated when they had given her such a great humiliation in a public place like a convenience store? Jiang Yahui was just about to open her mouth when she saw her precious daughter running towards the bedroom in tears. And she was instantly annoyed. This Lin Feng kid usually looks quite well behaved. But he actually did something like this. Jiang Yahui turned around and looked at Fang Jiancheng who was squatting in the doorway smoking a cigarette. She fiercely stepped forward. Snuffed out the cigarette in Fang Jiancheng's hand. And fiercely slammed it on the ground. I say you old man. Our daughter has suffered so much. And you still have the heart to smoke? Seeing that his only remaining Huazi was thrown away one. Fang Jiancheng, full of heartache, picked up the butt of the cigarette. Blew it with his mouth. And angrily said. What's in your way if I smoke? Kang Ahai, who was already in a bad mood from being laid off, was even more furious when she heard this. She slapped Fang Jiancheng on the back and cursed. Look at you. You still have the look of a father. Other people have made our daughter a mistress. And you're still talking nonsense here. Okay. 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 Fang Jiancheng took a sharp intake. His eyes sank. Is this the time to be concerned about whether your daughter is a mistress or not? Both of us this month's paychecks have not been issued. And now I have only $3,000 left in my hand. You say? How can I pay this month's mortgage payment? His words were like a pot of cold water, dousing Jiang Yahui's flaring anger. Ask Lin Feng for it. She frowned and gritted her teeth. He's been talking to our daughter for so long. And now that he's cheated on her, he has to get some compensation for our family anyways. Looks fine to me. Fang Jiancheng nodded, fondly pinching the butt of his cigarette and refusing to throw it away. Even though that kid was expelled from the Su family, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. He must still have money on hand. Fang Jiancheng narrowed his eyes in search. Then where do we find him? Ask Xiao Hao first. If it's not possible, I'll go myself. Fang Jiancheng said, taking out his cell phone. Within a few seconds of the call being connected, Jiang Yahui heard Fang Jiancheng exclaim out in shock. What? You said Lin Feng drove a Rolls-Royce? Jiang Yahui froze fire forward, yelling at the phone. Son. You say really false? He can still drive a Rolls-Royce? 1,000 times over. I didn't find my brother-in-law at the convenience store. And I don't know where he went. Fang Mingho's voice came out from the phone. Jiang Yahui snatched the cell phone and said busily. Son. You quickly find those friends of yours to help you out. And hurry to find your brother-in-law. And say that we invited him for dinner. After saying that, Jiang Yahui hung up the phone. She looked at her husband with an excited face. Quickly. Child's father. You go and look for it as well. And I'll contact my co-workers as well. Fang Jiancheng was also excited. Rolls-Royce ah. This he can still lack Huazi smoking? I'm on my way. He nodded. Grabbed his cell phone and headed to the restaurant. Pulling out his cigarettes in the process. Lighting the last one up and tossing the cartridge without hesitation. Jiang Yahui was simply going crazy with joy. She hadn't been mistaken. Her wise son-in-law was just capable. What about Junior? As long as Lin Feng gave the word. She would even bring her daughter to the door to serve the proper owner's month. Hello? I'm Channy Peen. You're the newcomer, Mr. Chow ordered. Right? In High City. In the Chow Pin fresh food processing factory. The man with glasses dressed in a black suit smiled and asked towards Lin Feng. Right. Lin Feng nodded his head and smiled. You see which part of your place is short of people? I can get to work right now. No. 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 Channy Peen was busy waving his hand. Joke. This man was personally ordered here by Mr. Chow. Can he really let him do the assembly line? Our sub-assembly area still lacks a managerial assistant manager. I'll arrange for you to go over. Channy Peen said. Hurriedly taking out his cell phone to shake people. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. No. 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 I'll just go on the assembly line. At those words, Channy Peen's hand lurched and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. You're going to be on the assembly line? Well, I shouldn't be able to do this for long. Lin Feng nodded his head. He didn't know if he would get into trouble by that woman Chu Lingfeng this time. What's more crucial was that she had given him 3 days. If after 3 days, she really lost the warming convenience store, he was determined to get it back. The corner of Channy Peen's mouth twitched as he looked Lin Feng up and down. This is 80% of Mr. Chow's brother coming over to experience life. Even if Lin Feng said so, he did not dare to really let him on the assembly line in case the brother of Mr. Chow exhausted again. Then this general manager is still when the inappropriate. He was busy saying. Then how about this? I see that your image is also good. Recently our factory has a publicity campaign. There is an area dedicated to open live to catch up with the work. Why don't you go to that piece? Live? Lin Feng instantly brightened up. On the news that he is now in the Sea City. Chu Lingshan casually moved their hands can be investigated. But he is really afraid that she will not come to investigate himself within these 3 days. Just waiting for him to go back in the mountain villa. If he was sitting in front of the live camera, Chu Lingshan should not make things difficult for the convenience store anymore if she saw him running here. That's a good idea. Lin Feng quickly nodded. Okay. No problem. Channy Peen was finally relieved as he took Lin Feng to his workstation. From a big distance away, Lin Feng saw a yellow-haired guy sitting next to the transportation belt, who was lazily reclining on a rocking chair bouncing up and down. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. There are still such easy jobs in this assembly line? Following Channy Peen's arrival in front of the transportation belt, the yellow-haired guy who was swaying leisurely hurriedly got up. Manager Chen. What wind blew you here? Channy Peen glanced at it and directly commanded. Xiao Zhou. From now on, you transfer to the assembly line. What? Zhou Tian froze and immediately shouted. Manager Chen. Didn't you say that I'm the most photogenic in our factory? His eyes shifted back and glanced at Lin Feng. And he was instantly mute. Okay. Get to work and get out of the way. Channy Peen yelled, directly pulling the chair away. Smilingly looking at Lin Feng. Come. 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 From now on you'll sit here. Later when you go to work this live broadcast will be on. You'll just face the camera. Not working? Lin Feng froze. Of course fuck. He handed over the scattered straws next to him as he copied them. Here. Put straws in the snack box. Lin Feng. Forget it. Taking care of Chu Ling Shuang first is the most important thing. Lin Feng sat directly on the chair. Not long after, the machine began to run. Not far away from a few uncle one after another will be done snack box on the conveyor belt. Live officially opened. One after another. A group of viewers began to enter the live broadcast room. Love to eat snail powder, today this little brother is quite handsome hey. Jerking cat daredevil, sending a little heart. Stormy wealthy stalker, holy crap. The new little brother? I'm a keyboard warrior, see? All that good looking is in the factory. Don't you get it? Pendulum frenzy, don't look. There's strawberries. The name belongs to Yes. Blossom, young man. What do you know? This is exciting. / red lips. Blossom gives away a Porsche. Originally, the number of people in the live broadcast of the Chaopin fresh processing plant was not many. But Lin Feng's sword brow and starry-eyed looks attracted the few female fans in the live broadcast to frantically forward and share. In no time, the live room with only a few hundred people rushed to a few thousand. And the heat is still increasing. In this regard, Lin Feng was completely unaware of this. He was concentrating on counting the straws and avoiding which box was missing. He didn't even bother to look at the cell phone that was half a meter away from him. Yu Xuan, who had managed to steal half a day's leisure, was boredly brushing short videos. And as a result, the next second, her hand slipped, and she swiped into an assembly line factory worker's live room that was all about music. The corner of her mouth twitched. How did she still swipe this on such an expensive phone? She was about to paddle away when she saw that the person on the air looked a little familiar. She clicked in and zoomed in to take a look. And instantly, the whole thing went bad. Lin Feng? She caught a glimpse of the strawberry on Lin Feng's neck and jumped up violently from her chair. Doesn't he know what could happen if the lady sees him? He's real ballsy. Yu Xuan's mind even thought of Lin Feng's tragic situation. But the next second, her cell phone popped up a call from Missy. Yu Xuan's whole body shivered. It's over. The lady must have seen it too. Lin Feng. What can I say about you? Good luck. She picked up the phone with a sympathetic look on her face. Miss. What's he doing running the Haymarket? On the other end of the phone, Chu Lingshan's voice was laced with anger. As if she would come through the phone to crush Yu Xuan's heavenly aura in the next second. Yu Xuan couldn't help but shiver. She knew it. This girl seeks death by herself. Don't blame her for not reminding her. She busily said. Miss. Do you need me to bring someone to escort him back now? On the other end of the phone, Chu Lingfeng's voice clearly paused for a moment. She pondered for a moment and said in a cold voice. No need. You know what to do. Huh? Yu Xuan instantly froze. How to do it? How would she know how to do it? He's been fooling around with someone else. And the lady still says no? Is it possible that the lady did that? Hiss. Thinking about it, Yu Xuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. That Lin Feng also said it was a dog. Boy. Do they both play so fancy? She hurriedly shook off her brain. Forget it. The lady's proclivities, she'd better stay out of it. But what does Miss mean by that? Yu Xuan was a bit confused. Since she grew up with Miss when she was a child, she had long been able to understand Chu Ling Shuang's meaning. As long as she had a look, she knew what Miss meant. But now for the first time, she didn't understand Miss's instructions. Yu Xuan took a deep breath and said somewhat nervously. Miss, I didn't understand. Shu Lingfeng's anger seemed to have subsided. Instead, her voice was laced with a strong sense of amusement as she explained a sentence with great patience. Just like last time. Go ahead and place a big order. However, don't let them recruit any more people. With those words, the phone was hung up. Yu Shuiyin stared blankly at her cell phone. Still hanging the joint? It should not be. The other party is just a factory. Hanging the joint name is not much use. The lady's meaning? I am afraid to let them in a few days to complete the huge order it. After thinking about it, she picked up her cell phone and called Lu Tianhan. Since the change, the live stream from Chaopin Fresh Food Factory has been surprisingly good. The live streaming room was flooded with many female fans. But more of them were rich women. One by one, they swiped their gifts all over the place, just to get Lin Feng's contact information. However, the factory live broadcast was just a marketing tool. No one was actually watching over it. And Lin Feng was off work at the end of the day. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Feng, who had just rushed to work from the staff dormitory, unexpectedly saw Chao Si-yuan appear in the factory. He was pointing at Chenipin, splitting his head and cursing angrily. What's wrong with you? Don't you even read the contract before you sign it? What the hell are you doing? This is a year's worth of payment. Our factory is only a few people. So how can so many goods within a week to rush out? Chenipin was aggrieved. Mr. Chao. I didn't pay attention to it either. Who knew that Yihan's group would have a hand in the contract? I saw the contract and was just happy. Hearing the words Billion Han Group, Lin Feng realized that it was Chu Lingsheng who had found him. He frowned slightly, then took a large step forward, glancing at Lin Feng coming over. Chao Si-yuan busily said, Old Lin, you're here just in time. Quickly help me see what to do with this contract. He said. He handed over the contract from Yihan's group in his hand. Lin Feng picked it up and scanned the first page. He froze. $50 million worth of goods? Isn't that a good thing? Good thing my ass. Chao Si-yuan cursed and turned over the middle page of the contract. Pointing to Chenipin cursed, this kid did not check the contract with the people signed. The Billion Han side wrote, These goods I want to be completed within a week. My factory on the 70-odd people. They also want to ensure the quality of their side. Do not allow the addition of manpower. You say, what do I do now? If I can't deliver it, not to mention $50 million, I'll have to pay $100 million for the breach of contract alone. Chao Si-yuan angry face red. Although he is now business recession. But how to say can also be maintained. Usually a month to take a few $100,000 is no problem. But now engaged. He is afraid to lose his family. At the mention of it, he was in a rage. Lin Feng did see that contract. In order to ensure the quality of goods, Party B's factory needs to maintain the status quo for shipments and may not recruit any more people. The corner of his mouth twitched. Knowing that Chu Lingshan would make things difficult. He didn't expect her to learn smartly this time and know to add conditions. Mr. Chao. It's my problem. Please don't fire me. I have an old man and a young man. I'll think of something. I'll go and think of something right away. Xianipin was also anxious. Crying and hugging Chao Si-yuan's arm. Chao Si-yuan was furious as he shook it off. With your pig brain? What can you think of? Get lost. He cursed and looked at Lin Feng. Full of pleading. Old Lin. Not you help me think of a way. I'm really at my wit's end. Lin Feng held his chin and carefully scanned the contract up and down. After a long silence, he said, well, it's not like there's no way. As soon as he spoke, Chao Si-yuan and Shanipin looked over with hopeful faces. Lin Feng turned his words around, closed the contract and looked at Chao Si-yuan. Only. Old Chao. Not much of this money is expected to be earned in your hands. As long as there's a solution that doesn't allow me to pay back the liquidated damages. Chao Si-yuan hurriedly said. And even looked at Lin Feng with a hopeful face. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I remember that there are at least 7 food processing factories in this part of High City. And with the addition of your factory, it's close to 1,000. So if we do it together, I believe that it can definitely be completed within 7 days. Chao Si-yuan's eyes instantly widened. You mean you want me to outsource the order? Communicating with smart people was a relief. Looking at Shanipin's expression of sudden realization only now, Lin Feng knew that he hadn't understood just now. He nodded. Yes. The list of Yi Han's group. I believe there is no factory that is not willing to do it. But it will be hard for you. You need to run more in these days. That's no problem. Chao Si-yuan hurriedly answered. And even more excitedly patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Still. Your buddy has an idea. I didn't even think of this method. With that, he turned toward Shanipin and said, Why are you still standing there? Don't you hurry up and prepare a car for me? Yes. Shanipin immediately answered. And the two of them left in a hurry. Lin Feng resumed his seat back at his post. Today's goods had increased significantly. Except that his workload was still the same. So he wasn't tired. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Chao Si-yuan quickly invited the heads of the major factories in the neighborhood to get together. Hanging is still the title of the Yi Han group order. Once the word got out, not only the 7 neighboring food processing plants, but even a few from another district followed. Old Chao. I really didn't expect that you would divide this job among us. Yes. It's simply an honor to work with Yi Han's group. Old Chao. What a pleasure. Come on. Come on. Boss Chao. I toast to you. In the future, if there is such a thing, you can directly notify. Let's go directly to the electronic contract. No two ways about it. We at the plant promise to get the job done. Just relax. A meal was served and things were settled. Chao Si-yuan's sigh of relief at the same time also celebrated. Fortunately, this is the Billion Han Group's list. Now these days, who do not want to cooperate with large companies? That's one of the top 3 companies in the capital. If it were any other company, I'm afraid it wouldn't have gone so well. Mr. Chao. I've done the math. Excluding the outsourced orders, our factory alone can make a profit of $5 million. On the co-pilot, Shanipin, who knew that he had made a mistake, had been calculating the revenue since the end of the meal. And this time he had finally finished the calculation. Can. Chao Si-yuan face are smiling crooked. Usually he is only 1 or 2 million a quarter. The highest one is only 2,800,000. Not even 3 million. Now a week to earn nearly 2/4 of money. What is there for him not to be satisfied? This was all thanks to Lin Feng. Chao Si-yuan quite emotional. Lin Feng is capable. Compared to that Su Jie do not know how many times better. Although it is the adopted son. But the so good people out of the family. The Su family is really blind. The other factories that received the news had all their machines ready and perfected within a day. And all of them were doing food processing and had a lot of stock in their factories. Usually they are very competitive with each other. But now they are all starting to be on the same page. All striving for a common goal. No one wants to let go of the rare opportunity to work with Yi Han. Although they are outsourced. But the Billion Han can never work with food factories. The only Chao Pinsian was seen. He also divided the opportunity. But also do not delay payment. directly according to the full amount of money divided to them. As long as the goal is accomplished in the allotted time, each factory gets a decent amount of profit. In order to ensure the quality of goods, the bosses of the factories are not stingy. And the joint directly raised the price of labor in the past few days to $50 per hour. All the workers at the bottom of the factory who received the notice were excited and worked quickly and skillfully. The next day, the factories on the outskirts of the sea city went into a state of preparation. And they all began to rush to work. The name Chao Si-yuan also exploded in the labor circle within a day. Those who have a grudge and those who don't. All of them praised Chao Si-yuan's generosity. A dozen factories joined forces and had all the goods ready in just 5 days. On the same day that everyone prepared the goods and shipped them to the designated location of the Yihan's group, Lin Feng received the DNA test report card. Report written, 99% probability of identifying the parties as related to each other. In other words, Xia Qingqing was really his real sister. Looking at the cell phone, Lin Feng stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the one time he just had a sudden thought. It actually made him find it. This is coming up so fast. He was a little overwhelmed. After all these years, he thought his real parents. Long ago. But if this is all true, then why did they send him to the orphanage in the first place? Could it be that the family was really so poor that they couldn't even afford to feed him? If that's the case, then why don't you just not have him? Lin Feng closed his eyes somewhat painfully. His original mind that just wanted to lie flat was fluctuating continuously. He now wanted to ask Xia Qingqing's parents why the hell they did that in the first place. No. Now. Just as Chao Si-yuan was running towards Lin Feng's dormitory, ready to call up Lin Feng to celebrate the successful completion of the cargo order as well as to express his gratitude to Lin Feng, Lin Feng brought up the idea of leaving. Chao Si-yuan didn't say much. After all, he didn't expect Lin Feng to really work here for a long time. Then, brother, a great favor. I transferred some money to you from my cell phone. You keep it. All as payment for the work. Plus my thanks. Lin Feng was in a hurry to find Xia Qingqing and didn't listen carefully to what he said. He nodded his head and left. Looking at Lin Feng's lost soul, Chao Si-yuan felt a little bad in his heart. Lin Feng helped him such a big favor, not to mention that the recent live broadcast of the factory has allowed him to earn a large sum of money. And the surrounding factories are now rare and very amicable. Which is the first time he has seen since he has been in the industry. This event could even be considered a joint honor for their small factories. Lin Feng had brought him such great luck. How could he not do something about it? Seeing that Lin Feng had already walked away, Chao Si-yuan shouted at his back. Old Lin. Contact often in the future. If there's anything you can say to your brother will do whatever you want. Not hearing Lin Feng answer, Chao Si-yuan only saw him waving his hand at him. He sighed and left as well. Out of the factory, Lin Feng clicked on the chat box of Xia Qingqing. And when he saw the 3 words of Xia Qingqing, his heart trembled. This is your own sister. He edited a message with a somewhat complicated mood and sent it. Qingqing. Where are you now? Xia Qingqing, who saw Lin Feng take the initiative to send a message for the first time, immediately replied. I'm at home. Mom is sick again. I'm at home taking care of her. Mom. Offense. None of these words stuck into Lin Feng's heart like a needle. He had no feelings for them. And he couldn't say what he was thinking right now. The only goal he had was to ask them why they had sent him out in the first place. He was silent for a moment and typed in the message. I'm looking for you for something. So send me the address. Soon after, Xia Qingqing sent a localization over, along with a sentence. What's the matter with little brother Feng? Lin Feng didn't answer. He followed the positioning, took a car in front of the factory and came to the Pingyang County Hospital. on the 7th floor of the hospitalization unit. He stood in the doorway. No tension. Just calm. He knew that if he pushed the door open, he would know the answer to everything in the past. Honestly, his heart was still a little excited at the association of being about to learn about his past life. He shook off his brain, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the hospital room. Inside was a single room. Xia Qingqing was sitting on the edge of the bed with a bowl of kanji. And on the bed lay an emaciated woman with a thin and bony face. Just by looking at her alone, she knew that she had been tortured for many years. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. The person in the hospital bed was too thin. Already so thin that he could barely see where exactly she resembled himself. He even kind of wondered if this person was his own mother or not. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xia Qingqing turned back, and when she saw Lin Feng, a smile spread across her face. "Little brother Feng, you're here." She put down her bowl and leaned over to her mother's ear to mutter a small sentence. "Mom, the little Feng brother I told you about earlier is here. You wait a bit first, ha." On the bed, Xia Xilian's eyes were lifeless, moving her head with some difficulty to look at the door. When her eyes fell on Lin Feng, a touch of tenderness was born in her godless eyes. "You're Lin Feng, right?" Her voice was rather womanly, with a gentle and kindly tone, and a touch of nobility was born on her obviously thin face. Even Lin Feng, hearing this voice, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She couldn't dare to imagine that a woman of such poise was from a small county. He very politely owed towards Xia Xilian. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Xia Qingqing's colleague." His unassuming demeanor drew a few more moments of appreciation from Xia Xilian's eyes. "Thank you for helping Qingqing out last time. I'm always uneasy when this child is alone in the outer city. Luckily there's you." Xia Xilian smiled and thanked Lin Feng. "Shun Yen." She again, as if she thought of something. Her eyes have a light as if to look at Xia Qingqing. "Your brother ensured to say you again. You, this child is also really in the middle of the night to run out to drink." At those words, Lin Feng was stunned. Brother? Didn't she say last time that her brother was lost at a young age? And now he's been found? No way. At a time like this, there can't be anyone else impersonating him. Can there? Lin Feng was busy asking. Her brother? Yes. Her brother is at home, busy at work, and hasn't had the time to see the above. Otherwise there would still be a chance to introduce you guys to get to know each other. Xia Xilian continued. But next to him, Xia Qingqing's face became increasingly ugly. She busily said, "Mom, I have work-related things to say to little Feng brother. I'll come in later to feed you, haha." After saying that, she immediately got up and pulled Lin Feng towards the corner. Lin Feng this moment has been made a little blindfolded. He is standing here. This hit where another brother appeared. He couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to inquire. "I thought you said your brother was lost a long time ago?" It seemed that she didn't expect Lin Feng to be interested in her family's affairs. And Xia Qingqing was very relieved to see Lin Feng. So she said whatever she had to say. "Yes. My brother is lost and not yet back. My mom has never been quite right in the head. The last time I celebrated my brother's birthday I overslept and came back late. And she got sick. And just the day before yesterday she came to her senses. And she became like this." Xia Qingqing's face was full of self-reproach. "The doctor said my mom is thinking about her illness and hallucinating. That's why she always thinks my brother has returned." So, Lin Feng was finally relieved. Let's just say that even he had just learned the news. And that he himself was just an ordinary person now. So who would have nothing better to do than impersonate him? But then again, if the thoughts were so bad, why did they put him in an orphanage in the first place? Thinking about this made Lin Feng a little angry. holding his fire. He asked. Can I talk to Auntie? Of course. Xia Qingqing didn't hesitate and immediately nodded her head. The doctor said for my mom to talk to people more often. It's good for her body. Aha. Lin Feng nodded his head and turned directly to the bedside. Seeing them come over, Xia Cailian put a smile on her face. Are you guys done talking? Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded his head. Yes, Auntie. I have some questions I want to ask you. Xia Qingqing also came to the bedside, picked up the bowl and carefully scooped a spoonful of rice soup and put it to her mouth to blow on it. Go ahead. Xia Cailian smiled and answered. Lin Feng simply got straight to the point. Auntie, I heard Qingqing say that her brother got lost when he was little. What happened? Instantly, Xia Qingqing's hand froze. She looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Not Big Brother Lin. You chat like this? Come up and poke at people's wounds. Lin Feng had a serious face and stared at Xia Cailian's eyes. There was no other reason. He wanted to know the answer to this question right now. If the answer was unsatisfactory, he didn't care if the kinship was to be recognized or not, after all. They hadn't raised him, and he was the only one who knew about his origins now. So the choice is his. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Xia Qingqing felt that the air was somewhat suffocated. But Xia Cailian is not angry, but very comfortable smile answered. You said Qingqing brothers he was just born when he was a child, physique is not good. Congenital anemia. And then placed in the home of an old Chinese doctor to raise. This is not long ago, only to raise a good. Just come back. Combined with the fact that Xia Qingqing had just told herself that Xia Cailian was delusional, Lin Feng knew that only half of Xia Cailian's words could be believed. Then it seems to be strung together in that way. The Xia family said he was lost and congenitally anemic. So I'm afraid the family that found him sent him to an orphanage because they didn't think he was good enough to feed. Right? Lin Feng could probably string the whole thing together. Wait. He was born with anemia? He doesn't even seem to know that himself. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Only. That being said, he still couldn't muster up the slightest bit of affection for them. Looking at Xia Cailian's situation nowadays, he felt that it was better not to tell her about the fact that he was related to Xia Qingqing by blood, lest he irritate her again. And right now, the matter is only known to him. And no matter what happens, the choice is always in his hands. And he won't lose out. He didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak again and his expression was very grave, in order to ease the atmosphere, Xia Qingqing hurriedly smiled and said, Little Feng brother, the doctor said that my mom will be discharged from the hospital tonight. Do you want to come to my house? I'll personally cook and make you guys a delicious meal. As soon as the words fell, Xia Qingqing subconsciously bit her lower lip. Lin Feng had never been easy to get close to, and the first few times she had tried to find a chance to invite Lin Feng for dinner, but the other party had simply refused. Now this rash opening, and in front of their own mother, seems to be a bit of a coercion. Thinking about this, Xia Qingqing hurriedly explained. Little Feng brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. I just... Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Lin Feng's voice ring out. Yeah. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened at once. Without waiting for her to slow down, Lin Feng added, Is there anything I can help you with? Nope. No. Xia Qingqing's entire body was agitated as she busily said, When Mom finishes this bottle of water, I'll just take her home. After saying that, she raised her arms again and said excitedly, Little brother Feng, tonight you'll wait for a big meal. Looking at her cute appearance, Lin Feng slightly hooked his lips. It was not bad for his sister to have such an innocent and lively character. This invitation of hers was also just what he wanted. He wanted to see what his sister's house was really like. He waited for Xia Xilian's infusion in the chair next to the hospital bed. Under Xia Qingqing's feeding, Xia Xilian only ate half a bowl of porridge and fell asleep in a short while. Lin Feng frowned, remembering the memo he saw on Xia Qingqing's phone. Turning 25. So much for the fact that the first few days are your own real birthday time. Xia Qingqing was only a year younger than him, which meant that Xia Xilian had been celebrating his birthday since before she could remember. Perhaps the matter of his being lost had nothing to do with Xia Xilian either. He suddenly felt a little too desperate for the thoughts he had just had. But anyone who has had that kind of life, subconsciously, it's impossible to empathize. He soothed himself and saw that Xia Qingqing was packing up her things. After packing up, she got up and prepared to wake up Xia Xilian, who was sleeping. Lin Feng was stunned. "You're just going to leave?" Xia Qingqing's hands gave a beat. "Right. Little Feng brother, wait for me here for a while. I'll send mom back first and then come back to pick you up." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he was surprised. "You didn't prepare a car?" "My car is in the capital city," Xia Qingqing subconsciously responded. And then laughed. "It's okay, little brother Feng. My mom is just a little bit of a brain problem. In fact, she sits on my electric donkey and knows to hold me." Lin Feng. "It's not like that either. A sick man going home from the hospital and taking an electric donkey?" He was the one who didn't know before. But now that he was sitting right in front of him, how could he watch and not help? Even if they are friends, they should do something. Lin Feng got up and said, "Don't call her yet. Let me help you find a car." Without waiting for Xia Qingqing to respond, Lin Feng left the hospital room in Pingyang County to borrow a car. "You have to find Chao Siyuan." With that thought, he dialed Chao Siyuan's number. "Chao, borrow a nanny car and I'll send you a locator." When he received Lin Feng's call, Chao Siyuan couldn't mention how excited he was. And without saying a word, he sent a nanny car to Lin Feng, along with a driver. In less than an hour, the car drove up. Lin Feng told Xia Qingqing to go get the things, while he himself picked up Xia Xilian in a hug. The moment he made contact, Lin Feng's eyebrows froze into a ball. Xia Xilian was too skinny, as if she hadn't eaten a full meal in many years. She was skinny and bony. The bones in his body cackled and his hands ached. He pursed his lips and carried her to the elevator. Coming out of the hospital, he settled Xia Xilian in the nanny car and got into the car with Xia Qingqing again. The car started, and Xia Qingqing looked at the construction of the car rather excitedly, as if she had never seen it before. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked grave and didn't say a word. The car soon traveled to the village of an Xin. Glancing at the scene outside the window, Lin Feng was a little incredible. How could he not expect Xia Qingqing's family to be in a small village? But didn't she say that she was looking for a relationship to get into the Yihan's group? Soon the car pulled up in front of a self-built house. Lin Feng picked up Xia Xilian and came to the house under the command of Xia Qingqing. This house is not bad. Self-built small two-story building. The environment is very elegant. The house has all the facilities put in the village. Is also a general upward family. Coming to Xia Xilian's bedroom on the second floor, Lin Feng laid her flat on the bed and covered her with a blanket. For her part, Xia Qingqing made a trip to get things down from the car and carry them to the house. Just as Lin Feng came out of the living room, Xia Qingqing had also finished her work. She looked at Lin Feng very gratefully. "Little brother Feng, thank you so much for today." "It's fine." Lin Feng waved his hand, pressed the doubt in his heart and asked, Are you two the only ones in your house? My grandparents are at the factory and won't be back until the evening. Xia Qingqing answered casually, as if she could see Lin Feng's doubts. She laughed. Little brother Feng. Do you want to ask me how I got into the Billion Han group? Lin Feng nodded his head. His heart was a little surprised. Was his expression so obvious? It was my grandpa who sought help from Kong County. Xia Qingqing said with a smile, her eyes bursting with admiration. My grandpa is awesome. He opened a factory in our village and drove the village up. And now our village is the county's top taxpayer. That is indeed awesome. Lin Feng also admired this grandfather a little. He had led the Su family before and knew how difficult it was. Not to mention in the village where transportation was not very convenient. All right, little brother Feng. My mom is asleep, don't worry about it for now. Let's go grocery shopping. Saying that, Xia Qingqing raised the car keys in her hand and smiled. Let's go. I'll take you on a small electric donkey. Aha! Sitting on Xia Qingqing's little electric donkey. As she twisted the handle, Lin Feng leaned back and the car set off on the gravel road with a slow, thumping start. Outsourcing. Indeed, it was an idea he could come up with. The corner of Chu Ling Shuang's mouth twitched as she looked at the report sent by Yu Shuiyan. The $50 million of goods could not really be handled. Send it down to the companies as a benefit, she ordered. Looking at Yu Shuiyan's reply, Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly. This wouldn't work. It had already happened twice. No matter what tricks she pulled, Lin Feng would use all sorts of underhanded means to solve it. She really didn't think that Lin Feng would have so many unscrupulous routines. It made it so that she really couldn't catch him in the act. If we let Lin Feng keep screwing around like this, I'm afraid he'd still think he'd eat her up. More crucially, she always felt an empty nagging in her heart in the past 2 days. And when she saw the replay footage of his live broadcast of less than 24 hours going viral on the internet, and those women went crazy and swiped their gifts furiously, she was angry for no reason. Angry that he just showed it to those women. Angry that he made her angry. He's clearly not here. Perhaps it's because he's not here. It's not supposed to be like that. She was the one in control. She wouldn't allow Lin Feng to turn this around. Is he still at the plant? Chu Lingxiang typed out a line and sent it to Yu Shuiyan. Soon. Yu Shuiyan replied. No. He left yesterday. Zheng Peng said that he went to visit Xia Qingqing's mother and then went to Xia Qingqing's house. It's Qingqing Xia again. Chu Lingfeng's eyes were almost on fire. Doesn't he know he can spy on him anytime? Anywhere? Couldn't it be that he was doing this on purpose? Using Xia Qingqing as a shield to piss her off? It's been so long and he's still so desperate to get rid of her. Even to the point of hooking up with another woman. Damn it! What exactly is the point that he is not better than Xia Qingqing? He even ran away from someone else's house in broad daylight. Can't be forgiven. Chu Lingxiang was furious. Send a squad and bring him back. Hooking up with another woman in front of her. One should think of the consequences. Unruly beasts deserve to be caged and tortured. Yu Shuiyan, yes. Miss. Pinyin County Food Market. Because there were a bit too many things to buy. In order to save time, Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing separated at the entrance of the food market. Lin Feng was in charge of buying fish, meat and those heavy ones, while Xia Qingqing went to buy vegetables. After strolling through 2 stores, Lin Feng, who was carrying a perch and a carp in his hand, was about to head to the next store when he suddenly heard a vibration coming from the cell phone in his pocket. He picked up the phone without looking at it even with one free hand. On the other side of the phone, accompanied by the strong sound of the cabaret, Su Panji's voice rang out. Lin Di. How did you get into the factory? Lin Feng frowned. Didn't he understand what he said last time? None of your business. He cursed and was about to hang up. Unexpectedly, the music over there gradually reduced. Supanji's voice raised a tone. How is it none of my business? With me out of the study abroad, all know that you're my younger brother. You into the factory of the video they have seen. And now the whole study abroad circle are laughing at me. Saying that, she ordered very forcefully again. You hurry up and leave. Don't be in the factory anymore. And what's with the live broadcasting? You're thinking that your sister and I aren't humiliated enough. Aren't you? At the mention of this, Supanji was angry. Originally she just received the living expenses. Tuition fees are also paid back. It is not easy to clean a few days. And classmates about to go shopping. The results of things have not yet bought. Met a few classmates. Said that let her do not buy so expensive. The younger brother are into the factory. He even played her the recording screen when he was done. He was a security guard before. Even if. At least in the Billion Han group. But now. He even into the factory. Which one of you who came out to study is not rich? It was so hard for her to create the feeling of being $1,000 lady. And with this one video, it made everyone now all think that she was drinking the blood of her family empty. Now they looked at her with contempt and despise. How could this be acceptable to her? Supanji was simply furious. She couldn't even explain that Lin Feng had already rolled out of the Su family. So many people in her circle knew that Lin Feng was the biggest director of their Su family. In the past, when people mentioned Lin Feng, they envied her for having a smart and capable brother. But now it was so bad that she couldn't even explain it. Hearing Su Pansy's commanding tone on the phone, Lin Feng only felt amused. He's left the Su family. What he's going to do is none of her business. If that's true, it's wrong for him to be alive right now to even take a breath. Where in heaven's name is that funny? He didn't hesitate to shade up. What? Has the Su family's eldest miss forgotten that I've left the Su family? Even if you leave, you can't do that kind of underhanded work. Don't you know that the study abroad circle is full of rich people? You engage in these. Where do you let your sister's face go? And you're saying sis? It's hilarious. Lin Feng laughed nonchalantly. If you're capable, you'll make me disappear completely. No ability at all. But you're quite strong at commanding people. I used to eat and drink every day. Now that I've left the Su family, where did you get the face to command me? After cursing and talking a lot, Lin Feng added, if you have the ability, don't ask your family for money. You're the one who has the most trouble day after day. After saying that, without giving Supanji a chance to answer, he directly hung up the phone. What a joke! He hadn't even planned to go to the Su family to find out what was going on. But it turned out that this family had started to command him first. Why didn't he see before that this family of the Su family was truly the most shameless under the heavens? At this moment, Lin Feng was really incredibly glad that he wasn't a member of the Su family. Otherwise, the thought that he would be carrying this scoundrel's gene would make him want to give himself a cut. However, if he really hangs up this gene, I'm afraid he won't realize it. Forget it. Let's just get the groceries. He tucked his cell phone in his pocket and headed for the butcher store in front of him. Fancying a pig's hind leg hanging on the railing, Lin Feng was about to ask the boss to cut it up and pack it up. Unexpectedly, a man's voice suddenly came to mind behind him. Mr. Lin, please come with us. Lin Feng glanced back and caught a glimpse of a burly man standing right behind him. And next to him were two minions. The three of them staring intently at him. Where did he get all his enemies from? Sent by the Su family? But he hadn't seen the Su family have this kind of person either. Lin Feng frowned. Who are you guys? The lead man was rather polite. He slightly lowered his head and said, Miss has asked you to go back. Lin Feng instantly understood that this was sent by Chu Lingshang. Joke. He's out. And he's going back with them? Tell your lady that I'm busy right now and I'm not available. After saying that, Lin Feng ignored it and was ready to ask the boss to buy the meat and leave. But the man continued. Mr. Lin, you shouldn't make things difficult for us. Miss only meant for you to go back for a trip. It's better to please come with us quickly. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked the boss to help him wrap the leg meat he had his eye on. While the boss was busy, he searched up if Chu Lingshang really wanted to do something to him. I'm afraid that the male's tone wouldn't be so polite. It was nothing more than the fact that last time's difficulties didn't work out and Chu Lingshang couldn't do anything with him anymore. Listening to this person's tone, Chu Lingshang roughly still did not know that she had gone to do the matter of DNA. However, if she wanted to investigate, with the strength of the Chu family, it was merely a matter of time. Once Chu Lingshang knows Xia Qingqing's relationship with him, I'm afraid things will be even more difficult to end. Lin Feng carefully calculated the stakes. And in the end, he said, I can go with you guys. But dash. The lead man's eyes lit up at once and he busied himself. But what? Lin Feng carried the leg meat, pointed at the smiling boss and said, Go pay for me. When I finish buying the food, I'll naturally go back with you. The lead man's mouth twitched as he pulled out his cell phone with a helpless look on his face. There is no way. Before coming out, miss, you specially instructed to be polite to this Mr. Lin. Must not force hands to hurt him. Miss Yu's meaning. That is Missy's meaning. Just how much more do you have to buy? Sir? Zhang Peng with 2 people behind Lin Feng. 3 people hand 4 or 5 big bags. Chicken. Duck. Fish. Fresh beef and mutton, everything. Other things aside. That seafood is not cheap. What king crab? Bluefin tuna. Blue lobster. Originally, Pingyang County is also a luxury seafood store. Lin Feng is good. A trip down to the people of the day inventory are empty. Just a moment's effort. Spent nearly 60,000 out. Zhang Peng's entire face is white. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond and his eyes took another look at a big refrigerator with a price tag of $40,000. Zhang Peng's back teeth were gnawing. Be careful this time over there. As long as you can bring him back, just agree to whatever he says. And remember, don't hurt him, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Shuiyan's heavily worded words surfaced in Zhang Peng's mind. In the past, he has always come out to arrest people that are directly underhanded. Where has he encountered this kind of errand? I do not know, miss you. In the end, what is the meaning of directly knocked out and arrested back is not finished, which made him a month's wages are almost gone. Just this one. Lin Feng patted the lid of the big refrigerator with satisfaction and pointed at Zhang Peng. Boss, wrap it up. He pays. This was like running into a big moneymaker. Lin Feng's group had come all the way over, and the eyes of the people on this street were all looking straight. Where in this small county have I ever seen such a purchase? The boss immediately greeted him with a smile and took the initiative to say, Okay. Sir. You fill in the address. We'll send it to you. Lin Feng waved his hand in a very atmospheric manner and laughed. Hey. What's the point of sending? I didn't bring someone here. With that, he looked at Zhang Peng and said with a smile, Brothers. Hard work. Start moving. The corner of Zhang Peng's mouth twitched. Even though he knew that this was Lin Feng's deliberate attempt to make things difficult, he could only resign himself to shaking people. The boss was going to say that the refrigerator was large and it was not easy for the 4 of them to move it. But it turned out that in no time at all, there were nearly 10 strong young men in the store. One of the guys gave a hand and lifted the refrigerator right out of the way. After paying the money, Zhang Peng cried and asked Lin Feng, "Sir, can we go back? Look at his attitude is not bad." This all the way followed over also did not see angry. Lin Feng heart more expected Chu Lingsheng still do not know that he did DNA this thing. Otherwise so many people over. Directly knocked him out is not on the line. Or to take the threat of Xia Qingqing. He shall not be directly compromised? He scanned the packages in Zhang Peng's and the other's hands and nodded. All right. I'll give you the address. You send a few people. Help me send these over. And I'll go back with you afterward. This first major hurdle had been passed. So such a small request Zhang Peng naturally would not refuse. He quickly nodded his head and commanded. Success. You few go now. Yes. During the waiting time Lin Feng casually found a snack bar and ate something to pat his stomach. After all, when he entered the Chu family everything could happen. He had to save his strength for a rainy day. The meal was just finished when Zhang Peng's men rushed back. At the same time, Xia Qingqing also sent a message. Brother Little Feng. Why did you buy so many things? Where are you people? I promised to taste my handiwork. Lin Feng's eyes sank. And he replied. I had a temporary thing. I bought a little too much stuff to make up for Auntie's health. I'll go next time I have the chance. Summer Green, well. /lost. After the message was returned, Lin Feng also kept his word and directly sat in Zhang Peng's car. Sir, we're going to need to blindfold you. And your hands need to be tied. Is that okay with you? Just getting on the car. Zhang Peng said very politely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. I already know the location of Huyue Villa. Blindfolding is not necessary. Right? Tying his hands. He can understand. It is only that he pinched Chu Lingshan that thing let her have a psychological shadow on herself. Only blindfolded. This is not superfluous? Zhang Peng shook his head and said. Sir, you need to go to the villa where Miss works this time. Miss doesn't like to be known by outsiders about the address of the villa. Yo! Unlocking new locations? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. As Chu Lingfeng's home, there were a lot of people watching inside and outside of the Huyue villa. And the place where she worked was in a villa. There shouldn't be too many people watching from there. As for being blindfolded and not knowing the way, it doesn't matter. As long as he's allowed to drive the car, which has gas, he can scurry all over town without worrying about finding his way out. Lin Feng did not have a problem with it. Long before he got on the car, he had hidden with the wire in the palm of his hand. Handcuffs, this thing to him is just a decoration. He held his hand straight out. Here. Tie it. Zhang Peng sighed in relief and gestured towards the people on either side of Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes were blindfolded and his hands were shackled. The moment the lock was locked, there was a ding sound. And Lin Feng's heart sank. Damn. How come there's still a voice? This thing is not supposed to be an electronic lock. Is it? He cackled in his heart. But with both his arms pinned and his eyes blindfolded, there was no way for him to lift the blindfold and inspect it. He could only take a deep breath and pray that Chu Lingfeng wasn't that smart. Chao Pin Fresh Food Processing Factory. Mr. Chow. If you're willing to fire Lin Feng, our Su family is willing to cooperate with your factory at a 50% discount. We can walk away from the contract now. In Chao Si-yuan's office, Su Jiqing held a cup of tea, crossed her legs, and put down a rather condescending remark. While Chao Si-yuan looked at Su Jiqing with a bad face. He thought what was going on. The Su family rushed over in such a hurry. But it turned out to be just to get him to fire Lin Feng? Joke. Lin Feng is his good brother. Only to help him so big a favor. Now inside and outside, who does not say that he Chao Si-yuan generosity? And People Lin Feng pressure fundamentally do not want anything. Good reputation all to him. It is difficult to not he can backstabbing people. Not to mention that Lin Feng has long gone. Even if he is still in his factory, Chao Siyuan cannot do this unloading thing. Seeing that Chao Siyuan didn't respond, thinking that he was the one who hadn't carefully calculated the profits during this period, Su Jiqing kindly told the data she had calculated on the way. Mr. Chao, assuming that you ship goods in bulk, a piece of goods will cost at least $5 for transportation. If we cooperate, the Su family can directly give you a discount of half. A piece of $5 billing. Although the single digit does not look too much. But we can go for 3 years to start the contract. You can calculate how much you can save during this period. Su Jiqing tilted her face, her countenance both haughty and smug. This was the first time she had calculated something so precise. There was no other. After all, she had come on this trip. Her only purpose was to drive Lin Feng away. She had to get into office to calculate these things. She also believed that with such a favorable strength, Chao Siyuan would surely agree to it. I'm not sure. Chao Siyuan directly refused with harsh words. Ms. Su, I can't do what you're asking for. It's better for you to leave. Su Jiqing's complacent face crumbled a bit as she stood up violently, incredulously saying, Mr. Chao, what do you mean by this? Her voice was tinged with a shrillness that more or less fell apart. A bit like a shrew's curse. Chao Siyuan's mouth turned away, and there were more than a few points of dislike in his eyes. It's literally that. And I'm not going to backstab my good buddy over a little profit. Chao Siyuan's words had a meaning, clearly choking on the nasty things that the Su family had done. Su Jiqing instantly face pale. Since the family is also just favor with their family 8-pole cannot play outsiders also dare to mix. This is not clearly with her Su family over it? She immediately lost her good nature and pointed at Chao Siyuan and scolded. Our Su family just got the contract from the Ihan group. As long as the Su family gives the word, absolutely no one in the capital city will dare to take the contract of your factory. I advise you to think clearly. Her words were already a threat in disguise. Although the Su family is not the first few in the logistics industry, but the right to speak is still there. After all, they are now also with the Billion Han Group have cooperation. The implication is that if you mess with our Su family, then you are messing with the Yihan Group. As a result, Chao Siyuan, who heard this, instantly laughed. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Our factory has also just done the bill of the Billion Han Group. Several factories around the joint cooperation to complete. Do you think we will lack of logistics cooperation? At those words, Su Jiqing instantly paled. How can such a shitty factory cooperate with Yihan Group? How did she not know about this? Seeing Su Jiqing's face becoming more and more ugly, Chao Siyuan sneered. Miss Su, I shouldn't intervene in your family affairs. But there's one thing I would like to inform you. Leaving a thread behind is not the way of a human being to rush to the end of the world. He directly pointed and cursed the entire Su family. And along with it, he cursed the entire Su family for not even counting as human beings. But Su Jiqing already didn't have the heart to think about this. Coming out of the factory and getting in the car, her whole body was still in an incredible state. Is the Yihan Group pumped up lately? Looking for people to work with everywhere? If you think about it carefully, the places they worked together were still all Lin Feng's locations. It couldn't be that Lin Feng had really hugged the thighs of someone in the Billion Han Group? No. For a large company to walk through a contract, that would require at least a board of directors deliberation. At least for the Su family's company. Even if the Billion Han Group is the top 3 companies in the capital city, will not be stupid enough to a large amount of money randomly smash. On the single board of directors this off cannot pass. It must be just a coincidence. Just now, Chao Siyuan had also said that several factories around High City had joined forces. And she didn't dare to make a move against them now. Looks like we'll just have to find another opportunity. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip. No matter what, she had to find Lin Feng. The apology for injuring Xiao Jie. Lin Feng had to say. What did you say? My brother-in-law resigned? Having just sent away a batch. Another batch came. Chao Siyuan held his forehead with a bit of a headache. I haven't seen his brother have so many friends before. Where did this hit his girlfriend's brother and family? Yes. He left his job this morning and is not here. Chao Siyuan spoke truthfully, sizing up Fong Mingho and the others. Fong Mingho's heart trembled. Then fawningly came forward and quietly said, So boss, have you seen what kind of car my brother-in-law is driving? Car? What car? Didn't he come in a car? Chao Siyuan froze. A car. Fong Mingho instantly exploded as he exclaimed. My brother-in-law is bullish. Letting go of such a nice Rolls-Royce and preferring to take public transportation. On the side, Jiang Yahui slapped on Fong Minghao's shoulder. Full of praise. Xiao Hao. You have to learn from your brother-in-law. Look at your brother-in-law. How low-key. That's right. Going down to the countryside to investigate means that you have to keep a low profile. And learn from your brother-in-law to suffer before enjoying happiness. Fong Jiancheng also couldn't stop praising from the side. That's that. It's still my brother-in-law who's the bully. Fong Mingho answered smilingly. Chao Siyuan looked at these three people like a fool. Not. Although his factory is in the suburbs. But at least it is also in the city of the sea. Although it is not better than the capital city. But come to the city of the sea is called to suffer? What's that about him? You have to suffer in the first half of your life to be a man in the second half of your life. Right? Fong Mingho's eyes flashed. As if he thought of something. No. Mom and Dad. Then how do we contact brother-in-law now? Jiang Yahui was stunned. And she was busy looking at Chao Siyuan. Before she could ask, Chao Siyuan hurriedly waved his hand. He just did it for less than 5 days. I don't have his contact information. Chao Siyuan felt that these three people had a bit of a problem with their brain highs and lows. And looking at them, his brother shouldn't also want to contact them. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with what his brother did. He wouldn't want to deal with it if it was him. It's a bunch of big dumbasses. Jiang Yahui's face showed disappointment. Okay. She pulled Fong Jiancheng out, with Fong Mingho following close behind. The office finally regained its calm. Chao Siyuan breathed a sigh of relief, poured himself a cup of tea, and edited out the entirety of today's events and sent it to Lin Feng. The car had been traveling for about 2.5 hours. Without much thought. After such a long drive, he was probably back in the capital city. It took another 10 minutes of walking for the car to stop. And Lin Feng heard the doors on both sides being pulled open. And he was helped out of the car, being racked all the way until he stepped on the smooth floor. He realized that he was already inside Chu Lingxiang's villa. Not noticing the abnormality of the people around him, he only felt that the air around him was a bit cold, as if it had come to a sudden stop. He heard Zhang Peng open his mouth to inquire. Mr. Lin has been brought back. May I ask what to do with him? It was quiet. So quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng heard the sound of a stream of water flowing quickly, as well as the sound of a cup being placed on the table afterwards. It was only once these fragmented voices broke off that Chu Lingxiang's clear, cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Send the bedroom. 3 short words slammed directly into Lin Feng's heart. He didn't have time to react before his arms were clamped down and tugged towards the bedroom. He could feel the leader push him. And he fell straight onto his butt on the bed. And the next moment there was a snap and the sound of a lock falling on his side. This was followed by the sound of those people's footsteps leaving. The room returned to quiet. Finally, not being controlled, Lin Feng raised his hand and lifted the blindfold. What came into his eyes was an enlarged iron cage. At this moment, Lin Feng is sitting on the bed. The bed is surrounded by a cage. And at the only interval between the end of the bed and the cage, 2 small pots are placed. It's literally a cat cage that's been enlarged. Cam. Xu Lingfang is really sick. No. Who would house such a contraption at home? He cursed and fumbled for his cell phone in his pocket, only to find that it had been taken at some point. He gritted his teeth and tried to see if he could open the locking cuffs on his hands. When his eyes fell on his wrist, Lin Feng's heart suddenly trembled. Electronic shackles made of all titanium. There was no doubt that this was specially designed by Chu Lingshang for him. And it simply couldn't be opened without a password. It had only been a few short days of work. And her equipment had even been upgraded. But Lin Feng knew that at this moment, he must not sit around and wait for death. If Chu Lingxiang doesn't tea, let him out. One tea he eat, drink, and shit in this cage. His eyes traced the 2 pots at the foot of the bed and the corners of his mouth jerked. What's the difference between that and having a pet? He was a living, breathing human being. How could he willingly lie here as her exclusive pet? He got up and started checking the locks on the cages. No surprises. The lock is also electronic and he had no tools on him. Only a wire before he got in the car. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that he mustn't panic now. He carefully calculated Chu Lingshang's purpose. She wanted nothing more than to lock him up here. But wasn't that what she was going to do before? And she agreed to let him out after he made his deal? There's a first time and then there's a second time. With that in mind, his emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Feng was lying on the bed, wrapping his arms around himself and staring at the bedroom door, waiting for Chu Lingshang to arrive. Time passed, and after a few minutes, he saw the sound of the door lock sliding, accompanied by the door opening. Chu Lingshang was dressed in a black leather jacket, stepping on a pair of slender leather shoes, with a belt around her waist. Her body was alluring. Her red lips pursed as she walked towards him in a graceful manner. Lin Feng pressed on, quietly watching her. He couldn't open his mouth first. Once Chu Lingxiang saw that he was in a hurry, she would only be more pleased. Seeing Lin Feng's bland expression, Chu Lingxiang was slightly stunned. The corners of her lips slightly hooked. She casually pulled over the office chair, holding on to the back, her slender wrists turning slightly. And the chair swiveled around so she was facing him. Sitting down, hitching up her legs in the process. She wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes slightly cold, and spoke abruptly. Seafood. Beef and lamb. Chicken. Duck and fish. And a refrigerator. She lifted her right hand and wiggled her fingers, counting carefully in a tone she couldn't tell if she was angry or not. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Xu Lingshang counted, her eyes suddenly icy cold, with a bit of teasing playfulness. Mocking up. In such a short while of work, you spent $100,000. But you're really something. At those words, Lin Feng sneered. $100,000 is nothing to Miss Chu. Right? You want him to come back without a little bloodshed? You, Miss Chu, pay more than that for tea every day. Don't you? That's a lot of money. It's certainly nothing. Chu Lingfang narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Lin Feng, holding back her anger. If it was you who spent it, I naturally won't take it into account. But you sent all these things into the Xia family. That's the point. It seemed that Chu Lingxiang indeed did not know about the matter of Xia Qingqing being his own sister. Also right. After all, Chu Lingxiang said before, will remove the surveillance around him? It is nothing more than she took the initiative to ask to investigate. Hand under the talent will report it. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Chu Lingxiang abruptly stood up, the soles of her high heels colliding with the floor. Bang! 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 The sound of these few strokes slammed directly into Lin Feng's heart. He just watched as she approached and stood at the edge of the cage. Lin Feng's heart sank. His body shrunk back. Luckily, this cage space was relatively large. Chu Lingxiang couldn't touch him if he didn't come in. He didn't think to raise his hand to grab her. After all, Chu Lingxiang by and large knew a bit of kung fu. If he missed, the consequences would only be worse. Chu Lingfeng stared tightly at Lin Feng, endless anger bubbling up in her eyes. She clenched her back teeth with a death grip and said word by word, "You're really bold and fat. How dare you use my money to buy something for another woman?" Cam. Lin Feng's mouth skimmed. She couldn't touch him anyway. And his tone was arrogant. Miss Chu has to give some benefits if she wants me to come back. Right? Besides, who I buy things for? What's Miss Chu's business? The more he did, the more irritated Chu Lingxiang became. Her pets. Spend her money. That's the way it should be. But how could she not be angry when her pet was spending money on another woman? Using hers? And sneering in her face? It seems I've been too good to you to make you forget your place. Chu Lingfeng gritted her teeth. Her icy voice fell as she condescendingly looked disdainfully at Lin Feng through the iron cage. Lin Feng didn't wimp out at all and said indifferently, "If you have the ability, you can get me killed. Anyway, a rotten life. Dying is better than being trapped here." He stopped looking at her and moved his eyes directly to the other side. That's it. Once he used force. He put on this attitude of indifference so she couldn't do anything with him. In short, she was never in his eyes. Chu Lingxiang was furious. She herself didn't know why she was like this. Seeing the way he turned a blind eye, a ball of fire welled up in her heart. She wanted to strangle his chin, to force him to look at herself forcibly, to make her the only one in his eyes from now on. The broken and heartbroken look in his eyes when he couldn't have her. The image popped into her mind and her heart even raced. The kind of eyes that would die without her. The look that is full of desire and possession. The pleading in her ear over and over again. Don't leave. Hiss. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the pain calming her momentarily. But it was replaced by a desire for more control. Chu Lingxiang took a deep breath. She knew she couldn't do that yet. A dog will jump over the wall if he's anxious, let alone someone who takes life and death lightly. Clenching her palms, she narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Doesn't matter," Lin Feng said lightly, glancing at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He slightly hooked his lips. "Anyway, this first half of my life, what I've encountered, is wonderful enough." The lingering thoughts of the world were missing from the corner of his sideways-facing eye. As he said this, his whole being seemed unreal, like time that was about to pass. So clear and yet uncatchable. Chu Lingxiang's heart tightened for no reason. Damn! How could she have pitied him? She hastily wrapped her arms around him, absently holding down her racing chest. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that she had been unconsciously tugged by his emotions. Luckily, she reacted in time. Otherwise, she would have been led by him. The calmed down Chu Lingfeng's eyes sank. She took a deep look at the swinging Lin Feng and walked straight towards the house. The moment he opened the door, Lin Feng heard her icy commanding voice halfway through. "Starve him for a week. and I'll see if his mouth is still so hard after a week. I'm knocking. It's not just captivity anymore. It's abuse in disguise. He had thought that Chu Lingfan was already crazy enough to criticize. But he didn't expect her to have this kind of tormenting fetish. When no one was in the room, he tried to put a pillowcase over the 2 posts of the cage and twisted them a few times. Without a fulcrum and something hard, he simply couldn't twist it. After half a day's effort, he was wringing the skin off his hands. But the iron pillar wouldn't budge. Looks like he's really going to starve to death here? At this moment, Lin Feng was suddenly a bit glad that he had eaten something before he came. There was still food in his stomach at this moment. It could last for 2 days high or low. But what was he going to do for the remaining 5 days? How can he ask for help from the outside world when he doesn't even have a cell phone? This woman is simply ruthless. He simply lay on the bed and tried to save his strength for 7 days. If you can resist it, then resist it. Then just listen to God. The Xia family. When Xia Qingqing's grandfather, Xia Ziqiang, and grandmother, Zhao Hong, came back and saw the new refrigerator in the house as well as a large table of food, both of them were a bit incredulous. Qingqing, keep your money for yourself. You've only been working for a few days and you're buying such an expensive refrigerator. You have too much money to spend. Don't you? Zhao Hong couldn't help but accuse when she saw the price tag on the refrigerator was over $40,000. Xia Ziqiang, on the other hand, said with a smile, "Hey, Qingqing is also well-intentioned. So don't be such a spoilsport. You old lady. No. She can't spend like this even if she's filial. Xilian is still sick. This may require a lot of medical bills in the future," Zhao Hong said inside, her tone easing down. Xia Qingqing touched behind her ear rather awkwardly. "Grandparents. This is not what I bought." "What? Who bought that?" The second old man froze and shrieked out in shock. "It's a co-worker of mine. A very nice little brother," Xia Qingqing hurriedly explained. "He came to see me today. And also borrowed a car to help me transport my mom back from the hospital. And the things in the refrigerator were all bought by him. So you didn't say anything about keeping people for dinner?" "That's right. You child. People with such a good heart. Stay for a meal. We can also thank him." No. Grandparents originally agreed that he would stay for dinner. But he suddenly had something to do. And I didn't have the heart to stay, Xia Qingqing hurriedly explained. She did not notice Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang's ambiguous eyes when they looked at each other. The 2 old men sat down in front of the table. And while pinching the food, Zhao Hong looked at Xia Qingqing with a smile. "Qingqing, you honestly tell grandma. How is this boy? How many people are in his family?" "Grandma," Xia Qingqing shouted, instantly understanding what her grandmother meant, and directly reddened her face. Xia Ziqiang also said on the sidelines, "What's so shy? Your age is not small. It's time to talk about an object. You honestly talk to us. I'm with your grandmother but very open-minded." Xia Qingqing was a bit uncomfortable as she took a bite of rice and put it in her mouth, chewing it in small bites. Seeing that her granddaughter was muffled, Zhao Hong said rather worriedly, "Qingqing, is it because of your mother's matter that it affects you?" Said. She also used her elbow to poke Xia Ziqiang. The other party immediately reacted. "Busy, in fact. Your mother is not considered to be in a bad situation. Your biological father before your mother is also particularly good. Although he died young." Before he could finish his sentence, he was jabbed in the elbow by Zhao Hong. But it was a step too late. Xia Qingqing had already heard it. She put down her dishes at once and said incredulously, "He's dead?" Zhao Hong glanced at Xia Zicheng, who said the wrong thing to cover her mouth and sighed. Forget it. The child is older now. There are some things she should know. Words. She looked at Xia Qingqing. Your real father called Lin Xingyong. Early years is the special team leader of the expatriate. And your mother is also considered to be the same student love. Get together less away from each other. And then a time to carry out the mission. She did not continue. As if she was lamenting the injustice of fate and pitying her daughter's misery. Speaking alone, Zhao Hong's eyes reddened. Xia Qingqing couldn't believe her ears. She snapped to her feet and snarled. So? Then what happened to what you guys said before about him transferring my living expenses every year? It's hard to believe that you guys. No. Xia Zicheng shook his head and sighed. Your mother is from our village. The Lin family cannot see your mother's birth. But your parents are very affectionate. Secretly received a certificate. And then after your father's death, they know that you exist. In order to block your mother's mouth, the Lin family sends money every year. Your grandpa and I took this money. But we didn't spend any of it. We saved it all for you. Zhao Hong explained from the side. And admonished. Qingqing. You shouldn't feel that you can't spend this money. You're Lin Jinyang's bloodline after all. Their family's money. You should spend it. Xia Zicheng sighed and slowly said. If you want to go and recognize your relatives, we won't stop you. You're already old enough to make your own decisions. Listening to her grandparents' description, Xia Qingqing only felt her mind go blank. What Lin family? A name she's never even heard of. She used to think that even though she had never met her real father, with her grandparents, she was living a tight life. But now at least it was better. But now, all of a sudden, there were so many things she had never heard of. And Grandpa even talked about recognizing relatives. A kind of panic from the bottom of her heart instantly took over. Grandparents. Xia Qingqing stood frozen in place. Her nose was sore. Her red eyes looked at them. And a voice with a sobbing tone sounded out from her nostrils. You guys don't want me anymore? She was afraid that her grandparents would say all that and then say something like, she's been raised so well. She wasn't going to recognize her family. And she didn't want to leave here. Having given birth to her and not raised her. And with a heartless family like that, who was she to go back? How come? Zhao Hong froze. Busy getting up. And wrapped her arms around Xia Qingqing. My good granddaughter. Grandma and Grandpa didn't mean this. The sudden hug caused Xia Qingqing, whose emotions had already collapsed, to instantly burst into tears. She hugged her grandmother, crying up and down, muttering, I don't want to leave you guys. You guys have been so hard to raise me so big. Now it's time for me to be filial to you. I don't want to leave. I don't want to recognize any relatives. Where did he expect Xia Qingqing to say that? Xia Zicheng's serious face also moved. He said with red eyes, don't worry, good granddaughter. As long as your grandmother and I are still able to do our jobs, we will never let you and your mother suffer. After some painful crying, Xia Qingqing's emotions gradually calmed down. She gave her grandparents some food and was wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes when she suddenly heard her grandmother come back with another sentence. Qingqing ah. With that said, when will you bring that boy back and show us? Xia Qingqing had just stopped her tears, and when she heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched. Alas! That boy is also from your company. Right? If it works out, you two will work together. Your grandmother and I will help you buy some dowry. And you'll settle in the capital. How nice! That's right. Qingqing. Don't be afraid. Although your mother is still sick. But your dowry we have already prepared. The boy is good to you as long as the bride price that we can discuss. Seeing that Grandma and Grandpa were talking more and more outrageously, Xia Qingqing really couldn't help herself. Grandparents. We're just co-workers. And besides, people aren't necessarily interested in me. Xia Qingqing bit her lip, her mind echoing Lin Fang's cold expression. Remembering his outgoing help that night, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but blush. I did not expect that the bridge that you will only see in the TV series has happened to you. And the one who saved you is still Brother Xiaofeng. An indescribable taste welled up in Xia Qingqing's heart. And she ate her meal in silence. Her cheeks flushed. At a glance, Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqian looked at each other. All of them were from the past. How could they not see the expression on Xia Qingqing's face? This girl was clearly pining for spring. Zhao Hong even put a piece of meat in Xia Qingqing's bowl and said with a smile, "Qingqing ah. Find a time some other day to invite people to have a meal at home. Not to mention other things. We have to thank people for buying things. Yeah. Those things are less than tens of thousands of dollars. Our Xia family can't be that kind of heartless." Xia Qingqing bit into the meat and nodded in silence. Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang smiled with satisfaction. And the room was warm. Thirsty. Lin Feng pinched the quilt and licked his dry lips. He'd had lunch and a carbonated drink along with it. And as a result, his mouth was starting to dry up at this point. Sure enough, drinks don't quench thirst. Lin Feng licked his lips, looked at the incomparably sturdy iron cage and took a deep breath. It hadn't even been the first day yet. And he'd almost forgotten about the fact that he'd still be thirsty. He wrapped the covers around him and squinted his eyes as he looked out at the darkening sky. It's just a matter of getting some sleep. These are the company's financial statements for this week. Miss? Yu Shuayen was originally typing a report. She had finished summarizing things. But in the video link, her eldest miss was sitting there and froze. Which made Yu Shuayen couldn't help but shout a few words in a small voice. Chu Lingxiang stared back slightly, her eyes turning away. I've edited this week's company water flow as well as next week's business plan as a file and sent it to your mailbox. Yu Shuayen took a deep breath and repeated it again. She's had a good encounter with a ghostly wall. And she's still in the middle of her work. And the lady is even running away? The company is currently operating normally and is up 5 percentage points from this time last year. Her big long and short return was once again spoken. And she fiercely poured a mouthful of water to moisten her throat. But in the next second, the words that Chu Lingxiang exited her mouth made her directly spray the water in her mouth out. It's been a few days since Lin Feng was picked up? Put. Yu Shuayen a dumbfounded expression. She rested here to report work. Miss this time to mention Lin Feng? Isn't he locked in your old man's bedroom? Yu Shuayen was busy wiggling her fingers and counting. 3 days? Right. As of noon today. Just 4 full days. Oh. On the other end of the video, Chu Lingxiang faintly answered. Then asked. Shuayen. Do you think that a person can last a few days without eating or drinking? That's something I haven't tried. Yu Shuayen's heart thumped. And she busily said. But you can last about 7 days if you only drink water. What about not going to the bathroom? Yu Shuayen carefully watched Chu Lingxiang's expression in the video. Speculated for most of the day. And froze without seeing anything. That's not true. Miss asked Lin Feng what he was doing at this time. As she was pondering, she heard Chu Lingxiang's voice ring out again. Shuayen. Do you think I'm cruel? Her voice was without warmth. As if she were talking about something that didn't concern her. With her understanding of Chu Lingxiang, Yu Shuayen hurriedly shook her head. No. 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 I think Miss is the kindest person under the heavens. It's Lin Feng who's too unkind. Nonsense. Where would she dare to say something bad in front of Miss? But the whole not letting people eat or drink thing does seem a bit extreme. Missy. Yu Shuiyan subconsciously swallowed her saliva and quietly glanced at Chu Lingxiang's expression. There wasn't much of a change. Except that Chu Lingshuang's eyes had a little more anger in them. And she turned her head sideways, looking straight at Yu Shuiyan as if she would go through the cell phone and get her killed in the next second. Said. Saying the wrong thing? Yu Shuiyan heart-thumped. Warily said. Miss. In fact, I think you so simply starve him is not the same thing. Sometimes stubborn people. He does not necessarily eat this. And over time, he will also hate you. It was something her instructor had taught her when she minored in psychology. A single squeeze will only result in a fish out of water, while a small favor given while squeezing will, over time, not only get them used to it, but they will even be thankful when it comes to handouts. This time, she seemed to have spoken to Chu Lingfang's heart. Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with interest. Then what do you think should be done? Yu Shuiyan took a deep breath and quietly observed Chu Lingxiang's expression. She felt as if the eldest lady was trying to lead her to say something. She pondered for a moment and said, why don't we let him out to go to the bathroom first? And if he obeys, Miss can properly reward him with something to eat. I think that's what the lady wants to hear. Right? Yu Shuiyan didn't have a plan in her heart. And she saw that in the video. Chu Lingxiang frowned slightly. And after a moment, she instead said, you go and do it. Yes. Yu Shuiyan finally took a long breath. She looked at the financial statement in her hand and threw it straight to the side. What was the point of mentioning work at a time like this? She immediately came out from the company and drove to Chu Lingxiang's villa. The villa was quiet. Missy should be in the large bedroom in the villa at this moment. Yu Shuiyan took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the bedroom on her right-hand side. The bedroom where Lin Feng was imprisoned. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Feng lying on the bed with a pale face, his hands resting on the small of his back, almost unable to see the up and down of his body when he breathed. That look. Simply life and death unknown. Yu Shuiyan panicked a bit and immediately commanded Zhang Ping to open the cage. She rushed forward and raised her hand to test Lin Feng's nostrils. But the next second, her wrist was held down and a strong force spun her body around, between the rotation of the sky and the earth. She found herself being held down to death by Lin Feng, who had just been dying. He seemed to be so hungry. And with the last of his strength, his whole body pressed up. Spare a thought. His 6'9" size was crushing her. Holy shit. Bull. Zhang Ping people also stupid. This master but he personally sent in. Full counting are 4 days. He actually have the strength to resist? Yu Shuiyan hadn't encountered this kind of thing either. And while shocked, she hurriedly looked at Zhang Peng. What are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly pull him up? It was only when he heard Yu Shuiyan shout that Zhang Peng reacted and rushed forward to strangle Lin Feng's shoulders and forcefully drag him up. But the body was yanked up. But Lin Feng's hand clutched Yu Shuiyan's wrist in a death grip. It was as if they were stuck together with glue. And even though the two of them used a great deal of effort, they were unable to break his hands apart. Yu Shuiyan's wrist was about to be pinched. She hurriedly shouted, Lin Feng, let go of me. Miss is going to let you out. Lin Feng did not say a word. Tightly closed eyes, clenched hands, but did not see the slightest slackening. As if the death also want to pull a cushion, as if Yu Shuiyan's tears were coming down from the pain. This was Mrs. Person and she didn't dare to hurt him. She looked at Zhang Peng tearlessly and shouted, Go next door and bring me my medical kit. Yes. Zhang Peng answered and rushed out. Not a moment later, the medical kit was brought. And the two men just set up Lin Feng and carried him to a couch on the side. Can you let go of me now? Yu Shuiyan opened the medicine box with one hand and spoke towards Lin Feng in passing. I have to hang a bottle of glucose for you. I can't give you an injection if you're holding onto me like this. Upon hearing this, a moment later, Lin Feng's eyes slightly opened a slit and found that he had been taken out of the cage before his hands slightly loosened. Yu Shuiyan hurriedly took the opportunity to pull out her wrist, which had already been gripped by Lin Feng with red marks. And she bared her teeth in pain. But compared to what happened to Lin Feng, she still sighed. This gentleman in front of me is the sufferer himself. She rubbed it for a while, then started to give Lin Feng an injection. A syringe went down, along with mixing up the infusion bottles. She slowly got up and said towards Zhang Peng, find a few people to watch him and help him take a bath later. I'll go and report to the miss. Yes. Zhang Peng nodded his head and glanced at Lin Feng with some sympathy, pulling out his cell phone and shaking a few of his men over. Nearly 40 minutes of infusion down. Lin Feng's spirit finally recovered a bit. He looked around the house. Zhang Peng and one of his men were standing in the bedroom doorway. His eyes turned to the window again. If he jumped out of the window while this was happening, it would be the best time to escape. But his body felt like lead now, so heavy that he couldn't even lift his arms. The infusion bottle was at the bottom, and he saw Yu Shuiyan come in and remove the needle for him. Immediately afterward, Zhang Peng and a few other men abducted him and dragged him to the bathroom. They didn't make things difficult for him. And when they saw that Lin Feng had regained a bit of strength and could stand up and walk on his own, they waited at the door and let Lin Feng wash himself. After finally going to the restroom, plus a bottle of glucose down. Except for dizziness, Lin Feng's body was not much affected. It's just a craving for food. He soaked in the tub, the heat rising, only to feel his brain spinning and his dizziness growing stronger as he tried to get up. But his hands and feet slipped at the bottom of the tub. Puff! His body crashed underwater, as if his body had been sealed. And he, who was already weak, couldn't even lift his arms a bit at the moment. He felt his consciousness blur a little and his breathing followed. He's not going to die here. Is he? Forget it. Let's just die. It's a relief to die instead. However, he really wanted to see at this moment what that crazy woman's expression would be if he died. Must be fun. Unfortunately, he shouldn't live to see it. Miss. Outside the bathroom, Zhang Peng and his men stood up straight and stared forward. Chu Lingxuan's eyes were cold and glanced at the cage. Other than the quilt being in disarray, everything else was the same as before. Miss. I've ordered someone to cook kanji. Why are you guys outside? Didn't I say for you guys to help him bathe? Yu Shuiyan hurriedly ran here. But when she saw Zhang Peng and the others standing at the door like pillars, she immediately shrieked out in shock. Zhang Peng scratched his head, busy explaining. Mr. Lin said that he wanted to facilitate, and he had the strength to do it himself. Don't worry. MS. You. This bathroom has just this one exit. Our brothers are guarding here. Absolutely not even a rat can run out. He said this with a confident pat on the back. It was the easiest job he'd ever done. Stupid, you guys got it. Yu Shuiyan was so exasperated that she was tied in knots, and directly went forward to push Zhang Peng away and knocked on the door. Buckle up. These knocks on the door seemed to smash into Chu Lingxiang's heart. She glanced back at Yu Shuiyan and said coldly, Shuiyan. What's wrong? It's over, it's completely over. Hearing that there wasn't even a single movement inside the door except for the flow of water, Yu Shuiyan murmured in panic. Miss. Lin Feng. He's been starving for 4 days. How can you take a bath when you're starving? Chu Lingxiang instantly reacted, quickly stepped forward, and kicked the door. There was a bang. The bathroom door didn't budge. And in the bathroom, there was no sound but the water running. Seeing this situation, Chu Lingxiang completely panicked. She coldly yelled at Zheng Pang and the others. What are you waiting for? Get the door open. Zheng Pang and the others were dumbfounded and immediately went forward. One person kicked. And the good bathroom door was instantly kicked by several people. Yu Shuiyan stood in the doorway. Neither in nor out. Afraid of seeing a bare picture, she withdrew to the side while looking at Chu Lingxiang. Miss. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Chu Lingxiang rush in with quick steps. Zhang Pang and the others wanted to rush in to see what was going on. But they were held back by Yu Shuiyan. Miss didn't say anything. We'd better wait here, she explained. Now this situation. The lady is absolutely like Lin Feng. I'm afraid that the lady herself does not know. In order to be safe, she still do not get involved. Emotional things are too complicated. Zhang Peng and the others nodded their heads and just stood guard at the doorway, nor did they enter. Chu Lingfeng, who rushed into the bathroom, saw Lin Feng soaking in the bathtub at a glance. The foam on the surface of the water had already not gone over the bridge of his nose, while Lin Feng was lying there with a pale face, as if he was already a corpse. Damn it! He dared to make a fool of himself. Chu Lingxiang was completely flustered. She took a big step forward and choked Lin Feng's shoulders with both hands, directly pulling his upper body out of the water. The next second, her voice, laced with anger and a panic she didn't even realize she had, rang out. Lin Feng, without my permission, you don't want to die. But Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly and didn't move. His face was pale and his thin lips were bloodless. Chu Lingxiang only felt her heart seized for a moment, followed by a fearful panic that was born in vain from her heart spreading to her limbs. And unable to restrain herself, her hands were trembling. Where are the people? Yu Shuiyan. Come in here dead. Almost like a crazy roar. The doorway. Yu Shuiyan trembled and rushed into the bathroom. She subconsciously covered her eyes for fear of seeing what she shouldn't see. Little Miss. Yu Shuiyan opened her mouth with trepidation. She was trying to ask Lin Feng if he was wearing clothes, but she was greeted with a popping "Huh. What are you waiting for? Help!" Chu Lingxiang roared, pulling the nearby bath towel and throwing it into the tub. Yu Shuiyan's finger missed a crack and saw a pile of bubbles in the bathtub, together with the towel. She was relieved and hurriedly went forward to test Lin Feng's nostrils. Chu Lingfeng's figure shifted slightly, and her expression was tense as she stared at Lin Feng with a deadpan expression. The hot mist rising from the bathroom did nothing to dampen the low air pressure radiating around her. She pursed her lips tightly, her face radiating a grimace from panic as she bit her bottom lip in a death grip and made her way to the bathroom door. Outside the door, Zhang Peng looked at the lady who stepped towards him with trepidation. He had never seen his lady in such a rage. Zhang Peng was abashed, and he trembled as he called out, "Little Miss Pop," without giving him a chance to finish his sentence. The sound of a clear slap instantly resounded through the bathroom. Zhang Peng covered his cheeks incredulously, and when he looked back to meet Chu Lingxiang's eyes, he lowered his head in fear. He didn't dare to complain even though his cheeks were raw, because he knew that he had done something wrong. He thought that it was already superhuman for someone who had been starved for 4 days to still be able to fight back. So he didn't think much of Lin Feng's words, completely ignoring the fact that Lin Feng was a living, breathing human being. He'd been starving for so long. How could he feel comfortable letting him take a dip alone? Zhang Peng kneeled on the ground with a plop. Next to him, a few of his men were also stunned by the scene, and hurriedly followed the kneeling. Zhang Peng clenched his fists and admitted his mistake. "Miss, it's my fault. You punish me." "Punishment? Shu Lingfeng's voice as cold as hell rang out, accompanied by endless anger. Are you worthy? Pop. Another slap was thrown on Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng stifled a grunt, clenched his back teeth, and although it was painful, he did not make a sound. He lowered his head and heard Chu Lingshang's voice, which was cold to the bone marrow, ring out again. If he's fine, forget it. If he's not, I want all of you to be buried with him. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Zhang Peng's heart. He couldn't help but tremble. He knew that the young lady wasn't joking. As the Chu family's escort, he knew best how extreme the Chu family's methods were for wrongdoers. This was one of the reasons why the Chu family was able to stay at the top. How can you be the pinnacle without being over the top? Yes. Zhang Peng muffled nodded. At this moment, he finally knew why Miss Yu asked him to be polite to Lin Feng. This master is standing on the tip of the heart of Miss. He lowered his head and silently prayed in his heart that Lin Feng was fine. Zhang Peng. Quick. Help me lift him up. Let him spit out the water first. In the bathroom, Yu Shuiyan's anxious shout rang out, and Zhang Peng immediately got up and rushed in. Being too intimidated by Chu Lingshang's methods, Zhang Peng was almost overloaded with adrenaline and directly carried Lin Feng with one hand and placed him on the massage bed in the bathroom again. He directly turned Lin Feng around, making him lie down on the massage bed. And following Yu Shuiyan's command, he started patting Lin Feng's back. You guys go prepare a bowl of honey water, a cube of sugar, and also, bring over the porridge if it's ready, and my medical kit. Move fast. Knowing that Lin Feng mustn't have an accident, Yu Shuiyan immediately began to command the crowd. The group hurriedly responded and went about their business. She took out 2 cotton swabs, broke open Lin Feng's mouth, and directly poked the swabs in. Vom dash. The cotton swab touched the location of his throat, and Lin Feng unconsciously spat out a large amount of saliva. It's good to spit it out, it's good to spit it out, Yu Shuiyan murmured, her hand continuously patting Lin Feng's back. Seeing this situation, Chu Lingfeng's tense expression did not relax. Seeing Lin Feng's bloodless face, her lower lip was about to bleed from her own bite. Good for you, Lin Feng. In order to leave, you even preferred to die. Is it so hard to see her, Chu Lingshuan? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Realizing that she had been pulled by Lin Feng's emotions, her mood didn't calm down. But instead, she was on the verge of exploding with anger. She had never wanted someone so badly. She clenched her palms so tightly that her nails were even embedded in her flesh. You want to die? It's not that easy. Unless she waited for her to get tired of playing with him, she would not let him go, even if it meant death. Vom dash. Seeing that Lin Feng, who hadn't eaten anything originally, spat out quite a bit of acid again, Yu Shuiyan sighed in relief and busied herself with saying, he's almost vomited. Zhang Peng, help him put his clothes on and carry him to the bed. I'll tie up the needle for him. Yes. Zhang Peng nodded his head and fished out the bathrobe next to him and wrapped it around Lin Feng quickly. And with both hands, he carried Lin Feng to the outside. Miss, this bedroom can't stay. Lin Feng might have psychological problems when he sees it after he wakes up. Coming to the bedroom, Yu Shuiyan looked at Chu Lingshang with a grave expression. Even if she would be scolded, she would admit it. The problem now was that she couldn't let Lin Feng have another accident. Now that the lady already has a bit of a mental problem, does she want to live with another one that has a bit of a mental problem? Chu Lingxiang raised her forehead slightly, her eyes glancing to her bedroom. Go to my room. Yes. Yu Shuiyan sighed in relief and helped Zhang Peng support Lin Feng. And the two of them carried Lin Feng into Chu Lingxiang's room together. After laying Lin Feng flat on Xu Lingfang's big bed, Yu Shuiyan hurriedly gave him an injection and hung up the infusion bottle. She took the honey water handed over by her men and fed it into Lin Feng's mouth one spoonful at a time. But the move didn't go well. Lin Feng pursed her lips tightly, and she had the bowl in her hand again, the honey water in the spoon running down Lin Feng's cheek towards the pillow. Seeing this situation, Xu Lingshang became anxious. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the bowl from Yu Shuiyan's hand, saying in an irritated tone, "I'll do it." "Yes." Where did Yu Shuiyan dare to say no? She hurriedly helped to break Lin Feng's mouth open by a slit. Just like that, Xu Lingshang fed one spoonful at a time with a nervous face. It wasn't long before the bowl of brown sugar water was at the bottom. With the addition of a cube of sugar in his mouth and the infusion bottle descending by half, Lin Feng's breathing gradually stabilized. Zhang Pang and Yu Shuiyan silently wiped the sweat. Good thing nothing happened to this master. Otherwise they are all finished. "Miss. When he wakes up then feed him some kanji and he'll be fine. I've already concocted these medicines. Just let him take them later." Yu Shuiyan thoughtfully divided the medicine and placed it on the bedside table. Seeing that Xu Lingshang didn't say anything, she gestured toward Zhang Pang and summoned everyone to leave the bedroom. The room was instantly quiet. Xu Lingfang was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring dead at Lin Feng's face. There was already faint blood on his pale face, and his breathing was stabilizing. She pursed her lips tightly and stroked Lin Feng's cheek with one hand. And into her hand was a slightly cool touch. Her hands slowly moved. Fingertips fell on his tightly pursed thin lips. Just a bowl of honey water down. His lips have added a few moist. Xu Lingshang gritted her teeth. Her hand slid upwards and landed on the end of his eyes. Her eyes became more and more vicious. The extreme desire for control that suddenly welled up inside almost drove her crazy. When she thought about what had just happened, she couldn't wait to rub Lin Feng into pieces and set them in her body. She didn't know what was happening to her. From the beginning of just wanting to see Lin Feng beg for mercy, to now evolving into a control that even she feared. But she knew that the only thing she could do to satisfy herself was to trap Lin Feng by her side. Even if she had to use force, she didn't care. Xu Lingxiang took a few sharp, deep breaths, her fingers trembling from wanting to push harder but being afraid of hurting him again. She pursed her lips tightly and rubbed his cheeks, murmuring viciously, "Lin Feng, you'll never leave me." This sleep was so long that it was as if the sky was spinning. And Lin Feng, who had plunged into darkness, slightly moved his eyelids. He moved his fingers a few times and opened his eyes slightly. To his eyes, there was a warm yellow light. And the woman he hated with a passion, Xu Lingxuan. She was right in front of him, seated demurely, while a few streaks of blood bubbled up in her beautiful eyes, which were staring him dead in the face. Awake? Her voice, which she couldn't tell if it was angry or cold, echoed, laced with a hint of exhaustion. At the sound of the voice, Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses. This is the woman who almost killed him. Obviously. He had just awakened and hadn't eaten anything yet. But he didn't know where the strength came from. And he fiercely got up, pouncing towards Xu Lingshan like a vicious tiger. Xu Lingshan's eyes trembled, but she did not see any panic. He just pounced on her, pinning her to the mattress, clutching her shoulders so tightly that he almost broke her bones. Xu Lingshan frowned in pain, but did not scream out. She wrinkled her eyebrows and said in a flat tone, "Aren't you hungry?" Hungry? Growling dash. Just as this word popped up in Lin Feng's head, his stomach growled indisputably. Immediately afterward, a feeling of dizziness came over him. His limbs were exhausted, and the force in his hands was quite reduced. Hearing his stomach's cries and feeling the vigorous force clamping down on him weaken, Shu Lingxiang slightly hooked her lips. Eat something first. I've already had someone heat up the kanji. There's that teasing look again. Doesn't she realize that he just almost didn't even get killed? Did she just take a life as a child's play? Or did she never think of him as a human being? Lin Feng became furious, raised his hand and choked Shu Lingfang's neck, and said viciously, I'll eat Nima. I'll strangle you, son of a bitch, first. As he said this, he began to push harder in his hands. With 4 full days of straight-up hate, plus the hate of almost losing his life, he came up with deadly force. Shu Lingxiang instantly felt it was difficult to breathe. Her brain filled with blood and her entire face turned crimson. You kill me. And you don't want to live. She spat the words out almost with difficulty, the momentary dizziness of her brain causing her eyes to fade to black. One life for one life. This rotten life of mine for you, Miss Chu, is worth it. Lin Feng was so furious that he couldn't care about the dizziness coming from his head, and used all his strength to pinch to death. Shu Lingfang's slender neck was almost pinched. Her eyeballs were slightly convex, and her mouth was opening and closing. Obviously the fear of death was coming. But Lin Feng saw the corners of her mouth rise, as if she was just waiting for him to strangle her. He calmed down suddenly and let go violently. Nope. If he really did it, then what was the difference between him and Shu Lingxiang? Shu Lingfang is a lunatic. He's not. He was a perfectly sane man who wanted nothing more than the simplest of free lives. And he couldn't just fall into the world of the insane. It's not that he can't influence other people's lives, but he can influence himself not to interfere with them. He has to be himself. He himself is the master of his own emotions. Cough cough dash. Lin Feng's sudden release caused Shu Lingfang to cough loudly and dryly. She dry heaved twice and her complexion gradually calmed down. She covered her throat and instead looked at Lin Feng with quite a bit of surprise. Why the sudden withdrawal? She didn't understand, and her eyes filled with a desperate curiosity to know. Killing you would stain my life. Lin Feng responded lightly, holding onto the mattress, half lying on the back of it. He just looked at Shu Lingfang with contempt and ridicule. You don't deserve me yet. He was half lying down, and his words were clearly so plain that they didn't have any ripples. But they caused Shu Lingxiang to instantly shake with rage. How could he? Looking at her with that sad and pitiful look. She is the big miss of the Chu family in the capital city. It's just that she was ignored by him several times. But now, he is gazing at her with a pitiful look. What does he think he is? Is it the great saint of compassionate worldly sympathy and mercy? Shu Lingfang had never been sized up by such eyes before. And for the first time, she felt like her self-respect was being trampled on and trampled on. It was killing her more than killing her. I won't allow you to look at me like that. Take back your droopy eyes. She was mad. Extremely morbid. Crawling in front of Lin Feng's eyes. So angry that she straightened her chest, pinched his collar, and looked at him out of the corner of her eye. It was clear that from the top down, she was the high point, the superior scrutiny of the one in power. But Lin Feng, who raised his face, continued to look at her with that mocking yet compassionate look. It's not what she wants. I don't know why. But from this moment on, he was clearly alive and well in front of her eyes. But she felt like he didn't belong to her anymore. Shu Lingfang was practically driven mad by that look. She gritted her teeth and silently fished out a pill from her sleeve pocket and threw it in the bowl of porridge when Lin Feng wasn't looking. She brought the bowl of porridge over in passing, and her tone dropped a few notches as she held it up and ordered, "Drink the porridge first." Think he's stupid? Lin Feng laughed coldly. You think I'll still eat what you sent over? Don't make me angry. Shu Lingfang clenched her back teeth and spoke sternly. shoving the edge of the bowl between Lin Feng's lips. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly. His head twisted to the side. The knot in his throat slid upward. And he spat out one word. Get out! Shu Lingfang stared dead at Lin Feng, who refused to cooperate. There was no way she could suppress her anger anymore. She took the bowl of kanji and dunked a mouthful of it. And with her empty other hand she choked Lin Feng's chin, aimed at his thin lips and pressed them hard. Lin Feng didn't react at all. Just as he was about to open his mouth to hurl insults, the warm porridge slid down his throat. A mouthful went down. And he swallowed quite a bit, though he choked and coughed dryly a few times. Shu Lingfang wiped the corners of her mouth and wanted to do it again. But as a result, she was hit by Lin Feng lifting his hand on the bowl. Bang! The sound of a bowl breaking resounded through the bedroom. Miss! What happened? Outside the house. Yu Shuiyan's anxious voice rang out. Shu Lingxiang gazed at Lin Feng and ordered in a cold voice. Bring another bowl of kanji. Yes. Yu Shuiyan answered. And soon. The sound of her hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Lin Feng wiped the corners of his mouth. The aroma of porridge spreading in his mouth, tickling the cravings in his stomach. Just now he was still able to carry it. At this moment he was simply going to pass out from hunger. Growling dash. His stomach kept screaming. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pushed Shu Lingfang away. Get lost. I don't have time to play along with you any longer. Unexpectedly, Shu Lingxiang didn't stop him. Instead, she just sat on the bed and stared at him coldly as if it was frost. Lin Feng opened the door to his room, just in time to run into Yu Shuiyan bringing the porridge over. The aroma emanating from the bowl rushed into his nostrils, and Lin Feng's stomach growled violently in an almost frenzied manner. Sir! Drink the porridge first. You're weak now. You shouldn't walk around yet. Yu Shuiyan's tone was very polite. And she pushed the bowl towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that there was a maid behind her, holding a pot full of porridge. It looks like it was simmered and reheated many times. He was indeed weak. And predicting that this was probably in the suburbs as well. He was afraid that he would have to drive another 20 minutes or so to get to the city. And bracing himself for such a body, he couldn't concentrate on driving. Not to mention, it's not certain if there are any cars out there. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stared at Yu Shuiyan for a long time before he finally picked up the bowl of warm porridge and smothered it in one mouthful. With some food finally in his stomach, he lifted his foot and was about to head outside. But Yu Shuiyan blocked in front of him with a sidestep. Sir! You need to rest now. It's best not to leave. For a while. She said, her eyes looking to where Chu Lingxiang was in the room. It was as if he was signaling something to Lin Feng with his eyes. Lin Feng didn't bother with that much. He took a deep breath and said in a flat tone. What else do you guys want? I almost died here. Haven't I had enough fun yet? The corner of Yu Shuiyan's mouth twitched. This had nothing to do with her. It's not like she had to turn it off. She held the door. Behind her, Zhang Pang and the others came over. 7 or 8 people stood at the door, blocking the door to prevent Lin Feng from leaving. He had only eaten something and his body hadn't fully recovered yet. Where was he a match for these people? But it was a death either way. And it wasn't like he hadn't experienced the taste of death before. Lin Feng sank his eyes and prepared to fight to the death. However, just as he wanted to do it, he felt dizzy. Immediately afterward, his body burned as if it was being scorched by a fire. And the heat was unbearable for him. All the perversity of his body made him realize instantly that it was the bowl of porridge. He directly choked Yu Shuiyan's shoulders and asked sternly, What did you add to the porridge? Huh? Yu Shuiyan froze. The strong force on her shoulder pinched her painfully. She frowned. This is normal porridge, ah. I just drank it too. she said, looking towards Lin Feng. And when she saw the extremely unnatural blush that rose on his face, she instantly understood. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to speak, Yu Shuiyin pushed him into the bedroom with one hand and firmly locked the door. "It's you!" Lin Feng turned back violently, his eyes glaring round and even sprouting a few streaks of blood. Shu Lingxiang was also not feeling well. That porridge, she also swallowed some of it. And now that the feeling came up, her cheeks were also a bit crimson. "It's me," she responded absently, then began to tug at the sash on her body. Lin Feng was shocked by her unhesitating action. He subconsciously stepped back, his hand gripping the buttons on his collar in a death grip. You're crazy. Doesn't she have any shame? Having just been through that life and death event, how can she even think of messing with that?" Shu Lingfang's face was flushed. Her outer hitch had already been pulled down a notch by her, and she was panting heavily, as if she was staring at her prey. Her eyes locked onto Lin Feng. The next second, she lifted her legs and her small white feet landed on the carpet. She stood up, and step by step, as if she were a vampire, she approached Lin Feng. "It's not the first time." "What? Are you shy?" She raised an eyebrow at the way Lin Feng clenched his palms from the pain and cowered on the corner couch. An indescribable relief surged through her. The heat was getting to her a little too much too. Lin Feng's back was already pressed against the wall, and to the left of his body was the sofa. He wanted to lie on it, but reason told him no. He mustn't let Shu Lingxiang have her way just like that. His brain tingling with heat, his eyes scarlet as he scanned the room. Finally, catching sight of the teapot cooling on the coffee table not far away, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Scraping the last of his sanity, violently pushed Shu Lingxiang away, fished out the teapot, and gave himself a heart attack. Wow! The cold stream of water poured down on him, and his sanity finally returned a little. However, Shu Lingxiang, who had been pushed by him on the sofa, stared at him dead in the face as she slowly got up again and walked towards Lin Feng. It's almost like a hungry ghost demanding to be killed. Lin Feng couldn't dodge and was grabbed by Shu Lingxiang's hand. This time, she didn't even give Lin Feng a chance to resist. She directly stood on her tiptoes and stuck up at Lin Feng. The moment the jelly-like smoothness of the touch rose, Lin Feng's entire body froze. Under the dim light, he somewhat blurrily saw Shu Lingxiang let go of himself. A delicate branch is drawn from a spot where it was just a few moments ago. In an instant, the flames that surged from his heart directly engulfed Lin Feng. He knew that a mutation had to take place in his genes that now burned like fire. There was no way he could hold back any longer. Lin Feng backhandedly choked Shu Lingfang's shoulders and gritted his teeth. "You forced me to do this." Shu Lingfang's eyes were misty. Her brain was dazed. She couldn't hear what Lin Feng was saying at all. She's already hungry. Outside the villa it was pitch black. The howling wind sailed by and collided with the blackness. The silent sky was cut by the wind rattling until late at night, finally rubbing out the stars in the sky. For the first time, Shu Lingxiang slept until noon. A satisfaction she had never known before filled her body as she awoke. And with great satisfaction she raised her hand to touch her side. The touch, however, sobered her abruptly. The side of her body was empty. Lin Feng had long since disappeared. She got up violently and scrambled out of bed. The moment she rushed out of the bedroom, the image that met her eyes caused the corners of her mouth to twitch. Lin Feng was sitting right in front of the dining table in the living room, which had all sorts of delicacies on it, and he was wolfing down his food. Shu Lingfang's hanging heart dropped by half. She quickly walked to the table and sat down opposite Lin Feng, as if reason had finally returned. After a long silence, she took the initiative and said, "To express my apologies, I can fulfill a request of yours. Lin Feng clutched a large chicken leg and bit down hard. Sneering. No need. Make a deal with him? Late. Now. Either spare him or kill him. And never compromise him again. She kindly mentioned it. But she didn't expect to be disliked by Lin Feng again. Chu Lingfang's eyes sank. And her light voice sounded again. You performed well yesterday. It means it counts as a reward. So don't give it away. How could Lin Feng not understand? He laughed coldly, not giving Chu Lingfang the slightest bit of face. If it's not you playing tricks, do you think I'm willing to touch you? Well. Chu Lingfang was amused by his insistent response. She hooked up her lips, propped her chin on one hand, leaned her body forward slightly, and looked at Lin Feng in amusement. I don't mind using that kind of thing as your daily food. In other words, she could make him eat something good every day. That stuff does work well. It's an experience like no other. Chu Lingxiang was very satisfied. And unlike the soreness of the first time, she felt as if she was getting a little addicted. Addicted to him. Lin Feng silently put down the half-chewed chicken leg in his hand and glanced at Chu Lingxiang with an indifferent expression. Miss Chu thinks I'll still stay here honestly? He said, straightening up. He had already eaten a lot of things. Together with those medicines prescribed by Yu Shuiyin, his body had completely recovered. Now even if Shang Peng brought someone over, he felt that he would be able to put up a fight. Without intending to give Chu Lingfang a chance to speak, Lin Feng directly turned around and prepared to leave. But in the next second, Chu Lingxiang's voice suddenly rang out with a bit of teasing playfulness. So you're not going to care about Xia Qingqing's death? Her voice fell, and Lin Feng's footsteps lurched. He snapped his head back, trying his best to calm himself, and said lightly, I'm just a colleague with her. It's none of my business what she's like. For Xia Qingqing, he had to do his best to retain his desperation. Once he let Chu Lingxiang know that Xia Qingqing was his sister, he would only be blackmailed even more. While Chu Lingxiang does not know about this matter for the time being, he must clear his relationship with Xia Qingqing. However, just as his voice fell, an evil smile instantly appeared on Chu Lingxiang's face. Is that so? She asked absently, placing one hand on the table and tapping her 5 fingertips on it, her eyes watching him more playfully. Even if Xia Qingqing is your own sister, is it none of your business? She smiled lightly, her words like a demon from hell. Lin Feng instantly froze. He turned incredulously, shocked. You already know? There's nothing I can't find out if I want to know it. Chu Lingfang stared at Lin Feng with a full expression of victory. At first, she was indeed unaware of it. But after picking up Lin Feng, she heard that he bought so many things for Xia Qingqing and even went to Xia Qingqing's house, which made her instantly turn over her jealousy. She ordered her men to investigate everything about Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing. But she didn't expect to get this unexpected good news. In the face of this stranger's real sister, Lin Feng will react how? Must be fun. Chu Lingfang narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the shocked and at a loss Lin Feng. Her heart to her limbs, completely and utterly refreshed. He didn't expect Chu Lingxiang to really go and investigate. He had expected such an outcome, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, pursed his thin lips, and didn't say a word. The smirk under Chu Lingxiang's eyes increased. She slightly raised her eyebrows and smiled. If you promise to listen to me from now on, I can keep your sister clothed and fed. Of course. She turned, still smiling lightly. I've seen your sister's resume. Although there is little work experience, but it is indeed very good. To do an internship staff is really a little bit of aggravation. I would like to remember that there is a department manager's position is still vacant. If she meant it. Chu Lingxian's words were already clear. As long as he obeyed, his sister would soar. No matter what department manager. As long as it is in the Ihan group. The monthly salary can be more than 100,000. No doubt. This is the optimal choice to improve the conditions of Xia Qingqing's family. But, against Chu Lingfan's eyes, which were secure in their victory, Lin Feng laughed coldly. What makes you think I'd help someone I don't know? His words, word for word, fell on Chu Lingxian's ears. This time it was Chu Lingxiang who was surprised. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Lin Feng incredulously. She's your own sister. Didn't the appraisal report say 99%? 99%? What does that have to do with me? Lin Feng remained unperturbed. He pulled over the chair in front of him, propped his hands on the back of the chair, and looked at Chu Lingxuan with a smile. Do you think my relationship with her is so good that I would give up my own freedom for her? It's just a report. Does it replace my personal experience over the last 20 years? His words were like crushed stone. Every word and every sentence slammed hard into Chu Lingfeng's heart. How is this possible? Faced with a hard-to-find biological family, he didn't want it? Abandoned by the Su family and cheated on by his ex-girlfriend. Shouldn't he be more eager for true affection? Or is he so independent that he is completely independent that he doesn't need anyone else? Doesn't need someone to shush him when he's tired? At this moment, Chu Lingxiang no longer wanted to conquer him, but more wanted to understand him. She wondered what kind of person was this man in front of her, who stood right in front of her, calmly gazing at her. But he was like a lonely superior, exuding the detachment of a stranger. Seeing Chu Lingfeng's silence, Lin Feng knew that his words had worked. His words were a bit desperate, but he did think so. Why should he sympathize in the face of family who never raised him? He has been in an orphanage for as long as he can remember. And unlike other children who yearn for affection, he has always known that he is on his own in this world. Therefore, in all those years in the Su family, he had remembered to study hard. And he had known early on that his relationship with the Su family was nothing more than mutually beneficial. So when he was kicked out of the Su family, he had never thought of retaliation. Profit comes close, and karma is gone. The world had never been his alone. And the change of heart a month ago had made it even clearer that he would only live for himself in this life. Because, in his life, the world, it must revolve around him. If there's nothing else, Miss Chu, I'll leave first. My words have been made clear. I hope Miss Chu won't bother me again in the future. Lin Feng repeated in a deep voice, also showing his attitude. Surprisingly, this time, Chu Lingxiang didn't let anyone stop him again. Only, she made a request. I can leave you alone, but you have to promise me something. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Miss Chu, tell me. Chu Lingxian wrapped her arms around her and looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. The day after tomorrow there's a mansion feast. You accompany me to attend it. And afterward, I will naturally let you go. Mansion feast? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. And a thought instantly crossed his mind. Should she be trying to? As long as you are willing to accompany me on a trip, I will naturally release you. Chu Lingxian's voice sounded again, even as she glanced at him with an elusive scowl. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and raised his eyes. Ms. Chu wouldn't want me to attend as a male companion, right? If that were true, wouldn't outsiders know about his relationship with Chu Lingxiang? By then, with the overwhelming news publicity coming down, it wouldn't be something he could walk away from if he wanted to. I didn't think Lin Feng wasn't stupid enough to think of this. Chu Lingxuan hooked her lips. Don't worry. You only have to attend as my bodyguard. Her ambiguous words had a great deal of meaning. But the meaning of these words was obvious. Lin Feng sighed in relief and nodded his head. All right. I promise you. But I hope that after it's over, Miss Chu won't go back on her word. That's natural. Chu Lingfang nodded slightly. The corners of her mouth rose even more as she watched Lin Feng leave the gate of the villa. She did promise to spare him. But she didn't say she'd spare his sister. She lifted her right leg and rested it on her left. The smoothness of her body stretching spreading all over her body. A rare experience that she hadn't enjoyed enough. How could she let him go so easily? Chu Lingxiang raised her eyebrows and called out in a cold voice. Shui Yan! Yu Shui Yan, who had been working in Chu Lingxiang's study, violently scurried out. Miss! What are your orders? Go have Tianhan transfer Xia Qingqing's position. By the way. Her words trailed off. And as if she thought of something, she added. Find her an apartment near the office. Yu Shuiyan was stunned and looked at her own young lady in surprise. But Chu Lingxiang had an expression of you know what I mean. Mom! This is a big action. And promotion and house delivery. This Xia Qingqing is blessed She hurriedly answered. Yes. Miss. I'll go now. Seeing her leave, Chu Lingfang then got up and headed to the bathroom. The smell of Linfeng still lingered in the bathroom of that guest room. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind flashing back to last night's warmth. Hiss. When really it was a great experience. She looked at herself in the mirror and slowly hooked a lingering light smile. Coming out of the villa, Lin Feng was sweating profusely, walking along the highway for almost 15 minutes. It was hard to get to the national highway, and he waited for a few more minutes before he got a taxi. Where are you going, young man? Just after getting into the car, the driver asked a question towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng snapped back to his senses. Yes. Where was he going? The rental house over there. He has retired. Had planned to stay longer with the factory's food package. And now also left. He had only just said those words to Chu Lingxiang. And now he was even more unable to go towards Xia Qingqing's house. He looked over his cell phone balance and there was 63,000 left. He thought for a moment and turned toward the driver. Go to the Hill Hotel. Anyway, it wasn't bad for a day or two. So he came straight to the Han King room to enjoy himself and make up for the torment he had experienced in the past 2 days. After all, people only live once in their lives. Got it. The driver's elder brother answered and directly stepped on the gas pedal. The car launched out like an arrow from Xianxian. In less than half an hour. At the gate of the Hill Hotel, Lin Feng paid the money and got out of the car. After making the check-in payment at the front desk, he took his room card and went upstairs. He had been so focused on his phone that he hadn't seen the person who stepped inside as the elevator doors opened. Lin Feng? Feng Zi, you called out in surprise. Instantly reacted and hurriedly covered her mouth. Luna. What are you talking about? The man who then walked out of the elevator grinned and took Feng Ziyu's shoulder, following her line of sight to look curiously into the elevator. And by now, the elevator doors had closed. So the man didn't see anything. No. Nothing. Feng Ziyu shook her head in a panic. Her face was pale and she grabbed the man's sleeve and said, You shall. We'd better go eat quickly. I'm so hungry. Fine. Order whatever you want. I'm buying today. Sun Xiaoyu waved his hand in a very atmospheric manner and smiled as he hooked Feng Ziyu's shoulder and walked out. While Feng Ziyu was still pale, she lowered her head and quietly glanced at the elevator that had already closed the door with her afterglow. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually appear here. The last time the thing on her hit not small. Although after the incident through the comfort of her mother she also think clearly. Junior, what does not matter? Can get the money is the right solution. But Lin Feng workplace are changed. She broke the phone, cannot contact him. These days the living expenses were cut off, she also need to eat and drink. Helplessly she looked for Sun Xiaoyu again. However, it is also the case that she learns that the day after tomorrow Sun Xiaoyu will represent the Sun family to attend a luxurious banquet. And Sun Xiaoyu is still missing a female companion by his side. This was why she agreed to come out and open a hotel with Sun Xiaoyu. This luxury feast is her big chance to change her destiny. By then, if she casually hooked up with a big shot, she could squeeze their family into the circle of luxury. Maybe even Lin Feng would bow down and beg for forgiveness from her. These days, she felt that she had been humble enough to Lin Feng. But what she got in return was his merciless mockery. And she had never been able to swallow this breath in her heart. Obviously she was the heroine who was born to stand in the C position. Why was she insulted by Lin Feng over and over again? Feng Ziyu clenched her fists and firmly hooked Sun Xiaoyu's arm. A sweet smile appeared on her mouth. You Xiao. I've heard that there seems to be a banquet recently, hey? She had a conversation. And the meaning of her words was obvious enough. Sun Xiaoyu's eyes flashed in realization. You want to attend with me? Don't you? Feng Ziyu immediately came to the spirit. She nodded her head fiercely. Right. Brother Xiaoyu. Don't you still lack a female companion for the banquet? I'll dress up properly at that time. And I definitely won't embarrass you. She grinned and made a cute face. Her big eyes twinkling. Her innocent looks and making this pitiful look. Looking at Sun Xiaoyu's body tightened. He hooked over Feng Ziyu's shoulder and said with a bad smile. That depends on whether you can satisfy me tonight. Feng Ziyu's cheeks reddened. Gently slapped Sun Xiaoyu's arm and muttered. Brother Xiaoyu, you're so bad. How can I make you love it if it's not bad? Embracing Feng Ziyu. Sun Xiaoyu's heart is beautiful. His mind has flashed through many incredible movie plots. Nestled in the hotel, comfortably ordered a few takeaways. Lin Feng painfully took a shower. He was swiping through a short video waiting for his takeout to arrive when he saw a pop-up coming from the top of his phone. It was a message from Chao Si Yuan. Dude. Where have you been lately? Thinking that Chao Si Yuan had also helped him a lot. And helped him drive away the Su and Feng families. Lin Feng said truthfully. The Hill Hotel is swinging for the fences. Pendulum again? Chao Si Yuan quickly replied with a speechless emoticon. Lin Feng, yeah. These days, how can working be as comfortable as swinging? That's the truth. Chao Si Yuan replied. But brother, it's good to have money in hand to swing. But it's easy to get anxious if you don't have money to swing for a long time. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He always felt as if Chao Si Yuan wanted to say something to him. He got straight to the point. Old Chao. Just say what you have to say. There's not so much bending and twisting between us brothers. Chao Si Yuan quickly answered. I won't hide it from you. Last time your live broadcast with me was so good that several brokers contacted me saying that they wanted you to go over and guest star in a role. A small supporting role. A running gag. Without waiting for Lin Feng to reply, he sent another sentence. Aren't you at the Hill Hotel right now? There's a theater group nearby. So it's just as well that you're not doing anything. So go over there and earn some pocket money. The last time I gave you the transfer you confiscated. Brother, this heart old overreacting. Anyway, you are also swinging bad. They also said. Mainly because of your face? Want to let you go over to the past to go through the scene. Seeing the long string of messages from Chao Si Yuan, Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Chao Si Yuan to still be thinking about this. Last time Chao Si Yuan sent a transfer of more than 50,000. Thinking that he only did less than 5 days. Our brothers? He did not have the heart to collect. Did not think Chao Si Yuan is also too much. It got so bad. They both became conscience-stricken. Lin Feng smiled in a rare moment. His heart warmed up. As for what Lao Chao said about this, it's a good idea. It's true that he's unemployed right now. And he only has $60,000 on hand. So it would be nice for him to go and do some odd jobs to earn some pocket money when he's done with the banquet the day after tomorrow. However, the water in the entertainment industry is too deep. Although he is a runner. But he has never been in this circle. In case he is set up to go in. It's all a matter of things. Lin Feng pondered and said back. Is it reliable? Not reliable, I can push you? Chao Siyuan returned. There's one who graduated from the same university as you. Looking at the notes, it seems to be called something like Zheng Boqiao. Young Boqiu? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This name always sounded a bit familiar to him. But he couldn't really recall it for a moment. However, since it was recommended by Chao Siyuan, there was nothing he was uneasy about. He replied, Okay. Then please tell him. I'll finish the matter at hand. The day after tomorrow. I'll be there on time. Chao Siyuan returned the okay gesture. As it happened, the takeout also arrived. Lin Feng put down his cell phone, took the takeout in, and picked up 2 more mouthfuls of rice. He didn't know if he had overstarved a few days ago. But Lin Feng felt that his meal capacity had improved again. Obviously he had eaten so much at Chu Ling Shuang's place. And only after a short ride in the car. He was hungry again. But the takeout didn't last. And he swung right into bed, falling asleep in no time. He didn't go out for a spin in the last 2 days either. He took out when he was hungry and had housekeeping come in and clean up in the afternoon right on time. The time came to the afternoon of the 3rd day. At 5 o'clock sharp, he received a message from Lu Tianhan. Sir, send me the address and I'll come pick you up now. Lin Feng wasn't ambiguous and directly sent the positioning over. Only praying that today's events would hurry up and end. And he would be relieved. At 5:30, Lu Tianhan knocked on the door on time and brought over a set of clothes. Lin Feng didn't say much. He went straight to the bathroom to change into his clothes. And after checking out of the room on this side, he got into Lu Tianhan's car and headed to the Intercontinental Hotel. The banquet hall is on the top floor of the hotel. Miss has ordered it. I will take you upstairs later. Later on when Miss needs to dine. You need to try the dishes in advance. You need to follow Miss throughout the whole process to ensure Miss's safety. In the car, Lu Tianhan rattled off what a personal bodyguard should do to Lin Feng. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. This is not the eunuch next to the ancient emperor. But also have to try the dishes. Did you really use him as cannon fodder? But that was all that was difficult. After tonight, he would be free again. And that was nothing. The car traveled fast and in no time at all we were at the place. After stopping and getting out of the car, Lin Feng glanced at the brilliant hotel building in front of him. He wasn't much surprised. This Intercontinental Hotel, he had been here before. A total of 8 floors. Inside facilities are extremely luxurious. Single next to the beach outlook let this hotel room price tag open to 1,800,000 a night. The facilities in the room were also extremely luxurious. All of which were labeled with high-grade brands. And were considered one of the top 3 hotels in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Tianhan also followed and got out of the car. The security guard at the door immediately welcomed him. Lu Tianhan casually handed over the key and took the lead towards the hotel. Lin Feng followed close behind. Just after stepping into the outer door of the hotel and walking to the garden inside, he saw a red carpet stretching from the inside to the outside. The surrounding area was also decorated with expensive flowers. And there were dozens of security guards on the side. There was no surprise that extremely honorable guests would be welcomed here tonight. Following Lu Tianhan, he stepped onto the red carpet and stepped into the hotel lobby. As he waited for the elevator, a young man in a suit came up to him with a smile. Hello MS. Lu. I'm Sun Xiaoyu from Sun Group. Nice to meet you. Sun Xiaoyu smiled and pulled out a business card and handed it over. Hearing this name, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Sun Xiaoyu? Could it be the Yu Xiao that Feng Ziyue mentioned? He was surprised to see Sun Xiaoyu looking up and down. Looking at his gangly smile, he knew that he was an uneducated rich kid. It does fit the flavor of Fonzie Moon quite well. Lin Feng ate a rare melon of his own. On his side, Lu Tianhan didn't even return his head for a moment. And when he saw the elevator door open, he directly led the way in. Lin Feng just wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Sun Xiaoyu with a hand. He smiled playfully with a pleasing face. Brother, help me convey the business card to MS. Lu. Please. Lu Tianhan didn't even pick up. What else could he want? Lin Feng did not even care. Directly into the elevator. As the elevator door closed, he saw Feng Ziyu dressed in a white dress, moving gracefully and smiling as she walked this way. However, just at the moment the elevator doors closed, he caught a glimpse of Feng Ziyu's smile frozen on her face, her eyes hanging full of incredulity. How did he get here? Feng Ziyu couldn't complete her stuttering words. On the side, Sun Xiaoyu, who was thrown 2 faces in a row, didn't see any anger. Instead, he was surprised and urgently pressed Feng Ziyu's shoulder. You know them? Feng Ziyu looked at Sun Xiaoyu with a face full of nervousness. She bit her lower lip and made up an excuse. That man just now is my college classmate. She stared closely at Sun Xiaoyu's expression, fearing that he would move as if he would become angry in the next second. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoyu said with eyes full of surprise. Great. You. Find a chance to help me hand him my business card and ask him to pass it on to Ms. Lu. Feng Ziyu, huh? You. Let me tell you. The woman who just went in is Director Lu of the Yihan Group? If I can get to know her, my Sun family will be able to cross over a class. And then I will definitely marry you in style. Sun Xiaoyu was already excited to the extreme when his words fell on Feng Ziyu's ears. The second half of the sentence wasn't so important. It was the first half that mattered. What did he say? The woman that Lin Feng was following around was Director Lu of the Yihan's group? In a flash, the doubts that existed in the back of his mind for days were finally solved. She said, how could Lin Feng, who was kicked out of the Su family, easily get into the Yihan group and drive a top-of-the-line sports car? So it turned out that he was on the thighs of Director Lu of the Yihan group. Then, in that case, the woman we saw at the convenience store warehouse the other day should be this Director Lu as well? She bit her lip in death, hardly dreaming. Lin Feng, you're too good at this. She bit her lip in death. For the sake of it, Brother Xiaoyu, I talked to him. She wanted to say that her relationship with him was too complicated, and she was afraid that it would be a little difficult to leave this matter to her. But Sun Xiaoyu was already too excited at this moment. He strangled Feng Ziyue's shoulder without caring about his image, and eagerly said, It's all right, you. Weren't you the school beauty of Shou University in the beginning? It's just a small favor. As long as you ask, I'm sure he'll be willing to help. Schoolgirls. The word seemed to awaken Feng Ziyu's memories. Indeed. Who didn't know her Feng Ziyu's name in Shouda back then? And she had been talking to Lin Feng for 3 years. And those 3 years of feelings were indelible. What Lin Feng was doing now was just showing off for her. She couldn't believe that a 3-year relationship was just gone. Usually, she was the one who rushed up to please Sun Xiaoyu. And now, Sun Xiaoyu was even on the verge of pleading with her. Wasn't this exactly what she wanted? What's more, it was just asking Lin Feng to help pass a business card. She didn't believe that after so many years of relationship, he would be unwilling to help with such a small favor. Feng Ziyu instantly came to the bottom. What with marrying into the Sun family? Her goal was more than that. She raised her eyebrows, lifted her hand to receive the business card in Sun Xiaoyu's hand, and sweetly said, "Good. Then, if this matter is accomplished, how is brother Xiaoyu going to reward me? You've got your eye on that Yushang cafe. I'll buy it and give it to you when it's done." Sun Xiaoyu is no slouch either, hitting straight to the point. Although Yushang cafe was not in the center of the capital city, once he had a store in hand, the status would be different. The corners of Feng Ziyu's mouth rose and her smile became even brighter. "No problem. I'll take care of it. This party isn't much better." In the upward elevator, Lin Feng huffed and spat. He thought it was some kind of upper-class banquet. Did not think that Feng Ziyu could also squeeze in? The Chu family is really hungry. What kind of crappy banquets to participate in? Glancing at Lin Feng, Lu Tianhan naturally knew the meaning of his words as she spat. They are not on the invitation list for this banquet. So they can come in too? This was a change for Lin Feng to be surprised. Only the top floor is the main venue for the banquet. These people are just hearing about the name of a banquet non-crowded to rush to get alone. Lu Tianhan skimmed his mouth, as if he was already used to seeing this kind of thing. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "White. I thought it was some kind of high-grade banquet. This kind of cats and dogs can also be mixed in. It's just like that." This disdainful tone of his sentence completely nudged and exploded Lu Tianhan's conversation box. The Chu family is just showing their faces. Who knows what the surname Gu is up to? She was just ordered to bring Lin Feng over. And I don't know if the lady is out of her mind or what. She wants to participate in such a crappy banquet. I really can't understand. Surname Gu? Lin Feng instantly caught the keywords in Lu Tianhan's words. Right. Lu Tianhan chattered. I heard that it was Gu Wenchuan. Who studied abroad. Who came back just in time for his birthday. And no, the old man of the Gu family held a special banquet, and even invited a circle of people, she said. But Lin Feng frowned. This Gu family he had heard of is one of the 4 great families in the capital city. In the business world mixes a lot. When he led the Su family had the honor to participate in the auction held by the old master Gu. But only hurriedly one side only. It didn't help that he started from nothing just under 3 years ago. Plus being an outsider. The process was tough as you can imagine. But this Chu family was an existence that had hung on to the 4 great families. She, Xu Lingxiang, was actually willing to attend this kind of banquet? It's really rare. Or did she do it on purpose? The moment this thought popped up in his mind, Lin Feng was suddenly a little creeped out. Eyes on the elevator door opened. Inside the brilliant to exaggerated luxury decorations, Lin Feng's heartbeat violently laid half a beat. He suddenly felt that Chu Lingshan promised to let him go. But it is just the beginning of another round of a new game. Go on. What are you gawking at? The lady is still waiting inside. Seeing Lin Feng mortar and pestle in place, Lu Tianhan couldn't help but shatter his mouth. You're the only bodyguard beside Miss today. These words were like a magic spell at the moment, hovering in Lin Feng's mind. But at this point, it was already as if the arrow had to be fired. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot into the ballroom. There were already a number of people waiting in the main ballroom. One dressed up, some with female companions. Lin Feng can recognize the real family's sons and daughters. But 7 or 8 only. The other extra is the bodyguard or servant. Single these people are nearly 40 or 50. Visible scene is huge. After exiting the elevator, Lu Tianhan took the VIP channel and went straight to an honored guest box. Pushing open the door, he saw Chu Lingxiang sitting nobly and elegantly in a light green dress on the leather sofa, wearing a string of valuable emerald gemstones on her slender neck. Her long, white legs rested recklessly on the low coffee table in front of her. Obviously unrestrained sitting posture, biased by her elegant figure, set off very noble. Raising her hands and feet, "Noble Miss, the man has been brought." Lu Tianhan stepped forward and gave a low report. Chu Lingxiang raised her eyes slightly, her indifferent line of sight falling on Lin Feng with more than a hint of uncertainty. He's still as fit as ever after 2 days. She hooked the corner of her lips with slight satisfaction and frivolously raised her hand. Her fingertips trembled slightly in the air. Lu Tianhan immediately understood and directly retreated out. At the moment, only the two of them were left in the large box. Lin Feng didn't bother to talk to her much. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down directly like a grandpa. Seeing him move so casually, Chu Lingxiang slightly raised an eyebrow and did not say anything more. Half leaning against the back cushion of the sofa, Lin Feng coldly opened his mouth. "When do you enter and what time does it end?" That was his main concern. An early end to this unpleasant ordeal. He'd had enough. "It starts at 7. Chu Lingxiang slightly hooked the corner of her lips and steeply changed her words. "However, when it ends, I don't know. Banquets are always like this. As long as the proprietor is willing, he can play until dawn." For this, Lin Feng was aware of it. Only, "What the hell is wrong with you? It starts at 7 o'clock. What did you make me come so early for? It's not even 6 o'clock." He spat out a comment that how long he came early meant how long he had to be alone with Chu Lingxiang. And he couldn't wait to get stuck in if he could. Chu Lingfeng was not slow. She was staring at Lin Feng closely, the corner of her mouth still hanging that teasing bad smile. "Well, there's certainly a lot you can do in an hour," she said, her raised legs resting gently on the plush-textured carpet. She hooked her lips, her frivolous eyes falling on Lin Feng. Raising her hand, her fingertips slightly ticking in the air. "Sit over here," she ordered at him. He was already sitting on the couch to her left, a distance that wasn't too far. And it was going to be closer? This is a box, but it is always still within the main area of the banquet. Just 2 days of not seeing her. She is hungry and thirsty like this? Eyeing the hunger and gluttony that flooded her eyes, Lin Feng's eyes held disdain. "Miss Chu isn't so hungry. Is she?" He spoke very directly. Sort of a direct slap in the face. Having been forced to come here in the first place. Much less in a nice tone. However, Chu Lingxiang did not see any annoyance, but instead looked at him teasingly. "Aren't you a great sage?" "How?" she said, rising steeply to her feet, the diamonds of her skirt swaying as her heels moved slowly forward. A little shaky. This was Lin Feng's immediate feeling. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Chu Lingfeng approach step by step. Anyway, now that he was in the ballroom, if he opened his mouth and screamed a few times, someone outside would rush in. And the woman couldn't be any more insane than she was torturing him here. Solely, he just paralyzed on the couch and didn't move. Chu Lingxiang approached step by step until she stood in front of Lin Feng. She bent down steeply, the expensive string of emeralds around her neck falling into the air, rocking back and forth and then down. "No way." Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and turned his head sideways, restraining himself from looking down. After all, last time, that was how he suffered. Glancing at his little action, the smile under Chu Lingxiang's eyes grew even wider, and she slammed a little closer, leaning right against Lin Feng's ear that was laid out in front of her eyes due to the side of his head. She said softly, "Seeing me like this, Shouldn't you, a great saint, be fattish and hungry? In his ears, along with the hot breath she exhaled as she spoke, caused Lin Feng's heart to tremble. He does have a very unforgiving body. But the hate in his heart could be stronger than that reaction. Lin Feng was dumbfounded and laughed coldly. Miss Chu is not blind. These days, where am I going to find Dan Dan for you? Seemingly satisfied with Lin Feng's reaction, Chu Lingxiang gently blew out her breath as if she was making a bad move, accompanied by a touch of teasing once again. With looking? Some confusion bubbled in her eyes, and she knocked on the couch cushion with one leg in a highly dishonest manner, saying with obvious implication, "Don't you carry it close to your body?" Lin Feng instantly understood her analogy. Why is this woman like a hungry wolf that can't be fed? He bit his lip, the pain sobering him instantly. He tilted his head back in a full-on pose, no longer looking at Chu Lingxiang. Then starve yourself. I'm not in the mood. The first half of the sentence. It was nothing. Chu Lingxiang didn't really intend to engage in this here. Only the second half of the sentence. It was very harsh to the ears. Unless it was her reluctance. Where is he to say no? She raised her hand, choking his chin, forcing him to look sideways at her, rubbing her fingertips against his cheek again. Nice touch. She licked the corners of her mouth in a rather satisfied manner. Looks like you still haven't learned after all this time. The action is really a role reversal. Where can Lin Feng, who will soon be a free agent, stand this kind of insult? He directly slapped Chu Lingxiang's arm away, got up, and lifted his pants. Then turned around and went to sit at the other end of the couch. Watching his movements, the smile on Chu Lingxiang's face swooned to the bottom of her eyes. And she didn't make things difficult anymore. So she sat down at the place where Lin Feng had sat, rather surprised that she didn't trouble herself anymore. Lin Feng sighed in relief and digressed to ask, who is the main character of this banquet? He didn't betray Lu Tianhan and wondered if Chu Lingxiang would tell him the truth. Soon after, Chu Lingxiang answered, Gu Wenchuan. It's the Gu family of the four great families? Lin Feng made an expression of surprise that he had just learned the news, and then asked with some doubt, the Chu family still needs to attend this kind of banquet? At the mention of this, Chu Lingxiang's eyes but crossed a touch of gloom. She picked up the delicate teapot in front of her and poured herself a cup of water. Then picked up her teacup and took a sip before slowly saying, My mother arranged it. Your mother? Lin Feng froze and looked at Chu Lingxiang in surprise. He kind of couldn't believe his ears. Such a crazy batch would listen to his family? What a rarity! Seemingly seeing through Lin Feng's doubts, Chu Lingxiang said carelessly, She arranged a blind date between me and Gu Wenchuan. She spoke as if she was talking about something that was none of her business, while her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, as if she was very curious to know Lin Feng's reaction. It was Lin Feng's turn to be incredulous. So, this banquet is said to be Gu Wenchuan's birthday. But it's actually a front. And the real reason is to have a blind date with the Chu family's eldest young lady? But it's not right. How could the Chu family look at a small Gu family? Lin Feng stared at Chu Lingfeng with a deadly stare, associating it with the crazy torture she had inflicted on himself. He seemed to understand at once. I'm afraid it's not that Chu Lingxiang's parents also know that their daughter is so crazy that she won't be able to get married in the future. Right? The only people in the capital city who can get into the eyes of the Chu family are those from the four great families. Thinking about this, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Really, every family has its own problems. But with that comes another problem. No! This is your blind date party. What's with you bringing me here? Lin Feng spoke out bluntly. Please. My relationship with you. Is that something that can be seen? It's just a matter of covering it up. but now it's good. Not to mention bringing him to the blind date banquet. But also bringing him alone. It was hard to believe that she was planning to announce all the mix-ups she had with herself at the party. Then she said something about releasing him afterward. Isn't this a disguised countermeasure? Compared to Lin Feng's incredulity, Chu Lingshan was nonchalantly sipping her tea, her thoughtful eyes hovering over Lin Feng, being a little hairy from her unbridled, yet piercing eyes. Lin Feng simply turned his head sideways and stopped looking at her. In his mind, he was calculating Chu Lingshan's purpose. The reason for the blind date was something he thought he'd already figured out. It was just that she'd brought him along and acted so ambiguously that it was hard not to think about it too much. If she really announced those things at the banquet later, how would he live with himself then? You're just going to take this? No. Lin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Lingfang was more than crazy. Once their relationship was publicized, it would only be bad for Chu Lingfang. He's just a guy who was kicked out of his house. And what is the status of the Chu family? Thinking back to the last time in the convenience store, Chu Lingshan also did not want outsiders to know about the performance. He felt that the one who should be worried about this matter should not be him. It was probably because he wanted to escape Chu Lingshan's clutches too much. Lin Feng comforted himself like this, and his hanging heart dropped quite a bit. Time passed quickly, and before long, a knock sounded at the door. Miss Chu, the banquet has begun. Elder Master Gu invites you to proceed to the main arena. At the door, it was a man's voice. Chu Lingshan expressionlessly put down her teacup and responded in a cold tone. Aha! She got up and glanced at Lin Feng, who was still sitting. A cold smile steeply raised on her icy face. Still sitting? My bodyguard. Lin Feng took a deep breath, glared viciously at Chu Lingshan, and got up in resignation. Take that gift box. Chu Lingshan barked out an admonition and turned toward the outside. Lin Feng lowered his eyes, held up the beautifully packaged gift box on the table, and followed behind Chu Lingshan. Her body is really extremely beautiful. The soft green dress lined her entire body in snowy white, as if she were a princess on the run in the forest. Her long hair cascading right behind her, and between the drops was a surfeit of waist. When you walk, the falling mermaid skirt outlines the perfect figure, while the swaying hemline is accompanied by flashing diamonds and fine bright sparkles. Wherever she goes, she's the star of the show. Those who attended this banquet were all the popular figures of the capital city, and their female companions were all dressed up. But wherever Chu Lingshan goes, they are all eclipsed. Miss Chu? Is that really Miss Chu? I didn't expect the Gu family to actually invite Miss Chu here. Hiss. It said that the Chu family's eldest miss is gorgeous. I thought it was a rumor. Gosh. Hey. The Gu family can be too dignified. Miss Chu personally attended. This treatment is really scorpion shit unique ah. As he walked through, Lin Feng heard the murmurings of those on his side. Not too loud and not too small. The corner of his mouth twitched. Indeed. He was also surprised by her beauty at first glance. But who would have thought that underneath such a beautiful skin hid a near-perverted madman? Listening to the rare words of those people, Lin Feng really did not know whether he was lucky or unfortunate. As Chu Lingshan stepped onto the main arena steps, Elder Master Gu, who was seated within the center arena, immediately stood up and laughed. Haven't seen you in many days. Miss Chu is truly a woman of great stature. His words crossed the floor, and the implication was unmistakable. I've seen you since I was a kid. The old man is rubbing it in his face. It seems that the topmost people's mouths are just like that. Lin Feng did his best to do his job as a bodyguard. He followed right behind Chu Lingshan. His expression was serious and he didn't say a word as he swept the faces of everyone in the venue in silence. Fortunately for him, He didn't recognize any of these people. Xu Lingxiang fell on deaf ears to Elder Gu's fawning remarks as she pulled out a smile without losing her manners. Hello, Elder Master Gu. This is a birthday gift from the late generation to young Master Gu. She slightly owed her body, raising her hands and feet in a way that showed everyone's demeanor. Lin Feng understood and offered the gifts, while Gu Wenxian, who stood behind Elder Master Gu, appeared in an expensive white suit. He walked forward with a smile on his face, accepted the gift box with both hands, and smiled as he thanked Xu Lingxiang. Thank you, Ms. Chu. The smile on Xu Lingfeng's face came to an abrupt end, replaced by pride and coldness. The nearest Gu Wenxuan's smile froze on his face, a slight haze bubbling up under his eyes. Elder Master Gu's face was all smiles. Where did he care to look at Xu Lingfeng's expression? He hastily yelled up. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my grandson's birthday banquet. My humble son and daughter-in-law are still on their way. They will arrive later. At his side, Gu Wenxuan held a gift box in his hand. And even with a smile on his face, he added towards everyone. Please taste the meal first. I hope everyone has a good time. Immediately, the melodious and elegant piano sounds sounded. The banquet under the seat of the group which began to laugh and chat. For these people? What Gu Wenxuan's birthday banquet? This was not important. They were merely taking this opportunity to negotiate business or fellowship. Seeing that the stage was already clamoring, Elder Gu then smiled and looked at Xu Lingxiang. Lingxiang, this is my grandson Gu Wenxuan, who just happened to return from studying abroad this year. He's about the same age as you, so it's just as well that, taking advantage of this opportunity, you young people should talk more. With that, he patted Gu Wenxuan's shoulder and said with a smile, Wenxuan, take Ms. Chu inside to chat. The implication is that there are too many people here. Too much noise. As if he had already been prepared, Gu Wenxuan made a gesture of invitation towards the inner hall, a gentle smile still hanging on his face. Miss Chu, please. Xu Lingxiang was not ambiguous either, slightly raising her head in agreement and taking the lead towards the backstage. Elder Gu rubbed his hands together excitedly, and in passing, he ordered toward his flanker. Go and instruct them that no one, no matter who they are, can enter the backfield. Yes. In front of the door to the banquet's backstage ryokan, Gu Wenxuan took the lead, pulling the door open and making a gentle gesture towards the inside again. Xu Lingxiang faintly swept a glance at the interior of the inner hall and coldly and proudly raised her foot to step in. Behind him, Lin Feng was about to go forward, but he was stopped by two security guards at the door. Sir, please wait outside the door. Lin Feng couldn't wait to not go in. He directly collected his feet and stood right in front of the door. Xu Lingxiang, who had just entered, looked back and instantly understood the security guard's intention. She stopped and no longer moved forward, but looked straight at the gentle-faced Gu Wenxuan. What does young Master Gu mean by this? Gu Wenxian is not a fool. He naturally understands what Xu Lingxiang means. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Chu. I'll arrange for whatever you command. Grandpa said for the two of us to have a good chat, and that idle people don't need to enter the room. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded furiously in his heart. He's just an idler. Don't let him in. Xiao Gu, hurry up. Show your magical powers and collect this devil. Xu Lingfeng's eyes instantly sank. A touch of hostility reflected in the bottom of his eyes. Without waiting for Gu Wenxuan to invite her again, she said in a cold voice, If I don't let him in, I don't have to go in. Joke. And blocking her bodyguards out of the room, leaving her alone in a room with a big man? What does that mean? Need she say more? Do you really think she, Shu Lingxiang, is a fool? And Lin Feng was anxious. Don't Miss Chu. I don't want to go in and be a light bulb. This was clearly hitting Gu Wenchuan's face to his face. A haze crossed the bottom of his eyes. Then he smiled and waved his hand towards the security guards at the door. All right. This is Miss Chu's personal bodyguard. Let it go. Yes. The two security guards at the door hurriedly answered and made a pleased gesture towards the inside. Lin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. And in his heart he spat out. This Xiaogu can't do it either. This is released? Men. How can you succeed if you're not ruthless? The words were like this. But Lin Feng still went in with a hard head. As the door was closed by Gu Wenchuan, he picked up his pace again and made a gesture of invitation towards the sofa. Shu Lingxiang caressed her waist, the hem of her skirt sticking towards her back. Just a slight movement. Her exquisite figure was revealed. Gu Wenchuan's cheeks burned as he watched. And he subconsciously swallowed. Just like that. Shu Lingxiang straightened her back and sat on the sofa with reserve and indifference. Gu Wenxian hurriedly made tea for Chu Lingfrost, and opened the dessert glazed cover that had been prepared long ago on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Chu Lingfrost's eyes. Learning that Miss Chu personally arrived. I didn't have time to prepare much. So please don't dislike these meals. Shu Lingxiang faintly swept a glance, but did not move the fork. What? Are we asking him to try the food now? Lin Feng, who was a personal bodyguard for the first time as a great lady, was a bit formal. Remembering Lu Tianhan's instructions in the elevator, he stared at those exquisite dishes on the coffee table. So little. He stuffed his teeth is not enough. Sure, he tried the dishes after Chu Lingxiang enough to eat? He calculated that it would be better to wait for Chu Lingxiang to speak. Chu Lingxiang's body moved back, half leaning on the back cushion of the sofa. Her posture lazy yet golden. Gu Wenchuan looked at his eyes and didn't care if Chu Lingxiang ignored him. He took the lead with a long-prepared opening speech. Ms. Shu, I won't say so much. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Wenchuan. I graduated from the junior class at Shou University at the age of 17. And then I went abroad for 8 years to further my studies. And now I have gotten my doctorate degree. And I just returned a week ago. Yoo-hoo! This kid is good. Properly returned to the sea doctor. Although the family cannot compare. But the education with Chu Lingxiang, this is not more than enough? Lin Feng could be too eager for this kid to hurry up and get Chu Lingfang out of the way. Or divert some of her attention as well, so that he wouldn't have to endure this devil's attack all by himself. Unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiang swept a glance carelessly and said coldly, "Isn't what young Master Gu said something that everyone knows? The implication is, don't say crap." But as if he didn't understand, Gu Wenchuan came rather surprised. Ms. Shu has already investigated my personal information? Lin Feng. Shu Lingxiang frowned slightly. And with this one sentence alone, she instantly lost her desire to chat with Gu Wenchuan. Young Master Gu, let's get right to the point. Shu Lingxiang didn't intend to waste any more time. Her cold tone rang out directly. My mother's original words were for me to come and get to know the young master of the Gu family. My parents' meaning must have been clear to young Master Gu's heart. And now that we're also considered to be acquainted, I still have work to do and won't be disturbed. With that, she was going to get up. Where would Gu Wenchuan let go of such a good opportunity? He hurriedly got up and clutched Chu Lingxiang's arm. In an instant, Chu Lingfang's face clouded over, and an unprecedented coldness emanated from his body. What do you do for food? She scolded sternly, her cold eyes sweeping straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart trembled. And only then did he remember his personal bodyguard's mission. and was about to step forward to slap Gu Wenchuan's hand away. But as a result, Gu Wenchuan was the first to let go of his hand. He apologized towards Chu Lingshan with an apologetic face. "Sorry, Miss Chu." It was Gu who got excited. Saying that, he bowed humbly again and made a gesture of invitation towards the sofa. "Ms. Chu." Mr. Gu's grandfather explained the same thing. "If we disperse now, I'm afraid that it will cause the elders to lose their minds. So I would suggest that we chat for a little while longer." This was a very decent thing for him to say, showing what he meant in taking care of his elders. Chu Lingshan was also unwilling to make things difficult for her mother. And after thinking for a moment, she finally sat down. Gu Wenxian lowered his head. A touch of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. And the instant he raised his head, he replaced it with a kind smile. And even more considerately pushed the plate in front of him towards Chu Lingshuang. Miss Chu should not have used the evening meal after coming for so long. Eat some first to pad your stomach. Indeed. Chu Lingfeng was also a bit hungry. But she didn't refuse Gu Wenchuan's kindness. She glanced at Lin Feng with her afterglow and raised her hand in a gesture. That's what's making him try the food. Lin Feng instantly understood and took the initiative to go forward and pick up a fork, trying the meals in front of him one by one. Seeing his movements, Gu Wenchuan didn't say anything more, only picking up the tea brewed on the table and taking a sip, smilingly watching Chu Lingshan consume the dishes that Lin Feng had tasted. She was probably really hungry. It didn't take long to clean the table of the already small amount of food. During that time, they didn't chat anymore. And Gu Wenchuan took out his cell phone and didn't know what he was playing. Lin Feng, who had tried the dishes, stood behind Chu Lingshan with the corners of his mouth twitching, glancing at Gu Wenchuan, who was very speechless. Fought a reliable man to save his life. The results: he did not chat a couple of sentences, began to play the phone. Really? Out of the study is not the same So a big girl sitting in front of the eyes but did not move. Lin Feng instantly felt that his fixation was too poor. He should still learn. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Lingshan was planning to get up. However, she was just halfway up when her whole body went limp. The searing heat surging through her body brought her back instantly. "You put something in the food?" At the sound, Lin Feng was stunned. "Huh? There's something?" He froze and touched his cheek. It wasn't hot. Why hadn't he felt it? Gu Wenxian put down his cell phone unhurriedly. The original gentleness on his face disappeared. He looked at Chu Lingshuang with a gangly smile. "How can I make you? Miss Chu? Bow your head without putting something down?" He stood up fiercely and looked at Chu Lingfang with a smug face. "Miss Chu, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, it's your Chu family that's so big and you're a woman." He smiled brightly and raised his hand for another gentle pat. Instantly, the two black-clad men who had ambushed the toilet in the inner hall rushed out. "Drag that bouncer out," Gu Wenxian commanded fiercely. He had long looked at that personal bodyguard with displeasure. "It's like a light bulb. It's disgusting." There was even an expression of assured victory on his face as he just looked down at Chu Lingshang, who was powerless to get up due to her weakened body, and greedily and smugly said, "I'd like to see how the Chu family's eldest miss, who has no antidote and is incomparably noble, will lower her voice and plead with me." Lin Feng was stunned and frowned at the scene in front of him. He was a little hesitant. Didn't think so. Is he pretending to be dizzy? Or can he fight? Seeing the two men in black gradually approaching, Chu Lingshan but coldly laughed. "So, from the very beginning this was a setup by your Gu family?" Her face was crimson and her breathing was noticeably heavier. "That's right." Gu Wenxian laughed even more freely as he blurted out. "Taking you down is equal to taking down the Chu family. This banquet today was arranged just for you dash." Saying that, His face overflowed with smugness. Early tomorrow morning. Someone will come. And at that time, you'll be with me. And even if you have 10,000 mouths, you'll only be able to eat this dumb loss. It was something his grandfather had specifically instructed him to do. As the #1 family in the capital city. Although the Chu family was not often active in the public eye, once this kind of scandal was rumored, the Chu family was also bound to suffer for the sake of their reputation. After all, this was something that Chu Lingxiang's mother had personally agreed to. And the ultimate purpose of this banquet was also a matchmaking ceremony between him and the Chu family's eldest young lady. When we really get Chu Lingxiang, the rest is just some small matter. Just end it any way you want. Meh. Chu Lingfang smiled coldly and steeply. Even though it burned, she still tried her best to restrain herself. Her afterglow glanced at Lin Feng. Still not making a move? Lin Feng subconsciously pursed his lips. It seems to be that he underestimated. The Gu family held back so half a day. It turns out to be here to hold back the big move it? With the Gu family entangled, wouldn't he just take the opportunity to escape from here? He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the two men in black who had already approached. And his body slumped, feigning a weak look as he fell right back onto the couch. Miss, I can't. I'm dizzy too. Lin Feng very shamelessly made a weak appearance and allowed the two black-clothed men to set up his arms. Chu Lingxiang's expression buckled. An unprecedented fury instantly erupted from her eyes. Damn! How dare he pretend to be dizzy? She was furious. But the fire in her body burned hotter and hotter. Ha 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 ha. Eyeing this sobriety, Gu Wenchuan immediately let out a loud laugh. Chu Lingshuang, ah Chu Lingshuang. Haven't you forgotten that your bodyguard tried the dishes for you? Chu Lingfang bit her lip in death. The pain caused her to wake up for a few moments. And a murderous blaze erupted from her eyes. Convenience stores. Factories. DNA. She pursed her lips tightly and spat out a few words. And Gu Wenxian seemed to have heard some big joke. Laughing so hard that he covered his stomach and tears were coming down. Miss Chu, you're really crazy. You're starting to talk nonsense. Ha 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 ha. How could he know how important these words were to Lin Feng? This was undoubtedly the keyword that awakened Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who lowered his head and pretended to be dizzy, clenched his teeth. Well, you play like that, right? Miss Chu, it's better to let Gu help you. I see that your sanity is gone. He watched Gu Wenchuan approach step by step with a big smile and steeply clenched his fists. The moment Gu Wenchuan's hand was about to touch Chu Lingshan, his eyes went black. Immediately after that, there were two miserable screams. Hiss. Ah. When he came back to his senses again, Gu Wenchuan was shocked to find that Lin Feng had already stood in front of him, while the two black-clothed men, covering their stomachs, were lying on the ground full of pain. You're not. Ah. He still wanted to ask. Didn't Lin Feng eat that dish as well? But the other party didn't even give him a chance to finish his sentence and directly clutched his wrist. Gu Wenxian ate the pain and wanted to draw back his hand. But immediately after, he felt a pain in his calf. And his knee felt like it had been shattered. And it hurt so much that he straightened up and knelt on the ground. In the next second, his wrist was clutched and skimmed back with such force that he was yanked directly out of shape. The intense pain coming from his limbs caused Gu Wenxian to agonize. He stared incredulously, and was about to ask again when he was slapped in the eye by Lin Feng's ear. Snap! After a few rounds, Gu Wenchuan's mouth corners were beaten with blood, and his face swelled up like a pig's head as he passed out on the ground. Lin Feng touched his palms, which were numb from punching people, and unzipped his jacket and threw it on Chu Lingfeng. After a set of silky little combos, he said in a cold voice. Is that okay this time? Ms. Shoo. It's the smell of forest maple. The crisp, masculine scent of the jacket that came over him filled the air. And the already hot fire burned even more fervently. Shu Lingfeng's eyes had popped out with red blood. She didn't even have the sense to listen to what Lin Feng had said. Her eyes stared fiercely at the people on the ground and she snapped. Kill them. Me? Lin Feng was stunned. Laying down a death sentence? Let him? Let him kill the Gu family of the four families? Come on. You're Miss Chu. You've got people to wipe your ass for this kind of thing. Let me do it? Wouldn't I be hunted to the ends of the earth then? He was supposed to be liberated after attending this banquet. But now he's coming to this. He's not going to do it. If you want to kill, you do it yourself. I don't want to be hunted down. He gave a blank look. If it wasn't for you threatening me, Missy, I would have just pretended to faint and run away. Okay? Waste. Shu Lingfeng cursed angrily. No longer having too much sense to think about that. She pointed at the ropes Gu Wenchuan had prepared and said, Go tie them up. That works. Lin Feng nodded his head and began to get his hands on the three of them. Tying another very professional knot. He just struck a little heavy. These people cannot wake up for a while. And tied up. Even if they wake up as just impotent rage. At least Chu Lingshan was very safe now. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly. He didn't know if it was because he had just exercised too much and his qi and blood were churning. At this moment, he felt a little strange in his body. He instantly reacted that it should be something he had just eaten. No wonder. He himself only ate a little bit, while Chu Lingshan basically ate the whole thing. So his seizure was a bit slower than Chu Lingshan's. In this situation, if we don't leave, something is really going to happen. He clenched his fists and coldly dropped a sentence. All right. Ms. Shu, make yourself at home. I'm leaving. After that, he was about to leave. However, before he reached the door, Shu Lingshan's voice resounded once again. Go. Her eyes were scarlet as she braced herself to sit up and stared at Lin Feng. If you dare to leave, I'll kill you wherever you go. Hiss. Lin Feng was so angry that he was tied in knots. He snapped his head back and asked angrily. What more do you want? Carry me inside. Shu Lingshan raised her hand and pointed directly at the bedroom within the inner hall. It's the only bedroom in the place. There was no doubt that it should be a place specially prepared by Gu Wenchuan's design. Carry her to? Are you kidding me? They are now in this state. Once they meet, it is over. Especially after that energy. He now just want to find a place to take a cold shower. I don't. Lin Feng was very stiff and hard choked a sentence. Turned around and went into the inside bathroom and received a large basin of water. In order to avoid everyone being unable to stand it. Ms. Shu. You bear with it. As he said that, he directly poured the entire basin of water on Shu Lingfeng. Wow. Pouring cool water fell on top of Chu Lingfeng's head. The scorching heat of his body was temporarily covered by ice cold. And Chu Lingfeng's sanity recovered a little. Instead, she didn't blame Lin Feng. She wrapped that man's jacket tightly, clutched that fruit knife in her hand, and walked towards Gu Wenchuan with her red lips pursed. Lin Feng had just used the rest of the water to give himself a refreshing cool down. And when he came back to his senses, he saw Chu Lingshan's movements. Before he could make a sound, he saw Chu Lingshan clutching that fruit knife and violently stabbing Gu Wenchuan's wrist. Like killing a pig on New Year's Eve. Gu Wenchuan was hard woken up by the pain. He let out a scream. Gu Wenchuan struggled desperately, but found that he was trapped all over his body. Yet the Chu Lingshang in front of him was like a devil at the moment, clutching a fruit knife and slashing up and down his wrist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing, you crazy bitch? Gu Wenchuan roared unimaginatively, his face contorting from the pain. Brother? You just realized she's crazy? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. He was already not surprised by this situation. He rubbed his wrists, scrunched his neck, and rushed back into the sanitary room to get some water. The sound of the water running could not hide the screams of the pigs outside. Lin Feng received water and came out, looking at Chu Lingfeng still scratching with a knife. He couldn't help but say, Miss Chu, it seems like it's not very soundproof here. He had just heard clearly in the bathroom, and there were security guards outside. So if he let Chu Lingshang go on like this, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the people outside to rush in. I'm afraid no one will have a good time when they see this scene. At least he can still have sense now. Chu Lingshang has eaten too much. Not necessarily able to think of this layer. Don't worry. Chu Lingshang's voice sounded abruptly. Her hand covered in bright red did not stop. She hooked her lips and laughed. Do you think that the Gu family dares to do such a thing? Without preparing a complete strategy? Hiss. That seems to be the case. Lin Feng reacted. Then so to speak. Here hall is really soundproof. Miss Chu. Miss Chu, you are generous enough to spare me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Gu Wenchuan's face was twisted in pain. And as he saw that most of his hand was about to fall off, he was in pain and fear. This is the right hand that he can eat and write with. But now, all he could do was beg for mercy. In the face of his heartbreaking cries of pain, Chu Lingshang acted as if she hadn't heard him, continuing while chortling, Where's the water? Coming. Lin Feng, who had long been preparing at the back, poured another pot of cool water down. It couldn't be helped. Both he and Chu Lingshang had to rely on this water to renew their lives now. Seeing the blood on the carpet washed away by the water flow, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Why did he suddenly feel that this scenario seemed like what S-Man divided? It's kinda like that. Just as Chu Lingshang finished scratching, Gu Wenchuan had already fainted from the hard pain. She casually threw the knife low next to the severed hand and jerked up. The qi and blood were still churning, pressing down the flame. She looked at Lin Feng, who returned to the sanitary water again, narrowing her eyes slightly. She took off her high heels and directly lifted her feet and walked in. Lin Feng, who was receiving water, only felt hot and dry, and did not know what it was. He only ate so much. The effect was so big. He was about to give himself a set of cool water baptisms first when there was a sharp push on his back. He didn't stand still and his body crashed right into the tub. Lin Feng's bones were rattling from the pain. He managed to roll over, and before he could stand still, he saw a blackness in front of his eyes. Chu Lingshang just fell straight over. The moment the warmth rose in the palm of his hand, Lin Feng's entire body was heat-blinded. In his last moments of consciousness, he scrambled to turn on the bathtub faucet. And then, he didn't know. All that remained of his consciousness was the splashing of water, and the overwhelming absurdity. When he became conscious again, Lin Feng felt that his hands and feet were soaked and peeling off his skin. And Chu Lingshang was standing right in front of him. She's on the phone. Well, take care of the outside. Stupid. Just say there's been a kidnapping and lock down the hotel. Seemingly hearing the sound of water flowing behind her, Chu Lingshang hung up the phone and her complexion returned to normal. Only her eyes remained cold. She came in step by step. I can't believe that at a time like this you're still thinking of escaping. Lin Feng, who was about to get up. Chu Lingshang steeply walked forward, stepping on the edge of the bathtub with one foot. arching her body to look straight at him. I just wanted to try you out. But I didn't expect that. After all this time, you'd still be like this. What do you mean? Lin Feng was a little bit dumbfounded by what he heard. Was he still awake? That's not true. What did she mean by that? Did she mean that her coming to this party was just a test for him? Lin Feng reacted violently. But this is not your mother. It's only natural for me to listen to her old man's words. Just in passing. Chu Lingfang said without changing her color. But the eyes that fell on Lin Feng became more and more vicious. Lin Feng instantly understood. He said, how could Chu Lingxiang agree to attend this kind of banquet and bring him around so relieved? So she was waiting for him here? But what about this? What's the point of you testing me? Don't you know everything I want? He stood up holding onto the edge of the tub and pulled a towel over his body. What he wanted was never more than freedom. What Chu family miss? He was not interested at all. No matter how much Chu Lingxiang tested. That was all he did. However, perhaps because he was too much of a poser, Chu Lingxiang's eyebrows tightened as she was provoked by his words. If he hadn't known Lin Feng's handle, he would only have left as matter of fact as he did the first time. After all this time together, it was amazing that he hadn't even had a single moment of retention in her. This man is really something else. Chu Lingfeng also seemed to understand a bit. She put down her legs and sized up Lin Feng. Stared at by her sight. Lin Feng raised his feet to get out of the bathtub and couldn't help but say, "What do you keep looking at me for? He is going to change his clothes." He fell. The back of his head hurts like hell. Chu Lingxiang is good. Fell on him. Woke up a long time ago. Not to mention. But also put the clothes on early in the morning. It made him a little embarrassed. Just as Lin Feng took the wet clothes and was about to put them on his body, he heard Chu Lingxiang's elusive voice ring out. "I was just wondering what it would take to make you remember me. Is it possible, Missy, that I've memorized you?" Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and asked a rhetorical question. Chu Lingfeng. However, her eyes lit up. Really? Crap. Lin Feng cursed. Anyone who had the crazy experience of the past few days would remember it vividly. Right? This Miss Chu was considered the first crazy batch he had encountered in his life. It's an experience he'd never want to have a second time. Chu Lingfeng stared dead on at Lin Feng's movements of dressing. Her eyes gradually deepened. And after a long time, she suddenly spoke. "It's not right." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng had already changed his clothes. The wetness was indeed unpleasant. He was now anxious to go out and change into something refreshing. However, Chu Lingxiang was right in front of him, saying words that puzzled him. "It's not that feeling." Chu Lingfeng muttered a sentence, her eyes narrowing slightly. For some reason, seeing Lin Feng this indifferent, a hard feeling always welled up in her heart. The hardness always made her heart throb every time it climbed up. She didn't know what it was like to want her in his eyes. To want him to go crazy for her. But then he was acting like he didn't care. And she was furious. And angry and anxious. She obviously had so much. But she could only not have Lin Feng's gaze. The feeling of being out of control almost tore her whole being apart. Staring at the silent Chu Lingfeng, Lin Feng didn't bother to care about what she was saying. Anxious to change his clothes, he took his water-stained cell phone and said, "If there's nothing else, Miss Chu, I'll leave first." After he finished, he added, "I hope Miss Chu won't go back on her word." Chu Lingxiang, who stood in place, did not speak again. She just calmly watched Lin Feng turn around and leave. As the bathroom door closed tightly, a thud woke her up. Chu Lingxiang trembled her hand and pressed on the position of her heart. Her heart was beating fast. She'd never had the urge to get one before. She bit her lip dead center. her eyes cloudy as she felt that it was indeed time for her to calm down. Just as she was about to turn on the shower to baptize herself in a wave of cool water, a vibration came from her cell phone. Scanning the caller ID. Chu Lingxiang's face clouded over and she answered the phone. "Sis. I heard Mom set you up on a blind date?" A curious and unexpected female voice rang out on the other end of the line. Chu Lingxiang did not answer. While on the other end of the phone, the woman seemed to be very agitated, interspersed with a clear voice echoing. "So did you go yet? How was the guy?" "Sis. I can't believe you didn't call me for something so fun. Where are you guys now?" "I've already arrived at the airport in Beijing. I'm coming to find you now." "MS. Ran. You have to make an appearance at the conference later. I'm afraid that today's schedule." "Shut up. The launch has been pushed to. Can't you see I've got some impromptu stuff going on here?" No sooner had her excited voice dropped than an anxious female voice rang out on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of the two arguing. Chu Lingfang had a headache from listening to her. She frowned and held her forehead as she coldly said, "Chu Yunran. Honestly, listen to Qin Shue's words. If you talk any more, I'll send you to Indonesia." "Don't. Sis. Tell me. I'm the only sister you have. And you're being too desperate. Not bothering to listen to Chu Yunran's pig-killing screams, Chu Lingxiang hung up the phone without hesitation, stung by Chu Yunran's raucous voice. His head hurt, and the bathroom's open slit window let through a cold wind. And Chu Lingfang's frozen face turned pale. She wrapped up her dry bathrobe and had just arrived at the door when she saw that Lu Tianhan and the others were already standing outside the door with a large army. "Miss. The banquet ended at 12 last night. The others have already left. And those security guards from the Gu family outside have already taken care of it. Except that old Master Gu is still living downstairs." Lu Tianhan lowered his head and reported towards Chu Lingxiang with a grave expression on his face. Nothing else but the smell of blood that she could smell in the air. Chu Lingfang's face was grim as he spoke with cold hostility. "Clean them up. And tell Gu Zhang that I'm waiting for him at the Violet Light Mansion." Gu Zhang was Elder Master Gu's name. Chu Lingxiang was not someone who disrespected her elders. And now, she was calling Gu Zhang's great name offhand. There was no doubt that Chu Lingxiang had moved the atmosphere. Lu Tianhan didn't dare to slack off and nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes. Miss. I'll go and do it now." She then rushed into the inner sanctum with, "My sister is too heartless to actually say that she's going to send me to Indonesia. It's so hateful." In the VLP lounge at the capital city airport, after being mercilessly hung up by Chu Lingfang, Chu Yunran was so angry that she almost threw her cell phone out. Qin Shui stood right beside her, her face full of helplessness. "MS. Ran. You need to hurry up and get going. There's still half an hour before the conference kicks off." Launch. You just know launch." Chu Yunran was so angry that she casually threw the pillow in her hand. The pillow hit Qin Shui impartially. But Qin Shui seemed to have seen this situation before. She just calmly picked up the pillow and put it back on the sofa again. Chu Yunran grabbed another one and threw it. She threw it, and Qin Shui picked it up. After it lasted for a few times, Chu Yunran's anger obviously weakened quite a bit. She calmed down, looked at her cell phone and then at Qin Shui, and coldly came up with, Shui. You said a few days ago that my sister picked up a guy back. Is that true or not?" Qin Shui was stunned and frowned. It was Shui Yan who unintentionally leaked it out when she was chatting. Only that she stopped talking halfway through. And it seems that Miss Ling Frost didn't want anyone to know. "Oh." Chu Yunran's tail tone lengthened as she answered. And she raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully. "That's interesting." "What's interesting?" Qin Shui didn't understand. Seemingly used to explaining, Chu Yunran smiled and said, My sister picked up a guy back. And now she's being set up on a blind date by my mom. You say? Can this not be interesting? Qin Shui twitched the corners of her mouth, not knowing what to take in. However, Chu Yunran seemed to already have plans. As she narrowed her eyes and revealed an elusive smile, she rolled her eyes and muttered, "Looks like mom doesn't know about my sister bringing a man home." Saying that, she looked at Qin Shui. Her eyes rolled, revealing a pitiful look as she said, "Sister Shui, can you help me find out who that man is?" As a member of the popular girl group, Chu Yunran has gained a large number of face fans with her playful looks. Unlike Chu Lingshang's cold arrogance, she is delicate and cute. And her casual mannerisms are all quirky. Qin Shui had never been able to withstand such pampering from Chu Yunran. But when it comes to Chu Lingfang, she didn't dare to agree rashly, and only said, "Miss Ran Ran, this is Miss Lingfang's business." "I'm afraid that it is." "Woo woo." Chu Yunran instantly red eyes. She beeped and sobbed. How can the man picked up on that road be reliable? People are just afraid that my sister will be cheated. Sister Snow, you're the best. Just help me. To say you're unsure is more or less a lie. Curiosity is the real deal. She could be too curious. Although she had gone abroad after she became an adult and didn't travel around the capital city often, she was still on good terms with Chu Lingshang. The Chu family was large, but the heirs were only the two sisters. It was precisely because Chu Lingshang had shown amazing self-discipline and academic talent from a young age that she was valued by her parents and groomed in the direction of an heir. She, who was not in the top of the list to take the bottom of the cultural class year after year, was not that stressed. Chu Yunran knew very well in her heart that it was because of her sister's existence that she could live her days so leisurely. But her sister has always been not close to men. It can be said that there has never been any man around, excluding the bodyguard. Even the villa servants are all sisters. And now it's bringing a guy home. Her eyes bugged out when she got the news, and she straight up put off all her gigs just to come back and see this man in the flesh. She ended up hearing about her mother setting her sister up on a blind date before she even got on the plane. And she was so anxious that she rushed a call as soon as she got off the plane. She could so want to know who this man was. Facing Chu Yunran's fiery pampering mode, Qin Shui could only hold her forehead with a bitter smile as she sighed helplessly. All right. I'll go and investigate. But Miss Ran Ran, if we don't set off again, we're really going to be late. With the words having been said, Chu Yunran naturally had no intention of dragging it out any further. She stood up excitedly and took the lead toward the door, her eyes bursting with impatient eagerness. Go! 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 Let me see how deep the water of the entertainment circle in the capital city really is. Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Hill Hotel, had finally changed out of his wet clothes. Just because he wore these wet clothes on the bus, he was also charged an extra $50 by the driver to clean it up. Looking at the water-stained cell phone that wouldn't turn on, Lin Feng sighed. I should have known that he should let Chu Lingshang send a car to him. This cell phone is still scrapped. Strike that. 2. Now he has left the prison of the Chu family. Finally got free. Cell phone, well. Change is. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. Lin Feng directly took his cell phone card and went to the nearest chain cell phone store nearby. Bought a brand new cell phone at random. Switched the card on and turned it on. After paying the money, Lin Feng saw several missed calls popping up on his cell phone, as well as a prestige message. Xia Qingqing, brother Xiaofeng. I mentioned department manager. My boss said I did a good job and gave me a house. Chao Siyuan, brother. You didn't answer your phone call. Where are you? Zheng Buchao called me and asked you to go to the interview at 10 o'clock today. Glancing at Xia Qingqing's message, Lin Feng frowned. Even if you get a promotion and a raise, you get a share of the house? Is it hard to believe that it's another trick of Chu Lingshang? He looked at the message. It was sent on the day he left the Chu family. And at that moment, he had just negotiated a deal with Chu Lingshang. Moreover, if he wanted to leave today, Lu Tianhan and the others didn't stop him. It should have nothing to do with him. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and faintly returned a congratulations. Xiao Qingqing's side seemed to be busy and didn't come back immediately. So Lin Feng cut to Chao Siyuan's chat interface. Coming. I overslept yesterday after a bit of a drink and my cell phone didn't charge. Should I go over there now? He sent a message. Chao Siyuan quickly called and Lin Feng answered. Brother. You're finally alive. I'll send you the address. You go over there now. Just look for Zhang Buochao directly when you arrive. All right. Thanks a lot. What are you thanking me for? Let's not talk about that between brothers. By the way, what happened to those two groups of people before? Mentioning this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. It's nothing. Don't pay any attention to them. Let's do it. Chao Siyuan's laughter came from the phone. I know, brother, you don't want to care. Last time they came to me to drive away. Don't worry. You go to the group acting this thing, I know. No one knows. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart warmed. Other than that, these good brothers of his really understand him. He was very grateful. Thank you. Look at you. Saying this again. Okay. Not much more to say. I've got an order from the factory. I'll go and get busy first. I'll meet you for a drink sometime. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at the location that Chao Siyuan had sent as well as a string of phone numbers. Seeing that the positioning was less than 5 kilometers away from him, he didn't hesitate and checked out of his room at the Hill Hotel and headed straight for it. When he arrived at the place, he saw a signboard Sungsin Entertainment and Culture hanging on a high building. This should be it. He took out his cell phone and dialed the string. And soon the call was answered. Following Zhang Buochao's hints, Lin Feng came to the 15th floor of the tall building. The moment the elevator opened the door, he saw an ordinary-looking boy standing outside in a plaid shirt. He was holding a cell phone in his hand. And the moment he saw Lin Feng, he showed a surprised expression. Lin Feng? It's actually you. Lin Feng also froze, his mind instantly flashing back to clips from his college days, when the then Minister of Culture had this face. The image in my memory blends with the name Zhang Buochao. Lin Feng finally reacted to why he felt familiar when he heard the 3 words Zhang Buochao at that time. I really didn't expect that you've changed a lot. I didn't recognize you with your face on the internet. Zhang Buochao smilingly pulled Lin Feng inside and said while walking. Alas. I say, how did your kid enter the factory after graduation? It's all in the past. Lin Feng smiled and answered, his tone light. Seeing this, Zhang Buochao also no longer say anything more. Smilingly pulled Lin Feng into the office. Our old acquaintances, I do not say those polite words. I'm here recently in the preparations for a program. The lack of a male guest. Just right. Your image is completely in line with. Lin Feng froze. Didn't he say group acting? Group acting what? Zhang Buochao slapped Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a face full of emotion. I said you have such a good image. How unfortunate to be a group actor. Then he added. Besides, we're old classmates. Can I find you a bad one? Rather. I didn't expect Zhang Buochao to be quite warm-hearted. A group show is only $200 a day. I'll give you at least that much for signing up for this variety show. Zhang Buochao said, holding out 3 fingers. Lin Feng froze, somewhat surprised. 30,000? I say, you kid. Get some balls. Lin Feng's eyelids jumped. $300,000? Right. Zhang Buchao's face was crooked with laughter as he nodded his head repeatedly. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, incredulously saying, "No. Old Zhang. I'm just a pure newcomer. You're asking for such a high price? It doesn't matter if it's new or not. You know? This program of mine is all about face value. And I've already made a deal with an agent that there will be a mystery guest appearing at that time." Zhang Buchao smiled and poured a cup of tea. And a hook over Lin Feng's shoulder. Whispered, "I'm not hiding from you. Brother. You enter this circle, you know. Money, this kind of thing, can be too good to earn." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He was aware of the rapid development of the times in the past few years. He had originally planned to take the Su family's chances in e-commerce. But then it happened that he was kicked out of the Su family. And this initial goal was put to rest. It was true that he had never been in this circle. But Zheng Buchao said it was easy. So he could try. Okay. So draw up a contract? Lin Feng didn't say anything. After all, they were all introduced by acquaintances. There weren't that many rules. No problem. Zheng Buchao smiled and took out the contract that had been prepared long ago, smilingly explaining. This contract was originally for another newcomer. But he happened to have something to do. The name of those who have not yet signed. On you. Receiving the contract handed over by Zheng Buchao, Lin Feng carefully turned it over page by page. Eyeing Lin Feng's actions, Zheng Buchao's eyes flashed and he said with some embarrassment, "What's wrong, brother? You're afraid I'll tamper with the contract?" "That's not true." Lin Feng stared at the contract and shook his head with a smile, carefully checking it on one side while explaining. "It's because we're all brothers that I have to look at it even more carefully. Or else if something happens in the future, it will also affect the feelings between us." Zheng Buchao, who had originally looked at Lin Feng and felt skeptical, was a bit upset in his heart. But after hearing this, he was instantly enlightened. The knot in his heart stretched at once. And he nodded his head even more supportively. "Brother, you're right. Take a closer look. Let's negotiate if there's anything wrong." Aha. Lin Feng didn't say anything else and carefully examined the contract all over again. There's nothing wrong with it. Except that it states that he's being asked to participate in the show, which is being taped on a viewpoint island where 4 men and 3 women are going to spend a week of hell on the island. The show is broadcast live in real time. And each night the men and women get to vote for a member of the opposite sex to spend time with. And if both pick the other, the two get the chance to enjoy a trip to a villa arranged by the show. Just looking at this program introduction alone, Lin Feng's eyebrows were going to rot. Isn't this the love synthesizer that's been all over the internet lately? Also 4 men and 3 women. That's 1 man down for the count any way you choose. However, getting $300,000 in a week. This contract looked at Lin Feng's heart. Not to mention who is participating. For that paycheck, he could be filmed alone in the wilderness. After checking, Lin Feng directly signed his big name on the contract and pressed his handprint again. "When do we start recording?" he asked. "Tomorrow. The others have all been negotiated. It's just you that's missing." Zheng Buchao put the contract away and yelled outside. "Xiao Lu." Soon, a boy with glasses rushed in the door. "Director Zhang. At your command. Go arrange a place to stay for our 4th male guest. And prepare the clothes for tomorrow's appearance." Zheng Buchao commanded. Toward Lin Feng exhorted, "Brother, if you have something to finish tonight, tomorrow on the cruise ship we are not happy to play with the phone, huh?" "Okay." This Lin Feng did not object. In the face of a huge sum of $300,000. What is a big deal to not play with the phone for a week? Led by Xiao Lu, Lin Feng came to the single room on the 14th floor, which was the same facilities as the hotel. And things were complete. After seeing Lin Feng enter, Xiao Lu then said, "Mr. Lin, you have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock please come downstairs on time. At that time I will arrange a vehicle for you to go to the ferry." Lin Feng nodded, and as Xiao Lu went out, he closed the door and took a painfully hot shower. Afterward, he ordered another takeout to deal with the situation. Perhaps the events of last night were too alarming. After filling his stomach, Lin Feng lay down on his bed and fell asleep in no time. "Shu Lingfeng, how dare you? How dare you make a move on my grandson?" Violet House Villa. Gu Zhang angrily entered Chu Lingshan's office room. And just as he stepped through the door, he roared with rage. He woke up early in the morning to hear a servant report that his precious grandson was in the resuscitation room, his life hanging by a thread. He was so anxious that he rushed into the hospital without changing his shoes, only to hear the doctor say that his son had suffered excessive blood loss and was being rescued, and that the broken hand had been necrotic and could no longer be connected. According to the doctor, it was cut hard with a knife. Gu Zhang almost fainted in anger. The men came again to report that Chu Lingshan was still waiting for him at the villa. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law in the hospital after a blood transfusion and red eyes to take care of his grandchildren, he held back. A wave of anger rushed over, but saw the culprit slowly drinking tea in the office. He was simply exasperated. "You fucking speak. My Gu family's people you dare to touch. You think your Chu family can just cover the sky?" Gu Zhang was furious. While in front of him, Chu Lingshan's bodyguards were all staring at him intently. Chu Lingshan unhurriedly put down her coffee cup, her eyes scanning Gu Zhang grimly. Her vision was like dark ink, carrying a coldness that pierced through everything. Even Gu Zhang, who was a handful of years old and used to seeing things, had his heart trembled. He did see Chu Lingfang once when she was a child. Only at that time Chu Lingfang was still small and couldn't see anything. But in just over 10 years, she had changed so much. The violence emanating from a single hand and foot is enough to reign supreme. Gu Zhang understands that this in front of him is not easy to fool. But this matter of his grandson is definitely not finished. If the Chu family didn't shed a layer of skin down, he absolutely vowed not to stop. "What are you looking at? You're a little girl doll. Your heart is surprisingly so cruel. What did my grandson do wrong? You even cut off his hand stiffly. If you Chu family doesn't give my Gu family a statement on this matter, no one will be finished." Gu Zhang was furious, blowing his beard and eyes. And if he wasn't being stared at, he couldn't wait to go up and tear Chu Lingshang's face apart. Chu Lingshang slightly raised her eyes. Her red lips pulled out a cold smile. She crossed her legs and said with an indifferent expression, "What has the Gu family done? You Gu Zhang is not clearing your heart? You." Gu Zhang froze and instantly reacted. "So what? No matter what. You shouldn't have hit so hard. Isn't it just down to the stuff? Shu Lingshuan doesn't want to. Just refuse. That's a hand his grandson lost." Meh. Shu Lingshan was amused by these words. Her eyes buckled and her tone instantly came down harshly. "I haven't killed him already, very merciful. Gu Zhang. If you say any more words, believe it or not, I'll make your Gu family get the hell out of the 4 great families within 3 days." Where did Gu Zhang think that Chu Lingshan would be so brutal? But then again, she had only taken over the family for less than 3 years, whereas their 4 great clans had long since joined forces in private. The Chu family was powerful, but to make his Gu family fall, with Chu Lingshang's power alone, it simply couldn't be done. Associated with this, Gu Zhang calmed down. He angrily looked at Chu Lingshang and sneered. "Miss Chu, you are too confident. You've only inherited for less than 3 years. Do you think that with your skills? You can oppose my 4 great families? Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at the message that popped up in the screen of her cell phone on the table. And the corners of her lips instantly rose. Oh? Yeah? Following Chu Lingxiang's eyes downward, Gu Zhang's heart thumped. The next second, outside the house, his assistant rushed in with an anxious face. Master! Our warehouse in the outskirts of Beijing. The employees have suddenly gone on a collective strike and quit. What? Gu Zhang instantly widened his eyes and slapped his assistant's face. Snap a crunch. Accompanied by Gu Zhang's furious roar rang out. Waste things? How can the collective strike? Before and not all good? This I don't know. The assistant covered his face and cried. Not only the employees, but also all the department managers have gone on strike. Now the factory has entered a state of stagnation. The deadline for our payment is the day after tomorrow. And now it's just too late to step up the search for people. Listening to his assistant's crying report, Gu Zhang's eyes went black. His body shuddered violently. And his entire body fell backward. The assistant's quick eyes and hands hurriedly raised his hand to assist him, which prevented Gu Zhang from falling to the ground. Gu Zhang pressed his chest and looked at Chu Lingxiang with wide eyes, incredulously saying, What the hell did you do? It's not much. Chu Lingxiang wrapped her arms around herself and leisurely looked at Gu Zhang, smiling. It's just a little trick. It's just. The words in here. Her color bucket turned. Her tone was gloomy down. I originally thought that Master Gu came to apologize. Just did not expect you to run to blame. Then do not blame me for being merciless. She looked at Gu Zhang with a cold smile. And in Gu Zhang's shocked eyes, she raised her arm, stopped it in mid-air, and gently waved it. Carry Elder Gu out. Don't have a heart attack in my place and then blame me for not resuscitating him. Yes. Zhang Pang and the others led the way and immediately went forward. Several bodyguards directly strangled Gu Zhang and the others, dragging them outside. Eyeing Chu Lingxiang's ruthless expression, Gu Zhang then reacted that what she said was not a lie. He was panting heavily, his mouth wide open. But he couldn't say a word. He was just dragged out of the villa hard by Zhang Peng and the others. A quietness returned to the office. And Chu Lingxiang picked up her cell phone and edited a text to send to Lu Tianhan. Tell those people they can walk away from the contract now. Soon. Lu Tianhan replied. Yes. Putting down the cell phone, Chu Lingxiang raised the corners of her lips. Originally she really can't do much with the Gu family. At most she can only play a warning role. But she didn't think the offer of a pay raise would work so well. She just asked Lu Tianhan to promise that as long as those workers agreed to go on strike, the Chu family would pay out 3 times the original monthly salary of those workers. And after the Chu family completely devoured the Gu family, the longtime employees could open up the authority to purchase company shares. I didn't realize that these people just agreed immediately like crazy. It was the first time she had ever done so. And she hadn't realized that the workers actually had so much power. This was really thanks to Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, she would have never thought of starting at the bottom. She sent another message to Yu Shuiyan. Inform the other 3 great families of the nasty things the Gu family did. Her meaning was obvious. As long as they didn't interfere, the Chu family wouldn't target them. Soon, the news of a collective strike at the Gu family's factory spread throughout the capital circle. And the collective within the hierarchy caught wind of it. But no one moved. There was no doubt that this was the work of the Chu family. For many years, the Chu family had been living in harmony with the 4 great families despite crushing them. And now that this had happened, the other 3 families were all a bit panicked in their hearts. Within half an hour, the Wei family, Wu family, and Lin family, the 3 principals held a discussion meeting. What exactly does the Chu family mean by this? Has Chu Lingfang gone crazy? She's only taken over and she's playing this big? Before he even sat down, Wei Chengfeng couldn't help but growl. Old Wei. Look at you. Always in such a hurry. Wu Tianhai smiled and greeted Wei Chengfeng as he sat down. This matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. Why are you panicking? Panic? Why wouldn't I panic? She's going after the Gu family now. If we don't join forces, who knows who will be next? Wei Chengfeng couldn't calm down. Even when he sat down, he was on pins and needles. On the other side, Linda was calm. He took the cell phone handed to him by his assistant and scanned it, saying, Old Wei. Don't panic. Take a look at it yourself. This matter is also purely the Gu family's own fault. The Chu family has said that as long as we don't interfere, it's nothing to do with us. It's that time of the day. And you still believe that girl's words? Hey! I don't see anything wrong with what old Lin said. This is really something that the Gu family brought on themselves. Greed is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. I think it would be better for us to take advantage of this opportunity to divide it up. Wu Tianhai's eyes curved as he smiled. Wei Chengfeng calmed down. Carefully looked at the assistant, played the report. Silent for a moment. He came to the spirit. Is able to swallow some? But this girl's means can be really ruthless. Actually, even their own interests are not concerned. The way you put it. We're still taking less? Linda added a rare remark. Even if she raises the price of labor, there's still a lot of oil. But I see this as a wake-up call for us. Wei Chengfeng, what? Linda suggested. All of them should mention the employees' salaries appropriately. We've been doing this for so many years. It's not that bad. Wu Tianhai nodded his head with a face full of approval. Old Lin is right. And it also saves this girl from using this trick against us in the future. Aha! Wei Chengfeng nodded his head and took out his cell phone. Then I'll have my assistant talk to Ruishi's side now. The day after Lin Feng turned in his cell phone to board the cruise ship, the economic report several chained hot searches across the board. Hashtag Gu family bankruptcy hashtag. Hashtag the other families take advantage of the situation hashtag. Hashtag 3 companies issued a letter to raise the price of labor hashtag. Hashtag did you get a raise? Hashtag. The economic charts are noisy. And the entertainment charts side doesn't stop either. At 10 a.m. The recording of the program Hell or Heaven was opened by the live broadcast mode. And with the previous hype, nearly 100,000 people flooded in the instant the show was opened. As the first few debuts were introduced, Lin Feng was also woken up by a knock on the door. He sleepily pulled open the front door. And outside it, Louis's anxious exclamation of alarm rang out. I said, why are you still asleep? Big brother Lin. The guests have all made their appearance. Lin Feng stretched his back and answered. Oh. Let's go then. My lord. Xiao Lu shouted and directly pushed Lin Feng towards the box. You have to change your clothes. You can't go out in your pajamas. Can you? The first few guests. Which is not well dressed. How is he with this master so casual? Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked down at the gray and white pajamas he was wearing. He nodded and pulled the door shut and started to change. And on the island, as the last female guest took the stage, Zheng Boqiao, with an excited face, slapped on the cameraman. Quick! Camera! Focus! Lights! The staff around the area was immediately busy. Lighting. Pulling shades. Playing built-in sound effects. On the steps of the small island, a young girl in a small orange haltered, waistless tee and orange shorts shines with a large bear in her arms. The young girl has long white blonde hair draped around her waist. Exquisite makeup. And her playful and cute looks instantly attracted a lot of buzz on the air. Kawashima 007, crap. The mystery guest is actually Black Xiao Dai? Hua 1, is it the one with backstage? Seems like I've heard that Xiao Dai's backstage is very hard. Debut is the peak. American Girl Warrior, the program team is bullish. Miss Xiao has been invited? Octagon, though, but it's a romance roundup. She seems to be hugging the bear a bit. For a while. The live broadcast instantly exploded. Xiao Dai smiled and waved his hand towards the camera. Then walked towards the wooden bench according to the route that the program had specified. Two sisters were already sitting at the wooden bench. They are beauty blogger Mao Ruoyu and multi-millionaire internet celebrity Gao Yakan. Originally, the two had a high calling when the program was first previewed. But the moment Xiao Dai appeared, the two were instantly crushed. There was nothing else but the fact that Xiao Dai was the hottest female team leader at the moment. Her playful looks and quirky dancing were loved by everyone. And more importantly, rumor had it that Xiao Dai had an untouchable backstage. This is even a descending blow. Although Xiao Dai has been active abroad, her popularity value is very high. And now that she has returned, she has attracted a lot of netizens. Soon, the hot search on the entertainment list was topped by Xiao Dai. Hashtag the mystery guest is actually Xiao Dai. And in the live camera, as Xiao Dai sat down next to the wooden stool, the two female guests next to her who were wearing exquisite makeup and were not in a position to win were instantly crushed. Without him, under the contrast of the heavy makeup, Xiao Dai's long white blonde hair, innocent and cute, slightly powdered and delicate, stood out directly. It's the equivalent of a hanging. Both of their faces were obviously a little hard to see, but they did their best to keep smiling for the sake of the camera. And Lin Feng, who had just gotten off the cruise ship, was on his way. I say, brother Lin, can you walk faster? Director Zhang has been rushed several times. Xiao Lu, who was leading the way in front, had his eyebrows screwed up. What kind of bad luck did he have to get into with such a master? Everyone else is out. And this one he's serving is still asleep. Hello? Director Zhang? Okay. I got it. As he sputtered, Louis answered the phone. And instantly his wrinkled brow slackened. He slowed down his pace and looked back at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, there's no need to rush. Director Zhang said for you to come out last. That's a good feeling. Lin Feng nodded and his pace slowed down. Xiaolu was speechless. What the hell? If you hadn't overslept, could we have put it last? That final appearance can be a grand finale. Ahead. The crew briefly showed a pre-recorded trailer. And the boys made their entrance next. Ho Chi Yuan, owner of a gym chain, works out all year round and is a muscular man. Xu Qiming, the CEO of Fangyuan Chain Group, the top pillar of the company, a gentleman with glasses. Ma Yanbin, the son of a green-named real estate developer, is a second-generation rich, cynical type. As the trio took the stage, the show went into overdrive. The show is a cliched romance series, but this time it's being played out. 4 men and 3 women. Now on the scene of these 6 people are still so good. To face to money. It is difficult to imagine, in the end, which man will be so unlucky. Hey! The last male guest to appear is probably the grand finale. Right? It should be. The first few are so good. Can't they be the finale? I mean, the program wouldn't have invited all the movie stars. Would they? Most likely. The netizens in the live streaming room were already buzzing. Just as Zhang Buochao couldn't help but call and prod again. Above the steps, Lin Feng finally appeared. He sighed in relief and signaled the cameraman to turn the camera around. In an instant, Lin Feng made his appearance in a straight suit. He was long. Buttons closed at the bow tie. Thin lips pursed, exuding an indifferent detachment and a sense of asceticism. As soon as she saw Lin Feng, Xiao Dai by the wooden stool was slightly stunned. Then she hooked her lips and the smile under her eyes instantly deepened. And the livestream was instantly on fire. Crap! Isn't that the factory boy who was so hot before? What the hell is wrong with the program? Actually hiring a part-timer. Ha 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 ha. I think that's what's funny. Either the boss or the CEOs. And now here comes a hit man or a factory dog. I'm going to laugh my ass off. Showrunner, you can play. Hey. Other than that, this factory boy is really good looking. Blossom gives away a Porsche. Lin Feng couldn't see the cell phone pop-ups from this position either. Otherwise he would have to be speechless. Following Zhang Buochao's prompting, Lin Feng also walked towards the wooden bench. In contrast to the previous 6 people's heavenly status, Lin Feng was directly beaten by the dregs. The others were laughing and chatting with each other after they were seated. But Lin Feng didn't even have anyone to talk to after he came over. Unsurprisingly, the ultimate clown in this love affair has already been chosen. The showrunners also know how to have fun. And after the 7 made their debut, they also opened up the voting process. Hashtag who do you think will fall on the first night? Hashtag. The 10-minute-long voting quickly ended. And without a doubt, Lin Feng directly won the first place on the list in one fell swoop. Nonsense. Who would leave 3 talented and rich big bosses in front of them to pick one to enter the factory and work as a laborer? Lin Feng didn't know anything about this. No one took care of him and he was just too lazy to communicate more. He was only here to get money for the transition. Having just gotten up without breakfast, he went straight for the untouched fruit plate on the table and feasted on it. This move of his even made the entirety of the live stream pop up and burst into laughter. It's me in person. I'll go up and I'll have the fruit plate too. Big boss can't see that shit. But my mouth can water a foot. Too real to be a factory boy. Looking at the soaring popularity in the background as well as the pop-ups, Zhang Buochao finally revealed a smile. He was originally thinking of finding an 18th line starlet to make do. But he didn't expect Lin Feng's status as a factory boy to cause a hot topic. He clapped his hands and got up. Welcome to hell or heaven. Next, please utilize the resources that we are now giving to spend a week's journey. I hope you all have a good time. After saying that, Zhang Buochao winked at Lin Feng and took the lead to leave the island. Except for the person in charge who needed to be filmed. He left on a cruise ship with half of his crew altogether. And the live stream continues. Everyone should have signed a contract to come. Right? Xu Qiming pushed his glasses and opened his mouth instantly. CEO management temperament came to the fore. Yeah. I have nothing to do. I see this program is interesting. So I just came over to have some fun. Mayan Bin laughed gangly and forked his thighs. All cynical. Xu Qiming nodded and took the lead. Then let's take a look at what they've left for us. So we can all divide it up. Otherwise we won't be able to resist for a week. With that he stood up and took it upon himself to start ordering up supplies. Let's share out the girls' stuff first. Ladies first. He Ziyuan answered. Followed by standing up. And again pretended to lift up the sleeves of the short tee up to the top of his shoulders in a heartfelt manner. This intentional and unintentional muscle show operation looked at Lin Feng with a speechless face. He held up the last half of the watermelon and found a good angle for the big show. He didn't notice that Xiao Dai, who was diagonally across from him, was staring at him with unblinking eyes. And that his eyes were still bursting with intense amusement. Soon, Xu Qiming had counted the supplies. But when his eyes fell on the tents, he frowned. The program group only prepared 3 tents for us. Ha! He Ziyuan froze and hurriedly went forward to check. After confirming that it was 3 tents, He also froze. This. Will this be the program group sent the wrong ah? 3/10. How can this be divided ah? How to divide it? Ma Yanbin said with a bad smile. Do you still need to divide it? Isn't this exactly 3 pairs? From the very beginning, he had never counted Lin Feng as a person. 3 men and 3 women are just right for each other. Where is this factory boy's turn for anything? His words did cause the others to take offense. Who among us didn't understand the meaning of his words? Who among the 6 people present right now wasn't capable? And the only one who wasn't a part of it was Lin Feng. Although Zi Yuan and Zhu Qiming disagreed, they didn't retort. And the 2 of them exchanged glances and looked at the girls. Miao Ruoyu bit her lip and took the lead. I think these tents should be reserved for those who stayed on the island to live in. Didn't they say they could choose? Right. Gao Yakin nodded with a face full of approval. Even if we don't end up matching up with each other, it shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of us to squeeze into one room. The boys didn't respond, and tacitly looked at Xiao Zhan at the same time. At the same time, Xiao Dai didn't know where to find 2 lollipops. Unwrapped one and put it in his mouth. Then clutched the other and handed it to Lin Feng. Smilingly. Brother, I see you've been eating melon. Are you hungry? The group froze. Lin Feng, huh? Xiao Dai smiled and curved his eyes. Followed by another sentence. Brother, eat this to make up for it. The sun is too big here. It's not good if you're unfortunate enough to faint from the sun. The first half of the sentence was quite normal. But Lin Feng, who heard the second half of the sentence, had goosebumps all over his body. Why did he feel as if the malice in the tone was familiar? But fixed eyes to see. Xiao Dai makeup exquisite. Holding a big bear can be cute and loving look. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Not no. Just look a little like it. He was silent for a moment, but took the lollipop and tucked it into his pocket. The smile in Xiao Dai's eyes deepened as she hugged the plush bear tightly, blinking her eyes and raising the corners of her mouth in a smirk. This adorable look fell in the eyes of the other 3 men, instantly stirring up the group's protectiveness. Lovely thought T. Ma Yanbin, who had this thought flashing through his mind, licked his lips greedily. Ahem. Zhu Qiming cleared his throat. The leader's momentum instantly. I think we'd better divide the tent. 3 girls condescend to live in one room. The 4 of us share 2 rooms. Do you have any comments? Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin naturally nodded their heads in approval, while Ma Yanbin was a bit impatient. Then I'll share a room with you. The implication was that he didn't want to live with Lin Feng. What's there to say to a stinking part-timer? Zhu Qiming looked at Zi Yuan with some difficulty, and the other party nodded his head rather helplessly, just as Zhu Qiming was about to let out a sigh of relief. In the next second, Xiao Dai's voice rang out. I want to live with this big brother. Following Xiao Dai's finger, the crowd froze. Lin Feng was stunned and raised his hand. Me? A top-stream female team leader who has to share a room with a factory boy? Meanwhile, the pop-ups in the live stream exploded. Crap. Come up here and play such a powerful one? I just saw it. Xiao Dai has been staring at Lin Feng. No way. The 2 of them live together? Is the voting even going to take place at night then? Both the male and female guests mean it, so there should be no need to go through the process. Right? Nima. The sky is falling for good luck in hitting workers. Can you open up the enrollment channel? I want to participate too. This kid got lucky. Scene. Zhu Qiming, who was the first to react from the shock, stammered a little. Miss Xiao, the program has only started on the first day. It's not too good for you to influence it like this. Is it? Yeah. Why do we have to live with him? Let's share a room. Ma Yanbin's teeth were almost clenched. He was just about to watch Lin Feng's good show. But it turned out that he was the first one to be chosen instead. So where does this make him lose face? Niao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin face a little pale. As a female guest, Xiao Dai took the lead in choosing a man to live with. They then hide. I'm afraid they will also be scolded for pretentiousness. Both of them looked at the other three men at the same time, mentally planning who would be better to choose later. I'll live with whoever I like. What do you care? Not giving Zhu Qiming any face at all, Xiao Dai directly disliked him. Completely different from his playful and cute appearance just now. This instantaneous change of face caused the group to freeze. After taking a break from eating his melon, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Obviously, Xiao Dai's actions just now had directly pushed him into the limelight. No. He's just a part-timer. He's just here to get a paycheck. So you have to hold on to him. Don't you? It was so hard to escape from that devil Chu Lingshang. He didn't want to be targeted again. Lin Feng casually threw away the melon rind. And in front of the crowd, he peeled it for most of the day before he peeled out a hammock from it. Eyeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, he came in nonchalantly. You guys sleep, you sleep. I'll just sleep in the tree. With that, he went straight to the woods with the hammock. And in no time at all, he had hung it up, rolled over on it, and started squinting. The guys looked dumbfounded. The live streaming pop-ups were also scrolling by turns. I can't believe I turned it down. Crikey. Xiao Dai's background is not simple. He probably doesn't dare to cause trouble. It's not easy to work as a laborer. It's not easy to participate in a program but also to be squeezed by bigots. Gimme the factory boys are crowding the trees. Xiao Dai stared straight at Lin Feng, who was squinting not far away, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. I can't believe you turned it down? This guy, he's pretty funny. Brother Xiaoyu is so awesome. Still, Luna baby is great. Oh yes. 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 There it is. Two murmurs rang out from the VIP box at the Hill Hotel. Within a few moments, the man let out an angry snort and the room returned to calm. Afterwards, Sun Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and leaned against the bed. His tightly wrinkled brow stretched out, and a mouthful of smoke was exhaled in a good way. Fang Ziyu laughed daintily and pulled the quilt over her body, crouching on Sun Xiaoyu's lap. Sun Xiaoyu's empty hand caressed Fang Ziyu's head, and a few puffs of smoke went down his throat before he spoke contentedly. You? How is the matter you explained last time going? Mentioning this, Fang Ziyu's eyes steeply sank. She bit her lip and pretended to be angry. It's okay not to talk about this. I just remembered when you said this. My old classmate changed his number after he graduated. I haven't contacted him yet. What? At those words, Sun Xiaoyu instantly shook awake. Not caring about smoking, he threw his cigarette butt in the ashtray and sat up straight. Then is there a way to contact him? This matter has to be as soon as possible. I've spoken to my father and the others. Seeing that Sun Xiaoyu was obviously anxious, as if he would become angry in the next second, Fang Ziyu hurriedly said, Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll just look for other classmates to ask for his contact information. Sun Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and urged in a heavy tone. This matter can be done as soon as possible. As long as we can get the second half of the Billion Han Group's list. Even if it's a small list, the Sun family's reputation will be able to hit out. Well. Fang Ziyu nodded obediently, her lowered eyes gradually sinking. Sun Xiaoyu only knew to let her go to Lin Feng. How did he know how difficult this matter was? The last banquet. She also took the opportunity to go up, thinking that she would just have to meet up with Lin Feng. But as a result, just after leaving the elevator, she was stopped by two security guards at the entrance. It says that the top floor has been chartered by the Gu family and no one is allowed to enter without an invitation. She also said she was just dropping something off to go in. But those two were dead set on not letting her in. And with all the news she's been brushing up on lately, it's clear that the higher-ups are clearly up to something now. However, she was completely unaware of all this. And biased Lin Feng squeezed up again at this time. Sun Xiaoyu was in a hurry. And so was she. What could she do if she couldn't see Lin Feng? Feng Ziyu was biting her lips tightly. She was a bit unable to accept that it had only been just over a month and she had made it difficult for her to even see Lin Feng. Thinking back to before, she didn't even have to call. Lin Feng himself would run to the door. This torment of loss of control and powerlessness was driving her crazy. No. She had to find an opportunity. Lin Feng was just one of her licking dogs. She was the main character. As she was thinking about it, she heard a ringtone coming from her cell phone. Feng Ziyu hurriedly got up. And after glancing at the fact that it was her brother calling, she immediately smiled at Sun Xiaoyu as if she was sorry. And then went to the bathroom. The phone was connected. And Feng Mingho's voice rang out instantly. Sis. Did you see the hot search? Brother-in-law is on the program. Feng Ziyu directly froze. What? Sister-in-law participated in a love variety show. And it's still being hotly debated online. The heat is especially high. Feng Mingho's anxious voice echoed. And he hurriedly said, Sister. Think of a way to contact brother-in-law. He's going to become an internet sensation. Feng Ziyu's mind went blank when she heard this. She hurriedly clicked on the hot search to take a look. And instantly, her eyes went black. No. How did he get on the show? Feng Ziyu bit her lip and looked at the familiar and handsome face in the live replay. After many days, Lin Feng a whole big change. Compared to before, more a sense of indifferent detachment. His handsome looks attracted the netizens. Many girls greedy saliva down. Scrolling down the comments, the more Feng Ziyu read, the angrier she became. He, the man, the face, originally belonged to her. But now, sister, brother-in-law has become an internet star now. He must have quite a lot of money on him. Mom and Dad said that they want you to find a way to get your brother-in-law back. Feng Mingho's anxious voice sounded again. Feng Ziyu snapped back to her senses. She clenched her back teeth. Her voice firm. Definitely. You tell Mom and Dad. I'll find a way to get him back. With that, she hung up. She rummaged through her cell phone photos, suddenly remembering that Lin Feng had given her a number of gifts to please her. Although she couldn't contact Lin Feng right now. It was the age of the internet. So as long as she put them online, she believed that if Lin Feng saw them, he would definitely be able to read those bits and pieces between them. At that time, even if they argued fiercely this time, Lin Feng would definitely turn back. With that in mind, she clicked on her Weibo account and sent a tweet as Factory Boy's girlfriend. It's a sunny day and I've been organizing my cupboards and I've seen a lot of the past. So do you remember a bit of those years? The accompanying pictures were a handmade bracelet that Lin Feng had once given her. And a bottle of origami with 520 stars. Big sister. Why is little Feng on the program? Su's logistics company. Su Jiqing had just finished her work when she received a call from her third sister. Su Nuor. She was slightly stunned. He's on the show? Yeah. It's all over the internet. Big sis. Didn't Feng get kicked out by Dad? Su Jiqing didn't say anything, quietly looking at the hot search phrases in her phone. Su Nuor's cautious voice sounded again. Sister. The last time he hit Shadajia. Did he apologize? No. I couldn't reach him. Mentioning this, Su Jiqing closed her eyes somewhat mournfully. After a moment, she opened it again. And her tone became a bit exasperated. Dad said it all. That's a white-eyed wolf who holds grudges. Dad is also right. Our family has raised him for so many years. It's not even enough to set up Jie, but also to beat up on Jie. Su Nuar's voice rang out again. This time with a bit more urgency. Big sister. Why don't you ask for a relationship to see if you can get me on this program? So that I can question him face to face. Saying this, Su Nuar was actually a bit anxious. She had always been obsessed with acting. And since she was a child, she had longed to be a high-up top-stream actress with a bunch of people serving her as she came and went. And Lin Feng had always known it. So, ever since she graduated, Lin Feng had found her connections to let her squeeze into the entertainment industry. But she had fumbled around for 3 long years before and after. But she was still a lowly 18-line. And usually could only take on some supporting roles. Which she had always thought was her problem. As a result, it was now so hot to see Lin Feng as soon as he appeared on stage. She then reacted. Where is her problem? Afraid that Lin Feng knows that he is not the real son of the Su family. So he has never seriously considered for her as an adopted sister. That's what made her so anxious and angry. With traffic this good, she had to find a way to get a piece of the action. Moreover, she was Lin Feng's adopted sister. No matter what. As long as she was on stage, Lin Feng's mouth would be unbreakable. Her words seemed to make Su Jiqing react. That's quite a way to go. Su Jiqing's eyes flashed. And she busily said. Right. Nuar. When you go up there and reveal all the things he did, I don't believe that under the pressure of public opinion, he'll still be able to not apologize to Xiao Jie. Right. Su Nuar nodded her head in deep approval. Then big sister. I'll leave this to you. And I'll transfer a shift on my side. Okay. Su Jiqing hung up the phone and immediately contacted the person in charge of the program. No matter what, the Su family was considered a small family in the capital city. And after she made her intentions clear, the caller quickly agreed to help her contact Director Zhang. Within a short time, she was connected to Zhang Buqiao. Su Jiqing got straight to the point. Director Zhang. My sister also wants to participate in your program. Can you see if you can give a convenience? The registration fee those don't have to worry about. 4 men and 3 women is a gimmick in itself. And Zhang Buqiao's original intention was to find another female guest at a later stage. But he didn't want to find someone from the Su family. Lin Feng's matter. Chao Siyuan also mentioned to him a mouth. The business of those things he does not know very well. But how he cannot say backstabbing brother. This Su family is. With the current heat of the show at an all-time high. He didn't need to make himself uncomfortable, did he? Zhang Buqiao thought about it. But politely declined. There are enough people at the moment. If I need to add people at a later stage, I'll be the first to notify you. So please be patient. MS. Su. He gave a very official reply. And to avoid Su Jiqing from pestering him any further, he directly hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the cell phone, Su Jiqing's face turned a little pale. Originally, she has only been in office for a few days. Although a few days ago signed the bill of goods of the Billion Han Group. And those companies that used to be good friends with the Su family also treated them as usual. But she always felt that the difference was so much feeling. Especially since she had twice prepared well. Even going so far as to offer conditions that would damage the Su family to get help to take revenge on Lin Feng. Only to have them rejected without hesitation. Could it be that the Su family is doing something wrong at some point? No. Su Jiqing quickly shook her head. The Su family had never done anything to harm the heavens and the earth. It was their problem if they refused. It was nothing more than the fact that they were on good terms with Lin Feng. I think Zhang Buochao should also be related to Lin Feng. Otherwise, with Lin Feng being a vegetarian, how could he have gotten on this program so easily? Thinking of this, Su Jiqing's face only improved. She searched Zhang Buochao's words just now. Even though it was a refusal, there was no room in his tone that couldn't be turned around. She reacted and immediately informed her assistant to move $1 million out of the company fund, the money she had prepared. And now, she was waiting for Zhang Buochao's call. Island. Xu Qiming and He Ziyuan had already begun to open up and cook. All coming early in the morning. Everyone basically didn't eat anything. Luckily, the program group left things more complete. The fire and the stove, those are not to worry about. But there wasn't much variety in the food. Just instant noodles, eggs, canned food, and the like, which was a world away from what they had been living before. But it's not like you're here for dinner, so it's not unacceptable. Soon, Xu Qiming cooked 3 bowls of instant noodles out and added 3 poached eggs in front of the 3 girls. Of all these people, he's considered competent. The pop-ups were also all complimentary when they saw his move. Only, looking at the somewhat humble bubble noodles in front of them, Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin had a difficult look on their faces. Crap. They all came here with beautiful makeup. And here they are eating instant noodles. Isn't that a drop in the bucket? And what about staining your clothes when the noodles are so oily? This kind of move of shagging in public, isn't it embarrassing for them? The two of them looked at each other, neither of them moving their chopsticks first. This made Xu Qiming's face a little ugly. He worked hard to cook. Each bowl is still his own, carefully torn open the package. But they do not eat? Just as Xu Qiming couldn't help but open his mouth, Xiao Dai on the side took the lead in holding up the bowl. Without the bear hug, her entire body is revealed. And to the eye it's big. Looking at He Ziyuan and Ma Yanbin, their eyes went straight. Xu Qiming also lit up before his eyes. It was worthy of being the goddess he had his eyes on. But he didn't mind it. He gloated. However, before he had time to finish getting excited, the next second, he saw Xiao Dai walking towards Lin Feng with a bowl. Big brother, don't go to sleep. I see you've just been eating melons, must be starving. Quickly eat some instant noodles to pad your stomach. Lin Feng, who was just squinting, woke up when he smelled the aroma of bubble noodles. How could those melons and fruits alone possibly be enough to fill him up? He had indeed been hungry for a long time. But, just as he was excited and ready to receive it, he felt several murderous lines of sight. Lin Feng raised his eyes and his eyes landed on Xiao Dai's innocent smiling face. And goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. This little sister. She's setting him up for death. He swallowed hard and declined loudly. Thanks. I'm not eating. The pop-ups rolled instantly. Eat. Eat the fuck out of me. What can you do if you eat it? It's instant noodles with eggs. Emma. I can't take it anymore. What are you afraid of? Factory boy. Can they still kill you? Yes. All on the island. Who can be nobler than anyone else? Factory boy. You have to take advantage of this blessing. In the background, Zhang Buochao saw that the pop-up screen obviously did not look happy. And then his heart sank. It is rare that Xiao Dai is so active. So good hype he cannot let go. He immediately called the staff. Quickly. Tell Lin Feng that it was me who said that I'd give him a raise as long as he accepts Xiao Dai's demands. Island face sight. Xiao Jin, who was rejected, wasn't angry as she bent down and placed the bowl on the floor. This action, along with the image, was even more direct to Lin Feng's eyes. Hiss. I'm knocking. Isn't she tired of being so big? Then brother, I'll leave it here. Remember to eat it later. Xiao Dai winked playfully. Took a few more sips of her lollipop. Ran back and hugged her bear. And sat down on the stump right next to Lin Feng. Brother Zhu has worked hard. I'm not very hungry. You eat first. You've worked hard too. Big brother he. And I'm not hungry. So you eat. Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakan also took the opportunity to let the bubble noodles out. The two men's faces were obviously a bit ugly. But they couldn't say anything else after what happened. So they could only sit down and eat their noodles. Seeing that they were all eaten, Ma Yanbin was anxious. No. Brothers. What about mine? Xu Qiming raised his hand and pointed at the pot and the pile of bubbly. Ma Yanbin. Let him cook himself? That won't work. Ma Yanbin couldn't sit still and got up straight away. Then there's still a bowl that no one has eaten. It was at this moment that the staff member in charge of photography came up and ambled over to Lin Feng's ear and said something. And Lin Feng's eyes widened at once. Just as Ma Yanbin had just walked over and was about to ask for some noodles, he saw Lin Feng flip off the hammock in a sideways motion. A little hungry indeed. Did not give Ma Yanbin the opportunity to reach out? Lin Feng said. And then directly fished out the foam noodle bowl. Began to shiver noodles. Exclamation point. Ma Yanbin's hand froze in midair. His face was really a bit hanging. No. When he doesn't come, he doesn't eat. And when he comes, he starts eating. This kid is specifically messing with him. Isn't he? He couldn't say much as he watched Xiao Dai eating a lollipop and staring at Lin Feng with a smile on his face. He glared viciously at Lin Feng. Turned around and went back over to the wooden bench and started to cook his own noodles. The pop-ups are starting to heat up as well. That's right. Eat. What a nice instant noodle. What a pity not to eat it. Eat his ass. Guys, I'm looking good. I see this factory boy heavenly chosen protagonist, ahaha. Backstage. Zheng Buochao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Other than that, the main must let the audience look good, is not it? Besides, since his brother came to the show, he had to treat him well. But the extra budget was something he hadn't considered. And in the heat of the moment just now, he'd almost forgotten about it. Seeing the footage of Lin Feng wolfing down his food, the corner of Zheng Buochao's mouth twitched. Brother? In that case, you can't blame me. He stared at his cell phone for a long time before finally dialing Su Jiqing's number. After discussing with Su Jiqing, Zheng Buochao agreed to let Su Nuar enter as the kickoff mystery guest on the fourth day of the show for a price of $600,000. Mr. Lin He. Violet Lighthouse Villa. Yu Shuiyan, who rushed into Chu Lingfang's office room, was just in the middle of her words when she saw that the program Hell or Heaven was flashing in the computer screen in front of Chu Lingfang. She held her words to her lips. Chu Lingxiang turned his chair. Not a single fluctuation of emotion could be seen on his expressionless face. Yu Shuiyan's heart stuttered. What's the old saying? The sea is always calm before the storm. She swallowed and smiled sarcastically. Miss. Ah ha ha ha. You're watching this program too. Ha? Chu Lingfang's face did not change. Slightly raising her eyes. Even though it was just one word, it was like a stone smashed into Yu Shuiyan's heart. And she asked timidly. Miss. Should I pressurize the program to pick up Miss Ran Ran back? Unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiang waved her hand. No need. Hey. Yu Shuiyan was astonished. Ever since Miss had met Lin Feng, she could barely guess what was in Miss's mind. What's the name of the lady again? You get out. Chu Lingxiang calmly put down a sentence. pointed her toes on the ground, and turned her chair back again. Yu Shuayan took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, she answered and left. And calm returned to the room once more. Chu Lingfang stared expressionlessly at Lin Feng, who was shivering in the screen. He was so happy to be away from her side that he ate even the unpalatable brown food so sweetly. Some anger climbed under her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. For so many days, in addition to being busy wrapping up those things in the Gu family, there was an even greater anxiety lingering in her mind. After he left, her life settled down again. It was obviously the exact same life as before, but it made her feel very bored. Tossing and turning and teetotaling all night long. Lin Feng's face always popped up in his mind, as well as all those bits and pieces when he was with him. These thoughts made her want to lock Lin Feng to her side again all the time. But, as he said, those were not what he wanted. So what exactly does he want? What would it take for her to get him to remember her completely and utterly? With all of this swirling around in her head, a touch of anxiety clearly arose in the bottom of Chu Lingxian's eyes. Now Ren was at his side. Regarding what Chu Yunran wanted to do, Chu Lingxian knew very well. This sister of hers is a million people since school. Lively and playful character. Although she is usually a little arrogant, but should be on her looks. Not only did not let people get sick of, and even more love. Her mother and father were always saying she needed to learn from Ren and loosen up her personality a little. But with family matters, she didn't have that much time to care about that. But now, she was thinking that maybe Lin Feng would like Ran Ran's kind of personality? She stroked her forehead and squeezed and pressed the bridge of her nose at the root of the mountain. But her eyes kept hovering over the picture. Lin Feng's body. Why don't we let Ren give it a try? Thinking about this, the dominance in Chu Lingxiang's eyes instantly dispersed in all directions. And she narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingertips tapping on her red lips. If he never liked it, and if she never found what he loved, she didn't mind trapping Lin Feng here for the rest of his life. Even with means. No matter how dirty it was, she was bound to make Lin Feng remember her. She took a deep, calming breath and turned to the teacup on the table and took a sip. However, in the next second, when her eyes fell into the computer screen again, instantly, an endless case of anger built up. On the screen, Chu Yunran smiled and raised her hand, wiping the side of Lin Feng's mouth, who had already finished shivering his face. And Lin Feng, all flattered. Enjoying? Damn! How dare he enjoy it? Chu Lingxian was so angry that she directly slammed the cup on the ground. A loud thud rang through the room. Outside the door, Yu Shuayan's anxious voice came. Miss? What's wrong? Are you all right? Get out! Chu Lingfang was so angry that the front of her body was shaking up and down. She stared viciously at the picture in the screen. Angrily picked up her cell phone. Tapped on Chu Yunran's avatar. Pressed at the voice. And her voice full of anger rang out harshly. Chu Yunran! How dare you? How dare you touch my people? You have until tonight to get your ass back here or I'll send you to Indonesia. Asshole! Chu Lingxiang was furious and sent 3 messages over in a row. However, the next second, Xin Shue's message popped up. Is there something wrong with him, Miss? Ling Frost? Miss Ran Ran is on the program and I have her cell phone here. The moment the message hit her eyes, Chu Lingxiang reacted. Damn! She even forgot that Chu Yunran is now on the program. She snapped back to her senses, subconsciously covering her chest with her hand, and froze a bit when she felt the violent beating of her heart. She had just now actually lost her mind once again because of Lin Feng? No! It shouldn't be. Chu Lingxian looked at her hand that was placed in midair but was trembling a little. A shocked expression surfaced for the first time on her always cold and haughty face. She looked at her palm with some dismay. And glanced sideways at Lin Feng's image on the screen. Could it be that she was? Falling for him? No. That's not possible. How does she like it? In her world, nothing has ever gotten under her skin. And the things, the resources, that match hers are nothing more than equal swaps between interests. There was no way she could like it. The word like was never in her vocabulary. After sorting out her ego's logic, Chu Lingshang breathed heavily. And after a few times, her emotions finally calmed down. Just wiping a corner of the mouth, she consoled herself mentally, but was totally unaware of her unconsciously clenched back teeth. Next time, she does the same. Good. She's learned a trick. And from now on, she'll give him a good wipe. Looking at Chu Yunran's sweet smile, Chu Lingshang's heart was getting more and more irritated. The hand that was constantly shaking from wiping the corners of Lin Feng's mouth was getting more and more angry as she watched. Like a fly on the wall. She couldn't stand it anymore. Damn. Can't stand it. Her eyes gradually became violent as she clutched her cell phone and pressed the voice button. Gritting her teeth and ordering towards Qin Shui. I don't care what method you use. Tell Chu Yunran instantly that if she dares to touch my things again, I'll make her eat her words. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shui couldn't stop trembling as she listened to the voice. Playing on the cell phone is Chu Lingshang's monstrous fury. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Crying with desire, she picked up her cell phone and hurriedly sent a message to Zhang Buqiao. Off camera. To get Chu Yunran to call her back as soon as possible. The pop-ups on the livestream were also scrolling like crazy. I'm going to go ahead and all help wipe my mouth. Xiao Dai looks so good. She's so gentle. Where did Factory Boy get his blessing? He deserves to die. Why did he participate in the program that wasn't? It's me. Because you're not as good looking as they are. Say, does this even need a vote? I think Xiao Dai already has a target candidate for tonight. Right? Not necessarily. Maybe Xiao Dai is just putting up a smokescreen. Let's see what happens. Island face sight. Lin Feng subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth and laughed. Many thanks. Many thanks. The smile under Xiao Dai's eyes deepened a bit. Her chin propped up on top of the plush bear. Tilted her head. And said sweetly, Little brother. After eating my noodles, you have to sleep with me tonight. Instantly, Lin Feng was enveloped by several chills as he looked at Xiao Dai with his jaw dropped. No. How come such a cute girl is always thinking of sleeping with him? Not to mention him. Even the pop-ups on the livestream were shocked. So direct? She playing for real? It's so powerful when it comes up. Cow. What kind of luck is he? Actually being looked at by Xiao Dai. Ooh. Why wasn't it me who slept with Xiao Dai? Scene. Xiao Zhan's words came through loud and clear, which made Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin's faces look a little ugly. Now it had been made clear that they were all being led by Xiao Dai. And they had been in a passive state, which made both of them not know what to say. And Ma Yanbin was the first to jump out and retort. MS. Xiao. How did you pick him? Isn't he just a stinky working man? Next to him, Xu Qiming stopped him. Also full of disapproval said, Miss Xiao. Today is not over yet. And now is not the time to pick people. We still get the accommodation those first. To see how to survive. In the future. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Xiao Yan. It's none of your business who I sleep with. She let out a pop. Impatience plastered on her cute face as she threw the lollipop straight to the ground and stomped on it. Instantly, several people froze. Xiao Dai turned his head. The anger on his face disappeared, as if he had never had it before, and put on a sweet smile. "Brother, we'll stay together tonight." "Okay." She was plainly pouting. And with that playful and adorable face, she was an abrasive little goblin. Lin Feng swallowed but frowned. Originally, he was counting on these people to come out and obstruct a bit. But it turned out to be so fierce, backed by Xiao Dai? No way. It's hard to believe that he's really going to stay with Xiao Dai tonight. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind instantly flashed through Chu Lingshang's figure. Hiss. Nope. He had left the Chu family now. And Chu Lingshang had said that she would spare him. So what was he afraid of? Besides, Zhang Buchao has said that he will raise the money as long as he agrees. Isn't money the thing you lack the most right now? As long as he survived these 7 days, he took the money to find a village to live. A lifetime of idleness. How good. Thinking about this, in the midst of the crowd's astonishment, as well as the eagerly anticipating gazes of the audience in the live broadcast room, he nodded. Good. The pop-ups were even more exciting. Give it a go. Factory Boy Bull. Agreed. The first pair has been created. My Factory Boy direct protagonist aura. Okay. Lock it up. Just lock it up. And on the scene, Xu Qiming and the others were pale. Especially the other two girls. Xiao Yan picked the first one, which meant that they had to be quick as well. Miao Ruoyu was the first to attack. Brother Zhu, let's be together tonight. Cao Yakin was not willing to lag behind. Then Big Brother He. Unsurprisingly, the two agreed straight away. Nonsense. If you're not picked by Xiao Dai, at least there's another girl, isn't there? I didn't get Xiao Dai. But just don't be that clown no more. Seeing that 3 pairs had formed, Ma Yanbin panicked. No. What about me? You're all out. So what about me? Is it hard for me to stay on the island tonight? But the other 3 groups were busy familiarizing themselves with each other at the moment. So who else had the time to pay attention to him? Ma Yanbin watched them in pairs. And he hated them with a passion. He directly aimed his spear at Lin Feng. Just a stinking part-timer. What right do you have to steal someone from him? Seeing that Lin Feng and Xiao Dai were already walking side by side towards the coast, he was in a hurry. MS. Xiao. Sleep with me tonight. I'll have my dad invest in your show after it airs. He rushed forward, pulling impatiently over Shouzen's shoulder. However, in the next second, Xiao Dai, who had turned her head, beamed her mouth, her round eyes hanging with surplus jade tears, and she tugged at Lin Feng's arm instead, coming in aggrieved. Brother, you have to protect me. This big brother is so fierce. Tugging my shoulders so painful pain. Hiss. Her childish face was streaked with surging teardrops. Her tearful eyes were misty. Her pink-red lips were muttering. And the hand that held the big bear in a single embrace was clenched tightly. Eyeing the dainty picture, Ma Yanbin stood up, too tempted to bully. If this had been in the room, he would have hated to just get on with it. It was a good thing they were on the beach now and the camera hadn't followed them yet. So his reaction wasn't caught on camera. Lin Feng was also surprised by the 2 faces of this young girl. And the touch rose at his arm. Hard to crash. He always thought her tone was familiar, but couldn't verify it. There is no way. For the Chu family, his understanding is too little. The capital city. Only the powerful 4 families are widely known. The people only know the Billion Han group. But little understanding of the Chu family. After all, a prestigious family like the Chu family is not something that ordinary people can access. And the Chu family is not likely to openly expose itself to the public. The young girl in front of her was just a young lady from a family with some background. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked rhetorically. Then what do you say? Xiao Zhan cried and cried as he turned his head sideways. And came up with an aggrieved. Brother! Beat him up! Her droll and cute face favored with such fierce words. The sense of contrast was instantly drawn out. Thinking that Xiao Dai was joking, Ma Yanbin directly substituted. Hastily withdrew his hand. Slightly apologetic sardonically said. Sorry. Sorry. Just a momentary lapse of hand. The force is a little too big. He's apologizing very sincerely. Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't feel right. The slightest that inadvertently crossed the bottom of her eyes told him that she had done it on purpose. But didn't Zhang Buqiao say that if he listened to her, he would get money? In that case, he can't be blamed. He would play along with this little girl. He would like to know what kind of drug she was selling in this gourd. Lin Feng hooked up the corner of his lips and unexpectedly came. Good. Ugh. Ma Yanbin froze. And before he had time to break out in curses, he felt a pain in his abdomen. When he raised his eyes again, Lin Feng had already kicked over with another flying kick. Ah! Ma Yanbin immediately screamed miserably. Where did he think that Lin Feng would actually move for real? His body was unsteady from the force of the kick, and he even staggered backward. However, Lin Feng didn't give him a chance to react at all, and directly made a flying kick. The tip of his hard leather shoe just kicked him violently in the face. With a poof, Ma Yanbin's entire body fell to the ground. As he fell, the sparse sand on the beach was swirled into the air, and Ma Yanbin covered his face with one hand and his stomach with the other. Dying of pain. Damn you! How dare you hit me? I'm going to have my dad get you killed. Shozhen froze as well. She didn't expect that she was just making a casual remark. But Lin Feng actually did it. No wonder her sister would bring this man home. This man. He was really different. The photographer at the other end saw the scene and immediately darted forward. Mr. Ma. Are you okay? Quick. Call 120. Quick. Footage followed. And beatings are not rare. What is rare is blatant outbursts on the show. The first thing that floated through the pop-up screen was accusations against Lin Feng. But soon, the tide was turned when the camera met Xiao Yan's misty eyes. Serves you right. Why are you jumping when Xiao Yan didn't even pick you? That's right. Even bullied my Xiao Dai into crying. Damn it. Beating you is considered cheap. Nice job, factory boy. What a relief. Don't be afraid of being retaliated against. Factory boys charge with confidence. Factory fans will always be with you. Take it to the hospital. The wound will be scabbed over if you're late. This form of bucket turn caused Zhang Buqiao, who was watching the show backstage, to freeze. This Ma Yanbin is the son of the green-named real estate developer. Which in the show if something happens, then he this show still want to live? He was so anxious that he hurriedly dialed the photographer's phone and contacted the nearest medical team at a rapid pace to arrange medical treatment for Ma Yanbin. I didn't expect this brother of his to be so spontaneous. Zheng Buqiao frowned and was about to call Lin Feng to communicate with him. But then he saw the aggrieved Xiao Dai Hole on camera saying something to the staff. He immediately pulled the speakers full. My arm is swollen too. And little brother Feng has agreed to sleep with me for a nap. So can we get out of here now? She beamed. Her small hand even clutched Lin Feng's arm, pathetically leaning on Lin Feng's arm with half of her face on her side. The photographer was momentarily adored by the image. Between fuming, he saw a message from Zhang Buqiao. Let them both go over first. The screen will cut the other two pairs first. With director Zhang's word. The cameraman hastily nodded his head and carried the camera towards Xiao Dai. Yes. Then please ask Miss Xiao and Mr. Lin to head to the Seaview Villa Hotel first. With that, he took out his cell phone and asked the staff to bring the small viewing boat over. The camera switches directly. Seeing the boat sailed, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. So there is a new scene, ah. He thought that a few of them had to spend 7 days on this deserted island. On his side, Xiao Dai grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve, and a kind smile reappeared on his face. Brother, the boat is here. Let's go blah blah blah. Lin Feng didn't refuse and directly nodded. Okay. With that, they became the first pair of paired guests to be the first to unlock the next location. Since there was no camera on the way to the location switch, Lin Feng, who got on the boat, naturally peeled off Xiao Dai's small hand and just sat down against the side of the boat, wrapping his arms around him and quietly enjoying the beauty of the sea. His deliberately detached demeanor did cause Xiao Dai to raise an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Yeah? So he was acting with her? Where else would she have the heart to view the beauty of the surrounding scenery? Xiao Dai's eyes climbed up with a thick sense of amusement. She leisurely turned around, turned sideways to Lin Feng, violently bowed her waist, bent her head, and angled her head to gaze at Lin Feng. Brother, don't you like me? Her words were blunt. They were more blunt than any woman Lin Feng had ever encountered. But, crossing her face, Lin Feng glimpsed those seagulls flying in the sky, spreading their wings in flocks, stepping on the trestle bridge not far away, circling and fluttering low. He suddenly remembered the poem that had stuck with him and enlightened him. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Under this vast expanse of heaven and earth, he who was sitting on the boat at the moment possessed an incomparably precious absolute freedom. He is occupying the realm of freedom that is his. Lin Feng's eyes gradually deepened, filled with the relief he had already obtained. Fortune? That kind of extravagance was tried and he didn't like it. Power? He'd had some, and he loathed it. A woman? No. Anything that has to do with people will eventually rebel. And in this world, no one is the only one for anyone. And no one is going to be good to anyone unconditionally. Any unexpected surprises and romances are nothing more than planned calculations. Just as he descended into the world when he was a blank sheet of paper. And all his perceptions are nothing more than what some people want him to know. Eyes rolling back, his gaze fell on Xiao Dai's face, right into her curious and pitiful eyes. He said, I'd done MS Shaw a favor. And MS Shaw should be wrapping things up for me as well. Right? Shouzen froze. Was it her lack of good looks? Or maybe it wasn't enough of a body to get him. Since her birth, countless relatives have praised her. And when she attended the Noble Academy, she stood out from the crowd of young ladies without any surprises. And she didn't even carry the title of the Chu family. Love letters, roses, dinner invitations, countless offers from countless men. She didn't even have to make too much contact. Just a wink and a dainty smile was enough to make the other person blush and her heart beat faster. And when she shone on stage, in the 10,000 people watching her sing, those geeks went crazy in the waves of excitement roar. She even wrongly thought that she could get pregnant if she missed a step and fell. But he has no interest in her? Mounted. He must be faking it. Ever since she was a child, there was no man that she, Chu Yunran, couldn't take. Xiao Dai's eyes were hanging with a sense of amusement. What era is it? Play with this lady to escape? Ha! She wanted to see how high the man segment could go. Xiao Dai blinked. her chin resting on the plush bear's head, the tail of her eyes falling. And she just stared straight at Lin Feng, speaking softly. "But I like you, brother." She blinked her eyes good-naturedly and pouted. "I've liked you since the first time I saw you. I want my brother to be my boyfriend." Her tone gradually dropped. The tone of her voice lessened, and she exuded a pathetic supplication all over her body like a sign of weakness. Obviously, she chose to play straight across the field in what she thought was Lin Feng's lustful tackle. Paired with her delicate and cute face, no man could resist this set. For example, the commissioner who was steering the boat on the side couldn't help but turn his head sideways. First shocked, then painfully covering his chest. His mouth bowed upwards, his eyes full of indescribable envy. This is a confession. They had only met for the first time. What kind of luck did this kid have to come up and be looked at by Xiao Dai? Or the legendary love at first sight? When will this unprecedented good fortune be his turn? However, Lin Feng obviously didn't eat this. Looking at Xiao Yan, who confessed her love towards him, he calmly issued a question. "Is it really love at first sight? Are you sure it's me you like and not this face of mine?" His words almost gave Xiao Dai CPU dry burn. Where did he think that Lin Feng would have the brains to think after she had been so bluntly pouting? It is said that boys are carnivores, and only one of them ever speaks for the upper and lower body. But this Lin Feng was not. It was no wonder that her sister was able to take him in for half a month, and even let him stay at the Huyue villa. Once a man like that is attacked, the sense of accomplishment is not something that can be compared to ordinary feelings. "Good sister. Let me try first." Xiao Dai hung her head, a light smile crossing the bottom of her eyes. She wasn't discouraged. Instead, she raised her hand and wiped the tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Tilting her head slightly, still in a compassionate tone, she said, "I've never been in love before and I don't know what love is. But after I saw my brother, my heart was beating so fast. I've never felt this way before. I think it was love at first sight." Her moving words carried over the ship, drifting to the ears of the crew as the air moved. The crew almost fell off without sitting down. Exam. How come this good thing is not his turn? If this were to air, the show wouldn't blow up? He sat upright in a hurry, but sidled his ears enviously, unable to resist eavesdropping. Xiao Dai said, but also stretched out that empty hand, dragged up Lin Feng's hand to the plush bear in the middle of the stuffed bear stuffing. Mouth also murmured, "Brother, if you do not believe, you touch it. From just now on my heart has been beating. Beating can be fast. Don't." Lin Feng directly pulled his hand out with a strong effort. If it was before, he might have sunk in the face of such a beautiful invitation. But times are different now. He let go a long time ago. And, as he knows better, pie never falls from the sky. He wouldn't believe her if she was so forthcoming and didn't have an agenda. After so much deception and betrayal, it's hard for him to trust anyone anymore. 2. Facing Xiao Dai's stunned eyes, he could only say, "You've just experienced too little. I never believed in love at first sight. But I believe." Xiao Dai was a bit anxious. His tone scribbled but anxious as he opened his mouth to plead once again. "Brother, I like you. And it's okay if you don't like me right now. I just want you to give me a chance to get to know you." She was indeed so anxious to be rejected that she momentarily overlooked the height of her position. It was like a humble plea on her part. Where had the crew ever seen such a pleading look before? Or from the mouth of Top Stream's female team leader? "Xiao Dai? Is this man filled with cement? Heart so hard?" He envied, yet hated it, but could only resign himself to steering the boat. Lin Feng was rather surprised to look at Xiao Dai. He was now a bit curious as to what purpose she was carrying. that she was willing to put her mind so low. None of this matters, though. He hooked up the corner of his lips and shook his head slightly. MS. Xiao. You're just being impulsive. I'm just a passerby in your life. You've seen it. Your heart is moved. Forget about it. And it's fine. It's like the show always comes to an end. There's no point in starting something that you know the end of from the beginning. This process. It doesn't make sense to him, does it? Lin Feng's words didn't have a moment's hesitation. They only carried a bit of indifference and detachment. He was obviously sitting right in front of her eyes in such a real way. But Xiao Yan felt as if there was an impenetrable barrier between them. It was a barren zone in her field of knowledge. An advanced level she had yet to touch. In a flash, a thought popped into her head. She couldn't play him. No. I should say. Her segment was not at all in the same league as his. Just as she is now effortlessly rushing into the diamond circle by virtue of her pretty face. While Lin Feng is already in the king segment of the cement-sealed heart. She subconsciously bit her lip. The disparity of the segments made her a little scornful. She realized that her current self wasn't qualified enough to tease Lin Feng. Forget it. Why don't we leave this tough bone to her sister? Xiao Yan didn't say anything more. And without realizing it, the boat had already sailed to its destination. The program group out of the atmosphere. The package are high-end venues. Seaview Villa Hotel door. Looking at the courtyard not far from the establishment of the luxury pool. Xiao Dai raised his eyebrows. She flashed her eyes and seemed to bubble over with bad ideas. Standing still in front of the door, she pointed to the pool with a wry smile and a sideways glance. Brother, since we're here all the time, it's not too much to ask for a swim together. Is it? Swimming? Following the direction of her finger, Lin Feng also saw the luxurious swimming pool situated in the courtyard of the hotel. Could be true. But I didn't bring my bathing suit, Lin Feng said sincerely. However, in the next second, a staff member stepped straight forward and handed over 2 swimsuits. Miss Xiao. Mr. Lin. The swimsuits are ready. With a villa and a swimming pool. Zheng Buochao naturally could not let go of such a good hype opportunity. Xiao Dai's eyes flashed. And she didn't give Lin Feng another chance to retort. She directly picked up the pink swimsuit and said sweetly with a sideways glance. Then brother, I'll go change first. After that, she was guided by the staff to the locker room. It's just swimming. He goes to the pool a lot when he works out. And speaking of which, it seems like a long time since he's been in the water himself. Lin Feng picked up the swimsuit and headed to the locker room. Before long, he changed and came out. While Xiao Dai's side had just pulled open the locker room door. Her figure wrapped in a pink one-piece bathing suit was revealed. And without the big bear in her arms, she had snow-white skin. Her eyes filled with ignorance. And her long, loose, platinum blonde hair fell around her waist in a girlish manner. Obviously an angelic face, but with a devilish body. As far as the eye can see, there are big eye-catching honeydew melons. Lin Feng's blood churned as he watched. But luckily, his eyes landed on her lovely face, which sort of brought his thoughts back on track. He didn't have that particular fetish. As soon as he came out, Xiao Dai couldn't wait to rush to Lin Feng. His small hand directly clutched his arm and pulled him towards the pool. Without the barrier of the clothes, Lin Feng only felt soft and sticky. Stirring his mind. Glancing over to see that the cameraman was already carrying the machine over. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Calmed down and followed Xiao Yan to the pool. The camera reveals the excellent bodies of the two and the audience goes crazy. So powerful? I told you this show had something. Are these two in such good shape? Perfect match. Knock on wood, brothers. Who's looking at anything else here? I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw. I'm going to be impulsive. Bang! A loud bang echoed through Chu Lingxiang's workroom. At the doorway, Yu Shuiyan subconsciously shivered. In just a short while, Miss had dropped 4 cups. There was no doubt that this was seeing Lin Feng again. She had to admit that the young lady was really falling in love. Yu Shuiyan silently merged her hands. Now she only expected her young lady not to be a love brain. That thing on the head, and with her young lady this crazy batch attribute, can be too horrible. Room. Zhu Lingfang angrily picked up her cell phone and sent a voice to Qin Shui. Haven't informed her yet? I think you don't want to live. The message was only sent out for less than a minute. And Qin Shui replied with fire. MS. Ling Frost. I'm already on my way there. And I expect to arrive in 10 minutes. Phone call? This program is so hot right now. She may not be able to pick up Zhang Buqiao when she calls. Qin Shui heart clear. Just a few voice down. She knows Chu Lingxiang is moving the atmosphere. Which if she is not personally rushed over, then the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Eyeing the message sent by Qin Shui, Chu Lingxiang's anger increased instead of decreasing. Make her wait 10 minutes? 10 minutes, the baby is there. Eyes on the computer screen image. Lin Feng and Xiao Dai laughed about something and then went down together. Chu Lingxiang's monstrous anger could no longer be suppressed. You Shuiyan! She scolded sternly. The door to the room behind her was pushed open. And Yu Shuiyan stumbled in. Her heart palpitating. Miss. You ordered. Inform Zhang Peng to prepare the cruise ship immediately and send me to the island. Yu Shuiyan's heart trembled as she answered repeatedly. Yes. Wow. Brother is so good at butterfly swimming. As she watched Lin Feng traveling across the room performing graceful lines in front of her eyes, Xiao Dai's eyes went straight as she watched. At this moment, all those tawdry thoughts of hers were left behind, replaced by eyes full of adoration. In swimming, the most difficult is the butterfly stroke, which requires a lot of body coordination as well as strength and endurance from the swimmer. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was nearly perfect. Not caring about recording the program, Xiao Dai flipped the water splash. A dog-planing posture up to the front. Eyes full of excitement. Brother, quickly teach me. I want to learn this. Lin Feng frowned and truthfully said. This maneuver is more difficult. I'd rather suggest you learn backstroke first. Xiao Dai beamed a little in defeat, but nodded curtly. She eased her body, letting the density of the water topple her body up. Half lying on the surface of the water, she clutched Lin Feng's arm with her small hand and said, Brother, is it like this? Help me see. Xiao Dai's movements were quite skillful. It looked like he had learned, but he might be a bit rusty after not practicing for a long time. Lin Feng nodded and put his hands on her shoulders, helping her adjust her posture. 2 honeydew melons half floated on the surface of the water, with a dark underwater current. The showrunners also know what the viewers want to see. And the camera even dislikes Xiao Dai's face. Hiss. Not me. It's really big. I finally understand why she's hugging the bear. Factory boy is really lucky. Hand in hand to teach Xiao Dai to swim. Envy me to death. This factory boy still has 2 brushes. People butterfly swim all the time. I guess the identity is not ordinary. In the pool, Lin Feng's attention was all on teaching Xiao Zhan to swim. There was no more deliberate movement except for the contact when he needed to adjust his posture. And he very pertinently gave Xiao Zhan his advice and gave her another example. His character was instantly praised by the general public. But Xiao Zhan, who had managed to review the backstroke, reacted as an afterthought. feeling the palms of the hands that were touching his shoulders and ankles because they were trying to help him adjust his position. She was instantly numb inside. However, when she was scheming to flirt again, she met Lin Feng, who had clear eyes and was teaching seriously. Right. That's it. It's easy to do once you master the technique. Xiao Dai bit her lip at once. Although she rarely compared herself to her people, but she knew it in her heart. She is definitely a phoenix among men with such looks and figure. But Lin Feng is not interested in the slightest. And even in this case, he is still firmly keeping himself. For a moment, she only felt that the man was glowing, seemingly wrapped in a myriad of charms all over his body, flashing before her eyes. Ms. Shaw. Yes. That's it. You did great. Lin Feng's complimentary voice came again, accompanied by the stirring sound of running water in his ears. Xiao Dai only felt that his brain was hot and dry, as if there was something that had broken out of his heart. Is that so? Xiao Dai asked hoarsely. But his eyes showed a desire to be praised. Looking at her swimming like a fish in water, Lin Feng nodded. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't stop himself from praising once again. Yes. You remembered it after I only said it once. Ms. Xiao. You're really great. The moment the sound entered her ears, Xiao Dai only felt the pores of her body leap up with it. A great experience she had never had before. She had naturally experienced such things as being recognized. But the unprecedented contrast of being praised by someone who was even more powerful than herself, especially someone who was cold and detached, stirred Xiao Dai's body to relax. She just felt her breathing become much heavier. It's not being tired from swimming. It's the excitement you get when you're stimulated. She couldn't tell what it was, but she loved the feeling and wanted to do it again. Seeing Xiao Dai floating in the water without moving, the somewhat hungry Lin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth. Miss Xiao. He was going to say that he had almost finished playing and went up to eat something. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhan. Brother? Can you stop calling me Ms. Xiao? She blinked her eyes, and with her hands one in front of the other, she stroked the water and just swam to Lin Feng's eyes. Being occupied by her big, but seeing her pitiful eyes, Lin Feng sighed and unconsciously adjusted his swimsuit underwater, asking in passing, "So what do I call you?" "Call me Ren." Xiao Dai quickly responded, those big eyes twinkling and climbing even higher with hopeful thirst. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. He really didn't want to refuse such a cute girl either. Not to mention, there was money to be taken, wasn't there? He nodded naturally. Yes. Ms. Ren. You. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xiao Zhan approach violently, his finger pointing at his lips. Her red lips mumbled and her eyes trembled slightly. Is it okay for my brother to call me Ren? It was carried in a voice that begged for pity. Lin Feng's body tightened, subconsciously swallowed and nodded. Good. So, brother. She looked at him pitifully, one small hand clasped in front of her face, her fingers interlocked and full of longing. Is it for him to call her by her name? Lin Feng reacted, but instantly felt as if this sister was a bit seriously ill. He pursed his lips for a moment, frowning as he hesitantly spoke. Ren. Ren. Phew. A sound came down, and as if the young girl before her had been struck by a stroke, her whole body stretched out, and a pleasurable relief hung on her face. Ah! The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. No! He just called the name. Where did she get such a big reaction? Since he met Chu Lingshan, how come he always encountered this abnormal around him? He winced, bracing himself on the edge of the pool, and made his way up the bank. I'm going to get something to eat. Kind of hungry. He dropped a line at Xiao Yan and walked towards the dining room. As she watched Lin Feng go ashore, the stirred-up water slapping on her face, Xiao Ya's whole body came to her senses. She hurriedly held onto the vertical ladder on the shore and followed closely behind. The two went into the restaurant together, and the staff brought up the meal that had been prepared long ago. Lin Feng didn't say much and directly started moving his chopsticks. This moment was not different from just now. Xiao Dai was still staring at him all the time like before. But Lin Feng always felt that her eyes were not like before. There seems to be an extra point of unspoken admiration. It's just that I don't want to think about it so much. And it's important to eat first. Lin Feng dried 2 bowls of rice in a blaze of speed and ate all the food on the table before touching his rounded stomach with a satisfied face. There was not much interaction during the meal. And Lin Feng, who focused on dry rice, was hotly criticized by netizens for being a dry rice fiend. And Xiao Dai's elegant and noble movements between his hands and feet drew a crowd of netizens who were amazed. After dinner and some time in the pool, the time quickly came to evening. Lin Feng, who bore the title of Factory Boy, also exploded across the internet in a single day, including those intimate interactions between him and Xiao Dai, but also by the major netizens made emoticons released on the internet. Everyone is already looking forward to the next day with great anticipation. That night, Lin Feng, who had finished filming for the day, went into the room that the staff had arranged for him and prepared to have a good rest. However, Xiao Dai had been following closely behind him with the big bear in his arms. Ms. Xiao, today's shooting is over. I'm going to rest. Lin Feng wrenched on the door and looked at Xiao Zhan in the doorway with a helpless face. Brother, didn't you promise to call me Ren? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Dai instantly misted his eyes. Lin Feng only felt his scalp tingling. During the recording of the program, they were inseparable. He could understand that. But during that time, she had to wait at the door when he went to the bathroom. And now that he had a break, she even followed him over. Like a follower. No. Breaks aren't even for him, are they? But facing Xiao Dai's soft and cute cheeks, Lin Feng still sighed. Alright Ran. I'm going to rest. You also go get some rest quickly. Tomorrow. Yeah. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Dai answered and then rushed into his room with a big stride. She just sat right down on his king-sized bed in front of him, the fluffy mattress bouncing a few times as she gleefully lifted her hand and patted the sheets around her. Come on, brother. Let's rest together. Lin Feng. She really thinks he won't do anything to her, doesn't she? He took a deep breath and walked over with a bit of anger in his stride. And just as he was about to launch into a lecture on her, he heard a shrill siren from downstairs. Why does that sound a little familiar? Lin Feng froze and went to the window with the mindset of eating melon. However, the next second, when he saw the person coming down from the car, Lin Feng's entire body froze. The slender figure in the crowd surrounded by a dozen bodyguards was more than familiar to him. Xu Ling Shuang? He exclaimed out in shock, before he had time to think about it in detail. Behind him, Xiao Dai rushed over in a hurry, his little face anxiously pressed against the floor mirror. Downstairs, the woman's face and sunglasses rose slightly, the black umbrella over her head following and floating upward a bit. With just one glance, it locked onto the window of their floor. In an instant, Lin Feng only felt his body tremble. It's not coming for me. Is it? This thought popped up in Lin Feng's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. After all, he had already made it very clear between him and Chu Lingfeng. His emotions calmed down and he was about to open his mouth to drive Xiao Dai out. But the moment he turned around, he saw Xiao Dai's face full of panic. She looked back and forth around the room, her eyes locking on the closet in the room, and rushed over to it more anxiously than he had, pulling the closet door closed, her voice trembling with terror. "Brother? Please don't say I'm here. Please, please, please." Lin Feng looked dumbfounded. "Closet hiders? No. Shu Ling Shuang is coming. What is she nervous about? Is it possible that they have something to do with each other? What's that got to do with him?" Lin Feng didn't bother to think too much. Quickly stepped forward and pulled open the closet door, and very bluntly came to say, "Why don't you just go back to your room? What's the point of hiding me here?" Xiao Dai clenched in the corner of the closet, pulling on the bathrobe inside, shielding his eyes, his small hands picking at the door, his voice trembling with fear. "Brother? Close it. It's too late." She picks and pulls the sliding door. Her hands use force, but the sliding door does not move. She is anxious. A clutch Lin Feng's pants leg. "Came. Or brother, you also hide in." I squeeze inwards. "No. She's sick. Right? It's not like Chu Lingshang is necessarily here to find him. And besides, he hasn't done anything wrong. So why is he avoiding her?" Lin Feng was really speechless by Xiaoyin. He bowed his waist and prepared to glean her out of the closet, just as his hand was about to touch the back of Xiao Dai's neck. A rush of footsteps came from outside the door, interspersed with the sound of high heels colliding with the ground. The voices were getting closer and seemed to be heading right for his room. Lin Feng's eyes sank as he stared at Xiao Dai for a few seconds before finally pulling on the closet door and closing it with force. At the same time, there was a sharp kick at the door. Just by Lin Feng's half-covered door collided with the wall, issued a bang loud sound. Lin Feng's tiger body shook, only to hear a man's voice ring out. Mr. Lin is staying in this room. It's really coming for him." Lin Feng's brows tightened and a flash of impatience crossed the bottom of his eyes. He turned sideways and looked toward the door. Outside the perimeter of the door, the bodyguards were scattered in all directions, while Chu Lingshang stood right in the middle of the door in a minimalist black coat, her face wearing sunglasses and a mask, her unreadable expression facing Lin Feng. Despite the sunglasses, the hostile aura of her body came through. Lin Feng didn't say anything, casually sitting at the end of the bed, just calmly looking at Chu Lingfeng. He wondered what she wanted again. The room fell into silence, and Chu Lingxiang raised her hand slightly, her fingers over her black leather gloves wiggling back gently. The bodyguard at his side immediately left with a stoop and a nod, helping to bring the door closed in the process. With the sound of the door slamming, the only two people left in the room were Chu Lingxiang and Lin Feng. Through the sunglasses, Chu Lingxiang's eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly lifted her feet, stepped on her high heels, and walked into the foyer unhurriedly. The oppressive feeling that came upon him caused Lin Feng to subconsciously glance at the closet with his afterglow. The next second, his chin was picked up by her, and her demonic, hypnotic voice rang out. "I haven't seen you in a few days. You've had quite a life." Although it is the words of praise, but the tone of voice but with a bit of gnashing of teeth stoicism. Apart from this voice, Lin Feng even foresee her next monstrous anger. "But that doesn't seem to concern you, does it, Miss Chu?" He raised his hand and clutched the white yet slender wrist that showed outside her glove directly. The friction of the leather gloves rose against her chin, and Lin Feng could clearly feel her fingers gradually tightening. "It doesn't hurt." Meh. Chu Lingxiang's cold laughter spilled out of her mask, and she exerted a sharp force in her hand, forcing him to raise his face. "You're still as articulate as ever." She laughed. But she laughed in a way that creeped Lin Feng out. If it was normally like this, It would be fine. But right now, there was a third person at this scene that Chu Ling Shuang didn't know about. The man is in the closet at the moment, watching the scene through a crack in the closet. Lin Feng couldn't restrain his breathing. He tightened his hand and clutched Chu Ling Feng's arm, forcing her hand down. Ms. Chu, I think that last time we have made it very clear. You let me go and I let you go. We are clear on this and we don't owe each other anything. He restrained his accelerated leaping heartbeat and tried his best to narrate in a calm voice, with the implication that he also wanted to remind Chu Lingshang not to go back on her word. Chu Lingshang raised her eyebrows slightly, stroking her wrist, which was clutched somewhat crimson by Lin Feng, and frivolously came to say, "Is that so?" "Of course." Lin Feng sat up straight and looked at her with his arms wrapped around him, indifferently saying, "Is Miss Chu going to break her promise?" Upon hearing this, Chu Lingxiang did not respond again, but instead raised her hand to remove her sunglasses. The unobstructed line of sight pushed straight at Lin Feng. Her vision was really good. After a slight makeup artist retouching, Lin Feng was more handsome, especially those deep eyes, vaguely with a little drop of anger. With attempts to figure out her scrutiny, she rarely met such a sight. As if, between them, he was fighting her on even terms. All the more reason to stomp on him. Chu Lingxiang's eyes were unable to restrain the endless possession that surged up underneath them. She greedily licked the corner of her mouth and violently raised her leg, the tip of her high heel instantly landing on Lin Feng's side. Where did Lin Feng think that she would do such a move? Before he could react, she grabbed him by the collar. The pungent scent of roses swept through the room along with her stern voice. "How dare you hang out with another woman?" Lin Feng's eyes instantly widened. He just wanted to question what this had to do with her. But in the next second, Chu Lingxiang clutched his collar and pounced on him with a fierce force. Her knees just pressed into the side of his waist. Immediately afterward, she clutched his wrists in both hands, merged them in front of her body, raised her right hand, and lifted his hands high above his head. The friction of the leather gloves rose at his wrists, a little hard. But none of that was what mattered. What mattered was that there was one squatting in the closet directly to the side. Is she out of her mind? Coming up here and playing these? He knew there was no point in arguing with this woman. But was this a situation that would work if he didn't explain? I'm afraid that I can only inform Chu Lingfan that there is a third person in this room to keep her awake now. He didn't have to help Xiao Zhan hide it. Did he? Ms. Chu, I advise you to calm down. There is more than in this room. Well, he was opening his mouth to speak, also intending to break free from her grip. But before the words of defense could be finished, Chu Lingxiang leaned down violently. This was followed by an overwhelmingly soft and sticky sweep. Lin Feng's words were blocked in his throat. How did he not expect this woman to be so direct? Come up. Feeling her hand attempting something other than what it was, his breathing intensified abruptly. No way. He must not let Chu Lingxiang have his way with this. At least not in the sight of a third person. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he used fierce force on his hands, breaking free from her grip with little effort. With a reverse, he strangled her at her side, clamped his hands around her, and was about to speak when he met her mesmerized, yet unfulfilled gaze. Being gazed at by such burning eyes, Lin Feng's words were held back for a moment. Chu Lingxiang raised her eyebrows and just scanned him in a reckless and arrogant manner. Her fingers swept over the mask a few times, the leather gloves rubbing against the mask to raise the heat. And between the corners of her lips, the temperature increased. What? You want to initiate? Her hands slowly rested on her indented waist, above the white sheets, her soft and alluring figure showing even though she was wearing a black leather jacket. Hooking up the corners of her lips, Chu Lingxiang's eyes hung with some anticipation. But her voice was still icy cold, mixed with the teasing of a leap of faith. Come on then. Show me your initiative. And show me how wild you are after so many days. Faced with such a tantalizing image, Lin Feng's body obviously tightened. It was the first time she had ever shown herself to him in such a coquettish manner. Obviously it was spring, and the house had turned on the cold air. But at this moment, Lin Feng's forehead was sweating a little coldly. The reason for this, and only he knew it, was restrained patience. She just rushed at him with such reckless arrogance and provocation. Or that condescending look. If it was in normal times, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to endure such a scornful look from her. But right now, there was a third person at this scene. And whatever the relationship between them was, he had to be cautious. He gritted his teeth. And when he spoke again, his tone held a stoic restraint. Ms. Shu, the place you're at now is a program taping. I don't know if there's a camera in this room. Are you sure you want to carry on here? He didn't reveal the fact that Xiao Dai was hiding in the closet. His words were implied but blunt. There's someone else at this site. Lin Feng knew very well that Chu Lingxiang did not want others to know about her relationship with him. For example, at that time in the convenience store, he said to open the door. Chu Lingxiang still panicked. Besides, she came here and wore sunglasses and a mask as cover-ups, didn't she? Lin Feng was certain that at this moment, he was already 9 out of 10. However, it's exciting when there's footage. Her voice rose slightly. The pleasure of backing virtue hanging in the bottom of her cold, frosty eyes. Cam. When really? It's a madman. Wasn't she afraid that their video would be circulated to all the major websites? And that she wouldn't be afraid that her Chu family's reputation would be ruined? Lin Feng tightly wrinkled his eyebrows. He never expected that Chu Lingfan would say such words as to break up with him. In that case, good. If she wasn't afraid, what was he afraid of? Lin Feng directly rolled over onto his back. He hooked his lips and condescendingly clamped down on her right shoulder. That's what you said. Chu Lingfang didn't resist and just calmly let him do what he wanted. She didn't respond again. Just gazed at him from the bottom up. Her icy yet noble Danfang eyes showed a faint scrutiny, as well as a touch of anticipation that could not be easily captured. She could feel his fiery grip on her shoulders. His stubbornness as he rolled over and attempted to be master was more intense than any time she had ever been possessive. Looking up at that face, Chu Lingxiang, but steeply her heartbeat accelerated towards him. She wanted the man's loyalty. It's this kind of loyalty that you want to resist but have to accept. Like Schrodinger's cat. Wherever and whenever you can. Until the end of his stoicism. When the outburst is still forced. Damn. She actually did not hide. Being gazed at by Chu Lingxiang's sight, Lin Feng clenched his back teeth. He could see her gradually deepening eyes, as well as those eyes that looked down on the world proudly. Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with him. When he met that expression on her face, his heart turned over with countless urges to hold her down and watch her beg for mercy. Want to see this noble and scornful eye bleed pleadingly. Unable to restrain himself, he arched his back toward the muzzle, aligned his position, and just stuck it on, followed by a vicious opening of his fangs. Hiss. Chu Lingxiang's eyes widened at once. How dare he? The pain that flooded above her red lips spread throughout her body, and her eyes gradually clouded over. But she did not push him away. Instead, she responded up as she should. It seemed that there was some deep hatred that he had intertwined with her. It was like the sheer force of carving her into the marrow of her bones muffled her oxygen deprivation. This embrace stretched on and he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping the act. Between the choking, Chu Lingxiang only felt that she couldn't help herself with her emotions. The moment her brain was deprived of oxygen, her body sank here. And Chu Lingxiang only felt her heart beating fast, like a rampaging deer, each beat leaping at her heartstrings. The pain on her lips seemed to be like an autocorrelation, right on this axis of her coldness and nobility, agitating the function of her heart called love. Within the zone, the afterburners are ignited and the waves rise and fall. Hiss. In the midst of the quiet as it was, an unintentional backward breath rang out. The intoxicated Chu Lingxiang snapped her eyes open. Her eyes bucketed and swept sternly over the zone where the sound came from. The closet is occupied. She snapped back to Lin Feng's earlier reminder that in this room, there were more than just the two of them. So, everything they had just and were now carrying out was under the watchful eyes of others? Her wolf-like movements stiffened momentarily. Noticing her slight change, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and slightly pivoted his waistline, just sidling up to her earlobe. Ms. Shu. Go on. The air carried a rolling stream of air along with the delivery of his flirtatious voice. Chu Lingxiang immediately clenched his palms. The leather glove's squeaking sound of friction resounded. She raised her hand, her index finger pointing at his thin lips, her voice clearing down. I don't have that particular fetish. Yo! She still knows? Lin Feng hooked his lips, his voice light. That's a coincidence. I don't have one either. His voice dropped, and with it he rose, sitting right on the side of the bed, unconsciously tugging upward on the belt around his waist as he turned on his side. All right. Ms. Shu. Let's talk about anything some other time. I'm going to rest. His smug voice rang out. Chu Lingfeng slowly got up. Her eyes looked around the closet and finally rested on Lin Feng. Damn him for that smug look. Think that's enough to get her? Chu Lingfeng sneered. Good. She straightened her gloves unhurriedly, the soles of her shoes landing on the fluffy carpet. And she rose slowly, circling around in front of Lin Feng. And with a casual lift of her hand, her fingers landed on his chin, picking at his face. The corners of her lips under her mask quirked slightly. She teased. It's just as well. I see a nice setting here. As she said that, she picked up her cell phone and dialed Yu Shui in. Nice place? It's hard to believe that she's planning to stay here for a few days. Lin Feng's eyes instantly widened. And before he could obstruct, he heard Chu Lingxiang's commanding voice ring out. Send the paperwork here this week. Yes. Just the room next to him. Clear this floor. Saying that, her gaze fell on Lin Feng, laced with thick playfulness. She came to say that. I don't like being watched. Things had come to this. Lin Feng couldn't say anything more. After all, although this was a filming location chartered by the program, with the strength of the Chu family, I'm afraid no one would dare to say no. It's also a hotel open to the public, isn't it? Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He just watched Chu Lingfeng leave from in front of him. The soles of her shoes hit the carpet, her heels branding a few small square marks in the plush carpet, only to dissipate quickly. When she passed by the closet, Chu Lingxiang's pace obviously gave a start. But she didn't stay for much time, and pushed the door away after only a glance. When the door of the room resounded with a bang, Lin Feng finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Back to his mind, but the image of the party popped into his mind. He didn't know what was wrong with him that he would have thoughts of conquering her in the middle of a fight. No. 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 He's not crazy. He didn't give a damn about people as extreme as that. Not to mention, once upon a time, she had tormented him so badly. If that's what it takes for you to be assimilated away by a lunatic like that, then you're pretty lame. Lin Feng smiled to himself. He got up, went straight to the closet, and pulled the sliding door open vigorously. Wow. Shouzen just went sideways and plopped out. Almost. It came close to Lin Feng's toes. Although he didn't know the relationship between her and Chu Lingfeng. Lin Feng was just naturally not nosy. Looking down at the back of Xiao Dai's head, Lin Feng indifferently said, "Miss Xiao. You're safe now. The implication is that you can fuck off." However, Xiao Dai fiercely grabbed his pants leg, slumped to his knees, and suddenly looked up. A pair of eyes full of anxiety gazing at him from the bottom up. "Why don't you go on? Brother? You guys go on. Go on a chickener. What's so funny about it? Hide in the closet and watch the show. Let him face the devil alone even if you still look good." Lin Feng coldly withdrew his leg and took 2 steps back. Sitting on the edge of the bed and keeping his sanity. "Ms. Xiao. You can go out now." "No." Xiao Dai moved forward a section on his knees. His small hands picking at the edge of the bed. His eyes shining brightly as he tilted his face. Excitedly saying, "Crucial moment, ah brother. How can you fall off the chain?" She was obviously excited. And said with her hands in the air, "This is the first time I've ever seen my sister suffer. Brother. You're so awesome. Worthy of being my chosen idol." "Ah. No. Wait a minute." Lin Feng's scalp came a little numb. Hiss. "Wait. Did you just say your sister?" "Yeah. Xiao Dai excitedly wanted to pick up the accent. But the moment she opened her mouth, reason returned. And she reacted violently. Busy digressing. "No. I mean, I'm simply. Yes. 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 Simply." Glancing at the awkward smile on her face, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "Come on. There's a difference between those 2 words. Okay? You think he's stupid, don't you? Brother. You're so awesome. I've decided that from today onwards, you're my idol. I'm going to go and record this grand moment." Without saying anything else, Xiao Dai excitedly climbed up and bounced out. Calm returned to the room once more. But Lin Feng's heart was like a wave rolling over at the moment. He had said that this Xiao Dai wasn't quite normal. And he didn't realize that she was Chu Lingshang's sister. Chu family hide can be deep enough, ah? Paul second miss even active in the entertainment industry. This is really. It seemed that he had to do more than just stay away from Chu Lingshang now. And this Xiao Dai was afraid that he wasn't a good person either. Lin Feng sighed. Took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. Leaning against the head of the bed and narrowing his eyes slightly. This Chu family, in the end, also hides what he does not know, the fright. Ms. Ran. Ms. Ling Frost would like you to go to her room. Xu Yunran, who had just returned to her room, was confronted by Qin Shui, who was waiting in the house. Seeing Qin Shui's worried face, Xu Yunran instead became excited. Shui. You don't even know what I just saw. That big devil of my sister actually got defeated. Or got screwed by a guy. Ha 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 ha. Compared to Chu Yunran's excitement, Qin Shui sighed. Miss Ran. Miss Ling Frost. She. Go to her room. Right? Okay. I'm on my way. Eyeing the Chu Yunran, who rushed out gleefully. The worry on Qin Shui's face increased instead of decreasing. She had warned as per Miss Ling Frost's request. But Ran did not take it to heart at all. If she hadn't been mistaken just now, Ms. Ling Frost had come out of that room as well. And now Ms. Ren does this eavesdropping thing. It's over. It's really over. Xu Yunran pushed open the door to Chu Lingshang's room with an excited face. And just as her right foot stepped in, she was set up by Zhang Peng and the others. At the end of the line of sight, it was Chu Lingxiang with her back to her, holding a cup of tea in her hand and sipping it unhurriedly in small sips. Chu Yunran was anxious, busy shouting, "Xiao Zhang! You're bold. Actually dared to pull me. Be careful, I'll fire you guys." It was obvious that her intimidation would not work in front of Chu Lingxiang. "Miss Ran. Missy has instructed that a private jet has been prepared for you. Leaving for Indonesia in half an hour." Exclamation point. Chu Yunran instantly panicked, her two little feet kicking about in midair as she desperately shouted, "Sister, ah! My good sister! Don't ever ah! I have something important to tell you. You guys get off of me, ack!" She struggled, but the force was like a kitten to the trained bodyguard. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Lingxiang raised that empty hand with his back to her and waved it in midair. Zhang Peng immediately nodded his head, glanced at his little brother, and set Chu Yunran on his way out. Chu Yunran was completely anxious and bit Zhang Peng's arm. "Ah!" Hiss. Zhang Peng's hand loosened in pain. In the next second, Chu Yunran rolled and trotted to the desk. Hearing the commotion behind her, Chu Lingxiang's anger rose. And just as she was about to open her mouth to deduct Zhang Peng's bonus for the month, Chu Yunran's anxious voice rang out. "Sis, I'll give you this. You must take Brother Lin. I just want him to be my brother-in-law." Her clear voice echoed in the room, instantly dry-firing the CPU of Zhang Peng and the others at the door. "Ah? Making Lin Feng her brother-in-law? Later. This position is the lady's husband? Wait. This." Chu Lingxiang turned back faintly, put down her cup, and slightly raised her hand, signaling Zhang Peng and the others to go out. Zhang Peng and the others, who had not yet reacted from the shock, saw Chu Lingxiang's gesture and immediately understood, and did not dare to think too much, rushed to leave the room. As the door was closed, her cold eyes scanned over Chu Yunran. At this moment, Chu Yunran pulled at the edge of the table, his chin against the table board, gleaming like a kitten, staring at her, and in the depths of his eyes there was even fervent admiration hanging. Turning the chair, Chu Lingxiang sat down with cold eyes, his right leg resting on his left leg, wrapping his arms around her, glancing at her indifferently. Chu Yunran tilted her face excitedly, looking blearily at her own sister. "Sister, I'm telling you. As far as the looks of both of you, Brother Lin, are concerned, the child you give birth to in the future will definitely be good-looking. And Brother Lin is also exceptionally talented. So you can't afford to miss out on such a good man." Hearing these words, Chu Lingfang's eyes sank. She lowered her legs, bowed down and leaned over the tabletop, raised her hand and patted Chu Yunran's small face, and said in a cold voice, "Not awake?" Snapped twice. But Chu Yunran's eyes brightened even more. She grabbed Chu Lingfang's wrist and said with a smile, "Sister, don't you like Brother Lin?" That was more or less a test. But Chu Lingfang didn't have the heart to notice that right now. Her brain was occupied by Chu Yunran's phrase like. She likes him? How can that be? He's just the canary in her eye. Seeing that Chu Lingfang was silent, Chu Yunran's eyes instantly caught fire. Without her sister having to say much, she knew what was going on. It seems that my sister is happy not to know it. Or maybe she doesn't want to admit it? Chu Yunran's eyes rolled. Others might not know. But after so many years, she knew best. Her sister was good at everything. She excelled at everything. But she was so hard-mouthed that if she hadn't just hid in the closet and seen the scene that made her blood swell, she would never have believed that her sister would like someone else. Lin Feng said one word and her sister went out. Mom and Dad's words, her sister sometimes didn't bother to listen to them. But now she was so indulgent to a man. That's not like what? The smile under Chu Yunran's eyes gradually deepened. She smiled daintily and came in tentatively. Sister. I can see that Brother Lin likes you. At those words, Chu Lingxiang's heart shook. He liked her? Her eyes widened slightly. It couldn't be. Wouldn't he like nothing better than to run away from her? Could it be that, for so long, he was actually trying to get away with it? The moment this thought popped up in his mind, Chu Lingxiang couldn't help but speak. Are you saying that all those acts of resistance of his were all staged? Yeah. Chu Yunran nodded her head excitedly, glancing at the shock on her own sister's face. The smile at the corner of her mouth gradually deepened as she busily continued. Brother Lin can actually like you. He's just purposely doing this so that he can get your attention. With that, she added, adding and careful. Sister. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Saying this, it really spoke to Chu Lingfeng's heart. She really wanted to know how much Lin Feng meant to her. If he was really acting, then he was no different from those men. But there was just a physical reason to deepen her feelings for him. But if he was indeed acting, that would be wonderful. Did his calculating beads actually hit her in an attempt to get her to fall into his calculations? The penalty. Chu Lingxiang's eyes crossed a fierce line. She hoped that he wasn't trying to get away with it. Otherwise, if he even dared to play with her feelings, she would really let him know how powerful she was. How do I try? She spoke coldly, tapping her index finger on the tabletop with a thud. Interested? Chu Yunran's eyes flashed. She told her that her sister liked Lin Feng. Right? Sis. You're really running your mouth. Chu Yunran admitted that she was initially curious about Lin Feng. But then after she really got to know him as a person, she kind of wanted to see his contrasting face change. Especially now, as her mind flashed like a walking lantern with scenes of Lin Feng being held down by her sister and pushing back through gritted teeth. Chu Yunran was simply excited to the extreme. Her favorite person and the person she admired simultaneously pulled full of extreme contrasts. Is there anything more enjoyable than watching them pull at their limits? More importantly, if Lin Feng really became her brother-in-law, that would be the only one who could suppress her sister awe. It's too hard to handle her sister. It's still easy to handle a man. At that time, as long as she hugged Lin Feng's thigh tightly, would her sister still be able to move and send her to Indonesia? Associated with this, Chu Yunran's heartbeat violently accelerated. And even her breathing became rapid. Her heart surged with endless excitement. And she violently tilted her face to come closer. Sis. You can start with his hobbies. Chu Lingxiang was puzzled. Hobbies? Right. Chu Yunran nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. For example, you can send him whatever he likes. Just see if he accepts it or not, and that's it. Seeing Chu Lingfeng fall into silence, Chu Yunran once again said, if he accepts it, doesn't it prove that he likes you and that he was acting before? Seeing how Chu Yunran was talking about it, Chu Lingxiang was quite cognizant of it. This was indeed the fastest way to test if Lin Feng was into himself. But, eyeing Chu Lingfeng's wrinkled brow, Chu Yunran's excited face climbed up with some tentative inquiries. No. Sis. You don't think you don't know what Brother Lin likes? Do you? She did wonder. Chu Lingxiang answered the question in silence. All she knew was that he wanted to be free. And what he wanted was the last thing she was likely to give. Seeing that Chu Lingxiang was silent, Chu Yunran only felt that the smile on her face was going to hang on. No. Sis, can you do it? So long ago, you did not even understand people's interests. Also, Her sister has never been in love. How could she possibly understand this? Shu Yunran waved his hand. Directly pulled out his cell phone. While saying, "Forget it. Sis. I'll help you. I'll go search online. We'll pick one together and give it to him." Chu Lingshuang didn't say anything and just stared coldly at Shu Yunran, who was searching with her cell phone. Not a moment after tapping the phone, Shu Yunran suddenly stared wide-eyed, followed by a shout. "I'll go." She hurriedly handed her cell phone in front of Chu Lingshuang's eyes full of contempt. "Sister. Look. Someone is touching the porcelain." Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at the hot search that was blazing in her cell phone screen. #FactoryBoysGirlfriend's gift #burst #. Her heart pumped for no reason. And she smoothly raised her hand to click on the hot search phrase. Inside is a net name for Factory Boy Girlfriend released a dynamic. The content of the picture is accompanied by a jar of handmade stars origami bottles, next to the Lin phone and ZU bookmarks. In just an instant, Chu Lingxiang's heart ignited with endless fury. She knew that Fang Ziyu was Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend and had met him before. But she still couldn't restrain her anger when their sweet trifles were displayed in front of her eyes. "Send someone. Remove the hot search. And immediately tell the Fang family to get out of the capital city," she chortled angrily. While on the opposite side, Chu Yunran hurriedly said, "Sister. I know you're angry. But don't be in a hurry." Shu Lingxiang stared at her angrily, grinding her teeth in a hostile crunch. Shu Yunran blinked her eyes and came closer. "I think this is a good thing, sis. You can look at what he has sent. You can just throw in the towel, can't you?" Chu Lingfang's eyes narrowed slightly. She had to admit that her sister's emotional intelligence was indeed higher than hers. And sometimes these crooked ideas that popped out of her little head were indeed quite effective. There's just something so wicked about giving handmade gifts. Is it possible for her to handfold 520 stars and give them to him? She didn't give a shit about this kind of shit. Chu Lingfang's thoughtful eyes landed on Chu Yunran's small face as she wrapped her arms around it, leaning back and relying on the back of the chair, raising an eyebrow and saying, "That's a good idea of yours. Right? He must have given his gift a lot of thought. We can take it from here." Rarely receiving her sister's praise, Chu Yunran perked up. However, the next second, Chu Lingxiang's words caused her smile to freeze on her face. "Go ahead and do it. And send it to him when it's done." "Huh?" Chu Yunran was dumbfounded. "No. You want to give a gift to your sweetheart and let me do it?" How could she not see that her sister was a lump of elm? Chu Yunran smiled awkwardly. "Sister. This is a handmade gift. It has to be given by the giver's own hands to have that value. She couldn't really tense up and couldn't resist the reminder. However, Shu Lingxiang sneered. "What's the point of having such a waste of time and energy?" Shu Yunran. "Sister. You are really not a bit romantic." She wanted to say this out loud. But when she met Chu Lingxiang's cold, arrogant, and stern eyes, she stifled her words as they reached her mouth. Chu Lingxiang's eyes fell on the cell phone screen. Her eyes gradually deepened. And in the midst of Chu Yunran's silence, she coldly opened her mouth and said, "All right. Go tell Yu Xuan to prepare 520 diamonds of about the same size. And give them to him after decorating them." At those words, Chu Yunran couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth. This is indeed in line with her sister's style. And besides, gifts are never the same. What's more, it was something her sister had rarely considered carefully. "Okay. I'm on my way." Shu Yunran immediately agreed. And as she hurried out, she came back with a smile. "Sister. You won't send me to Indonesia again. Right?" Shu Lingxiang slightly hooked her lips. Her voice was clear and cold, hooked with a hint of playfulness. Let's see how you behave. Although she did not get a negative answer, Shu Yunran was very clear in her heart that her sister had already let her go. She was full of excitement and patted her chest, and said with confidence, "Got it. Sister. You just put 100 hearts." Coming out of Chu Lingshan's room and looking at the bodyguards standing outside the room door, Chu Yunran's face lifted up a smile as she raised her hand and patted Zhang Peng's shoulder, smilingly saying, "Brother Zhang, my sister said that she won't send me to Indonesia." Zhang Peng blinked. As expected, it was still the second young lady who had to be the one to be effective when the first young lady was angry. He quickly nodded. "Yes, second miss. I'll inform them to cancel the special flight." Shu Yunran nodded smugly and couldn't wait to dial Yu Shuiyen's number on her way back to her room. Bovary Diamond Merchants. The manager in charge of the loose diamond auction was leading a windy selection process. A few of the guides in charge of packing couldn't help but murmur. "The Chu family has come to buy goods again? Didn't we just take a batch away a couple months ago? Running out so soon? Who knows? I'll be thankful to have one this big in my lifetime." "You only need them for a wedding, right? This diamond stuff that's all about rich people's decorations. I've even seen people get manicures with real diamonds." "Really fake? Real diamonds for a manicure? Aren't you afraid of losing them?" "Throw what ah? People simply do not look at this point." "Okay. Lost for a new one. Or you think people come hundreds of thousands? As if the goods." A few mouths were broken and the merchandise was packed. Yu Shuiyen came to pick up the goods on time. And when she saw that the goods were being divided and packed as before, she busied herself by saying, "Remove all the boxes and get a bottle for them." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang hurriedly said, "Miss, diamonds are brittle. And glass bottles aren't protected from the sun. So if they're all packed together, wear and tear will easily occur. There's no harm in doing what I say." Yu Shuiyen faintly explained. But in her heart, 10,000 horses were racing. Miss on the island even if. The turn of mind to let her prepare so many diamonds in the bottle. Turned on the 5G internet speed, how could she not brush that hot search? This was clearly modeled after giving gifts to Lin Feng. She felt the need to invite a few exorcists to study what kind of evil her young lady had been hit by. As per Yu Shuiyen's request, the manager resent someone to pack again, holding the gift box, along with some documents. Yu Shuiyen took a cruise ship to the island overnight. Early the next morning, after a night together, all the other guests have gone through the note choosing to go to the island one by one, pairing up 2 by 2. While Ma Yanbin was sent to the nearest infirmary and has yet to return. It also saves the hassle of a big crash on the first night, an hour before the program starts. The cool fitness lover He Ziyuan has already dragged Gao Yakan to start her morning run. The two of them then circled around the seashore. He Ziyuan in front in a running stance, breathing evenly as he waved at Gao Yakan. "Yakan! Cheer up! There's still the last 100 meters to go. After you finish running, you can start working out." Gao Yakan was tired and couldn't catch her breath. Her sweat-soaked hair hung down and hung wetly on her face. Her image was completely ruined. She looked at He Ziyuan somewhat speechlessly. She was originally a polite chat about fitness. Who knew that this He Ziyuan was immediately excited to pull her for a morning run? At 6 o'clock in the morning, punctually knocking on the door of her room. Had she known this, she might as well have picked Zhu Qiming. It's Xiao Dai and Miao Ruoyu's fault for picking so early. On the other hand, Miao Ruoyu at the hotel's foyer was also speechless. Whoever came to the show didn't come over for a relaxing vacation. And as a result, at 6:30 in the morning, Zhu Qiming shouted her up to read a book and sat right across from her, causing her to want to sleep but not be able to. Early morning is the best time to read. MS. Meow usually loves reading too. Right? The corner of Meow Ruoyu's mouth twitched as she nodded her head with a breathless expression. Love. Quite love indeed. Shu Qiming smiled and nodded. Quite happy to point out. Books are the ladder of human progress. The old saying is not there to say. Read a million scrolls under the pen is God. MS. Meow to adhere to in order to have benefits. Meow Ruoyu. At this moment, Lin Feng and Chu Yunran didn't know about all this. Both of them were sleeping in their respective rooms. Next door, Chu Lingshang had gotten up early, holding a cup of coffee, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly looking at the sea level outside the building. Meanwhile, a small, luxurious cruise ship was heading this way. And just by looking at it, you could tell it was worth a lot of money. When it docked at the shore, the two nearest ones, Gao Yakin and He Ziyuan, stopped in a hurry. Didn't they say the show wrapped up this side? And there's a mystery guest entrance? He Ziyuan asked with some surprise, and couldn't help praying in his heart that if there was a new guest, it had better be a woman. On the other hand, Gao Yakin also looked surprised, listening to He Ziyuan's words. She frowned. It would be good if this mystery guest was a man. They could have new options tomorrow as well. If it's a woman, isn't that just adding to the competition? Originally tired and sweaty, she associated with this. Some angry, what's wrong with the program group? Arrange for people to come, also do not notify a prior notice. A little bit of disrespect. He Ziyuan didn't say anything and only fixed his eyes on the cruise ship. On top of the cruise ship, after sensing the docking, Yu Shuiyan walked out. Her destination was clear: the luxury villa resort hotel. When he saw her appear, He Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Compared to this woman in front of her, Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin were simply directly killed. The kind of noble aura on the body of a single person is not comparable to these girls on the scene. And it is only Xiao Dai who can have some competition with her. But Xiao Dai isn't a good strategy either. Seeing that people were about to walk into the villa, He Ziyuan was a bit anxious. It was the first thing he saw, and he had to go up and brush his face first. Associated with this, He Ziyuan directly left Miao Ruoyu behind and rushed over to Yu Shuiyan. Miss, you're the mystery guest, right? Welcome, welcome, welcome. He Ziyuan smiled sarcastically and went up to greet Yu Shuiyan. However, Yu Shuiyan simply did not take care of it, and her pace accelerated even more. He Ziyuan wasn't discouraged, so he followed right behind Yu Shuiyan. Miss, I see that you have a good figure. If you can work out professionally again, it would be the icing on the cake. As it happens, I'm a trainer of a gym. My name is He Ziyuan. You can get to know each other, and I can coach you one-on-one after the program is aired. He followed behind Yu Shuiyan like a follower, his mouth chattering. Yu Shuiyan didn't return her head and walked straight to the hotel. At this moment, she was inwardly 100 speechless. Where did this all come out of the oddball? She was really unlucky. She should have known that she should have let Tianhan come to deliver. Entering the front door of the hotel, Miao Ruoyu and Zhu Qiming, who were at the foyer, also saw this scene. The two men looked different, but they did not get up in a hurry. Yu Shuiyan went straight into the hotel lobby and landed at the elevator. And as the doors opened, she got on the elevator. He Ziyuan originally wanted to follow, but was stopped by the bodyguard at the elevator door. Sir, this elevator is not currently accessible. You may take another elevator. He Ziyuan watched the elevator stop at the 7th floor, and immediately became anxious. Why can't it pass? Isn't the 7th floor also chartered by the program group? What do you guys mean by this? His angry words had no effect. And the two bodyguards continued to hold their hands up in the way and did not answer again. I'm going to find Director Zhang right now. You guys are being too unreasonable. Seeing that the elevator entrance was about to get rowdy, Niao Ruoyu and Zhu Qiming walked over. Elder brother he? What's going on? As soon as he came over, Zhu Qiming immediately asked. He Ziyuan huffed. A new guest just came and went to the 7th floor. And I thought about welcoming them. But they stopped me from getting on the elevator. That woman just now is a new guest? Niao Ruoyu, who was on the side, snapped out. Yeah. I really don't know what the show's intentions are. Coming guests without even informing them. Gao Yakin, who had jogged all the way over, came panting, her miserable face clearly hanging with anger. Niao Ruoyu looked at Gao Yakin and then at He Ziyuan, instantly understanding what was going on. And a sense of crisis instantly descended. The belated staff gasped and explained towards everyone. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry. The one just now is not our guest. It's a VIP who came to this hotel temporarily. The whole 7th floor is forbidden for outsiders to enter and exit. Don't worry. Our program is still unaffected. At that, the group instantly froze. Niao Ruoyu jumped the gun and asked. But don't Lin Feng and Xiao Dai also live on the 7th floor? Her words were chosen to be ignored by the staff. Alright, all of you take a short break to get ready. In half an hour our program will start filming. After that, the staff left. The few remaining people looked at each other in disbelief. Is it that mysterious backstage of Xiao Dai's? Gao Yakin was the first to react. Niao Ruoyu shook her head. No way. This is a recording program. How can she be so blatant? Unable to figure out the identity of that person. The staff also said so. Zhu Qiming proposed that each of them should go back to the room to rest for a while. The crowd naturally had no problem with it. Except that Niao Ruoyu and Gao Yakin came together. Ruoyu, do you think it could be the one called Lin Feng? Gao Yakin's words did not finish. Niao Ruoyu reacted. The program group had just chartered this place. How could there be an honored guest to come? Mixing to their position. They know a little about the top level. People with power tend to be the most anti-shots unless they have to be. I reckon he should have hidden his identity. Niao Ruoyu said with certainty. Otherwise how could the program team really choose a part-time worker to come over? Makes sense. Gao Yakin nodded her head. Then looked at Niao Ruoyu with a smile. Ruoyu, aren't you afraid that I'll snatch Lin Feng first if you say that out loud? Cut. What are you afraid of? Niao Ruoyu laughed. Our enemies aren't each other. You forgot. There's still Xiao Dai. Mention Xiao Dai. The two faces are emerging a little unconvinced. Born with backstage even if. To participate in a program to engage in those tawdry operation. They made them all passive. But also forced to choose the pressure is not cold mail. Indeed. Gao Yakin nodded and frowned. Mainly Xiao Dai chose Lin Feng first. How are we going to do this? Find a chance. Now Ruoyu thought about it and said. Anyway, it's everyone's first time participating in the program. And I don't think Lin Feng and Xiao Dai know each other. So let's find a chance to strike up a conversation with each other and try it out. Okay. But Xiao Dai has a lot of wind. We can't deal with it. I think it's better for the two of us to join forces. Well. Anyway. We'll see how it turns out in the end. No matter which one of us succeeds. It's still better than letting Xiao Dai lead the way all the time. The two of them discussed. Only that while their mouths were saying that, their respective hearts were becoming even more curious about Lin Feng. How much power does it take for even the show to get out of the way? Granted. None of them are short of money right now either. But who can be too rich for that? What they want today is more power. They now have the knockout punch to climb up the ladder. All they need is a guide. At 8 o'clock sharp, Lin Feng pulled open the door of his room on time. And outside the room, the staff of the program was ready. He came down the stairs against the camera. And seeing the two pairs who had long since taken their seats in the dining room, he went straight to the corner of the restaurant. At the same time, assaulted a lowly dressed Xiao Dai holding a gift box. In front of the crowd as well as the camera face. Come in style. Brother. This is for you. Right across from Lin Feng. Xu Yunran put the gift box down and took a seat. Lin Feng, who had just added a piece of salmon, froze. What's that? Xu Yunran propped up her head, gleaming as she stared at Lin Feng. You open it up and take a look. I guarantee you'll like it. Is this like a gift? The gift started on the second day of the show? For a while, the other guests all looked sideways. And Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakan were clearly a bit upset. It was again Xiao Dai who started the tempo. Wouldn't they be in a passive position all the time if this went on? And again, shouldn't the man take the initiative on things like gifts? Good for her. Wouldn't they have to prepare for this one gift down the road? It's still a mess. Xiao Hu has thought it through. I almost forgot about this. Xu Qiming came with an unknown meaning. But his eyes were staring straight at the gift box. He Ziyuan similarly nodded his head with a sideways glance. Indeed. MS. Xiao is not only beautiful, but she is even more considerate in her work. Listening to the two big men's discussion, Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakan's faces became increasingly ugly. Isn't that insinuating? The program team naturally couldn't let go of this great shot. The cameraman went straight forward and the camera was close to disliking Lin Feng. With the explosion of yesterday's program, the live broadcast room flooded with more than 500,000 people early this morning just after the broadcast started. Including, of course, Xu Lingxiang. Miss, the computer has been set up and the chair has been replaced with a fluffy style for you. The henchmen led by Yu Shuiyan were on fire and finally made a simple remodel of Xu Lingxiang's room before the show started. Xu Lingxiang lifted her forehead slightly and landed her feet on the carpet, sauntering over to the desk and sitting down. Yu Shuiyan turned the computer on with fire and adjusted it to Lin Feng's live screen. Then respectfully said, Miss, this is the document that needs to be approved today. I've already sorted it out. So I'll go out first. Responding to her was a silence. Yu Shuiyan knowingly bowed her head and left. As the door to the room was closed, Xu Lingxiang's eyes fell on the computer screen. And she raised her hand, her index finger pointing at her lips in thought. Now, let's see how you react. Her eyes grew deeper, and a strong look of anticipation hung in them. Now the camera falls on Lin Feng again. This kind of reversed Tiangong's gift-giving screen, leading to even more intense discussions among the audience in the live broadcast room. A gift? IKO. Looks like they had a good night last night. Presents all around? Factory Boy is really being looked at by MS. Xiao. This can't be a script. Can it? How can it be? I've been chasing Xiao Dai for years. I've never seen her have a scandal at all. And Xiao Dai's team never works with men. How can it be a script? Take it apart and see what's inside. As the pop-ups rose and fell, Lin Feng's eyes fell on the gift box. You can tell from the outer packaging that it's worth a lot of money. He swept a faint glance at Xiao Dai. And looking at her playful expression, he could only feel that nothing good could come of it. This person is Xu Lingxiang's sister. Although I do not know whether it is a relative or cousin. But her name Xiao Dai is afraid that it is only a stage name. And now you're giving away something so expensive. That's unkind. Associated with this, Lin Feng naturally had no intention of accepting it. He didn't even bother to look at it and directly pushed the gift box away. Thanks. But I don't really want to accept the gift. After all, it was in front of the camera. And the proper politeness. Lin Feng still had to give enough. With this one action, the live broadcast instantly exploded. Rejected. Rejected? No. You haven't even opened it to read it. And you're rejecting it? Factory boy, you've drifted. Xiao Dai, who was directly across the table, had a smile on her face. But she was not discouraged at all. Instead, she asked, "Brother, don't you even want to open it to see what's inside? What is it? Don't stop until a snake jumps out of it and has to scare him." Wait a minute. According to Chu Lingshang's kind of bad taste, and with the addition of a Xiao Dai, I'm afraid that there's a real possibility that there's a snake inside. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. And as he pulled in his rice, he came up with a vague, "Thanks. I'm not interested in this. Even if the King of Heaven came today, it wouldn't affect his ability to finish off the bowl." Seeing that Lin Feng was preoccupied with only eating, Xiao Dai couldn't hang on to the smile on his face. She had thought that by bringing the gift over and fooling Lin Feng into accepting it, she could also continue to fool her sister. As a result, he didn't expect that Lin Feng wouldn't even bother to open the box. She instantly found the task too difficult. These two, one with a dead duck's mouth and the other with cement in his heart. She's going to have to set them up until next year? But she was still more afraid of being sent to Indonesia by her sister than that. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and calmed down. Then, in full view of everyone, she steeply got up and came to sit next to Lin Feng, who was in the middle of a dry meal. She smiled delicately, bent down, hooked her hands over Lin Feng's arm, attached herself to his ear, and pouted daintily, "Brother, just open it up and take a look. It's a well-prepared gift." The live feed instantly exploded. Inverted Big Dipper. Factory boy. You just want to see Xiao Dai pampered, don't you? I see right through you. Knock. Isn't this factory boy just handsome? I'm not convinced. 7 floors up. The camera focused on the image of Xiao Dai pulling on Lin Feng's arm. And the originally calm Chu Lingshang's eyes were now blazing with fire. "You're Chu Yunran. You don't remember, do you?" Chu Lingshuang picked up her cell phone in annoyance and was about to notify Yu Shuiyan when she saw the camera showing Chu Yunran's hand being thrown away by Lin Feng. "MS. Shaw. You're being a bad influence. Xiao Dai." Lin Feng's face at the moment was like the Tang Sanzang in the 4 great masterpieces. A great sage who didn't eat the fire of the earth and was dedicated to the ritual of Buddha and eating, fasting and abstaining from the vulgar. Provided, that is, he's not clutching a duck leg in his hand. Lin Feng took a bite of the crispy roast duck. The crispy outside and the tender inside exploded with juice in his mouth. And the aroma was mesmerizing. Is there anything in life more enjoyable than eating good food? Lin Feng squinted his eyes cozily, completely oblivious to Xiao Dai's increasingly dark face. "You think the duck leg is more important than me?" The pop-up screen is also extremely exaggerated. Brush up 666. Factory boy dry rice maniac. My generation model comments. For some reason, seeing the scene of Xiao Dai being rejected and ignored, Chu Lingshang's eyes climbed up with some satisfaction. And a touch of leap rose in her heart. The scene where he rejects another woman when it really pisses her off. Watching Lin Feng finish the small half plate of crispy roast duck in front of him, Xiao Zhan really couldn't sit still for a bit. While Lin Feng wiped his hands, she directly took the gift box and opened it. Inside the transparent glass bottle, the bright and shiny hundreds of diamonds instantly shone in the camera. Family, is this a real diamond? IKO. So many diamonds? This is a gift? Xiao Dai gave it to me. It should be real. No. Is showbiz money that good? Holy shit. I've never seen such a big diamond in my life. If you can give me one of these, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. You kids even eat, don't you? In the live broadcast room, the group instantly heated up. And at the same time, hashtag Xiao Dai sent Factory Boy 100 diamonds hashtag hit the hot search. And on the scene, Xu Qiming and He Ziyuan looked straight in the eyes. The two men had assets at hand. But where could they match the value of the gift? Take He Ziyuan. Gym personal trainer. Annual income of more than 100,000. A year without eating and drinking is barely by a quarter of a. But now on the table is a few hundred diamonds. He Ziyuan even had green eyes. This damned Lin Feng. Where did he get the good luck? Even if he was spotted by Xiao Dai, he was also given such an expensive gift. Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakan's faces didn't look good either. Although they had some money on hand, it wasn't as much as a tenth of this gift. Where do they put their faces when they come out with something so expensive? Scene. Xiao Dai smiled and pushed the box in front of Lin Feng. Brother, this gift was picked out especially for you. The implication is that you must take it. Lin Feng, who had just had a full meal, was almost blinded by the diamonds. Staring at the style of this packaging, Lin Feng always wears some familiar. This packing style. Not before the internet is very hot star bottle? Unlike the star bottle, this is full of real diamonds. He didn't think that Xiao Dai, whom he had just met, would give him such an expensive gift. So, this should be Chu Ling Shuang's handiwork? Glancing at Xiao Dai's expression as he smiled and bent his eyes, Lin Feng's heart was flooded with a wave of wickedness. Does that crazy woman still have this bad taste? Attempting to ingratiate herself to him with these gifts and make him a willing canary in her cage? In the face of things that came from unknown and unsuspecting sources, Lin Feng only knew that he had to be brave and be himself. Thank you kindly. I don't need it. Instantly, Xiao Dai's smile froze on his face. The live feed blew up straight away. Holy shit. You don't want me to have it. Big sister Xiao. Can you give it to me? Lose it wherever you can. And I'll bring a sack to pick it up right away. Factory boy, you've really drifted. Do you realize that this bottle can buy your life? Buying lives is too fake. Let me do it. I was born with 9 lives. And on the scene, Xu Qiming and the others looked dumbfounded. Just turn it down? What the hell is this kid up to? Pigeon egg-sized hundreds of diamonds don't want? Eyeing the pile of diamonds worth hundreds of millions of dollars in front of him, the cameraman holding the camera was on the verge of tears. It is really the same person, different life. His life hard work to fight so work. People sit here, words did not say. Hundreds of millions of things were pushed over. The result was also Lin Feng refused to accept. The cameraman almost threw the camera down and quit. Miao Ruoyu obviously couldn't stand to watch. She glanced towards Gao Yakan and the two of them got up at the same time, coming in front of Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng. MS. Xiao. The show just started shooting. It's not good for you to be like this. Miao Ruoyu controlled her tone, trying not to be collected by the camera aside. Gao Yakan also nodded. Miss Xiao. The program group has also prepared many activities today. And after that, they will also redistribute the selection system. You so. None of your business. Before the two could finish their words, they were disliked by Xiao Yan. In front of so many people's face was rejected is not important. The important thing is that her sister at this moment must also be watching the live broadcast. Just like this was rejected. How can she still fool? She was already angry. But now she found a direct outlet for her anger and disliked the two men. I can do whatever I want. Does it have anything to do with you? By the way, Lin Feng is the one I've got my eye on. I don't care if the program is assigned or not. This lady has her eye on Lin Feng. Miao Ruoyu and Gao Yakan were momentarily rendered speechless by the dislike. And the two of them stood aside with pale faces. Although their voices weren't recorded, Xiao Dai's words spread throughout the broadcast. For a while, the live broadcast audience also began to hotly debate. It's none of your business if people CP gifts? These two women are so annoying too. When are they going to get off the line? Can we get a single issue of Xiao Dai and Lin Feng? Don't want to see the other two pairs. That's right. Director. I advise you not to be insensitive. Hurry up and clear those two pairs. Don't want to see it. Don't want to see +1. Backstage. Zheng Buochao looked at the trend of discussion among the netizens in the live broadcast room and clearly felt that something was wrong. It was also true that on the first day the program aired, Xiao Dai and Lin Feng's appeal was particularly high. But any footage about the two of them had even more than 100 million views in a single day, while the other two pairs had very few. But now that the contract is signed, Zheng Buochao is in a difficult situation for a moment. Director. I think we should split it into two programs. And send a few more cameramen to the island to get 2 live streams to divert. The assistant next to him mentioned it. Zheng Buochao nodded. That's fine. Otherwise this overall broadcast data is too crotch-pulling to watch. So, Zheng Buochao immediately decided to open a small live studio dedicated to filming the other two pairs with a large diversion, while Lin Feng's side is still the original photographer, mainly filming the ambiguous images of Lin Feng and Xiao Dai in order to hype. The program was immediately adjusted, and the message responsible fell straight through. Xu Qiming and the others were invited to another area of the hotel. Although they were upset, but everything was according to the contract, they could not say anything. Lin Feng, who had eaten, didn't hang around in the restaurant. He directly got up and went to the beach to hang around. He knew very well in his heart that it was only by chance that he was able to come to this program. After all, after leaving the Su family, he was penniless. He didn't have much money left on him right now, and he could still make a living on the program for a few days. But after this village, he didn't know what store there was. It was a rare trip to the beach, so of course he had to enjoy the scenery over here. The sense of relief a good view brings him is not deceiving. So he casually sits down on the beach by the sea and contemplates life. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhu Lingxiang saw the scene and somehow felt inexplicably relieved in her heart. Although she didn't say it with her mouth, she had to admit that she was a little afraid that Lin Feng would take it, thus indirectly proving that he was indeed trying to get away with it. But he didn't take it. It's also true that he's not in it for the money. So, what does he really want? Gazing into the camera trail, Xiao Dai followed and sat on Lin Feng's side. The camera shifted to Lin Feng's face, but Zhu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes. She had seen too many people, actively or passively compromising for the sake of the world, for their ideals, for survival. Everyone who surrounds her has a purpose in life. Wang's mom, for example, worked her ass off for her pension. Xu Yunran, for example, practiced hard since childhood because of her love for dancing and the stage. For example, she herself, in order to stabilize the position of the Chu family. In the 3 years after taking over the Chu family, never stop, step by step, and finally brewed the Chu family's unshakable position today. But on the screen, Lin Feng's face was full of calmness, as if he was lying so quietly like a person outside of heaven, without any hint of worldly desires. But, clearly, he who had been kicked out of the Su family was the one who should have the most purpose. Could it be that he never thought of revenge? Revenge? There's no sense in it. I won't do it. Deep in her memory, The words of the not yet long ago Lin Feng echoed in her mind. Although she had bid for the contract of the Ihan group to sue Jiqing last time, the Su family's act of replacing the director had attracted the dissatisfaction of several partners. Coupled with Su Jiqing's lack of ability. Apart from the bill from the Billion Han group, the Su family has never taken another bill. The Chu family is naturally impossible to renew the single. And it can be said that the current Su family is just one lift of her hand away from being destroyed. She was now merely sort of hanging on for dear life to the Su family. So, Lin Feng knew from the very beginning that the Su family would eventually be destroyed. And it was only because this matter was meaningless to him that he said those words? Chu Lingfeng raised her eyes slightly and stared dead at Lin Feng in the screen. I'm not interested in money. If Miss Chu has nothing else, I will leave first. What does it matter to me what happens to Xia Qingqing? It's just a report. Does it replace my personal experience over the last 20 years? All I wanted was always freedom. Just like the show will eventually come to an end. Between the past. The words that Lin Feng had said echoed in her mind like a movie in rotation. On the screen, Xu Lingxiang saw that Xiao Dai had come a little closer and was lying on Lin Feng's side, slightly tilting his head and inquiring. Brother? May I ask why you don't want that gift? Did she not send it at the right time? Or did Lin Feng simply not like it? Shou Zhen was curious. Although she had never lacked money since she was a child, she also probably knew the meaning of money. These diamonds that the Chu family had put out were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Put them on any person alone. They could even be happy as hell. Even if it was just a small family. The money was enough to excite them to the extreme. But Lin Feng didn't want it. Without even a second glance, he just straightened up and left. She doesn't understand. Hearing Xiao Dai's words, Lin Feng half squinted his eyes and patted his hands behind his head, just looking at the sky freely. Instead of answering Shoyan's words, he asked rhetorically, "What makes you think I want it? Haven't you used this as a gift for someone before?" Xiao Dai replied subconsciously, not noticing that he had once again exposed his identity in front of Lin Feng. Only for Lin Feng, who already knew who she was not impressed. He chuckled. That's all in the past. Who hasn't been impulsive in their youth? So the gifts were impulsive at the time? Xiao Zhan froze. And in the next second, Lin Feng's voice sounded again. No one can escape the word top. And with it comes a reciprocal price. And I don't think I have a reciprocal value to receive that gift of yours. Or maybe there was. It just cost freedom and he didn't want to redeem it. Of course. The words didn't come out of his mouth. And at the same time, the pop-ups in the livestream were once again blown up. Factory boy you. I take back that comment about you drifting. He's so awake. Yeah. Such an expensive gift given casually. Who knows what Xiao Dai really wants to do? But, Factory boy, are you just willing to work for the rest of your life? Don't pretend to be AB. He is just looking at having a camera and is too embarrassed to take it. And talking so high-end. Grandma drop. That's right. When there's no money you see he's still like a grandpa? That's easy for you to say. The netizens' buzz was mixed. But none of it had anything to do with Lin Feng. At the moment he was lying on the beach, listening to the waves, blowing the sea breeze, looking up at the blue sky, enjoying his life which was supposed to be cozy and free. This is the time for emotions and this is the time for days. And there is nothing to do with the little gods. Lin Feng was even more cozy and crossed his legs. If only he had another piece of grass to hold in his mouth. Eyeing the scene, Xiao Dai couldn't tense up. She couldn't understand the meaning of the words. It was too profound for her. She didn't understand why he refused it when it was just a gift and it wouldn't matter to him if he took it. Doesn't he lack money? The thought popped into her head and she followed up with the inquiry. But brother, What if you run out of money? That was the basis of life. If the current Lin Feng was penniless and didn't even have money for food. She didn't believe that he would still be able to make these remarks. The 7th floor of the hotel. Xu Lingxiang also straightened her back, concentrating on the screen with a deadpan stare. Then go earn it, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Playing a bit of work and touching some fish. Isn't that normal? What if you can't earn that much? Xiao Dai pressed on, his eyes staring straight at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng puffed out a laugh and raised his eyes. As much as you can earn with your ability, you can exchange it for as much freedom as you can. And if you can't earn it, then you don't have freedom. There was no doubt that Lin Feng's quotes had been included. And the live broadcast room had set off an unprecedented buzz. Why, I think he has a point. There's a shitload of reasoning. My family of 5. With an old man and a young man. I'm able to earn it. And I have a shitload of freedom? So that's your weakness. What about me? I can only work as a security guard even as a graduate student because I'm not competent enough? It's because your eyes are opened. Meanwhile, the live stream was forced to shut down. In the 7th floor, the image of the computer video was still stuck on Lin Feng's face. The sunlight pouring over him as if he were a free man. Even if only for a moment. Xu Lingfang had never seen such a person. She suddenly felt that giving him diamonds as a gift was a little too insulting. She's insulting a soul that longs to be free. At this moment, she suddenly realized that some birds are born to be shut up because they are feathered enough. But, just like that, her heart couldn't restrain the thoughts that surged up more and more fervently. Wanting to trap him. Doesn't make sense? Xu Lingshuang slightly hooked the corner of her lips. Her fingers unable to restrain themselves from rubbing against Lin Feng's face and the computer screen. Her eyes hanging in endless bloodthirsty possession. That's good. Then let me be your meaning. Even if I break all your wings, I am bound to keep you by my side. Go tell Lin Feng to come see me immediately. Xu Lingxiang clutched her cell phone and sent a voice message to Yu Shuayan. Soon after, Yu Shuayan replied. Yes. Miss. Sir. Director Zhang is looking for you. Next to him, the staff member came up and gestured for a cell phone. Lin Feng, although doubtful, but still got up to pick up the phone. Just hello a sound. Zheng Buchao's voice on the other end of the phone rang. Dude. That's a little too bold for bad influence. In comparison, Zheng Buchao's tone was still very moderate. And he didn't blame Lin Feng for the suspension of the live broadcast. But Lin Feng was rather puzzled. What does it mean? Zheng Buchao sighed and said in a heavy and deep tone. That free gaming theory you just had. That's a big no-no. Don't mention it if you can. Where did Lin Feng think that he had merely stated what he was looking at? This is considered a big taboo. Ha? Lin Feng laughed lightly. Harm. Brother. You are a newcomer after all. Zheng Buchao's tone descended. Somewhat pleading. Consider it as giving me a face. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Zheng Buchao immediately came back with. Right. Brother. There's something I have to tell you in advance. What? It's Su Noir. Zheng Buchao busily said. The Su family spent $600,000. Saying that they only wanted Su Noir to appear on my program. $600,000? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. The moment he left the Su family. The Su family did have nearly $10 million in liquidity. But he had been gone for nearly 2 months now. According to Su Jiqing and Su Jie's management ability, it should have dropped quite a bit by now. But I didn't expect them to take 600,000 out for Su Noir to appear on the show again? Lin Feng didn't hold back and asked. You promise? Right. Zheng Buchao's voice was obviously weak. He explained, Su Jiqing personally called me. Su Nuar will be on the island on the 4th day. I feel that this matter is still necessary to talk to you. You can also make preparations in advance. Brother, don't blame me. Zhang Boqiao was still babbling and explaining. But Lin Feng didn't listen anymore. He suddenly reacted. So, Lao Shang, the money you said you'd raise for me halfway through earlier. It wouldn't be the $600,000. Would it? Ahem. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Boqiao cleared his throat. As if he had been recognized as rather embarrassed. I'm not also for the money. Brother, you also know that we are a businessman. That there is a profit. We certainly will not refuse. Don't worry. I'll send a few more employees up there. If Su Nuar wants to make a demon, I've got me. He explained in a 7-word panic. And Lin Feng was stunned for a few seconds. Then burst out laughing. Put. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Boqiao on the other end of the phone froze instantly. This brother of his is bewitched? Old Lin. What are you laughing at? Zhang Boqiao was obviously a bit emboldened. His brother couldn't be crazy. Could he? No. Lin Feng held the phone, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. Said. Old Zhang. Really have you? But you want a little bit less. Next time cannot say in advance. I used to be a person of the Su family. Directly to help you want to the aorta well? Zhang Boqiao, who was originally on tenterhooks, was first stunned, then reacted, and immediately laughed as well. Geez. You should have said so. I've signed this contract. Zhang Boqiao's face was full of remorse. But, before Lin Feng could open his mouth, he reacted violently. Wait a minute. Old Lin. Are you serious about this? Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he had roughly guessed what Zhang Boqiao wanted to do. He smiled and responded. Nonsense. You still don't believe me? Believe. I don't believe in others. But I certainly believe in you. Who is his brother? The guy who just turned down hundreds of millions of gifts. Okay? That can't be without a couple of tricks. Zhang Boqiao very excited. So? You give me a rough number. I want to find a way to get this money over. Not to say more. We 7-3. How? Lin Feng didn't care how it was divided. He knew a lot of rules in the business world. But he wasn't sure about the entertainment world. It doesn't make any difference if the world is one big family. But, Old Chang, haven't you already gone through the contract? Hey! It's just going to be an e-signature. 2. And isn't there any other fee besides the participation fee? Then? Zhang Boqiao winked. His evil face instantly revealed. Makeup. Camera. Personnel management. So everything is money. Kicking the field guests do not have to have special treatment? So? Lin Feng instantly understood. It's just black eating black. However, the only thing that can make the Su family maintain so far is that single order from the last Yihan's group. According to Chu Lingshang, that woman's madness. That order must have been signed. The specific how big he still does not know. This contract was outside his expectations. And he would have to ask Chu Lingshan how much liquidity the Su family was now allowed to move. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If he wasn't wrong, the probability was that Chu Lingfeng had signed the order because of him. The Su family's life should never have been extended to eat the blood and bones of him. The one who was thrown out. Then don't blame him for making them vomit back. Wait for my message. Staring at Yu Shuayan, who was not far away. Walking towards him, Lin Feng put down a sentence and then hung up the phone, handing the cell phone to the staff member at her side. Yu Shuiyan also happened to walk over. The lady wants to see you. Having just met, Yu Shuiyan opened the door. Then added, right now. This time, Lin Feng didn't refuse anymore. Raised his hand and pointed at the hotel. Smiling. Yeah. Just in time. I have something to look for her too. Yu Shuiyan was slightly stunned. She had thought that Lin Feng would come up with some kind of difficulty. But she didn't expect him to agree so readily. When she thought about the comments she had just seen on the live broadcast, Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but raise her eyes and measure Lin Feng. Indeed. This man was different from the others. And it was no wonder that her young lady was so deep in it that she couldn't help herself. I'm sure the young lady's uptightness for him has only just begun. And there's still a long day ahead. This master. She must be careful to serve awe. However, in 10 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at Chu Lingfeng's room. And after Yu Shuiyan pushed open the door, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly lifted his foot and walked in. Miss. The man has been brought. Rushing to report to Chu Lingshang, whose back was facing the door. Yu Shuiyan closed the door to her room. In moments, the room returned to quiet once more. The spray tank at the foot of the desk was running and the air in the room was quite humid. In front of him, Chu Lingxian was turning her back to him, half tilting her head, seemingly gazing at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Feng steadily stepped forward. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Chu Lingxian toes the ground. Chair turned. Sharp eyes in an instant will fall on Lin Feng. This time, but more points of speculation. Sit down. She raised her hand casually and gestured to the couch across the room, commanding him in a rarely moderated tone. It's rare to see such a kind tone from Chu Lingxiang. Lin Feng, who was in a good mood, flirted. Yo! Have you changed your nature? His words took on a bit of a yin-yang. Unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiang was not angry, but instead explained seriously. You're too tall. I'll get tired after tilting my head for a long time. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Well. He couldn't refute this reason. He turned and took a seat just a short distance from the desk. Looking around the room that had been carefully remodeled, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. Miss Chu is having a really good time. His repeated yin and yang fell on Chu Lingxiang's ears. But she did not see a trace of anger. On the contrary, she felt that Lin Feng was hinting at her. Without answering Lin Feng's words, she picked up her cell phone straight away and sent a voice message to Yu Shuiyan outside the door. Go and transform Lin Feng's house into the same as mine. If he said it, then he wants it. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Lingfeng in surprise. She didn't have a problem in her head. Did she? But for such a long time. His mind has become very open. He is also too lazy to explain so much. Only Woody picked up the cup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Putting down her cell phone and glancing at Lin Feng's movements, Chu Lingxiang slowly got up. As she moved, the black hem of her dress sagged and fell to her ankles, the wobbly suspenders hanging from her pale white shoulders, the rounded collar dropping down to reveal her gullet. Her long hair was tied back by a very simple ebony hairpin, and in her earlobes were two smooth and sparkling white pearl pendants. A matching set that was simple but steady. Walking around the desk, her image as a whole appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. A flash of amazement did cross the bottom of Lin Feng's eyes, only to quickly dissipate. Seeing Chu Lingxiang approaching step by step, Lin Feng took a sip of tea and said with a light smile, Miss Chu wouldn't even let me drink tea. Right? Chu Lingfeng didn't answer. So she sat down on the single sofa on Lin Feng's right side, her arm resting on the armrest, her single leg cocked up, her pale white ankles and perfect curves showing. I'm thirsty too. She just stared straight at Lin Feng and said something in reply. Pouring an extra cup of tea was just a casual thing. After all, he had something to ask. So naturally Lin Feng wouldn't refuse. He directly picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chu Lingxiang. His movements fell in Chu Lingxiang's eyes. But her eyes grew hotter and hotter. Ms. Chu, please use the tea. Pushing the cup in front of Chu Lingfeng, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. The temperature soared. But there was more of an anticlimactic flavor in the atmosphere. Chu Lingxiang didn't bother to think about those. She stared at the teacup for a long time before lifting her hand and lifting it up. Placing the rim of the cup on her lips and taking a sip before she narrowed her eyes slightly. I don't know why. But it's obviously the same brand that I always drink. And the temperature of the water hasn't changed. But there's an extra sweetness in my throat. What is it that Miss Chu suddenly sought me out for? He's still taping the show. But it's break time at this point. And the start of taping again is set for 6 p.m. So now he's got plenty of time to do exactly that. But that didn't mean he was going to keep sitting here. So Lin Feng chose to open the door. Chu Lingxiang unhurriedly put down the teacup. Faintly swept a glance. And said, accompany me for lunch later. Lin Feng froze. Then said, Ms. Chu, lunchtime is 12 o'clock. It's only 10:30 now. Are you calling me over so early? Are you planning to make me sit here for an hour and a half? His words didn't carry fire. They were just reasoning. But throughout the ages, reasoning with women has never worked. Chu Lingxiang raised her hand. Her finger pointing at her cheek. Slightly sideways. Staring at Lin Feng. Or else. Lin Feng. Chu Lingxiang hooked up the corner of her lips and came extremely domineeringly. There are still some accounts between you and I that have not yet been settled. So while we have this time, why don't we let's make a good reckoning? What account? A moment after his voice fell, he saw Chu Lingxiang suddenly get up and walk straight to him. As before, she bowed her waist, coldly and proudly gazing at him from above. And then, her red lips slightly opened. Her voice fell. Her voice was mixed with a touch of hidden fire. As if she wanted to devour Lin Feng. I told you not to touch other women. But you're not being good. Her fingertips hovered over the side of his face up to his chin. The hook tickled Lin Feng's heart. Slightly lower down the sightline was her proud gash. But again and again. The same routine. How could Lin Feng fall again? What's more? She said such inexplicable things. Staring into Chu Lingxiang's icy eyes. Lin Feng instead held her swimming wrist. He sneered. Why is Ms. Chu so attached to my affairs? Not expecting him to come up with such a sentence. Chu Lingxiang's hand instantly froze. Mindful? Did she? She was in a trance for a moment. But Lin Feng caught her. Denying me intimate contact with other women. Locking me in your house. And pulling off a chase with me 3 times. Ms. Chu. You're not falling for me. Are you? His voice is not big. Just counting the behavior of Chu Lingfeng. The end of the word and add a sentence as if 1,000 pounds of falling stone. Smashed in Chu Lingfeng's heart. This is more exciting talk than ever. Unbridled. How could I possibly like you? She was in a hurry. Suddenly crimson cheeks climbed with provoked anger. She gazed coldly and proudly at Lin Feng. Panic climbing at the bottom of her eyes. And babbled in a rare and lame way. You're nothing more than a bird I've kept. I'm drooling over you. Don't get me wrong. If you want to like, it's only you who likes me. Will he like her? Don't be ridiculous. If he can still like her in this situation, isn't he purely sick? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. But his eyes fell on Chu Lingxiang. It was rare to see her so flustered. It seemed kind of fun to make a high-powered, cold woman so anxious. Okay, Ms. Shu. I'm not kidding. Lin Feng closed his voice at the right time. After all, he still had questions to ask her. A dog will jump over the wall when it's anxious. And pushing Chu Lingxiang to the brink wouldn't do him any good either. Chu Lingfang instantly reacted to Lin Feng's teasing. It was already unknown how many times Lin Feng easily tugged at her heartstrings. Could it be? Was this really like? She didn't understand. And she didn't have time to think about it. What filled her heart now was full of anger at being teased. Very well. How dare you tease me? Shu Lingfang's voice echoed through gritted teeth. Her hand gripping Lin Feng's wrist backwards as she said in a sinister tone. It seems like I'm going to have to punish you properly. This time, Lin Feng didn't plan to beg for mercy or dislike him back. He was calmly setting up on the couch. His tone flat but trailing off. How do you intend to punish me? Will you take me from the show and trap me in your house? Or will you put me in a cage? Between resistance and anger, Lin Feng chose to mouth off. He counted the piles and pieces of outrageous to grandma's house things that Chu Lingfang had inflicted on him in the past. And there was not the slightest bit of fear in his complexion. There is nothing but candor and peace written all over his face. None other. All he wanted to do was show this madman that the moves that he was forced to make couldn't trap his free soul. Apparently, his calmness also calmed Chu Lingxiang. If it had been before, she would have trapped him without hesitation and by any means necessary. But now, having already spent almost 2 long months together, she also had a whole new understanding of Lin Feng as a person. There was no way those crude and violent tactics were going to compromise him. Even if it trapped his person, it couldn't trap his heart. This was not what Chu Lingxiang wanted. Perhaps in the beginning, she did want it. But now, after understanding, the forced compromises under those means no longer satisfied her. She wants more. This man, his eyes, his heart, everything about him, the thing that filled it had to be her. Her eyes gradually deepened as she lowered her hand and sat down right beside Lin Feng. She said, "Given that you're actively refusing, I'll let you off the hook this time." That simple? Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingfang with some surprise. This wasn't like her style of acting. Before he could decide whether to take it seriously or not, in the next second, Chu Lingxiang turned his words around. But dash. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He knew that it wasn't that simple. But Chu Lingxiang's next words left him stunned. During the taping of the program, and nothing in particular, I want you to come to this room and stay with me. Lin Feng was surprised. Even at night? Sure. Chu Lingxiang sneered and sipped his tea. Lin Feng's body tightened. Good guy. So you bagged the entire 7th floor with the purpose of being here, right? He gritted his teeth, stared at Chu Lingxiang, and said, I can promise you. But I have one condition. Chu Lingxiang raised her eyebrows slightly and said in an extremely indulgent manner. You say it. I want to know how much the bill that the Yihans group signed with the Su family is worth. Originally thought that Lin Feng would make a request for her not to force him or something like that. But he didn't expect the conditions he said to be so simple. A greater amusement climbed under her eyes. What? Want to bankrupt the Su family? Chu Lingxiang hooked her lips. Breaking or not going bankrupt was between her lifting her hand. She didn't have the heart to care about the death of those people. Only she was more interested in knowing what Lin Feng wanted to do. She didn't mind helping him, as long as he trades his heart for it. But, unexpectedly, Lin Feng shook his head. That's not true. Oh? Chu Lingfang was completely aroused by Lin Feng, and she stared at him with unblinking eyes. According to my calculations, The Su family's destiny should have been extinguished a long time ago. And I'm afraid they've managed to last until today because of you. Speaking here. Lin Feng suddenly looked at Chu Lingfang. In her slightly surprised line of sight, his thin lips slightly hooked, and coldly added, Miss Chu, if you're interested in me, why don't you spend your mind on me? Don't fix all those useless things. What did he say? He's got a lot of nerve. As if being poked in the heart. Panic instantly flashed under Chu Lingxian's eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just seeing that the Su family has the ability to give out charity as I go along. She still explained hastily. But it sounded too lame to Lin Feng's ears. See what the Su family is capable of? But he really is not blowing his own trumpet. He left the Su family after knowing that those who used to cooperate will be withdrawn. Su Tongda only know to look at the blood. But do not know that people sometimes also planted in the blood. Those partners with the Su family were all taken down by him time and time again at his door. Using his superior knowledge base. So if there were really only things that could be solved by inviting people to dinner, then there would really be no hard things under the sky. Who's a fool when it comes to business? What's more, the Chu family was at the top. And as the person in charge of the Chu family, how could Chu Lingxiang be so foolish as to go to such an extent? He smiled and said softly, Miss Chu doesn't need to explain. My words are also very clear. Miss Chu is a smart person. She definitely understands the meaning of my words. His voice echoed. But it was like it carried a magic power that calmed the panicked Chu Lingxiang. She could no longer tell who was the host and who was the guest in this meeting. A small order of $5 million. She replied, doing her best to hide her panic. Obviously. The atmosphere of the scene had been clearly brought up to speed by Lin Feng. Oh. Lin Feng nodded, muttering with his head. So the assets currently available to them are in the 3 million range. Looking at Lin Feng, who suddenly lowered his head in contemplation. Chu Lingxiang could be too curious. What do you want to do? She asked. Reacting from his calculations. Lin Feng smiled. Not doing anything. Just making them spit it out. Chu Lingxiang snorted coldly. If you want it, I'll transfer you 5 million. Won't do. Why bother? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. This one in front of him was really an unearthly young lady. $5 million is just a few dresses to her, I'm afraid. He looked deeply at Chu Lingxiang, picked up the cup on the table and took a sip, saying, that money shouldn't have belonged to them in the first place. So, is this his revenge? Chu Lingxiang looked at him thoughtfully and said rather emotionally, it's really rare to hear such words from your mouth. Meh. Lin Feng laughed and flirted. This doesn't affect Miss Chu transferring money to me either. Chu Lingfeng froze and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Why hadn't she realized that this man was kind of a scoundrel? Chu Lingxiang was speechless and laughed at him, directly raising her hand and pointing at the desk. Go and bring me my cell phone. Really? Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. This is a transfer between conversations. He is just a joke. It is not considered that he asked for it. Lin Feng directly got up and brought Chu Lingfeng's cell phone over. Receiving the cell phone, Chu Lingxiang was not in a hurry. She tapped on the wizards and raised her eyelids. Buddy. Lin Feng was stunned. Adding friends? Hiss. He snapped to mind that he and Chu Lingfeng had been screwing for so long, and hadn't even been friends with each other. But it really isn't too much of a stretch to add a friend when the person is planning to transfer $5 million. He took out his cell phone, tapped the QR code, and took the initiative to come to Chu Lingxiang's eyes. With a ding, the friend was successfully added. Staring at Lin Feng's pitch-black avatar, Chu Lingxiang frowned slightly. This avatar of yours is too ugly. Change it. Lin Feng looked down, looking at his black avatar in the screen. What's wrong with that? No one's allowed to black out? Comparing it down. And then looking at Chu Lingfeng's demonic rose avatar. Lin Feng didn't hold back. Missy, your avatar isn't much better. In the past, when denied by others, Chu Lingxiang would get angry. It certainly demeans her taste. But when Lin Feng said this, she frowned. For some reason. At this moment, she also felt that this avatar didn't look too good. Lin Feng stared at the account and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the extra 5 million transferred on the card. He's finally got some oil in this account. But without waiting for him to be happy for a moment, Chu Lingxiang's next words caused him to fall in a state of shock. You go find a nice pair and send them to me. Lin Feng, ? These are the words coming from you. Miss Chu? Now he was a bit uncertain. This Miss Chu wouldn't really like him. Would she? No. There are people who torture others and get addicted to it? Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingxiang with some contempt. And without waiting for his next reaction, Chu Lingxiang took the lead and clicked on the browser. Forget it. I'll find it, she said, sliding her finger through the screen of her cell phone. And all that caught her eye were gripping pictures. Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingfeng's very serious appearance. And at this moment, he suddenly felt that at the beginning, he seemed to have a filter on Chu Lingfeng. The way she is looking for the picture seriously now seems no different from those little girls who are in love with each other. Lin Feng had mixed feelings in his heart. But after all, people had just transferred 5 million to him. This money was already a lot for him now. What else could he say? If you take someone's money, you have to do something for them. Just this one. Chu Lingfeng's voice fell. And in the next second, a picture was transferred to Lin Feng's cell phone. When he glanced at it, the corners of his mouth smashed. No. Missy. I'm only good enough to be a dog. Ha! On the screen of the phone is a smiling anime Samoyed, pulled by a rope around his neck. And at the end of the rope is the end of this picture. He can even imagine what the other one is. Seeing Chu Lingfeng's avatar suddenly turn into an anime girl, tugging on her dog's leash. Lin Feng. In the face of Lin Feng's contempt, Chu Lingxiang was quite satisfied. She couldn't restrain the corners of her mouth from rising. I hope you'll remember that I'm your master when you tap on your phone in the future. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths. Forget it. He's paid for it. He stiffly changed that avatar on. Okay. Missy? Aha. Chu Lingxiang nodded her head with great satisfaction. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:30. Go and ask Yu Shuiyan to send the meal over. You accompany me for dinner. Lin Feng, who had been busy early in the morning, was now really a bit hungry. After all, he had promised to come over when he was done with his work. So he didn't say anything. And he got up and went straight to the door. Just after opening the door, Yu Shuiyan's laughter rang out. At the moment, she was sitting intently in the doorway swiping a short video. When she saw Lin Feng open the door, she hurriedly put her phone away and her expression returned to calm. Lin Feng, who had seen this face-changing scene, was silent. Well. Everyone loves to touch a fish, don't they? The little girl has a future. Yu Shuiyan stood up and looked at Lin Feng and calmly said, Is it Miss who has any orders? Lin Feng didn't break her down and said directly, Let's have you serve the food. Okay. I'll make the announcement. Yu Shuiyan nodded and turned around to head to the restaurant. Lin Feng didn't close the door either, and entered the house with the door only half covered, glancing at Chu Lingxiang's attention still on her cell phone. He didn't make a sound and sat down on the single sofa not far from her. Not long after, Yu Shuiyan came over with the chef and a few servants. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng watched them move the table. Cloth dishes. Busy and lively. Which made him jaw-dropping scene. Eating a meal made like a war. Worthy of the Chu family. But Chu Lingxiang seemed as if she was already very normal about all this. She just quietly looked at her cell phone and didn't make a sound. After working for a full 20 minutes, the banquet food was finally ready. And Lin Feng was already famished. After Yu Shuiyan dispersed the servants, she brought slippers from the doorway and placed them in front of Chu Lingfeng. And bowed toward Chu Lingfeng. Miss, the meal is ready. Please have your meal. Aha. Chu Lingshan responded softly and put down her cell phone, moving gracefully to stretch her legs. Yu Shuiyan lowered her head and went out when she saw this. Chu Lingfeng raised her hand nonchalantly and waved it towards Lin Feng. Help me change my shoes. The smell of rice was already in the air. Lin Feng only felt his eyes faint. Hurrying to eat was the big thing. Not bothering to bother much with Chu Lingfeng, he directly got up and clutched her small white feet, putting slippers on for her. It was rare to see Lin Feng so obedient. Chu Lingxiang was in a good mood. Without any reason, she raised her hand and rubbed it on the head of Lin Feng, who was crouching in front of her. His hair was thick and incomparably fluffy to the touch. And with this touch, the softness spread directly from his palm to his heart. Very satisfying. Chu Lingxiang unconsciously raised the corners of her lips. She liked this feeling of being obeyed. Feeling the contact on the top of his head. The heart of Lin Feng, who had buried his head, however, bubbled up with a bit of anger. What's the difference between that and having a dog? She really treats him like a dog, doesn't she? However, the money received. Lin Feng finally pressed the gas down. Now in addition to hunger. But his heart is very remorseful. He knew he shouldn't have taken the money. He had already helped her change. But Chu Lingfeng still didn't stop her hand movements. Lin Feng raised his head slightly and said with some patience, "When else is Miss Chu going to touch?" Chu Lingfeng, who was in the middle of reminiscing, slightly opened her eyes. Some doubts climbing up under her eyes. No? It was certainly a provocation to his dignity. Lin Feng knew that getting angry now was undoubtedly making himself suffer. It was hard for him to make this woman less crazy. And it was only natural that he wouldn't make trouble for himself at this juncture. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed his anger, half-jokingly saying, "Touch it again. You'll have to pay more." Chu Lingxiang froze. Was he selling himself to her like a commodity? She would never allow something she had her eye on to be so presumptuous. Or it would be a slap in her face. Chu Lingfeng violently straightened her waist, leaned her body forward and just pinched his chin. Her eyes full of anger staring at him dead on. "What did you say?" Lin Feng knew that she was angered. But he really couldn't figure out the point at which she was angered. It doesn't make sense. He's just being honest and belittling himself. Why is she mad? But even then, he was not likely to fold just because of that. Lin Feng knew very well that with the first time, there would be a second and a third time. Stacked up that was endless. He must not let her go along with it. Since he couldn't get rid of this crazy woman for the time being now. If she was crazy, he would be crazy together. Who's afraid of who? MS. Chu? Am I wrong? Undaunted, he met her anger-filled gaze straight on and smiled calmly. Think of it as keeping a pet. And shouldn't you reward your pet for making you happy? His words fell on Chu Lingxiang's ears. And she suddenly felt as if they made sense. Her eyes twinkled slightly and she smiled. Then I'll reward you with some. As a reward for your obedience. Lin Feng raised his eyes and watched as Chu Lingxiang took out her cell phone. And not long after, his cell phone rang with a pop-up window. $100,000 was credited to the card. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Serving this great lady seemed to be faster than him going out to work for money. Okay. Help me to dinner. Chu Lingxiang put down her cell phone and pointed her feet to the ground. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose. His hand then stalled in midair and he smiled. Missy, please. Chu Lingfeng seemed satisfied. Her hand was casually resting on Lin Feng's arm as she slowly stood up and walked towards the dining table. Settling down at the dining table, Lin Feng didn't rush to move his chopsticks even though he was hungry. And after helping Chu Lingxiang pull over a stool, he sat down on her right side. Chu Lingxiang was satisfied with this respectful attitude of Lin Feng. All along, wasn't this the effect she wanted? She was in a good mood for no reason. And looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, she raised her forehead slightly and said in a cold voice, "Move your chopsticks." "Got it," Lin Feng answered. He had long been starving and directly picked up his chopsticks and feasted. He wasn't much of a eater. He wolfed it down. And if you didn't know better, you'd think he'd been starving for days. It's just that that's how a man shows his wildness. She took small sips of juice, staring closely at Lin Feng's extremely indulgent eating. And unconsciously, her eyes took on a bit of pleasure. Seeing how hastily he ate, with satisfaction on his face as each bite went down, Chu Lingxiang unconsciously hemmed and hawed her lips. She was also a little hungry. However, regarding this, Lin Feng was completely unaware. There is no way. Chu Lingxiang's special cook made the dishes too delicious. A few mouthfuls of crab leg meat into the belly. Lin Feng was fresh and full of satisfaction. To say that he had eaten a lot of high-grade dishes before, but it was not as comfortable as it was when he was in the Chu family. Worthy of being the Chu family, these cooks are of 5-star caliber at high and low levels. Not only do they sell well, but their taste is also excellent. Who wouldn't be confused if they ate this? After 10 minutes, Lin Feng had already eaten almost half full. But when he looked back, he saw the plate in front of Chu Lingxiang was clean, and she was just half leaning on the back of the chair, staring at him with a smile. This smile looked a little creepy in Lin Feng's heart. He froze for a moment and snapped back to his senses. Chu Lingxiang didn't eat. Could it be that the dish was poisoned? Associating this woman's methods, Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to eat?" Instead of answering him, Chu Lingxiang asked back with a light smile. "Are you full?" "Pretty much." Lin Feng pursed his lips. Looking at this situation, he really did not dare to eat anymore. He picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. The smile underneath Chu Lingxiang's eyes intensified as she raised her hands and wrapped them in front of her body. Her tone clear and cold. "Well, then feed me." "Huh?" Lin Feng looked over in surprise. "Not feed. Feed you dinner? Missy. You." Lin Feng was going to spit out "Are you" without hands. But after thinking about it, he held the words back. After all, it was hard for her to listen to him for a couple of sentences. It was better not to piss her off. He turned his words around and asked, "Are you sure you want me to feed you?" "What? You're not happy about it?" Chu Lingxiang's icy voice rang out. And although it was an expression that was full of smiles, a touch of sinister hostility hung in the bottom of his eyes. It was as if she would blow up if Lin Feng dared to say a word of no. "Gladly, gladly," Lin Feng hurriedly answered. "Feed a meal." Although he has never done this kind of thing, but cannot see the pig run? It was obvious that coaxing her to be satisfied was the superior option than fleeing around on her own, being stalked and chased to death by this great lady. Not to mention it's a gold coin popper. The previous $5 million was just a surprise. He really didn't expect that Chu Lingxiang would really transfer it to him. If that was the case, then he might as well coax her first. After all, he really didn't have much money on hand right now. And he had to have the capital to make an escape. Just trade this time of aggravation for greater freedom. Make her $1 billion first. Then take this money. He directly run away to travel around the world. He did not believe that the world is so big. There is still no place for him to stay. I'm sure that by then, Chu Lingshan should be tired of him as well. Lin Feng, who had sorted out his current thoughts, rubbed his hands together. The corners of his lips rose as he looked at the dishes in front of him and smiled. So, Ms. Chu, what would you like to eat? Crab legs it is. Chu Lingxiang thought about it and said coldly. I saw you eating quite favorably just now. Although these dishes, Chu Lingshuang has eaten many times. But people, once you see other people contrasting eating, a short time will indeed once again arouse interest. Not to mention her pet. Lin Feng wasn't ambiguous and directly went up and clamped a crab leg. High-end dishes are usually finely crafted before they come out of the oven, like those fish and shrimp that are handled and shelled. Therefore, Lin Feng also saved himself the trouble of shelling. He held the crab legs with chopsticks. His hands under the chopsticks. His body slightly leaned forward. And he was so close to Chu Lingshan's lips. Didn't hold back. He added in passing. Ah! Open your mouth. Like feeding a small child. Even coaxing and pampering. This time, it directly provoked Chu Lingfeng's heart to blossom. All the time, she was running tightly and intensely throughout the day. Like a machine. Waking up at what time? Going to bed at what time? Doing this at what time? Doing that at what time? Her life was densely compartmentalized. And when she ate, she did little more than satisfy her physical needs. It was the first time she had been treated like this since she knew better. And the sense of extreme contrast was comforting. An experience like no other. Right in front of her pet. She felt like she was being herself. It was relaxing for no reason. Also only in front of Lin Feng. She opened her mouth extremely obediently. And as the fresh flavor of the crab legs bloomed between her lips, her eyes overflowed with contented pleasure. Like he was sharing his favorite food. Lin Feng had also temporarily thrown away those prejudices against Chu Lingfeng at this moment. He didn't hold back and came in somewhat expectantly. How does it taste? It's okay. As the meat crumbled into her throat, Chu Lingxiang gently nodded her head. She didn't think that much about it. These were just normal meals. And to her, it was just more sweetness than usual. When he is enjoying himself, he doesn't think about the things that bother him. For the time being, not bothering about what Chu Lingfeng had done. Lin Feng's heart was now filled with the additional comfort of sharing with others and being gotten to the same point by his own kind. He smiled and said, other than that, this dish made by your family is really good. I've eaten quite a few. Counting your family's food has the best flavor. As if he was lamenting, Lin Feng merely broke his mouth and said one more sentence. But when this was heard in Chu Lingxiang's ears, she was a little excited. Doesn't the fact that her pet is willing to share with her mean that she trusts her? She was simply thrilled to think that the beast who had bared his teeth to her with extreme ferocity just a few months ago was now sharing his joy with her with the utmost trust. I'm sure it won't take long for her to see his eyes full of her. His heart full of her. Begging her like crazy not to leave. And as long as she's not by his side, he's tormented and restless. And all night long, like a madman, he desperately wants to possess her. Hiss. The extreme contrast of this slow tone delighted her. Tasting the satisfaction of being gotten by his own kind, Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and jumped into action. I'll clip whatever else you want to eat. The corners of Chu Lingxian's mouth rose. Anything. All over again then. The caviar I just had tasted good. And I'll give you a taste with some of the champagne chicken tranche your cook made. Lin Feng said and started to clip the food. he chanted, sharing it with Chu Lingfang as if it was a recommendation. But to Chu Lingfang's ears, his voice was getting smaller and smaller. It's like a painting that fades into a blur. What became clearer was his eyes full of sharing. And the act of pinching the food. Just for that instant, Chu Lingxiang's heart but surged with infinite motivation. She wanted to go and solve all the obstacles around him, including the fear of her. Until it is firmly established that he identifies with her, those obsessions and fears of his for freedom turn into chains that bind him. This is so cool. Associated with the image at that time, Chu Lingxiang subconsciously clenched her legs. She would be the one in his heart then. He will always be active with her, looking forward to her presence. And at that time, she will tell him that she will always hold on to that chain and never let her puppy get lost. Associated with this, Chu Lingxiang only felt a sense of relief. And in an instant, a burst of pleasure emanated from her entire body. Ah! When she looked back again, Lin Feng's hand had already arrived in front of her and was placed right next to her lips. Almost subconsciously, Chu Lingxiang opened her mouth and her taste buds were once again stirred by the food. Facing Lin Feng's somewhat expectant eyes, she nodded slightly and complimented without hiding it. It tastes good. Right? I think it tastes good that way too. Lin Feng smiled and went to match the next combination. Chu Lingfang licked her lips slightly and looked at Lin Feng with even more eager eyes. There's nothing more enjoyable than taking down people who take their freedom for granted. It's extremely high-end enjoyment and a whole new endeavor. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't hold back a bite of his own while combining the dishes, the smile under Chu Lingxuang's eyes grew deeper and deeper as she faintly said, "If you like it, I'll have them make it for you every day." Tin tin? Lin Feng's hand that was clamping the food gave a start and subconsciously glanced at Chu Lingxiang. He didn't plan to stay here for too long. Love was the kind of thing he hadn't been expecting, let alone the fact that it was a ticking time bomb. What's more, he'd really have to look into his head if he could still feel love for her after all that inhumane torture earlier. However, temporarily going along with her was Lin Feng's new realization. After all, there's money to be had and no chills. Lin Feng naturally didn't refuse. Fine. Then thank you for your favor, Missy. Well, that was soothing to her ears. Good performance. Chu Lingxiang faintly quipped and raised her hand to point at the coffee table. Lin Feng immediately brightened up. Oh ho! Another reward? He practically rushed over to the phone, bringing it over and handing it up with both hands. But this time, she didn't see Chu Lingxuang transferring money. She only tapped on Yu Shuiyan's avatar and sent a voice. When you go back, go sort out that pile of keys in my drawer and give them to me. Lin Feng froze. The key? In the next second, Chu Lingxiang's voice resounded again. Just look for me to get the key for whichever one you want to drive on future trips. TSK. Lin Feng was obviously a bit lost. He wanted cash more than car keys. Something like money. He only feels at ease when it's in his own hands. Only. Chu Lingxiang said reward on reward. This is only a moment's effort. He has raked in 5,100,000 for nothing. Plus the Chu family luxury car right of use. This progress? Not far away from the small goal of 100 million. It's time to be happy or be happy. Lin Feng made a look of grateful excitement. Big Miss atmosphere. Thank you so much, Big Miss. I'd like to be an ox for Big Miss. Faked. Naturally with a touch of exaggeration. But Chu Lingfeng seemed to be eating this up. She was obviously floored by Lin Feng. Only then again, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Threateningly warned. The car can be given to you to drive as you like. Except that all my cars have positioning systems. If you want to escape, that won't happen. Without waiting for Chu Lingfeng to finish, Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head and swore. Please don't worry. Miss Chu. I'll never run away in your car. Of course. He could have driven another car. And in this world, cars are not the only means of traveling. Aha. Shu Lingxiang nodded in satisfaction, looking at the dishes and lifting her forehead slightly. Continue. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and hurriedly sat back down on her side, carefully pinching the dishes and feeding them to her one by one. The lunch lasted well over an hour. Lin Feng, however, was happy to do so for no other reason. After eating, Lin Feng went and called Yu Shuiyan. Yu Shuiyan led the people to clean up the house, and Lin Feng used the excuse of going to the toilet to go back to his room to tidy up first, informing Zhang Buochao about the Su family in the meantime. More than $3 million? Lao Lin ah. This is a bit much. If you are 1 million okay. 3 million estimated. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Buochao was under a lot of pressure. Even if he was raking in money on the makeup, he couldn't possibly smash $3 million on it. Could he? Lin Feng hooked his lips and smiled. Don't worry. Since I told you, there's a way. Zhang Buochao's eyes instantly lit up. Brother, speak up. You go tell Su Jiqing that the program is hot, and that you plan to recruit 2 more vegetarians to travel with Su Nuar to the island on the 4th day. So easy? Zhang Buochao froze. Yeah. It's that simple. Lin Feng smiled and said, do as I say. Okay. Then I'll message her now. After hanging up the phone, the smile under Lin Feng's eyes deepened. Other people do not know, but he knows. Su family, these few. The heart is high. Especially they are sitting on their own, white whoring his efforts. Now they are afraid that they will be even more low-eyed. On the island at the same time as other vegetarians? No. And how could Su Noya allow it? She'll just break down. Won't she? Just as Lin Feng had said. Su Jiqing, who had received the news, informed Su Nuar at the first opportunity. As soon as she heard that she was going to the island at the same time as the vegetarians, Su Nuar's entire body exploded. Sis, I don't want it. I've been in the circle for so many years at least. And now a couple of vegetarians. Isn't this a slap in my face? Besides, we have a purpose this time, ah. I can't play well with so many people. Big sister, you just talk to the program team. Really can't. We buy out the program. Su Jiqing frowned slightly, interrupting Su Nuar's words. I'm afraid it's not realistic to buy out. You know the current situation of our family. Many partners withdraw their capital. And we don't know what we should do after the delivery of the bill from Yihan's group next month. Su Jiqing also didn't realize how difficult it was to oversee the company until after she took office. It's not that a list can be eaten for a lifetime. She has to keep on revitalizing all kinds of relationships. These days she went to a lot of business circle activities. But without exception, those people didn't follow up after they heard that she was a member of the Su family. The bill from the Yihan group would only last until next month. And she was now starting to worry a bit about signing the bill after that. Obviously, nothing has changed in her Su family. And all the people are still the same. But for some reason, people in the same circle more or less bring a little bit of indescribable feeling when chatting with her. Plus her parents' constant high pressure on her and Su Jia's uneducated. This life for a month and a half had simply become Su Jiqing's nightmare. She had thought of Lin Feng countless times. And when he was around, these rules and drudgery never had to concern her. Sis, what are you afraid of? We can get the bill from Yihan's group. Are we still worried about not having a partner? Su Nuar's voice rang on the phone, accompanied by a bit of smugness. If you ask me, those people are just jealous. Those peers with our family can't get the billions of Han's orders before they jump over the wall. Moreover, if we can work together for the first time, there will be a second time. And when the time comes, we'll talk to Yi-han again. And we'll renew our contract. Won't we? Su Nuor's words came out right. Su Jiqing heard it in her ears and instantly felt that it made sense. Perhaps it was the high pressure of the recent period that had drained her and caused so many complicated thoughts. After thinking about it, she said, "That's true. But it's still not realistic to buy it out. I've watched this show too. It's too hot at the moment. The implication is that the little money we have is not enough." Su Nuor smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's just buy out the guests. I'll be the only one kicking ass at that time. And when I'm on fire, it'll be a matter of minutes before I'm making a fortune." That's true. That's really what this is all about. The money in the entertainment industry did come fast. And when it really got to the point where Su Nuor was on fire all over the internet, the Su family would only go to the next level. At a position like her Su family, naturally she can't rely on a small company alone, no? Su Jiqing said rather approvingly. "All right. Then I'll talk to Director Zhang now." Having received Su Jiqing's approval, Su Nuor couldn't be happier. "Okay. Sis. You'll see. When the time comes, I'll definitely make sure Lin Feng can't get off the stage. And if he doesn't apologize to our Xiao Jie, I'll make him eat his words." After hanging up the phone, Su Jiqing immediately dialed Zheng Bochao's number. Zheng Bochao, who had laid out the circle, had long placed his cell phone in front of him, waiting for Su Jiqing to come and drill. Seeing the pop-up on his cell phone screen, he picked it up with little hesitation. After the call was answered, Su Jiqing directly explained the purpose of her visit. And Zhang Bochao was visibly stunned. Boy! Not ashamed of being a former Su family member. His brother knows the Su Jiqing so well? His brother really took the Su family in his stride. Thinking that Zhang Bochao was still considering it. In order to avoid his hesitation leading to complications, Su Jiqing directly revealed her bottom card. $2 million. I'll give you $2 million and count us as making friends. If Director Zhang needs any help from the Su family in the future, the Su family will definitely do their best. Zheng Bochao raised his eyebrows. This was obviously less than what his brother had said. Well, that's not going to work. What's a competent businessman without being greedy? Zheng Bochao raised his eyebrows, pretending to hesitate. Miss Su, I broadcast this program's single-day pure gift revenue are on more than 100,000. When more female guests kick the field is only afraid that the heat is higher. You this. Su Jiqing bit her lip. The company can currently move the funds up to 3,100,000. Which is still with the Billion Han Group signed a contract profit. It is difficult not to give her a little bit to stay? But how do you call it investing without breaking the bank? Only a greater investment will yield a greater return. This was something Lin Feng had done before. At that time, when the company was just starting out, he competed with the major counterparts by cutting down on his own interests. And in just 3 months' time, he had made a name for the Su family. And the subsequent rewards he gained were far more than the ones he sacrificed. It was a trick she'd seen him try and succeed at before. Since Lin Feng could, of course she could too. Su Jiqing gritted her teeth. A person in power should have the vigor of a person in power. 3 million. Listening to the sound of gnashing teeth on the other end of the phone, Zheng Bochao knew that this was already the Su family's limit. His brother was really predictable. And the presumed amount was just about right. Okay. This time he didn't hesitate and immediately finalized his agreement. Only, the tone carried a bit of regret. Alas, I was thinking of finding 2 more people. But I didn't expect Su to be so decisive. So it seems I'll just have to say sorry to them. Su Jiqing raised the corners of her mouth. This was the first time someone had complimented her like this since she took office. She smiled with great satisfaction. That's natural. The program that the Su family has there naturally doesn't allow for any mistakes. Then I'll send the contract over. And Su will walk down the electronic signature. Zheng Buochao was already desperately trying to suppress his inner joy. Su Jiqing didn't say anything. And directly nodded her head in agreement. Okay. You send it. The phone hangs up. Zheng Buochao action is also fast. Not 10 minutes to send over the contract prepared. Su Jiqing briefly inspected the contract. Then signed her big name in the lower right corner. The moment the contract was signed and sent over, Su Jiqing only felt unprecedentedly refreshed. She felt that today could be put on the agenda. After all, today was a big day for her to break the ice and make a major decision. She was so excited that she sent a message to Su Jia in passing. Xiao Jia. Go to the Lake Emperor Hotel and book a seat. I'll accompany you for dinner in the evening. And also celebrate your release from the hospital. Soon after. Su Jia replied. Thank you, sister. At Chu Lingfang's request. After talking to Zheng Buochao on the phone, Lin Feng came to Chu Lingfang's room as promised. At this moment, the time had come to 2:30 in the afternoon. Xu Lingshan was already sitting at her desk, eyeballing the contract documents that Yu Shuiyan had sent over. A table full of papers piled up into a small mountain. Even Lin Feng hadn't approved so many at that time. Seeing Lin Feng come over, Xu Lingshan pointed to the chair next to the desk and gestured for him to sit down. Lin Feng obediently sat down in the position she pointed to. His afterglow glanced at those documents on the table. As fine as a small bill of several tens of thousands of dollars. He didn't hold back. And asked. You approve this kind of thing too? Xu Lingshan faintly raised her eyes and shot a glance at Lin Feng. Her tone was clear and cold. There's never a small matter in the company. Oh ho! Looking at it this way, he really had nothing to say when Xu Lingshan was able to sit steadily as a hand of the Chu family. Putting aside the fact that she's a lunatic, she's at least pretty serious about her work. Associating himself with his previous. Even the department manager had to inquire and cross-examine when he invited the department manager to dinner. He did feel that Xu Lingshan's attitude towards work coincided with his. It was because of this that he was unwilling to get involved with the Chu family. When he was a student, he always thought of becoming a boss. With countless beautiful women and luxury cars. Sought after by millions of people. But after he really became a boss, he realized that the boss was not so good. He has to keep his head up at all times because he is the leader of hundreds of people in the company. The one they look up to for their continued existence. And if he collapses, hundreds of people will not be able to turn around for a short period of time. Or even be demoted by fate as a result. Moreover, he has to bear the huge risk of debts and losses. It is hard to take a break from work. Thought there can be a short pastime. But did not expect. Long after the satisfaction of the desire for money after he. Those beautiful women. Luxury cars. All kinds of short and inferior desire cannot make him truly happy. Because he had made it to the elite in his circle at the time. The only desire he could have was to continue to move up the ladder. But no matter where you climb, the end is the same. The higher you climb, the greater the risk. And the higher you go, the narrower the path only becomes. So he's tired and doesn't want to roll. The Chu family is certainly the same. I think the days have been locked since Chu Lingxiang was born. And it's all those people and things that come and go. Though she probably never lacked for money. The first lady of a hermit mansion house wasn't that easy to be. In order to keep the family going. In order to keep the Chu family firmly in first place. She may have never enjoyed her life. looking at Chu Lingfeng, who was working earnestly. Lin Feng's heart lit up with unexplained sympathy. Sympathize with the fate she was set up for from the beginning. Unable to refute it or escape it. But the thought was quickly dispelled by him. How was he to take his own judgment and understand her when two people of opposite origins were involved? Maybe that's what she wants out of life too. Sympathy? Better to sympathize with himself for being targeted by such a devil. You seem a little bored. Lin Feng was searching. But Chu Lingfeng's icy voice rang out at an inopportune time. He froze for a moment. His eyes turning back and landing on Chu Lingxiang. She did not raise her eyes. Still staring at the papers in her hands. Looking indifferent as if the sound had not just come from her. Lin Feng was a bit dazed. Me? Boring? Chu Lingxiang did not answer his words. But only raised her hand and took a sip from her teacup. And then absently pointed at the documents piled up into a small mountain beside her. Help me batch it together. Huh? Lin Feng was a bit stunned. No way, Missy. I just complimented you on your seriousness in your work. And now you're playing like this? Seeing that Lin Feng was a bit dumbfounded, Chu Lingxiang raised her eyes slightly and glanced at him through the documents. What? You won't? That's more or less redundant. It did sound like that to Lin Feng. After all, regarding his background, I'm sure Chu Lingxiang should have already investigated. Although the Chu family is a big family. But the contract those in the end are that kind of words. There is no difference. But Chu Lingxiang asked him to approve the Chu family's documents? Is she in her right mind? For Chu Lingxiang, his hesitation looked in her eyes. But it turned into a dare. As her pet, she gives him the power to understand her work. And that is charity. It's normal that he would be afraid. What if she keeps upping the ante? Guess he'll be flattered. No need to worry. Those are minor contracts. Shuiyan has already gone over them once. You just need to review them. She added almost impatiently. And at the same time, her eyes kept hovering over Lin Feng, anticipating his reaction. Boy! Chu family company's contract. Even if it is just a small contract. See, more than one probably know the company process. What he lacked the most right now was an understanding of Chu Lingxiang. Once when he understood in depth into it, it could add to the subsequent his escape as well. He who knows the enemy and knows himself will not be in danger in 100 battles. Why wouldn't he take it if she had delegated it? Lin Feng rubbed his hands together with some dark pokes of excitement and said excitedly. So I'm starting the review? Glancing at the joy in his eyes, Chu Lingxiang did not hold back an upturned eyebrow. He will indeed be happy. Her mood followed suit. Check it. Carefully. Package for your satisfaction. Lin Feng responded with a smile and hurriedly picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them. He moves professionally. A contract to hand to know which page is the focus. A moment. He is into it. Like a sculpture. Only slightly moving eyes. Up and down slightly raised head is dynamic. The sunlight outside the window scattered in. Reflecting on the desk. In the middle of the lunch break leisure time. The hotel inside and outside the silence. The only audible is the room's sporadic sound of turning pages. As well as outside the sparse birds chirping. Not far away from the sea waves lapping on the shore of the rough waves. Right here and now. Chu Lingxiang, who had always been used to working alone, had one more person on her side. He was sitting beside her. Quiet and not half as loud. Yet visible when he lifted his eyes. The feeling was inexplicably restful. In an instant, Chu Lingxiang only felt that her mind had been purified. After staring at Lin Feng for a few seconds, Chu Lingxiang raised her eyes slightly and she had to admit that Lin Feng was indeed very powerful. Usually it took Chu Lingfeng 3 minutes to review a contract. But Lin Feng only took less than 2 minutes. which meant that he knew what was important. The man was still damn good. She was already becoming attracted to him. Seeing that Lin Feng had already reviewed one copy and raised his hand to take the next, Xu Lingxiang also looked back and began to work seriously. The quiet time flew by. During this period, Yu Xueyan, who came in to deliver refreshments, pushed the door and saw the two of them sitting with their heads in their hands, seriously approving the situation. She was slightly stunned. And then her eyes widened. The lady actually asked Lin Feng to help read the documents. Oh. My God. However, it should be said that. So it seems that these two are really a bit of a good match, that flavor. Carefully placing the refreshments on the coffee table not far away, Yu Xueyan didn't hold back and glanced twice more at this fellow student of the century. Originally thought that Lin Feng was an unimpressive thug. But I didn't expect him to be a bit like my own young lady when he got serious. What to do? Yu Xueyan suddenly felt that Lin Feng was somewhat worthy of her young lady. The moment she closed the door, she swallowed. Suddenly felt that these two people seem a little good knock. The work that was originally planned to be done in 4 hours took less than 2 hours under the division of labor between Lin Feng and Xu Lingxiang. Such efficiency was far beyond Xu Lingxiang's imagination. Then it's only natural to do something more interesting with the time left over from the program. I thought your program started at 6 o'clock? Staring at Lin Feng, who was organizing the documents, Xu Lingxiang coldly came. Lin Feng's hand lurched, and he answered honestly. It's around 6. But it's best to go there at 5:30. There's still makeup to be made. Even if it's just for half an hour. Stay as long as you can. Xu Lingxiang slightly raised his eyebrows, eyes gradually deep. Her fingertips tapped the cell phone screen on the desk, making a thud 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 sound. Every single bit of it was like a stone hitting Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's heart trembled at the tip and he asked in a rather careful manner. Does Miss Chu have any orders? Rather. He did not rush to answer his words. The corners of Xu Lingxiang's lips slightly rose a bit. Her red lips slightly opened. And she licked her crystal clear fangs rather expectantly. What do you say? She came with great arrogance and dominance, causing Lin Feng to tremble. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng only felt that his eyelids were jumping greatly. It's only a little more than 4 o'clock now. There is still an hour and a half from 5:30. It's hard to believe that Xu Lingxiang is trying to. He coughed calmly a few times and said, Ms. Xu, I don't think there's very much time. He hoped Xu Lingfeng had a plan in mind. After all, they had experienced quite a lot of that kind of thing between them. And Xu Lingxiang should know very well that just an hour and a half was not enough time for him to play. What's more, today he was conscious and alert. He'll try to refrain as much as he can. Not to get out of it and get it over with as early as possible. Unexpectedly, Xu Lingxiang came with an interested. Oh. She trailed off a little higher, disbelief hanging clearly between her lips. Look closely and there's even an indescribable anticipation. Expectations? Wait a minute. Is she really hooked? It's true that he's inexperienced in that area. The first few times, he was in a completely passive rank. And honestly, anyone who was there the first time would not be a veteran. But it's different now. After a few experiences, he can control himself very clearly. Naturally, skills have improved. Having tried it, he probably knows that he's not what he used to be. And that this short hour won't even be enough for him to play. I'd really like to try it then. She said so, the bloodlust and anticipation in her eyes growing stronger. It was the second day already. She couldn't help it since yesterday. It's like a restrained cold beer, where you've had one sip and you want a second. She had said so. If she refused again, wouldn't she be underestimated? What's more, the task currently being put upon him was to please her. There's no way around it. He can't help it. Lin Feng pursed his lips and still asked cautiously. Are you sure? If he initiated it, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Without directly answering his words, Chu Lingxiang just kicked the chair back. And in an instant, she put her legs on the table. And in the slippers, her fair ankles were revealed. And the hem of her black skirt just crashed in the air. Swaying. It shook Lin Feng to the tip of his heart. She tilted her face up and just stared straight at him. Her eyes charming. And without slowing down, she said to him, Hold me. Well. That's what you said. Lin Feng's eyes sank. And he just directly stepped forward and stood at her side. Bowing as he said, I hope Ms. Chu won't regret it. His voice was light. His rolling arm just touched her. And between his words, it was extremely aggressive. Chu Lingxian's eyelids lifted. The anticipation in her heart grew even more. She just loved his rampant wildness like this. Being gently placed on the bed sheets by him, Chu Lingfang slightly turned on her side. Her slender wrists propped up her head. And looked proudly yet autumnal as she surveyed him. Lin Feng stood just to one side, raising his hand to touch the buttons of his collar. Looking at her disdainfully from top to bottom. And not forgetting to inquire. Ms. Chu? You don't have a camera in this room. Do you? He was undoubtedly talking nonsense. Except that the atmosphere had eased up a little more. Chu Lingxiang was amused by him. And her always taut heartstrings gradually relaxed. She laughed. But her eyes were dead on him. There's no one else in this room. Just you and me. Very good. Lin Feng answered. The corners of his lips rose. And without waiting for the buttons to be undone, his legs pressed up. Heat waves swept through the air. Where would I have expected Lin Feng's move to be so sudden? Chu Lingfang's eyes widened in slight surprise. But the next second, she heard his voice bipolar and reversed. Extremely robotic and maniacal. Ringing in her ears. Ms. Chu. Welcome to my domain. Director Zhang. It's already 5:40. The show will start soon. Mr. Lin hasn't come down yet. I can't go up to the 7th floor and I can't get through to him. What should I do? In the hotel lobby. Xiao Lu was in a hurry. Zhang Buqiao also froze. Lin Feng has always been a punctual person. Although there is something dangling about doing things. But there has never been a time when he missed an appointment. Hold your horses. I'll ask first. Zhang Buqiao frowned. Then hung up the phone and called the hotel. After explaining his intentions, the hotel manager on the other end of the phone had a difficult face. Director Zhang. This I can't do anything about it. The people who live on that floor are all important people. And they can't go up without permission. That's what you said the first few times I called. Members of my program are still living up there. What kind of person is it that demands so much? Zhang Buqiao was clearly angered. The hotel manager was still very embarrassed. I'm sorry. I don't know. This is an order from above. Why don't you see that your program is postponed again? Nonsense. This has been scheduled. How can you postpone it again? How do you want me to explain to the audience? Zhang Buqiao cursed. But it was obvious that the hotel manager had no way to fix it. So he had no choice but to hang up the phone. Only, after this incident, he was suddenly curious. Since it was such an important person, why didn't he drive Lin Feng down? Could it be that the power behind this was somewhat related to Lin Feng? But his brother really screwed him over with this one. Seeing that time was passing by, Zheng Buqiao had no choice but to order his assistant. Start the broadcast as usual. Just say that Lin Feng is not feeling well. Say that he has a fever. Give the footage later at irregular intervals. Yes. Phew. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Obviously the cold air in the room was also turned on. But on the contrary, he was sweating all over. Glancing at the time, he was startled. And his movements stopped immediately. It's almost 6 ms. Shoo. Next time for sure. He said, getting up. Zhu Lingfeng, who was in a daze but was weak. She opened her eyes slightly. Unconsciously her hand on Lin Feng's arm. Tugging violently. She murmured softly. Go on. Her voice was soft. But it carried a command that could not be disobeyed. Lin Feng gasped slightly and asked. But I'm going to be late for work. Zhu Lingxiang half squinted her eyes and stared at him with a raised eyebrow. It's late. Is it still this late? Okay. That's what you said. Lin Feng simply threw down his clothes and once again pounced like a wolf. Where's my factory boy? Programs? What the hell? Where's my factory boy? If it wasn't for factory boy, who would be on time and on point for your live broadcast? Convinced? Is it hard to let me? Xiao Dai. Sing a solo act all by myself? The program started on time. And the moment the camera locked onto Xiao Dai, the audience in the broadcast room exploded. The camera. Only Xiao Dai, a person in the quiet sitting reading. The camera only gave a back. Even Xiao Dai's front shot did not give. This made the more than 100,000 netizens who had long been squatting and waiting in the live broadcast room fall over. For a while, the show's official blog went straight to shit. Even Zhang Boqiao personally came down to explain that Lin Feng was sick. But he was still flushed as a result. The reason for everything was all because Lin Feng was absent. The reason for not giving Xiao Dai footage is also because he didn't dare to give it. And he didn't even dare to turn on the mic. Simply because Shouzen's expression sucks. Really convinced? 2 old sixes. Playing happily in the room by themselves. Let this lady appear alone. Why am I the one who suffers? Really convinced? Can you guys go to work on time? With his back to the camera, Xiao Dai was on the verge of gripping the stuffed bear in his handballed. Her eyes were full of indignation. No! She just couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng had refused her sister's gift. Didn't that prove that he didn't like her sister? If you don't like it, the two of you can still stay in the house for so long. It's hard to believe that Linda is also a tough talker. That logic doesn't make sense. Shouzen snapped his fingers. Lin Feng didn't like her sister. But her sister liked Lin Feng. So this was the equivalent of a melon twisted by force. But the problem was, at that time, when Lin Feng was on the boat, he clearly acted so comfortable. How could he willingly fall into her sister's captivity? The time was now 6:30. And according to her understanding, Lin Feng had been going to her sister's room since 10 o'clock in the morning. And according to calculations, it had been 8.5 hours. Can that kind of thing take so long? Shouzen didn't understand. If you go by that, you'd be doing this for a third of a 24-hour day. So wouldn't that be even a little bit of salty time? Nope. If she really said that, once she set them up, wouldn't her sister have no time for her? By then she won't have to run abroad. She'll be here just messing around. Her sister can't spare any time at all, can she? Just like that. Xiao Zhan instantly sorted through the logic. There was no one else but Lin Feng who could be her brother-in-law. She glanced towards the staff and jerked her head back to the camera. Grinning. Brother Lin isn't feeling well and can't attend tonight's live broadcast. So to make it up to everyone, how about I give you all a dance? Her voice came out and was included in the live broadcast. And the audience in the live broadcast instantly became excited. Is it the latest group dance? Carry the banner for MS. Die. MS. Die is going to dance. Everyone get the glow sticks ready. Brothers. This is a live broadcast. MS. Zhao's concert fees are tens of thousands of dollars. Get ready to have a good time. As the fluorescent sticks in the broadcast room brushed up, Xiao Dai slowly got up. And the staff behind him had the good sense to move their chairs all the way out of the way. Music in place. Xiao Dai put down the big bear in her hand. And as the music played, her delicate body twisted in front of the camera. For a while, hashtag Xiao Dai solo dance hashtag was on the hot search. And the curses were much less. Eyeing the situation, Zheng Boqiao, who was flushed with scalp numbness, finally sighed in relief. Staring at the live broadcast, he swallowed his saliva. Earlier, no matter what he said, Xiao Dai had an exasperated expression. But now she was so proactive. Was this a sex change? His eyes fell uncontrollably on Xiao Dai. Zheng Boqiao is now a little envious of his good brother. Netizens think they are show hype. But only they who do the show know. This wasn't hype. Xiao Dai was clearly interested in Lin Feng. Where in the world did this brother of his get the good luck to even be looked at by Xiao Dai? Coming out of Chu Lingxian's room again. It was already 7 p.m. After the 2.5-hour-long event, Lin Feng was honestly a bit tired. Only, Chu Lingxian wasn't any better than him. He was still able to stand up and come out of his room. Chu Lingxian had already fallen asleep at this moment. Pulling open the door, Lin Feng saw Yu Xueyan, who was playing with her cell phone to touch the fish. Glancing at Lin Feng coming out, Yu Xueyan was in a hurry to collect her cell phone again. Lin Feng's mouth turned away and faintly said, "You play your game. Your lady is sleeping." Yu Xueyan's hand lurched and she looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. "Mrs. asleep?" she asked. "Aha." Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head, glanced at the two diamond bodyguards standing in the doorway with his afterglow, hemmed and hawed, and couldn't help but ask, "So what? You guys didn't hear anything? Did you? Voices? What sound?" Yu Xueyan looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Then subconsciously explained. "This hotel is a 5-star resort hotel. The sound insulation is very good." At those words, Lin Feng sighed in relief. "That's good." He didn't linger any longer and said bluntly, "I'll go back to my room then. The program should be on." He chanted and left. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Yu Xueyan instantly frowned. Be nice and ask what the voice is doing. Could it be that he had done something bad to her young lady and was afraid they would hear about it? Associated with this, Yu Xueyan's heart immediately rang with alarm bells. She immediately pushed open the door to the room and rushed in. But just after crossing the doorway, Yu Xueyan was shocked by the scene in the house. The room that had been cleaned up earlier was at the moment as if a fierce fight had taken place. With sheets randomly pulled on the floor and quilts and pillows placed everywhere in disarray. And the location where Chu Lingxian was lying was cleaned up. She was wrapped in a blanket and was sleeping soundly. Eyeing the scene, Yu Xueyan subconsciously swallowed her saliva. This is a person who knows what's going on. Boy! These two are so wild. Lin Feng looked at the well-mannered and slow and did not expect. What she didn't expect even more was for her young lady to be so indulgent. So it seems that these two are a perfect match. Yu Xueyan didn't dare to utter a single breath. She didn't even dare to continue associating those images. She tiptoed around and was about to go out when she heard on the bed Chu Lingxian's voice coming softly. "What time is it?" As if she had overdrawn her strength, her voice was noticeably vapid and without a trace of energy. Yu Shuayen took a deep breath and looked at the time timer timidly. Little Miss. It's 7 o'clock. Oh. Chu Lingfang answered. Incomparably weak but full of dominance. Go tell Lin Feng to come and sleep here after the program. Still coming? Yu Shuayen shivered. But she didn't dare to ask about Mrs. Matters. She hurriedly answered. Yes. Miss, I know. After dropping her words, she left. After a short rest, Lin Feng had just come out of his room when he ran into Yu Shuayen. Yu Shuayen's cheeks were crimson, her eyes obviously glancing wildly as she rushed at him. What's that? Mr. Lin. Miss said that she wants you to go to her room after the show. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This woman was really powerful. She was like this and still wouldn't let him go. He thought she was asleep. Okay. I got it. Lin Feng nodded and turned towards Yu Shuayen on one side. Then I'll go record the program first. With that, he left. Yu Shuayen didn't dare to look at it more, and went straight back to guard the door of Chu Lingshang's room. I went downstairs just in time for the opening of dinner downstairs. Since the two programs were recorded separately, everyone dining at this moment was also divided into two restaurants for filming. And Miao Ruoyu and the others were in the restaurant not far from the stairway. Just downstairs, crossing the entrance to the restaurant, Miao Ruoyu, who was broadcasting live, caught a glimpse of Lin Feng coming down from upstairs. And she immediately rushed towards him on the pretext of going to the toilet. Just as Lin Feng was rushing towards the restaurant where Xiao Dai was, Miao Ruoyu's voice sounded behind him. Mr. Lin. Lin Feng froze and looked back blankly. Miao Ruoyu walked in a graceful manner, her face full of smiles as she said, Mr. Lin. I heard that you were sick. Is your body any better now? Sick? Could it be that Zhang Boqiao gave him an excuse? Lin Feng instantly reacted and nodded. It's slightly better. Miao Ruoyu blinked her eyes and suddenly took 2 steps forward, standing right in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Mr. Lin has to take good care of himself. The weather on this island is unpredictable. Your body is important. He didn't know Miao Ruoyu. At best he had met her. He hadn't even spoken to her. But at this moment she suddenly came to care so much. If she didn't have something in mind, he wouldn't believe it. A Chu Lingshang and Xiao Dai were already enough for him to drink a pot of water. Lin Feng didn't bother to get involved with them. He only nodded and said coldly, Thanks for reminding Miss Miao. After this set, Miao Ruoyu was obviously a bit surprised. She was at least a beauty blogger with 10 million followers on the platform. Although she wasn't as good as Xiao Dai, she was very confident in her makeup creation. And Xu Qiming was still talking to her in a nice way. But Lin Feng was not. This made her even more determined about the fact that Lin Feng had a backstage. Right now it's a hard-earned opportunity. Her eyes flashed and she was about to go forward and pull Lin Feng to nag him more. Unexpectedly, just as her hand was about to touch Lin Feng's arm, Xiao Dai's voice suddenly rang out. Big brother Lin. You're here. Glimpsing Lin Feng appearing through the glass of the restaurant, Xiao Dai rushed over with an excited face. The live streaming room was also instantly on fire. Has Factory Boy's fever gone down? Is Factory Boy feeling better? You can make it up to our big Ren baby. It's so hard to preside over the big picture. As soon as she came over and caught a glimpse of Miao Ruoyu in front of Lin Feng, Xiao Dai instantly understood. She blinked her eyes and came rather curiously. Sister Miao. Aren't you accompanying Brother Zhu? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was full of eye-rolling curiosity. And even, she deliberately pressed herself towards Lin Feng's side. Instantly, Miao Ruoyu's face turned pale. The viewers of the live broadcast also noticed the scene. What's Miao Ruoyu doing here? I want to see Xiao Dai and Lin Feng. It can't be that she's trying to set up Lin Feng. Right? I don't think she has good intentions. Little green tea. You still want to cut us off halfway. Don't you? Factory boy is our Dai. Get lost. No one in the room had a cell phone with them. But the camera was right in front of them. How could Miao Ruoyu, who had been wandering the internet for years, not know the consequences caused by Xiao Dai's words? Her eyes sank. And she hurriedly said, Miss Xiao, you misunderstood. I came out to use the restroom and happened to run into Mr. Lin. So I exchanged a few pleasantries. As she said that, she even smiled at Lin Feng, praying that Lin Feng would help her with an explanation. Where did she expect that Lin Feng had always been nosy? And in response to Miao Ruoyu's imploring eyes that sent her expectations, Lin Feng directly stuck his hands into his pants pockets. Typical of the matter isn't matter-of-fact look. Xiao Dai pouted her little mouth and looked at Miao Ruoyu with an innocent face, muttering, Oh, I thought that Miss Miao wanted to snatch Brother Lin from me. It seems that I misunderstood. Her words were blunt and hit the nail directly on the head. Viewers who hadn't thought about it here were instantly taken for a ride. Miao Ruoyu instantly froze in place. And for a moment, she actually didn't know what to say. What's even more excessive is that Xiao Dai also apologized with a face full of apologies towards Miao Ruoyu. Miss Miao. I'm sorry. It's because I overthought it. With this handful of rhythms she carried, the live audience exploded. What are you apologizing for? Dai. I think she's clearly trying to steal Lin Feng from you. The factory boy belongs to me. Xiao Dai. No one can touch him. Green tea, watch, get the hell out of here. It's annoying to see. Can you get Miao Ruoyu offline? You have to run out and make a demon. Don't you? Even if she didn't look at the pop-ups, Miao Ruoyu knew what the situation was like at this moment. She just wanted to take the opportunity to have a couple of words with Lin Feng. Where did she think that she would be cut off by Xiao Zhan? Not to mention that she's been taking the lead since the beginning of the show. But now it's her not. More to the point, this apology, she had to accept it or not. Miao Ruoyu glared fiercely at Xiao Dai and said stiffly, It's fine. It's fine. I have to record a program as well. So I won't bother you. With that, she fled from the scene. Off camera. Witnessing Miao Ruoyu fleeing, Xiao Dai looked at Lin Feng rather expectantly. Brother Lin. Why don't you praise me? I helped you out with a green tea. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Big sister. I'm a party to think that you're the one who's a bit of a green tea. Okay? However, Xiao Yan's move made him a lot less disturbed. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't know how all these women looked at him. He obviously didn't do anything. And he was still late every day for recording the program. And that's all it took to be interested in him? But it's nice to have Shouzen as a shield. He raised his eyelids slightly and said, Well done. Having received Lin Feng's praise, Xiao Yai's entire body leaped up. She clung to Lin Feng, rubbed her shoulder against his arm again, and said excitedly, Big brother Lin. Let's go. Let's eat. Aha. Lin Feng answered. He was indeed hungry. Having just slowed down for a while, his stomach had already begun to rumble. And without resisting any longer, he followed Xiao Zhan to the restaurant. As usual, he concentrated on eating his, wolfing it down, while Xiao Dai sat across from him, a smile on his face but his eyes staring at him with an unknown significance. After eating and briefly interacting with Xiao Dai, the live broadcast came to an end. There wasn't much contact, but the crowd went kowtowing mad as usual. To fall in love is to come at such a slow pace. Not to mention that the two of you have only just met. And this progress is already considered fast. When the live broadcast ended, Lin Feng went directly to Chu Lingfang's room. The room floor groove recessed position of the heating lamp are on. The atmosphere in the room is very warm. Chu Lingxiang around the bed sheets and quilts have been cleaned up once. At the moment she is lying on the bed quietly asleep. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng subconsciously didn't bother. After all, when she was asleep, he could toss and turn less. Only when the sound of his door closing rang out, Chu Lingxiang's voice came leisurely. "Work's over?" Lin Feng swallowed and answered truthfully. "Aha." Chu Lingxiang slightly raised her eyes and lazily moved her body. "Come over and help me press my waist." Crossing over to the end of the bed, his eyes fell on Chu Lingfang. Those warm lights spilling onto her cheeks. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. She is really extremely beautiful. Sweat-soaked hair rested on her cheeks. Her delicate features were revealed. And her obviously noble, cold and arrogant demeanor exuded a touch of seductive charm. Down below, there was her sultry figure. The lower concave waistline lining her perfect figure with long, slender lower limbs. It's a scene that would be hard for anyone to hold. Lin Feng took a deep breath. So he sat down on the side of the bed, put his hand on it, and sat on one side. Trouble Miss Chu to move over a bit. Chu Lingxiang didn't answer, but obediently turned sideways, her back to him, afraid that it would be hard for her to lie down. Lin Feng specially raised his hand to bring a pillow to cushion her neck. It was the first time he had ever pressed someone's back. However, he had often swiped into those videos online and had seen a lot of maneuvers. Chu Lingxuan's figure was on the high side in the girls. And when it was evened out, the overall look was on the thin side. Though she had a slim waist. There is very little cackling when you get into it. Seemingly feeling that Lin Feng's technique was good. For no reason at all. Chu Lingxiang asked, "Do you often press for others?" Lin Feng just wanted to reply. But he obviously felt that the meaning of these words wasn't quite right. He thought about it and shook his head. "That's not true. It's the first time." Chu Lingxiang raised her eyes visibly and just turned her head sideways, sizing him up with her afterglow. "Really?" Being stared at by her icy cold sight, Lin Feng truthfully said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send your men to check." After staring at Lin Feng for several seconds, he seemed to think that he was telling the truth. "Very good." Chu Lingxiang responded with considerable satisfaction. Then murmured, "Then we have many first times." Her voice faded. And by the end of the sentence it was no longer very audible. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he subconsciously asked, "What?" Not hearing Chu Lingfang answer again, he gradually stopped the movements in his hands and looked down. Chu Lingxiang's eyes were tightly closed, exhaustion hanging from her brows, and she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and was about to get up and go to the sofa when he realized that Chu Lingfang's small hand was clenching the corner of his coat. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's movement to get up, she frowned and unconsciously muttered, "Don't go. Stay with me." Lin Feng was already a bit confused as to whether this was a dream story or a real occurrence. At the moment, she was a far cry from her usual thunderous self. If he hadn't already known her earlier, Lin Feng would have only felt that this was a poor little girl. But now, he had no way to sympathize with her. Using that kind of tactic, causing him to almost die. It would be impossible for any other person to sympathize. He broke off her fingers without mercy. But she clutched his palm firmly again as if she had sensed it. With nothing else to do, Lin Feng, who was afraid of waking her up, only had to lie down on her side. Her legs then pressed up. Like a bear hug. Lin Feng's entire body was trapped again. He sighed helplessly, his eyes complexly glancing at Chu Lingxiang who was already asleep. Forget it. For now. He'd have to plan his escape route once the promise was over. Just staring at the ceiling and thinking about the future path of his life. Without realizing it, Lin Feng also fell asleep. The room was silent. And the only sound was the sound of their well-proportioned breathing. It was a good night's sleep. And when I woke up again, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Raising his eyes, he glanced at Lin Feng, who had a helpless face. "Miss Chu, you're finally awake." God knows. He woke up with a sleep and saw Chu Lingshang whole person pressed up. He thought the ghost presses the bed. Chu Lingshang slightly hooked her lips. It was the first time she had slept so comfortably. In the face of more dangerous men around her, she not only did not worry, and even full of hanging all the security. This was brought to her by Lin Feng. In a good mood, she propped her head up and said with all the tenderness in the world, "Go record the program." It's rare that she is this gentle in tone. Just ignore the sickly possession in her eyes. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded his head and then got up. "All right. Then Ms. Chu, I'll go to work first." With that, he left. Just like yesterday. He had breakfast with Xiao Dai. And then went to the beach afterwards. And Lin Feng disguised himself as a cameraman right on the shore to take pictures of Xiao Dai. Xiao Zhan did not make any more overly aggressive moves. And the two of them instead got along like brother and sister. She made a scene and he laughed. However, Lin Feng's behavior of always treating Xiao Dai with disinterest during meals also makes the audience feel a bit tired. And then there should be a limit to the end of the shelf. Right? Every time Lin Feng appeared on the scene, he saw the rice and wolfed it down. Like he hadn't eaten for 10 days. But Lin Feng, who was unaware of everything, continued to do what he did for no other reason. Viewers only thought he worked out diligently off camera. But they didn't know he hovered between the Chu sisters every day. Record the program during the day and go to Chu Lingshuang at night. In this way, the only time he could leave for himself was to eat. And for 2 days in a row. Even though he ate a lot, it was obvious to the naked eye that he had lost weight. Lin Feng had also underestimated Chu Lingfeng's possession of him. Except for mealtimes, which were his own. Other than any other time outside of the program recording, he had to accompany her. Especially now that it's even evolved into going to the bathroom in her room. It's already suffocating him a bit. Tomorrow Huey Noel will be on the island. Coming out of the toilet, Chu Lingshan on the sofa came in a nonchalant manner. Her scrutinizing eyes hovering over Lin Feng, more or less testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly smiled. Yeah. It was time for him to step up. Glancing at the ruthlessness under Lin Feng's eyes, Chu Lingshang raised her eyebrows slightly and came lazily. "Do you need my help?" "No need." Without even thinking about it, Lin Feng decisively refused. Adding in passing, "Xiao Dai is fine." His implication was that he was using Xiao Dai as a shield. Green tea versus green tea. And it would be exciting to see who won and who lost. Unbeknownst to me. It is such a simple sentence. But it provoked Chu Lingshang's heart of monstrous anger. Why? Her voice was raspy, with a bit of anger that was eager to explode. And she just stared straight at Lin Feng. Staring grimly. With her. "You don't need me?" The air smelled heavily of acid. Lin Feng could smell it and instantly realized that Chu Lingshang was jealous. After knowing that Chu Lingshang liked him, he had the intention to stay away. He could not afford her love. If he had not made an agreement with her, he would not have been able to come to her room as promised. This dysfunctional relationship was not what he wanted. I just didn't realize that she already liked him to this extent. Glancing at her gloomy eyes, Lin Feng sighed and explained. "Xiao Dai is quite good at dealing with green tea. Wouldn't it be more fun to let them fight while we watch the show?" As he explained this, Chu Lingxiang naturally understood. She raised her eyebrows slightly. But she was rather surprised to see Lin Feng. So it was just using her sister as a tool person. Lin Feng did treat himself differently than before. He refused what she could have solved with a lift of her hand. And said he would watch the play with her. These two words slammed hard into Chu Lingfeng's heart. Just for a moment. She suddenly felt that she was different from others in Lin Feng's eyes. He's taken her in as one of his own. Chu Lingxiang's heart climbed up a little bit of leap for no reason. And her mood was also greatly improved. Good idea, she quipped. And the anger in her eyes dissipated, climbing into some joy. But how do you know she's going to help you? Though? She asked. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested face and just sat down on the sofa opposite Chu Lingfeng. Intuition. Chu Lingxiang was silent. She didn't speak again. And let Lin Feng's plan go first. And for the rest, as long as Lin Feng gave a word, she would naturally help him wrap up. Where did Lin Feng know how her brain circuits turned? He only saw the smile at the end of Chu Lingxiang's eyes and he sighed in relief. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Feng recorded the program with Xiao Dai as usual. And after getting a little tired of playing with the water projects in the previous days, the two of them set up a fishing rod on the beach. After all, there's a big show coming up today. At 9:30 a.m. The small boat reserved for the program's crew came from a short distance away at sea level. Glancing at the hull moments later, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. And off camera, he smirked and said toward Xiao Yan, "The good show is about to start." "What's the good part?" Xiao Dai turned her head with a puzzled expression. These days she spent her free time planning her dashing life after settling in the country. Naturally, she didn't have the time to learn that much. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just quietly watched the small boat dock. The camera followed suit. And on board the ship, Su Nuer showed up in a high-fashion dress. And she smiled at the camera as she came on to introduce herself. "Hello everyone. I'm Noelle Su from Su's Logistics Company. And I'm very happy to be here for this program." As she introduced herself, the live broadcast instantly exploded. "Is this the new female guest on the island? The Su family? I think I've heard of it. Isn't it that company that has developed in recent years? I heard that the son of their company boss lost and also on the hot search to come. Just before finding back. Seems like it. I envy that kid. As soon as he comes home he has $1 million company to inherit and 3 sisters. I've beaten my dad up and he still won't admit he started the company /doghead. Off camera, Xiao Dai, who was leisurely fishing, turned his head with a curious expression and said rather guardedly, "Her? Ha? You recognize? How can you not recognize it?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. But he was a bit surprised that Xiao Dai hadn't bothered to investigate his own birth. He made a pretense of muddling through. An old acquaintance. He wasn't sure what Xiao Dai actually meant to him. Only that, judging by the fact that she was Chu Lingfeng's sister, since she had now dominated him in front of the camera, Xiao Dai must not want anyone else to intervene. Yesterday, Xiao Dai's targeting of Miao Ruoyu was already clearly able to illustrate all of this. Thinking of this, Lin Feng added a sentence as if arching a fire. "You fish by yourself first. Later I'll go over and nag. After all, it's an old acquaintance." He was doing it on purpose. And was gauging Xiao Dai's reaction during his speech. Sure enough, Xiao Yan was unsurprisingly anxious. "That won't do. We agreed we'd fish together. How can you bail first?" As she said that, she directly dumped the fishing rod, stood up and pointed at Lin Feng and said in a domineering manner, "Brother Lin, you absolutely can't go over there. If she dares to come over, I'll clean her up." "Nonsense. She has her eye on her brother-in-law. How can she let someone else steal him? This demeanor and tone of voice was simply Chu Lingshan's doppelganger. This was exactly the result Lin Feng wanted. Just this anger value is not enough. Lin Feng pretended to be not, that cannot This is also considered my old friend. Before from time to time on the phone contact. Not to go over a trip how to say the past Phone calls from time to time? Alarm bells went off in Xiao Dai's mind. Combined with the factory boy's girlfriend news she had read before. And Lin Feng's meaning? This woman can't be Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend. Right? No. 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 Absolutely not. If Lin Feng gets back together with his ex-girlfriend, who's going to hold her sister? Besides, as one's idol, a high-ranking person in the relationship world, how can one get back together with an ex-girlfriend? A good horse doesn't eat its way back to the pasture. Xiao Zhan was about to say something else, but he heard behind him. Su Nuor's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Feng? What a coincidence. You're here too. Everyone in the room was shocked to the point of shock when she came down with that statement. The pop-ups in the live stream were rolling even more frantically. This factory boy knows someone from the Su family? I knock. I told you that this factory boy has a status. And you still don't believe me. If it's really an ordinary person can be on this program? I seem to remember. Wasn't there a news story before about Lin Feng violently beating Su Jia? IKO. It can't really be them. Can it? OMG. This is hilarious. Eat melon, eat melon. This show is so exciting too, guys. I love it. On the other side, Miao Ruoyu and the others who were silently paying attention to all this were also shocked. Could it be that Lin Feng's backstage was the Su family? But to pack the entire 7th floor. According to the Su family's ability, it should not be so big. Before Lin Feng could make a move, Xiao Dai took a step ahead of Lin Feng and stared intently at Su Nuor. Ex-girlfriends and whatnot. Please go GA, okay? With her here, today Su Nuor will not be able to get away with it. Lin Feng belongs to my sister. Seeing this, Su Nuor was a bit surprised. But soon, her next sentence was like a stone falling into the sea, instantly stirring up waves. You're having a good time now. You haven't apologized for beating up my brother and setting him up for a near car accident. Piece by piece. IKO. It's really him. I told you how the name Factory Boy is so familiar. Is it because of this incident that he was fired by the Ihans group? No. Why did the program group invite such a person? This person has character problems. After knocking around for a couple days, you're telling me this guy is a scumbag? Not how I don't feel like it. For a while, netizens were buzzing about it. And hashtag Su Nuor forced Lin Feng to apologize hashtag also made it to the hot search. And the words have been viewed by 200 million people. Xiao Dai froze and turned back violently. Surprised. Brother Lin. She's not your ex-girlfriend? Put. Su Nuor instantly laughed as she looked at Xiao Dai and pretended to be friendly. Little sister. Have you been tricked by him? He's a heartless thing. I forbid you to talk about Big Brother Lin like that. Xiao Zhan gave an angry rebuke and stared fiercely at Su Nuor. Seeing this, Su Nuor felt rather surprised and looked at Lin Feng. You're really good at tricking people around. If she hadn't recognized in time that Lin Feng had never intended to hold her up in the first place, she would have been touched by Lin Feng's hypocritical behavior. When Lin Feng had said something about paying for her to find connections so that she could act at ease, she was actually an unimpressive supporting actor. She was even grateful to Lin Feng for a while, associated with her own experience of being cheated in the first place. Su Nuor's good temper was used up. She stared at Lin Feng with a face full of anger. Speak up. When do you plan to apologize to my brother? In the face of such questioning, Lin Feng only felt amused. He raised his eyebrows, but didn't bother with Su Noir. Instead he looked at Xiao Zhan. Ms. Sha. Do you think she's telling the truth? Xiao Dai, who was blocking Lin Feng's body, froze. She sidestepped, raised her head, looked at Lin Feng, and subconsciously shook her head without hesitation. False. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. He thought Xiao Dai would say something like he wasn't sure. You trust me that much? He asked. Of course. Xiao Dai nodded and said without hesitation. I certainly know what kind of person Brother Lin is. I have my own judgment. Her comment instantly stunned everyone in the room. The live stream also blew up. Ms. Xiao. You can't judge a book by its cover. Do you want to stop knowing about it? I don't think Lin Feng is quite the type to beat up people. Besides, if he really beat up the Su family, they would have gone so long without making a move for revenge? That's right. Didn't even call the police. I'd say this is 80% fake. No. Then what is Su Noir doing slandering Lin Feng? Trying to hype it up. Scene. Xiao Zhan's words fell on Su Noir's ears. And Su Noir's face instantly turned a little pale. Her voice sharp as she cursed. And your own judgment? He caused Jai to almost get into a car accident. Those are the facts. What kind of a person do you think you know him to be? Being belittled by others in front of her brother-in-law. Xiao Dai was a bit enraged. She was about to dislike him back when she heard Lin Feng's voice ringing out. Do you have proof of your claim that I set him up and almost got him into an accident? Xiao Yan immediately reacted and picked up the accent. Yes. 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 You bring out the evidence. Where did you think Lin Feng would be so tough? In the past, he has always been humble and kind. Never lost his temper with her. But now, seeing Su Noir stunned, Xiao Dai instantly understood. She rubbed towards Lin Feng's side, raised a smile and said, Sister, you said my brother Lin harmed your brother. You have to show evidence. Slander others for nothing. This is slander. As she said that, she blinked her eyes again and said with feigned curiosity, Can it be that, sister? You're intentionally looking for an excuse to get close to Big Brother Lin and want to hype it up? Obviously Xiao Dai was full of green tea sophistry. But the rhythm of the live broadcast was brought up. Lin Feng had his hand on the fishing rod and was just calmly fishing. As if the person involved in this matter wasn't him generally at ease. Su Noir obviously fell behind. Her face pale. Finally could not help pointing at Xiao Dai cursing. But also what evidence? My brother's hospitalization certificate are there. You ask him. If not, beat my brother. He can promise to net from our Su family? She looked the polar opposite of the elegance she had just gotten off the boat. Like a shrew. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head back and said indifferently. Ms. Su. Let me remind you. I beat up your brother after I came out. Hear that? My big brother Lin is out after. Xiao Dai directly followed the wind. But halfway through his words he felt that it wasn't quite right. Big brother Lin. You really hit it? Su Noir instantly became smug. Humph. Revealing the cloven foot. Yeah. Can we not beat him? He's filming girls changing clothes and refuses to repent. As a security guard. Of course I have this obligation. Lin Feng stared at the water and explained in a flat tone. Hiss. Xiao Dai sucked in a mouthful of cool air. And immediately looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. Brother Lin did the right thing. This kind of person beating him is considered to be light. He really deserves it. You. Su Noir had just gotten complacent on. But as a result, when she heard Lin Feng's words, she was instantly furious. You said that my brother stole the camera. What evidence do you have? Lin Feng glanced at Su Nuor with his afterglow and said with a smile. Big sister. There's surveillance. In a flash, Su Nuor's entire body froze. There's surveillance? Big sis didn't tell her there was surveillance. Then you can't hit Xiao Jia either. Our Su family has raised you for so many years. Yet you're so hard-hearted. You deserve Dad to call you a white-eyed wolf. Raise? Xiao Zhan froze again and subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. The camera also instantly shifted to Lin Feng. In the midst of the netizens' hot debate, Lin Feng was seen holding a fishing rod. Looking at the sea with a flat face and a cold voice, white-eyed wolf? Back then, the Su family was nothing more than a small store. And I brought the Su family from nothing to its current size until your brother came back. And in order to repay the Su family for their upbringing, I knew it was time for me to bow out. So I chose to go clean. His voice floated and his calm demeanor was like a fishhook in the water. Unruffled. With that, he slowly turned his head, his eyes hollow as he inquired. What? Su Nuor. Are you thinking that it's not enough? It was as if he was talking about something that wasn't his business. But it was the tone that got the crowd buzzing. Outside the camera, Xu Lingxiang stopped drinking tea and quietly looked at Lin Feng in the screen. He was so calm. But it made her feel like his heart was breaking into pieces. Only people who are sad to the core possess such emotions. For no reason at all. Her heart ached for him. Xiao Dai looked at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Taking the lead in reacting, she forgot her sister's warning to her. She couldn't restrain herself from pulling Lin Feng's arm tightly. Her eyes were full of sympathy. Brother, don't aggravate yourself. Cry if you want to cry out. That's too bad. That's why Factory Boy sees so through. Isn't it? This experience would break me in a heartbeat. And leave the company to them. Factory Boy. What can I say about you? Su family really never know enough. A few days ago also saw that Su Panji in the video to show off the new bag bought it. For a while, the live audience was also moved. Looking at Xiao Dai's eyes full of heartache, Lin Feng kind of wanted to laugh at this moment. No. Why is he crying? Is he crying for them? He drew back his hand without moving and looked calmly out to sea. Su Nuor's face turned pale. Realizing that the camera was still next to her, she let out. Lin Feng, don't turn black and white upside down. It's obvious that it was you who framed little Jie 3 times and tampered with his brakes. If it wasn't for Big Sister's timely discovery, little Jia would have lost his life. Speaking to the agitation, Su Nuor is more some broken cans. Dad chased you out is also deserved. What voluntarily net out of the family? You this white-eyed wolf. What proof do you have that my brother Lin did it? Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Xiao Dai took the lead in disliking him angrily. I think you're the one who turned black and white upside down. You green tea watch. You're the green tea watch. He said he didn't do it. He showed proof. Su Nuor was already red with anger. The atmosphere was instantly tense, facing the two people who were confronting each other. Originally, Lin Feng had no intention of bothering about that anymore. After all, the Su family had raised him anyways, and he had never been a heartless person. But now, they had come running to pester him several times. So don't blame him for being unmerciful. Lin Feng lightly stared back, his eyes falling on Su Nuor as he softly said, Are you sure you want me to produce evidence? Take it. Take it if you can. Su Nuor was already furious. She didn't bother to analyze the meaning of Lin Feng's words and subconsciously screamed out. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and handed the fishing rod in his hand to Xiao Dai. MS. Xiao will hold it for me. Xiao Dai's mouth twitched. Not big brother. It's already this time. You still care about your broken fish? even though he was spitting in his heart. Xiao Dai obediently picked it up. Lin Feng slowly stood up, crushing Su Nuor's head in a half as he landed on his sight. All right. This is what you asked for. He dropped the sentence and said towards the staff next to him, please bring me my cell phone. This scene had also been anticipated by Zhang Buochao. So Lin Feng's cell phone had long been sent to the island and was currently in the hands of the photographer. Seeing that the photographer handed the cell phone to Lin Feng, Su Nuor, who had calmed down slightly, thumped in her heart. Does it mean that he still has it? No. Adopted by a farming family when he was a child. Jai's heart was honed from a young age. And he has always been kind. After Su Jie's return, at first the family was worried that he would lose his eyes to money. But for almost 2 months now, other than being curious about those high-end places and occasionally going there once or twice, he has been very understanding the rest of the time. Parents often change the way to cook for him. Each meal is no less than 10 dishes. Jia still think it is a waste. Such a knowledgeable and well-behaved child could never set someone up. On the contrary, Lin Feng, coquettish, is not just to help the Su family company to do a little performance. So a little shit so catty. What a good thing. Lin Feng was just scaring her. Su Nuor, who had reacted, looked at Lin Feng angrily and sneered out. Lin Feng, in the past I was quite thankful to you for helping us so much before and after. But now it seems that it's just your heart that's too deep. I'm an adult now. Don't think you're fooling me. Su Nuor directly bit the bullet that Lin Feng was swindling who. In fact, Lin Feng simply ignored her. Instead, he turned his head sideways towards Xiao Dai and asked, MS. Xiao, can I borrow your account to post this? Xiao Yan immediately nodded. Okay. No problem. I have a lot of fans on my number. Just send me my number. She said. Took Lin Feng's cell phone and boarded her account. Handing it to Lin Feng again. Here. Thanks a lot. Lin Feng thanked him and uploaded the 3 videos that his cell phone had treasured for a long time. There's Su Jia sneaking around adding powder to himself. There's Su Jia deliberately falling down in the company office. And, of course, there's the most important image of Su Jia destroying the brakes in his car. The viewers stationed on the front line of the melon have never had such a refreshing melon. In an instant, Xiao Dai's original 5 million followers had increased by 300,000. And the background data was still rising. The dynamic hit the Hot 100 in just 3 minutes and was added with the word #explosive. #Henry's got the hammer and the hammer's got the hammer #blow #. Netflix. Never had such a refreshing melon. Factory boy, you are my god. Laughing my ass off. Do all the big families play like this? This tactic is older than my grandfather. What big family? It's just a small company. It was only okay when Lin Feng was there. Now I heard that the partners have all cancelled their contracts. This company is dying. Isn't it? And Su Nuor jumps out to rub it in? Can't take it anymore. Family members, go watch those crappy movies Su Nuor made. I'm going to make emojis. Share me. +1. Scene. Xiao Yan looked at the replies that kept popping up in his dynamics and froze. Looking at Lin Feng. Brother Lin. Why didn't you show this evidence earlier if you had it? I didn't think anyone was going to rush the whole thing either. Lin Feng laughed and answered. In fact, if you took it out early, could you have this heat? He looked at Su Nuor with a smirk and pretended to be hurt again. Originally, I didn't intend to release them. But who knew that they were stalking and insisting on slandering people? So I really couldn't do anything about it. This sounds like proper green tea talk. Xiao Dai's eyes immediately lit up. Immediately understand to make a look of heartache to look at Lin Feng. Brother Lin. You're just too kind. she said and wiped the corners of her eyes as if she was so distraught that she had shed a tear. This good show was soothing to watch Chu Ling Shuang. Especially the image of Lin Feng pushing Xiao Zhan away again. Looks like he keeps his words in mind at all times. She raised her hand to touch Lin Feng's face on the screen. The belly of her index finger picking at his chin. Well done, my little pet, she quipped, her eyes tailing up as she continued to murmur. I'll just add more fuel to the fire, she said, full of pleasure. Picked up her cell phone to inform Lu Tianhan, ordering her to send the surveillance of the meeting site that day to the internet in the name of the Yihan Group. Even with the Billion Han Group out to announce Su Jie sneaked to the door of the lounge, but also pouting through the doorway to look in the picture published. Online public opinion directly one side of the road. All those who were previously neutral and skeptical have fallen in line. In just half an hour's time, the Su family's reputation is all ruined. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Su Jiqing, who was watching the live broadcast in her office, was beside herself with calls at the moment, and she didn't dare to answer any of them. Just because. Mr. Wineside said that the order for next season won't be renewed. The investors said that advertising those are going to be withdrawn. They said that they want to go through the procedures. Not allow the Su family's trucks to hang their signboards again. MS. In less than 10 minutes, Su Jiqing's office was crowded with 5 or 6 people. All of them were requested to terminate the contract by those who had worked with the Su family. You guys get out first. Su Jiqing rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache. And in the screen of the cell phone on her right hand was the surveillance video that Xiao Dai's account had just released. All of the shooting points these cameras point to are corners she doesn't know about. Feng. So you don't trust us that much? Her eyes gradually darkened. In fact, she had thought about whether Su Jie was deliberately slandering. But at that time, Lin Feng's silence made her believe it. If he already knew that all this was directed by Jie, why didn't he produce the evidence early on? They'd had a relationship for over 10 years. She didn't realize that Lin Feng had been hiding from them for a long time, installing surveillance in various places in the house. For a moment, Su Jiqing had mixed feelings in her heart. She couldn't say what she was feeling right now. The loss of Su Jie? Hate for Lin Feng? Neither. These days things were piling up all over the company, and she had become a little numb. Nothing hurt her more than all this surveillance outside of her knowledge. Feng. So, you never trusted us from the beginning, right? Buzz buzz. Su Jiqing's grief was interrupted by the vibration of her cell phone, and she subconsciously wanted to hang up. But she saw the alert above that it was her father. She hesitated for a moment, but answered the phone. Su Jiqing. How do you do things? Didn't you say that Nuar was foolproof this time? Now the internet has become such a mess. What the hell is going on? Su Jiqing hammed and hawed her lips and said, Dad. Those videos. You still believe that shit? What kind of good stuff can a white-eyed wolf like him come up with? Jie would never do something like that. Those videos must be faked. Su Tongda's thumping voice echoed through the cell phone. Su Jiqing froze for a moment. Yes. Why hadn't she thought about forging this? The fact that it took so long to bring out the evidence was enough to prove how deep Lin Feng's heart was. And she was almost fooled by him again. Reacting. Su Jiqing hurriedly said. Then Dad. What do we do now? It's true that she hasn't dealt with such things as public opinion. She only knows how to solve it with money. But you take the proceeds of the Yihan's group's closing order, by a few words, and say he forged it. Su Tongda's voice sounded again. Available at. Dad. That money. She slurred, her face visibly hardening. Isn't there still $2 million? Take it out first. And move some more from the company's account. Make up 3 million out of it. And lower the heat. Listening to the phone. Su Tongda's various arrangements. Su Jiqing bit her lips in death. And in the end, she couldn't hold it in. Dad. That money. It all goes to the program. What? Su Tongda's yell instantly rang out. Su Jiqing. How did you become a big sister? A full $3 million. You gave it all to the program? This is how you run your company? In the face of Su Tongda's barrage of fire, Su Jiqing instantly reddened her eyes. Dad. I didn't mean to do it. Director Zhang said he had to find someone else. And I. She sobbed. No longer able to speak the next words. On the other side of the phone, Su Tongda was angry with his old eyes. But looking at the internet's overwhelming chastisement of his own son, he clenched his teeth and said, "Move the employees' paychecks for the next 2 months." His voice was sinister. And he stared dead at the remarks in his cell phone that were abusing Su Jia. Move wages? Su Jiqing instantly widened her eyes. Dad. This can't be done. Xiao Feng said before that the basis of people's livelihoods should never be moved. He farted. When he heard the word Lin Feng, Su Tongda's anger bubbled up. And he roared at the phone. I won't starve for less than 2 months' salary. I'm telling you, Su Jiqing. If Xiao Jia's future reputation is ruined because of this, I'll make him, Lin Feng, pay back with his life. Hearing her father's monstrous anger on the phone, Su Jiqing's body shuddered. Lin Feng said before, one of the most important thing about running a company is honesty. About the salary. Is no money to go to borrow the hair? So that the employees will do things more attentively. Moreover, even if Lin Feng didn't say it, she knew the importance of the salary. But now, the father says this. Hearing on the other end of the phone, Su Jiqing did not answer again. Su Tongda's anger gradually subsided some. He gritted his teeth and said, Listen to me. You go do it now. I'll think of a way to do the salary thing. Don't worry. It may not be really delayed for 2 months. Only after hearing this did Su Jiqing breathe a sigh of relief as she nodded. All right. Dad. Then I'll go do it now. After hanging up the phone, Su Jiqing immediately began to tally the company's bills, moving all $3 million of salary that she had originally intended to send to her employees, plus her hand pocket, full of $3.5 million out. Immediately after, she immediately began to arrange for people to contact the circle backstage. On the other hand, Su Tongda, who hung up the phone, looked at the cell phone screen viciously. He tapped his address book with a grim look in his eyes and dialed the number. The phone was quickly connected, and Su Tongda was about to open his mouth. But the person on the other end of the phone was the first to snatch his words. Old Su. I've been waiting for a long time. Su Tongda was instantly relieved. But he was still very angry. Don't say so many useless things. Mr. Shang. I'm just asking you if you care about this matter. What? Have you run out of the money you've been paying your family all these years? That's only how much? Not even enough to find my son. Su Tongda cursed angrily and continued. Don't talk about so many useless things. You were the one who asked me to adopt the child in the first place. If you don't care now, don't blame me for the fish death net. Look at you. Always in such a hurry. Shang Chao's leisurely voice rang out. He picked up the teacup on the table with a calm face and took a sip. Don't worry, old Su. That family member has also already talked to me on the phone. Within 3 days, I'll make him disappear from this world. The phone was hung up and Su Tongda gradually calmed down. When Xiao Jia was lost and his wife Wang Shan was so pining for him that she almost went crazy. It was Sheng Chao who called him to adopt the child. But now Xingqiao said that the family also so accounted for. I really don't know who Lin Feng's real parents are. Their hearts are actually so cruel. But none of this concerns him. All he has to do is to keep a good watch over his baby boy, Jai, and be a good father. As for that brute Lin Feng, he would make him personally kneel in front of Xiao Jie and confess his sins before he died. Scene. Lin Feng had leisurely taken the fishing rod in Xiao Dai's hand and sat down to fish. Looking at this scene, Su Nuar, who didn't have her cell phone with her, expected Lin Feng to be acting. She pointed at him and continued to scold angrily. Don't think you can fool me by operating with your cell phone. I've already seen through that trick of yours. She bared her teeth and stared at Lin Feng with a smug expression of I'll see how long you'll keep pretending. TSK. Lin Feng frowned and looked at her with a disgusted face, angrily chiding. Keep your voice down. The fish are scared away by you. Where did she expect Lin Feng to yell at her? Eyeing his fierce expression, Su Nuar was instantly startled. On the side, Xiao Dai was looking at Lin Feng with a speechless face. No. Big brother. You really love fishing? But the breathlessness lasted only a few seconds. And soon, she reacted. So brother-in-law likes to fish. This is big news. She's pondered over it. Should her sister arrange a set of fishing gear for Lin Feng? The atmosphere of the scene instantly became subtle. Su Nuor swallowed her saliva, calming her nervousness at being scared by Lin Feng. Pretending. Right? You really think she's 3 years old? Pretend. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. She calmed down as well, and the tone of her voice faded considerably. But she still had the smug look on her face. Xiao Dai, who had been forcibly interrupted in his thoughts, was impatient. Turning to the camera, Xiao Dai blinked her eyes and daintily came up with, Sister, are you so arrogant that you have an animal society to protect you? Wouldn't you know if it's true if you borrowed a cell phone and looked at it? She said, and then tilted her head in mock curiosity, adding another sentence with a face of innocence and worry. Ah. Sister. You don't dare to look. Do you? She hugged the big bear, sarcasm clearly hanging in her dopey, delicate eyes. Su Nuar, who was already angry, even more directly exploded. Who says I'm afraid to look? She said, snapping her head back and glaring angrily at the cameraman. You? Give me the phone. The cameraman following the camera shivered and somewhat reluctantly handed over his cell phone. Receiving the cell phone, Su Nuar's heart thumped, subconsciously glancing at Xiao Dai in front of her with her afterglow, as well as Lin Feng who was seriously fishing. Nope. Why don't they stop her? It's hard to believe that he actually has proof. Su Nuar instantly panicked a bit, and even the hand that tapped on Xiao Dai's account began to tremble. When the latest data refreshed in the cell phone screen appeared, Su Nuar was instantly shocked. This can't be. She mumbled incoherently as her fingers flew across the screen and a video played out, along with a pop-up note popping up from the video. And she instantly turned ashen. No. You still have it? Su Nuar's eyes were filled with horror and she roared incredulously. Obviously, she had been delirious by Lin Feng's hand. As her words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was also hotly debating. So what Su Nuar said is indeed false. Never had such a refreshing melon. Hammered straight to death. Laughed my ass off. I can't even think of how the Su family is going to wash their hands of this. By saying the video was faked? Ha 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 ha. Don't fuck around. Let me show Ko a clear path. Your family now goes and drinks the wastewater from Primrose's house and I'll pretend I never saw the video. I second the motion. +1. And on the scene, looking at Su Nuar's eyes filled with horror, Xiao Yan suddenly beamed. Sister! You're so mean! She moved to Lin Feng's side. Her eyes crossed a touch of cunning. But on her mouth she pretended to be afraid. Big brother Lin. This sister is so fierce. She won't want to beat me later. Serious fishing with Lin Feng. In a trance, Su Nuar's eyes went black and she almost fell down. And after she managed to calm down, she looked at Lin Feng with some numbness in her scalp. You actually installed surveillance in your house. Lin Feng? Why is your heart so deep? With those words, Xiao Yan was a bit tense. I've seen thick-skinned people before. This sister is sick. Isn't she? In the best of moods. She couldn't tea at the moment. She was about to open her dislike. But when she turned her head and saw Lin Feng's face full of calmness, some surprise bubbled up at the bottom of her anger-filled eyes. Brother Lin. You can even tolerate this? Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyes, letting go of his voice, and said lightly, why do you care so much about her? Some people have mouths but not necessarily brains. Hiss. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly lit up. True to form, she picked her idol to sit through the scene. Makes sense, makes sense. Isn't it a self-defeating thing to really go toe-to-toe with Su Nuer? She nodded her head with eyes full of admiration. Brother Lin is right. Seeing that these two people were ignoring her. Just for a moment, Su Nuer suddenly felt like a clown. The midday sun was getting stronger. The burning rays were shooting straight at her head. Next to her, the flash of the camera was shaking her eyes straight. And not far away, the eyes of the other guests watching the show were shooting straight at her. Su Nuer only felt her brain ringing with a ringing in her ears. Noisy. Sunburned. Staring her head off. Her face had gone pale to the extreme. Even the delicate makeup on her face couldn't hide it. And her expression had gone all twisted. She had never expected this to happen. And Su Nuer, who had been in the circle for years, certainly knew the storm that public opinion brought. Could it be that her dream of stardom was about to be cut short? It's over. It's completely over. She only felt a blackness before her eyes. And in the middle of her emotional loss of control, she swayed. And then she fell straight toward the beach. And the moment she landed, she stirred up a handful of sand and soil. The closest photographer reacted and rushed forward. Miss Su. Miss Su, how are you? Quick. Call an ambulance. The leisure time in the middle of the day quickly ended. Lin Feng did catch a perch up. And Xiao Dai, who couldn't keep his heart still. Directly Air Force. However, Xiao Dai was not a fan of fishing. And she immediately drilled back to the hotel to search for fishing gear after the recording was over. Lin Feng came to Chu Lingfang's room as usual. The meal was already laid out. And Chu Lingxian was sitting on the sofa, leisurely swiping her cell phone. Glancing at Lin Feng as he came in, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes filled with admiration as she said, well done. Lin Feng, on the contrary, sat down on her side with a calm face and casually said, it's just sending out a few videos. At those words, Chu Lingfang's eyes rippled slightly and she looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. I didn't realize that you had pre-recorded surveillance in your hands. Lin Feng tisk faintly responded. These days, in addition to believing that you are born of your own mother, who is your real father is still a question mark. What's more, back in the day, he didn't even know who his real mom was. He didn't say the words out loud. Instead, Chu Lingfang's eyes turned slightly. And she just stared straight at Lin Feng, coming up with a rather expectant, then do you believe me? The moment her words fell, Lin Feng only felt his body tighten. And he subconsciously looked at Chu Lingfang. aside from all the anticipation bubbling up under her eyes. It was more like a test. Test his answer. Test his heart. Without a doubt. If he denied it now, Lin Feng felt afraid that from now on he wouldn't even be able to walk out of this gate. In order to secure his own interest, even though his mouth was not in the right place, he responded, "Of course. Obviously." This answer didn't satisfy Chu Lingxiang. She tilted her head sideways, moving a bit towards Lin Feng's position, her body leaning forward slightly. A bit more coldness in the parallel of her line of sight. Pushing straight at him. Sure what? Say it. She wants to hear all of it. Lin Feng silently took a deep breath and said stiffly, "Of course I believe it." Although it was an expected answer, this answer still made Chu Lingxiang's heart blossom. Her heart leapt up uncontrollably, and she glanced at Lin Feng with considerable satisfaction. Then got up. "Come on. Let's go eat." Lin Feng sighed in relief. He had been hungry for a long time. He also stood up and came to the table to sit down. These days, he had gotten used to being the first to move his chopsticks. So without caring about Chu Lingxiang, he directly picked up his chopsticks. Just after picking 2 mouthfuls, Chu Lingxiang's clear and cold voice resounded once again. "I've ordered the surveillance of you beating up Su Jie last time to be posted online." Her voice was light, but with a hint of wanting to be praised. And her eyes even fell on Lin Feng, just staring at him in such an elusive way. Lin Feng's hand that was holding the food gave a beat, and he thanked him very sensibly. "Thanks for your help. Ms. Chu." Not seeing that Lin Feng had the look of gratitude and excitement that she expected, Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes somewhat unhappily and coldly reminded, "The Su family has already spent a large sum of money to find someone to spread the news of your forged video. Open up. Beg me to help you." It was beyond her words and the expectation of her heart. But this was something Lin Feng heard in a confused way. By all rights. She should have used a watchful tone for this comment. But why did he sound like she was trolling him for something to say? Lin Feng frowned. And regardless of what she said, he had only one answer. Let them be. This answer rather confused Chu Lingxiang. She has always been vindictive. As long as it is not to her liking. The words are too harsh. She will definitely cut off their family's wealth. After all this time, she thought Lin Feng would do the same. But I didn't realize that he would let go at an important juncture. It wasn't his style. And it wasn't the scene she was expecting. If they are not cut off, the other side is bound to make a comeback with twisted tactics like this. Just for a moment, Chu Lingfang instantly became somewhat disappointed in Lin Feng. This man would actually be so indecisive. She took a sip of tea and said in a chilling voice, "It seems I overestimated you." At the sound of the voice, Lin Feng, who was eating, raised his eyes and said in surprise, "Overestimated?" Chu Lingxiang did not respond. Her eyes no longer landing towards him. She only looked at the exquisite dishes in front of her self-consciously. For some reason, just that one little sentence made her disappointed in him. This man, apart from his excellent appearance and athletic build, doesn't seem to be much different from an ordinary man. The thought of it made her a little soporific. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's next words made her resurvey him. Did Miss Chu misunderstand something? Lin Feng, full of concern, his family old bottom where I gripped empty. And now can still come out of the money is nothing more than misappropriation of the wages of the employees. Such a company collapse is just a matter of time. Also worthy of letting me chase after the fierce fight? Moreover, those salaries full of more than $3 million. Thanks to the blessing of Xiao Dai, my current hotness is directly comparable to the Free State. This amount of money, even my toenail cap cannot gouge down. Having decided to expose it, how could he have not thought about that? The toughest question before him now was how to get out of her hands. Besides, compared to Yu Chu Ling Shuang, what kind of a stinky fish is the Su family? When his family goes to the big one, he just squats down and he doesn't have to ask to know if they have thin or thick poop. Forget it. Forget it. Let's eat, he would said, forcing himself to interrupt his thoughts again. Lifting his hand to wrap some cheese around the noodles and swallowing it in one bite. Unbeknownst to him, it was because of his words that caused a flash to instantly appear in Chu Lingshan's eyes. She knew then that her vision was never wrong. She just stared straight at Lin Feng, who was shivering his noodles with a big mouth. And the endless laughter at the bottom of her eyes spread out, as if she was a bright pearl with a brilliant luster. Lin Feng's thinking is indeed right. Rushing to the end may force the other side to fish death, but to take their own destruction, it is difficult for the gods to save. He hadn't even spent a single cent, and had directly driven the Su family to their deaths. Beyond redemption. Such tactics are worthy of being in her eyes. It seems she had underestimated him a bit. Chu Lingshang's cool eyes floated with soft waves of light, and between the flashes of her eyes, she tumbled up countless threads of love, as if she wanted to wind Lin Feng into the depths of her eyes. Being stared at by her gleaming eyes, Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of noodles, looked at the empty plate in front of Chu Lingshang that hadn't been moved yet, and said knowingly, "I'll eat faster, and feed you afterward." After saying that, he sped up his eating. "There's no rush." Chu Lingshang hooked her lips. Her voice softened, and she couldn't help but follow up with, "According to you, the money is indeed not much. But wouldn't it be better to not let them create this rumor?" Lin Feng gulped in response. They love shivering Sun Mao on shivering Sen Mao chanting, "Grip and not in the Fujian name Sen." Seeing Lin Feng puffing out his cheeks and eating with gusto, his speech was also slurred. But Chu Ling Shuang steeply felt that this look of him was quite cute. She didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she picked up her cell phone and sent a voice to Yu Shuayan, still with the same inviolate and cold tone. "Find out who took the Su family's order to buy them out against the family. In addition, you go and inform them that the remarks about forged videos are not allowed on the hot search." Listening to Chu Lingfeng's arrangement, Lin Feng's eating movements paused, swallowing the meat in his mouth. He was a bit surprised and said, "If you have this money, why don't you keep it for me? Why do you spend it on them? I don't care about this." Putting down her cell phone and listening to Lin Feng's calm words, Chu Lingxiang coldly and proudly sized him up. And then, she laughed coldly. "But I care." Again. A very domineering tone, filled with irresistible commands, followed by the more maniacal possession of the second half of the sentence. "You are my man, and I will not allow anyone to dare slander you in my presence." She gazed at him with such an unattainable, frosty look, while under her eyes there was an endless frenzy. Lin Feng's scalp went numb from the stare. After knowing that Chu Lingxian liked him, he had been forcing himself to do what she wanted. Being comfortable these days had also gotten the best of him. He almost forgot. She's a crazy person. While Lin Feng's silence fell in Chu Lingfeng's eyes, she became even more excited. He should have had the realization that he feared no one but bowed down before her, forcibly holding back the ecstasy that leapt up in her heart. Chu Lingshang stared straight at Lin Feng, her red lips gently opening. "As for rewarding you, of course. But I have helped you so much that you must not first think hard about how to please me?" Lin Feng froze for a moment. "Haven't you had enough of these all-nighters? It's still broad daylight. You want to continue? Moreover, he didn't ask for any of this help. It was you, Chu Ling Shuang, who imposed it." Of course, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't say this out loud. Chu Lingfeng's emotions towards him had long been stacking up infinitely. If he really wanted to say this, it would undoubtedly add insult to injury to his plans to escape. Facing her eager sight, Lin Feng's eyes sank and he said softly, "Do you have a favorite?" He lowered his head and did not oppose Chu Lingfang's line of sight. His voice was light and fluffy, but the available words poked straight into Chu Lingfang's heart. Favorite things. Chu Lingfang's heart murmured these words. Her slightly drooping eyes flickered at Lin Feng. The meaning was already obvious. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said with a straight face, "It's just hobbies and such." His eyes glanced around the room, eventually landing on the desktop behind Chu Lingxiang. "For example, that pot of roses. I've seen you with roses in many places in your villa before as well. And in your company's office as well. And from that, what I've learned about you is that you like roses." Lin Feng analyzed very calmly, completely unaware of Chu Lingxiang's increasingly burning line of sight. To even notice these details, it seemed her little pet had unusual feelings for her now. If she remembered correctly, he was the equivalent of being trapped in the villa with her at the beginning. And he was still able to pay attention to those details in that situation. "So you've been watching me from the beginning? So I mean your hobbies and interests so I can throw my hat in the ring too." Where did Lin Feng know what she was thinking? He only droned on explaining and didn't see the slightly upturned corners of Chu Lingxuan's lips. And what a mouthful of a man! Gazing at Lin Feng, who was explaining himself, his voice faded as if it was a picture. And the only thing that filled her field of vision was his face. Staring at that face, Chu Lingxiang clearly had a feeling of being valued. Valued by someone as strong as her. All she felt was pleasure all over her body. A very enjoyable feeling. Just at this moment, she suddenly wanted this feeling to last forever. She wanted him to be by her side all the time. To be with her. To be submissive. Not always as a pet. Of course. Ms. Chu. Seeing that Chu Lingfang didn't answer and was staring at herself, her divine sense obviously wandering out, Lin Feng called out. He knew in his heart that he'd better not give her time to think, or there was no telling what torturous thoughts she might come up with. Chu Lingxiang's thoughts were forcibly interrupted. And with her sanity restored, she did not get angry, but only said in a cold voice, "I don't have a favorite." Lin Feng froze and was surprised. No special favorites either? Now there is. She didn't say this out loud. She just looked at Lin Feng in silence. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Feng frowned. But in the next second he figured it out. It's also true that a person of your stature might become a handle for others once you take up a hobby. He read a sentence, instantly feeling embarrassed. Chu Lingxiang, however, had a twinkle in her eye. He was right. So, he's heartbroken about her? She was inexplicably happy. You decide. Whatever you send. This time it was Lin Feng's turn to be surprised. She was actually so good at fooling around? Just in case, he took the initiative and asked. Any gift will do, right? Hearing, Chu Lingxiang just wanted to nod. But in his mind appeared factory boy girlfriend of the dynamic 520 stars origami, with 2 names of the couple label. Instantly, her eyes sank in without thinking. She said, except for the star origami. She wasn't a replacement for someone else. And gifting something that had been gifted to someone else and then regifting it to her would be insulting. She could even imagine what kind of anticipation and excitement Lin Feng had at that time when he folded those stars. Which were a whole 520 of them. Especially when he folded them with his own hands. Repeating the same action a whole 520 times. Her eyes leapt up in flame at the thought. And the whole of her arm on the table trembled, shaking the half-dozen dining tables in front of her. Although he didn't pay attention to Chu Lingfeng's complexion. When he heard her words, Lin Feng immediately froze. and then reacted. Oh. You're talking about that That was a long time ago. When he mentioned that time, he looked a bit dazed. Not because of Feng Ziyu, but because of his young self at that time. In Chu Lingshuang's eyes, his reaction was like mourning his dead wife. Have you thought about her until now? Chu Lingfang had a sense of crisis for the first time. It was no longer anger. At this moment she was instantly a little afraid. Afraid that even if she got his person, she could never get his heart. Her emotions momentarily got a little out of control, causing her to panic. Never let him go. A strong sense of control and dependence caused her to suppress this uneasiness. And her cool voice rasped down a bit. If you were to do it all over again, would you still give it away? She stared at Lin Feng dead in the face, waiting for that answer she was expecting. Only. Lin Feng's reply disappointed her. Almost without thinking, he replied, I suppose it would. Chu Lingfang's anger was completely ignited. Perhaps the recent warmth had caused her to overlook his original nature. And he had the audacity to say it to her face. Would he? Shocked. Furious. Unbelievable. These emotions instantly surged into Chu Lingfang's brain. And just for this momentary instant, she only felt that the last string in her brain was about to collapse. You? Say that again. Her voice was raspy. Word for word. Like a beast poised to hunt, opening its sharp claws at the next moment of uncertainty. At the mention of the past, Lin Feng's thoughts were pulled far away. The past was projected in his mind. He did not answer Chu Lingxiang's words. Instead he said sensibly, MS. Chu, your question is a bogus one. Chu Lingfeng, who was in a rage, was obviously a bit overwhelmed by Lin Feng's words. She froze slightly and said impatiently, What do you mean? It's literally a meaningless question. Lin Feng recounted his point of view very calmly. Assuming it is a true proposition, I think it has to be considered in two ways. If I were to start over again with my memories, then I would definitely try to avoid the mistakes of this life as much as possible, and use the experience I've gained now to start a whole new life again. In which case the answer to that one would be no. If I hadn't started over with my memories, then in my fated life, I would still have wandered off and been adopted by the Su family. I would still have met Feng Ziyue. I would still have met you. And it's not something that can be decided by just a word from the current me dash. As he said that, he steeply looked at the somewhat stunned Chu Lingxiang and calmly said, I don't think I would start over with the memories. The likelihood of that is almost equal to 0. So the first answer I gave, and still give, is always yes. Though he was telling it in the first person, his flat tone was like the exposition of a bystander. Listening to his rippling talk, Chu Lingxiang's anger dissipated quite a bit. Reason returned to her and she also reacted to the fact that Lin Feng's answer was indeed fine, and that it was she who had been overly hasty. Unexpectedly, she would even lose her sanity because of his words. And her originally haughty demeanor clearly bubbled up with a little bit of not knowing what to do. In order to hide the unnatural embarrassment, Chu Lingxiang deliberately said ironically, So what if it's a false proposition? I just didn't think that you would take that kind of waste of time and energy as a gift. At those words, Lin Feng steeply smiled. To you that is indeed a gift of little use. But to me it is indeed not the thing that matters, but the meaning. Yeah. 520 of them. Chu Lingxiang subconsciously responded. Even she didn't notice that her tone was sour. What a great meaning of love. Lin Feng's eyes flashed and sank down slightly. You're wrong. For me now, it's not love dash. With that, he jerked his head up and over the floor-to-ceiling window directly across from him, looking at the burning sunlight not far away at midday. And he spoke slowly. For me, the significance of those gift counterparts was the ignorance and youthfulness of my windy young age. Without a doubt, Chu Lingfeng was shocked. She indeed didn't expect Lin Feng to be so penetrating. For just a moment, she only felt that Lin Feng in front of her was glowing. He possessed a powerful psyche that she hadn't expected. And his image was suddenly a little taller. That coolness that just stood straight up between them, separating them. After all this time together, she realized with a jolt that she never seemed to have touched his heart. I did have a burning heart at that time when I was young. Just like my pursuit of Fonzie Yuki at that time. Whether it was sending flowers or transferring money. He continued. But his eyes were in the sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. But he smiled steeply. And said with an unmistakable self-consciousness. As if he had seen it all. That was all driven by my youthful ignorance. And there's no way for me to do it all over again. But I accept what I've been through. Because whether it's good or mediocre, that's me. Love people before you love yourself. So, after he ended his career as a Su family, he had decided that in this life, he would only live for himself. And that everything would be done from the heart. His voice fell. But the room fell silent. Chu Lingxiang had never experienced a conversation like this before. And for some reason, the calmness with which he told it made her more uptight. He had something in him that she didn't. But the more she didn't have it, the more she wanted it. She didn't know what it was. But the feeling intensified the possession that welled up in her heart. No. She wouldn't allow him to have an ego. A pet should have a pet's conscience. However, when her eyes fell on Lin Feng again, an inexplicable urge to respect him surged in her heart. The feeling frightened her. Even a little alarmed. She clenched her teeth in death and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. While Lin Feng also happened to turn his head and said solemnly. So, Miss Chu, there's only one thing I want to do now. I want to take control of my life. It was like a warning. And it was also like a sentiment that Lin Feng felt when he was too deep in his memories to pull himself out. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Chu Lingxiang, who had heard those words, suddenly laughed. She just stared straight at Lin Feng and said with great excitement. You're remembering wrongly. The person who controls your life has to be me. Lin Feng was directly silenced by such a sentence from her. Memories returned and he sighed. Saying, then, Miss Chu, I'll pick the gift. But you'll give me time to prepare. Aha. Chu Lingfeng nodded slightly. Very satisfied with Lin Feng's obedience. She picked up her cell phone and sent Yu Shuiyan's cell phone number to Lin Feng. Saying in passing. Just tell Yu Shuiyan what you need. She'll prepare it for you. Glancing at the sudden flash of light from his cell phone, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. And he subconsciously said, Missy, what kind of person sends a gift and asks others to help prepare it? Chu Lingxiang's hand holding the cell phone paused for a moment. As if that was the case. So, he's going to give her a gift himself. Or the heart-filled kind? Moment. Chu Lingxiang's eyes lit up. She looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes and came rather expectantly. Then I'll wait for your great gift. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry. You've never seen this gift before. With that, he looked to the table and gestured. So, I'll feed you? When she mentioned it, Chu Lingfeng really felt that she was a bit hungry. She nodded and asked in the interval of Lin Feng's preparation. What time does the recording start in the afternoon? Director Zhang said that the public opinion in the morning has to ferment a bit. So it's delayed by 3 hours in the afternoon. Lin Feng explained smoothly and glanced at the time. 4 o'clock. Aha. Chu Lingxiang glanced at him in response. Still as before. Lin Feng patted underneath with one hand and held chopsticks in the other. Like feeding a small child. Her eyes stared deeper and deeper into Lin Feng's. And with a mouthful of food in her throat, she slowly said, "Then later on, when you have some free time, you can help me to approve the documents." To Lin Feng, it was already commonplace to work with her. He nodded, carefully pinching his food. After the meal, Yu Shuiyan brought someone over to clear the table. And Chu Lingxiang only rested for 10 minutes before going to sit at her desk. Lin Feng knew the rules well enough to follow her over and sit down in the chair to her right. Originally thought that it was still the same as before to approve those boring documents. But did not expect. Just sat down, he saw Chu Lingxiang dumped a few piles of folders. "You approve this today?" Her commanding voice rang out. And Lin Feng nodded his head in a sensible manner. But when his eyes moved down and caught a glimpse of the unopened folder and those words on it, he froze. "These are first-hand documents?" He looked at Chu Lingxiang with some consternation. After all, any one of these taken out is enough to feed a small company for 3 years. Faced with his dumbfounded reaction, this made Chu Lingxiang's desire to flirt with him intensify. She hooked the corner of her lips and did not respond to his words, but only raised her hand to pull open the drawer under the table that had been locked before. And then took out an exquisitely wrapped red box from inside. Opening the box, what was inside instantly shocked Lin Feng. "You can use this endorsement." Lin Feng had all but frozen. He swallowed and carefully said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is your company's official seal, right?" Seemingly quite satisfied with his reaction, Chu Lingxiang narrowed her eyes slightly and rather playfully pinched up the official seal and played with it. The remaining light fell on Lin Feng. She laughed. "This is not an ordinary official seal. Just such a small one. It's something that can replace the Chu family's decision dash. I name it the Seal of the Rose Public." Lin Feng wrinkled his eyebrows. Why did he feel that the name was a bit vicious? But he was indeed shocked that Chu Lingxiang would show him something so important. "You might as well put this thing away before I get greedy." Lin Feng was telling the truth. Only when this truth fell on Chu Lingxiang's ears, she laughed. "Would you?" Facing her sneering eyes, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around himself and leaned his body back casually, leaning against the back of the chair. "I can't say about that. I don't even know what I'll do next." His candor undoubtedly seemed like childish playfulness to Chu Lingxiang. After all, no one with a heart of gold would ever declare what was in his heart. He did trust her. With a wave of her hand, Chu Lingxiang casually threw the seal in front of Lin Feng and looked at him with a smile. "Begin." Although Lin Feng really didn't want to do such a thing, Chu Lingxiang had already given her word. He searched for a moment, but didn't go for the seal. Instead, raising his eyes to meet Chu Lingxiang's. "Miss Chu. Before that, I have to discuss something with you." This was the second time he had taken the initiative to make a request of her. Chu Lingfeng's eyes flashed, inexplicably surging with some bright light. Maybe there was curiosity, but more than that, there was a sense of being needed. She loved the feeling, especially dependent on her, and a pet that she'd gone to great lengths to teach. She raised her hand, the back of her pale white hand resting right on her jaw. Those Danfang eyes slightly narrowed as she sized up Lin Feng. "Tell me." Lin Feng cleared his throat, his eyes slightly evasive. "There are still 2 days to go before the end of the program. And on the 7th day you can disembark. Can you leave me the rest of these days?" he said, fearing that Chu Lingfeng would immediately veto it. And without waiting for her to respond, he added another sentence. "It has to do with the matter of giving you the gift. Is this going to give him time to prepare?" Chu Lingxiang's willow eyebrows slightly raised. Her hand rested on the table, and without any hesitation, she dryly and icy coldly put down her voice. Granted. Coming out of Chu Lingxian's room, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was never one to go back on his word. And since he had said he would give a gift, he would follow through. Anymore. This time, whether or not he took the initiative to ask, Chu Lingxian was considered to have helped him. Putting aside those earlier torments, there was nothing wrong with returning her favor on that point alone. And maybe if she's happy, she'll pop some more gold. No matter how you count it, he's vested. Without hesitation, he went downstairs and borrowed a cell phone from the staff before the show started. The phone call was made to Zhang Buochao. After connecting, Lin Feng opened the door and said, "Old Zhang, I have to discuss something with you. I have something urgent to do on the 6th day of the bonfire party. I can't attend." What? Zhang Buochao had a jolt and almost fell off the stool. The contract we signed was for 7 days. Brother, you're not afraid of me suing you for half the work? Zhang Buochao's loud voice resounded on the other end of the phone. At that, Lin Feng laughed. Old Zhang, don't scare me. Just how much heat have I alone added to your program you should know in your heart? After earning so much for so many days, you've already made your money back. Right? Of course. There was also what they had jointly fished out of the Su family. Although Lin Feng hadn't said this out loud, the meaning was not far off. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Buochao also laughed. More than a return of capital has been 10 times higher than the expected income. He didn't intend to hide it from Lin Feng. After all, he had seen Lin Feng's measuring ability before. Especially after this program ended, Lin Feng might directly fire out of the circle, which was completely beyond Zhang Buochao's expectations. So now, for Zhang Buochao, to have a good relationship with Lin Feng is the first priority. Such a good network and relationship. If he still can't keep Lin Feng, that's a problem with his ability. Well, it doesn't hurt to treat good people with a back door. It's okay for me to make you promise. Zhang Buochao's words changed, but he threw the problem to Lin Feng. What about the program preview of you and Xiao Dai enjoying the sunset together? Without even thinking about it, Lin Feng answered. Find a substitute. The corner of Zhang Buochao's mouth twitched. No. How to say that we are also live broadcasting? You get a body double. And it's too late for the post picture. You can always get a model and light the back shot. Right? That's a good idea. But Xiao Dai sighed. Don't worry. I'll take care of her side. Lin Feng had said so. Zhang Buochao naturally had no opinion. He directly answered. Okay. Then it's a deal. When the time comes, let Xiao Dai do the opening dance first. Listening to Zhang Buochao's broken thoughts, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Old Zhang, do you know where there are horses around this island? Horse? Zhang Buochao froze, trying to recall. But it was a quick response. Yes. Half an hour by boat. There is a Tianya island not far from here. There is an equestrian club over there. But I've never been there. What's the matter? Brother? You want to ride? Then stay out of it. Lin Feng laughed. Right. I still need you to prepare something for me. For the next 2 days, the broadcasts all went on as normal. Lin Feng and Xiao Dai's pair of CPs also exploded all over the internet. And all kinds of live exciting clip footage spread wildly on the internet. The netizens knocked mad. At the same time, the Su family was also ridiculed by netizens in this incident. Su Nuar, who woke up after fainting, faced with the overwhelming group ridicule and insults under her account, resulting in her heart not being able to withstand it. And she went off the island that day and went home to recuperate. I don't know who leaked the news and exposed the fact that the Su family paid to appear on the program. Whether they spend money or not is not the point of the argument. What netizens are concerned about is the fact that they spend money to get scolded. For a moment, Su's logistics company has also become a target in the business circle. The major logistics industry counterparts see the opportunity to immediately reduce the price of the contract directly to the Su family's business to steal everything. In the past, all those good friends of Su Jiqing were lost. And within the Su family of companies, some prescient employees mentioned leaving, only to be told that the severance pay is postponed for 3 months. The news quickly spread through the company. And in an instant, everyone in the company began to be on the edge of their seats. It's only been 2 short days, and the Su family's company with a market value of $10 million has just collapsed. Fear of being blocked by employees. Su Jiqing, hiding at home, did not dare to go to the company. The phone also do not dare to pick up a. Su Jie's video was put on the internet, causing his big headshot to go viral. And he didn't even dare to leave his house. He thought he was finally out of his misery. But he didn't realize that before his young master could sit down, his family business was gone. And now he couldn't even get the money to sue Lin Feng for violating his portrait rights. Su Jie bit his lip in death and sat on the sofa, hugging his bent legs tightly with a petulant expression. Looking at the haggard Su Jie, Su Tanda comforted with eyes full of heartache. Xiao Jie, don't be afraid. Dad has already found someone to help. Wait a little longer. Soon Lin Feng will be finished. Early morning on the 6th day. Miss Lin Feng took a boat to Tianya Island early in the morning. Yu Shuiyan rushed in to report in a hurry. She lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head to look directly at Chu Lingxiang. After all, this is a big news. In case Lin Feng is running away, she will have to suffer. In trepidation, Chu Lingxiang's icy voice rang out. Did he say what he was going to do? Yu Shuiyan trembled and quickly shook her head. It is not clear. He took the boat arranged by the program team. I thought it was a live broadcast arrangement, but I just saw that Miss Ran Ran was still eating downstairs. It was her carelessness. She also did not expect that Lin Feng would collude with the program to escape. It looks like this show won't live to see tomorrow. Yu Shuiyan silently wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead. However, Chu Lingxiang came in unusually calmly. Let him be. Ha! Yu Shuiyan raised her eyes incredulously, but she caught a glimpse of the smirk underneath Chu Lingxiang's eyes. She was dumbfounded. Is the lady mad at you? Or does Miss not like Lin Feng anymore? 2 days ago. These two people are still often together to approve documents. There are a few times she came in to deliver things, but also saw Lin Feng took the dessert and carefully fed the lady to eat. As a result, this has not been hot for 2 days. It is tired of it? Just as Yu Shuiyan was at a loss for words, the door to the room was pushed open, and Chu Yunran bounced in with a smile. Sis, this is for you. Walking up to Chu Lingfeng, Chu Yunran unfolded her hand and a ball of paper that had been kneaded into a ball was revealed. She winked and added a special sentence. This is something that Brother Lin specifically ordered me to pass on to you. I didn't peek at it, regardless of whether what she said was true or not. When she heard the words Big Brother Lin and specially instructed, Chu Lingxiang's eyes flickered slightly. Without speaking, she lifted her hand and twisted the ball of paper, unfolding it with both fingers. Meet me at the entrance of Tianya Island at 5 p.m. Remember to wear pants. Ha! This man. There's something about him. Glancing at the small hint in brackets, Chu Lingxiang unconsciously raised the corners of her lips slightly. Seeing Chu Lingfeng's slightly changed expression, Chu Yunran blinked her eyes curiously and stood on her tiptoes to probe over. Sis. What does it say? Chu Lingxiang moved quickly to knead in ball of paper. rested one leg on the other, and said coldly, "Nothing." Obviously a dodge. And when had her sister ever explained so much to her? This even more aroused the curiosity in Chu Yunran's heart. "Sister, let me take a look. Look how nice I am. When Brother Lin said he wouldn't let me peek, I really didn't peek." Her small hands pulled at Chu Lingxian's buckled knees, rocking from side to side and pouting. Chu Lingxian was shaken to the point of being a little annoyed. A touch of hostility crossed the bottom of her eyes. She raised her palm and put up 3 fingers, her eyesight warningly grim as she looked at her. Glancing at this scene, Chu Yunran's heart thumped, instantly understanding what it meant. She immediately smiled sarcastically and withdrew her hand. "Good sister. You guys have fun, huh? So what? I have something to do. I'll go first." Chu Yunran ran as fast as she could. As the door to the room closed again, Chu Lingshuang's palms rubbed the note and looked toward Yu Shuiyan. "Go and bag Skyward Island. It's closed for the night." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan understood and immediately answered. But in the next second, she asked uncertainly, "Then I'll bring people to the island now to bring him back?" "No need." Chu Lingxiang coldly said. "Prepare the cruise ship and send me to the island at 4:30. Hiss. That means that the young lady is going to spend the night on the island alone with Lin Feng? Boy. These two. So wild. But leaving the two of them on the island, in case Lin Feng wants to do something to Miss they. When she thought of this, her heart thumped and she swallowed, saying, "Miss, if the island is closed, do I need to arrange for someone to be in charge of guarding it?" Chu Lingxiang naturally understood what she meant. "Then put a few people in the shadows," she ordered. Yu Shuiyan sighed in relief and hurriedly nodded her head. "Yes, miss. I'll go make arrangements." At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chu Lingxiang boarded the private cruise ship on time. And at 5 o'clock sharp, the cruise ship docked at the mouth of Tianya Island, surrounded by the ocean. Tenaya Island is a little-known affordable destination in this neighborhood. The island is nestled with lush emerald green vegetation, while the surrounding white sandy beaches, soft and delicate, are not far away, with rolling hills and seabirds circling high above. As soon as she came out of the suite and turned her eyes, Chu Lingxiang saw Lin Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the island. To Chu Lingxiang's considerable surprise, he was holding 2 reins in his hands. At this moment, he had changed into a minimalist black robe. The 2 white horses on his side were slender and had elegant lines, reflecting the mountains not far behind him. And under the blue sea and blue sky, it was a picture as if he had walked out of a dream. Chu Lingxiang was angered by this scene. She opened a black umbrella, lifted her feet off the boat, and walked towards Lin Feng. As he approached, catching a glimpse of Chu Lingxiang's long slender legs and her proud figure exposed in the air, a flash of amazement crossed Lin Feng's eyes. With that, he smiled and exclaimed, "Miss Chu is so punctual. 5 o'clock sharp. Not a minute too soon." Chu Lingxian raised her eyebrows, glancing at the minimalist black robe Lin Feng was wearing. The corners of her lips rose. "We do share the same mind." Lin Feng froze at these words. He subconsciously glanced at himself and then at the tight black clothes and black pants on Chu Lingfeng's body. And instantly the corners of his mouth twitched. He just watched as she raised her eyes in cold arrogance and made a half circle around the 2 horses. Behind her, a few black lines crossed from side to side, the white spine exposed in the air. Down is less than a handful of slender waist, and then down is the pair of slender and narrow legs. This scene saw Lin Feng's blood rising. He took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down. After making a half circle, Chu Lingfeng frowned at Lin Feng and said with obvious displeasure, Is this the gift you sent me? It's still early. The calmed down Lin Feng answered. The hand that was pinching the reins was raised in front of Chu Lingfeng's eyes. Miss Chu can ride a horse. Right? Chu Lingxiang had no idea what kind of drugs he was selling. But the beginning of this gift of his had caused her to be quite interested. She raised an eyebrow and said coldly. With a refresher course in horsemanship. Then no more bullshit. Lin Feng directly handed the reins to Chu Lingxiang. Pressed the saddle and while flying onto the horse, he said, Miss Chu, please get on the horse. Chu Lingxiang's eyes sank. And then, with a graceful figure, she flew onto the horse. And then what? She asked. And then? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Holding the reins, pointing at the setting sun that was slowly falling not far away. His handsome face suddenly overflowing with a confident smile. Miss Chu, let's have a horse race. Before the sun sets. If you win, I will no longer think of running away. And I will willingly be your pet for the rest of my life. Escape? You actually presume to escape? Chu Lingfeng narrowed her eyes slightly. Her expression suddenly icy cold. But Lin Feng simply didn't give her a chance to speak. Only he gave a violent yell. And the horse that carried him rushed out as if it were an arrow out of the string toward the setting sun that was about to fall at the end of the mountains. Damn! Did it mean that he was really planning to use this opportunity to escape? Seeing Lin Feng and the white horse galloped away. Chu Lingxiang's lips have been her own bite through some. But she is blissfully unaware of it. The bottom of her eyes mixed with endless bloodlust. Very well. Lin Feng. You're pushing my limits. You've got to remember your words. You said it yourself. She stared at Lin Feng's back with a deadpan stare. Violently bowed her back. Lowered her body. Pulled the reins tighter. Clamped her feet together violently. And let out a cold sigh. Heave dash. The horse beneath him leaped up to the sky, neighing like thunder. And then galloped up like the wind. Above the golden beach. The tails of two horses fluttered in the wind. Their manes glittering gold in the sunlight. One in front of the other. Running at breakneck speed. The passage stirred up several handfuls of dust and sand. And just off the blue coast, against the setting sun, spelled out speed and passion. Lin Feng, who was the first to start, was keenly aware of Chu Lingxiang, who was following closely behind him. He pressed on, raising an eyebrow sharply when he caught a glimpse of it in his afterglow. When he chose the horse, he had already observed it. The speed of these two horses was not divided. And he was the first to start. In this case, Chu Lingxiang was still able to catch up. This young lady was not a waste of time. He hooked his lips slightly and gradually accelerated. Just as the sun was falling at the end of the day. Between the peace and quiet, the two horses stirred the waves on the shore. And as the sun was setting, the two reached the end of the hilltop and almost simultaneously. Phew! Lin Feng clamped his legs on the horse and tightened the reins so violently that the horse leapt and came to a halt. Glancing at Chu Lingfeng, who had also stopped at his side, Lin Feng laughed. Miss Chu, we're even. Whether it was a draw or not had nothing to do with Chu Lingxiang. She tightened the reins, harnessed her horse to stand at Lin Feng's side. Her voice icy cold. Do you really think I came alone? At a time like this, still thinking of running away? Since she dared to answer the appointment, how could she not bring someone? Her voice was clearly tinged with anger. And Lin Feng could naturally hear it. Instead, he glanced nonchalantly at the gradually darkening sky and coldly said something that had no reason to be there. Ms. Chu, how did you feel when you raced me just now? His voice was flat. And the question that violently jumped out of the conversation made Chu Lingxiang puzzled. She stared intently at Lin Feng. And for a moment, She was silent. She didn't know what to say to that. Or what exactly he was selling. Seeing that Chu Lingfeng was silent, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He just calmly looked at Chu Lingfeng, who was sitting side by side with himself on the horse. His voice gentle. "Ms. Chu, this is my gift to you." His voice was very soft, but every word was transmitted into Chu Lingshang's ears. And by his ears, there were stirring waves and whistling sea winds. Chu Lingfeng's complexion was stunned as she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. You should have been able to feel it when the party harnessed the horse and sped off. He glanced not far away, at the strip of land he had just raced through. And his voice laced with extreme gentleness as he opened his mouth again. "This passion for freedom is my gift." His words reached Chu Lingxiang's ears word for word. And she instantly froze. Could it be that what he had said just now was just to get her to put her best foot forward? Thinking back to the horse she had just galloped along the coast, she was indeed in a soothing mood. And her tense demeanor relaxed as she neared the end of her journey. This experience is like no other. However, the premise of everything ran through Lin Feng. She stared hard at Lin Feng, condescendingly pulled the reins tight, harnessed her horse to stand at Lin Feng's side, and sneered. "No, Lin Feng, you're wrong. What you want is freedom. And what I want is to win you." She didn't mind whatever means were used, even if those means were dirty. Lin Feng sized her up with his afterglow. But he wasn't in a hurry to speak. Seeing that he was silent, Chu Lingfeng, who thought that he had been defeated, was instantly in a good mood. She looked at Lin Feng with quite a bit of sarcasm and continued to speak out. "I thought that you'd prepare some kind of extraordinary gift for me. It's nothing more than that." As she spoke, she saw Lin Feng dismount his horse and tie the reins to a nearby tree stump while walking towards her. She looked coldly and arrogantly out of the corner of her eye at Lin Feng, and was about to speak out again to talk to him about what he had provoked her to do just now. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng directly grabbed the saddle underneath her, and with a flying leap got onto her horse's back smoothly. "What the hell kind of trick are you playing?" Chu Lingfeng more or less couldn't help it. First provoking her, and then telling her something about how this was a gift, and that it was because she had given too much power to Lin Feng, so that he would dare to stomp on his nose like this. She was about to get angry when she heard Lin Feng's subtle voice ringing in her ears. "Shu." The hot air along with the thick male refreshment came to the face. And for no reason. Chu Lingxian's heart was stirred. At the same time, not far from the dark sky, after the sun had set at sea level, there was a sudden bang. Immediately afterward, right at the foot of the mountain, a few flashes of light pierced through the sky, erupting a few brilliant fireworks above the 10,000 feet of sky. As night falls and the lights come on, the fireworks on the beach bloom like flowers, and the sparkling fireworks are mirrored by the stars. They blossomed in the air, exploding instantly with light, transforming into all kinds of beautiful patterns, accompanied by countless sea breezes gently blowing in the ears, sweeping the sound of waves lapping against the reef. The moment the fireworks continued to bloom, Lin Feng steeply wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his chin resting right on her shoulder. He laughed softly. "You didn't like the gift just now. So what about this fireworks feast now?" His voice echoed, laced with a gentleness Chu Lingxiang had never heard before. At the beginning of this moment, the heart seemed to soften. The gorgeous scenery from the mountain downwards, with Lin Feng who was embracing him behind him. All of this all made her heart swell. Chu Lingxiang unconsciously hooked up the corners of his lips, just staring at the gorgeous fireworks blooming in front of him, and gave a rare compliment. "Not bad." Her remaining light glanced at Lin Feng's side face, and she said, "Although it's common, but I've received the heart. I'll emphasize to you once again. If you still have the mind to escape, Don't blame me for not being merciful. Listening to her shattered thoughts, Lin Feng did notice that her eyes had been wandering in the fireworks. And with a slight hook of his lips, he just stared at her serious-eyed face. I realize, of course, that you've seen a lot and that these scenes amount to nothing to you. But don't you like me? If I steer a horse with you by the sea and share the fireworks, your liking is a plus condition for me. Well, in this moment when the fireworks are in full bloom, as far as I'm concerned, this moment will be my eternal get-out-of-jail-free card. Hey! There are fireworks over there. Look! 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 Who's setting off fireworks over there? Look good. Is this prepared by the program? But looking at this, it seems a bit far away. Live on the island, Miao Ruoyu and the others were also doing a live broadcast of the show's final bash. And the two pairs were on a date on the beach when they saw fireworks blooming on the sea in the distance. Everyone stopped to watch. The cameraman also turned the camera around to see the scene on the live feed. And the audience perked up. The show has a heart in fireworks. A program with a conscience. Look good, look good. Enjoying fireworks at sea. Which genius came up with this? This is too great. On the other hand, Xiao Dai and Lin Feng sat on the beach with their backs to the camera. The camera was pulled away, and various special effects were added to the live broadcast. As the audience swiped their gifts, special effects of the gifts rushed up to the camera. And two special effects blocked out a large portion of the live screen. From a distance, it can be seen that there are two people sitting on the beach. But it is not clear whether it is actually Lin Feng and Xiao Dai. Originally, the audience of the live broadcast was quite opinionated. After all, it was the last program. Lin Feng could not even show his face. Right? However, as the fireworks bloomed, the audience's attention was successfully drawn to the sea fireworks. And there were far fewer slamming pop-ups. Xiao Dai hugged the big bear and just sat on the beach by the sea, gazing at the fireworks blooming in the distant sky. She instantly widened her eyes, both of them sparkling with light, and said incredulously, I'll go. Big brother Lin. You can do it. It's going to make her sister look like a ghost. Xiao Yan blinked, taking in the gorgeous fireworks, and hooked a hand on the shoulder of the model next to him, pulling it toward his arms. Bro! You said you've seen this fireworks show too. Do they have to rub some sparks more or less later? She was talking to the dummy model to herself and muttered again. I wish I could have been there to see it. How wonderful must this be? Chu family manor. At the same time the plane landed, Chen Wanqing took out her cell phone and tapped into the Hell or Heaven livestream. The live broadcast is stuck on the moment when Xiao Dai puts his arm around Lin Feng and sits together on the beach to watch the fireworks. Honey! Look! It's hugging on its 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 hugging. She was suddenly agitated and pulled Chu Tianli, who was preparing to get off the airplane, at her side. Poking his head over, Chu Tianli's anger instantly rose. Brat! I'll find someone to bring him back. Actually dare to hug Ran Ran. I'll make him suffer. Chu Tianli was furious and slapped his hand on the table, almost toppling it over. Chen Wanqing was very excited. Look at you. What's the hurry? I see on the pop-ups that our daughter took the initiative. And the one who can be taken care of by our Ran will not be bad. The words are so. But looking at the screen, Xu Yun ran a strong initiative. Next to the man did not even lift his hand. Chu Tianli simply to be exasperated. Since his baby girl had come of age, he wasn't even allowed to hug him as a father. He usually took the initiative once in a while. But his daughter always said that she was an adult and that men and women were different. And now that he saw this scene, Chu Tianli suddenly had a feeling of being stolen from his family. No! I have to call that guy to the house. I have to try him. Chu Tianli gritted his teeth and said angrily, sweeping a glance at her own husband. Chen Wanqing couldn't help but smile. All right. It just so happens that their program ends tomorrow. So let Xiao He and the others go over and bring him over early tomorrow morning. Said. See, Chu Tianli is still full of anger. Chen Wanqing sighed over to rely on Chu Tianli's shoulder. Soft voice consolation, husband. You calm down. I see that this child is not bad. Although the life of a tragic point. But you think? Our family Frost are out to help. That can be bad? She blinked and looked at Trudy Knight. Although she and Chu Tianli were abroad, they often heard reports from their subordinates about the two children. This is not. See the live broadcast that is on fire all over the internet. Chen Wanqing immediately could not sit still, pulling Chu Tianli and ran back. Chu Tianli took a deep breath, and his mind calmed down slightly. Chen Wanqing said again with a smile in her eyes. Our Frost has no problem with the man that Ran has her eye on. So I think this child is definitely not bad. Chu Tianli took a deep look at Chen Wanqing and finally sighed. It's better to bring the person back first. I'll take a look. How long before we get there? On the ship. Sheng Chao asked towards the people around him with a serious face. It will probably take another 2 hours. The secretary glanced at his cell phone and said, they've done a good job of being secretive with this program. And old Zhang was a little late in getting the news back from their investigation. Aha! Sheng Chao nodded and looked at the sea without saying another word. The secretary's heart thumped. And he busily said, Mr. Shang, what are the arrangements for later? Is it directly take people away or? Don't alarm anyone. Sheng Chao commanded. This matter shouldn't alarm outsiders. If they're still broadcasting live, wait for the broadcast to end and find a chance to tie up Lin Feng. Yes. The secretary answered the voice, and rather nervously looked at Sheng Chao, wanting to say, Mr. Shang, this matter? I will find someone to do it on the line. Why do you still personally come over? Sheng Chao coldly swept his eyes and did not answer the question. He looked at the surface of the sea, his expression growing harder. Do you really think he wanted to come? Thinking of the phone call, the Lin family's threatening words, Sheng Chao's eyes were gloomy. If it wasn't for the Lin family threatening his life, he wouldn't have personally come to take this risk. The words were like this. But Sheng Chao could never figure out that Lin Feng should be related to the Lin family by blood. But why did the Lin family press forward step by step? And even more than 10 years ago, they went out of their way to find him and order him to take the 1-year-old Lin Feng captive. Could it be that they were worried that Lin Feng's existence would affect the dispute over the Lin family's family fortune? But this was no longer the time when there was infighting. What exactly did the Lin family, as one of the 4 great families, want to do? Sheng Chao fought hard but never got an answer. After all, his Sheng family was nothing more than a small family. And back then, if it wasn't for Lin De, the head of the Lin family, who had come to his aid, he wouldn't have been able to mix in the position he was in today. Now, his relationship with the Lin family was inseparable, and he could only do as he was told in the face of the powerful 4 great families. The Lin family. Sheng Chao just prayed that after this was over, he wouldn't be involved again. Sky Island. At the last moment of the fireworks blooming on the sea, Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of beer from somewhere and handed one of them to Chu Lingxiang. Drink? The moody Chu Lingxiang raised her eyebrows slightly and raised her hand to receive it. Through the flash of the fireworks, she glanced at the beer sign and said with some disgust, Can you drink this mishmash? Can you drink it? Won't you know if you try it? Lin Feng smiled and answered, directly pulling the pull tab on his bottle of beer. Seeing Chu Lingfeng's face full of contempt, he smiled, tilted his face back, and just gulped down half the bottle. Ah. Yes. Lin Feng smacked his lips cozily, a smile blooming on his face. Seeing the relief on his face through the glitter of the fireworks, Chu Lingsheng half-heartedly put the beer to her lips and took a small sip before frowning. Hard to drink. Lin Feng was surprised. This is still hard to drink? Missy. This is a $17 bottle of beer. Your mouth is too reserved. Right? Despise was clearly crossed on Chu Lingsheng's face. But she still patiently drank a large mouthful. Eyeing this mouthy action of hers, Lin Feng was amused. He grabbed the reins in Chu Lingsheng's hand with one hand, clapped his legs violently, and led the horse around in place a few times. Going for a sea breeze? Missy. Beer into the throat, but a little on the head. Chu Lingsheng intentionally licked his lips. Did not refute. Lin Feng smiled and pulled the reins tighter, harnessing his horse and rushing down the small hill. Where they passed, the sea breeze swept in. The waves lapped at the shore, and the moonlight that rose after the fireworks shone down, scattering over the two men's shoulders. Wandering along the seashore, the bottle in Lin Feng's hand was pretty much gone. He pinched the can flat and put it in the large pocket he was carrying, and put his arm back around Chu Lingfeng. MS. Chu, there's something I'm quite curious about. His voice was light and faint, coming from the side of his ear. The bottle had been almost drunk. Chu Lingsheng slightly drunk. She raised her voice. Her voice was clear and cold. Say, what is it about me that you like? Or what is it about me that makes you so addicted? Lin Feng's words were straightforward, and he didn't intend to beat around the bush with her anymore. These days, after a short period of time together, he also understood Chu Lingsheng's character, removing her usual domineering ways. In fact, as long as one followed her wishes, she wouldn't do anything extreme. But that's only if he's willing to. He doesn't want to. And he doesn't like her. In his limited life, right now, he wasn't about to let himself stop for anything. His words were mixed with the sound of waves sweeping in. And in her slight drunkenness, Chu Lingsheng didn't hear too much. She only heard the second half of his sentence. Which point? Maybe at first she was just attracted by his indifference. But after a long time, she felt more and more that Lin Feng had a self-possession that she didn't have. Unlike him, Chu Lingsheng had received an elite education from a young age, and all of his hours were set. Ever since she understood, she knew that it wasn't just the Chu family she was carrying on her shoulders, but also tens of thousands of beatniks. Those people could provide a steady stream of labor and value to the Chu family. And the Chu family would have to be at the forefront and provide them with jobs. Once any problem arose in the Chu family, even if it was just a very small fight, it would cause countless people at the bottom to lose their jobs. Before handing over the Chu family to her, her father had said that outside of interests, one should avoid fighting as much as possible. It's what she's been taught since she was a child. She hadn't experienced the life of an ordinary person at all. She only knew that there was a lot of pressure on her shoulders, and that the four great clans under the Chu family alone were thinking of how to swallow her up all the time. And now, behind her was Lin Feng's chest. Even his subtle heartbeat she could feel. She felt that she needed a harbor. A harbor that would let her loose. She didn't need him to do anything but follow her around and help wash away her weariness. Like now. This moment is all about joy beyond the busyness. Instead of answering his words, she asked, "What are your plans after the show?" As if it was a casual question in a good mood. It wasn't the kind of forceful order from before. Like asking Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng, who had long ago practiced caution in front of Chu Lingsheng, did not fall into her trap. He smiled and asked. What? MS. Chu is planning to release me? Chu Lingxiang was cold and said without any hesitation. Listen to your plan. She wondered what he really thought. Lin Feng instead glanced curiously at Chu Lingfang as he strangled his horse with one hand, driving the horse to turn around and head towards the small hill. Not much of a plan, if any. His eyes fell to the ethereal blue sea level, and the corners of his mouth lifted abruptly as he dropped the sentence. Then go to the dock and fix some fries. Chu Lingxiang sidled her head in surprise, some incredulity rarely bubbling up on her face. Just like that? Or what? Lin Feng answered, unusually self-conscious. Where do I have any great dreams? If I can, I guess, just go traveling around the world, he said, but didn't notice Chu Lingxiang's gradually burning line of sight. He was indeed mesmerizing. Doing things, saying things, all out of her expectation. No. All answers she had never envisioned. But I advise you to give up these thoughts as soon as possible. There's no way you'll be able to leave before I get tired of playing with you. Chu Lingfang's overbearing voice echoed. Anticipating this, Lin Feng indifferently catered. Yes. 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 Miss Chu has the final say. The horse had already traveled back to the small hill, stopping right at the square of the hill. And Lin Feng took the lead in dismounting. Glancing at the dark surroundings, Chu Lingxiang's eyes flickered and said in disbelief. Not going back? Go back? Lin Feng smiled and tied the reins to a nearby tree stump. Took out the cooler he had prepared long ago from behind the stump, and just flopped down on the land. What a shame not to see more of such a great view, he said, smoothly taking a seat on the cooler. What a rare opportunity to be free. Where can you go now in such a pleasant moment? Lin Feng knew in his heart that after tonight, he would have to go in pairs with Chu Lingfang. He simply didn't have any time for himself. And after returning to the Chu family with her, what would happen was anyone's guess. By and large, he's not likely to have such free time again anytime soon. So, he didn't intend to go back in the first place. And the boat he asked Zhang Boqiao to prepare was also in the early morning tomorrow. Chu Lingxiang wrapped her arms around herself, wrinkled her brow, and swept a very disgusted glance at the cheap straw mat, refusing to take a seat. Seeing Lin Feng with his hands propped up on the back of his head, looking up at the stars in the sky with a cozy face, she got anxious. There are mosquitoes. Her voice was grim with reminder, the anger in her words ready to explode. However, the next second she saw Lin Feng fumble out another small bottle of 6 gods from his pocket. Paint yourself. It's all ready for you. Chu Lingfang's always cold and arrogant face obviously collapsed a bit. Immediately afterward, she saw Lin Feng pull a lift of beer out from behind the cooler, unwrap a bottle for himself, and gesture to her. More or less like a hobo. But the person who did these actions was Lin Feng. And without realizing it, Chu Lingxiang actually felt that he was a bit dashing. Forget it. Miss Chu is a great lady. I'm afraid she feels disgusted. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Feng reacted and muffled a mouthful of beer. Who said I resented it? Chu Lingfang retorted, gritting her teeth, kicking the side of Lin Feng's leg and angrily saying, Get out of the way. I'll sit on you and drink. Row. 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 Lin Feng spread his legs very casually, and he saw Chu Lingfang raise her body sideways, and her weight instantly pressed up. There was something inexplicably strange about the pose. She sat up sideways and straightened up again very nobly. Lin Feng's hand froze in midair. He couldn't help but come up with, Missy, why don't you lie on my arm? Chu Lingfang's face was slightly red. She glanced at Lin Feng with some displeasure. Although she didn't answer, she obediently leaned the back of her neck up according to Lin Feng's description. Although Chu Lingxiang was thin, she was fleshy. It's only soft to cuddle up. The faint rose scent of her body lingered between her nostrils, and she relied on her in such a bird-like manner. But in this moment, Lin Feng felt that she was like a small child. But the displeasure and forced compromise that filled the bottom of her lofty eyes was the opposite of demeanor. A little more contrasting excitement. For no reason at all. Lin Feng felt that such Chu Lingfang was inexplicably a bit cute. But that was all. She was a mouthy, crazy person. Here. Lin Feng used his empty other hand to pick open the beer can pull ring and handed it in front of Chu Lingfang. Chu Lingxiang's afterglow glanced coldly and arrogantly, and finally accepted the bottle of beer. The fireworks have just passed and the stars are in full bloom. To his side, two horses lowered their heads and sniffed haphazardly at the land. Behind them was the ghostly blue sea beneath the hillside. And above the sea, the bright white moonlight poured down, scattering over the shoulders of the two men. Lin Feng didn't say anything else, stifling his head and gulping down his beer. He opened one can after another, while in his arms, Chu Lingxiang sipped a few sips, her mind no longer on drinking at all. From time to time, she glanced at Lin Feng with her afterglow and saw that the white moonlight scattered on his face, reflecting a slight white light on his originally delicate cheeks. At his side, at the intersection, Lin Feng's arm was tight and sturdy. Originally, Chu Lingxiang didn't trust him, so her body had been taut as she sat down. But the moment the back of her neck rested against his arm, inexplicable reassurance washed over her, and she relaxed her body almost unconsciously. His arms were strong and sturdy, also like every night when they slept together. The force of strangulation was tightly confining, but brought her a sinking that she could not escape. She likes the way it feels. It's the feeling of being held tightly in the arms of someone you like. It was proof that he needed her, that he wanted her desperately. Even with the slight drunkenness slowly coming to her head, the sea breeze brushed by. Lin Feng's breath lingered on her nose, and between breaths, she sank into this gentle embrace. Desire to stop. Will you stay with me for the rest of my life? Just looking at the starry twinkling sky, Chu Lingxiang coldly came up with such a sentence. Startled by the voice, the slightly tipsy Lin Feng came back to his senses, his eyes falling on the face of Chu Lingxiang, who was less than a foot away, minutely speculating on her expression. Also, as usual, she was too aloof to see what was on her mind, except that her eyes were lagging, slightly inquisitive with anticipation, and even with a hint of, well, caution. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Careful? This was never Chu Lingxiang's style. Maybe this is a test run. Lin Feng's heart thumped, and between being cooled by the sea breeze, he sobered up quite a bit from the alcohol. How is it possible? No matter how many times he has asked the question, his answer is only that one. Even if it is to submit to your Chu Lingxiang's majesty. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Ms. Chu. You'll be with me for the rest of my life. Won't you? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chu Lingxiang's icy cold eyes came looking straight at him, right into Lin Feng's slightly evasive line of sight. Lin Feng's throat knot slid up, and he subconsciously said, Miss Chu, you're drunk. Let me send you back. He inexplicably had a bad feeling, especially seeing Chu Lingxiang's crimson cheeks in the reflection of the moonlight. He looked for excuses to meander, but unexpectedly, Chu Lingxiang violently raised her hand, and in an instant, she gripped his chin with her backhand. With extreme force she forced him to look straight at her. Obediently. In one word. Pause. he said. Look at me. The crazy bloodlust laced in her eyes rushed into Lin Feng's eyes in such a wild manner. And in the intersection of the lines of sight, it was like an infinitely extending vine. Dead entangled. She would not allow him to digress. Especially not while she was talking. And the soul master hogging all his senses had to be her. She wanted her reflection clearly reflected in his black and white eyes. She was the only one who was everything to him. She was breaking into his world in the most dominating way possible. Forcing her to carve into his soul. Lin Feng's eyes fluttered a bit. But he was awake enough to know what answer she wanted. She's too bossy. He wasn't even allowed any rebuttal. But for Lin Feng, the need was something that could be faked. Like it too. Stabilizing her was the superior option until his plans fell into place. Especially since it had come to the point where he didn't need to backtrack at this point. The corners of his lips rose slightly. And he just fearlessly bumped into Chu Lingshan's line of sight as the answer came out of his mouth. Sure. Of course I'll stay with you. At least for tonight. After this village. Who knows where else there's a store? Originally thinking that Chu Lingshan would force him to repeat it again with complete words. Unexpectedly, she suddenly pressed a little closer and just went across the board. A provocative touch rose up. And Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. This was an experience that had been had many times. And Lin Feng was already used to it. But in the rising heat of his lips, all that alcohol he just drank went to his head. He fearlessly corresponded with her. Just a stone's throw away. The distance is negative. Lin Feng. He heard her murmur just inside the crossposting. Laced with slurred calls. Her hands had crawled up his shoulders at some point. Her eyes mesmerized and wrapped around him. You're mine. Her eyes were dark red and she just grabbed him by the collar. The neckline tightened. The suffocating feeling rushed up to his head. Lin Feng's complexion shook slightly. His eyes were a little blurry. He only felt that his body was light and airy. While her sweeping strength continued. Forcing his breathing to stop a few times. Between the dizziness. Lin Feng heard her say with great lack of clarity. Call me. MS. Chu. Hiss. Call me names. Shu Ling Shuang. Tell me that you will stay with me for the rest of my life and never leave. Lin Feng was in a trance. Not too clearly glimpsed under her slightly narrowed Danfeng eyes were cheeks that were already reddened. With a little sweat on her forehead. And her seawater-soaked hair hanging down wetly. Dripping with fragrant sweat. His eyes flickered slightly as he listened to the sounds that seemed to overlap from the confluence of the heavens. Mingled with the wildness of the waves lapping against the reef. At least for this moment. He clearly chose to sink. I will stay with you and never leave. The moonlight reflected on the hill. And the gurgling of the waves mingled with the last revelry before the storm. Mr. Shang. I've already inquired. Lin Feng isn't here right now. He seems to have gone to Tianya Island. Sheng Chao and the others who arrived at the program's recording island came down from the small boat. The coast was already empty. Not far away. A few staff-like people were cleaning up the mess. Listening to the secretary's report. Sheng Chao narrowed his eyes. Sky Island? Yeah. It's on an island half an hour from here. A small resort island. The secretary said. But smiled with a lewd face. I guess he's fooling around with that Xiao Dai. Right? And sneaking around the next island. These two can play. Sheng Chao glanced at him and changed his serious demeanor. Instead he laughed. Quite playful indeed. Mr. Shang. I think this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we take the opportunity to go over now? Just while the two of them are in a state of flirtation. Let's give someone to buckle down. The secretary rubbed his hands together. His expression was one of unconcealed excitement. After all, It was rare to encounter such a thrilling scene. "Don't be nosy," Shang Chao snorted coldly and angrily said. "Just wait here for him to come back and strike when he falls alone. No matter what. This Lin Feng is also a member of the Lin family. Even though he is going to be tied up. But no matter what, he must not be hurt." "Yes." The secretary nodded and didn't dare say anything more. The group went back to the boat. No one dared to trespass without Shang Chao's word. Until dawn. A luxury cruise ship stopped at the beach. Shang Chao and others saw a woman in black who could not see her face holding a black parasol down from the ship. In addition to a few followers of the bodyguards. But did not see others. A few people waited patiently for a while. And then they saw the boat with the program Hell or Heaven coming towards the shore. And through the binoculars, Shang Chao clearly saw that the person standing on the boat was none other than Lin Feng. "He's coming. Remember. Don't blow your cover. And if it doesn't work, call me." Shang Chao gave a command and ordered his men to prepare to move out. The secretary immediately took orders and got off the boat with a couple of bodyguards. Feeling his way down the path toward the back door of the hotel. It was just after 7 a.m. And the hotel was silent up and down the street. Last night's revelry had lasted too long. And everyone was still awake at the moment. Lin Feng didn't wake up naturally. He was frozen awake. The island is really nice. But the only downside is that it's too cold at night. The bleak cold sea breeze blowing in the early morning directly woke up the sleeping man freezing. Xu Lingshan's body was also ice cold. The early morning and evening of the seaside in early spring are the coldest. Therefore, he can only wake up the sleeping Xu Lingshan and send her on the boat. According to the previous agreement, Xu Lingshan went back to the island first, and he followed closely behind in case he was seen by the people on the island. Watching the boat stop at the shore, he stretched out and got off the boat, ready to find a place in the nearby grove to take a quick break first. After drinking a bunch of beer and sitting on the boat for half a day, he really couldn't hold it in a bit at this point. It was in the dense forest not far from the lower island that he comfortably unbuckled his belt. But just as he had finished, buttoned up and was ready to leave, he heard a rustling in the woods behind him. In the next second, a strong wind suddenly hit his ears. Lin Feng was so shaken that he skewed his body almost by consciousness and dodged to the side. "Good boy. You actually dodged it." The visitor was holding a wooden stick, staring intently at Lin Feng, and roared behind him, "Brothers, this is the time. Go!" Lin Feng froze, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 fierce men suddenly sprang out from behind a few trees beside him. "No! You guys! Just to see what's convenient for me?" Before his next words were out of his mouth, the oncoming 5 or 6 men rushed straight at him. Lin Feng looked shaky, subconsciously grabbed the stout tree on the side of his body, and with his hands and feet stomped a few times to directly scurry up the tree. He hugged the trunk of the tree, his hand resting on the branch, and fished violently. His body climbed a little bit upwards smoothly, his toes stepping on top of the trunk. In an easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack style, he just condescendingly yelled at the following people. "Who are you guys? Squatting here in broad daylight to watch someone else pee? Are you sick? You kid. Who's looking at you for convenience? Climb down for me." "Going down? Do I look like a fool to you?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but spit out. Brought 5 or 6 people over to ambush in the woods. This situation, with his toes to think no good. He can still go down? Secretary for a moment to take Lin Feng no way. Although it is in the woods. But this piece from the hotel is not far away. Next to the path. Maybe at any time someone will come over. He then stared at Lin Feng and fished his cell phone out of his pocket to make a call. "Mr. Shang. Okay. We'll wait for you here. Hanging up the phone, he signaled the people on his side to stay still for now. And the crowd just leaned back and stared at Lin Feng in the tree. Even if they didn't speak, Lin Feng probably heard what he meant in that phone call. Someone's coming after him. But he couldn't for the life of him think of anyone who would come running to him at this time. The Su family? No way. He knew the Su family's situation only too well. They were afraid that they could not even pay the wages of their employees. All belonged to their own difficulties. Where there was money to hire people to find him trouble? Is it hard to believe that it's still Fonzie Moon? This also does not make sense. Fong Ziyu side can move only her waist brother. He did not have a cell phone on him at all. And when he came back this morning, he did not even have time to change his clothes. And he got on the boat and came back after tethering the 2 horses to the mouth of the bank. And at this moment, everyone should be sleeping. And even if it is a normal day, basically no one comes over to this trail. Things had come to a head. So Lin Feng could only wait for the person behind the curtain in the tree. Not much longer. He saw a burly man in a suit approaching at the end of the path that stretched down to the beach. The man was tall and rather old-fashioned. Lin Feng didn't take the initiative to speak. As he watched the man approach, after taking a glance at the current situation, he fiercely chided. A bunch of assholes. I asked you to come over here and invite people. What are you doing with sticks? Still don't hurry to throw it. Yes, yes, yes. The rest of them nodded their heads in a hurry. And the secretary led the way by throwing the stick in his hand to the side and smiling apologetically at Lin Feng. And the man's expression turned. Looking up at Lin Feng, who was bear hugging the trunk of the tree. His face turned gentle. Lin Feng, come down and talk. He spoke rather politely. But Lin Feng was stunned. He looked at the man warily and said in a cold voice, You know me? The man laughed and smiled at Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng. You don't have to be afraid. My name is Shang Chao. I'm the boss of Shang's Limited. I even hugged you when you were little. Shang's Limited? Hugged him? Lin Feng froze and looked at Shang Chao in surprise. He seemed to have heard the name somewhere. But it was about an unrelated correspondence. So he didn't remember it too well. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid it's not his biological father who's going to make an appearance. Right? He clearly felt that Shang Chao was not harboring good intentions. So his tone wasn't much more polite. What are you looking for me for? It wasn't me who wanted to see you. Son. It was your family who wanted to see you. So they asked me to come over to you. Shang Chao brushed off his responsibility in a few words. And incidentally pulled some emotional cards with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng obviously didn't eat this. His voice was cold and his demeanor was bland as he said. In that case, you tell him to come see me. Joke. If you want to recognize your family, you should have a decent awareness. You come looking for someone and you bring a stick? If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have been swung around and passed out by now. Then again, when he was lost at the age of 1.5, living alone in an orphanage for almost 6 years, and then a dozen years of being a parasite. Now that he's been found, he still wants him to personally board the door? He didn't even come over here to look for him personally. Do you think he's a piece of garbage thrown around that can be picked up and returned at the drop of a hat? Glancing at the rather angry Lin Feng, Shang Chao tilted his face and just said with an amiable expression. Child. The situation at your home is a bit complicated. You have to go back and see for yourself before you can know. And I'm not at liberty to say much. Saying that, Shang Chao repeatedly assured. Child. It's me who didn't give them a clear explanation. I won't hurt you. We also spent a lot of effort to find you. I hope you can go back with me to have a look. Just take it as Uncle begging you. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Not that he was impressed by Shang Chao's deep feelings. Instead, he looked toward the small boat in the distance. And he wondered if, perhaps, this was his chance to escape Chu Lingxiang. None of the hard feelings on the biological father's side concern him. What mattered was that he could use this as an excuse to escape Chu Lingxiang's grasp. After all, leaving from anywhere was much easier than leaving from Chu Lingxiang's side. Even if he was found out in the end, he could have pushed it onto Shang Chao. And there was no excuse for the excuse of kidnapping. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully calculating the money on hand. The fireworks yesterday had cost him nearly $1 million on hand, which also carried the labor fee for Zhang Buochao. Now all he had left was just over $4 million. And although he hadn't arrived at his previous goal of $100 million, this was enough money to get him across the ocean. Staring at the line of people gawking below, Lin Feng sank his voice and made an impressed look. Actually, I've wanted to meet them for a long time too. At those words, Shang Chao's eyes lit up. Lin Feng, on the other hand, said with eyes full of aggression and a frightened afterthought tone, but they just really scared me. With the sticks and the beatings, I've never seen such a scary scene. The words are all lit up. Even if it's an act, this play has to be sung to the end. Shang Chao directly threw the secretary a slap. How do you do things? What use do I have for you? Look at the child scared. The secretary ate a mouth hard, but did not dare to say more. Only to cover her face and apologize repeatedly. Mr. Shang, it's all my fault. Kid, come down. The tree is dangerous. Shang Chao kindly reminded. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and scurried down from the tree, landing on his feet. But his eyes hovered over those bodyguards at all times, in a ready combat state. Seeing that he was so cautious, Shang Chao was relieved and at the same time was comforting. Kid, don't be afraid. With Uncle here, no one dares to touch you. Lin Feng's eyes clearly scratched contempt. Looking at the boat not far away, he made an aggrieved look. Uncle, is it really my family who asked you to come to me? Look at you. How can this be fake? Shang Chao picked up and hooked a hand over Lin Feng's shoulder. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Before he came, he had also inquired about Lin Feng being able to drive the Su family up and effortlessly bring them down. Such a double businessman could be said to be excellent. He was worried for a moment that Lin Feng would pull some kind of trick. But he didn't expect that he would be fooled in a few words. It seems that the word family is the handle to break Lin Feng's heartstrings. The kid is still too young. Don't worry, son. Go back with your uncle to meet your family. They all miss you. Shang Chao added another sentence, his words all in the tone of having already pinned Lin Feng down. Lin Feng lowered his head. His eyes flickered slightly. In just a few words, he had already heard that Shang Chao seemed to be more eager than him than the matter of him wanting to see his family. In that case, don't blame him. Uncle Shang. While he was walking, Shang Chao suddenly heard Lin Feng call out to him. He stopped and turned around to catch a glimpse of Lin Feng with his head hung low. What's wrong? Kid? It occurred to me that I can't go back. Lin Feng's voice was tinged with anxiety and inexplicable trepidation. Shang Chao was puzzled. Why? Lin Feng sobbed a few times and said somewhat timidly. I owe loan sharks. If I just go back like this, I'm sure I'll be beaten to death. Loan sharks? Shang Chao immediately exclaimed. When he investigated, he didn't tell him that Lin Feng still owed loan sharks. He quickly asked, how much do you owe? It adds up to 5. Over $1 million. Lin Feng's voice gradually reduced. As if he was careful for fear of being beaten, he stood alone, Inexplicably. But Sheng Chao felt that he was quite pitiful. After all, there was always a need to bring him back. Although it was unclear what the Lin family was trying to do. But this bloodline of Lin Feng was holding here. And Sheng Chao didn't quite dare to offend. Thinking about it, Sheng Chao sighed and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Don't worry. Uncle will transfer this money to you now. Really? Forcing himself to hold back his inner excitement, Lin Feng made a look of gratitude and looked blearily at Sheng Chao. Sheng Chao, without saying anything, directly took out his cell phone, signaling Lin Feng to lose his card number himself. And a few seconds later, Lin Feng's account had more than 5 million whole. Together with what he had gotten from Chu Lingshan, and counting the salary Zhang Buochao's had given him, he had gathered enough $10 million on hand. Eyeing Sheng Chao, who was leading the way in front, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had to say that the green tea set was really good. The money was already in his hands. So naturally Lin Feng had no plans to dwell on it. And when he got on Sheng Chao's boat, he planned to take the money and run away after meeting his family. Blood, to him, was nothing more than a handle to pull. And he would not raise the slightest sympathy for those family members who had been born and not raised. As for Chu Lingfeng, it was a nightmare. Now this nightmare is about to end. Miss, I've already asked. Mr. Lin has been missing since he got off the boat. And hotel security said he hasn't been back. On the 7th floor, in Chu Lingxiang's room, Yu Shuayan was making a report with a frightened heart. These two weren't fine yesterday. Why did they run away today? This Mr. Lin is really not an easy man. Seeing that Chu Lingshuan didn't say anything, Yu Shuayan swallowed her saliva and cautiously said, Mr. Lin. He shouldn't be. Again. Run away. Right? When she didn't finish her words, she met Chu Lingshan's cold line of sight. It shouldn't be an escape. Without hesitation, Chu Lingshan made her assertion. Her eyes were shadowy as she swept Yu Shuayan and said sternly, Keep investigating. Find him for me even if you turn over this island. 3 hours of waiting was like years for Chu Lingshan. She kept rubbing her palms against the footage saved on her cell phone about Lin Feng, her eyes narrowing slightly. You'd better share my judgment. If you still run away, you will never see the sun again in your life. At the same time, Yu Shuayan hurriedly rushed to. Can't care about gasping for breath. Busy saying, Miss. Found it. A responsible staff said that the island has come to outsiders. These people are very smart. They avoided all the surveillance on the island. Saying that, Yu Shuayan pulled out her cell phone, tapped her finger on the screen a few times, and handed it to Chu Lingxiang. But I had our people check the harbor surveillance at various places in the capital city. And just 10 minutes ago, Lin Feng and a few people went down from a small boat. While she reported one after another, Chu Lingxiang's eyes hovered in the cell phone screen. In the surveillance, Lin Feng was surrounded by several men in black. But he didn't get into any strong-arm tactics. But the way those men were always watching Lin Feng's eyes and the way they surrounded him were all indicating to her that Lin Feng was forced to do it. Looks like someone else has their eye on her pet. Chu Lingxiang suddenly hooked his lips, bloodlust hanging in the bottom of his eyes, raising his hand in the air a little, signaling Yu Shuayan to continue. Yu Shuayan slowed down her breath and continued to report. Their identities have already been found out. The one leading is the boss of Sheng Limited, Sheng Chao. Miss, I really can't figure it out. Lin Feng's past has nothing to do with the Sheng family either. Why is Sheng Chao looking for him at this time? Saying that, Yu Shuayan was a bit puzzled. As for this point, although Chu Lingxiang also had doubts, but those who dared to touch her would have to die. Immediately tell Lu Tianhan to have Sheng Chao released within an hour. She placed the phone flat on the table and barked a command with a grim face and icy tone. Lin Feng had better not have done anything. Otherwise, even if they released him honestly, she would never stop. Yu Shuiyan hurriedly nodded and took the phone over, while silently wiping the sweat. Dare to move, Lin Feng. This person really kicked the steel plate. Staring at Yu Shuiyan's movements, Xu Lingshang's eyes gradually deepened as she narrowed her eyes and said in an extremely icy tone, "Have him personally send the person to my company." Yes. Once off the boat, 2 black cars pulled up along the shore. Sheng Chao, who originally greeted Lin Feng on the car, saw the cell phone ringing. He smiled somewhat apologetically at Lin Feng. "Child, you get on the car first. Uncle has some things to take care of at the company." Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything. Obediently got into the car. Along the way, he did ask Sheng Chao about the family he was talking about. But Sheng Chao was very tight-lipped and sidetracked the topic with a few words. Obviously, this trip home is undoubtedly a hunky-dory. Sheng Chao didn't even want to disclose the names of his family members. And that was what made Lin Feng even more bold to guess. The one who could drive Sheng Chao to come forward to pick him up and also make Sheng Chao so scornful was none other than a more powerful family than the Sheng family. Further up, as far as he knew, were the 4 great families. The 4 famous families in the capital city were the Wei family, the Gu family, the Wu family, and the Lin family. And the Gu family was screwed over by Chu Lingxiang early on. And now there are 3 left. The Lam family. Glancing out of the car window at Sheng Chao, who was talking on the phone with his back to the car, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Feng's head that his real father, perhaps a member of the Lin family. It was something he would never have dared to envision before. And now, Sheng Chao's appearance forced him to let go of his guts to guess. In this way, things are explained. Perhaps one of the heirs of the Lin family or his own father's second wife wanted to embezzle the property and devised a way to take him away when he was only a year old. They just didn't expect that he would make a comeback and even become famous online. So they are bound to kill again. Lin Feng knew very well that if those he guessed were the truth, the Sheng Chao in front of him was nothing more than a gun pole. And the real gun holders should be the other heirs of the Lin family. This trip back was dangerously drawn out. But Lin Feng now had a clear goal in mind. If you can't meet your real dad, then go to your real dad's dad. The one thing that can be suppressed above the bloodline is seniority. Find his grandpa or grandma and maybe he can save himself. Outside the car window, Sheng Chao, who had finally gotten through the call, subconsciously glanced back at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng honestly sitting in the car, he breathed a sigh of relief while anxiously saying towards the phone, "Xiao Dai's backstage is really the Chu family. Their people have already started looking for me. What should I do now? How can I not panic? That's the Chu family. They said they want me to send people to Yihan. Don't you know the Chu family's methods? My company is about to be finished off." Okay. Well, just as you said. Hanging up the phone, Sheng Chao took a deep breath and replaced it with a kind smile as he rushed towards the car. When he got into the car, he looked at Lin Feng with a smile. "Kid, the questions you asked on the way, I can tell you now." Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly. "You know about the 4 great families, right?" Sheng Chao signaled the driver to drive while looking at the car window in front of him. "Actually, your biological father is the eldest son of the Lin family of the 4 great families." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's shocked voice sounded behind him. Anyone else hearing this news would be shocked. "I'm afraid that's the 4 big families. The heir of such a huge group must be no one will not be moved. It looks like Lin Feng is the same." How could he know that Lin Feng's exclamation of surprise was merely because he had guessed? But he got curious instead. Uncle Shang. Why didn't you just tell me? He asked, making an agitated face. This is too big a matter for me to speak of. Sheng Chao slowly said. But I've just talked to them on the phone. They said they will announce this matter to the media before you arrive home. Don't be nervous later. There will be a special media to film you coming home. Although he was a member of the Lin family, this matter Lin Feng guessed. But what he did not guess was that they were going to make a big fuss about it. The long-lost young master returns to the mansion. And the party in question is still himself, who has only just exploded on the internet. There's no doubt that once the story breaks, it will be hotter than ever. In his case, it was good. But Lin Feng never believed that pie would fall from the sky. And once he broke the news that he had returned to the Lin family, it would be even harder for those who wanted to get him killed. If it had been on someone else, they might have been enjoying themselves by now. However, Lin Feng, who had spent half his life on alert, was not happy at all. How is it that the lost incident back then, as well as being a member of one of the 4 great families, yet he was not found for more than 20 consecutive years? How is it that he is now found? Instantly, Lin Feng had some scalp numbness. He only felt that, after leaving Chulingshan, he seemed to be swept into a bigger whirlpool. As Lin Feng had expected, he went home at the same time as the overwhelming press releases rushed onto the hot search. The long-lost young master of the Lin family is recovered. And under this news, Lin Feng's name rushed onto the hot search. And along with the heat from the previous program, the title of Factory Boy followed. Netflix spicy review. Cow. So Factory Boy is a real rich young master? I told you that Factory Boy had an unusual temperament. So he's a member of the Lin family. The Su family are such clowns, making such a big deal out of it, letting the other true gentry find their own children. Ha 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 ha. Perfect match. Really perfect match. I now instead feel shall die both of them. Is the Factory Boy backwards? Hey! That's not right. The human Xiao Yan also has a backstage. That's all blackmail. Besides, can Xiao Dai's backstage be bigger than the 4 great families? And thanks to the network put in the past where there is a luxury young man to give me a show. For a moment, a flood of words hung over the hot search. The moment he saw the news, Fong Mingho, who was having breakfast with his family, suddenly exclaimed, Sis! Dad! Mom! Look at this! The internet says that brother-in-law is the Lin family's long-lost young master. Fong Mingho looked excited and held his cell phone in front of the crowd. Fong Ziyu didn't even have time to swallow the dumplings in her mouth, and hurriedly picked up her cell phone and saw the news online as well. These days the Lin Feng and Xiao Dai CP was a big deal, and she had wanted to try to see if she could make Lin Feng remember how good she was. But after Su Nuar was on the show, and with the previous experience of the Su family, she didn't dare to be a demon again. Just thinking that when Lin Feng got off the island, she would go to the program to see if she could find a chance to talk to Lin Feng. As a result, now she was told that Lin Feng was actually the young master of the Lin family? Is that the Lin family of the 4 great families? Jiang Yahui's eyes instantly glowed. What 4 big families? Now it's 3 big families. Fang Jiancheng slapped Jiang Yahui violently and snatched the cell phone to check it carefully. Jiang Yahui hurriedly moved her head over. And Fang Mingho also poked his body out to move his head over. Fang Jiancheng's hand kept scratching on the screen, which was filled with news all about Lin Feng. It's really him. Jiang Yahui couldn't have been more excited. Pulling Fang Ziyu. Daughter, you have to work harder. The splendor of our family depends on you. I said brother-in-law before a driver, how could he afford to drive a Rolls-Royce? It turns out that the Lin family is behind it. Fang Mingho muttered a sentence and looked at Fang Ziyue with a hopeful expression. Sister! It's really all up to you. That's the Lin family. You must chase your brother-in-law back. Even if they didn't say anything, Fong Ziyu knew what to do. She never thought that Lin Feng had such an identity. The Lin family. That's one of the famous three great families. They casually waved their hands. Are several times the Su family in the beginning? Just looking at the cell phone screen. That familiar but unfamiliar face. For a moment, Fong Ziyu heart but no plan. Mom and Dad. Sis. You're his white moonlight. You've been in love since campus. What are you afraid of? That's right. Fong Jiancheng said with a face full of approval. My precious daughter's great youth is placed on him. Can he not care about you? Zhang Yahui nodded her head. Full of urgency. You're pampered. Boys like to see girls pampered. Fang Mingho desperately nodded his head, looking at his own sister with a hopeful face. In her memory, the unfailing Lin Feng resurfaced. And mixed with these words, Fang Ziyu even saw the position of the lady of the mansion beckoning to her. She gritted her teeth and said in a firm voice, Okay. But Mom and Dad. It's hard for me to even see him right now. And he's blacked out all my contacts. Not afraid. Fong Jiancheng put in. The Lin family will definitely organize a banquet to celebrate the recovery of the child. At that time, you look for an opportunity to see if you can attend. Right. Zhang Yahui also nodded repeatedly. If it's not possible, we'll spend some money and mortgage the family's house first. There's still Yu Shao. Isn't there? Sister. What are you afraid of? Fang Mingho also advocated from the side. A few people spoke to each other, instantly bringing back Fong Ziyu's confidence. She nodded. Okay. Mom. Dad. Xiao Hao. Don't worry. As long as I'm allowed to see him, I'll definitely find a way to bring him back. No need to threaten Sheng Chao. In the hotel, Xu Lingshan looked at her cell phone with a cold expression. And in passing, she explained towards Yu Shuiyan, who rushed in. Yes. Miss, I know. Yu Shuiyan nodded her head, her heart already shaken to the core. Originally thought that Lin Feng was nothing more than an outcast of a small family, who was coincidentally met by her young lady on a sad occasion. But she never thought that Miss picked up casually on the side of the road. But it was a luxurious young man. Although there was still a difference in status. But no matter what, at this moment, Yu Shuiyan only felt that her young lady and Lin Feng had that flavor. Associating the image of the two of them together right next to the desk where Chu Ling Xuan was currently sitting, approving documents together, Yu Shuiyan's eyes were glowing. It's a match made in heaven. Sister. News for you. Xu Yunran, who rushed in, exclaimed in shock, glancing at the cell phone in Chu Lingfeng's hand. She instantly turned her words around. Brother Lin is actually the young master of the Lin family. You also have too good of an eye too. Being praised so much, Chu Lingfeng was a bit happy. The bits and pieces of her time with Lin Feng flashed before her eyes like a movie. Unconsciously, a little pleasure bubbled under her eyes. Xu Yunran, who had keenly captured this scene, became even more excited as she took 2 steps closer and muttered in a low voice. Sister. Why don't I help you to poke around at the Lin family's celebratory banquet in a few days? Zhu Lingxian raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice. I'll go myself. Upon hearing these words, Xu Yunran was instantly anxious. Don't. Sis. Brother Lin has only just been picked up. His family must be crying and crying. How embarrassing would that scene be for you to go? Listening to Chu Yunran's words, Xu Lingsheng frowned. As if. It's the truth. The parental ones are the ones that give her the most headaches. Especially since her little pet doesn't seem to want to go with her. Seeing Chu Lingfang's silence, Xu Yunran knew that her words had spoken to her sister's heart. She winked and added, "This time it's just me going over to help you out first. And as soon as the ceremony's over, I'll find an excuse to drag Big Brother Lin out. And get you two a separate space to spend time together then. Who wants to be alone with him?" Xu Lingxiang let out a cold snort. And a flash of panic that her heart had been seen through crossed her haughty face. TSK. 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 Looking at her own sister's mouthy appearance, Xu Yunran couldn't help but spit up in her heart. Still don't want to be alone? Sis. The way you look at him is not exactly innocent. Then it's a deal. Oh. I'll get ready now. Without giving Chu Lingfang a chance to retort, Xu Yunran directly knocked it off and turned her head to run out of the room. The corner of Yu Shuiyan's mouth on the side twitched. This second young lady is really alive and kicking. But also thanks to the eldest young lady in a good mood. Otherwise, where to allow her to be so reckless? She quietly surveyed Chu Lingxiang's face and carefully said, "Then, Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go down and arrange for the return trip first?" Glancing at Chu Lingxiang's nod, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned around, ready to head towards the door. However, before she could reach the door, she heard Chu Lingxiang's icy voice ring out. "No!" Yu Shuiyan froze and subconsciously turned back. "Ah, miss. What's wrong?" She looked at her lady with a blank expression. From afar, but he saw that Chu Lingxiang's face was a bit hostile. If he was from the Lin family, would it have taken more than 20 years to find him? Xu Lingxiang's ice-cold voice echoed in the room. At the doorway, Yu Shuiyan trembled and reacted abruptly. "Right. Miss. With the strength of the Lin family, it's not easy to find someone. How could?" She didn't say any more. Obviously also realized this layer. Yu Shuiyan looked at her own young lady with astonishment. Just now she was only focusing on kowtowing to the CP. But she had overlooked this point. Xu Lingxiang's face dropped to the freezing point. The air pressure around his body was low and cold like iron in an ice cellar. She narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at Yu Shuiyan as she said grimly, "At the banquet in a few days, send someone to secretly protect Lin Feng." Yu Shuiyan nodded her head repeatedly. "And in the next second," she asked, "Then, Miss, where is Miss Ran? By the way," Xu Lingxiang's voice dropped and added, "Don't let Ran know about this." "Yes." After Yu Shuiyan went out, Xu Lingxiang's line of sight once again fell back to the phone screen. Staring at the screen, Lin Feng's indifferent and detached eyes. Her eyes deepened. "What is the secret in you that has taken the Lin family so long to find?" she murmured. But her mind flashed steeply to last night's passion. She licked her dry lips insatiably, murmuring with greedy eyes, "You'll never escape me. Boy. Here it is." Gradually in the car, Shang Chao looked back at Lin Feng and smiled. "Remember. Ah. Later on. Don't ever mention your loan shark business. And those pasts of yours in the Su family. Enter this door. From today onwards, you're the veritable Lin family's youngest." Looking at the large number of reporters surrounding the manor, as well as the red carpet and bouquets of flowers extending from the entrance, Lin Feng, however, was in a heavy mood. Shang Chao signaled the driver to slow down and open the rear window. Instantly, dense flashes of light flashed one after another. Their car drove up the red carpet and marched through the bustling crowd toward the estate. Lin Feng didn't have to do anything. He just sat in the back seat and let them shoot. It more or less made him feel like a mascot. Especially with images like this. The last thing he wanted to touch was the mansion because there was too much going on. And he hated hooking up with anything. But right now, Sitting in this car. He was being forced to march into that cage. It's the third time. Foster and forcibly taken. Each time. He was forced to compromise. His destiny seemed to be out of his control. And this feeling of being powerless. Yet having to be forced to dwell on it. He was really fed up with it. In the camera, Lin Feng was sitting in the car in silence, looking at the Lin family manor with an expressionless face. They all thought he was so overjoyed and shocked that they didn't know what expression to use to describe it. However, he didn't know that at this moment, Lin Feng only wanted to leave the Lin family after asking for the truth of the matter. No one can restrict his freedom. Arrived. The car stopped in front of the villa and Shang Chao personally got out and pulled open the door for Lin Feng. Changing from his amicable behavior just now, Shang Chao bowed his head slightly towards Lin Feng with quite a bit of respect. Young Master Lin. I'll send you here. Please walk the rest of the way on your own. Suddenly being called young master. Especially by someone who had just claimed to be an elder. Lin Feng was inexplicably still a bit uncomfortable. He didn't answer and saw a black-clad bodyguard at the door walk up and bow toward him. Young master. Please. Lin Feng glanced at the luxurious villa in front of him. Indeed. It was a bit smaller than Xu Lingshang's house. When he was at the Huyue villa, he couldn't see the end of it directly at a glance. But now, he could even see the security office before and after. He nodded slightly and stepped around the limo, lifting his foot onto the steps. Dozens of servants and bodyguards lined up at the door, all bowing and calling out in unison. Welcome home. Young master. The sound shook Lin Feng's feet. He didn't hold back, the corner of his mouth twitching. Whose idea was it to make this so embarrassing? More conspicuous than Xu Lingshang's house. But anyways, he had to go in first before saying anything. Lin Feng looked around somewhat breathlessly and still wore his head hard. Just as he entered, unexpectedly, a teenager a few years younger than him rushed out and looked him up and down. You're Lin Feng. Huh? The teenager blurted out, full of contempt, looking up and down around Lin Feng, circling around him, muttering, the dress really isn't very good. This is another heir. I'm afraid. Lin Feng glanced at him. This teenager didn't seem to have much heart. What he wanted to say was written on his face. He asked in a deep voice. I'm Lin Feng. And you are? Don't be rude. The teenager chortled and looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant face, condescendingly saying, my name is Lin Haishian. I'm your cousin's uncle. You should call me uncle. Huh? Lin Feng froze. Uncle cousin? So young? Looking at his appearance, he just turned 18 this year. Right? Or did he play a trick on purpose? Lin Feng didn't have that much patience to play along with this kid. He just wanted to figure out the situation in front of him. And by the way, tell those who had gone through all the trouble that he wasn't interested in the Lin family's property. He whitened his eyes and coldly snapped. You're full of crap. How do you talk to your great-nephew? I'm your fucking cousin uncle. How dare you scold me? Lin Haishian, who had always been pampered, could not stand this anger and raised his arm to hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to dodge sideways. But unexpectedly, a hard middle-aged male voice suddenly sounded. Haishian. Don't fool around. Lin Haishian shuddered and turned back, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Dad. I'm his cousin's uncle. I'm teaching him the rules. Behind him, Linny walked slowly, his face serious as he chided. Get back to your room. The voice scared Lin Haishian. He immediately snapped and put away his hand. And while walking toward the house, he also looked indignantly at Lin Feng and muttered. What a small family raised by a small family. Uneducated. Lin Feng instead looked at Lin Yi with a fearless face. His lack of scruples did cause a flash of appreciation to cross the bottom of Lin Yi's eyes. But it quickly dissipated as his calm, hard voice resounded once more. Your grandfather wants to see you. On the second floor. That's a pretty messed up generation. If Lin Haixian was his cousin's uncle, then this man in front of him was his grandfather's brother. Well, what about his dad? Following behind Lin Yi, Lin Feng asked out without hesitation. Where is my biological father? Still no rules for asking questions. Lin Yi somewhat unpleasantly swept his afterglow at Lin Feng and said expressionlessly. Passed away. Passed away? Lin Feng exclaimed, instantly stopping in his tracks. No. His father is dead. What's the point of bringing him back? And making a big deal out of it? Making it known? What is this Lin family up to? As if he had already anticipated Lin Feng's reaction, Lin Yi stopped his pace and slowly said, Your biological father died when you were 1 year old. Without saying any more, he was waiting for Lin Feng to ask about these things. The less Lin Feng knew, the better, especially about the family. Making a big deal about picking Lin Feng back. What his brother wanted to do. He couldn't be clearer in his heart. Right now, he only expected Lin Feng to ask fewer questions, so that his son would have one more hope of inheritance. But I'm afraid Lin Feng will still ask. Lin Yi sighed. His deep gaze fell on Lin Feng, and he said rather hopelessly, Ask whatever you want. As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Lin Feng only felt a little amused. In Lin Yi's rather nervous sight, he silently shook his head. No need. He's passed away. What am I asking for? Lin Yi instantly froze. Is he not curious? One must know that the Lin family was one of the 4 great families, possessing a supreme and lofty status. How could he, a young master who had strayed and been separated for many years, be the least bit curious about his biological father? Or even about the Lin family? I thought Grandpa wanted to see me? Lead the way. Lin Feng's flat voice instantly sounded. At this moment, Lin Yi immediately had the feeling of being clamored for. This Lin Feng may be a bad one to deal with. Come with me. He looked deeply at Lin Feng and didn't criticize him harshly for his rude words. Turning around to lead the way in front, following Lin Yi to the second floor, Lin Feng saw a middle-aged man wearing a suit but with a full head of blonde hair guarding the door to the living room on the second floor. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually came towards the man with great respect. Lin Feng has been brought. The man raised his hand in a gesture, and Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave. When Lin Yi disappeared at the elevator entrance, the man took a deep look at Lin Feng and made a pleased gesture towards the door handle. Noticing that he didn't help him pull open the gate, Lin Feng frowned, his heart jittery. But the arrow had to be fired. And at this moment, he could only go forward with his head. The moment he touched the doorknob, Lin Feng instantly felt a numbness in his palm and he subconsciously retracted his hand. I'm sorry. The door was electrified and I forgot to turn it off. Seeing this, the man explained and immediately touched the switch on the door and helped Lin Feng pull it open. All this weirdness caused Lin Feng's heart to become heavier and heavier. The current was weak, and he didn't bother to blame it, his eyes falling instead to the open door. Feng? Back? As the door opened, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Right across the front doorway, Lin Feng saw an old man with slightly white hair sitting on a sofa, looking at him with a smile. Lin Feng nodded slightly and called out rather respectfully. Grandpa. Aha. The old man nodded and ordered. Jason. Close the door. Lin Feng only felt his back sink. His body was pushed and shoved as he stepped into the living room. And immediately after, the door behind him was closed. Jason, just like that, stood at Lin Feng's side, staring at him as if he were a monitor. Putting an eye on everything in this house is normal. But Lin Feng always feel we're not quite right. Especially his grandfather Lin to look at his eyes. It seems like looking at the prey in general. Little Feng, come and sit over here by Grandpa. Lin De waved amiably at Lin Feng, and even patted the spot next to the sofa, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Let Grandpa take a good look at what my eldest grandson has become. In this situation, where did Lin Feng dare to go forward? He frowned and stared at Lin De, his voice flat. Grandpa, my father has passed away? He wasn't going to beat around the bush with Lind. This home he had briefly gotten to know and seen. So now it was time to address his questions. Upon hearing this, Linda fell into a daze and glanced at Jason, who was standing on the side, in a rather surprised manner. Jason immediately responded. I think the second master informed me. With a cold snort, Linda changed his amiable face and sneered. He really can't wait. This situation, Lin Feng was really a bit confused. But, since his biological father had died, all the Lin family's affairs were no longer his concern. If they wanted to know about Xia Qingqing, he could inform them. But letting him stay behind for this kind of thing, it was better to forget about it. He thought so and said so straight away. Grandpa, my biological father has already passed away. There is no need for me to stay. And the identity of the young master of the Lin family will add a lot of unnecessary trouble to me. I hope you will allow me to leave. He's telling the truth. Besides, he had no intention of going for the family fortune. And he would have to shine his light on his words before there could be a follow-up. Upon hearing this, Linda said with eyes full of incredulity. You don't want the Lin family to be your backstage? Lin Feng nodded his head and said bluntly. It's too troublesome to fight for the family property and all that. I don't want to think about those things. I like freedom in my life. There were too many bad things before. I'm tired. So I hope that Grandpa will be able to fulfill me. His words were vibrant and earnest, even rather humble in appearance. However, Linda's eyes gradually became gloomy, as if he was a lion ready to strike. And he just stared at Lin Feng in death. The look in his eyes made Lin Feng's scalp go a little numb. Murphy. He doesn't believe? Lin Feng was about to open his mouth again to testify against himself. But in the next second, Linda's deep voice interrupted him. Little Feng, let me take you to meet someone. Who? You'll see when you get there. Lin said as he was about to stand up. Jason immediately stepped forward to assist him in his wheelchair. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't say any more words of refusal and could only follow them into the elevator with a stiff upper lip. When he saw Jason's hand fall on the negative floor button, Lin Feng's heart immediately tightened. The elevator gradually descended. And in the enclosed space, Lin Feng inexplicably felt a sense of suffocation. It was all different from what he had expected. What was the Lin family? No. Or Linda up to? As the elevator doors opened through the long stretch of corridor, Lind lifted his hand and landed the belly of his thumb on the combination lock. Snapped sound. As the door to the chamber opened, Lin Feng saw inside the white light under the soft bed dozens of chains locked to skinny and bony indistinguishable men and women of the old man. Sheng Chao. What the hell do you mean? Lin Feng is actually a member of the Lin family. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The Su family. Su Tongda was full of anger as he rushed to the phone and questioned. On his side, Su Jie sat on the sofa with an incredulous face, all demented. Su Jiqing was even more shocked as she looked at her father. remorse, remorse, and incredulity intertwined on her face. It had never occurred to them that Lin Feng, who had followed them since childhood, was the lost young master of the four great families? The Lin family. When they saw the news scattered all over the internet, the whole Su family was confused. And on the other end of the phone, Shang Chao's condescending tone rang out. Why should I tell you? Do you think you deserve to know this even in your position? Su Tanda was enraged. You fuck early to say clearly we are not to let him net out of the house. Now my company staff's wages cannot be paid out. Shang Chao. You just stand by and watch our whole family to die, is it? His angry yet strained voice hovered in the living room. Su Jiqing's face turned pale, and she was visibly trembling at the excitement of the voice. Su Jie, who was next to him, was already dazed. Hemmed and hawed his lips for half a day, and froze, unable to say a word. Between his anger. On the phone, Shang Chao sneered. Right. He chopped his head off, his voice rising high as he said, You should be thankful that I'm still willing to take your call in this situation. What kind of prominent and prestigious family do you think your Su family is? It's nothing more than an outcast that's been thrown away. Moment. Su Tanda's face was ashen. He had never thought that the last King Bomb bottom card he thought he could pin down Lin Feng was just when he was cannon fodder. Whether he or the Su family, it is surprising that from beginning to end is only a pawn in the hands of others. At this moment, Su Tanda completely despaired. Now the Su family's company has defaulted on employee wages to the tune of millions. Plus some advertisers liquidated damages, with a price tag of up to $10 million. And over at the bank, everyone in the Su family has been saddled with the name of Black Household. It is also known as an old fart. It may not have a big impact on ordinary people, but for small companies like theirs that are starting out, it amounts to certain death. Even. Also because a few days ago Su Nuor made a fuss about the show. Was the whole network crazy ridicule? Dad. I don't want it. I don't want to go back to the old days. Dad. Didn't you say that as long as I'm willing to come back, I'll be able to inherit the Su family company and never have to suffer again? You're lying. You can't screw me over like that. Su Jia has obviously been mentally out of control. The original thought of the young master's dream was shattered. But also because on the Su family account and was implicated as a black household. And even the outside world on the internet. Everywhere circulating his black photos. Although he couldn't hear the voice on the phone, he knew by looking at Su Tanda's pale face that there was no more chance for things to turn around. At this moment, Su Jia couldn't tense up anymore. He cried and rushed at Su Tanda, wailing like crazy. You are not my father. I do not want to be the son of the Su family. What Su family? I do not want to come back. You are all lying. Jai. Seeing that Su Jia had gone a little crazy, Su Jiqing's face did not look good either. It was true that their family was experiencing problems right now. But these problems were momentary, as long as their family was coalescing together. Even if it was a return to the small life they had before, she felt content. But this dear brother of hers had said such treacherous words. For a while, Su Jiqing's heart was haunted by incomparable thoughts of Lin Feng. If little Feng was still around, he would not be like this. I still remember those times when the company was losing money, and Xiao Feng was comforting them while under great pressure, and even went to pick up chauffeured cars at night to earn a living. Compared to Lin Feng, it was only at this moment that Su Jiqing felt that her own brother, whom she had always loved and was connected to her bloodline, was so unbearable. Dad. Su Jiqing just wanted to open her mouth and say that she'd go beg Lin Feng. But before her words were out of her mouth, she saw Su Tanda clenching his teeth and viciously rushing at the phone. Shang Chao. If you don't help me, I'll tell Lin Feng about that incident. Big deal. The fish is dead. He was so angry that his body was trembling. But his face was full of fear and afterthought. At those words, Sheng Chao on the other end of the phone steeped in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Chao. What the fuck are you laughing at? Su Tongda. I laugh at how pathetically stupid you are. Sheng Chao wiped his tears. His eyes instantly sank. And he said in a cold voice, I'll tell you the truth. If it weren't for the fact that I've been looking at this for so many years, I wouldn't have picked up this phone call from you at all. You think the Lin family will let you go? Su Tongda. I advise you to hurry up and run away with your daughter-in-law and child. As far as I know, the Lin family's people are already on their way. Su Tongda stared incredulously. What did you say? I said, run. What the hell else is nonsense? The Lin family has deployed a guard of honor and is on their way to your house. But if you're not in a hurry, or else you can guess whether the news later on will say that the Su family is on fire, or that the enemies have exterminated the family. Ha 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 ha. Do. The phone was hung up. Splat. Su Tongda's cell phone fell to the ground. He stared incredulously. At the same time, his body trembled with fear and panic spread to the whole body. Dad! What's wrong with you? Su Jiqing trembled as she stepped forward and shook her father with a puzzled face. His body was shaken. And in an instant, Su Tongda reacted. Unable to explain, he panically stood up and rushed towards the standing cabinet, putting the 3 gold bars inside in his arms while shouting angrily towards Su Jiqing. Quick! Pack up and leave the capital city. Why, Dad? We don't fucking bullshit. Hurry up! Su Tongda roared, his face livid. Su Jiqing was obviously frightened. She did not dare to ask again. Hurriedly pulled up the crazy Su Jia rushed into the bedroom. The negative floor of the Lin family villa. Lin Feng frowned at the person on the bed. The only thing that proved she was approximately female was the long white hair. Lin lifted his hand slightly. And behind him, Jason pushed his way to the side of the bed. His hand landing on the arm of the man on the bed who was nothing more than a skeleton. His eyes laced with unspecified thought. Little Feng. This is your grandmother. Mu Huaya. Hiss. At those words, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Grandma? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears and seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the person in front of him was the wife of the head of the 4 great families. The Lin family's master. Lin Feng wrinkled his brows, moved a little closer, and asked, why did she become like this? Rather than answering Lin Feng's words directly, Linda snapped his head up, his shaded vision falling on Lin Feng, asking with more speculation. Little Feng, do you still remember the girl who once saved you when you were a child? His voice seemed to carry a penetrating magic. And his words penetrated into Lin Feng's heart. In an instant, Lin Feng only felt his scalp go numb. And it was as if there was a needle in his head chiseling away at his nerves. He wrinkled his brow in death and shook his head in silence. Don't remember. Linda's eyes crossed a flash of realization. He sighed and said in a light tone, it's normal not to remember. You weren't much older then. It's normal that you would forget. Saying that, he looked at Mu Huaya with incomparable tenderness and gently pulled down his sleeves for her. And yet, these words caused the doubts in Lin Feng's heart to intensify. He hated fighting and beating around the bush with his heart's eyes. So he asked straight to the point. So, Grandpa, are you trying to say that the Lin family found me a long time ago? His words were blunt and testing. The moment the words fell, Linda glanced at Lin Feng with quite a bit of surprise. As if he didn't expect him to be so smart as to think of this in an instant. He nodded. His voice low. Yeah. But I couldn't pick you up at that point. And your grandmother's side of the family had been pressuring me that they were going to cut off your grandmother's medicine if I picked you up. This is said inexplicably. The Lin family, how to say, is also the four big families. Or the top position in the ranking. His grandmother's family is not able to think of it. So resistant? But the battle of the gentry is horrible as it is. And the grudge of the last generation has lasted so long that it has made a living man like this. Lin Feng didn't bother to find out that much. He was rather emotional. Fortunately, he hadn't planned to stay here from the beginning. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have been forced to get involved in this fight as well. But then why did you make a big deal of picking me up? I don't want the Lin family fortune. So aren't you cutting off grandma's medicine by doing this? No. Lin shook his head and looked at Lin Feng with hopefulness. Little Feng. Do you know? The girl who saved you before is the daughter of a medicine family? Just half a month ago, I realized that she has actually been looking for you. Lin Feng was shocked. Looking for me? Right. Lin nodded. His eyes full of urgency. This is also a coincidence. In a few days I will organize a family banquet for you. At that time I will invite her to come. You guys meet. Get her help to show your grandma what's wrong. Linder was close to saying that out loud. He looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes, even staring at him with bated breath. But it was in this eager gaze that Lin Feng shook his head. Grandpa, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not a pawn in anyone's hands. He never compromises for anyone. No matter how tragic your life is. That has nothing to do with me. And what's more, since your Lin family found me early in the morning, yet you didn't even offer a bit of covert help. The point of not being able to pick up his family. Of course he understood that. But after all these years, your Lin family hasn't even thrown down an olive branch. And now you're asking me to compromise and help? There is no such thing in heaven. It is better to be born and not raised than not to be born at all. To feel sorry for someone is to assume their fate. Feelings like sympathy can be so cheap. How could Linda not expect that Lin Feng would be so cool? Some anger bubbled up in the bottom of his eyes. And he said even more incredulously. She's your grandmother. Yes? Lin Feng looked straight up at the old master's line of sight without fear and said in a cold tone. I've never enjoyed the treatment of the Lin family's children and grandchildren. What makes you think that I'll be grateful? With a single word, he blocked Lin's off-the-cuff words in his throat. Without a doubt, Lin Feng's words were right. The Lin family really didn't have any backbone to force Lin Feng to compromise. Those experiences he had created his detachment and indifference. It's Grandpa's fault. Lin covered his face, sobbed a few times and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Even if Grandpa begs you, as long as you promise to meet with that girl, Grandpa will definitely stop forcing you to do anything you don't want to do. Facing the old man who was like a king. But at this moment, he lowered his voice to the scene. To be honest, Lin Feng still wanted to refuse. But the strength of the Lin family was there. And it wouldn't be reasonable if he was too ignorant of the rules. Especially since the old man only said that he should meet with the girl. Which wasn't too much to ask. He also wanted to know how he had been rescued in his early years. Under Linda's burning gaze, Lin Feng finally nodded. Okay. I'll go see. Great. Linda burst into tears of joy. He looked at Lin Feng with a face full of relief and was about to say something when he heard Jason's cell phone ring. He wiped a tear from his eye and looked over at Jason. Jason picks up his cell phone, connects the call, and after a few moments, hangs up again. Master. The Chu family learned that the young master had returned and said they wanted to meet him. Listening to Jason's words, a flash of surprise crossed Lin's face. Child. You still have a story with the Chu family? Ha. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as that crazy batch of Chu Lingfeng flashed through his mind. He nodded in silence. Then let's go and meet. Lin smiled. Jason. Go arrange a car for the young master. Yes. Jason answered and made a gesture of invitation towards the elevator outside the chamber. Young master. Please. Lin Feng sighed, glanced at Jason and stepped towards the door of the secret room. Just staring at his departing back. The smile on Linda's face instantly dissipated, replaced by an elusive depth. He held the wheelchair with both hands. His sight crossed the corridor and he saw Lin Feng enter the elevator with his own eyes. Instead, as the elevator doors closed, an expectant sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Looking sideways at Manhwa on the bed like a spread corpse. His voice was not too loud but not too small. Hovering in the secret room. Mu Huiqing, your good grandson has grown up. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, this card I'm holding. Should I play it in the open? Ha 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 ha. I forgot. You're dead. Dead people don't talk. Why didn't Grandpa approve of my parents being together in the first place? In the upward elevator. Lin Feng only asked this sentence. Jason didn't even turn his head. Just stared expressionlessly at the elevator door and said, Chi de fei po. It means the door is not right. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. How interesting. Can't look at his birth mother and now he wants him to compromise. This Lind is really good at his job. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he would be able to solve the problem by finding his ancestors and pleasing them. But it was obvious that the Lin family's situation wasn't what he expected. As the man in charge of the family, Linda's mind is not that simple. But he didn't have that mind to care about Lin so much. He still has $10 million left in hand. These days in the Lin family commiseration at the same time and then think of a way to make a fortune. Directly find an opportunity to run away on the finish. Where in heaven's name is the trouble? It was midday and as he passed by the restaurant, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Lin Haixian and his father who were preparing to eat. Lin Haixian glared at him angrily. But Lin Yi's expression was puzzling. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and waved towards Lin Haixian in a rather good mood. And as he crossed the restaurant's doorway, he heard chopsticks slamming in the restaurant, as well as the sound of Lin Yi cursing angrily. Dad! That dead nephew provoked me. Asshole! Eat your food. Where's all the talk?